On his way home, the man suddenly felt dizzy and woke up to find himself in an abandoned garage. The two gorgeously dressed women mentioned above had the same experience as Chao Xian. The legal Lolita in a Lolita dress and with a plump figure is named Shinting. The queen in a black uniform and black stockings is named Shinbing. I thought it was a kidnapping, but then a broadcast came out of nowhere. Welcome all survivors to join the survival game. 1 minute later, the vehicle will appear in front of you, and your novice resources will be in the trunk. As soon as the words fell, a light flashed before the eyes of the three people, and a double-row pickup truck that looked a little shabby appeared out of thin air in front of them. Chao Xian was the first to step forward and open the tailgate of the truck bed. What caught his eye were 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, and 3 watches. Chao Xian distributed the supplies to several people. He picked up a watch and put it on his wrist. The watch immediately sent a reminder in Chao Xian's ear through bone conduction. Ding! Binding successful. Immediately afterwards, the watch projected a blue light curtain in front of Chao Xian. On his way home, Chao Xian suddenly felt dizzy. When he woke up again, he found himself in an abandoned garage. 2 gorgeously dressed women had the same experience as Chao Xian. One of them was named Shinting, who was wearing a Lolita-style dress and had a plump figure, looking like a legal Lolita. The other one is named Shinbing, wearing a black uniform and black stockings on her legs, showing the temperament of a mature queen. I thought I was kidnapped, but suddenly, a broadcast sounded from nowhere. Welcome all survivors to join the survival game. The announcement continued. In 1 minute, a vehicle will appear in front of you, and in the trunk are your newbie resources. Before he finished speaking, the air in front of the 3 of them suddenly brightened, and a small double-row truck that looked a little shabby appeared out of thin air in front of them. Chao Xian was the first to step forward and open the hatch on the truck bed. The supplies before him made him breathe a sigh of relief. 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, and 3 watches were neatly laid out. Chao Xian distributed these supplies to the 2 of them, then picked up a watch and put it on his wrist. The moment he put on the watch, the bone conduction system sounded a prompt in his ear. Beep, binding successful. Then, a blue light curtain unfolded in front of Chao Xian, displaying his basic information. Chao Xian, strength, 8, average for adult men is 7. Agility, 8, average for adult men is 7. Constitution, 8, average adult male is 7. Health, 100%. Status, slightly thirsty, slightly hungry. Talent, divine hint, unique talent. You will receive additional hints when encountering a fork in the road or observing an object. My talent is divine guidance. It sounds very useful, but I don't know how to use it. Chao Xian whispered with a hint of doubt. Chao Xian subconsciously looked up at Shinbing and Shinting. The next moment, 2 light blue screens appeared in front of them. Name, Shinbing. Age, 26. Talent, not acquired. Current mood, angry, confused. Favorability, -10. Name, Shinting. Age, 19. Current mood, afraid, confused. Favorability, 40. Chao Xian finally understood that talent was automatically revealed by looking at someone or an object. He turned his gaze to Shinting. You 2 can wear the watches first. They can display our status data and also grant a talent. Chao Xian reminded. The 2 sisters hurriedly put on their watches. Shinbing then checked her own watch and said calmly, My talent is weapon mastery. Shinting then said, My talent is trade discounts. My talent is divinely inspired. Chao Xian answered truthfully. After all, as teammates, there was no need to hide anything. I can see your specific stats and talent information. After exchanging talent information, several people began to check the functions of the vehicle. Shinting sat in the back seat, curiously observing the interior of the car, while Shinbing sat in the driver's seat, concentrating on studying the center console. Chao Xian also sat in the passenger seat. Just as Shinbing accidentally touched the center console, the screen suddenly lit up. Vehicle, small truck, vehicle features, initial capacity, 100 slots. Materials required to upgrade to level 2, 300 kilograms of random metal, 100 kilograms of glass, 300 kilograms of wood, 1 primary electronic component. Shinbing naturally sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and turned to Chao Xian and said, Let's go. We should arrive in half an hour. Chao Xian quickly stopped him and said, Don't be in a hurry. After that, he got out of the car and walked towards the rolling door of the garage. Under the puzzled gazes of the 2 sisters, Chao Xian raised his foot and kicked the rolling door hard, completely destroying it. Under the shocked gazes of the 2, Chao Xian dragged the shutter door toward the back of the car. He noticed that there were 3 platforms there, a manufacturing platform, a disassembly platform, and a storage platform. Chao Xian started the decomposition table and clicked the decomposition option. Ding! Decomposition successful. Obtained iron ingots, 1 kilogram, 20. Hearing the system prompt, Chao Xian showed a satisfied smile. Shen Bing looked at Chao Xian with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected this seemingly unassuming man to be so powerful. Her favorability rating had risen from 10 points to 0. Shen Bing withdrew his gaze, started the engine in a cool manner, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped out in an instant and rushed out of the garage. Outside the car window, the scenery whizzed by. Chao Xian looked out the window and saw a vast, sparse grassland. Just as Chao Xian was in a daze, Shen Ting in the back row suddenly shouted, "Brother Chao Xian, it seems like something is chasing us from behind." Chao Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. He saw Shen Ting kneeling nervously on the car seat, looking back through the window. Chao Xian also turned his head to look behind the car window. After careful observation, he was surprised to find that the air was slightly distorted, as if something invisible was scratching the back of the car. Shen Bing stepped on the accelerator, and the car instantly accelerated, reaching a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. After a while, the scraping sound finally disappeared. After driving for about half an hour, they finally reached the first fork in the road. Shen Bing gently stepped on the brakes and asked, "Chao Xian, which road should we take?" Chao Xian didn't rush to respond, but narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, 3 message boxes appeared in front of him. First route, continue for 20 kilometers to reach a rest area. Second route, continue for 10 kilometers to reach a danger zone. Third route, Huikalai Supermarket. Stay in this area for 30 minutes to get 5 minutes of free shopping. You can also get 3-star soul coins at the supermarket's checkout counter. This station is completely safe. Chao Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the last prompt. The third path was undoubtedly the best option at the moment. Shen Bing, take the road on the far right. Chao Xian immediately decided. Okay. Shen Bing answered without hesitation, suddenly turning the steering wheel, and the car quickly drove into the fork on the right. After turning the intersection, Chao Xian clearly felt that the temperature inside the car had risen a few degrees. He glanced at the temperature display in the car and saw that it had reached 30 degrees Celsius. So, without hesitation, he unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped down half a bottle of water. "How about I feed you?" Chao Xian picked up Shen Bing's water and shook it in front of her. "No, I'm not thirsty yet," Shen Bing said bluntly. Shen Bing's favorability towards you plus 5 points, currently 5 points. Chao Xian had already put down the water bottle, but when he saw this prompt, he suddenly felt a little puzzled. He unscrewed the bottle cap again and handed the water to Shen Bing's mouth. Although Shen Bing refused, she finally couldn't resist. After drinking the water, Shen Bing's cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. Shen Bing's favorability towards you plus 10 points, currently 15 points. She quickly cleared her throat, looking a little uneasy. "Well, time is limited, so we'd better plan ahead and decide which items to take." Chao Xian nodded deeply. Water is definitely a must, along with some energy-boosting food. If you have any clothes, you can also take a few changes. Ting Ting and I are too uncomfortable in our clothes. The group quickly agreed on the supplies they wanted to take, and excitedly, the car continued to move forward. 15 minutes later, a large supermarket suddenly appeared on the right side of the road. As they approached the supermarket intersection, Shen Bing quickly turned the steering wheel and drove into the supermarket entrance. "Beep, you have entered the safe zone, Huikalai Supermarket." In the safe zone, no creatures can enter except players who are doing road survival. But please note that if you don't park your car in a parking space, you will not be able to get shelter. The timer starts when you park, and you must leave within half an hour. Special reward for this area. After opening the gate, you will receive 5 minutes of 0 yuan shopping time. After the time is up, the gate will automatically close. As soon as the voice in her mind fell, Shen Bing's expression became solemn. She quickly slowed down and parked the car steadily in the parking space. The 3 of them got out of the car and pushed the shopping cart towards the supermarket entrance. But when they arrived at the door, they were all stunned. The supermarket door was made of iron, and there was no light-transmitting glass. Shen Bing frowned, and the little lowly Shen Ting also looked like she was about to cry. "Don't worry." Chao Xian comforted the 2 of them softly, his eyes falling on the door. "God's hint, can you give me some hint?" he thought to himself. The next moment, a line of subtitles appeared before his eyes. 20 meters straight from the main entrance. Beverage area, mineral water/functional drinks. Area A on the left, fast food, instant noodles/canned food/compressed biscuits. Hidden tip, there are 3-star soul coins in the second cash register. Damn, it's really invincible. Chao Xian looked excited, and then told the two girls the clues he saw. Sisters Shun Bing and Shun Ting also blushed with excitement. The three of them quickly began to divide the work. Chao Xian, the fastest and strongest, was responsible for going to the innermost area of the supermarket to get clothes, shoes, knives, and 3-star soul coins. Shin Bing was responsible for carrying water because the beverage area was closest to the door and water was the most important and most consumed material. 5 minutes was enough for her to fill 2 trucks. As for Shin Ting, she was responsible for taking food and daily necessities. After the three of them discussed it, they decided to only take compressed biscuits and canned food. After the planning was completed, several people stood in front of the door. Chao Xian took a deep breath and pushed hard, opening the tightly closed iron door. Beep, start the timer. Time remaining. For 59 seconds, go. Chao Xian gave the order, and the three of them quickly pushed the shopping cart towards the supermarket. Chao Xian ran straight to the kitchenware and clothing section at the end of the supermarket. It took him about 20 seconds to pick up the knives and some tableware. After making sure nothing was left out, he rushed to the clothing section. It's time to go back. He tightly guarded the things in the shopping cart and ran as fast as he could. Just as he was passing by the shelves of daily necessities, he suddenly saw Shen Ting with a sad face, desperately pulling at her skirt. Brother Chao Xian, help me. Shen Ting shouted anxiously. I'm stuck. It turned out that when Shen Ting was about to leave, she was so flustered that the hem of her skirt was accidentally caught on the shelf. Seeing this scene, Chao Xian put down the shopping cart without hesitation, unzipped the back of his clothes, and pulled it hard. With a crisp tearing sound, the hem of Shen Ting's Lolita skirt was torn open smoothly, and she was instantly freed. Because she was too nervous just now, her body was a little unbalanced, and she almost fell. Fortunately, Chao Xian was quick to catch her. Shen Ting didn't have time to care about her own embarrassment, and hurriedly pushed the shopping cart to keep up with Chao Xian. When they were about 10 meters away from the door, Chao Xian suddenly saw Shen Bing pushing 2 full carts of water, looking at them anxiously at the door. Seeing the two of them, Shen Bing's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he shouted, Hurry, only 30 seconds left. Shen Ting pushed the cart quickly out the door, panting, and then subconsciously glanced back. Where's Brother Chao Xian? She asked anxiously. He's back at the cashier. Shen Bing replied anxiously. At this moment, Shen Bing didn't pay much attention to why Shen Ting was so embarrassed, but was shocked by Chao Xian's behavior just now. He actually turned back after pushing the shopping cart out. Star Soul Coins. Where are the Star Soul Coins? Chao Xian anxiously glanced at the cashier counter, but found that it was empty. In the second drawer below, the prompt sounded slowly. Without hesitation, Chao Xian took out a bone-cutting knife from the shopping cart, inserted it into the gap of the drawer, and pried it open with force. With a click, the lock was finally pried open. Chao Xian quickly opened the drawer. The Star Soul coin before him lay quietly inside, emitting a faint glow. A flash of ecstasy suddenly flashed in his eyes. Found it! Chao Xian shouted happily, then grabbed the Star Soul coin and rushed out the door. 3 seconds left. Don't worry, there's still time. Chao Xian shouted back. With the final 3 seconds, he managed to rush out the door. Almost at the last second before he stepped out of the door, it slammed shut. Brother Chao Xian, don't take such risks again. Shen Ting shouted excitedly, then threw herself into Chao Xian's arms. Chao Xian's heroic act of rescuing her just now made her favorability soar to 80 points. Seeing Shen Ting was so anxious that she was about to cry, Chao Xian was a little at a loss. His hands were in the air, not knowing where to put them. Shen Bing also noticed Shen Ting's trapped situation and felt relieved. Her impression of Chao Xian also improved. Her favorability rating also exceeded 50 points. After a moment, Chao Xian touched his nose uncomfortably and said, Well, let's take inventory of the supplies. Okay. The two sisters nodded, quickly pushed 4 shopping carts to the side of the car, and began to sort out the supplies. Chao Xian checked and found various tableware, for jackets, unisex, and 4 pairs of sneakers. We still have a few minutes. Let's change clothes first. Chao Xian suggested. After the rush just now, the 3 of them were sweating profusely. Okay. The 2 sisters picked out a few clothes and got into the car to change. Chao Xian changed outside. 2 minutes later, the 3 of them quickly ate some chocolate and compressed biscuits to fill their stomachs. Leaving a few bottles of water and weapons in the car, the rest of the supplies were stuffed into the storage table. The 4 baskets of supplies took up more than 30 slots. Just as the 2 sisters were about to get on the cart, Chao Xian stopped them. This thing is also made of metal and can be disassembled. Chao Xian pointed at a row of shopping carts, a glint in his eyes. Instead of giving others a discount, it's better to give yourself a discount. 12 shopping carts were quickly pushed to the side of the car, and in the end, Chao Xian harvested 200 iron ingots, totaling 200 kilograms, and 20 plastic blocks, totaling 20 kilograms. Get in the car, Chao Xian shouted, and he got in the driver's seat. Shen Bing sat in the back seat, and Shen Ting sat in the passenger seat. The three of them quickly fastened their seat belts, and Chao Xian started the ignition, shifted gears, and quickly took off, turning around and getting back on the road. After more than 100 kilometers, the tank was already a quarter empty. Chao Xian thought to himself that if he came across a place where he could exchange gasoline, he must bring more. Sure enough, not long after driving, a prompt appeared in front of us. Continue for 10 kilometers, and you will come to a rest area. You can stay here for a while to rest, and use star soul coins to replenish fuel and supplies. Chao Xian frowned. Instead of a fork in the road, he encountered a special area. This meant that if he was unlucky, he might encounter multiple dangerous areas in a row. Although Chao Xian had the gift of divine guidance, allowing him to make decisions in advance, he couldn't earn more star soul coins if he kept avoiding the danger zone. Without star soul coins, he couldn't refuel, and running out of fuel meant death. The original idea of using his talent to avoid all danger zones was obviously not feasible. The pressure in Chao Xian's heart suddenly intensified. 10 minutes later, Chao Xian successfully drove the car into the rest area, and a prompt sounded in the minds of the three people. Welcome to the rest area. They can stay here for up to 2 hours. If they enter after 8 p.m., they can stay until 7 a.m. the following day. There are vending machines in the rest area where you can purchase items with star soul coins. We might run into other people in the rest area. We shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Shen Ting said nervously. Just as she finished speaking, Chao Xian had already driven into the parking lot and parked in the first parking space. There was a van parked next to his car, but Chao Xian ignored the car next to it and parked steadily. He took out a bone-cutting knife from the side of the car and handed one to Shen Bing. He took one for himself, opened the door, and got out. At this time, he noticed two fierce-looking men and a heavily made-up woman sitting in the car opposite. Chao Xian glanced around and soon saw the vending machine on the right, so he took the three of them and walked towards it. The moment the three of them stood in front of the counter, the screen began scanning them. Immediately, a prompt popped up. Beep, scan successful. Personal information has been entered, virtual accounts have been automatically opened for the three players, and star soul coins have been automatically deposited into the accounts. Chao Xian felt his pocket and confirmed that the star soul coin had been deposited into his account. This is quite convenient, he thought to himself. He opened his watch and transferred the star soul coin to Shen Ting. Ting Ting, I'm transferring the coins to you. I'll keep them with you from now on. The three of them began to check the items in the vending machine. There was a wide variety of goods in the vending machine, but Chao Xian and his friends didn't need food or water right now. Chao Xian also saw the physical strengthening potion, which was sold for 12 star soul coins each, far exceeding their current financial resources. Chao Xian suggested, why not buy a tank of gas and an electronic component? Electronic components are useful for vehicle upgrades. Shen Ting nodded. I think Brother Chao Xian is right. Shen Bing also nodded. I have no objection. Shen Ting immediately started to operate. Soon after, a notification chimed. Ding. Purchase successful. 2.7 star soul coins deducted, 0.3 remaining. A barrel of gasoline and an electronic component appeared before them. Chao Xian put away the electronic components and put gasoline in the car. Just as he got out of the car, he felt a pat on the back. He turned around warily and saw the heavily made-up woman standing behind him with a malicious smile on her face. Hey, bro, I saw you guys bought something just now. Can you tell me how you got the star soul coins? Also, where did you get that knife? As the woman spoke, she deliberately glanced at the bone-chopping knife at Chao Xian's waist, her eyes full of covetousness. Chao Xian noticed that the two big men had already put on their clothes and were leaning against the front of the car, their eyes fierce, and they would glance at them from time to time. Chao Xian showed no fear. Instead, he felt a wave of disgust. He glanced at the woman, then turned his head and said, We passed by a supermarket. That's where we got the knife and the star soul coin. With that, he prepared to return to the car. Unexpectedly, the woman grabbed him again. Handsome guy, give us a knife, and I'll play with you for an hour? Chao Xian shook her hand away and was about to scold her when he suddenly heard the car door being slammed open. You shameless old woman. How dare you seduce Brother Chao Xian when you are so ugly? Brother Chao Xian, come in quickly and stop talking to this woman. Shen Ting shouted loudly. Chao Xian smiled helplessly, glanced at the woman, and finally got into the car. The woman's face turned ugly in an instant. She glared fiercely at Chao Xian and his car, and walked towards the two big men in her high heels. Chapter 7 Descendants of the Chao family. Brother Chao Xian, don't take what I said just now too seriously. I was just saying that to piss off that bad woman. In the car, Shunting looked at Chao Xian and hurriedly explained. Although she said this, she had other thoughts in her mind. Is there anything wrong with what I said, stinky sister? After all, if we're matched together as teammates, we'll definitely be living together every day. And brother Chao Xian is so reliable and treats me so well. Shunting grumbled inwardly. Shinbing glanced at her and suddenly felt a little suspicious. If she hadn't stopped her, Shunting would have been given away long ago. Seeing Shunting leaning towards Chao Xian again, Shinbing blurted out, Ting, don't forget, you still have a fiancé. As soon as she said that, she regretted it. Sure enough, Shunting pouted and angrily responded, my fiancé and I haven't even met a few times, so how could we have any feelings for each other? It's a different era now. This kind of arranged marriage set by the older generation is completely unreasonable. She paused for a moment and continued, besides, we're all here now. Sister, do you still want me to live with someone I don't like? Then, she rolled her eyes and looked at Shunbing cunningly. Besides, it seems like you have a fiancé, right? Shunbing fell silent. She was actually very opposed to arranged marriages. It was just something her elders had casually mentioned, and she had never considered it. They hadn't even held any ceremony, and she hadn't had any input at all. As the eldest daughter, she started her own business before graduating from college, hoping to break away from her family's control. Seeing Shunbing remain silent, Shunting smiled smugly. Then, she turned to look at Chao Xian and asked cautiously, Brother Chao Xian, you wouldn't mind that my sister and I have fiancés, right? We really don't like them. We've never even held hands. When Shunbing heard Shunting drag her in again, she immediately pinched her waist without hesitation. It's fine if you're just giving it away for free, but you're dragging me in with you? Shunbing was furious, her ears red, but she still pretended to be calm. Of course not, Chao Xian responded quickly. He always adhered to the attitude of letting things take their own course. Shunting, this lively and quirky little girl, was exactly the type he liked, both in terms of personality and other aspects. As for Shunbing, although she was calm on the outside and warm on the inside, she was also very attractive to him. However, he just found out that they had fiancés. When asked if he minded, Shunting had already said that they didn't like the fiancé and they had never held hands. Chao Xian naturally didn't mind. Besides, he was from the old Chao family, so what did being a fiancé mean to him? After the three of them stayed in the car for another 20 minutes, Chao Xian felt that it was enough and suggested leaving the rest area. Although the maximum stay in the rest area was 2 hours, they had already spent over half an hour, so there was no time to waste. Let's go, Chao Xian said. They were on their way again, Shunbing driving this time, Chao Xian sitting in the passenger seat, and Shunting in the back seat, where she was allowed to calm down. At the same time, outside the car, 3 people disappeared into the distance. 2 men and a woman narrowed their eyes and watched them. The woman threw herself into a man's arms, crying and begging. Brother Hu, that little girl just humiliated me like that. Why didn't you help me vent my anger? She's your woman. Another big man also echoed. Yeah, Brother Hu. In my opinion, why not just rob them? It's just 1 man and 2 little girls. Even if they have knives in their hands, we won't be afraid. They knew that Brother Hu was not a good person. Under normal circumstances, let alone robbing things, Brother Hu would act without hesitation even against these 2 women. But Brother Hu looked a little different today. He frowned and said impatiently, What do you know? Do you know who those 2 women are? Who are they, Brother Hu? The 2 men asked in unison. The 2 eldest daughters of the Shun family in Haiqing, Shunbing and Shunting. Brother Hu replied. But Brother Hu, no matter how powerful their background is, they're useless in this place, right? The big man asked doubtfully. Brother Hu said in a deep voice, I know their backgrounds. I worked under Shunbing for a while before, and I know she's no ordinary person. Don't look at her as a woman, she's a trained fighter. And that man is obviously a martial artist as well. We can't act rashly. He paused and added, Do you know what the most important thing is? What? Brother Hu, tell me quickly, the 2 asked anxiously. Brother Hu deliberately kept the secret. Shunting said her fiancé is the 2nd generation of a large family, which is nothing. But Shunbing's fiancé is not simple. His grandfather has a background in the military. With his grandfather's prestige, many people in the military have to give face to Shunbing's fiancé. The big man suddenly realized. I understand. Brother Hu, you plan to reveal their news to Shunbing's fiancé first and get some benefits from him. When he finds Shunbing, that guy will definitely not have a good time. Brother Hu nodded. That's right. There are only 10,000 people in a district now, and we will run into them one day. Here, Chao Xian had only been driving for more than 10 minutes when the car encountered its first minor problem. Brother Chao Xian, I need to go to the bathroom. Ting said a little embarrassedly. Chapter 8. She couldn't hold it back any longer. Her voice was a little unnatural. When Xian heard this, his heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. I saw Ting in the back seat with her legs tightly clamped together, her whole body leaning against the seat, her cheeks flushed red, and it was obvious that she could no longer hold it in. What should we do now? Xian instinctively exchanged a helpless look with Bing. They didn't drink much water, and since they'd been sweating all the way, they didn't have any particularly strong physiological needs. But Ting was completely different. She'd just drunk about a bottle of water and was now at the point where she couldn't hold it back any longer. Stopping the car and letting her get out to solve the problem was obviously impossible and too dangerous. According to the rules, try not to stop on the road unless there is absolutely no other way. Xian thought about it and figured the best solution during this time would be to stop the car temporarily and change seats so they could take turns driving. As for going to the bathroom, while it wasn't completely impossible, it was still very dangerous. He caught a glimpse of a plastic bag among the supplies brought from the supermarket, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. How about Ting used the plastic bag? But the problem was that the plastic bag was in the truck bed, and he had to stop the car if he wanted to take it out. It would be better not to stop if he could. Suddenly, Xian's eyes stumbled upon an empty bottle discarded in the back row. He thought for a moment and whispered, Ting, how about using that bottle? Xian pointed to the plastic bottle. Huh? Ting's face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato, her eyes filled with resistance. Bing nodded calmly and advised, Ting, if we don't do this, we'll have to stop the car, which is too dangerous. It seems like this is the only way. Ting hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out her hand and picked up the bottle with trembling hands. Then, Brother Xian, you are not allowed to peek. No, am I that kind of person? Xian quickly sat up straight and turned his head. Ting gripped the bottle tightly, straining to prepare herself mentally. After a struggle, her physical need finally overcame her shyness, and she slowly unscrewed the bottle. Xian felt a rustling sound near his ears, and he couldn't help but fidget. He secretly turned his head and glanced at Bing, only to see her concentrating on driving. Somehow, Xian's eyes suddenly fell on the rearview mirror. In an instant, his eyes met Ting's, and Ting suddenly screamed. Ting, what's wrong with you? Bing immediately asked nervously. Sister, I'm fine. I'm fine. Ting glared shyly at Xian through the rearview mirror, hurriedly screwed the bottle cap back on, and quickly straightened her clothes. Well, I just wanted to ask, what should I do with this bottle? Ting was usually easily startled, but Bing didn't care. Holding the steering wheel, she casually said, just throw it away. There's no one here anyway. Xian also agreed. Yes, sister, you're right. After all, this is in the wilderness. No one will see anything thrown out of the car window. Ting nodded, opened the car window, and tossed the empty bottle out without hesitation. As the bottle flew out of the car, the interior suddenly became quiet. Ting and Xian, who had been occasionally chatting, were now suddenly silent. The atmosphere became extremely awkward, and Bing couldn't help but wonder why the atmosphere had suddenly become so strange. The car continued to drive through the vast desert. As it moved forward, the surrounding vegetation became increasingly sparse, replaced by patches of gravel. Gravel, mixed with hot air, periodically lashed the car windows, forcing the three to close them. Gravel struck the car, making a crackling sound. It seems this is a method of eliminating survivors. If the vehicle's level can't keep up, it will be eliminated sooner or later, Xian said with a frown. Ting and Bing nodded simultaneously, clearly agreeing. When the car reached kilometer 130, another fork in the road appeared ahead. Bing slowed down and quickly asked, Xian, which way should we go? Xian's eyes flashed again. Path 1, continue 30 kilometers, and you'll come to a scrapyard. While it's just a scrapyard, you can harvest a wealth of upgrade materials here. In the hut at the scrapyard, you'll find a small air conditioner. Once your vehicle reaches level 2, you can install it. In the cardboard box next to the air conditioner, you might also find some Star Soul coins. But be careful, there are 2 vicious dogs here. Xian pondered for a moment and whispered, the scrapyard? Looks good. Then, Xian decisively said to Bing, let's take the first path, to the scrapyard. Chapter 9 Air Conditioning and Batteries. The three of them drove about 30 kilometers and soon arrived at the scrapyard. After turning the corner, they successfully found a parking space. There's only one parking space here. Are we the only ones allowed in? Ting couldn't wait to look out before even parking the car. That should be the case, Xian nodded in response. Just now, they heard some rules about the scrapyard. This was a resource area, and the three of them could stay here for 2 hours, during which time they could break down the scrap and obtain the necessary upgrade materials. But Chao Xian hadn't forgotten the system prompts mentioning the presence of 2 vicious dogs. Sister Bing Bing, Ting Ting, remember to be careful. The reminder just now said that there are 2 vicious dogs here, so we have to be extra careful. Chao Xian reminded with a serious face. Okay. Xin Bing nodded in response. Her eyes became sharp, and she held the bone-cutting knife tightly. Brother Chao Xian, I'm most afraid of dogs. Shen Ting immediately hugged Chao Xian's arm nervously, like a frightened little rabbit, and was unwilling to let go. Chao Xian was hugged so tightly by her that it was hard to tell whether she was really scared or just pretending to be scared. However, to make it easier to move, he reluctantly pulled his arm out. Don't be too far apart for a while, especially Ting Ting. We have to take care of each other, he said, and the three of them walked into the scrap yard together. Next to the gate is a small bungalow, surrounded by various waste, metal parts, broken furniture, broken glass, and many cardboard boxes. The materials needed to upgrade the vehicle include 300 kilograms of metal, 100 kilograms of glass, 300 kilograms of wood, and a basic electronic component. They already had 225 kilograms of iron ingots and basic electronic components. Chao Xian estimated that collecting the remaining materials within 2 hours shouldn't be a problem. Let's get started. The three of them resolutely began their collection. They decided to collect the same items, and the first step was to collect glass. There was a lot of broken glass here, both large and small. They focus on collecting large pieces of glass. If they encounter glass that exceeds the size of the decomposition table, they will move it to the car and smash it before decomposing it. However, these pieces of glass are very sharp and can easily be scratched. After a few trips, Xin Bing found a few pairs of gloves and handed them to Chao Xian and Xin Ting. Thank you, Sister Bing Bing. Chao Xian quickly took the gloves and put them on. After more than 10 minutes, the three of them had collected a total of 105 kilograms of glass. Next, they began collecting wood. Most of the furniture here was large, weighing an estimated 200 kilograms each. Based on this weight, Chao Xian estimated that 2 trips would be enough to collect enough wood. But the problem was that such a large object couldn't be disassembled directly. It would be great if I had a saw. Chao Xian thought to himself. Xin Bing seemed to see through his thoughts and said softly, "When I was taking the gloves just now, I saw a saw at the door." Great! Chao Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed to the door. Sure enough, on the ground, he found the half-meter-long handsaw hidden by the cardboard box. Chao Xian picked up a handsaw, and the three of them began to move the sofa. Although the sofa was large, it wasn't too heavy for 3 people to lift. After they moved the sofa to the car, Chao Xian picked up the saw and began to cut it. After about 10 minutes, Chao Xian finally sawed the 2-meter-long sofa into small enough pieces. Ding! Decomposition successful. Obtained 224 pieces of wood, 1 kilogram, 5 pieces of fabric, 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters. This single sofa already cleared half of the wood. They worked hard and repeated the process, quickly collecting another 184 pieces of wood and 4 pieces of cloth. By this time, the three had been working for nearly an hour, their clothes soaked with sweat and their faces covered in dust. Xin Ting, in particular, looked like a little cat, covered in dirt. However, Xin Ting no longer cared whether it was dirty or not. She casually sat on an abandoned sofa and said with a bit of pouting, "Sister, Brother Chao Xian, my hands are shaking so badly. How about we take a break?" "Okay, 10 minutes. Chao Xian agreed sympathetically. "Great." Xin Ting excitedly raised her hands and cheered. Xin Bing also sat beside Xin Ting, a few strands of sweat-soaked hair clinging to her forehead. She was panting slightly, but still as beautiful as ever. "I'll go inside to see if there's anything I can help with. If anything happens, remember to call me," Chao Xian told them. "Okay, go ahead." Xin Bing nodded. Chao Xian walked into the room and was greeted by a musty smell. The room was very simple, with only a bed and a table with a few dishes on it. Lighter. Chao Xian suddenly found a lighter on the corner of the table. He pressed it lightly, and a bright flame instantly shot out. It seemed the lighter was still usable. Just now, he had seen a mud stove outside the house with a frying pan on it. With the lighter, he could make a fire for some simple cooking or even boil some water. In the desk drawer, Chao Xian found a flashlight and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he squatted down and searched under the bed. As expected, he found a small air conditioner and a cardboard box that could be exchanged for Star Soul coins. Mini air conditioner, small but powerful. It provides both cooling and warmth, but requires power. Note 1. You can retrofit it to your car, using its electrical system. Note 2. Continue searching under the bed. You may also find a rechargeable battery. Cardboard box with unknown content 6. Schrodinger's cardboard box. You never know how many Star Soul coins are inside until you open it. Note, the possible number of Star Soul coins is 0 to 12. Chao Xian crouched down and continued searching, and sure enough, he found the battery at the very back. He decided to retrofit the air conditioner into the car, and the battery would be very useful. Chao Xian carried out the cardboard boxes, batteries, an air conditioner, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as he was about to sit down to rest, Shen Ting's terrified scream suddenly came from outside. Sister, Brother Chao Xian, help! There's a huge dog. Chapter 10. Shen Ting's active outside the house. A huge vicious dog, more than 1 meter long, was staring at Shen Ting with a fierce look. The vicious dog's body was muscular, its eyes were full of ferocity, its mouth was bared with sharp fangs, and its saliva was dripping continuously. Shen Ting was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her legs shaking violently. If she hadn't just gone to the toilet, she would probably have peed herself out of fear. The three of them worked for an hour, but the vicious dog didn't show up. Shen Ting and Shen Bing gradually relaxed their vigilance. So Shen Bing decided to go to the car to get some water, thinking that she would be back soon and nothing would happen. As a result, the vicious dog had been hiding behind the ruins, quietly observing. Seeing Shen Bing leave, the vicious dog rushed out without hesitation. Shen Ting screamed in fear at the sight of her panic. Seeing her panic, the vicious dog screamed and pounced on her even more frantically. Shen Ting's face turned pale in an instant, her heart filled with despair. Was she really going to die here? She regretted not being braver and not daring to express her feelings for Chao Xian. At this moment, the vicious dog above her head was about to pounce. Shen Ting closed her eyes, prepared to face the pain at that moment. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded, but what Shen Ting was waiting for was not severe pain. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Chao Xian rushing towards her like a god descending from the sky, standing firmly in front of her. The vicious dog, half pierced through by a piece of iron, lay on the ground howling in agony. Chao Xian, seeing the urgent situation and unable to rush over, happened to see a sharp piece of iron nearby and decisively struck. Fortunately, the strike was incredibly accurate, without the slightest deviation. Chao Xian quickly reached out and pulled Shen Ting up. After Shen Ting stood firm, she almost without thinking stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms tightly around Chao Xian's neck, and suddenly jumped into his arms, sobbing. Wow, Brother Chao Xian, I thought I would never see you again. Chao Xian held Shen Ting tightly in his arms, feeling her softness as cotton. The thin clothing on Shen Ting couldn't block the delicate touch. Shen Ting looked at the man who risked his life to save her, and the long-suppressed emotions in her heart suddenly burst out. She raised her head slightly, hugged him tighter, and without hesitation, pressed her lips against Chao Xian's. Ting Ting, you. Before Chao Xian could say anything, Shen Ting interrupted him eagerly. Don't say anything, Brother Chao Xian, kiss me. Chao Xian hadn't expected this girl to be so bold and direct. Shen Ting's kiss was completely unskillful, even a little awkward. Chao Xian could almost feel her nervousness and uneasiness, and her lips were bitten until they bled slightly. At this moment, Shen Bing's anxious voice came from outside the door. Chao Xian, Ting Ting, are you okay? Oh, sister is here. Shen Ting jumped out of Chao Xian's arms like a frightened little rabbit, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks in an instant. Chao Xian quickly put Shen Ting down and wiped the corner of his mouth inconspicuously. Shen Bing ran up to the 2 of them, her face full of anxiety. Are you okay? Just now a dog suddenly rushed out. It was so scary. Luckily, Brother Chao Xian got here in time. Shen Ting said with lingering fear. Shen Bing looked at the dead black dog, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Chao Xian gratefully. Thank you, Chao Xian. Then, Shen Bing bent down and carefully examined Shen Ting. Shen Ting blushed because of shyness, and Shen Bing mistakenly thought that she blushed because she was frightened. It's all my fault for being so careless. I shouldn't have left Ting Ting to get water by myself. Shen Bing blamed herself with regret. If anything really happened to Shen Ting, she would never forgive herself. Sister, I don't blame you. It was me who suggested going to get water. Shen Ting hugged her sister tightly, her eyes full of heartache. The 2 beautiful sisters embraced each other, a heartwarming scene. At this moment, Chao Xian noticed the bloodstains on Shen Bing's clothes that had not yet dried. His heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Sister Bing Bing, did you also encounter a dog? What? Shen Ting hurriedly let go of her sister and asked anxiously. Are you okay, sister? I'm fine. Shen Bing glanced at the dead black dog next to her and shook her head slightly. That dog was a little smaller than this one. I killed it with a knife. I'm glad no one was hurt. Chao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 vicious dogs are too cunning. They actually attacked me when I was away. If I hadn't arrived in time, and the other dog hadn't underestimated you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chao Xian said solemnly. This incident must be treated as a lesson. It must not happen again. After a short rest, the three of them continued collecting the metal. Since the metal parts didn't need to be cut and didn't hurt their hands, they could move them faster. Soon, they had collected all the remaining metal, leaving several dozen kilograms. Chao Xian sat in the driver's seat, opened the center console, and found the vehicle information panel. Materials required to upgrade to level 2. Random metal. 300 kilograms per 328 kilograms glass. 100 kilograms per 110 kilograms wood. 300 kilograms per 315 kilograms primary electronic components. 1/1. All vehicle upgrade materials have been collected. Do you want to upgrade? Chapter 11. Opening the blind box. Inside the car, two options suddenly popped up on the screen, yes and no. Chao Xian clicked yes, without hesitation. He turned and looked at Xun Bing and Xin Ting. Excitement gleamed in their eyes. Chao Xian was full of anticipation, imagining what the car would look like after the upgrade. Instantly, the vehicle vibrated slightly, and then a soft, mysterious light emanated from all parts of the vehicle. The light intertwined into a strange curtain of light, as if countless tiny parts were rapidly rotating and reorganizing, and a slight buzzing sound echoed in the air. The three of them sat in the car, stunned for a moment, their minds simultaneously racing. Shouldn't we get out of the car and head outside for safety? However, the upgrade process was quickly over. The light dissipated, and the car underwent a noticeable change. The first thing you notice is the cabin space, which has become noticeably more spacious, and the air has become fresher, making you feel extra comfortable. Next, everyone looks at the center console. The original screen has become larger and clearer, displaying the upgraded vehicle information. Vehicle, small truck, vehicle features, 150 slots level, LV2 fuel tank, 60 L fuel consumption, 1 L/22 km speed, 100 km per hour current maximum capacity, for people. Next level consumption, 1,000 kilograms of random metal, 300 kilograms of glass, 500 kilograms of wood, intermediate electronic components. Ding. The vehicle has reached level 2, and the vehicle has received a slight overall enhancement. The decomposition table and storage table have been enlarged. Ding. Unlock the modification function. You can modify the items in the storage table with the vehicle. After confirming the modification, the system will automatically install it on the vehicle. After the vehicle upgrade, fuel consumption decreased, the fuel tank became larger, and the speed increased significantly. What excited Chao Xian the most was that the next level could actually be upgraded to a medium-sized truck. If it continued to upgrade, wouldn't it directly become a semi-trailer? Chao Xian then fixed his gaze on the final prompt. Unlock the modification function, he said excitedly. Xin Bing and Xun Ting exchanged a puzzled look. Chao Xian explained with a smile. I found a small air conditioner under the bed in that room. If we use the battery alone, the power will run out quickly. But if we can retrofit it to the car, we can enjoy air conditioning in the future. Hearing this, Xin Bing and Xun Ting's emotions suddenly became excited. Today's heat was already unbearable for them. Then let's try it. Xin Ting said excitedly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Don't be impatient. Wait for me to move the things over. Chao Xian said as he got out of the car. I'll go move the air conditioner over. Xin Ting jumped out of the car eagerly and followed closely behind Chao Xian. After getting out of the car, Chao Xian noticed some changes to the exterior. The texture was better, and it looked much more durable. He gently touched the car's body, then picked up the air conditioner and quickly walked towards the cabin. The two of them hurriedly moved the air conditioner over and put it away on the storage table. Chao Xian activated the modify function again and easily found the small air conditioner on the storage table. Ding! This item can be modified with the vehicle. Are you sure? Yes. Chao Xian confirmed without hesitation. Then, another flash of light appeared in the car. When it faded, a button for the air conditioning appeared on the center console. The three of them pressed it eagerly, and the car instantly became cooler, like a stream of fresh air, rapidly dissipating the parched air. The three of them felt as if they had stepped from a scorching desert into a vibrant oasis. They felt much more relaxed and refreshed. A few minutes later, Xun Bing reluctantly said, "Keep playing for a while. We still need to find some other useful things and get ready to go." The three of them then went through the scrapyard again. Besides finding a saw, a frying pan, an unopened bag of salt, and a half-empty bottle of dish soap, they also found a battery. There were also 2 wooden chairs and a small wooden table, which they also collected. Finally, they arrived at the 6 boxes inside the house. Chao Xian said, These boxes can randomly open 0 to 12 star soul coins. Who wants to open one? Shin-ting excitedly raised her hand and shouted, "Blind box? I want to open one." Shin-bing seemed calmer. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "Since there are 6, why don't we each open 2? Chao Xian thought Shin-bing's suggestion was reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay, then each of us will open 2. Ting-ting, you go first and satisfy your blind box addiction." Shin-ting's face was filled with anticipation. She rubbed her hands together and immediately picked up a box. She smiled and said, "The most I've ever won on a scratch-off lottery ticket is 100 yuan. She took a deep breath, as if to absorb all the good luck, and then suddenly opened the box. The box emitted a faint light. Shin-ting hurriedly reached out and fished it out, unexpectedly pulling out a star soul coin. Why? Why is there only one? Shin-ting looked at the star soul coin in her hand, the smile on her face instantly frozen, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and placed her hopes on the second box. "Humph, the first one doesn't count. Let's see if the second one will bring me better luck." She muttered, holding the second box, took a deep breath again, and opened it suddenly. However, the box was completely empty, without even a single star soul coin. Shin-ting's shoulders instantly slumped, and she felt like a deflated ball. How could this be? Not even a single one. Chao Xian, seeing her dejected, quickly comforted her. "How about I give you my 2, maybe you'll have better luck later on." Shin-ting quickly shook her head. Forget it, brother Chao Xian, you should drive." Shin-bing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "Ting-ting, you haven't forgotten how many lottery tickets you scratched to get that 100 yuan, have you?" Shin-ting said sheepishly. "It seems. I spent over 2,000 to win that one ticket." Chao Xian nearly laughed out loud. $2,000 and only won 100. Shin-ting was truly an unlucky child. Without hesitation, he walked over and opened 2 boxes, ultimately revealing 6 star soul coins. As for Shin-bing, she was incredibly lucky, winning 10 star soul coins. For the next 20 minutes, Shin-bing and Shin-ting continued to move metal parts, wasting no time. Chao Xian, meanwhile, picked up the bodies of the 2 vicious dogs with a knife. He had used his innate talent to examine the 2 bodies and confirmed that there were no viruses or other dangerous substances. Although Chao Xian usually opposed eating dog meat, in this situation, no food could be wasted. Chapter 12. In the wet car, Shin-bing and Shin-ting had just dealt with 2 seriously injured dogs, and their blood had almost dried up. Chao Xian decisively cut them open, cut them into several pieces, rinsed them briefly with mineral water, and then stuffed them all into the storage table. In such hot weather, meat usually spoils quickly, but will it change after being placed on the storage table? Chao Xian also plans to use this opportunity to experiment with the effect of the storage table. At this time, Shin-bing and Shin-ting came over, beads of sweat on their foreheads and slid down their cheeks. "Chao Xian, there are only 3 minutes left," Shin-bing said while panting. Chao Xian quickly took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to them. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll drive this time." Shin-bing took the water and nodded gently. "Okay." Everyone set off again. Chao Xian flipped on the air conditioner, and immediately a cool breeze filled the air. He thought to himself, there probably aren't many survivors who can enjoy air conditioning like us these days, right? Shin-ting was sitting in the back seat, happily eating a biscuit. Suddenly, she realized that Chao Xian hadn't eaten yet. She quickly handed her half-eaten compressed biscuit to him and said sweetly, "Well, brother Chao Xian, thanks to you, we can enjoy the air conditioning. Have a biscuit too." "Thank you, Ting-ting." Chao Xian opened his mouth slightly and let Shin-ting put the biscuit into his mouth. As soon as the biscuit entered his mouth, Chao Xian immediately noticed something strange. Why was the biscuit missing a corner and a little wet? He subconsciously looked up at the rearview mirror and saw Shin-ting's face turn red instantly, like a ripe apple. Apparently, she only realized this embarrassing situation after handing over the cookie. Chao Xian had no choice but to pretend he didn't notice, chewing the cookie as if nothing had happened and swallowing it. Shin-ting handed over another bottle of water. After Chao Xian finished drinking the water, he looked down and found that his bottle of water was still in its original place. In other words, Shin-ting had drunk from this bottle of water. Shin-bing sat in the passenger seat, watching this scene with mixed feelings. As a sister, she had never enjoyed such treatment while driving. Before they knew it, the car had already been driving for half an hour, and night had quietly fallen. The transition between day and night here was seamless, as if day had been swallowed up by darkness in the blink of an eye. The temperature plummeted, and Shin-ting, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly turned off the air conditioner. Since the modified unit was just an old-fashioned small portable unit with no heating function, the three of them immediately began to shiver. Everyone was wearing only short-sleeved shirts, and the chill began to bite. Thick clothes had been stored in the storage area, and to get them out, they had to park the car. At that moment, Chao Xian faintly heard the sound of claws scraping against the car body. After some thought, he decided to wait until the next stop before stopping. The two women agreed. So Chao Xian stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. Fortunately, half an hour later, they received the next warning. Second route, continue 30 kilometers and you'll encounter a dangerous area, the horror ward. Here you'll encounter transformed patients, but you can find physical strengthening potions in the dean's office. Note, once you enter the core area, you can stay in this area for 12 hours. If you don't enter, you can stay for a maximum of 30 minutes. Another horror ward. Chao Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the sign in front of him. The horror ward was definitely not a good place. Who knew what those mutant patients had been transformed into? At least I had to prepare weapons or strengthen my physique before entering. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot of the horror ward. Chao Xian turned the steering wheel and parked directly in front of the ward. An old Santana was parked in a spot in the parking lot. A middle-aged man and woman sat inside, visible through the window. Seeing Chao Xian's car, they showed excitement on their faces and hurriedly pushed open the door. The middle-aged man stepped over to Chao Xian's car window and said expectantly, "Brother, we are thinking of finding a room in this hospital to rest for the night. Maybe we can find something to eat. How about you guys come with us? More people means we can look after each other." Chao Xian was stunned for a moment, thinking, this guy actually wants to spend the night in the horror ward? He might not even have any bones left by the next day. He opened the car door and looked toward the hospital. It looked normal from the outside, its off-white walls looking a bit worn in the dim light, its lines neat and tidy. A few red slogans, written neatly on the walls, read, "Save the dying and the wounded, fulfill our mission." Without understanding the horrors within, many people might be fooled by this seemingly normal appearance and easily walk into this dangerous hospital. Chao Xian shook his head and said calmly, "We'll rest here for a while before continuing on our journey. I advise you not to rush into this hospital." The man was a little surprised when he saw Chao Xian's refusal and returned to the car. Chao Xian took out some thick clothes from the storage table and returned to the car. After the three of them changed their clothes, Shen Bing took the driving seat and Chao Xian sat in the passenger seat. "Let's go." "Okay." Shen Bing started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. "I really hope the next stop is a rest area, otherwise we can only take turns driving overnight." In the parking space, the man and the woman watched Chao Xian and his group leave quickly, looking at each other. The woman's face was filled with astonishment, and she murmured in disbelief, "They just left like that?" The man looked solemn, and recalling Chao Xian's calm appearance just now, it didn't seem like he was talking nonsense at all. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Let's go too. The military has announced the rules for the rest area in the chat channel. That's the best place to rest at night." The woman was unhappy when she heard this and complained, "We've been driving all day. Aren't you tired? I'm almost exhausted. In my opinion, those people just now were just cowards. How could there be any danger in such an ordinary hospital?" The man looked at the savage woman in front of him and couldn't help but get angry. Without saying a word, he fastened his seat belt, stepped on the accelerator, and shouted angrily, "If you don't drive, I will. Anyway, I will never rest here." For the rest of the journey, Chao Xian sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, resting. He had to be well rested and ready to drive all night. Time slipped by quietly, and after 2 hours of driving, they finally came to a fork in the road. Shen Bing quickly called out, "Chao Xian, we've reached the fork. Check if there's a rest area." Chao Xian shuddered and immediately regained consciousness. He took a closer look and said excitedly, "Turn right and we'll reach the rest area in another 20 kilometers. Chapter 13, Part 1. The 20-kilometer journey was over in the blink of an eye. Chao Xian looked up at the time. It was 8:25. Entering the rest area now would give him just enough time to stay until tomorrow morning. He prayed silently, hoping there was still a parking space. Otherwise, he would have to continue on his way. At the turn, the car entered a new stop. A familiar chime sounded. "Welcome to the rest area." Chao Xian was already familiar with the rules of the rest area, so he ignored the chime and accelerated directly towards the parking lot. He noticed that the parking spaces ahead were already occupied. Chao Xian had no choice but to continue driving backwards. His brand new car caught the attention of many survivors, and everyone looked at him. Why are their cars so new? Are they just lucky and happen to drive a newer car? They drive a small truck. Our broken three-wheeled car is leaking air from all sides. We almost froze to death on the way here. This tricycle at least has more storage space. My old man only has 10 compartments, which is terrible. At this time, a man wearing glasses spoke up. According to information revealed by the military in the chat channel, the appearance of the vehicle will change after upgrading. Only by upgrading the vehicle as soon as possible will the chance of survival be greater. They must have upgraded the vehicle. His words drew amazement from the crowd, who wondered how they had managed to collect so much material in just one day. Most of the survivors present had come here cautiously. By now, many were starving, and only a few had some gains, but not much. Everyone's eyes turned to the two men parked in the middle. They had somehow acquired a Glock 17 and, upon arriving, were using it to threaten everyone into handing over anything useful. The others dared not speak out, and the only two who dared to resist were now dead, thrown in their own car. This was the first time everyone truly realized that in this place, law and humanity were almost meaningless. Chao Xian slowly parked the car in the last empty space. At this moment, the door of the second-to-last parking space suddenly opened. Miao Hong got out of the car and saw the brand-new truck. His eyes lit up with surprise. Wasn't this the car of the guy who warned him not to stay in the hospital that day? He had been here for more than 10 minutes, but as soon as he parked the car, he was blackmailed by the two big men. Looking at the black muzzles of the guns in the hands of the two men, Miao Hong reluctantly allowed them to search the storage cabinet in the car under everyone's persuasion. In the end, they even found his only lighter. The storage cabinet of each car can only be opened by outsiders after the owner is dead. The two men said they wouldn't hurt anyone if they handed over all their supplies, but who could guarantee they wouldn't have evil intentions in the middle of the night? At this moment, Miao Hong desperately wanted to huddle with Chao Xian for warmth. Perhaps that would make life safer. Seeing Chao Xian roll down the window, Miao Hong immediately bent down and greeted him warmly. "Brother, we meet again. Do you remember me?" Chao Xian was slightly startled. His eyes fell on Miao Hong, and after a moment of recollection, he remembered him. "I didn't expect to meet him again. Hello, my name is Chao Xian." Miao Hong immediately stretched out his hands and said respectfully, "Hello, Brother Xian. My name is Miao Hong." Although Miao Hong was much older than him, and Chao Xian was a little uncomfortable with him calling him brother, in this place, whoever was capable was the boss, so he did not feel disgusted and accepted the title frankly. Chao Xian opened the car door and got out. He glanced around and saw that the survivors were divided into two teams. One team was a dozen players gathered together, both men and women. When they looked at him, some were full of envy, while others looked at him with pity. The other team consisted of two armed men, their eyes filled with hostility. "Those two guys look fierce," Shen Ting whispered in the car. "Miao Hong, you're here early. Tell me about the current situation." Chao Xian asked calmly, his arms folded, leaning slightly against the car. Miao Hong hurried to Chao Xian's side and whispered, "Brother Xian, those two guys had guns in their hands. They showed off their power as soon as they arrived and looted everyone's belongings. Anyone who dared to resist was hacked to death. Brother Xian, just be submissive and let them search you. We'll take turns keeping watch at night, and they shouldn't go too far." Hearing Miao Hong's whisper, Chao Xian nodded slightly. A moment later, the two men slowly approached. A bald man swung a Glock 17, making a crisp sound. "Hey, kid, be good and let us search you. Then check the storage counter and hand over all the valuables," the bald man said in a threatening tone. "What else? You should know." His voice was full of provocation. Chao Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. These two were incredibly lucky, having gotten their hands on guns on the first day. Handing over the supplies was out of the question. After all, he had accumulated so much in his storage area. How could he let them go to someone else? From Chao Xian's observation, the two men only had one gun in their hands. The man holding the gun had delicate hands and no earmuffs, which meant he had never handled a firearm before. So, there was still a chance. At that moment, Shen Bing and Shen Ting also got out of the car and walked over to Chao Xian, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "Wow, there are two beautiful girls. Damn, this guy is so lucky." The tall and thin man next to the bald man suddenly laughed. The tall, thin man's eyes wandered over Shen Bing and Shen Ting, full of obscenity and disdain. The bald man laughed obscenely and pointed his gun at Chao Xian. "Lazy, go search these two girls and see if they have any hidden treasures." "Lazy," the tall, thin man laughed obscenely, rubbed his hands, and walked towards Shen Bing and Shen Ting. Shen Ting was so frightened that she took a few steps back. Miao Hong quickly leaned over to Chao Xian's ear and said anxiously, "Brother Xian, be patient for a while. They have guns. Maybe they'll just search you and won't do anything too extreme." Although Miao Hong said this, he didn't really believe it in his heart. After all, even his teammate had been violated by these two people, let alone Shen Bing and Shen Ting. two girls with good figures and beautiful faces. Chao Xian maintained a calm expression, but mentally he was already rapidly formulating a response strategy. The distance between them and me was about 1.5 meters. For an average person, it takes about 0.5 to 1 second to aim and pull the trigger. He probably didn't expect me to resist, so his reaction time might have been slightly delayed. As long as I can quickly rush to his side within this period of time, disrupt his shooting route, or even take the gun away, I can complete the counterattack. Chao Xian quickly simulated the actions in his mind, looking for the best time. At this moment, he felt a cold, soft hand gently grasp his. Judging from the size of the hand, it must be Sister Bingbing. Chao Xian's heart moved, and he understood instantly. Shin Bing's fingers slid slowly across his palm, as if writing something, and finally formed a word up. Chapter 14, Seizing the Gun. Feeling the tingling sensation on his palm, Chao Xian smiled slightly in his heart. It seems that Shin Bing is also ready to take action. With her keen sense, she must have taken a knife when she got out of the car. With Shin Bing's skills, Chao Xian thought it would not be a problem to deal with an unarmed pervert. At worst, I can support her at any time as long as I grab the gun. Chao Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became sharp. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Shin Bing out of the corner of his eye. He saw that she looked calm and was holding a fruit knife in her hand, but the big man didn't notice it because of her sleeves and the car door. Little sister, if you don't want to be shot, just stand still. Just as the tall and thin man was about to walk up to Shin Bing and Shin Ting and stretched out his greasy hand to grab Shin Bing, Chao Xian moved. He was like a black lightning, rushing towards the bald man with lightning speed. The bald man was originally pointing his gun at Chao Xian with a smug look on his face. He never expected that this guy would dare to resist, and he was stunned for a moment. Relying on his accurate judgment of distance and time, Chao Xian had already approached the bald man before he could react. He suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the bald man's wrist holding the gun, and twisted it upward with force. Oh! The bald man felt pain, and the Glock 17 in his hand almost slipped. Chao Xian took advantage of the situation and grabbed the gun, then put it against the big man's forehead. Almost at the same moment, Shin Bing also made a move. She suddenly pulled out her hand from behind the door, and with a flash of cold light, she stabbed directly at the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man was concentrating on Shin Bing and Shin Ting, and had no idea that Shin Bing would suddenly counterattack. By the time he realized the danger, the dagger was already close to his throat. He widened his eyes in horror and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The next moment, the fruit knife in Shin Bing's hand had already pierced his chest. The fruit knife was halfway penetrated and blood gushed out instantly. Well, the tall and thin man groaned in pain. His body swayed a few times, and he slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, as if he had never expected until his death that this seemingly weak woman would act so decisively and ruthlessly. Shin Bing had a look of disgust on her face. She endured the discomfort and quickly pulled out the fruit knife, then stabbed him again. Her younger sister Shin Ting is her bottom line, but the man in front of her actually dared to set his sights on her and her younger sister. He must not be forgiven. As the tall and thin man died wailing, the bald man who had a gun pointed at his head by Chao Xian also showed fear in his eyes. Brother, please leave some space for me so we can meet again in the future. Please spare my life. From now on I will obey your orders. The bald man never expected that these two women and Chao Xian, who looked like a college student, would be so difficult to deal with. He begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Chao Xian sneered when he heard this. If Shin Bing and I were not both strong, I don't know what would have happened to us. Chao Xian didn't dare to think about it too much. The behavior of these two men had completely angered him. Spare your life? Huh. Chao Xian grabbed the man's collar, dragged him to the side of the car, and slammed his head against the front of the car. Bang! With a dull thud, a bloody cut instantly appeared on the man's forehead, and blood slowly flowed down his cheek. I'll let you search me. Leave me a way out. Let you? Chao Xian was like an angry beast at this moment, with amazing strength. He grabbed his hair tightly and slammed his head against the front of the car every time he spoke. Ah! The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His body struggled desperately, and his hands waved wildly in the air. Chao Xian slowly let go of his hand only after the man was completely motionless and collapsed limply to the ground. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, his eyes still filled with rage. He glanced at the besiegers and then turned his gaze to Miao Hong. Sorry for making a mess on your car. Miao Hong quickly glanced at the car, which had a large dent in its rim and was covered in blood, and said hurriedly, No problem, no problem. Taking a long breath, Chao Xian observed the Glock 17 in his hand. Brand new Glock 17 pistol. Classic semi-automatic pistol with extremely high reliability and excellent shooting performance. The overall weight is light, easy to carry and operate. The standard magazine capacity is 17 rounds, equipped with 9mm caliber bullets, and the effective range can reach 50 meters. Durability, 98%. Magazine, 7 out of 17. There are only 7 shots left. Chao Xian muttered to himself with regret. Miao Hong, who was standing by, showed a shocked expression when he heard this. Chao Xian just stared at the pistol and knew how many bullets were left. He thought for a moment, then asked, Brother Xian, you're not from the military, are you? After much thought, he felt that if someone had this ability, he must have played with guns frequently. Normally, only the military had this condition. No. Chao Xian shook his head, then said to Miao Hong, come and help me. Miao Hong was a little confused but not doubtful, and quickly responded, yeah, okay. Chao Xian came to the two men's car, which was also an old van. Lin Lei and Sun Tao's vehicle, level 1 van. Currently cannot be disassembled directly. The function of disassembling other people's vehicles is unlocked after the vehicle reaches level 3. It wasn't surprising that Chao Xian couldn't disassemble the car directly. He originally called Miao Hong so that he could help him move things and dismantle the car. Chao Xian first opened the car door, then piled a lot of clothes on the seat, as well as a small hammer, clothes, mineral water and other things, and even half a piece of dry bread on the top. Miao Hong on the side continued, Brother Xian, these things were taken from us by the two of them. Chao Xian shook his head. He looked down upon this little thing. Go and get everyone to come over and take back their things. Miao Hong immediately responded with a laugh. Friends, this little brother Chao Xian is willing to return what those two bastards stole from us. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the two big men being quickly dealt with. When they heard this, they learned that they didn't need to worry at night, and that Chao Xian was willing to return the supplies, and they were immediately surprised. Brother Chao Xian is awesome. Brother Xian is so handsome. There were exclamations of praise one after another. Chao Xian turned around, opened the trunk of the van, and checked the storage table. Iron ingot 27, glass block 35, mineral water 2, 9mm caliber bullet 12, Star Soul coin 2, gasoline, 60L, 1. Although the things were not much, they were better than nothing. Besides, there were Star Soul coins and bullets. Chao Xian was quite satisfied with this. He took out all these things and asked Miao Hong to help him move them back to his car. Afterwards, Chao Xian planned to dismantle all the parts of the van that could be dismantled. After all, resources should not be wasted. The car doors and other parts that could be removed without tools were all removed by Chao Xian. At this time, everyone who had taken their things also gathered around and helped Chao Xian carry them. Finally, these disassembled parts are placed on the disassembly table for disassembly. The 4 car doors, bumper, hood, were all disassembled, and a total of 200 iron ingots were obtained. By the time all this was done, it was already 10 p.m., and most people had locked their car doors and were ready to rest. They had no food to eat that night, and most of them didn't even have water to drink. They could only endure hunger and thirst and survive until the next day. However, Chao Xian and the other two did not choose to return to the car immediately. He took out some wood, chopped it carefully with a kitchen knife, and then lit it, raising a warm flame. Then he cut a few more sticks and built a simple wooden rack, on which he roasted the dog meat he had obtained during the day. Soon, the flames licked the dog meat happily, making an enticing sizzling sound. The fat slowly seeped out and dripped onto the flames, raising a cloud of smoke with a rich meaty aroma. Chao Xian focused on turning the dog meat over and over to ensure that every part was heated evenly. When the dog meat was almost cooked, he opened the bag of salt he found at the scrapyard and carefully sprinkled the salt evenly on the meat. The alluring aroma gradually spread in the air, becoming stronger and stronger. It looks delicious. Shin Ting's eyes lit up instantly, and a trace of crystal saliva unconsciously overflowed from the corner of her mouth, which she quickly sucked back. Shin Bing's lower abdomen also made a gurgling sound at an inopportune time, and her face turned red instantly, as if blood could drip out. Chao Xian chuckled and took out 2 bottles of drinks, handing one to each of the 2 women. It should be almost done. Let's eat. Chapter 15 Carriage Modification Card. Shin Ting cheered and reached out to take the roasted dog meat impatiently, but she was burned and cried out, ouch. Seeing this, Shin Bing gave her sister a reproachful look, gently slapped her hand away, then picked up a piece of golden roasted dog meat, blew on it carefully, and then handed it to Shin Ting. Shin Ting took the meat and took a big bite, her face full of satisfaction. It's so delicious, Brother Chao Xian. You should eat it too. Shen Bing ate in small bites. Although she tried her best to remain elegant, her increasing eating speed still exposed her hunger. Chao Xian watched the two girls eating happily, and he also picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. It tastes really good. Chao Xian couldn't help but praise. This simply roasted dog meat, although without any complicated seasoning, is exceptionally delicious in this survival environment where supplies are scarce. The three of them were enjoying their meal, and the tempting aroma of the barbecue drifted slowly into the other cars along with the cold night wind. In Miao Hong's car next door, Miao Hong had already folded up his car seat and curled up on it, ready to sleep, when he was suddenly woken up by his teammate Zhang Xia. Lao Miao? Wake up! What's the matter? Miao Hong opened his sleepy eyes impatiently. He was hungry and cold at this moment, and all he wanted was to have a quick sleep and get through this long night until tomorrow morning. Do you smell anything? Zhang Xia's tone was filled with excitement. Fragrance. Miao Hong stood up puzzledly and sniffed the air hard. Sure enough, he caught a hint of the tempting aroma of meat. Is this the smell of barbecue? Miao Hong twitched his nose, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not smelled such an alluring fragrance for a long time. In this survival environment with extremely scarce supplies, this fragrance seemed like the sound of nature from heaven. Soon, he caught the source of the fragrance. It was next to Chao Xian's truck. The flickering fire was the source of the barbecue aroma. It's Brother Chao Xian and the others barbecuing. Zhang Xia swallowed her saliva, her eyes full of desire, and said, It seems they grilled quite a bit, and they have two little girls, so they definitely can't finish it all. Miao Hong frowned slightly when he heard this and said, What do you mean? Brother Chao Xian has already helped us a lot. How can we let him give us such precious food for free? Who said it's free? Zhang Xia immediately defended herself. We can exchange it with them. Exchange? What can we exchange for? Brother Chao Xian definitely has enough of this lighter. Miao Hong said helplessly. While Miao Hong was speaking, Zhang Xia had already quickly pulled out a small, shiny card from under the passenger seat. When she saw the two big men about to search her, she quickly stuffed the card under the seat with her quick reaction. They got this card when they passed by a car repair shop during the day. As soon as they entered, they heard a strange noise, which scared them so much that they ran out quickly, but they accidentally picked up this card. It was a carriage modification card. As long as there was a suitable location on the vehicle, the carriage could be added, but their car could not use it. Yes, Brother Chao Xian's truck must have enough space for modification. We can't use it anyway, so we might as well exchange some food with them. Zhang Xia said excitedly. Miao Hong looked at the modified card in Zhang Xia's hand. The hesitation in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he said, Okay, let's go and give it a try. If Brother Chao Xian doesn't want to change, we won't force him. The two men held the modified cards and walked carefully towards Chao Xian and his car. At this time, Shen Ting, Shen Bing, and Chao Xian were sitting around the campfire, enjoying delicious barbecue. At this moment, the wall in the car behind them cleverly blocked most of the cold wind. Coupled with the blazing fire, the three of them were drinking drinks and eating barbecue, feeling extremely comfortable. Chao Xian was the first to notice the footsteps behind him. He turned around cautiously and saw a familiar figure. Miao Hong? Miao Hong scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Brother Chao Xian, we just smelled the aroma of barbecue and couldn't help it. We don't want to take your food for free. We want to exchange something with you. He gestured for Zhang Xia to take out the modification card. Zhang Xia looked at the barbecue in the hands of the three people and swallowed hard, then quickly handed over the modified card in her hand. Chao Xian took the modification card, and a prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Special item, carriage modification card. This card contains special modification technology and techniques, which can be used to add and modify the carriages of compatible vehicles. The modified carriage not only significantly increases storage space, but also has certain protective properties, effectively resisting external impacts and erosion from harsh environments. Consumable materials: iron ingots 300, foam board 100, 3 barrels of anti-rust paint. Chao Xian's eyes lit up. I thought the two of them got nothing, but I didn't expect they picked up such a good thing. This item has certain requirements for the car model. Ordinary vehicles simply do not have enough space for modification, but my small truck is just the right size for it. Change it, Chao Xian said decisively. He took off most of the roasted hind leg meat and handed it to Miao Hong, originally intending to save it for eating on the road. Then he took out 4 bottles of water and handed them to Miao Hong. Isn't this too much? Miao Hong said in surprise as he looked at the piece of meat almost as big as his arm and the 4 bottles of water. Not much. This modified card is worth the price. Chao Xian shook his head and said seriously, He claims that he is not a very kind person, but he would not do anything too detrimental to others. Miao Hong took the meat and water, his face full of gratitude, and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Chao Xian." Not long after Miao Hong finished speaking, more people gathered around the fire. The survivors in other cars also came over after smelling the fragrance, and there were sounds of exclamations and swallowing of saliva one after another. They're actually eating barbecue. It smells so good. The group of people looked for a while, and finally a man wearing glasses stepped forward. "Hello, my friend. So many of us are still hungry. You have so much food here, and you three can't finish it all. Why don't you share some with us? We are all trying to survive in this apocalypse, so let's help each other." The man with glasses had a fake smile on his face, but his eyes were staring greedily at the remaining barbecue on the grill. "That's right. You have so much food, but it's just a drop in the bucket for you, but it's life-saving food for us." "That's right. We're all in this together, so what's wrong with sharing some food? Don't be so stingy." As soon as the man with glasses said this, his two female teammates immediately echoed him, and at the same time several other people also said the same thing. Chao Xian sneered when he heard this, his eyes full of disdain. After a casual glance, I found that the people who were talking were the ones who took back the stolen items from the car during the day and left without even saying thank you. Shen Ting and Shen Bing were so angry that their eyebrows were raised. These people were so shameless to carry out moral kidnapping. It was really too much. Chao Xian frowned, but before he could speak, Miao Hong said, "Brother, we didn't get this barbecue for nothing. I traded this modification card with Brother Chao Xian. Food is so hard to come by these days. You should know that if you want to eat, you have to exchange it for something valuable." Miao Hong was a man who knew how to repay kindness. In his opinion, he had taken advantage of Chao Xian, so he stood up without hesitation and launched a powerful counterattack against the man with glasses. "You!" The man with glasses and several women were speechless. But those women showed signs of throwing a tantrum, and they pushed themselves to the front of the crowd. "Don't be so stingy, otherwise if you have difficulties in the future, don't expect us to help you." A woman said this, her hand already reaching out to the fire. Bang! Anger flashed in Chao Xian's eyes, and he quickly reached out and slapped the woman's hand hard. The woman screamed when she was hit, quickly retracted her hand, and her face showed a mixture of anger and grievance. "What are you doing? How can you hit someone?" The woman covered her beaten hand and yelled loudly. Chao Xian immediately stood up and without hesitation gave the woman another loud slap in the face, with another crisp "pa" sound. He directly showed the pistol at his waist, his eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "If you want food, you can exchange it for supplies. Common upgrade materials, props, are all fine. If you want to grab it, feel free to come up and try." As soon as Chao Xian said this, there was a sudden silence all around. Including the woman who had just been beaten, she was now trembling with fear and dared not speak again. They originally thought that Chao Xian might be young and shameless, and wanted to use moral kidnapping to get some food for free. But when Chao Xian got angry just now, they suddenly remembered that this was a ruthless character who killed two big men without saying a word. What's more, he has a gun in his hand. Isn't it tantamount to seeking death to use moral blackmail in front of him? There were many people who did not speak up just now. They really wanted to exchange for some food, but they had nothing useful on them except the clothes. Suddenly, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s had his eyes light up. After talking with his teammates for a while, he quickly ran to their car. After a while, the two came back, one holding the hood and the other holding the trunk door. "Brother, can we exchange these two for something to eat?" the young man asked nervously. Chapter 16 Carriage. Looking at the things in the two people's hands, everyone was stunned. Chao Xian was also shocked, his mouth wide open, while Shen Ting almost laughed out loud. No, these two guys dismantled their own car in exchange for food? Chao Xian was secretly shocked. One of the young men, who should still be a student, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Just now, when I saw you dismantling those two guys' car, I suddenly came up with this idea. After all, once we find the supplies, the car can be repaired." I have to say that these two young people are very quick-witted. It's like taking out a loan in exchange for food, except you'll have to suffer a bit until you find enough repair materials. Looking at the expectant looks on their faces, Chao Xian nodded and took the items from their hands. The car hood and trunk should be placed on the decomposition table, and a total of 35 iron ingots were decomposed. Chao Xian thought for a moment, took out a bottle of water, and cut a palm-sized piece of meat from the meat roasting over the flames. "How about this? 35 iron ingots in exchange for a bottle of water and this piece of meat." Chao Xian said, "Thank you so much." The two young men were full of gratitude and quickly took the water and food handed to them by Chao Xian. They never thought that they could exchange for so many things. You know, on today's trading platforms, a bottle of water is even sold at a high price of several hundred iron ingots. If anyone else wants to exchange it, the price will be the same. Chao Xian glanced at the people around him and said in a deep voice. He naturally also paid attention to the prices on the trading platform, but Chao Xian felt that those prices had no reference value at all. After all, there are very few people who have water and food right now, and even if someone gets them, most of them will keep them for themselves. Therefore, a few people who list their products on the platform are not satisfied with the low price, so they set the price far higher than the value of the product itself. In this way, no one will buy it no matter how long it is listed. After hearing Chao Xian's words, the remaining few people looked at each other, their eyes revealing an irrepressible excitement. They were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs, and they had been sweating all day and were extremely dehydrated. The people in the same car gathered together, whispered a few words, then quickly ran back to the car and began to dismantle the parts that could be removed from the car. For a moment, the sound of forced dismantling of cars could be heard around each car. Some people did not have enough strength to dismantle the car, so they simply picked up a stone and smashed it hard at the car parts. Soon, they came to Chao Xian with the dismantled car parts. Some people, like the two young men earlier, removed the hood and trunk lid. Some people worry about the car leaking air at night, so they just remove the hood. Chao Xian exchanged the water and food he wanted for these people in turn according to the number of iron ingots he decomposed. After the sixth person was replaced, Chao Xian looked up inadvertently and saw a familiar face. Isn't that the guy with glasses who wanted me to give him food for free? His two female teammates are also next to him. Looking at the people queuing up behind, they were also the ones who had followed the man with glasses to make trouble. They didn't want to give in at first, but they couldn't help themselves when they saw others enjoying the delicious barbecue. Chao Xian's face darkened and he said coldly, "Don't even think about changing." "Why?" The man with glasses looked surprised. He had already dismantled the car, and now he was told that he couldn't replace it? Haha. Chao Xian raised his pistol and aimed at the man. "If you don't get out of here now, don't even think about leaving." The man with glasses and his two female teammates looked at the black muzzle of Chao Xian's gun. The surprise on their faces instantly turned into fear, and their legs began to tremble. "Get out!" Chao Xian shouted again coldly. "We don't want to change." The remaining people immediately fled in all directions. "These people are the most annoying," Shen Ting said with a frown. Shen Bing was a little worried. "Will they bear a grudge against us? We have guns and weapons. Nothing will happen." Chao Xian was not too worried, but still said, "But it's best if we take turns keeping watch at night. I'll be on duty for the first period." The two girls nodded in agreement. Chao Xian stood up and studied the modification card. Now they had a total of 410 iron ingots, and the 300 iron ingots needed for the modification had been collected. All that was missing were 3 buckets of paint and 100 pieces of foam boards, neither of which was seen today. However, Chao Xian believed that even if they didn't have it, there must be players who did. So he immediately opened the bracelet, found the chat channel, and posted the message. "Looking to buy paint and foam board. We'll trade water and food." As soon as Chao Xian's message was released, it immediately caused an uproar in the chat channel. "Holy crap, boss, you're the first one to trade water and food in the chat. But the items you're exchanging are so unpopular. I picked up a few hundred rocks. Can I trade them for some food? Hey brother, can I exchange my original high five for a bottle of water? I have a crowbar. Who wants to trade it for some food? I take whatever I see. I actually have 3 buckets of paint. Boss, come trade with me." The survivors continued to refresh the screen, and several friend requests popped up in Chao Xian's background. Shen Ting leaned on Chao Xian's shoulder and noticed one of the requests with her sharp eyes. "Brother Chao Xian, don't agree to her request. What if she is sick? I will secretly give you mine when my sister falls asleep at night." Shen Ting pointed directly at the woman who was exchanging food for food. Chao Xian held his forehead and said helplessly, "Of course I won't trade with her." Having said that, he directly rejected the girl's friend request, and then agreed to several requests from people who noted that they had paint and foam boards. Because these 2 items are not currently needed for vehicle upgrades, the price Chao Xian paid for them is also very low. "I spent a total of 2 bottles of water and half a compressed biscuit to buy 3 buckets of white paint and 200 foam boards." Chao Xian took out the modification card, and immediately a message popped up in front of him. "Materials gathered. Do you want to use them?" There are also 2 virtual buttons below, yes and no. Chao Xian clicked yes, without hesitation. The next moment, light shone in the parking lot. The vehicle was enveloped in light and began to change rapidly. The ball of light wrapped around the car body suddenly expanded. After a few seconds, the light gradually dissipated, and the cargo box behind the car body had turned into a brand new carriage. The carriage is not big, but it can shelter from wind and rain compared to the original carriage. And there are foam boards to insulate and keep warm. If you lay a layer of foam boards inside and then rest, it will surely be warmer and more comfortable than lying on the car seat. It's getting late, time to go to bed. I'll be on guard for the first round of the night. Chao Xian opened the carriage door, took a look inside, and said, "Brother Chao Xian, it's so dark in there." Shen Ting hugged Chao Xian's arm and said coquettishly, "Why don't we stop keeping watch and go to bed together?" Chao Xian shook his head slightly and refused firmly. "We have to guard the night. What if someone breaks our windows, steals our things, and then drives away? You two go to sleep first, and we'll lay out the foam boards in the car." Shen Ting had no choice but to nod and agree. At this time, Shen Bing said, "We'll each keep watch for 2 hours, and I'll take over from you at 2 in the morning." Chao Xian nodded in agreement. He would not force himself to do anything at this time. He still had to drive tomorrow, and driving while tired was absolutely forbidden. Chapter 17, The Wrong One. After helping to close the car door, Chao Xian sat in the driver's seat alone again, with the Glock 17 still tucked into his waist. Through the glass, Miao Hong next to him waved his hand vigorously to say hello. They also planned to keep watch tonight. Chao Xian nodded as a response to Miao Hong. Then he slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat to rest. However, whenever sleepiness came like a tide, he would open the car window in time, let the cold night breeze blow across his face, and forcibly dispel the tiredness. Soon, 2 hours passed. Suddenly, the car door on one side was gently opened, and Shun Bing's pretty face, which was a little sleepy, appeared in front of him. The cold moonlight sprinkled on her face, adding a touch of hazy beauty to her. "Chao Xian, let me take over the night watch. You can go and get some rest." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Sister Bingbing." Chao Xian nodded and walked out of the car. Miao Hong, who was far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in his eyes. Having such a top beauty as a teammate, who is not only beautiful but also so considerate, is really enviable. Then I thought about my teammate Zhang Xia. Although I could make things clear through patient communication, it was simply a fantasy to expect her to take the initiative to replace me on time. Miao Hong sighed secretly, thinking to himself, "Well, I should go wake Zhang Xia up later and rest for a while." Miao Hong sighed silently. Chao Xian walked to the back of the car and opened the door slightly. The cold wind outside was like an ice knife rushing in. He didn't dare to open the door too wide, for fear that the biting cold wind would wake up Shen Ting, who was still sleeping in the car. After quickly stepping into the carriage, Chao Xian gently closed the door. The carriage was pitch black, with no sight of one's hand in front of one's face. He could only rely on his memory and feeling to grope his way inside. After taking a few steps, his hand touched a piece of cloth, and then a soft and warm touch came from his fingertips. It was Shun Ting's body. The three of them simply made a bed out of foam boards and used clothes as blankets. At this moment, the warm touch was undoubtedly Shen Ting. Chao Xian didn't want to wake Shen Ting, so he tried to move as quietly as possible and groped his way down to lie down. Then he picked up a piece of clothing and gently covered himself with it. But just a few seconds after closing his eyes, Chao Xian felt something stuffed into his hand. What was it? Was it clothes or something else? Just when Chao Xian was confused, Shen Ting suddenly squeezed into his arms. "Brother Chao Xian, these are the socks you wanted." Hearing this, Chao Xian was instantly shocked. His body froze in place, and he felt powerless as if he had been slandered. When did he ever ask for this? He always refused. Shen Ting misunderstood Chao Xian's refusal as embarrassment. She nudged him again and stuffed the thing in her hand into Chao Xian's pocket, not caring what he would do with it. "What's the use of these socks for me?" Chao Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. At this time, Shen Ting's soft voice sounded in his arms. "Brother Chao Xian, let's sleep together, it will be warmer." Chao Xian could indeed feel a slight chill coming from Shen Ting's body where her skin was in contact, so he nodded. "Okay, let's go to bed quickly, because we have to continue our journey tomorrow." But Chao Xian obviously underestimated the temptation of Shen Ting's graceful figure and overestimated his own willpower. After hearing Chao Xian's agreement, Shen Ting leaned closer to his arms again. But soon, she realized something was wrong, and her pretty face instantly became hot and red. "Brother Chao Xian, are you?" "I'm sorry, Ting Ting," Chao Xian said with a helpless smile. "No, it's okay." Shen Ting shook her head. Instead of resisting, she felt that this was a sign that Chao Xian liked her. "Then, Brother Chao Xian, would you feel uncomfortable? Otherwise, Ting Ting you." Suddenly, a sharp beeping sound rang out in the silent carriage, and Shen Ting quickly raised her hand to turn off the alarm on her watch. 2 hours are up. I have to go change my sister. As she spoke, Ting hurriedly sat up and began to tidy up her clothes. Chao Xian had regained his composure by this time, and sleepiness came over him again like a tide. Soon, Ting put on her clothes, opened the door, and slipped out quietly. After Chao Xian tidied his clothes, he closed his eyes in a daze. In his hazy sleep, he felt a figure lying beside him. Without Ting in his arms, he suddenly felt empty. The dazed Chao Xian subconsciously thought that it was still Ting lying next to him, so he pulled her into his arms and said, "Don't move, go to sleep." Bing, who was still adjusting her sleeping position, suddenly felt herself being pulled hard, and her whole body was tightly held in Chao Xian's arms. Bing, who had never had such close contact with the opposite sex, froze instantly, and her mind went blank. Why did Chao Xian suddenly hug me? Was he doing it on purpose, or was it an unconscious action in his sleep? Bing's mind was full of thoughts. Just as Bing was daydreaming, Chao Xian hugged her even tighter, with his legs sandwiching her between him, as if he was treating her like a large pillow. Chapter 18, Giving Bing an Injection. At this moment, Bing seemed to be under a spell and could not move. Chao Xian's big hand, as if looking for the most comfortable place to rest, quietly reached into her clothes along the hem. In the first moment, Bing did not take any action to stop it, but when she realized how the situation was developing, before you know it, your lifeline is firmly grasped by someone, and it is too late to stop it. At this moment, she no longer had the coldness and wisdom of a female CO in her usual state. Only the shyness unique to a young woman remained, and a blush quietly crept up her cheeks. Chao Xian, Chao Xian. Bing whispered softly, trying to get Chao Xian's attention. However, the only response she received was Chao Xian's gentle snoring. Bing was suddenly caught in a dilemma. If she woke Chao Xian up, wouldn't he see the scene between the two of them? But if he didn't wake him up, maybe Chao Xian would change his position after a while, and he would be able to take the opportunity to break free from the restraints. As long as I force myself not to fall asleep, maybe there will be a chance. Bing was torn between her conscience and her desires, and finally made a difficult decision. She prayed silently in her heart. I must hold it in until I can successfully break free from Chao Xian's arms, and then fall asleep peacefully. 10 minutes later, Chao Xian still didn't move, but Bing was getting more and more sleepy. In the end, Bing couldn't resist the sleepiness. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she slowly closed her eyes. The night was quiet, with only the sound of the two people's gentle breathing echoing in the carriage. After an unknown amount of time, Chao Xian slowly woke up. He moved his body in a daze, and suddenly felt his hand seem to touch a soft and warm skin. Is that Ting? Chao Xian guessed in his mind and subconsciously exerted force. Soon, he felt as if struck by lightning, and his body shook. The size is wrong. Then, all the memories before going to bed came flooding back to my mind. Ting went to keep watch, which means that the person hugging her intimately at this moment is Sister Bing Bing. Chao Xian's heart suddenly began to beat uncontrollably. Bing was not Ting. If she woke up, she would definitely kill him. Chao Xian couldn't help swallowing. His throat was very dry. Then he began to move carefully and slowly, trying to move away from Bing. Only after completely separating Bing from his arms did Chao Xian wipe the dense beads of sweat from his forehead with a sense of relief. I glanced at the time, and it was already 6:10 in the morning. Chao Xian moved closer again, took a closer look, and confirmed that Bing did not seem to be waking up. Then he gently touched her shoulder. Sister Bing Bing, it's time to get up. Chao Xian, what time is it? Bing rubbed his eyes and sat up. It's 6:10. Chao Xian said nervously. Oh, for some reason, Bing's cheeks were always red, as if she had applied a layer of light rouge. The carriage suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere seemed a little subtle. After several seconds, Bing finally woke up from her dream and realized that something was wrong with her behavior. She quickly stood up from a half-kneeling position and said, let's go out and wash up. Ting must be waiting anxiously. Then Bing escaped from the car. Only Chao Xian was left scratching his head. Could it be that Sister Bing Bing has woken up just now? That shouldn't be the case. Based on his understanding of Bing, if he knew that she had done something like that, it would be more reasonable for him to just slap her in the face. After thinking for a long time without figuring it out, Chao Xian simply left the carriage. The two girls were already squatting on the ground brushing their teeth with mineral water, but of course they were extremely frugal, using only a little water each time to rinse their mouths. Even so, many survivors nearby were envious. They didn't even have water to drink, but Chao Xian and the others started brushing their teeth with mineral water. After the three of them finished washing up, Chao Xian took out some compressed biscuits. Each of them took a piece and leaned against the side of the car, eating them with relish. Seeing this scene, many people were so envious that their eyes turned red. They drove away from the rest area angrily, as if the more they looked at Chao Xian and the other two, the more jealous they would be. Some people were still hesitating whether they should find a way to exchange some compressed biscuits with Chao Xian, but after thinking it over, they chose to leave. After all, maybe they can get something out of it today, so why should they just stand here and watch others enjoy the food? Soon, the only thing left in the parking lot was the pickup truck belonging to Chao Xian and his two companions, parked there alone. Chao Xian finished the last piece of compressed biscuit, drank some water, and cleared his throat. Let's go to the vending machine and take a look. Today we can try to challenge the less difficult platform. There are many platforms where they have encountered each other more than once. Hiding all the time is not a long-term solution after all. It is better to seize the time to strengthen your strength. After all, the rewards from a platform that is somewhat dangerous are naturally much greater than those from an ordinary platform. Good. I'll listen to you, Brother Chao Xian. The two girls nodded in agreement, and the three of them walked to the sales counter together. Now they have a total of 19.3 star soul coins, which is a considerable fortune for most survivors. You know, many people have never even seen what the star soul coin looks like. The three of them stood in front of the vending machine, whispered to each other for a moment, and finally decided to buy a medical kit first. This medical kit costs 3-star soul coins, but with Shun Ting's discounted talent, it only costs 2.7-star soul coins. Ding! You have successfully purchased the medical kit, and 2.7-star soul coins have been deducted. Medical kit. After use, it can restore 60% of health value within 3 minutes. A palm-sized white bandage bag fell in front of him. If its effect had not been clearly stated when purchasing it, Chao Xian would have thought it was just an ordinary bandage. Chao Xian carefully looked through the items that were priced within 20-star soul coins and thought that there were two things that were most urgently needed. One is a physical strengthening potion, which costs 12-star soul coins. The effect marked above can slightly enhance personal values, and the degree of enhancement varies from person to person. Generally speaking, the lower the individual stat, the better the enhancement effect, and the effect will gradually deteriorate as the number of uses increases. After buying this potion, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. Another thing that is more necessary is the Glock pistol magazine. Chao Xian now has 19 bullets left, and a magazine can hold 17 bullets, which are sold for 5-star soul coins. After buying the physical strengthening potion, there are still 5.8-star soul coins left, which is just enough to buy a magazine. So, based on Chao Xian's analysis and suggestions, Shen Ting bought the physical strengthening potion and magazines without hesitation. A moment later, these two items also appeared on the ground. Chao Xian looked down and saw that the physical strengthening potion was placed in a thin syringe. The syringe is transparent and crystal clear. The needle tip is thicker than an ordinary medical syringe, and the light blue liquid is shaking slightly inside. Looking at the needle tip flashing with cold light, Chao Xian's heart trembled suddenly. I'm afraid it would be unpleasant to be pricked by such a thick needle. Chao Xian, you come and use the strengthening potion. Shin Bing picked up the potion and handed it to Chao Xian. Chao Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. The lower the potion's value, the higher the cost effectiveness. My base value is higher than yours, so it stands to reason that Ting Ting would be the most cost-effective. Shen Ting quickly shook her head when she heard this. She remembered the painful scene when she was pricked by the doctor when she was a child. She didn't want to be pricked on the butt by such a thick needle. It was simply a nightmare. Brother Chao Xian, why don't you let me do it? Yeah. Chao Xian nodded. He thought so too. Shen Ting was originally a weakling, and even after her stats were increased, she was just a weakling with a little more strength. Since Shen Bing has a gun in his hand, if he can improve the value a little more, the overall strength of the three of them will be greatly enhanced. Sister Bing Bing, it is indeed most appropriate for you to use it now, so don't refuse. This. Shen Bing tilted her head, as if struggling internally for a moment, then nodded vigorously and said, Okay then. Chao Xian, you come and help me with the acupuncture. After saying that, Shen Bing extended her jade-like forearm, which was still trembling slightly in midair. Seeing this scene, Shun Ting couldn't help but laugh and said, Sister was terrified of injections when she was little. She would cry every time she saw a nurse. You want a beating? Shen Bing blushed and slapped Shen Ting on the back. But Chao Xian was very surprised. Who would have thought that this aloof female CEO was actually a little girl who was afraid of injections when she was young? Chao Xian looked at the forearm that Shen Bing handed over, which was as white as jade, slender and soft. The skin on the forearm is so delicate and smooth that you can almost see the shallow blood vessels. Chao Xian took a deep breath, calmed himself, and held Shin Bing's arm. Sister Bing, hold on a little longer. I'm coming. Attached is a beautiful photo of Shin Bing. I hope readers will follow the update and give a good review. Chapter 19, Entering the Horror Ward. Chao Xian tried to make his movements as gentle as possible. He aimed the needle at the blood vessel on Shin Bing's forearm and slowly inserted it. Shin Bing's body trembled slightly. She bit her lips and frowned tightly. Does it hurt? Chao Xian's movements also slowed down. It's okay, go on. Shin Bing endured the pain and forced a smile. Chao Xian nodded and continued to slowly push the light blue liquid in the syringe into Shin Bing's body. As the liquid was injected, a faint blue light gradually appeared on Shin Bing's forearm. Then, the blue light began to spread throughout her body. Shin Bing only felt a warm current surging in her body, as if countless tiny ants were crawling in her blood vessels, making her feel itchy and numb. She couldn't help but let out a moan, her body trembling slightly uncontrollably, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, there was not much liquid in the syringe, and Chao Xian had finished the injection and pulled out the needle. Sister Bing, sister, how are you? Chao Xian and Shin Ting both looked at Shin Bing nervously. Shin Bing bit her lip and slowly stood up. I feel like my body has become much stronger and is growing little by little. She could feel her body changing, her strength growing little by little, and the feeling was both strange and wonderful. After a while, the blue light gradually dissipated and Shin Bing's body stopped shaking. She slowly opened her eyes, turned on her watch, and took a look. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. My agility and strength increased by 2 points, and my constitution increased by 1 point. Now my strength is 9, my agility is 10, and my constitution is 7. It's worthy of being a strengthening potion. It's really that terrifying. Chao Xian also showed surprise in his eyes. Now Shin Bing's strength and agility are higher than his. Although the difference is only 1 or 2 points, the gap is actually huge. If he could have beaten Shin Bing before, now he would probably have to rely on his experience to deal with Shin Bing, and he might even lose if he wasn't careful. Shin Bing excitedly waved his fists a few times, while Chao Xian took the medical kit and bullets. It's time for us to get going. The two girls packed their things and quickly got into the car, while Chao Xian filled the tank with gas and sat in the driver's seat. Chao Xian started the car, and the vehicle slowly drove out of the rest area. The car soon entered the highway and drove at high speed. The temperature didn't rise in the morning, so it was very cold in the car. All three of them wrapped their coats tightly around themselves until the sun began to rise and the temperature in the car slowly rose. When people are cold, their bodies secrete hormones to help them fight the cold and become more alert. As the temperature rose, Chao Xian began to feel a little sleepy. All in all, I only slept for 2 hours last night. Chao Xian rubbed his eyes and forced himself to cheer up. Glancing through the rearview mirror, Shin Ting was still leaning against the seat, soundly sleeping with a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Shin Bing yawned, looking puzzled. Why is Ting Ting so sleepy? Chao Xian on the side scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. All in all, Shin Ting only slept for the first 2 hours last night. During the 2 hours, Shin Ting kept helping herself. In the last 2 hours, Shin Ting went to keep watch again and was naturally very sleepy. Maybe it was too cold last night, and she didn't get enough rest. Let Ting Ting sleep a little longer. Chao Xian said. Okay, I'll take your place later, and you can get some sleep too. Shin Bing was just a little confused, but she still cared about her sister very much. She was afraid that Shin Ting would catch a cold, so she took off her coat and gently covered Shin Ting with it. The car continued to drive across the boundless wasteland. Finally, at 9:30, the first reminder arrived. Continue 10 kilometers ahead, and you will encounter a dangerous area, the horror ward. This is a very familiar reminder, and it's the 3rd time I've encountered it. But this time, Chao Xian was ready to go in and give it a try. Brother Chao Xian, what time is it now? At this time, Shin Ting's soft voice came from behind. She pulled open the clothes that Shin Bing had put on her, took a piece of paper, and wiped the sweat from her forehead, chest, and lower abdomen. In the 2 hours here, the temperature in the car has soared to nearly 30 degrees. She slept with her coat on, and Shin Bing also put clothes on her, which woke her up from the heat. It's 9:30, Chao Xian replied. Ting Ting, you woke up just in time. The next platform is the horror ward. This time I want to try going in. Upon hearing the news, Shin Bing instantly came to her senses and turned her gaze towards Chao Xian. Are you confident? Shin Bing asked. Chao Xian nodded and began to analyze. According to the prompts, the dangers encountered in the hospital come from the transformed patients. According to the information that physical strengthening potions can be found in the dean's office. Then we can analyze that the transformed patients are most likely test subjects for researching physical strengthening drugs. Shinbing has used this medicine before, and they know its effects. Although it is very powerful, it still cannot allow people to escape the scope of human beings. In other words, even if these patients are incredibly strong, they are just stronger humans. He now holds the truth in his hands, so naturally he has nothing to fear. However, we still need to make adequate preparations. Then Chao Xian said to the two sisters, Sister Bingbing, Ting Ting, can you guys go to the exchange and see if there's anything we can use? We can exchange it for water and food. The two girls agreed, then turned on their watches and kept refreshing the exchange. Because water and food are scarce now, the exchange is not difficult. Brother Chao Xian, I just exchanged a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water for 3 flashlights. Since this is a hospital that conducts some kind of biochemical experiment to transform patients, there is no doubt that there might be poisonous gas. I changed into 3 simple gas masks. Hey Chao Xian, someone has a military dagger, but he wants 3 bottles of water in exchange. Change. We don't lack water. As the two women exchanged a lot of useful things, Chao Xian also drove the vehicle into the horror ward platform. After parking the car, the 3 men quickly got out and began to arm themselves. Flashlights, food to replenish energy, water, weapons, and gas masks hung on waists and pockets. After checking his equipment, Chao Xian took a deep breath. Now it's time to go in. There is only one horror ward, as if it was a survival game that was directly separated from a real hospital. The 3 of them stood in front of the door of the horror ward. The dilapidated hospital door was half open, making a creaking sound. Chao Xian took a deep breath, tightened the gun of truth in his hand, and stepped into the gate first. Shinbing and Shun Ting followed closely behind, their flashlights illuminating the dim corridor. The moment they stepped into the hospital, the 3 of them smelled a pungent, rotten odor in the air, mixed with the smell of disinfectant, which was nauseating. Just as a few people were still shining flashlights around, the iron door behind them slammed shut automatically. The following are the detailed rules for this area. Horror ward, please listen carefully. Chapter 20 Hospital Crisis. 1. Once you enter this area, you must survive for at least 1 hour before leaving. You cannot stay for more than 24 hours. The longer you stay, the higher the difficulty. 2. You must find the access card to leave the horror ward. The access card location will be randomly refreshed. It will definitely appear on the floor with the laboratory. 3. When staying in the danger zone, the chat function will be temporarily blocked and will be restored when leaving. 4. The ward is filled with mutant patients. Be careful of them. 5. When you leave the ward for the first time, your exploration level will be calculated. The higher your exploration level, the greater the rewards you will receive. Talent additional tips. 1. There is a physical strengthening potion hidden under the pillow of bed number 4 in ward 404 on the 4th floor. 2. The horror ward is located on the underground floor. Press 431 in the elevator in sequence, and the elevator will go to the underground floor. 3. The underground floor is where the laboratory is located. An access card is required for the entrance to the laboratory. It is more dangerous and contains more star soul coins and core units. The real dean's office is also on this floor, and the remaining physical enhancement potions are here. A cold, mechanical female voice sounded in his ears, and Chao Xian's brows instantly twisted into knots. It seems that this terrifying ward is far more dangerous than he imagined. The game has been open for a whole day, but there is very little information about this dangerous area. It seems that most players who stepped into this place were unable to find the access card, let alone escape unscathed. Fortunately, his own talent gave him special abilities and provided many key clues. Now at least he doesn't have to be like a headless fly. Let's analyze the current situation. Chao Xian quickly calmed himself down, observed the surrounding situation, and then said to the 2 women. The 3 of them crouched down and quickly hid behind the hospital front desk, squatted down, and began to discuss in a low voice. Chao Xian was the first to tell the 2 girls the hidden clues he had obtained through his talent. The 2 girls listened. We should try to find an access card first, so that we only need to stay for an hour to be eligible to leave. Even if we don't get anything, we can evacuate at any time if we encounter danger. Shinbing frowned and analyzed seriously. Yes. Chao Xian also nodded in agreement. Based on this, we will try our best to find as many star soul coins and core units as possible. Also, it's best to go to the basement and try to find the dean's office. That's where they keep the physical strengthening potion, and each bottle is worth 12 star soul coins. In fact, the easiest way is to go directly to the underground floor, get the access card, and then search for a wave of star soul coins and core units. But Chao Xian couldn't be sure how dangerous it was below. After all, You can run away at any time upstairs, but on the basement floor, there is only one exit, the elevator. Listening to Shen Bing and Chao Xian's analysis, Shen Ting nodded repeatedly. Shen Ting was very scared. She hugged Chao Xian's arm and almost squeezed herself into Chao Xian's arms. Shen Bing saw through her sister's little thoughts. Normally, Shen Ting would drag me to stay up late to watch horror movies when she had nothing to do. How could she be so timid? She was too lazy to expose her sister, so she just reminded her. Ting Ting, you will affect Chao Xian's actions. Besides, I remember you seem to be quite brave. Oh, Shen Ting had to let go of Chao Xian reluctantly. She was indeed pretending. Chao Xian didn't notice it, but instead felt a little disappointed. He wanted to say that he could actually shoot with one hand. However, considering his own personality, Chao Xian still held back, and then he whispered to the two women. Then let's get ready to start searching. I want to start from the 4th floor and get the strengthening potion so that I can improve my strength. What do you think? When the two girls heard what Chao Xian said, they also felt that it made sense. It doesn't matter which level you start from, so it's better to first identify the level where you can gain something. Brother Chao Xian, should we take the elevator or the stairs? Stairs, Chao Xian and Shen Bing blurted out almost at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Shen Bing couldn't help but blush. She quickly avoided Chao Xian's gaze, and then explained to Shen Ting. Taking the elevator is too dangerous. We don't know what's going on inside. If there are modified patients hiding inside, we won't have time to react. Also, the elevator makes noise when it's running, which might attract more patients. Chao Xian nodded and continued. That's right, and not only that. The structure and corners of the stairs make it easier for us to observe the surrounding situation and respond to emergencies at any time. And best of all, the stairs are closer to us. Shen Ting nodded, finally understanding. Afterwards, Chao Xian walked in front with a flashlight, and the two women followed slowly behind him. The three of them didn't dare to breathe and moved slowly on tiptoe towards the stairs. Entering the stairwell, it became even darker. If you don't turn on the lights, you won't be able to see your hand in front of you. Chao Xian turned the flashlight to the lowest level, and the three of them began to move upstairs cautiously. Nothing happened when I passed the 1st floor. Chao Xian quietly stuck his head out and glanced at the corridor. There was nothing there except the white wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. Let's continue going up, Chao Xian said in a serious tone. When passing the 2nd floor, Chao Xian suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the corridor. The three of them stopped, and Chao Xian still wanted to take a look at the situation. Is he an alienated patient? He stuck his head out and saw several extremely distorted figures moving in a strange manner in the corridor, with creepy teeth grinding sounds coming out of their mouths. Transformed alienated patient. Strength, 10 agility, 7 constitution, 10. Injected with a large amount of physical strengthening drugs with side effects, it completely lost its self-awareness, its vision has degraded, and it will attack any unit that makes a sound. Note, his weakness is in his brain. He will only truly die if his brain is destroyed. It looks like a zombie in a movie, Shen Ting said, sticking out half of her head. Shen Ting's voice was very soft, but it seemed to be amplified in the silent environment. Those alienated patients seemed to be triggered by a switch. They quickly turned their heads and stared at the stairwell with their bloodshot eyes. We've been discovered, run. Chao Xian shouted loudly, not caring to be cautious anymore, turned around and grabbed the two girls and ran upstairs. Shen Bing and Shen Ting were also frightened by this sudden change and followed Chao Xian closely. The 3 or 4 mutant patients seemed clumsy in their movements, but they were incredibly fast and reached the stairwell in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, their joints are not flexible, which greatly limits their speed when climbing stairs. But there was also bad news. That was the noise of the few people running was too loud, and it attracted the alienated patients wandering around on the 3rd floor. Moreover, the number is several times more than that on the 2nd floor. However, before they were caught up, the 3 of them had already run to the 4th floor. After the 2 sisters came in, Chao Xian immediately closed the iron door of the stairwell. Although he didn't know how long he could hold out, he would hold on as long as possible. Next, he looked at the 2 intersections on the left and right, but was in a dilemma. According to Chao Xian's observation, the structure of this hospital is probably a square ring. The corridor on one side of the entrance to the 4th floor is lined with various clinics. If you want to go to the ward, you may have to go to the corridor opposite. So the question is, should I go left or right? Chao Xian tried looking at the corridors on both sides, trying to see if he could trigger his talent. The next moment, 2 pieces of information appeared before his eyes. Go left, and there will be a large group of mutant patients in the corner corridor, and among them is a mutant doctor whose strength far exceeds that of the patients. Go right, there is no obstruction, and you can easily reach the opposite corridor. Chapter 21 Mature Aunt and Flat Lowly. Seeing these two messages, Chao Xian pointed to the right without hesitation and said in a low voice, "Go this way, the left is too dangerous." The two girls knew Chao Xian's talent, so they didn't ask any questions and followed him closely. Knowing that the light would not attract mutant patients, Chao Xian boldly turned on the flashlight, which greatly accelerated the progress of the group. At this moment, Chao Xian heard a loud knocking sound of metal coming from the corridor behind him, and then with a loud bang, something fell heavily to the ground. They broke down the stairwell door. Chao Xian spoke in a serious tone, and at the same time quickened his pace. Soon, the three of them walked to the opposite corridor. Chao Xian held up the flashlight and shone it on the ward number. 401, 402, 403, 404. Found it, this is the one. Chao Xian confirmed the target. However, at this moment, some alienated patients had already wandered to the opposite corner. Hearing the sound of the door opening, these mutant patients turned their heads instantly, their blood-red and empty eyes staring at the direction of Chao Xian and others. Then, he took twisted and deformed steps and rushed towards this side madly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of alienated patients running echoed in the corridor. "Go in quickly," Chao Xian shouted, quickly opened the door of the ward, pushed the two women into the room, and then slipped in himself. Almost at the same moment the door closed, there was a violent knocking sound outside the door. Then, the sharp and harsh sound of metal friction was heard. Feeling the huge push coming from the door, Chao Xian quickly leaned his back against the door, using all his strength to hold on. Chao Xian's heart was beating violently in his chest. He hurriedly shouted to the two women, "Quickly move the bed over here to hold the door." When the two women heard Chao Xian's call, they did not dare to delay for even a moment. Shin Bing reacted quickly, ran to the bedside, and used both hands to lift the iron bed in the ward. But the position under the bed seemed to be fixed a little tightly. She tried her best, but the bed only moved a little bit. Seeing this, Shin Ting also hurriedly lent a hand to help. Both of them blushed. Finally, a crisp sound was heard from under the bed. The bolts that fixed the bed were pulled off by the two women, and the bed was finally lifted up by the two women. "Quick, move to the door," Shin Bing cried out in a tender voice. The two girls carried the bed and quickly came to the door. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked inward by the mutant patient, and Chao Xian was almost knocked out. Fortunately, Shin Ting and Shin Bing pushed the bed behind the door in time, temporarily blocking the impact. Chao then freed himself and found a cabinet and a bed to put against the door, thus firmly blocking the alienated patient outside. After a short rest, he quickly walked towards the fourth bed. "Where is the physical strengthening potion?" "Oh, right, under the pillow." Looking at the familiar light blue potion, a smile appeared on the faces of the three people. "Chao Xian, you take over this time." "Good." Chao Xian glanced at the alienated patients crowded at the door and inserted the needle into his own vein without hesitation. At the same time, at the door of the horror ward, two women, one big and one small, got out of an off-road vehicle. The tall woman had a stern expression and a beautiful face. In her hand, she tightly grasped a Tang sword that gleamed with cold light. She was wearing a tight black leather jacket that outlined her curvy figure. She had an extremely sexy body and exuded a cool and elegant aura. The slightly shorter girl was holding a baseball bat and wearing ordinary casual clothes. She was equally outstanding in appearance. Although she looked as delicate as a beautiful porcelain doll, her skin was a healthy wheat color. When she smiled, a pair of pointed fangs were exposed, making her look particularly cute and lovely. The only pity is that the girl is a little thin and has her own airport at such a young age. The two stood at the door of the horror ward for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked in without hesitation. The moment they stepped in, the air around them trembled slightly, and the voice of rules rang in their minds. After a moment, the two digested the rules in their minds. The little lowly frowned and muttered softly, "Auntie, this place seems to be much more difficult than the last dangerous area we entered." The woman whom the little lowly called Auntie nodded solemnly and said, "Get ready for battle. Let's go find the access card first." Just as the two girls began to carefully explore the first floor with the faint moonlight outside the window, the door of the ward was opened again. This time two men came in. After listening to the rules, the two looked at each other. One of the men showed fear on his face and said timidly, "This area looks dangerous. How about we just wait until an hour and then find a way to leave?" His teammate was a bearded man who sneered disdainfully and said, "Without the access card, we can't get out even if the time comes. But don't worry too much. The two pretty girls, one big and one small, came earlier than us. All we have to do is follow them and let them help us eliminate the danger." Maybe there is still a chance. Chapter 22 Strengthen and Counterattack. The moment the thick needle entered the blood vessel, Chao Xian felt an indescribable sour sensation, as if countless tiny ants were scurrying around in the blood vessel. At this moment, he deeply realized how difficult it was for Shun Bing to endure the pain calmly at that time. This hurts too much. Chao Xian secretly groaned in his heart, but he didn't want to show weakness in front of the two women, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. But soon, a cold feeling spread rapidly from the injection site. Immediately afterwards, it seemed as if a boiling hot current started from the arm and rushed to all parts of the body. Chao Xian's heart began to beat violently, each beat so strong and powerful that it seemed as if it was about to burst through his chest. This was a sign that his physical fitness had been greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Crack, crack, crack. Chao Xian waved his arms and clenched his fists suddenly. His bones and muscles intertwined, making a series of crisp sounds. Awesome! Chao Xian roared excitedly, and then couldn't wait to open the bracelet to check his panel. Chao Xian. Strength, 10 average for adult men is 7. Agility, 9 average for adult men is 7. Constitution, 9 average adult male is 7. Health value, 98. Status, slightly thirsty, slightly hungry. Talent, God's prompt. The strength increased by 2 points compared to before, reaching an astonishing 10 points. No wonder Chao Xian felt that he could smash the steel plate with one punch. In addition, agility and physique have also been improved a little. Although the total improvement of 4 points was slightly lower than Xin Bing's, Chao Xian was already very satisfied. After all, his original basic attributes were higher than Xin Bing's, so it was normal that the improvement was not as great as hers. Then, he looked at the two women with a burning gaze. Now, it's time to fight back against these ghosts. Are you ready? The second lady looked solemn and nodded with a firm gaze. Being trapped in the ward is not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, you have to rush out. If we delay any longer, the number of mutant patients at the door will only increase. Let's discuss the next tactics. Xin Bing said. I'll take out a few of them with my pistol first, then we'll rush out. Ting Ting, stay away. Sister Bing Bing and I will take care of these mutant patients. Good. After the discussion was finalized, Chao Xian walked forward and moved the iron bed against the door. In an instant, the crack at the ward door that was knocked open by the mutant patient outside was revealed. Although there was another bed blocking it, the mutant patient still squeezed half of his body in. Chao Xian felt as if he had traveled through time and space to a biochemical crisis. These mutated patients in front of him were no different from zombies. At this moment, Chao Xian's heart was beating wildly. This was the first time I faced such a scene. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Who knows if being caught by these guys would be like being infected by zombies. Chao Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Now the number of bullets is limited, so we must ensure that every shot is accurate. He held the pistol, aiming at the head of the alienated patient who had squeezed half of his body in, and tried hard to recall the feeling of shooting in his classmates' shooting club. At this moment, all the alienated patients became moving targets in Chao Xian's eyes. Bang! Flames spurted out of the muzzle of the Glock 17 in Chao Xian's hand. With a gunshot, the bullet accurately pierced the head of an alienated patient. A ball of red and white stuff instantly exploded from the mutant patient's head, and his body twitched and fell down weakly. Just as the hint said, the only way to kill them completely is to destroy their brains. Chao Xian exclaimed excitedly. Bang! 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 4 gunshots rang out in succession, and Chao Xian hit the heads of 4 mutant patients in succession. However, the sound of the pistol made these alienated patients, who were only sensitive to sound, become extremely violent in an instant. Brother Chao Xian, they are about to break the door down. Shin Ting screamed. At this moment, half of the wooden door was rotten and was about to fall apart. Chao Xian naturally saw it without Shin Ting's reminder. At this time, as the only man in the team, he must not show any weakness. I'll open the door in a moment, and we can solve it separately. Chao Xian growled and directly lifted up the iron bed that was stuck on the door. Without the support of the iron bed, the wooden door was shattered in an instant. However, the moment the alienated patients rushed into the room, Chao Xian hugged the iron bed and exerted force suddenly, pushing the remaining 8 alienated patients out of the door. These alienated patients obviously didn't expect Chao Xian to suddenly attack, and they didn't react until they were pushed against the wall of the corridor. Feeling the huge force coming from the iron bed, Chao Xian immediately threw the bed to the ground and then gripped the bone-cutting knife tightly. Monster, come here quickly, my sister and I are here. Seeing all the mutant patients rushing towards them, The two women immediately shouted, trying to attract the mutant patients to share the pressure with Chao Xian. In an instant, 4 of them ran into the ward. A touch of emotion flashed across Chao Xian's eyes, and then his eyes became fierce. Next, it's time to deal with these alienated patients. 4 alienated patients rushed towards Chao Xian with their fangs and claws bared, but he remained calm and not panicked at all. He raised his hand and slashed with the knife cleanly and neatly, chopping the bone-chopping knife straight into the neck of the alienated patient. With a slight resistance, the blade quickly penetrated, and the mutant patient's head immediately rolled to the ground, and his body fell heavily to the ground, without any movement. It seems that destroying their brains will make them lose their ability to move, and simply chopping off their heads will also work. Fortunately, I was holding a bone-cutting knife. If I had used a fruit knife, it would not have been so easy to deal with. After the blade passed through, it also cut through the forearm of an alienated patient next to him, chopping off a piece. But the alienated patient, whose forearm was chopped off, seemed to feel no pain and continued to rush forward roaring. Chao Xian dodged to the side, avoiding the mutated patient who was rushing towards him madly with only one arm left. Immediately, he turned around, and with a whistling sound, he swung the bone-cutting knife in his hand and chopped it fiercely at the other guy who was attacking from the side. The blow was so powerful that it cut a deep gash in his chest. But the alienated patient just twitched slightly. His chest was chopped open, but it was not a fatal injury to him. Fortunately, after his body was strengthened, Chao Xian's speed and strength were greatly improved, and he reacted quickly. The mutant patients were also very fast and strong, but they had no vision, so Chao Xian quickly figured out how to deal with them. With his agility, he easily avoided all attacks, and then brought the bone-cutting knife down on their necks again and again. In the blink of an eye, all 4 mutant patients were eliminated. Chao Xian didn't have time to catch his breath before he immediately looked inside. Shenbing was already swinging her long legs, using the same bone-chopping knife to kill the 2 mutant patients. When Chao Xian looked over, she just kicked an alienated patient away, then raised her knife and chopped the alienated patient's neck. It seemed that she had also found the trick. But soon, Chao Xian's eyes tightened. The last alienated patient noticed Shinting and was moving towards Shinting in the corner step by step. Shinting held the fruit knife in her hand, her body trembling slightly. She was afraid that her shouting would disturb her sister, so she could only suppress her fear and remain silent. Bang! It was too late to rush over, so Chao Xian decisively took out his pistol and shot the mutant patient in the head. Chapter 23: Alienated Physician. Hearing the gunshot, Shinting's tense body relaxed instantly. The fruit knife in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her legs went soft, and she collapsed to the ground. Chao Xian quickly rushed over, pulled Shinting up, and asked with concern, "Tingting, are you okay?" Shinting raised her head, her eyes red and full of shock. "Brother Chao Xian, thank you for saving me again." The next second, she threw herself into Chao Xian's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Chao Xian was startled by this sudden action, and his body tensed up instantly. He could clearly feel Shinting's soft body pressed tightly against him, and her curves perfectly fitted his body contours. The light, girlish body fragrance of Shinting lingered on his nose, mixed with a faint scent of milk, like a soft feather plucking his heartstrings. However, this was not the first time they had close contact. Chao Xian was stunned for 2 seconds and immediately pushed Shinting away with a little reluctance, because Shinbing had already looked over at this time. "Tingting, are you okay?" Shinbing hurried over, half squatted down, and touched Shinting's face with a look of remorse. Just now, she was so busy killing mutant patients that she didn't notice that Shinting behind her was being targeted by a mutant patient. Thanks to Chao Xian's timely shooting, Shinting's life was saved. If Chao Xian hadn't reacted in time, the consequences. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Her heart was filled with fear. "Sister, I'm fine. Thanks to brother Chao Xian for saving me." Hearing this, Shinbing also looked at him with gratitude. Chao Xian quickly waved his hands. "We are all teammates. It's only natural for us to help each other. Just now, it was thanks to you guys that I shared the pressure." Shinbing did not continue to be polite, but instead covered her chest and breathed slightly. At this moment, the ground was littered with headless corpses, and sticky blood flowed all over the floor and stained the shoes of several people. To be honest, at this time, these alienated patients looked no different from the corpses of ordinary people, at least in appearance. Therefore, this extremely bloody scene still brought a great shock to Shinbing. Fortunately, the 3 of them didn't eat much, otherwise they would have vomited it out. Just as Chao Xian took a step to leave, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking through the pockets of these mutant patients might yield unexpected rewards. Chao Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the sudden prompt. He quickly grabbed Shin Bing and Shin Ting, who were also about to leave. What's wrong? Shin Bing and Shin Ting asked at the same time. Don't leave in a hurry. I just saw a prompt asking us to search the pockets of these mutant patients. Maybe we can find something useful. Chao Xian explained, tilting his head. Shin Bing and Shin Ting looked at each other. The bloody scene in front of them made both girls feel a little scared. However, both girls knew Chao Xian's talent, and they would definitely gain a lot if they followed the instructions. So they had to suppress their inner discomfort and nodded. Shin Bing squatted down first, frowned, and began to search the pockets of the corpse closest to her. Shin Ting hid behind Chao Xian in fear. Seeing this scene, Chao Xian patted Shin Ting on the head and gave her an encouraging look. Ting Ting, you have to learn to adapt. Just like what happened just now, Sister Bing Bing and I can't protect you all the time. This is a step that Shin Ting will have to take sooner or later. She must learn to overcome her inner fear. Shin Ting felt the warm hand on her head, and the fear in her heart subsided a lot. Okay, brother Chao Xian, I will try my best. She nodded seriously, gritted her teeth, walked forward, and started to help search. Chao Xian smiled with relief upon seeing this. He also squatted down and searched while keeping an eye on the surroundings to prevent any other dangers. Just as he was carefully searching the shirt pocket of an alienated patient, his fingers suddenly touched something hard. He was delighted and quickly took out the thing. When he looked closely, he found it was a round coin with a faint blue light. It's the Star Soul coin. At the same time, Shin Bing and Shin Ting also made discoveries. Shin Ting held 2 identical silver coins in her hands and said happily, I found 2 too. Shin Bing also showed the item in her hand. I found 1. The 3 of them quickly searched through all the bodies of the mutant patients and eventually found 15 in total. Unfortunately, there is still no sign of the access card. The 3 of them felt a little lost for a moment and prepared to take a short rest before leaving. Then they sat on the bed and wiped the blood off their hands. At this time, suddenly, there was a dull and heavy sound of hitting the ground in the corridor outside the door. Bang! 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 The sound was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart, one after another. The floor also trembled slightly. Chao Xian felt a numbness under his feet, and his face instantly tensed. Brother Chao Xian, what happened? The ground is shaking. Is there something coming again? The 2 girls beside him lost their color in an instant, their eyes filled with fear. As soon as one wave of trouble subsided, another wave arose. The 3 people who had just relaxed suddenly became tense again. Don't worry, let me see what's going on. Chao Xian gently comforted the 2 girls, then slowly stuck his head out and looked outside the door. As far as the eye can see, a huge figure slowly appears at the corner of the distant corridor. The monster was at least 2 meters tall, and every step it took made the ground thump. He was wielding a huge meteor hammer in his hand, and the iron chain and the hammer head collided with each other, making a heart-pounding sound. The monster's white coat, which looked like a doctor's, was torn to pieces by its strong body. A mask, stained with blood beyond recognition of its original color, covered his hideous face, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. With every step he took, he would smash the meteor hammer to the ground with all his strength. There was a loud bang. A deep dent suddenly appeared on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. Chao Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Could this be the alienated doctor mentioned in the previous hint? Damn it, he didn't show up with the mutant patient just now. I actually forgot about him. But he should be blind like the mutant patients. Otherwise, why not hide in the ward and wait for him to go away before leaving? Chao Xian frowned in thought, but suddenly a prompt appeared in front of him. Alienated doctor. Strength, 13 agility, 10 constitution, 12. As participants in the experiment, the doctors were betrayed by the dean at the last moment and injected with a complete version of the physical strengthening potion and a large amount of physical strengthening potion with side effects. The 2 potions acted on their bodies at the same time, causing them to lose all their sanity but still retain a trace of consciousness. Note, in addition to the head, the heart is also their weak point, and the badge on his white coat is actually a special prop. Chapter 24 Escape from the 4th floor. After quickly glancing at the information about the mutated doctor, Chao Xian immediately discovered something very serious. The information introduction does not mention that the alienated doctor cannot see, which means that the alienated doctor has visual ability. In this way, as long as he passed by the ward and took a look inside, he would definitely find the 3 people hiding in the ward. The wards on the 4th floor were all ordinary wards, and there wasn't even a toilet to hide in. They had nowhere to hide. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chao Xian immediately turned around, pulled the 2 women up from the bed, and said in a hurried tone, Listen, there's an alienated doctor at the corner of the corridor. He's different from those alienated patients. He can see things, and his stats are extremely high. I'm afraid we're no match for him. He's still at the corner of the left corridor. The elevator is at the end of the right corridor. We'll rush to the elevator and take it to leave this floor. Chao Xian chose to escape by taking the elevator after careful consideration. The speed of the mutated physician is the same as Xin Bing's, both 10 points, a little faster than himself, and Shen Ting's speed is 5 points slower than the mutated physician. If the three of them suddenly rushed out, they might be able to run into the elevator before the mutant doctor could react. If they chose the stairs, which were located in the opposite corridor, with the speed of 3 people, they would definitely be caught up by the mutant doctor. The two women saw the solemn look on Chao Xian's face and instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Go out, escape, take the elevator. This series of actions must be completed in one go, without any mistakes. Considering that Shen Ting was too slow, Chao Xian did not hesitate at all. He squatted down and said to Shen Ting, "Ting Ting, you're too slow. Let me carry you on my back." Seeing this, Shen Bing immediately said, "How about I carry Ting Ting on my back? I'm faster than you." Chao Xian shook his head and said firmly, "I'm very strong, and carrying Ting Ting won't affect my speed." Shen Bing thought for a moment and felt that what Chao Xian said made sense, so she nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you for your hard work. Brother Chao Xian, should I hug you?" Shen Ting suddenly became shy, holding her chest with both hands, twisting her body slightly, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. "Of course, not only should you hug me, but you should hug me tightly." Chao Xian looked at Shen Ting with a dark face, thinking to himself, "I didn't see her so shy last night." But Shen Ting just wanted to ask so that she could hug Chao Xian openly. Hearing Chun Xian speak, Shen Ting no longer hesitated and jumped onto the back of Chao Xian, who was already half bent over. Then, she wrapped her arms tightly around Chao Xian's neck, and her pair of white silk legs were tightly wrapped around Chao Xian's waist. Actually, it doesn't have to be so tight. Chao Xian felt the pressure on his neck, suffocating slightly, and said helplessly, I'm sorry, brother Chao Xian." Shen Ting was startled when she heard this and quickly loosened her arms, but her chest was still tightly pressed against Chao Xian's back. Chao Xian swallowed silently, holding Shen Ting steadily from behind with one hand, and holding the wall with the other hand. He carefully stuck his head out and looked in the direction of the alienated doctor. At this moment, the alienated doctor was pacing back and forth at the corner of the corridor and happened to turn around with his back to them. "Good opportunity." Chao Xian lowered his voice and winked at Shen Bing. Shen Bing immediately understood and nodded slightly. With a wave of Chao Xian's hand, the two of them rushed out of the ward, one in front and one behind, as fast as arrows, and ran towards the elevator in the distance. Their footsteps were particularly loud in the silent corridor, and the alienated doctor, who was also sensitive to sound, immediately noticed the movement. The alienated doctor turned his head suddenly, and his pair of blood-red, cold eyes instantly locked onto the 3 fleeing people. In his mind, which had already lost most of its sanity, the alienated patients were his kind. Chao Xian and his 2 companions were obviously uninvited guests who had intruded into his territory and disrupted the original order. In the last bit of confused consciousness he had left, he only remembered that the secret here was of vital importance, and any intruder must pay with his life. The alienated doctor let out a deafening roar, and his murderous intent was instantly aroused. He dragged the huge meteor hammer that looked to weigh over 100 pounds, stretched out his strong legs, and chased after Chao Xian and the others at an extremely fast speed. Even though he was pulling such a heavy weapon, his speed was not affected at all, which shows how great his strength is. The distance between the alienated patient and Chao Xian and the other 2 is getting closer and closer. As time went by, the distance between the alienated doctor and Chao Xian and the other 2 continued to shorten. However, Chao Xian was running almost for his life at this time, and adrenaline was secreted wildly in his body. In addition to their advantage of starting early, they were not caught up by the mutated doctor for the time being. "The elevator is right in front of us." Shen Bing was the first to rush to the elevator and quickly press the button. However, the elevator door did not open immediately, and the indicator light flashed a few times, as if there was a malfunction. "Damn it!" Chao Xian put Shen Ting down and cursed under his breath. "The reason why I don't want to take the stairs is because I'm afraid of this." At this time, the alienated doctor was getting closer and closer, and Chao Xian could almost see his ferocious and bloodthirsty expression through the mask. Shen Bing was also extremely anxious. She pressed the button several times in succession, and finally, the elevator responded. The moment the elevator door opened, the 3 of them rushed in. Then, They quickly pressed the door close button and selected the first floor. The elevator door slowly began to close, and the alienated doctor was now less than 5 meters away from the elevator entrance. With his speed, it would only take him a second to rush over. If he succeeds in preventing the elevator door from closing, the three of them will surely die. Thinking of this, Chao Xian quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed it at the mutated doctor's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in succession, and bullets whizzed towards the mutant doctor. The first bullet went astray due to a slight mistake by Chao Xian and flew past the mutated doctor's scalp. However, the second and third bullets hit the mutant doctor's forehead accurately. Bang! The sound of the bullet hitting the forehead was clearly heard. However, the scene of the mutant patient being headshot did not appear this time. The bullet only penetrated the muscles on the mutant doctor's head before being stuck by his hard bones, unable to penetrate any further. Seeing this scene, Chao Xian's heart suddenly tightened. Sure enough, the worst situation he had expected happened. Although this is also related to the position of his shooting, it undoubtedly shows that the defensive power of this alienated doctor is so exaggerated that it is beyond imagination. Fortunately, the 2 bullets still caused considerable damage to the mutant doctor. He stopped abruptly and could only watch the elevator door close completely. Finally, the alienated doctor looked up to the sky and let out a roar filled with anger and unwillingness. Chapter 25 Chen Yan, UCC. That was a close call. Yes. Thanks to you, Chao Xian, for shooting and stopping him in the end. As the elevator door slowly closed, the 3 people, still in shock, leaned against the cold metal wall of the elevator with lingering fear. But that guy's defense is beyond imagination. Perhaps only a precise attack on a vital part like the eyeball or heart can be effective. Chao Xian's mind kept replaying the thrilling scene just now, and he frowned and guessed. Soon, the elevator descended steadily to the first floor, which was the floor the 3 of them had first entered. There should be no more traces of alienated patients on this floor. However, at the moment the elevator came to a sudden stop, Chao Xian quickly filled the magazine with bullets and pointed the gun at the elevator entrance to prevent any unpreparedness. Slurp. Accompanied by a sharp sound of metallic friction, the elevator door slowly opened. Chao Xian looked extremely nervous, staring straight ahead. What came into view was a silent corridor and an empty hospital lobby. Everything looked the same as when they arrived. Brother Chao Xian, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. After carefully observing it, Shen Ting spoke softly. Then let's start the search again from the first floor. The first priority is to see if there is an access card, Shen Bing also suggested. Chao Xian stared at the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong. After taking 2 steps, he finally noticed something unusual. Someone has been here before. What? The 2 girls' faces changed slightly after being shocked by Chao Xian's words. Chao Xian slowly squatted down, pointed at the tiny dust marks on the ground, and said seriously, "Look, the dust here was originally evenly distributed, but now there are obvious signs of being trampled on. These traces are still fresh, indicating that someone was here not long ago." The moonlight shines through the window and evenly falls on the ground, making the messy footprints appear particularly clear. Shen Ting and Shen Bing came over quickly. After a careful observation, Shen Bing looked solemn and frowned as he asked, "Could it be left behind by those mutant patients?" Chao Xian shook his head decisively and explained, "No, they don't. Mutated patients move with disorganized steps and make a lot of noise, but these footprints are arranged in a relatively neat pattern. They look more like those left by a normal person." Then, Chao Xian pointed to another strong piece of evidence nearby. "Look at the doors of these 2 clinics again. When we first came in, all the doors of the rooms were closed." Shen Ting instantly understood what Chao Xian meant and quickly responded excitedly. "But now the doors of these 2 rooms are half open, so it is certain that other survivors entered the hospital after us, and they have already explored this place in advance. I'm right, Brother Chao Xian." "Yes." Chao Xian nodded affirmatively. Shen Bing thought more deeply and said seriously, "More importantly, we have no idea whether they are friends or foes. If they have no ill intentions, we might be able to try to cooperate, but if they have ill intentions, don't worry if they have malicious intent." Chao Xian weighed the Glock 17 in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence. Although the pistol can't deal with the mutant doctor, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary people. "That's right." Shen Bing nodded in agreement. Then, the 3 of them turned on their flashlights, and the faint light flickered in the darkness. They began searching several clinics on the first floor. Sure enough, the drawers and cabinets in the clinic showed obvious signs of having been turned over. Many medicine boxes were opened and the medicines inside had long disappeared. Seeing this scene, Chao Xian made a quick decision. There's no need to waste time on the first floor. Let's go upstairs. At the same time, a room on the third floor of the hospital. The dim light flickered, occasionally accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity. Chun Yan, wearing a black leather jacket and holding a Tang sword that gleamed with cold light, stood tall and straight, like a peerlessly beautiful Valkyrie. Next to her was her sister's daughter, her niece, Cece. Cece, recall the fighting skills I taught you. Are you ready? Chun Yan stared coldly at the 8 ferociously mutated patients in front of her. Auntie, I'm ready. The little girl tightly gripped the baseball bat in her hand. Her fair little hands turned slightly white due to the force, and her face was full of excitement as she was eager to try. Soon, those mutant patients roared and pounced on the 2 women with their fangs and claws bared like hungry wolves. Behind the cabinet at the end of the corridor, 2 furtive figures were talking in low voices. The bearded man's eyes were filled with greed, and he whispered, "These 2 girls are really capable. Just now on the second floor, they chopped down a patient with their knife. Now they dare to take the initiative to fight against 8 people." The wretched-looking man frowned and said unwillingly, "This girl with the Tang sword is too powerful. Although we don't have to worry about getting into danger by following her, we won't get any benefits either." The bearded man shook his head in disdain, a sinister smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. "Have you forgotten the tranquilizer gun we found in the abandoned veterinary station this day?" As he spoke, he pulled out an animal tranquilizer gun from his pocket. The only bullet in the gun gleamed with a cold luster in the dim light. It could be fired with just a light press of the trigger. The bearded man stared greedily at Chun Yan not far away and licked his lips. "That little girl is easy to deal with, but this woman with a knife is a bit tricky. However, this dose of anesthetic is enough to knock down a cow. Wait a minute, while she lets her guard down." His eyes were fixed on the Tang sword in Chun Yan's hand, his eyes full of covetousness. During his previous peeping, he witnessed with his own eyes how sharp this Tang sword was. Chopping up mutant patients is as easy as cutting vegetables, and even hard metal can be cut easily. Just as the 2 were whispering and plotting, the battle on Chun Yan's side was nearing its end. Chun Yan's posture was agile, like a black lightning, and the Tang sword in her hand flew up and down, flashing with cold light. In just a few breaths, the mutant patient in front of her turned into pieces on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere. Chun Yan gracefully sheathed the Tang sword, took a deep breath, and cast her gaze at Cece standing beside her. At this time, Cece was holding a baseball bat and dealing with a relatively thin, alienated patient. Cece is petite, and she rolled left and right, easily dodging all attacks from the mutant patients. Although the mutant patient was thin, he was extremely ferocious. It has no eyesight and can only rely on hearing to detect Cece's location, but it can never touch her at all. Just when Cece found the right moment, she rolled flexibly and went behind the alienated patient. Then she quickly stood up and used all her strength to swing the baseball bat at the alienated patient's head. "Take this girl's stick," Cece screamed and swung the baseball bat down hard. With a crisp, clang sound, the baseball bat hit the alienated patient's head heavily. However, the alienated patient just shook his body and was unharmed. Cece looked at the scene in front of her, her face full of embarrassment. The alienated patient was completely enraged by this attack. He let out a roar and turned around to pounce on Cece. Swish! Following a sharp knife light, the mutant patient was instantly split into 3 parts, and blood gushed out and splashed on the ground. Chapter 26 Chun Yan is hit. Chun Yan put away the Tang sword that was shining with cold light, touched her niece's head, and sighed. The alienated patient was left unharmed after 1 blow. It seems that there is still a long way to go to cultivate Cece's ability to stand on her own feet. Chun Yan immediately cheered up and said to Cece, "Search for the spoils and let's get out of here." In previous battles, they had discovered that the mutant patients would hide star soul coins. Chun Yan remembered that in the vending machine, 12 star soul coins could be exchanged for a physical strengthening potion. "If I could get more star soul coins, I could buy one for Cece." "Yes, Auntie," Cece agreed with a smile. Then she squatted down and began to search in the shredded hospital gown. Cece kept muttering to herself, praying for more star soul coins. "Auntie, I found another one," Cece shouted excitedly. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of something heavy falling behind her. Cece was confused and turned her head away quickly. I saw Chun Yan lying straight on the ground, her eyes closed and her face pale. "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Cece screamed with tears in her voice and hurriedly crawled to Chun Yan using her hands and feet. Xinyan's consciousness had begun to blur at this moment. She forced herself to stay awake for the last bit and reached out to touch her fair neck. As her fingertips touched a foreign object, she pulled it hard and a syringe appeared in her hand. There are other survivors. Cece, don't worry about me, just run. Xinyan's voice was weak and hurried. Cece looked in the direction behind Xinyan. In the distance, the bearded man and the wretched man were no longer hiding and stood up arrogantly. Tears welled up in Cece's eyes, but when she heard Xinyan tell her to run, she shook her head firmly. Auntie, I won't abandon you. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps was already heard in front of Cece. Haha, little girl, let's see what else you can do now. Just surrender yourself, and maybe we can spare your life. The two men shouted arrogantly as they ran. Cece had a stubborn look on her face. She bit her lips and ignored Xinyan's weak murmurs. She tried her best to carry her body on her back. But Cece was too petite, and Xinyan pressed her so hard that she staggered, and every step she took was extremely difficult. However, although she was stubborn, she was not at all panicked, and her big eyes quickly scanned the nearby terrain. She found that they were very close to the door, and the most urgent thing was to leave this dangerous room first. Cece used a tang sword as a crutch and carried Xinyan on her back as she walked out the door with difficulty. Her little face flushed red, and beads of sweat covered her forehead after just a few steps. But her steps did not stop at all. The moment she walked out of the door, Cece quickly closed the door, and then quickly locked it with the key on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Angry banging sounds came from behind the door, followed by the two men's angry shouting. Having successfully delayed the time, Cece breathed a sigh of relief. But when she looked down and saw Xinyan's lifeless appearance, her heart tightened again. Xinyan's situation is really not optimistic. Auntie, wake up. Cece was so anxious that she pinched a soft spot on Xinyan's body. Under normal circumstances, Xinyan would definitely jump up, grab her, and spank her, but now, Xinyan did not react at all. The elevator is around the corner. Take my aunt off this floor first. Cece thought to herself and encouraged herself. But just as she finished her words, a tall figure suddenly appeared around the corner, dragging a huge meteor hammer in his hand. The heavy hammer head dragged a deep mark on the ground. Cece was stunned on the spot. Her mind went blank. What a horrible thing. At this time, the sound of banging on the door behind him became more and more intense. The door panel was shaking, and the bearded man and the wretched man could break out at any time. Cece was so anxious that tears were about to fall. At the critical moment, her eyes swept to the storage room next to her. That's all we can do for now. Cece gritted her teeth and rushed into the storage room with all her strength. She stuffed Xinyan on her back into the green trash can and hurriedly pulled out some cardboard from the waste paper box next to her and carefully covered her up. Aunt, please bear with it for a while. I will come to rescue you later. After closing the door of the utility room, Cece took a deep breath and suddenly opened the door that locked the bearded man and the wretched man. Little girl, you actually dared to open the door on your own initiative. You are really courting death. The bearded man glared and roared viciously. Hey, where's the woman we knocked unconscious? Where did she go? The wretched man asked with a puzzled look on his face. Just as the two were puzzled, there was a sudden heavy sound of something hitting the ground behind them, and the sound made the ground tremble slightly. The two turned around to check, and their eyes instantly became filled with horror. Cece was already holding a tang sword and running away. On the second floor of the hospital, Chao Xian used his flashlight to shine the words on the doorplate, Central Pharmacy. The three of them groped their way here and arrived here. This is the hospital's medicine storage area, where many types of medicines are stored. On the way, they found several alienated patients who had been chopped into pieces and deduced that the strength of the survivors in the hospital with them should not be underestimated. Therefore, the moment Chao Xian confirmed that he had arrived at the right place, he immediately turned off the flashlight, for fear of attracting too much attention. The three of them walked into the ward. Chao Xian closed the door, and then turned on the flashlight again. The pharmacy was filled with a faint smell of medicine, and various medicine cabinets were neatly arranged, filled with a wide variety of medicines. You can see signs of rummaging, but it is impossible for such a large number of medicines to be taken away. Chao Xian walked up and picked up a few boxes to check. They were all within the shelf life. Chao Xian's face lit up as he found a handbag nearby. There are so many medicines here. Let's try to get as many useful ones as possible. The two girls nodded immediately and began to search in the medicine cabinet. Especially Xinting. She has come into contact with many medicines in her profession, so she is particularly skilled. Chao Xian followed along, and in the end, the three of them filled a whole bag with commonly used medicines. There were several boxes of cold medicine, fever-reducing medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, painkillers, etc. Just as the three of them were busy, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor. Judging from the sound, it seemed that there was only one person, and his footsteps were light. Is it the monster in the ward or other survivors? Chao Xian immediately made a gesture to keep quiet and silently turned off the flashlight. Chapter 27. UCC's talent. Good luck. As the lights in the pharmacy went out and it was plunged into darkness, Chao Xian, Xin Ting, and Xin Bing acted quickly and each looked for a secluded place to hide. Xin Ting and Xin Bing hid behind two medicine cabinets respectively, while Chao Xian chose to hide behind the door. The three of them held their breath and waited quietly for the person outside to make a move. At this moment, Chao Xian looked tense. He wasn't sure if the man was just passing by or would come into the pharmacy, but he was prepared for anything. Suddenly, a squeak sound was heard. The door of the pharmacy was pushed open, and an urgent voice sounded in the darkness. There should be some medicine here to break the anesthesia, right? UCC pushed the door open anxiously, not caring about anything else, and rushed straight to the medicine cabinet. She was only thinking about finding medicine to save her sister as soon as possible, and didn't notice that the layout of the pharmacy was very different from when she and Chunyin left. UCC was frantically rummaging through the medicine cabinet, her movements so hasty that she casually threw aside the Tang's sword in her hand, which was almost as tall as her. Chao Xian, who was hiding behind the door, saw this scene clearly and was filled with ecstasy. This is a great opportunity. The long knife held by the man in front of him is most likely the murder weapon that caused the fragments of those mutant patients to appear. Such a powerful girl actually threw away her weapon on her own initiative. It was simply a godsend. Control her first, and then see what her attitude is. Chao Xian no longer hesitated and pounced forward like a cheetah. With his agility, he subdued UCC in an instant. Chao Xian tightly gripped UCC's neck with one hand and grabbed her slender arm with the other hand, locking it behind her waist. Then, he pressed UCC down with his thighs, loosened his hand that was pinching her neck, took out a gun and pointed it at her soft waist, and said coldly, "Don't move. If you move again, I'll shoot." At almost the same time, Xin Bing also quickly walked out from behind the medicine cabinet, turned on the flashlight, and shone the light directly on UCC. After seeing UCC's figure clearly, Chao Xian was stunned on the spot, and the gun against her waist unconsciously loosened. In the darkness, just now, I only felt that the person coming was petite, but I didn't expect him to be so. Except for one certain part, her figure is almost exactly the same as Xin Ting's. However, compared to the gifted Xin Ting, UCC in front of him seemed very poor. Are you really an adult? Chao Xian asked with a puzzled look on his face. UCC was frightened by this sudden attack, and tears welled up in her eyes. This person has been staring at my chest. I wonder if he has any bad thoughts about me. Woo woo woo. Moreover, the cold muzzle of the gun against her waist made the hairs on her body stand up. Hearing Chao Xian's words, UCC's eyes rolled, and she said pitifully, "Brother, I'm still a high school student. I'm here to find medicine for my sister. Please let me go." After hearing this, Chao Xian subconsciously loosened his grip. At this moment, UCC's personal dashboard information appeared before his eyes. Name, UCC. Age, 19. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Measurements, 70, 32A, 55, 79. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Constitution, 6. Charge times, 0. Occupation, college student majoring in financial management. Talent, good luck. Luck permanently increases by 30%. You will be luckier than others. Health value, 90%. Current mood, fear, hunger. Favorability, -20. Chao Xian quickly scanned UCC's panel information, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. Although she is a lowly type like Xin Ting, her stats are only a pitiful 70 points. However, when he saw the age column, he quickly realized something was wrong. Chao Xian suddenly flew into a rage and tightened his grip on UCC's hand. He slapped UCC's back with his other hand and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? The participants in this survival game are all adults with driver's licenses. Tell me the truth." UCC frowned in pain from being slapped. A trace of grievance and anger flashed across her face. "How dare you take a picture of me? Didn't you admit your mistake first before I continued talking?" But after all, she was under someone's roof, and UCC soon put on a pitiful look again. "Brother, I really didn't lie to you. My sister was ambushed by other survivors and is trapped over there. There's a big guy with a meteor hammer over there. My sister is under anesthesia. If I don't bring medicine back, she will die." The more UCC spoke, the sadder she became. Her eyes turned red, and finally she couldn't stop crying. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Chao Xian unconsciously loosened the strength in his hands. Yucece took the opportunity to raise one hand to wipe away her tears. While wiping her tears, she secretly observed Chao Xian through her fingers. He noticed that although Chao Xian was a little hesitant, he still held his other hand tightly. Yucece gritted her teeth, suppressed the heartache, and took out a card from her back pocket. Temporary access card. This card grants 1 entry to the horror ward. The card will become invalid after leaving the ward. Chao Xian looked at the card in Yucece's hand, was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. It turned out to be an access card. The three of them searched for something on several floors, but couldn't find it, but Yucece actually had one in her hand. However, thinking of Yucece's talent of continuous good luck, he no longer found it strange. I can only say that this is good luck brought by talent. If it weren't for his own talent that could directly locate objects, the strengthening potion on the 4th floor might have been found by Yucece. Brother, please let me go. I am willing to give this to you. Yucece said pitifully with tears in her eyes. Just as Chao Xian was about to take the access card from Yucece, Shinting jumped out from behind the medicine cabinet. After seeing the person Chao Xian was holding down, she suddenly exclaimed, "It's you, Yucece." Chapter 28. Shinting is jealous. Hearing someone calling her name, Yucece raised her head reflexively, only to see a face that couldn't be more familiar. Shinting. Chao Xian, who was pressing Yucece to the ground, was stunned when he saw that the two girls in front of him seemed to know each other. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he asked in confusion, "No, you two know each other." "Of course I know him. We are from the same school and the same grade." Shinting stared at Yucece's face, and suddenly remembered the grudge between the two of them, and gritted her teeth in anger. Both of them are freshmen at Ocean University. Although they are not studying the same major, they have been at odds with each other for a long time. Once, someone created a ranking of campus beauties on their school forum. With her outstanding looks and impressive talent, Shinting led the way and sat firmly at the top of the list without any suspense. Although she said that she didn't care about it, she was still very happy in her heart. As a result, it unexpectedly appeared on the last day. That day happened to be Yucece's birthday, and she generously treated all the classmates in the major to cake. As the saying goes, one should be grateful for what one has received, and many students who had not yet voted cast their votes for Yucece after enjoying the cake. As a result, on the last night, Yucece's vote successfully surpassed Shinting, and Shinting's top position was instantly changed hands. The grudge between the two did not stop there. They both joined the student union and were in the same department. There is constant friction and competition at work, and every encounter is bound to be a heated exchange of words. Shinting glanced at Yucece, who was suppressed by Chao Xian, and alarm bells rang in her heart. She hurried forward and forcefully pulled Chao Xian's hand away. She did this not because of her friendship with Yucece, but because she felt that the two of them were too intimate. Yucece had always argued with her about this, and that in school before. What if she were to compete with her for brother Chao Xian now? It turned out to be a misunderstanding. After being pushed away by Shinting, Chao Xian no longer restrained Yucece. In his opinion, since the two people know each other, they must have a good relationship. Without Chao Xian pressing on her, Yucece quickly stood up and shook her arms, which had turned white from being gripped. Her eyes moved back and forth between Chao Xian and Shinting. Her intuition told her that something was definitely wrong between Shinting and this man named Chao Xian. Thinking of this, Yucece instantly turned into a little green tea girl and stuck close to Chao Xian affectionately, gently holding Chao Xian's arm with one hand, with a pitiful expression on her face. She stuffed the access card into Chao Xian's hand and said in a gentle voice, "Brother Chao Xian, look how sincere they are. This access card is very precious. I'll give it to you. Please be a good person and help me save my sister. I am so worried about her." His arms were held by the girl, but Chao Xian felt nothing in his heart and even felt a little uncomfortable. Tingting is still the best. After Chao Xian sighed inwardly, he also asked his question. "Don't worry, I have something I want to ask you. Were you the ones who got those fragments of the mutant patients in the corridor?" Yucece was about to answer when she was suddenly interrupted by Shinting. Shinting glared at Yucece unhappily and said angrily, "Just talk nicely. Why are you using your hands?" After saying that, she pushed Yucece away without any hesitation and then took Chao Xian's arm into her arms. Yucece cursed inwardly, "Big bear monster." Now she was even more certain of her thoughts. This woman was clearly interested in Chao Xian, otherwise why would she react so strongly? However, considering that her sister was still in danger, Yucece did not argue with Shinting. "Are those zombie-like monsters called mutants? My aunt killed them all." This knife belongs to my aunt. She's really good. If she hadn't been ambushed by those two despicable guys, she would have definitely been able to take down that big guy. Chao Xian nodded deeply when he heard Yucici's words. He said that this flat lowly, about 1.5 meters tall, didn't look like she could easily chop up a group of mutant patients. It turned out that it was done by her aunt. Judging from this, her aunt must be very powerful. After witnessing the strength of the mutant doctor, Chao Xian felt that it was very necessary to find a powerful survivor to work with. The big guy with the hammer you mentioned must be the mutant doctor. So, you're here to find medicine that can remove the anesthesia, but do you know what it's called? Chao Xian asked, lowering his head. I don't know. Yucici scratched her head awkwardly, a blush on her face. She is not a medical student, so how would she know what medicine can remove anesthesia? This is a bit troublesome. Chao Xian rubbed his chin, a look of embarrassment on his face. At this moment, Shun Ting stepped forward, puffed out her chest, and said confidently, there are many types of anesthetics, and each has different methods of removal. Some anesthetics have corresponding anti-caking agents, while others can only be removed through natural metabolism. But we don't even know what kind of anesthetic your sister was given, so it's really tricky. After a brief pause, Shun Ting cleared her throat and continued in an orderly manner. I have taken some anesthesia-related courses before and have some understanding of anesthetics. In this situation, there might be a solution. Some anesthetics are metabolized and excreted through the kidneys after entering the body. We can try using diuretics to promote metabolism and speed up the excretion of anesthetics. This may help relieve your sister's anesthesia. Note, this section is for plot purposes only and has no scientific basis. Please do not imitate. When Chao Xian heard Shun Ting's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. I forgot that Shun Ting happened to be studying a medical-related major. Ting Ting, thank you for your help. Yucici also looked at Shun Ting gratefully, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Humph. Shun Ting raised her head proudly. Chao Xian quickly stroked her and praised Shun Ting a few more words. Then she walked to the medicine cabinet and started searching. Shun Ting followed the labels on the medicine cabinet and quickly found the corresponding medicine cabinet. She bent down and rummaged through the boxes and soon took out a blue box from a pile of colorful medicine boxes. It was the packaging of furosemide, and the word diuretic was clearly printed on the box. Found it! Shun Ting shouted excitedly, holding the box of diuretics in her hand. She returned to Chao Xian and opened the box. Inside was a bottle of light blue potion and several slender syringes. Chao Xian took a look at it, then asked Shun Ting to put it away, and then he looked at Yucici. Yucici, where is your sister now? Yucici quickly replied, I hid my sister in a trash can in a utility room on the 3rd floor. It's quite secluded there, so she should be safe for the time being. Knowing the location of Yucici's aunt, Chao Xian did not delay any longer. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go there quickly. As Chao Xian spoke, he opened the door and walked out first. The pharmacy was right next to the corridor. Chao Xian held his breath and listened attentively for a while, then waved his hand and asked the 3 women to go downstairs. Going up to the 3rd floor, Chao Xian did not hear any sound in the corridor, nor did he see the mutated doctor. Good opportunity. It seems the mutant doctor has left for the time being. Yucici, you should remember where the utility room is. Lead the way. Good. Chapter 29 Components. Sharp. Led by Yucici, the 4 of them walked cautiously along the corridor. There were no unexpected events in the first corridor, and the group did not encounter any obstacles. Now just go a short distance further and turn left to reach the hallway where the utility room is. Since they had walked for quite a distance and still hadn't heard any sound like a heavy hammer falling, everyone gradually became certain that the mutated doctor must have left, so they quickened their pace a little. Just as Yucici was about to turn the corner, Chao Xian's ears moved, and he suddenly heard some unusual sounds. He reacted very quickly, reached out quickly, grabbed Yucici's collar, and pulled her back hard. Almost at the same time, a cold silver light shot out from the corner, flew past everyone with a whoosh sound, and finally pierced into the wall. Yucici was so frightened that she cried out softly. Looking at the silver sharp blade that was deeply inserted into the wall, cold sweat instantly covered her forehead. It's a scalpel. Chao Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the corner. It was the bald man who had attacked Chen Yin before. At this moment, he was holding a scalpel tightly in his hand. Obviously, the attack just now came from his hand. However, the area where his left arm was located was now empty, simply bandaged with gauze. Bright red blood was constantly seeping through the gauze, staining the area red. You're quite the runner, little girl. I never thought you'd have the guts to come back. Hey, you brought some helpers with you. There was a hint of viciousness in the bald man's voice. When his eyes swept over Chao Xian and the other two behind UCC, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Although he was a little panicked because he lost an arm, after looking at the scalpel in his hand, he felt confident again. The bald man raised his hand and casually swung the scalpel in his hand. A faint green light flashed across the blade. He said coldly, "Thanks to your trick we had before, we now have the opportunity to turn a disaster into a blessing and get that thing." It turned out that they had been framed by UCC and had run into the mutated doctor head-on. In extreme fear, the two could only run away desperately. In order to survive, he had no choice but to abandon his companion and pushed him, causing his companion to be directly caught by the alienated doctor and instantly smashed into a pool of meat paste. Although he lost an arm, he at least saved his life. Afterwards, he endured the pain and treated the wound. When he returned to his companion's body, in addition to the shocking flesh paste, he also found a torn piece of cloth with a green badge on it. Chao Xian stared at the scalpel in the man's hand and frowned. Could it be that this knife gave this man, who was already missing an arm, the courage to challenge the four of them? Even if this knife has some unusual features, can it be faster than the gun in my hand? Thinking of this, Chao Xian pulled out his gun and shot without hesitation. The bald man originally had a smug look on his face, but the moment he saw Chao Xian pull out his gun, his expression suddenly changed. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously wanted to swing his knife to block the flying bullet. But no matter how fast his reaction was, it was still not faster than the speed of a bullet. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the narrow corridor. There was already a bloody hole on the bald man's forehead. The shot hit him right on the forehead. Only idiots would waste their time with you. Real men would just pull out their guns and do it. Chao Xian sneered at the bald man who fell straight down and silently put away the Glock 17. Seeing Chao Xian's graceful and skillful movements, there were also cries of pleasure from the side. "Brother Chao Xian, your shooting is so accurate." "UCC, you stinky girl. I'm the only one who can call you Brother Chao Xian." "Humph, why can't I? Is there a rule that only you can call him that? You big bear monster. You, what did you call me? You airport." Seeing the two girls about to fight, Xin Bing couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly stepped forward with a helpless look on her face to pull the two girls apart. Chao Xian walked silently to the bald man's body, bent down, and picked up the scalpel. The moment he picked up the knife, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Medical scalpel. Carefully crafted from high-quality stainless steel, it conforms to ergonomic design and is easy to hold. The blade is thin yet tough, and its edge is incredibly sharp, enabling precise cutting of human tissue during surgery. Current equipment components. 1. Sharp. Green. The knife will become extremely sharp. Note: can be disassembled at any time. Maximum number of equipment components. 1. Chao Xian looked at the information above, his eyes shining and excitement surged in his heart. Components? It's another brand new prop. He muttered to himself, then took the scalpel and cut into the floor. The tiles on the ground were easily cut by a scalpel like tofu, and the cuts were neat and smooth, which gave him a more intuitive understanding of the power of this component. Watching Chao Xian's operation, UCC came over, her eyes full of curiosity. Could it be that this sword is also equipped with components? "Oh, you also know about components." Chao Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. "Yes, my aunt's Tang sword is equipped with a green sharp component. We got it at the previous platform," UCC hurriedly explained. No wonder that bald man seemed to be coveting this knife. Chao Xian suddenly realized and sighed for a while. Then more ideas emerged in his mind. If this component is equipped on the bone-cutting knife, wouldn't it be possible to easily break through the defense of the mutated doctor? Or can it be equipped on the Glock 17 to further enhance its penetration capability? Chao Xian acted immediately and touched the disassembly option on the scalpel. Then, a green badge-like object fell into his palm. Chao Xian took out the bone-cutting knife, and sure enough, a prompt popped up on it saying it could be equipped. Chao Xian equipped the bone-cutting knife with the green sharp component. The knife instantly flashed with a sharp light, and the blade seemed to become even colder and piercing, with a faint chill emanating from it. "The bone-chopping knife really works. Let's try the pistol next." He nodded with satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the Glock 17 in his hand. He tried to equip the Glock 17 with the sharp component in the shape of a green badge. However, just as the component was about to touch the pistol, an invisible barrier blocked it, and at the same time, a line of information emerged in his mind. This equipment is not compatible with this component and cannot be equipped. Chao Xian frowned, feeling a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. The pistol is not compatible, but will the bullet be compatible? When this idea popped into his mind, Chao Xian immediately began to try it out. When the component came close to the bullet, this time the invisible barrier did not appear. Instead, the green light on the component faintly blended with the surface of the bullet. At the same time, a prompt came from his mind. Successfully equip the bullet with a sharp, green component, greatly improving its penetration ability. Chao Xian looked at the special bullet equipped with components in his hand, feeling a little hesitant. This sharp component is hard to come by, and it is a waste to equip it on a small bullet. After all, it is difficult to recover a bullet after it is fired, and who knows whether the component will be wasted after it is fired. So Chao Xian disassembled it and installed it on the bone-cutting knife. Chao Xian played with it for a long time like a child who had just received a toy, and then handed it to Xin Bing. Sister Bingbing, please take this knife first. Your weapon mastery talent will allow you to make better use of this component. Xin Bing did not refuse, but nodded gratefully. At the beginning, she had a bad attitude towards Chao Xian, but she did not expect that he would trust her so much now. After Chao Xian handed over the knife, he was secretly looking forward to when a component that could be equipped on the pistol would come out. The distance to the utility room was very short, and they arrived there successfully in just a few steps. Chapter 30 Chun Yen wakes up. The utility room door is open. UCC looked at the half-open wooden door in front of her, and an ominous premonition instantly came to her mind. She clearly remembered that she had closed the door tightly when she left, and the abnormality at this moment made her heart rise to her throat. UCC ran in anxiously, and only felt relieved when she saw that the trash can was still piled with cardboard boxes. It seems they just entered this room and didn't find my aunt in the trash can. UCC was very grateful that she had hidden her aunt at that time. Seeing UCC's gaze, Chao Xian immediately realized that she had hidden her aunt in the trash can. So Chao Xian hurried forward to help and began to turn over the cardboard shell that was pressing on the trash can. I have to say that UCC really put a lot of effort into hiding her aunt. To Chao Xian, those heavy paper shells weighed at least several dozen kilograms. After several people worked together and went through a lot of trouble, Chao Xian finally saw the curled-up figure of the woman at the bottom of the trash can. The woman in front of him was extremely tall, even taller than Xun Bing and Xin Ting. Even though she had her eyes closed and curled up in the small trash can, Chao Xian could still tell that she was slightly taller than Xin Bing. The black tight leather jacket was tightly attached to her body, perfectly outlining her curvy and exaggerated figure. Name: Chen Yan. Age: 28. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Bust: 98, 32 g, 61, 96. Strength: 9. Agility: 9. Constitution: 8. Charge times: 0. Occupation: unemployed, heir to an ancient martial arts family. Talent: sword energy and sword shadow. When using sword weapons, you can release energy. Current status: coma, suffocation. Health: 60%. Favorability. Chao Xian scanned Chun Yan's panel information from top to bottom and couldn't help but feel shocked. For example, her extremely exaggerated stats are 9, 9, and 8. I wonder if she has ever used any strengthening potions. For example, her identity as a descendant of ancient martial arts and her talent in sword energy and sword shadow are more specific than Xun Bing's mastery of weapons. However, when Chao Xian saw her condition, his heart suddenly tightened. Quickly pull her out. Chao Xian quickly reached out and held Chun Yan's armpit. Several people worked together and hurriedly lifted Chun Yan out of the trash can. At this moment, Chun Yan's face was as pale as paper, like a delicate yet fragile porcelain doll. Her originally bright lips were now slightly purple. UCC was so anxious that she started crying, blaming herself. It's all my fault that I hurt my aunt. Will she be okay? As a nursing major, Xin Ting seemed particularly calm at this moment. She quickly walked to Chun Yan's side, squatted down, and skillfully placed her fingers on Chun Yan's carotid artery, while observing Chun Yan's complexion and the rise and fall of her chest. Then, she said calmly, she just had some difficulty breathing and is now suffocating. Just untie her clothes and let her breathe some fresh air. Want to take off your clothes? Chao Xian swallowed silently and looked over. The next second, Xin Ting pushed Chao Xian out without mercy, scolding him. Brother Chao Xian, you are not allowed to stay here and watch. Besides, we have to inject diuretics into Aunt UCC later. It will be very inconvenient for a grown man like you to stay here. Chao Xian's face was filled with helplessness. Although he felt unwilling, he was powerless to refute. He could only reluctantly nod and say, okay then, I'll be on guard outside. Call me immediately if anything happens. Seeing that Chao Xian was a little disappointed, Xin Ting hugged him comfortingly and smiled softly. Brother Chao Xian, don't be disappointed. Wait until tonight. He, Chao Xian came to the door and shook his head gently, trying to dispel the unnecessary fantasy images in his mind. Then he leaned against the door and observed the movements around him with vigilant eyes. Time passes by every second. During this period, Chao Xian heard many unspeakable voices. After about half an hour, Chao Xian's thoughts drifted away and he squatted at the door, thinking about life. At this moment, the door was finally opened slightly. Shen Ting stuck half of her head out and said softly, "Brother Chao Xian, you can come in." When Chao Xian heard the sound, he immediately stood up and walked quickly into the room. He sniffed after entering the room. There was a faint, strange smell in the air. Chun Yin had also woken up at this time. She had put on her leather jumpsuit, but it was not fully pulled up to ensure breathing. However, his complexion was much better than before. Although still a little pale, the purple color of his lips had faded and his breathing had become much steadier. Through the panel, Chao Xian also saw that her health value was slowly recovering. Yucisi was sitting on the edge of the bed with red eyes, obviously having just cried. She was holding Chun Yan's hand at the moment. When she saw Chao Xian come in, she nodded gratefully. At this time, Chun Yan slowly opened her eyes and her gaze stayed on Chao Xian. She had already heard Yucisi explain the whole story, and she also knew that she was able to survive thanks to the man in front of her. "Thank you." She struggled to stand up and wanted to thank Chao Xian, but when she was halfway up, she found that the leather jacket she had pulled halfway started to slide down. Chun Yan's face turned red, and she quickly reached out to grab him. It was also thanks to her body that she was able to hold up. If it were Yucisi, she would probably slide to the bottom without any hindrance. Seeing this scene, Chao Xian quickly squatted down. Chapter 31 Cooperation. "No need to thank me. Just have a good rest first." After hearing Chao Xian's words, Chun Yan gave up the idea of sitting up. She usually never smiles and always looks cold in front of others, but now her face is as red as her buttocks. Blame it on those two bastards. At this moment, Chun Yan wished she could whip the two men to death 100 times. She tilted her head slightly to take a look and saw a large medical beaker filled with some liquid. Chun Yan kept praying, Chao Xian must not look there. It was already embarrassing enough in front of Yucisi and two strange women just now, and she didn't want to be ashamed to see people in the future. Fortunately, Chao Xian didn't look to the side. After all, it was really difficult for him to control his eyes and focus on anything other than the woman in front of him. Chao Xian paused. He was thinking about exchanging information with Chun Yan and then discussing cooperation. "Chun Yan, we've gained some intelligence during our exploration. Do you know the reason behind the formation of this ward?" "The reason?" Chun Yan was puzzled. In her opinion, this was just a platform similar to a copy. Wasn't it formed by a survival game? Seeing that Yucisi and Chun Yan were both confused, Chao Xian also began to explain. Soon, Yucisi covered her mouth in shock. "Brother Chao Xian, are you saying that the dean here actually used his own patients for experiments and even betrayed the doctors who were doing the experiments with him at the last minute? Those mutant patients and doctors we met in the building were all the product of failed experiments. This is too insane." Yucisi found it hard to imagine that there could be people in the world who were so indifferent to life that they would sacrifice innocent people in order to satisfy their own selfish desires. So, maybe their laboratory is hidden in the remaining 2 floors. Chun Yan was indeed very attentive and immediately grasped the key point of what Chao Xian said. The hospital does have a laboratory, but it's not upstairs. Chao Xian deliberately paused at the crucial point, then changed the subject. "Since we want to cooperate, let's first discuss the distribution of the spoils. After all, they and Chun Yan are not teammates, and it is impossible for them to trust each other as unreservedly as they do with the Shin sisters. Cooperation without interests is difficult to last long. Making things clear in advance will make subsequent cooperation smoother and avoid unpleasantness later." Chun Yan pondered for a moment and said, "I just need an access card to leave the ward. If possible, I'd also like to ask for a physical strengthening potion for Cece." In her opinion, Chao Xian saved her and the intelligence was also provided by Chao Xian, so there was no reason for her to ask for too much. Chao Xian was slightly stunned, and then he looked at the woman with a little more appreciation in his eyes beyond her appearance. "Okay, let's do as you say. As long as we can successfully complete this cooperation, access cards and potions won't be a problem." After saying this, the room fell into a brief silence. Chao Xian silently took out a few pieces of chocolate from his trouser pocket and said, "Eat some of this to replenish your energy." He handed the chocolate to the ladies. "Brother Chao Xian, you actually have this." Yucisi took the chocolate in surprise, her eyes full of excitement. She and Chun Yan have only drunk water so far and haven't eaten anything. Chun Yan was also full of gratitude and said, "Thank you, Chao Xian." Although the chocolate had melted a little due to Chao Xian's body temperature, and their lips were covered with sticky chocolate liquid when they ate it, they didn't care about that at the moment. You're welcome. We still have a lot in the car. We'll give you some when we leave later. Chao Xian waved his hand and said, when you've recovered enough, we'll leave here and look for the underground laboratory based on the clues I got earlier. After a short rest, the group officially set off. Chun Yin frowned and asked in confusion, so where is the laboratory hidden? It's on the underground level, Chao Xian replied. It can only be reached by elevator. We have to press the buttons for the 4th floor, the 1st floor, and the 3rd floor in that order to get to the underground level. Chun Yin almost couldn't maintain her icy expression. This is too secretive. Who could have thought of it? Chao Xian smiled modestly. I only got the news by chance due to luck. The group quickly arrived at the elevator along the corridor. Chao Xian stepped forward and pressed the elevator button. With a slight ding-dong sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Everyone walked into the elevator one by one, and Chao Xian pressed the buttons for the 4th floor, 1st floor, and 3rd floor in the order he knew. The elevator began to rise slowly, and a feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit me. Chao Xian and Chun Yin stood at the front of the elevator because the elevator would be open for a period of time every time it reached a floor, so they had to be prepared to deal with alienated patients. When the elevator reached the 4th floor, the door slowly opened and a pungent smell of rotten disinfectant hit us in the face. Sure enough, under the dim light, several mutant patients with twisted bodies were crowding in front of the elevator door. Hearing the sound of the elevator door opening, these alienated patients swarmed into the elevator like wild beasts smelling blood. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly drew out the bone-cutting knife from his waist, ready to stop this group of crazy alienated patients. At this moment, Chun Yin beside him moved even faster. She flashed and took the first step. Whoosh! A sharp white blade light shot out from the Tang sword in her hand. Wherever the blade light flashed, the mutant patients were cut in half without even having time to scream and fell to the ground. Chao Xian's movement to raise his knife froze instantly, and he could only utter, awesome. At this moment, in Chao Xian's eyes, Chun Yin was as heroic as those female knights in martial arts novels who defeated the enemy with one sword. This is my talent. I can release the sword energy. Chun Yin was worried that Chao Xian would be frightened, so she explained quickly. She didn't know that Chao Xian had already known her talent through the panel. However, now that Chao Xian saw this scene with his own eyes, he still felt a little envious. After all, which man has not fantasized about holding a 3-foot-long sword and slaying demons and monsters? Big Bear Ting, my aunt is amazing. Awesome. Shin Ting was also shocked, and then quickly realized why UCC gave her a new nickname. You little fried egg. You are obviously envious of me. Shin Ting's chest was shaking with anger. UCC couldn't hold back after hearing Shin Ting's words, because she was really envious. Be quiet. Chun Yin frowned and looked at UCC. UCC suddenly became like a frightened little rabbit and dared not make a sound. Seeing this, Shin Ting proudly swayed in front of UCC and deliberately pressed her chest against UCC's tablet. As a result, she was hit on the head by Shun Bing on the spot. Ting Ting, don't be naughty. Chao Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There really is always something that can defeat something else. When the elevator stopped at the 3rd and 1st floors, they encountered and dealt with several mutant patients, but they had no time to search the bodies. When the elevator stopped on the 1st floor and the doors began to close, there was a sudden clicking sound under everyone's feet. Then, the elevator suddenly began to fall, more than twice as fast as before. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly, and Chao Xian hurriedly shouted, "Hold on to the handrails." The elevator fell rapidly, and the huge feeling of weightlessness made everyone almost breathless. Just when everyone thought the elevator would fall directly to the bottom, it suddenly stopped in midair and then slowly stopped. Finally, it's over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon their hearts rose to their throats again. Because, through the gap in the elevator door, several people smelled the strong smell of disinfectant again, and it was much stronger than before. Preview. Chao Xian is about to bid farewell to his identity as Xiao Chunan. Here is a free guessing game. In addition, please give me a good review and follow the latest chapters every day. Chapter 32 Ventilation Ducts. Because, through the gap in the elevator door, several people smelled the strong smell of disinfectant again, and this smell was much stronger than before. As soon as the elevator door opened, more than 20 mutant patients crowded in front of the door. Chun Yin did not hesitate. She raised her hand and slashed out with a sword. In an instant, a large number of mutated patients fell down. However, this skill seemed to consume energy and could not be used continuously. After relieving a wave of pressure, She began to use regular attacks. Chao Xian also hurried forward to help, and the two of them stood back to back, cooperating tacitly. It wasn't long before all these alienated patients were slaughtered by them. Finally, it's done. Chao Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's search them later to see if there's anything useful on them." After catching his breath, Chao Xian finally had time to look around the underground laboratory. I don't know if it's because of years of disrepair, but the walls of the passage here are peeling and mottled, and there is a faint musty smell. The dim light swayed, casting strange shadows that made people feel creepy. Not far away there is a black iron door covered with rust. It looks more like a gloomy underground cage than a laboratory. Danger ahead. There are 3 sleeping mutant doctors and more than 10 mutant patients. If you get close, they will wake up. You can go around the ventilation duct above the iron door and directly lead to the core area of the laboratory, Dean's office. Just as Chun Yin was about to swing her knife to chop the iron lock hanging on the iron gate, Chao Xian quickly grabbed her. If you go from here, you'll encounter quite a few mutant doctors. They're much more difficult to deal with than these patients. Then where should we go? Chun Yin asked. From above. Chao Xian raised his head and pointed above his head. Chun Yin looked up and saw a ventilation duct. She wisely didn't ask how Chao Xian knew all this when he first entered the underground laboratory. After all, everyone has their secrets. Chun Yin took a step back, gathered some strength, kicked out her long legs, grasped the edge of the ventilation duct firmly with one hand, and then turned over neatly and got in. Chao Xian's eyes lit up. He was indeed a descendant of ancient martial arts and his skills were better than his. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely have a hand-to-hand fight with Chun Yin to see how big the gap between them was. At this time, Chun Yin leaned out half of her body and stretched out her arm towards Chao Xian. Chao Xian understood what he meant, took a few steps back, took a running jump, reached out to hold Chun Yan's hand, and also got into the pipe. After Chao Xian adjusted his body shape, the voices of Shin Bing and others came from below. Chao Xian, pull us up too. UCC, how about you stick your butt out so I can step on it? Hey, I forgot you don't seem to have this. Shin Bing raised a hand towards Chao Xian, while Shin Ting and UCC started bickering again. But after Chao Xian and Chun Yin looked at each other, they shook their heads. Even if you can skip the alienated doctors in the passage, it is difficult to guarantee that there will not be more in the core area. Shin Ting and UCC have almost no fighting ability. If a fight breaks out, there may not be enough time to protect them. It's too dangerous in there. Chun Yin and I can go there. Sister Bing Bing, you stay here to protect Cici and Ting Ting. After hearing Chun Xian's words, UCC and Shun Ting stopped arguing and protested against Chao Xian together. Chao Xian flatly refused. Protests are useless. Listen to me and your aunt. Shin Bing bit her lip, her eyes full of worry. She was worried about Chao Xian and wanted to go in with him, but what Chao Xian said made sense. Ting Ting and Cici really needed someone to protect them. After all, she was more mature and steady. She gently pulled the 2 girls and said, "Listen to Brother Chao Xian. Let's stay here." Then, Shin Bing frowned and said with a worried look on his face, "Then you must be careful. If anything happens, send me a message immediately." A warm feeling surged in Chao Xian's heart, and he nodded with emotion. Now Shin Bing's favorability has increased from the original negative number to 70 points. He can clearly feel that Shin Bing's friendship with him has changed a lot. Then let's go. After Chao Xian said that, he and Chun Yin turned over. The space inside the pipe is extremely cramped, only allowing one person to move slowly. Chao Xian and Chun Yin, one in front and one behind, began to crawl forward cautiously with their limbs supporting the ground. He followed Chun Yin and didn't think anything of it at first, but when he looked up inadvertently, his nose almost bled. Chun Yin was seen bending her body slightly and crawling forward cautiously. Her straight waist swayed slightly from side to side with her movements. Her black leather jacket reflected the light from the flashlight, making him dizzy. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and his throat dry. Gudong. Chao Xian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although the sound was very weak, it was very clear in the quiet pipe. Chun Yin paused when she heard the voice. She obviously noticed this embarrassing scene. For a moment, her crawling movements became stiff and very unnatural, and she could only bite the bullet and continue crawling. Soon, the 2 came to a fork in the road. Chun Yin blushed and asked, "Where should we go?" Chao Xian tried hard to raise his head and look forward. At this time, a hint appeared in his eyes, guiding him that the right was the correct path. Turn right. The 2 of them climbed past the fork in the road, and Chun Yin suddenly said, "Well, how about you come in front, so it's more convenient to lead the way." The narrow passage made it impossible to see Chun Yan's face, but from her slightly trembling voice, it could be seen that she was not calm inside. As soon as Chun Yin finished speaking, Chao Xian immediately agreed. Okay, then you lie down, and I will go over from above. Chun Yin was a little flustered for a moment. Her brain seemed to be stuck. She really didn't want Chao Xian to touch her plump lower back when he passed by, so she subconsciously turned over and lay flat on the pipe. But she seemed to have forgotten that there was a part of her body that she was also very proud of. Chun Yin couldn't stop them any further. Being hesitant wasn't her nature. Hurry up, Cece and the others are still waiting for us. By the time she realized this, Chao Xian had already taken action. She couldn't stop him anymore. After all, being timid wasn't her character. So she pretended to be calm and said, Hurry up, Cece and the others are still waiting for us. Chao Xian heard Chun Yan's urging and quickly nodded in response. Okay. Chao Xian's hand fell on the gap between Chun Yan's thigh and the pipe wall, and he crawled forward quickly. Chapter 33 Components, Explosion. Halfway up the mountain, when his eyes met Chun Yan's, Chao Xian suddenly felt dazed. I just felt a warm and soft touch under my hand, which was completely different from the cold pipe wall. Then he saw that Chun Yin under him began to turn red, and her eyes seemed to want to kill. Take it away. Chun Yin glared at Chao Xian coldly. She strongly suspected that Chao Xian did it on purpose, and began to blame herself in her heart. She had rapped her chest every day when she was a child to practice martial arts, so why did she still have such an inconvenient body shape? Sorry, I was careless. Chao Xian's face was full of embarrassment. Chun Yin was like a ripe peach. He was really in a trance and put her in the wrong place. After this little episode, the two of them communicated less, and their speed of action also secretly quickened. Under the guidance of Chao Xian, the two of them turned left and right in the intricate pipes. Chun Yin was full of doubts and wanted to ask Chao Xian how he managed to find the right direction so quickly without any map guidance. She guessed in her heart. Could it be that Chao Xian possesses special abilities similar to map navigation? But she was still angry at this time and didn't want to pay any attention to Chao Xian at all. About 10 minutes later, the two finally reached the end of the pipe. Chao Xian slowly opened the iron door at the entrance of the pipe and cautiously stuck his head out to look down. What comes into view is a clean white laboratory. Chao Xian saw countless transparent glass jars at a glance, with men and women soaked in the jars, their bodies appearing somewhat distorted in the liquid. Chao Xian, is it safe here? Chun Yin didn't care that she was still angry with Chao Xian and gently poked his butt from behind. It seems there's no danger. Chao Xian looked around carefully and found no threats such as awakened mutant patients. After confirming it was safe, the two jumped down the pipe one after another. I didn't expect that walking through the ventilation ducts could perfectly avoid all monsters. Chao Xian muttered in a low voice, with a hint of surprise on his face. Afterwards, he and Chun Yin began exploring the laboratory hall. Chao Xian stood in front of a glass jar, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man inside whose skin was swollen like foam, a trace of doubt in his heart. Just now, this person seemed to move. Am I dazzled? Chao Xian frowned, and was about to use his talent to try to obtain some useful information. At this moment, Chun Yan's voice suddenly came from behind. Chao Xian, I found a secret room. A secret room? Could it be the dean's office? A hint of surprise flashed in Chao Xian's eyes. He remembered that he had heard that there were precious physical strengthening potions hidden in the dean's office. Chao Xian quickly walked to Chun Yan's side and saw her pointing at a seemingly ordinary wall in the corner of the laboratory. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find the extremely tiny gap at all. This should be it, Chun Yin said, tapping the wall with the long knife in her hand. From the sound, there's nothing behind it. Chao Xian nodded and searched the wall, trying to find the mechanism to open it. Chun Yin, however, directly raised her Tang sword and said in a straightforward tone, Why bother with so much trouble? After saying that, Chun Yin suddenly inserted the Tang sword into the gap in the wall, then tensed her arm muscles and pried it hard. Accompanied by a harsh sound of metal friction, the white paint on the wall began to peel off and debris fell. Boom! Chun Yin kicked out suddenly, and the metal door fell to the ground. Awesome! Chao Xian gave Chun Yin a thumbs up, his eyes full of love. The dark room was filled with an old and decayed smell. The light was extremely dim, and only the outline of the room could be vaguely seen. Chao Xian turned on the flashlight, and where the light reached, he saw a row of rusty old experimental equipment on one side of the room, and a huge metal cabinet on the other side. Private safe of Lin Yud, the hospital director. The combination to the safe is in 3 locations: the right pocket of Lin Yud's white coat, the second drawer of his desk, and under the carpet in front of his desk. Of course, you can also find other ways to open it. Lin Yud is just like his name. He does all kinds of immoral things. This safe must contain a strengthening potion, right? It's so easy to get. Even without the talent hint, Chao Xian knew it. Now that I have a sharp, bone-cutting knife in my hand, why bother wasting time and effort looking for the password? Chao Xian grinned confidently and drew out his bone-cutting knife. The bone-cutting knife made a buzzing sound as he gently swung it in his hand, as if he couldn't wait to show off his skills. He walked quickly to the huge metal safe, raised the bone-cutting knife high without hesitation, and then chopped it down fiercely. The blade cut into the safe door easily, just like cutting into tofu. The metal rubbed against the blade, making a sharp sound, and soon a deep cut was made on the door. The safe is divided into 3 layers. There are several pages of documents on the top layer. Chao Xian picked up one and looked at it. It was the experimental record and final production method of the physical strengthening potion. Lin Yud sacrificed countless innocent lives to obtain the results written on this piece of paper. It is truly hateful. Unfortunately, these are of no use to Chao Xian. Chao Xian continued to check and found that the middle floor was filled with physical strengthening potions. Chao Xian had seen this familiar look twice before and recognized it at a glance. 1, 2, 3, 12. 12 in total. Chao Xian took out the strengthening potions and put them away, keeping 2 in his hand. Sister Chunyan, here, this is for you and Cici. Chunyan was surprised when Chao Xian handed her the medicine. She subconsciously raised her hand to refuse. We agreed that I only want one. Chao Xian smiled and forced the potion into Chunyan's hand. Don't refuse. Only with stronger strength can you better protect Cici. The two are now in the same boat, and Chunyan has helped a lot along the way. Chao Xian's words hit the mark for Chunyan. Protecting you, Cici, has always been her concern. Thank you very much. I'll take it. The frost on Chunyan's face melted away, replaced by a touch of emotion. She silently remembered this favor in her heart. On the lower level, Chao Xian found another access card. It seemed that this was the place where the access card would be refreshed. Chao Xian handed the access card to Chunyan. This time she did not refuse. This was something they had agreed on beforehand. However, in addition to the access card, there is also a small gear that flashes blue light. Component, blasting, can be equipped on long-range weapons. After equipping, all attacks will have explosive damage. Chapter 34 Lin Yud died, and Chunyan was injured. A component that can be equipped on ranged weapons. Chao Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with ecstasy. He couldn't wait to hold the gear in his hand and then put it together with the Glock 17. Sure enough, a prompt was displayed indicating that it could be equipped. Chao Xian chose to install it without any hesitation. Glock 17. Current equipment components. 1. Explosion. Blue can be equipped on ranged weapons. After equipping, all attacks will cause explosion damage. Maximum number of equipment components. 2. Currently equipped. 1. The moment the equipment was completed, a circle of blue light swirled above the Glock 17. Chao Xian raised his gun and aimed slightly towards the distance, his eyes full of eagerness to try. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Chunyan's face was filled with surprise, and her beautiful eyes stared at Chao Xian. Did you shoot? No. Chao Xian looked at the direction he was aiming in confusion, but there was nothing unusual there. The sound came from outside. Chunyan suddenly realized. Go out and take a look. The two of them moved quickly and left the office in a hurry. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Chao Xian felt something sticky under his feet. Looking down, he saw the ground was covered with an unpleasant liquid. He looked up and saw that a glass jar containing the experimental subject had exploded at some point. The location of this glass jar is the bald man I just saw. Chao Xian's heart suddenly tightened. Chunyan followed the trails of mucus on the ground and soon found the target. He's in the open space among the cans. The two of them ran quickly to the open space. I saw a bald man lying on the ground, his limbs twisted and wriggling. He slowly raised his eyes and stared at Chao Xian coldly. Madness, greed, and hatred were intertwined in that look. Chao Xian saw in his eyes the complex emotions that should not appear in an irrational, alienated patient. Could it be? The bald man let out a low and suppressed roar from his throat, as if he was struggling to organize his words. After a moment, he actually uttered a few unclear words. Do you want to live forever? Chao Xian and Chunyan were both stunned. Chunyan couldn't help but murmured softly. How can he speak? The bald man twisted his body and slowly stood up. Although his posture was extremely strange, his eyes were fixed on Chao Xian like a hawk, and the mad greed in his eyes became more and more intense. Life is like a fleeting firework, brilliant but fleeting. You rush about every day, chasing after illusory goals, but in the end, you will just turn into dust. But I know the secret of immortality. It is a powerful force that transcends time and space, and it holds the key to controlling destiny. The weapon in your hand is only a temporary deterrent, but eternal life is the eternal supreme power. Ward Director Lin Yud. Strength, 5 to 17 agility, 5 to 10 constitution, 6 to 20. The final form of alienation. His long-term and in-depth exploration of the forbidden area has caused him to suffer severe backlash from the experimental drugs, and his body has gradually become alienated. When strongly stimulated, it will enter the second form. You are Lin Yud. Chao Xian looked at the name on the panel and was shocked. It turned out that the scary guy in front of him was actually the director of this ward, Lin Yud. When Lin Yud saw that Chao Xian actually recognized him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, he put on a strange smile and opened his arms towards Chao Xian. Be my believer. Embrace me, and I will grant you eternal life. Fuck you. Who wants to cuddle with a bald, middle-aged monster covered in slime? Chao Xian spat fiercely, his face full of disgust. If he wanted to hug someone, he also wanted to hug Chun Yin, who was beside him. As for this so-called eternal life, Lin Yud himself has become a half-human, half-ghost appearance. How could Chao Xian be easily bewitched by him? Chao Xian and Chun Yin looked at each other. After several previous battles, the two of them already had a tacit understanding. Chun Yin instantly understood the deep meaning in Chao Xian's eyes. Use a killing move. Chao Xian noticed that the prompt mentioned that Lin Yud would enter the second form when stimulated. Therefore, he planned to try to kill Lin Yud with a fatal blow before he transformed. Chao Xian raised his gun and aimed steadily at Lin Yud, while Chun Yin tightly grasped the Tang sword and rushed forward like an arrow. Just when Chun Yin was only a few steps away from Lin Yud suddenly let out a sharp and piercing scream. His body expanded and deformed rapidly at an abnormal speed. His already twisted body instantly became even more hideous and terrifying. His huge limbs were covered with densely packed protruding tumors and bulging blue veins. Lin Yud swung his arm violently, and the arm swept towards Chun Yin swiftly. Chun Yin didn't have time to dodge at all, and was knocked away violently, hitting the experimental table beside her with a muffled groan. Blood instantly flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the Tang sword in her hand flew out of her hand and fell to the ground. At the same moment, Chao Xian decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The Glock 17 equipped with explosive components spewed out a tongue of blazing flames, and the bullet, wrapped in the powerful force of the explosion, hit Lin Yud accurately. The violent explosion resounded throughout the laboratory, making people's eardrums hurt. Half of Lin Yud's body was instantly blown into a bloody mess, with flesh and mucus splattering everywhere. The scene was shocking. How dare you hurt me? Lin Yud's voice was filled with endless murderous intent, as if it was a curse from hell. I will make you pay a heavy price and let you know how miserable the consequences of offending me are. In Chao Xian's sight, Lin Yud's various values were almost maxed out, especially his physical fitness of up to 20 points, which allowed him to maintain the ability to move even when half of his body was blown off. However, Lin Yud's speed was greatly affected as he lost half of his leg. Chao Xian slowly stepped back while firing continuously. Snap! 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 3 more shots hit Lin Yud accurately, and suddenly there was another horrifying hole on his stomach. Chao Xian did not dare to attack Lin Yud's head easily, because although Lin Yud's body had expanded to an extremely large size, his head still maintained its previous size, which looked extremely strange. Chao Xian was afraid that if he missed, he would shatter other glass jars, and the ones inside might be the same terrifying monsters as Lin Yud. At this time, Chun Yin struggled to recover some strength beside the laboratory table. She looked at Lin Yud, who was roaring wildly in front of her, and a feeling of determination surged in her heart. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, forced herself to stand up, and without hesitation swung the knife again, chopping towards Lin Yud's head. Lin Yud seemed to sense the danger behind him. He turned his head suddenly and saw Chun Yan's attack, with flames of rage burning in his eyes. These two guys who are as insignificant as ants could actually force him into this state. Damn it! Seeing Chun Yan's attack towards his head, Lin Yud not only did not dodge, but instead swung his palm towards Chun Yan again. His body was so hard that ordinary knives could not cause any damage to it, so he wanted Chun Yan to pay a heavy price for her actions. Bang! Bang! 2 dull voices were heard one after another. Chun Yan fell heavily to the ground, and the Tang sword in her hand slipped away. There was a deep, black bloodstain on her jade-white arm, which looked particularly shocking. The other sound was the sound of Lin Yud's heavy head falling to the ground. Chapter 35. Be gentle, Sister Chun Yan. As the head fell to the ground, Lin Yud's body, like a melting wax figure, began to melt rapidly and decompose into a pile of liquid. In the end, all that was left was a black card, a purple gear, and something that looked like a notebook. But Chao Xian was so anxious that he didn't even bother to check these things. Instead, he quickly ran to Chunyan's side. Sister Chunyan, how do you feel? Chunyan leaned in Chao Xian's arms, her face as pale as a piece of thin paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down her face. The black lines on her arms were slowly spreading along the blood vessels, looking shocking. Chao Xian, if I can't make it anymore, please help me take good care of Cece. I can see that this girl likes you very much. She will be happy to follow you. Chunyan's breath was weak, and every word seemed to be uttered with the last bit of strength in her body. Chao Xian held Chunyan's hand tightly and said anxiously, Sister Chunyan, don't say that. You will be fine. Chunyan shook her head weakly, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She gently pulled Chao Xian's hand and slowly placed it on her chest. She had noticed long ago that although Chao Xian tried hard to hide it, his eyes would always unconsciously fall on her. Anyway, I am going to die soon, so I will just consider this as a special reward for asking Chao Xian to take care of Cece. Chao Xian gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said, Sister Chunyan, who do you think I am? I won't let anything happen to you. However, this time, Chao Xian also felt Chunyan's increasingly weak heartbeat. He became more and more anxious and quickly used his talent. Type for virus. A super virus that was accidentally born during the experiment of physical strengthening medicine is extremely corrosive and contagious. This virus can quickly destroy the normal structure of human cells, causing the body's functions to decline rapidly in a short period of time. Note, when you first inject the physical strengthening potion, it will greatly enhance your body's immunity and various values. This may stimulate your body's strengthening and help it fight the virus. After confirming the information in the prompt, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Chao Xian's eyes. Now, he could only pray that this was Chunyan's first time. Without any hesitation, Chao Xian quickly took out a physical strengthening potion and injected it into Chunyan's fair arm. The medicine was slowly injected into Chunyan's body, and at this moment time seemed to stand still. Chao Xian stared at Chunyan's face nervously, his heart filled with uneasiness. At first, Chunyan had no reaction. The black lines spread at an even faster speed, causing Chao Xian's heart to tighten suddenly. But then, all the values of Chunyan's body began to change. Power, 911. Agility, 910. Constitution, 810. Looking at these rapidly increasing values, Chao Xian's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Such a substantial improvement can only mean one thing. This was Chunyan's first time using this strengthening potion. She was saved. Chao Xian didn't want this beautiful woman whom he had just known for a day to die in front of him. He carefully helped Chunyan adjust to a comfortable position, then sat quietly by and waited patiently, silently praying in his heart that everything would go well. While waiting, Chao Xian turned on his watch, sent a message to Sister Bing to report his safety, and explained the current situation in detail. But Chao Xian didn't notice. While he was chatting with the two sisters, Chunyan's originally pale face gradually began to flush. Moreover, the blush was unusually red, like a fire burning beneath her skin. At this time, Chao Xian was concentrating on exchanging information with the two girls, his fingers tapping quickly on the virtual keyboard, and he was completely unaware of Chunyan's abnormality. Bing, several mutant patients have awakened and are now hanging around outside the Iron Gate. Be careful when you come back. Chao Xian. Okay, Sister Bing, please be careful not to make any noise. Ting, Brother Chao Xian, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Chao Xian, of course. Ting, Brother Chao Xian, be careful. Oh, and I didn't tell you Cece about Sister Chunyan. She still thinks you're still exploring. Chao Xian. Chao Xian. Chunyan's voice came from behind. Sister Chunyan, are you awake? Chao Xian's eyes showed surprise. As soon as he turned his head, he felt a pair of slender arms around his neck, and then the back of his head fell into softness. Before he could react, he felt Chunyan's hot breath spraying on his ears, with a hint of urgency. Chao Xian, I'm so hot. Chunyan's voice was no longer as cold as before, but was trembling and charming. Her originally pale face now had an abnormal blush due to the heat, and her eyes became blurred. At the same time, her hands began to tear Chao Xian's clothes hard. Sister Chunyan, this is inappropriate. Chao Xian said as he struggled hard and raised his hand to block it. However, after being injected with the physical strengthening potion, Chunyan's strength increased greatly, and her various values were far beyond what Chao Xian could contend with. The only way to stop her actions was to hurt Chunyan with a weapon, But this was obviously something he could not do no matter what. Slurp. With a crisp tearing sound, Chao Xian's t-shirt was torn in half, and then he was roughly pressed to the ground. At this time, Chen Yan had almost lost all consciousness and was acting entirely on her body's instincts, so she could only resort to this extremely rough method. Chao Xian lay on the ground with a helpless look on his face, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Finally, he lay on the ground, opened his arms and sighed. That's all. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. Sister Chen Yan, be gentle. This is my first time. Chapter 36. Chao Xian takes the initiative. I don't know how long it took. Chao Xian stared at Chen Yan, only to see her whole body suddenly tremble, her eyes that had been closed slowly opened, and her vision gradually became clear again. Chao Xian? I'm not dead. Chen Yan felt the waves of pain coming from her body, and her heart was filled with surprise. In her understanding, if she died, she would definitely not feel anything anymore, and the pain at this moment just proved that she was still alive. Could it be that Chao Xian found a way to save himself? Chen Yan thought with gratitude in her heart. But then, she discovered that Chao Xian was actually below her. After a closer look, Chao Xian's clothes were gone, and he himself. Chen Yan screamed in fear, and a thought flashed through her mind instantly. Could it be that Chao Xian did that while he was unconscious? She quickly distanced herself from Chao Xian, hurriedly picked up the leather jacket beside her, and put it on in a panic. Then, Chen Yan looked at Chao Xian with cold eyes and asked, Chao Xian, I never thought you were this kind of person. Why did you do this? Chao Xian could feel the strong murderous intent emanating from Chen Yan and felt extremely aggrieved. Obviously, I am the passive party. Fortunately, he had anticipated that this might happen and made preparations in advance. Chao Xian silently turned on his watch, and the camera function of the watch fully recorded everything that had just happened. He tapped a few times, and the projection started. At first, Chen Yan was surprised and had no idea what Chao Xian was doing. However, as the video played, her face became redder and redder. The video clearly shows her becoming manic due to the side effects of the drug after she lost consciousness. Her eyes were blurred and her hands were eagerly tearing Chao Xian's clothes, while Chao Xian had a helpless look on his face and was struggling to avoid her. Looking at these scenes, Chen Yan's face gradually turned from slightly red to hot, so red that it seemed as if blood could drip out. How did I become like this? Chen Yan still couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes, and her tone was full of disbelief. Chao Xian sighed and began to explain in detail, starting from Chen Yan's infection with the virus. Chao Xian mentioned that in order to save her, he risked everything and injected her with a strengthening drug when she was dying. Then he waited on the side. But Chen Yan suddenly stood up. Having just been wronged, Chao Xian felt more and more aggrieved as he spoke. Looking at the pieces of clothes scattered on the ground beside him, he shyly covered his private parts. As Chen Yan listened to Chao Xian's explanation, the guilt in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Chao Xian. Chen Yan's voice was filled with hesitation. From now on, let's just pretend this never happened. Sister Chen Yan, this is my first time. You must be responsible for me. The two of them blurted out their words almost at the same time. Hearing Chao Xian's words, Chen Yan's eyes widened immediately, and the blush on her cheeks, which had already not faded, now added a bit of surprise. What did you say? Chen Yan has never experienced anything sexual and is completely blank when it comes to relationships. In the past, when I interacted with the opposite sex, the most common scene was fighting. There were quite a few people who tried to pursue her, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by Chen Yan. No one has ever told her to take responsibility. At this moment, she felt as if she should really be responsible for this. Chao Xian looked at Chen Yan, who was in hesitation, and hugged her tightly in his arms without hesitation. No matter what, things have happened, and he definitely doesn't want to alienate the woman with whom he has had physical contact. Sister Chen Yan, I like you. Do you like me? Chao Xian's hand rested lightly on Chen Yan's slender waist, his nose touching hers, and he asked seriously. Chen Yan's brain was in a mess at the moment and almost crashed. But she was surprised to find that she did not dislike Chao Xian's intimate behavior. Could it be that I actually like Chao Xian? This was too incredible, wasn't it? She couldn't believe it. She and Chao Xian had only known each other for less than a day. At this moment, a sentence UCC once said emerged in her mind. Love is sometimes just a matter of a moment. Some people may never feel attracted to each other even after knowing each other for a lifetime. But with some people, love is in your heart forever at first sight. UCC's smiling face seemed to be right in front of me. Could it be that I had actually fallen in love with Chao Xian at first sight, but just hadn't realized it before? Chen Yan thought about it over and over in her mind, And finally, she actually believed it and nodded blankly. When Chao Xian saw Chun Yan nod, ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to kiss Chun Yan's bright red lips. Chun Yan was stunned for a second, raised her hand several times, and finally put it down and began to respond to Chao Xian a little awkwardly. At this moment, Chao Xian's watch suddenly rang, and Shun Ting's portrait appeared on the screen. They were chatting before, but suddenly the conversation was interrupted. Shun Ting thought there was some emergency. After not receiving a reply for a long time, the girl became completely anxious and started bombarding people with text messages crazily. Chao Xian replied with a symbol casually, and then set his gaze on Chun Yan again. How can a real man be under someone else's control for long? This time, he wants to take the initiative. Name: Chun Yan. Age: 28. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Bust: 98, 32 g, 61, 96. Strength: 11. Agility: 10. Constitution: 10. Charge times: 4. Occupation: unemployed, heir to an ancient martial arts family. Talent: sword energy and sword shadow. When using sword weapons, you can release energy. Current state: fatigue, excitement. Health value: 90%. Favorability. 2 hours passed. Chao Xian supported his waist slightly and stood up. Chun Yan also put on her clothes slowly, her face full of tenderness. Chao Xian, don't let them know about this for now, okay? Chao Xian nodded and chose to respect Chun Yan's opinion. Okay, but let's add each other's contact information first. Then, the two touched their watches and added each other as friends. Chao Xian looked down at the torn clothes on the ground and scratched his head helplessly. These clothes were almost in shreds and could no longer be worn. He sighed, picked up one of the relatively intact pieces of cloth, and wrapped it around his waist. It was not until then that he had time to check the things that had fallen from Lin Yud's body. Chapter 37. Lin Cece. Ward Director's ID. With this certificate, all alienated patients and alienated doctors will not attack you, and all alienated doctors and alienated patients in the ward will obey your orders unconditionally. Chao Xian held up this item that looked like an ID card, his face full of astonishment. I can't believe it. Just this one card can actually control those alienated patients and doctors who have turned into monsters. However, even if he could control them, he would soon be leaving the horror ward. Was he going to take these monsters into the car? Chao Xian fell into deep thought, repeatedly weighing the pros and cons. After thinking it over, he felt that this was not completely impossible. Anyway, there is ample space at the back of the carriage, so it shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in an alienated doctor and a few alienated patients. He had personally experienced the terrifying power of the mutant doctors. As for those mutant patients, they could also be used as cannon fodder to explore the way in subsequent platforms, which would be useful. The moment Chao Xian's fingertips lightly touched the card, Lin Yud's portrait and information column on the card gradually blurred until they disappeared. After a while, Chao Xian's headshot and name appeared clearly in the dean's column. He carefully put away the ID card, then bent down to pick up the purple gear. The gears felt heavy in his hand, and the texture was exquisite and delicate, which made him very excited. Another precious component, and a rare purple one at that. He had already witnessed the amazing power of the blue component's explosion before. With just a few shots, a big hole was blasted in the body of the transformed Lin Yud. Now, the power of this purple component is even more unimaginable. Component: unlimited firepower, purple. Long-range weapons are available and will have unlimited magazine capacity. Just a few short words, but its power is fully revealed. Chao Xian was so surprised that he almost jumped up. You know, bullets have always been consumables. Once they are used up, you have to spend extremely precious Star Soul coins to buy them. In order to save bullets, he could only shoot carefully and avoid shooting if possible. But now, if this purple component is equipped on a firearm, it can achieve unlimited firepower, and there is no need to worry about the consumption of magazines. Especially when used in conjunction with explosion, it is simply invincible. There is no need to be afraid of monsters. Just suppress them with firepower. Chao Xian clearly remembered that the Glock 17 could be equipped with exactly two components. Glock 17. Current equipment components. 1. Blast. Blue can be equipped on ranged weapons. After equipping, all attacks will be accompanied by explosion damage. 2. Unlimited firepower. Purple long-range weapons are available and will have unlimited magazine capacity. Maximum number of equipment components. 2. Currently equipped. 2. The moment the equipment was completed, the appearance of the Glock 17 changed dramatically. The gun body, which was originally pure black with only a hint of blue, has now turned into a gorgeous pattern of blue and purple. The blue light flows slowly on the surface of the gun body, as if the pistol has been given a gorgeous new skin. Chao Xian put away the gun with satisfaction and looked at Chun Yin beside him. I saw that she was still holding the notebook, with a serious expression, her brows slightly furrowed, flipping through the pages with full concentration. Chao Xian gently hugged Chun Yin from behind and asked softly, "Wife, what's written in this notebook?" Chun Yin had long been accustomed to Chao Xian's intimate behavior and silently accepted his way of addressing her. She turned the notebook back to the first page, showed it to Chao Xian, and said slowly, "This is a record of an experiment to save a little girl named Lin Chu Chu, who suffers from incurable brain cancer." As she spoke, Chun Yin began to quickly flip through each page of the notes. Each subsequent page was an experimental record about a patient, and at the end of each record was signed Lin Yud. Roughly in the middle of the notebook, there is a page whose content is completely different from the other densely packed experimental records. There were only a few crooked, very sloppy characters on the page. "Choo choo, Dad seems to be sick too. It has been appearing more and more frequently lately. I can't seem to control it anymore. Don't worry, Choo choo. Dad will definitely defeat it and help you cure cancer. For you, I'm willing to give up everything." Looking at the messy handwriting on the notebook, Chao Xian's eyes flashed with astonishment. So, Lin Yud has a daughter. His original intention was just to cure his daughter's cancer? Chao Xian stared at the crooked handwriting, feeling mixed emotions, an indescribable complex emotion surging in his heart. For the sake of his daughter, Lin Yud embarked on this crazy path regardless of everything. But ultimately, he could not escape the fate of alienation and fell into an endless abyss. Yes, his condition looks very much like schizophrenia. In the end, he was controlled by another personality within his body and completely became a puppet of power. The records on the rest of this page have nothing to do with cancer treatment. Chun Yin sighed softly, her tone full of regret. The two were silent for a moment, feeling a little sad, and then turned around and left the laboratory. This time, they did not choose to walk through the narrow ventilation duct, but walked on the main road. After all, Chao Xian now holds the director's ID card, so he is the director of this ward. Those alienated patients must obey his orders, and there is no need for them to hide. Bang! In the empty and silent laboratory, a glass jar suddenly exploded with a sharp and crisp sound. A naked girl fell from the jar to the ground. The sharp glass fragments cut her fair and delicate skin, and trickles of bright red blood oozed out. However, surprisingly, soon, as if an invisible force was repairing her wounds, the scars healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl's face was extremely delicate and beautiful, with a hint of confusion and bewilderment in her big, beautiful eyes. She looked in the direction where Chao Xian and the other two had left and was slightly stunned, as if she was trying hard to recall something. She seemed to have lost all her memories and had no idea of her identity or the environment she was in. Looking at the pool of blood-red mucus and an old cowhide notebook on the ground, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and heartache in her heart. She slowly squatted down, picked up the notebook, gently opened it, and saw a photo on the first page. Lin Chu Chu. She softly read the name below the photo. "Is this my name?" Chapter 38. Aunt, are you hurt? In front of the iron door leading to the laboratory, Xinbing looked at the two young girls sleeping soundly while leaning against each other and sighed softly. After confirming that Chao Xian and Chun Yin were safe, Xinting and Ucc completely relaxed their tense nerves. Outside the door, several alienated patients gathered, preventing the three from talking freely. The two of them leaned against each other and soon closed their eyes and fell asleep. But Xinbing always felt that things would not be so simple. The woman's sixth sense strongly told her that something must have happened on Chao Xian's side. She was full of worry and paced back and forth in front of the iron gate, feeling extremely anxious. Finally, a rhythmic sound of footsteps was heard from the other side of the iron gate. Is it Chao Xian and the others? Xinbing's heart tightened, and he stared at the iron gate nervously, while gently patting Xinting and Ucc who were still sleeping. If the person coming was not Chao Xian, she must take the two girls and flee from here immediately. Sister, what happened? Xinting opened her eyes drowsily and asked sleepily. Well, is my aunt back? Ucc also rubbed her eyes and yawned. The two girls stretched lazily, looking adorable. Xinbing didn't bother to answer their questions, her eyes fixed on the iron gate. When she saw the visitor's face clearly, she couldn't help but feel happy. Chun Yin, wearing a black leather jacket, and Chao Xian, wearing a slightly strange hospital gown, appeared in front of him. In order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment, Chao Xian had to endure the discomfort and reluctantly put on the hospital gown taken from an alienated patient. Chao Xian, you're finally back. Xin Bing quickly walked to the side of the iron gate, her surprise beyond words. However, her gaze quickly fell on the several mutant patients behind Chao Xian and Chen Yan, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Hearing Xin Bing's exclamation, Chao Xian remained calm and raised his hand slightly, signaling the three women not to panic. The alienated patients who were originally following Chao Xian and Chen Yan immediately stopped at Chao Xian's signal and stood quietly in place, showing no intention of attacking. Be careful. It's an alienated patient. Xin Bing reminded anxiously. It's okay. I can control these mutant patients. Chao Xian raised the ward director's ID in his hand and explained confidently. With this ID, they won't hurt us. Seeing this magical scene, Shen Ting and Ucc exclaimed in surprise. Brother Chao Xian, you are so amazing. Brother Chao Xian, so you are now the director of the horror ward? Ucc asked curiously. Chao Xian shook his head helplessly, looked at the two excited people, and said, My identity as the director isn't actually that useful. I don't know when I'll be at this site again, so this time I plan to bring an alienated physician and 2 alienated patients with me. When Shen Ting heard that Chao Xian was going to take the mutant patient away, she couldn't help but let out a soft, ah. But when she saw those patients doing squats and turning around on the spot like robots under Chao Xian's control, her fear gradually dissipated. At this time, the careful Ucc noticed that Chen Yan's walking posture was a little strange. Aunt, why are your legs shaking all the time? Are you injured? Ucc asked with a worried look on her face. Oh. Chen Yan didn't expect that Ucc could easily detect her despite her best efforts to conceal it. She replied in a panic. No, I just accidentally sprained my ankle. Aunt, let me help you walk. Ucc didn't think much about it and leaned over attentively, turning into Chen Yan's human-shaped crutch. But Shen Ting sensed a hint of something unusual. She felt that Chen Yan's condition did not seem like a simple injury, but rather more like the pain she felt when Chao Xian used his hands on her last night. But she glanced suspiciously at Chao Xian's hospital gown and finally swallowed her doubts and followed everyone silently. In the lobby on the first floor of the hospital, under Chao Xian's order, all the alienated patients and alienated doctors gathered here. On the left, a large group of twisted and distorted patients huddled together, their mouths wide open, occasionally bumping into each other, followed by a hostile roar. On the right, there was a row of alienated doctors wearing blood-stained white coats. Their eyes were cold, and they stood motionless like statues. Everyone, take out the Star Soul coins from your pockets first, Chao Xian ordered loudly. Then, go to every corner of the hospital and bring all the wood, metal equipment, and glassware here. Upon hearing Chao Xian's order, the alienated patients and doctors were stunned at first, as if they were trying to understand the meaning of the instruction. Obviously, they didn't know what Star Soul coin was. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly took out a Star Soul coin and showed it to them. After seeing this, the alienated doctors quickly took out Star Soul coins from their bodies and handed them to Chao Xian respectfully. But those alienated patients still stood there blankly, without any reaction. Chao Xian suddenly remembered that these mutant patients couldn't see at all. He quickly added the description. It's just a small round silver coin. Just search your pockets. After hearing Chao Xian's description, the mutant patients seemed to react and began to search in their pockets. In the end, another large pile of Star Soul coins was thrown in front of Chao Xian. Next, the alienated patients and doctors took action and immediately started moving the materials. Chao Xian squatted on the ground and counted carefully with several women, and finally tallied up all the Star Soul coins in everyone's hands. Brother Chao Xian, there are a total of 128 Star Soul coins. Ucc said excitedly after counting. So many. Chao Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. He took out about half of it, about 60 Star Soul coins, and said, Sister Chen Yan, it's all thanks to you that we were able to successfully deal with Lin Yud this time. You take half of this. Chao Xian forced the Star Soul coin into Chen Yan's hand, and from an angle where no one else could see, he secretly mouthed the word wife. Chen Yan wanted to refuse, but when she saw Chao Xian's mouth shape, a sweet warmth suddenly surged in her heart. This was a wonderful feeling she had never experienced before. Okay, I'll take it then, she said softly, a faint blush on her face. Seeing Chen Yan accept the Star Soul coin, Chao Xian was very happy. He was worried that Chen Yan was too stubborn and would not accept these Star Soul coins. Now that she has accepted it, she has the capital to improve her strength, and she will feel more at ease in the future. Chao Xian took out 2 of the remaining 11 physical strengthening potions and stuffed them into Chen Yan's pockets before turning and walking to the door. He remembered that the rules at the beginning said that rewards would be calculated based on the degree of exploration when leaving. He entered an underground laboratory that is almost impossible for ordinary survivors to enter, and discovered and solved the secret behind Lin Yud. His exploration level should not be low, right? Beep. Temporary access card detected. You have obtained the qualification to leave. Rewards being settled. Chapter 39 S-level clearance. Successfully found the physical enhancement potion hidden on the 4th floor. Exploration point increased by 10%. Successfully explored most of the upstairs area. Exploration degree increased by 10%. Found the note leading to the underground laboratory. Unfinished. Successfully entered the underground laboratory. Exploration degree increased by 15%. Successfully entered the dean's office. Exploration increased by 10%. Find Lin Yud's bumper code. Unfinished. Successfully open Lin Yud's safe. Exploration bonus increased by 15%. Successfully kill 2 or more alienated doctors and 10 or more alienated patients. Exploration level increases by 10%. Successfully kill Lin Yud in his final form and learn the secret of the horror ward. Exploration increases by 20%. Final exploration degree, 85%. Rating S level. According to the evaluation, you have successfully obtained the following rewards: intermediate electronic components, and the permanent location coordinates of the horror ward. The exploration degree this time was only 85%, which failed to reach the maximum value. The reason is probably that in some links where clues need to be found, Chao Xian directly skipped them due to his own talent, which resulted in a reduction in the degree of exploration. However, even with this situation, it still received an excellent S-level evaluation. And this reward. Intermediate-level electronic components are relatively easy to come by and are essential for upgrading to the next level. But what are the permanent location coordinates of this horror ward? Just as Chao Xian was full of doubts, wondering what the coordinates of the terrifying ward were, at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that you have unlocked the first coordinate, and the navigation function is now enabled. Navigation allows you to specify the next station you encounter once a day and share the coordinates with friends. Friends can only accept the sharing once every 3 days. Seeing this hint, Chao Xian first frowned slightly, carefully pondered its meaning, and then almost jumped up with excitement. It turns out that these so-called coordinates give him the precious opportunity to enter the horror ward once a day. In just a few seconds, many thoughts emerged in Chao Xian's mind. With this qualification, if he is unable to enter the rest area by dusk, he can directly go to the ward through navigation. With the director's ID card, there is no longer any danger or threat in the ward. Moreover, the large beds in the luxurious wards on the 3rd floor are extremely comfortable, and sleeping on them is much more comfortable than curling up in the car. In addition, if the alienated patients and alienated doctors are exhausted, they can also take this opportunity to replenish them in time. Not to mention, the opportunity to invite friends every 3 days is so practical. Before this, Chao Xian had been full of regrets, thinking that it would be very difficult to meet Chun Yin again in the future, and he was very upset that he had not been able to spend more time with Chun Yin in the laboratory. And now, in just 3 days, they will have the opportunity to get together. How could Chao Xian not be extremely excited? Chao Xian couldn't wait to share the good news with Chun Yin and others behind him. Really, Chun Yin's originally gloomy expression instantly glowed with brilliance. "And, do you want to see brother Chao Xian so much?" Yucece asked with her head tilted, looking puzzled. Chun Yin then realized that she seemed a little too excited and quickly explained. "Well, you and Tingting have always had a good relationship. I'm happy that you can see each other more often in the future. I don't want to see this giant bear monster." Shin Ting ignored Yucece's words, but just hugged her chest, staring at Chun Yin with her eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what she was thinking about. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little subtle and awkward, and Chun Yin also realized that the excuse she had found was not perfect. At this moment, Shun Bing suddenly spoke. "Hurry up and check the world chat channel." The sudden words temporarily broke the awkward atmosphere. When everyone heard what Shun Bing said, they opened the chat channel with confusion. On the screen, messages from countless survivors were frantically flashing, and one message pinned to the top by the system was particularly eye-catching. It was a system notification. Announcement! Announcement! A team has successfully cleared the dangerous platform Horror Sickness for the first time with an S-level rating. This platform will now be permanently closed, and all survivors will no longer encounter it. Survivors currently exploring the platform will be forced to exit. This brief notice was like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar among all the survivors. "No, I was exploring the horror ward. I just entered the pharmacy and filled a large bag of medicine when something popped up at me. Hey, thanks to this guy who cleared the level. My teammates and I were almost killed by a bunch of mutants, but luckily we popped out at the critical moment. By the way, someone actually passed the S-rank evaluation first? I haven't even encountered the danger zone yet. Is this thing easy to overcome? This guy thinks he's a master. I don't know about the other danger zones, but I just passed through the horror ward today. I got lucky earlier and found a machine gun and a few AKs. Then, after entering, we laid direct fire and nearly killed every mutant patient and doctor we encountered in the building. And yet, our exploration level is only over 20%. As soon as these words were spoken, many people echoed them and were even more shocked. Yeah, my friend was planning to enter this platform, but now we can't contact him. I think he must have met with an accident. Hey, great guy. Is he in the chat channel right now? Could you please share your experience with everyone? Chao Xian naturally saw the news, but he was able to get the S-level rating mostly due to his own talent, so he had nothing to share. But when he looked at the survivor who said he had massacred the patients in the ward with a gun, his eyes lit up. Chao Xian clicked on the person's profile picture to add him as a friend, then wrote on it, "I'm the one who cleared the horror ward S-level today, and I want to make a deal with you." Chao Xian put down his watch and waited for news. That's right, he just wanted to exchange an AK with the other party. Although I already have a Glock 17, it is a pistol after all, and its firepower output is limited. If you change to AK, you can just fire indiscriminately. According to what that person said, he should have more than one AK on him. Now, he had a lot of Star Soul coins and 9 physical strengthening potions on him, so changing to a gun shouldn't be a problem. Not long after, Chao Xian's watch beeped. He was delighted and quickly opened it to check. Sure enough, the person had accepted his friend request. This man's name is Zhang Yi, and judging from his profile picture, he doesn't look very old. Chao Xian opened the chat box, and the other party sent the first message. You said you are an S-level person who has passed the horror ward. How do you prove it? It's not that Zhang Yi doesn't believe it. It's just that it's too hard for him to believe. Zhang Yi was from the Special Forces and was lucky enough to get a lot of weapons. Under these conditions, he only received a C-level evaluation. Chao Xian looked much younger than him. Chao Xian said he was an S-level clearance expert. He would only believe it if he showed him evidence first. Chapter 40 Exchange AK-47 Vehicle Upgrade. Evidence. Chao Xian scratched his head, feeling puzzled for a moment. How could he prove this? As he was thinking, Chao Xian's eyes suddenly lit up and an idea flashed in his mind. There is a solution. Since all the survivors in the ward have been cleared out, wouldn't it be enough to prove it by taking a selfie in the ward? Chao Xian opened his watch without hesitation and quickly took a selfie of himself. In the photo, behind him is the lobby of the hospital building, and there are several alienated patients moving beds. Their movements seem quite strange. After selecting a photo with a good angle and condition, Chao Xian directly clicked send. Ding, your friend Chao Xian sent a picture, do you accept it? At the same time, Zhang Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was driving on the road. Seeing the prompt, he clicked to view it without any hesitation. As the picture loaded, the first thing that caught Zhang Yi's eyes was Chao Xian's handsome and slightly childish face. It looks like she is still a student or has just graduated. Zhang Yi guessed silently in his heart, and then turned his gaze to the background of the photo. Is this the lobby of the horror ward? Zhang Yi had also successfully escaped from the horror ward, so he was naturally very familiar with the layout and architecture there and recognized it at a glance. However, his expression quickly changed, and his heart was shaken. He noticed that there were several mutant patients behind Chao Xian, etc. What are these alienated patients doing? Why are they carrying a metal bed? And their movements were surprisingly orderly. Are they moving things? I'll go. Zhang Yi's gaze fell on the left side of the photo again, where there was a pile of iron beds stacked together. Beside them stood an alienated doctor, holding up a meteor hammer in his hand, as if ready to smash the beds apart. It seems that they are helping Chao Xian move things. Zhang Yi found it hard to believe his own judgment, but the scene before him seemed to only allow him to draw such a conclusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? What are you shouting about? Zhang Yuedong, who was in the driver's seat, saw her brother's distorted expression and howling, and couldn't help but complain. Can you please stop being so jumpy? I just got my driver's license not long ago, and you almost scared me. No, look at this. Zhang Yi showed the picture to his sister before he recovered from the shock. Wow. Bro, where did you get that photo of a handsome guy? He's my type. No, look behind him. I'll go. Zhang Yuedong's eyes widened instantly. She covered her mouth in fear, her hands trembled, and the car almost crashed off the road. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was quick-witted and quickly steadied the steering wheel. Can you please drive properly? After calming himself down, Zhang Yi looked at his watch again. He was now certain This Chao Xian in front of him was definitely a big shot. He had to hold on tight to this thigh. Zhang Yi, boss, I believe you. I wonder what you've got here. If you want to trade, just ask. Soon, Chao Xian replied. Chao Xian, I want to trade you an AK. I can use star soul coins or physical strengthening potions. Name your price. After seeing Chao Xian's message, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then immediately sent a transaction request to Chao Xian, intending to exchange an AK-47 for a piece of wood. If Chao Xian wanted the Gatling gun, he would definitely have to think about it again. After all, it was a treasure. But he has 4 AK-47s in his hands. Using one to make friends with Chao Xian and do him a favor is not a loss no matter how you think about it. Brother, who is this? A big guy came to me to trade something. I gave him an AK. Maybe I can become his close friend in the future. That brother, why don't you recommend his friend to me? Wouldn't it be great if he became your brother-in-law? No. Zhang Yi refused decisively without even thinking. Just now they saw a few women in the photo. Although their faces were not revealed, it was obvious that they were all top beauties. He knew very well that in this situation, even if Chao Xian and those people were not lovers, they would develop that kind of relationship sooner or later. If he let his sister get involved, could she still be a subordinate? You can definitely hug someone's thighs, but you absolutely cannot hug your own sister. The other party requests to exchange 1 block of wood with you, and the transaction item is AK-471. Seeing this application, Chao Xian was slightly stunned. What did Zhang Yi mean by this? Exchanging that piece of wood for an AK-47 was practically giving it away for free. Soon, Zhang Yi sent a long string of messages, which Chao Xian read carefully. In short, I hope that if I meet him in the future, I can take good care of him and exchange information with him more often. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xian chose to agree. Without navigation coordinates, the probability of meeting each other is pitifully low. Even if we really meet, it's no big deal to take care of him, and exchanging more information will be of great benefit to our side. Chao Xian, okay, thank you very much. I turned off my watch and saw that the alienated patients were almost done moving the materials. Chao Xian did not touch those medical devices. They were so precious and might come in handy someday. Therefore, all the items that were moved were beds and the like. Now that the horror ward was closed to the public, Chao Xian estimated that the items inside would no longer be refreshed, so he did not move all of them away. It was enough to upgrade the car to the next level. Under Chao Xian's command, various materials that had been smashed into small pieces were loaded onto their carts one by one. In addition, Chao Xian also had an air conditioner and a bed removed from the luxury ward placed next to him. Chao Xian wondered if he could modify these things onto the car. If he could, his life would definitely be much more comfortable in the future. After all, the old-fashioned air conditioner only provided cold air, which was really unsatisfactory. Vehicle, small truck, LV2. Current upgrade consumption, 1,000 kilograms of random metal, 300 kilograms of glass, 500 kilograms of wood, intermediate electronic components. It is detected that the current materials have been collected. Do you want to upgrade? Is this even a question? Chao Xian chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, the small truck was surrounded by a bright light, and a deafening roar of mechanical operations suddenly sounded. The materials being loaded onto the vehicle seemed to be pulled by a mysterious and invisible force and quickly integrated into the vehicle body. After the light dissipated, the original small truck had been completely transformed into a brand new medium-sized truck. The car body is about 7 meters long, nearly 2.5 meters wide, and 3 meters high. The overall color is silver gray. It looks brand new from the factory and exudes a modern industrial beauty. Now, the carriage can easily accommodate a large bed. Chapter 41 Farewell, Leaving the Hospital. Vehicle, medium truck. Vehicle features, larger car capacity has 500 slots capacity. Level, LV3. Fuel tank, 200 L. Fuel consumption, 20 L per 100 km. Speed, 120 km per hour. Current vehicle capacity limit. For people. Next level consumption, 3,000 kilograms of random metal, 1,000 kilograms of glass, 1,000 kilograms of wood, advanced electronic components. After the vehicle was successfully upgraded to level 3, the fuel tank capacity doubled, soaring from the original 100 L to 200 L. But at the same time, fuel consumption also increased significantly. However, Chao Xian knew this was inevitable. After all, the upgraded truck was not only much larger, but also significantly heavier, so fuel consumption naturally increased. He climbed into the cockpit with great joy and felt that the space was much more spacious than before, allowing him to do many other things. Unfortunately, the maximum number of people a vehicle can carry is still 4. It would be great if the car could accommodate one more person, so that Yucece and Chun Yin could ride in his car together. Afterwards, Chao Xian successfully modified the air conditioner and the luxurious bed into the car. The large bed was placed securely at the innermost part of the carriage, while the disassembly table and storage table were moved slightly to the outside. Finally, Chao Xian arranged an alienated doctor and 3 alienated patients into the carriage, and then closed the door tightly. At this moment, it is time to say goodbye, and there is a hint of depressing atmosphere in the air. Chao Xian thought for a moment and called Chun Yin to the back of the carriage. Sister Chun Yin, I have something to tell you. Chao Xian, what's the matter? In the corner at the back of the carriage, which was out of reach of everyone's sight, Chao Xian suddenly pressed Chun Yin gently against the wall of the carriage and kissed her with passionate emotions. With Chun Yan's current strength being higher than Chao Xian's in all aspects, she could easily push Chao Xian away if she wanted to. However, she did not do so. After a moment of stunned silence, she began to respond enthusiastically. Feeling that Chun Yan's iceberg was gradually melting under his efforts, Chao Xian felt a strong sense of accomplishment in his heart. He gently hugged Chun Yin and whispered in her ear. At the other end of the carriage, Shen Ting paced back and forth anxiously. Sister, do you think they're hiding over there and kissing secretly? They're so close. Shen Bing raised her hand and gently tapped Shen Ting's head, scolding her. Don't talk nonsense. Yucece also reached out and poked Shen Ting and said coquettishly, My aunt is not that kind of person, big bear monster. Don't talk nonsense. Just when Shen Ting couldn't hold back any longer and was about to go over to find out what was going on, Chao Xian and Chun Yin walked out from the back of the carriage. Shen Ting almost bumped into Chao Xian. Seeing this, Chao Xian reached out and touched her head and asked gently, Ting Ting, what's wrong? Shen Ting stared at Chao Xian's mouth suspiciously and asked, See if anything happened to you. What were you doing back there just now? Of course, chatting. Chao Xian replied with a smile. While Chao Xian and Shen Ting were talking, Chun Yin quickly zipped up her tight leather jacket and returned to her usual appearance. Afterwards, Chun Yin and Yucece boarded their off-road vehicle. Chao Xian sat in the driver's seat, slowly rolled down the window, and waved goodbye to Chun Yin and the others. Chao Xian watched their car slowly drive away, watching the car gradually go away until it disappeared at the end of the platform. The moment the car entered the road, Chun Yan's car suddenly disappeared, as if it had evaporated out of thin air. This scene reminded Chao Xian of a parallel universe. Every time he entered the highway, it was like entering an independent parallel universe, where only one car would appear on the road. The concept of the platform seems to be the same. Just like before, there were multiple horror wards for players to challenge, but after the platform was closed, there was only the horror ward that only he could reach. We should leave too. Chao Xian took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and the truck quickly drove onto the road. After being busy in the horror ward for a whole day, Chao Xian now held the steering wheel with one hand and casually stuffed a few compressed biscuits into his mouth to relieve his hunger. At this time, the sun had just set below the horizon, and the sky was dyed a brilliant orange-red. Chao Xian looked out the window and suddenly felt a little regretful. He felt that he should have stayed in the ward for one night before leaving. Chao Xian then made a decisive decision and said, If we don't reach the safe zone before 8 o'clock, I will use the navigation to return to the horror ward. The two girls sitting nearby nodded in agreement. During the drive, Chao Xian and Shen Bing exchanged driving positions so that they could both take a break. Afterwards, Chao Xian ate a few pieces of chocolate and drank a bottle of drink to replenish his strength. Time passed quickly without us noticing, and soon it was 8 o'clock. However, things really took a turn for the worst. Just now, they passed another platform, which was the zoo they had passed by before. To be honest, Chao Xian now has an AK and has no interest in the hunting rifles in the zoo. His only thought now is to find a place to park the car and have a good rest. Finally, at 8:30, just as Chao Xian was about to use the navigation to return to the horror ward, a prompt message suddenly appeared in front of him. Continue driving 10 kilometers to reach the rest area. Please urge for more favorable reviews. I can't pass without censoring it. Chapter 42. I cheated on you. What can you do? This rest area is much bigger than before. Chao Xian exclaimed after taking a look. Shen Ting couldn't hide her excitement either. She poked her head out, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at a building in the distance. Brother Chao Xian, look, there's a toilet over there. Now I no longer have to pee in the car, use a bottle, and then throw the bottle out of the car like before. Just thinking about this, Shen Ting felt particularly happy. The rest area is much more spacious, and naturally there are more survivors gathered here than before. At this moment, more than a dozen cars have parked in the parking spaces. As soon as the car driven by Chao Xian appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. The huge car body looked so new as if it had just rolled out of the factory. Compared with the shabby and scratched cars around it, it was like a giant standing among a group of dwarfs, forming a sharp contrast. At the front of the crowd, two men in military combat uniforms were particularly conspicuous. They looked at Chao Xian's truck with excitement. As soon as Chao Xian parked the car, the two men quickly walked over. "Hello, brother. My name is Hu Jin." Hu Jin, with a resolute expression, extended his hand enthusiastically with a friendly smile on his face. Chao Xian hesitated for a moment, then reached out and shook Hu Jin's hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Chao Xian." Chao Xian looked at the man in front of him. Although his military uniform was a little worn, it was still neat. The thick calluses on his hands and the pistol on his waist further revealed his identity, a military man. During this period, Chao Xian also learned that as long as there were military personnel present at a station, they would try their best to stop the civil war among the survivors and work hard to organize everyone to work together. However, Chao Xian knew it clearly. This is only part of what the military does. The world today is no longer the stable place it used to be. After Chao Xian and Hu Jin shook hands, they waited quietly for the other party to speak. Hu Jin didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "It's like this, Mr. Chao Xian. Some of us in the military have established a mutual aid association. In the mutual aid society, with military personnel as guarantors, everyone can share information and weapons. Furthermore, wherever there are members of the mutual aid society, we will do our utmost to maintain order and fight together against this dark world that treats human life as a joke. I see that you have extraordinary strength, and I sincerely invite you to join us." Chao Xian frowned slightly, thought seriously for 2 seconds, then sighed softly and asked, "Apart from the military, there shouldn't be many talented survivors who agree to join your mutual aid association, right?" Hu Jin didn't expect Chao Xian to ask this question. He was slightly stunned, but still nodded truthfully. Seeing Hu Jin's reaction, Chao Xian's thoughts were confirmed. You know, most survivors these days would fight to the death for a bite of food or a few supplies. If they had weapons in their hands, do you think they would really abide by your rules? Who knows, in the next second, they might use those weapons against others to satisfy their own selfish desires. Your so-called guarantee has no binding force at all in the face of huge interests. I admit that your intentions are good and your actions are noble, but your ideas are too naive. I just want to protect the people around me and not put my fate in the hands of others." Chao Xian said so much in one breath, and Hu Jin's eyes gradually dimmed, and his disappointment was beyond words. He sighed softly and said, "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Chao Xian." Just as Hu Jin was about to leave, Chao Xian suddenly spoke. "However, we can add each other as friends. If there is a suitable opportunity in the future, cooperation is not impossible, but the premise is equal exchange of interests." Okay. Hu Jin's originally depressed mood was instantly ignited, and he was extremely excited. He naturally saw the AK-47 on Chao Xian's back. The fact that he was able to obtain firearms in such a short time was enough to prove his outstanding ability. Moreover, the Mutual Aid Association holds a lot of valuable information, and perhaps we will be able to reach cooperation with Chao Xian in the future. Furthermore, there was a blue-purple glow on Chao Xian's AK, which clearly showed that it was equipped with a component. Of this kind of component, only a young officer in the Mutual Aid Association had a blue one. This was only achieved at the cost of the lives of many Mutual Aid Society members. This made Hu Jin even more surprised at Chao Xian's strength. How did this young man and two beautiful-looking girls get so many precious things? After seeing Hu Jin and the other two off, Chao Xian immediately started a fire with firewood and then put the barbecue on it. Maintaining a high level of mental concentration and exercising vigorously for 2 hours made Chao Xian so hungry that he was seeing stars. Soon, the meat was roasted. Chao Xian cut it in half with a knife and gave each to his 2 daughters. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal very much, especially Chao Xian, who finished more than half of it by himself. "Brother Chao Xian, you ate a lot tonight." Even Shen Ting couldn't help but ask. "I've used up too much energy today. I need to replenish it." Chao Xian replied while eating. The aroma of barbecue drifted on the wind, reaching the noses of the other survivors. Many watched anxiously, drooling, but seeing Chao Xian's gun displayed nearby, no one dared to approach. Hu Jin, from the mutual aid group, had earlier invited Chao Xian to join, but Chao Xian had been rejected and treated politely. In their eyes, Chao Xian had already been labeled someone to be reckoned with. "Ting Ting, it's you." At this moment, a man's voice came from the side, his tone full of surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in tattered clothes and disheveled appearance walking towards them quickly. His eyes were fixed on Shen Ting, and his face was filled with surprise. Ting, it's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time, the man said as he reached out to pull Ting. Don't come over here, Ting shouted loudly, her eyes full of vigilance. The man's hand froze in midair, a trace of embarrassment on his face. Then he wiped the dust off his face and said, Ting, what's wrong with you? I'm your fiancé. Come with me. I can protect you. Ting subconsciously hid behind Xian. She finally recognized the person. Are you Yang Haochen? This person is Ting's fiancé, Yang Haochen, the legitimate heir of Yang Enterprise. Ting didn't recognize him just now because Yang Haochen looked so different now. Ting had met Yang Haochen several times at banquets before. Although he was not very handsome at that time, he was at least well-dressed. But now he was disheveled and his face was covered in dirt. Ting almost mistook him for a beggar. Yang Haochen's face was full of anger at the moment. He looked at Ting hiding in Xian's arms like a kitten. The thing he had always wanted to control was now tightly attached to Xian's arm. There was only one thought in his mind. He was cheated. Ting, how dare you cheat on me? Ting was startled and was very angry at first. What do you mean I'm cheating on him? They're just engaged in name only by the elders and their families. We haven't even met each other a few times. Does he really think of me as his woman? Ting was about to start cursing, but her eyes rolled, and she immediately thought of a way to hit the other party harder. Brother Xian, who was still a little confused, lowered his head immediately when he heard Ting calling him. Unexpectedly, he saw Ting's tender red lips coming towards him. Boo! After the two separated, Xian smacked his lips, still savoring the feeling just now, while Ting was already pouting and looking at Yang Haochen. That's right, I cheated on you. What can you do to me? Chapter 43 Apologize to Mr. Xian. Bing, who was standing by, was shocked. She had long noticed that her sister Ting had special feelings for Xian, but they had always kept it a secret. Now it seems that I am too lazy to even pretend. Although Bing knew in her heart that Xian was a very outstanding man and her sister deserved the blessing of being with him. But for some reason, there was always an indescribable bitterness quietly spreading in her heart. Yang Haochen never expected Ting to reply to him like this. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his face turned red. In his opinion, Ting was completely his woman in name only, and her behavior was completely unfaithful. The man in front of her was just a little taller and more handsome than her, but in just 2 days, he had already captivated Ting. You shameless woman. Yang Haochen was about to yell at the top of his voice, but when he saw Ting's pretty face, his anger instantly subsided a little, and his heart softened. He gritted his teeth and said gloomily, Ting, I'll give you one last chance. If you come with me now, I'll forgive you and still treat you as a good woman. When Ting heard what Yang Haochen said, she couldn't help but sneer. Yang Haochen, you are so ridiculous. What do you mean you think I am still a good woman? I have never been an appendage that depends on you, and I don't need your so-called forgiveness. Xian now completely understood the situation. It turned out that this was Ting's pampered rich second-generation fiancé. It's the end of the world now, and he still thinks that it will be the same as before. With his family's background, everyone will follow his wishes? Xian put his arms around Ting's slender waist without hesitation, then raised the AK-47 and pressed it directly against Yang Haochen's chest, his eyes cold as he said, If Ting wanted to go with you, I wouldn't stop her, but she clearly doesn't want to bother with you right now. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. At this moment, Yang Haochen felt a surge of rage rising to his head. He had never felt so aggrieved in his life. If you have the guts, just shoot. This is the territory of the Mutual Aid Association. I've already joined the Mutual Aid Association. Do you dare to do anything? Yang Haochen put his forehead directly in front of the gun barrel, his face full of disdain. Because he had been sleeping in the car just now and did not see the scene of Hu Jin being respectful to Xian, he was sure that Xian would not dare to challenge the authority of the Mutual Aid Association. As the quarrel became more intense, Xian even picked up a gun. The noise instantly attracted Hu Zhong and another military personnel armed with guns. Mr. Xian, what happened here? Hu Zhong spoke in an urgent tone, trying to get Xian to put down the gun in his hand, and then he cast a cold gaze at Yang Haochen. He recognized that this was a young man who had just joined the Mutual Aid Society and heard that he came from a well-off family in the past. Just now, the kid said he was about to faint from hunger. Out of pity, Hu Zhong gave him some dry food and let him get into the car to rest. Unexpectedly, this kid had sneaked out at some point and even dared to contradict Xian, a person whom he did not dare to offend easily. When Yang Haochen saw Hu Zhong coming, he immediately felt like he had a backer. He straightened his back, a smug look on his face, and pointed at Chao Xian and said loudly, "Captain Hu, you've arrived just in time. This man threatened me with a gun. He doesn't even take the Mutual Aid Association seriously." When Hu Zhong heard this, his face turned ashen instantly. An ignorant fool. Is this rich second-generation crazy? He has no sense at all. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chao Xian. Hu Zhong shouted sternly. When Yang Haochen heard Hu Zhong's order, the smug look on his face froze instantly, and he stared at Hu Zhong in disbelief. "Captain Hu, what are you saying? He was the one who threatened me with a gun, so why are you asking me to apologize to him?" Hu Zhong's expression grew increasingly gloomy, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Yang Haochen, I repeat, apologize to Mr. Chao Xian immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately expel you from the Mutual Aid Association." When Yang Haochen heard this, his face was full of disbelief, his face turned red and white, and he looked as embarrassed as a clown. At this moment, he felt that he had lost all face and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He finally saw through Hu Zhong's attitude, but he really couldn't understand what ability Chao Xian had that could make Hu Zhong so flattering. But when he thought about being expelled from the Mutual Aid Association, Yang Haochen couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to think about how hard it was for him to survive these past 2 days. He couldn't find any food, and even had to reuse water. It was so hard to survive until now. The Mutual Aid Association can at least provide him with some protection. "Chao Xian Ting, Shin Ting, I was wrong." Yang Haochen's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Speak louder, I can't hear you." Before Chao Xian could speak, Hu Zhong immediately shouted loudly in dissatisfaction. Yang Haochen's body trembled violently. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Chao Xian, I was wrong. Please forgive my rudeness just now. Will you continue to pester Tingting in the future?" Chao Xian asked coldly. "No, stop pestering me. I have nothing to do with her. She is your woman." Hearing this, Chao Xian nodded with satisfaction. "Go away." Chao Xian chose to spare Yang Haochen's life for Hu Zhong's sake. Yang Haochen's face turned pale, and he fled the scene in shame. Chao Xian glanced at Yang Haochen's departing back, then turned his gaze to Hu Zhong. "I know your Mutual Aid Association hopes to recruit more members, but I suggest you be more cautious when screening. Not everyone is suitable to join, just like this scum just now." Yes. Hu Zhong nodded quickly, an embarrassed look on his face. "I will report Mr. Chao Xian's suggestions to my superiors truthfully." After this farce, Chao Xian was completely exhausted. He glanced at his watch and saw that the time was 10:30 in the evening. "How about we go to bed early tonight?" Chao Xian decided to take advantage of the opportunity now to get more sleep. After all, he didn't know which stations he would encounter tomorrow, and if he encountered one he had to go to, it was important to stay energized. I agree too." The two women nodded in agreement, but Shin Bing then asked, "Do you still want to keep watch tonight?" Chao Xian laughed when he heard this. "Of course not. Sister Bing Bing, you forgot. We have 3 mutant patients and 1 mutant doctor sitting in the back of the carriage. Their presence is the best line of defense. With them around, we can sleep peacefully." Chapter 44, Yang Haochen's Revenge. 2. Shin Bing nodded slightly. She almost forgot that there was an alienated patient in the car. The 3 of them entered the carriage together. Immediately afterwards, Chao Xian directed several alienated patients to get off the car. At this time, all the survivors had returned to their respective cars and began to rest. Because of this, Chao Xian was not worried that the alienated patients would scare others. As the sky grew darker, Chao Xian arranged for the mutant patients to guard the back of the carriage. Unless someone deliberately went around to the other end of the carriage, their presence would be completely unnoticed. After closing the car door, the 3 of them climbed onto the soft big bed moved from the luxurious ward. Chao Xian and Shin Bing were lying on either side of the bed, while Shin Ting was sandwiched in the middle. "Go to bed early, Sister Bing Bing. Ting Ting, good night." As soon as Chao Xian got onto the bed, sleepiness came over him like a tide, and he couldn't open his eyes in an instant. "Good night, brother Chao Xian." Shin Ting responded crisply. "Good night." Shin Bing also said softly. The carriage was pitch black, without any light source. After saying good night to each other, Shin Ting no longer cared about Shin Bing beside her and went straight into Chao Xian's arms. Shin Bing, who was standing next to her, felt a surge of bitterness in her heart. Although it was dark in front of her eyes, and she couldn't see the situation clearly, how could she not notice the movement of someone missing beside her? But after all, she is my own sister. What else can I do except spoil her? So, Shin Bing deliberately made a slight snoring sound and pretended to turn over, with her back facing them, pretending to have fallen asleep. Hearing this voice, Shen Ting immediately leaned close to Chao Xian's ear and whispered softly, "Brother Chao Xian, my sister is asleep. Hee. Let's." When Chao Xian heard this, his heart tightened and he broke into a cold sweat. This girl is too naive. How can anyone fall asleep just after lying down for a few minutes? And Shen Bing even deliberately snored, "This is too fake." However, Chao Xian did not refuse Shen Ting. Since Shen Bing had specially left space for them, they naturally had to make good use of it. As long as Shen Ting can restrain herself for a while, there shouldn't be any big problems. Time flies, and 2 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. The carriage was filled with Shen Ting's gentle breathing and Chao Xian's light snoring. At this time, the two of them had fallen asleep due to fatigue. But Shen Bing was suffering at this moment. She felt hot all over, and her face was so red that it almost reached her ears. "Ting Ting, this girl is really..." Shen Bing muttered to herself. After a long time, the heat gradually subsided, and Shen Bing finally fell asleep. At the same time, in a dilapidated van in the parking lot, Yang Haochen's face was full of resentment. What happened just now made him so angry that he couldn't sleep until now. After tossing and turning in bed several times, Yang Haochen was still furious and couldn't fall asleep. So he took out his watch and found a name called Ouyang Hui in his friend list. "Yang Haochen, Ouyang Hui, guess who I saw today? I saw your fiancée, ha 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 ha." She was with a man, hugging him so tightly. After a long while, the other party finally replied to the message. "Ouyang Hui, Bing Bing is not that kind of person." When Yang Haochen saw Ouyang Hui's reply, he was stunned at first, then he slammed the car seat hard. Ouyang Hui now holds a high position in the Mutual Aid Association and is very powerful, so he fabricated these words in an attempt to sow discord between Ouyang Hui and Chao Xian. But Ouyang Hui didn't believe him, and Ouyang Hui guessed right. The sense of disappointment in Yang Haochen's heart instantly reached its peak. Why couldn't Shen Ting be the same as her sister? Thinking of this, Yang Haochen's desire for revenge burned like a raging fire, and he no longer cared about his own face. "Yang Haochen, Ouyang Hui, let me tell you the truth. There's a man with the sisters Shen Ting and Shen Bing, and he's just as good looking as you. That bitch Shen Ting was already flirting with that man right in front of me. I admit that Shen Bing and that man don't have a relationship yet, but think about it. What about the future? In this situation, how long do you think it will take for a woman to fall? Maybe Shen Bing will be the next Shen Ting." This time, Ouyang Hui was silent for more than 10 minutes. Just when Yang Haochen suspected that the other party had blocked him, Ouyang Hui finally sent a message. "Ouyang Hui, tell me, what do you want to do?" Seeing this, Yang Haochen immediately started typing excitedly. "Give me a gun. I'll kill that bastard couple. I won't hurt Shen Bing. You can let her stay with the people from your Mutual Aid Association. We'll definitely see each other again in the future." "Ouyang Hui, don't even think about it. A gun is out of the question. It's against the rules. I can give you a dagger or a knife." Ouyang Hui quickly replied to the message. Seeing Ouyang Hui's refusal, Yang Haochen just smiled coldly and did not respond immediately. He knew that Ouyang Hui was already weighing the pros and cons, and he would definitely not be able to help himself. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Ouyang Hui sent him a transaction request. The item being traded was an AK-47. "Ouyang Hui, you must return it to me immediately after use. Otherwise I will make it difficult for you to move forward." "Yang Haochen, don't worry." After getting the gun, Yang Haochen immediately showed a sinister smile on his face. He carefully loaded the AK-47 and then tiptoed out of the car. At this time, everyone was basically asleep, and no one noticed that Yang Haochen suddenly ran out. Chao Xian's car was at the edge, so he swaggered up to Chao Xian's truck. He first quietly climbed up to the door on the driver's side, took a peek, and found that there was no one in the cockpit. It seems they should be in the carriage. Yang Haochen thought to himself. He walked around to the back of the carriage. It was closed, but not locked. In order not to wake the three people inside, Yang Haochen tiptoed and slowly opened the door. He was so focused on the movements in his hands that he didn't notice that a tall figure was approaching him silently from behind. Yang Haochen was carefully opening the car door, and the slight creaking sound seemed to be infinitely amplified in the silent night. His heart instantly rose to his throat, his eyes fixed on the crack in the door, and his mind began to imagine the bloody scene that would follow. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him, blocking out the faint light. Yang Haochen's hands suddenly froze in midair, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. "Oh no, I've been discovered. Who is it?" He turned his head with difficulty, and what came into his eyes was a horrifying scene that he would never forget. Strange monster. Chapter 45 Guilty Sister Bing Bing. Yang Haochen screamed in fear, his voice trembling. The door in his hand was suddenly released, and slammed shut with a bang. At this moment, the alienated patient lying in the green belt nearby heard the sound and stood up staggeringly. Looking at the monsters surrounding him, Yang Haochen didn't even have the strength to lift his gun. He felt his legs go soft, and his crotch felt hot and wet. Yang Haochen was so scared that he wet his pants. At this moment, Chao Xian also heard the sound of the carriage door falling, and he woke up suddenly. "Brother Chao Xian, what's wrong? Don't panic. I'll go out and take a look." "Chao Xian, I'll go with you." "Sister Bingbing, I'll go get the gun. You just wait here." Chao Xian carried an AK-47 on his back and held the lighter Glock 17 in his hand and opened the car door. What came into view was Yang Haochen, who was forced into a corner and in a miserable state, and an AK-47 dropped on the ground. "You really are still harboring evil intentions," Chao Xian taunted. He bent down to pick up the gun on the ground, secretly surprised. "I didn't expect that Yang Haochen had the ability to get this gun. Could it be that Hu Zhong gave it to him?" But thinking about it carefully, it seemed unlikely. When the alienated patients and doctors saw Chao Xian appear, they immediately stopped. Yang Haochen's sharp scream just now almost spread across half of the parking lot, and Hu Zhong and several other members of the Mutual Aid Association also rushed over quickly. The moment they saw the alienated patients and doctors, they were filled with shock and their fingers were even on the triggers, almost shooting subconsciously. Fortunately, Chao Xian stopped them in time. He shouted, "These are my people. They can follow my orders." A flash of shock flashed across Hu Zhong's eyes, but his years of military training allowed him to quickly calm down and ask, "Mr. Chao Xian, may I ask, what happened?" Chao Xian sneered, pointed at Yang Haochen lying on the ground, and said, "This guy took a gun and sneaked up to our car, and then was discovered by the mutant doctor." Hu Zhong was slightly stunned. He noticed Chao Xian's cold eyes and his hand ready to shoot at any time, and immediately realized that Chao Xian was suspecting that he had given Yang Haochen the gun. "Mr. Chao Xian, I don't know where the gun came from," Hu Zhong hurriedly explained. "You should have seen it just now. We only have 2 pistols here. As for rifles, there are not many in the Mutual Aid Association. They are all in the hands of members with higher positions." Chao Xian frowned, his heart full of doubts. Given how rare the AK-47 is, anyone who could lend such a gun to Yang Haochen must hate him to the core. But it seems that I haven't provoked anyone with such a deep hatred in this damn place. The most likely source of Yang Haochen's gun is the Mutual Aid Association. At this time, Xin Bing and Xin Ting put on their clothes and got out of the car. The moment she saw Yang Haochen, Xin Ting screamed in surprise, "Yang Haochen, it's you." Then, she covered her nose in disgust and looked at the puddle under Yang Haochen with disdain. What a terrible smell. Yang Haochen felt shame and fear spreading in his heart at the same time, but the instinct of survival made him tremble and say, "I'll tell you where the gun is. Can you spare my life?" Chao Xian's eyes were cold and expressionless as he said, "You'd better tell the truth, otherwise, I won't have much patience." Yang Haochen swallowed his saliva, his lips trembling as he said, "Yes, Ouyang Hui gave it to me." "Who is Ouyang Hui?" Chao Xian asked. "It's my fiancé," Xin Bing said slowly with a hint of bitterness in her eyes. "That's right. He found me and asked me to kill you so that you wouldn't seduce Xin Bing away." Yang Haochen argued anxiously with fear. Looking at Yang Haochen's appearance, Chao Xian lost his patience and immediately raised his pistol. Bang! The gunshots echoed in the silent parking lot. Yang Haochen's body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, and fear still lingered on his face. Blood slowly flowed from his forehead and spread on the ground, forming a small pool of glaring red. Hu Zhong looked at the fallen Yang Haochen with some bitterness. At this moment, he didn't dare to mention the Mutual Aid Association's rule prohibiting random killing. After all, Yang Haochen was asking for death. He showed up at the house with a gun in the middle of the night and was caught red-handed. Moreover, he was very familiar with the name Ouyang Hui. He's one of the youngest senior executives in the Mutual Aid Association. "Mr. Hu Zhong, you seem a little nervous?" Chao Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "You won't punish me if I kill him, right?" "Of course not. This is what Yang Haochen deserves," Hu Zhong replied. "Is the Ouyang Hui he mentioned a member of the Mutual Aid Society?" Chao Xian continued to ask. No. Hu Zhong hesitated again and again, but still did not tell the truth. Chao Xian couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Hu Zhong, has anyone ever told you that you're not very good at lying?" Hu Zhong's face was suddenly filled with embarrassment, and at this moment, his watch suddenly rang. He turned on his watch and found a message from Ouyang Hui. "I noticed Yang Haochen's profile picture was dark. Did he fail? Forget it. Just give me that AK-47. It's the property of the Mutual Aid Association." Hu Zhong felt extremely bitter. He knew that Ouyang Hui's approach was wrong, but it was his duty to obey orders. He stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chao Xian, can you return the gun to me? This belongs to the Mutual Aid Association and I must take it back." "Who sent you a message just now?" "Ouyang Hui." Chao Xian handed the gun directly to Shin Ting, obviously not intending to return it. "Call him, I want to talk to him." Hu Zhong's face showed an extremely embarrassed expression, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chao Xian is not easy to deal with, but Ouyang Hui's orders must be carried out. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. "Forget it. I can't afford to offend anyone anyway, so do whatever you want." Hu Zhong made up his mind and finally dialed Ouyang Hui's number reluctantly. The call was connected quickly, and Ouyang Hui's figure was immediately projected on the watch. The person who appeared before everyone was a handsome man with an upright figure, but there was a hint of gloom in his eyes, which gave people an uncomfortable feeling. His voice was filled with impatience as he said, "Hu Zhong, did you get the gun back?" Seeing this, Chao Xian rushed into the picture. "Are you Ouyang Hui?" Chao Xian looked directly at Ouyang Hui in the projection. Ouyang Hui in the projection was stunned at first, but soon realized who Chao Xian was. He said coldly, "If you dare to touch Shin Bing, I will make you live a life worse than death." Chao Xian seemed to have heard a huge joke and burst into laughter, saying disdainfully, "You told me not to move, but I did. Not only that, the gun is mine, and your head will be mine sooner or later. Mutual aid will collapse sooner or later with scum like you." Ouyang Hui on the opposite side was instantly enraged. His face flushed red, and he shouted loudly, "You are looking for..." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Chao Xian hung up the phone. Chapter 46 Spirit Potion. Hu Zhong and his men eventually left, and Yang Haochen's body was carried away and thrown outside the road. Exhaling slowly, Chao Xian looked at the two women. "Go back to sleep. There are still 4 hours until dawn, so you can still get some more sleep." Back on the bed, Chao Xian held Shin Ting in his arms and patted her back gently. Not long after, Shin Ting fell asleep. Just when Chao Xian was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, a warm, cool, and delicate arm suddenly rested on him. "Chao Xian, I'm sorry. Although I don't think Ouyang Hui and I have anything to do with each other, I still want to apologize to you. After all, it was me who caused this." Shin Bing's voice, with a hint of guilt, came from the darkness. "Sister Bingbing, this is not your fault." Chao Xian woke up instantly and hurriedly spoke to comfort him. He subconsciously wanted to pat Shin Bing's arm to comfort her, but after just 2 pats, he noticed that the feel was a little strange, and then he suddenly realized that he had patted the wrong place. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Xian coughed awkwardly a few times, trying to ease the subtly awkward atmosphere. Shin Bing silently grabbed her clothes, not knowing what to say for a moment. Recalling Ouyang Hui's hateful face just now, Chao Xian suddenly felt a desire for revenge. "Sister Bingbing, if you really feel guilty..." Shin Bing responded softly, her tone full of doubt. "Come closer." 6 o'clock. The sun gradually rises. Chao Xian's watch rang on time. He sat up with a somersault and woke up the two women beside him. Shin Ting rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up in a daze, with sleepiness still lingering on her face. The moment Shin Bing opened her eyes, she quickly put on her clothes, grabbed a bottle of water and a toothbrush and toothpaste from the counter, and rushed out. Shin Ting looked at Shin Bing's departing back with a confused look on her face, then fell back into the bed and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing this, Chao Xian did not try to wake her up, but went to wash up on his own. Half an hour later, the three of them sat together to enjoy breakfast, and then came to the vending machine together. At this time, they had a total of 68.8 Star Soul coins left. After a little thought, Chao Xian decisively bought 10 barrels of gasoline, which cost him 9 Star Soul coins. Then he bought 5 packs of a certain chef's instant noodles, spending 4.5 Star Soul coins. Then, just in case, he added 2 more medical kits, which consumed another 5.4 Star Soul coins. At this moment, Chao Xian's attention was suddenly attracted by an item on sale on the sales counter. Spirit Potion 3. In this dangerous environment, fatigue and stress are always there. Whether facing the invasion of alienated monsters or traveling long distances, the mental state can easily fall into a trough. This spirit potion is carefully developed using a special formula, combining rare plant essences and mysterious ingredients from the apocalypse. After taking it, it can quickly increase your spirit value. Price, 100 Star Soul coins. Limited time discount price, 24 hours, 30 Star Soul coins. Shin Ting pointed at the crystal green potion in the glass bottle in the picture, her eyes full of curiosity, and asked, "Brother Chao Xian, should we buy this?" Chao Xian stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. What exactly is spirit value? The current panel only has 3 attributes: agility, strength, and constitution. Could it be that after taking this potion, I can unlock a new value, spirit value? Chao Xian pondered secretly, thinking that the vending machine would not come up with such a thing just to cheat him out of his star soul coins. Perhaps just like the discounted electronic components before, this mental potion is also an important material necessary for future survival. So, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said, "It's only 30 star soul coins anyway, buy it." The 3 of them returned to the car with the purchased supplies. Then, Chao Xian picked up the 3 bottles of green spiritual potion and looked at them carefully. The liquid in the potion was crystal green and looked somewhat similar to Fenjiyujing. Chao Xian unscrewed the bottle cap and took a gentle sniff. Damn, it tastes like it too. But since he had already bought it, Chao Xian still gritted his teeth and drank the potion in one gulp. As soon as he drank the potion, Chao Xian felt a cool sensation spreading from his throat to his whole body, as if countless tiny electric currents were running around in his body. His mind instantly became much clearer, the drowsiness he had originally felt was swept away, and his thinking became exceptionally sharp. This thing really has some effect. Chao Xian smacked his lips, feeling the changes in his body. Shen Bing and Shen Ting looked at him curiously. Shen Ting was the first to ask, "Brother Chao Xian, how are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Chao Xian shook his head and said, "I don't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, I feel more energetic and clear-headed." At this time, he took a look at his panel and found that there was an additional spirit value in the numerical position. But there are only 3 points. After making sure there was no problem, Chao Xian urged the 2 women to drink it as well. Shen Bing and Shen Ting exchanged a glance. Shen Ting hesitantly picked up a bottle of spiritual potion, looked at the crystal green liquid, and wrinkled her nose. "Brother Chao Xian, this really tastes like Fenjiyujing. Will it be okay if I drink it?" However, despite saying so, the 2 of them still unscrewed the bottle cap, pinched their noses, tilted their heads back, and drank the potion. As soon as he swallowed the potion, Shen Bing couldn't help but shudder. "Hiss, it's really strong." Seeing Shen Bing drink it, Shen Ting gritted her teeth and drank the potion in her hand as well. After finishing the drink, she quickly picked up the water cup beside her and took a few sips of water, sticking out her tongue and saying, "Pa, this tastes terrible." But after a while, Shen Bing and Shen Ting also felt changes in their bodies. They only felt that their originally heavy heads became lighter, their thinking became clearer, and the slight fatigue caused by what happened last night was swept away. Shen Ting said excitedly, "Wow, I feel so energetic now. I feel like I can run for several kilometers without getting tired." Immediately afterwards, Chao Xian took out those physical strengthening potions. "There are 9 left. We'll take 3 each. Let's inject them all. We are about to set off, and I don't know what we will encounter at the next stop, so I must improve my strength as soon as possible." Chao Xian endured the pain and received 3 injections in succession. Because it was not the first injection, it seemed that some resistance had been developed. The pain of these 3 injections combined is probably about the same as the first time. As the pain gradually subsided, Chao Xian opened his panel. Chao Xian. Strength, 13, average for adult men is 7. Agility, 11, average for adult men is 7. Constitution, 12, average adult male is 7. Spirit value, 3. Health value, 99%. Status, full of energy. Talent, God's prompt. This time, a total of 3 injections were given, which increased the attribute values by a few points in total. On average, 1 dose of strengthening potion increased the attribute values by less than 3 points. Chao Xian pondered in his heart. Now the effect of this physical strengthening potion is obviously getting weaker and weaker, and it will not be cost-effective to spend star soul coins to buy strengthening potions in the future. If I get more strengthening potions, I might as well sell them directly and then think of other ways to improve my strength. At this moment, Shen Bing also completed the injection. Chao Xian looked at her attribute panel and saw that her 3 attributes had changed to Agility 12, Strength 12, Constitution 10. Finally, Chao Xian turned his gaze to Shen Ting, only to find that she was holding a physical strengthening potion in her hand, with hesitation on her face, while the other 2 potions were placed intact on the bed. Shen Ting threw herself into Chao Xian's arms and said pitifully, "I'm really afraid of pain." "It's no use acting cute," Chao Xian said with a serious expression and a firm tone. Then he winked at Shen Bing, and they both nodded in tacit understanding and pushed Shen Ting down on the bed together. Shen Ting was pressed on the bed by Chao Xian and Shen Bing. She struggled desperately and kept begging for mercy. "Brother Chao Xian, sister, I'm really afraid of pain. Please stop hitting me, okay?" Chao Xian held Shin Ting down and said, Ting Ting, we are doing this for your own good. Only a strong body can protect you. You must take this injection. Shin Bing also advised. Yes, Ting Ting, just bear with it, and it will pass. We have all been injected before and know that the pain is bearable. After the injection, you will become stronger. In the end, Shin Ting's strength was no match for Chao Xian and Shin Bing. She could only watch Chao Xian pick up the physical strengthening potion and prepare to inject it into her. No! A pig-slaughtering scream echoed in the car. A moment later, Shin Ting had finished the injection, was sweating all over, and collapsed on the bed. First show, the data is very important. Please read the latest chapter, follow more, and don't keep the book. Thank you. Chapter 47, Installing Cannons. The three of them walked out of the carriage, and at this time the other survivors had already left one after another. In such a large area, there was only a black car that looked like a second-class car, which drove slowly past their truck. The black car slowly rolled down its window, revealing Hu Zhong's familiar face. He raised his hand and greeted Chao Xian, who nodded slightly and waved in response, watching the black car gradually drive away. When the car disappeared from sight, Chao Xian turned around and jumped into the driver's seat. As the engine roared, Chao Xian decisively stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle sped out and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Driving on the road, the scorching sun was high in the sky, emitting endless heat, and the weather was still unbearably hot. Fortunately, Chao Xian turned on the air conditioner in time, and a hint of coolness instantly filled the car. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, his eyes scanning the chat channel, which was filled with the wailing and complaints of countless survivors. The corners of Chao Xian's mouth rose slightly, and he even wanted another bottle of drink. It would be nice if you could play some music. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chao Xian immediately asked Shin Ting to search the exchange for items such as speakers. Shin Ting actually found it. She pointed at the screen excitedly and said, Brother Chao Xian, look, there really is a speaker. The price is 1-star soul coin. Buy it. Chao Xian waved his hand. Soon, a small speaker appeared in Shin Ting's hands. She handed the speaker to Shin Bing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Shin Bing took it and began to modify the vehicle. It wasn't long before the center console added music functionality. Chao Xian enthusiastically selected a song called Die For You, which is extremely suitable for listening to on the road. The catchy melody instantly echoed in the cockpit. Chao Xian hummed softly along with the rhythm, feeling particularly relaxed. I'm heading north, leaving the season with you. After an unknown amount of time, the music had automatically looped to Jay Chou's All the Way North. Chao Xian was immersed in the music and hummed along. However, suddenly, the sound stopped abruptly with a click. Chao Xian was stunned and looked at Shin Bing in confusion, but saw that Shin Bing had a serious face, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, and his finger was pointing in the direction of the rearview mirror. Chao Xian looked in the direction Shin Bing pointed, and saw in the rearview mirror several extremely sturdy monsters crawling on all fours chasing their vehicle madly. These monsters had huge fangs and would occasionally use their terrifying bodies to ram the carriages, making a dull sound that was terrifying. What the hell is this? Chao Xian's face suddenly changed with fright. He hurriedly ordered Shin Bing beside him. Sister Bing Bing, quickly use the AK to attack them. Without any hesitation, Shin Bing quickly grabbed the AK-47 beside him, rolled down the window, and fired fiercely at the monsters chasing him in the rearview mirror. Since it was Shin Bing's first time using a gun, he was a little panicked at first. The muzzle of the gun kept shaking, and all the bullets he fired hit the roadside, and none of them hit the target. But her gift of weapon mastery came into play. As the shooting progressed, she gradually found the feeling. After emptying 2 magazines, she was able to basically hit the target with every shot. The bullets hit the monsters accurately. Every time a bullet hit the monster's body, it seemed to trigger a small explosion. Blood flowers instantly bloomed on the monsters' bodies, accompanied by muffled bang-bang sounds. Under Shin Bing's fierce attack, the monsters were soon covered with wounds. Their originally agile speed gradually slowed down and finally disappeared from the rearview mirror without a trace. At this time, the chat channel also exploded and started a heated discussion. Oh my god, I just encountered a group of monsters. They looked like wild beasts, crawling on all fours, and their teeth were sharper than knives. They almost chewed my car to pieces. Don't mention it, I've been there too. My fuel tank is leaking, and I probably won't make it to the next station. So, the difficulty of survival has increased again, right? Looking at the series of messages full of anxiety and despair in the chat channel, Chao Xian sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Strength, strength. We must become stronger as soon as possible. If we can get a heavy weapon like a cannon and directly modify it on the car, will we still need to be afraid of these monsters? At this moment, a light suddenly flashed on the road in front of him, and a prompt appeared. Continue driving for 15 kilometers, and you will come to the danger zone station, mutated nuclear power plant. There's a chance you'll get a large amount of ammunition on this platform. It's a collective platform, and only when a certain number of survivors meet can everyone enter. At this platform, all survivors will be divided into 2 camps, defending against monsters in 2 locations respectively. Note, there are fewer monsters at the defense point at the entrance of the nuclear power plant, so it will be easier to defend. After entering the platform, survivors will have a certain amount of time to freely select weapons. Guard Captain Lena likes people with strong abilities. The fewer weapons you select, the more generous the reward she will give you in the end. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Chao Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that this platform is for survivors to guard the point. Moreover, the less arms consumed, the greater the final reward. They now have AK-47s with unlimited ammunition, so wouldn't that greatly reduce the consumption of munitions? In this way, their overall strength will be greatly enhanced. Maybe, his wish of installing a cannon on the truck will really come true soon. Chao Xian told the 2 girls the information about the next platform. They looked at each other and nodded in agreement. 15 minutes later, Chao Xian skillfully turned from the road into the platform. After entering, there is a huge square, which is open and spacious. At the end stands a huge nuclear power plant, like a silent giant. Chao Xian stopped the car. Quite a few survivors had already gathered here. They were in groups of 3 or 5 and were having heated discussions. What does this platform mean? When I came in just now, I heard an announcement saying it wouldn't open until there were 30 survivors. I don't understand. This is the first time I've seen a platform like this. The moment Chao Xian got out of the car, he immediately heard a surprised voice behind him. You are? Boss Chao Xian. Hearing the voice, Chao Xian turned around in confusion, only to see a strange face. The man was carrying an AK, his face full of eagerness, his eyes flashing with fiery light, as if he had seen an idol whom he admired very much. Next to the man stood a girl. She was wearing a refreshing short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her slender limbs. She was tall, had purple hair, and exuded a quirky aura. Boss Chao Xian, I am Zhang Yi. Zhang Yuetong. Please add it to your bookshelf and update it every day. Chapter 48 Lena, Captain of Team 3. Chao Xian was stunned for 2 seconds, thinking quickly about the name in his mind. Soon, he remembered the man he had traded with not long ago, and his profile picture gradually overlapped with the man in front of him. Is it you? Yes, Boss Chao Xian. You finally remembered me. Zhang Yi excitedly held Chao Xian's hand, and then pulled his sister behind him. Boss Chao Xian, this is my sister Zhang Yuetong. Hello, Boss Chao Xian. I'm Zhang Yuetong. The purple-haired girl ran over with a smile and shook hands with Chao Xian, looking him up and down. Chao Xian's facial features look more handsome and his posture is more upright than in previous photos, and he exudes an air of confidence. If she had said before that letting Chao Xian be Zhang Ye's brother-in-law was a bit of a joke, now she was really moved. Chao Xian felt a chill coming from behind him, and quickly let go of Zhang Yuetong's hand, saying repeatedly, hello. At this time, Xin Bing and Xin Ting came forward and greeted Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuetong. Chao Xian was in a good mood as he met an acquaintance here. It just so happened that the dungeon required team formation, and the 5 of them could just form a team. After all, teaming up with strangers is quite risky. While a few people were talking, several more cars drove into the square. A figure in camouflage uniform got out of the black car and looked at Chao Xian in surprise. Mr. Chao Xian. Chao Xian turned around and saw that it was Hu Zhong. He was secretly delighted. Now we have 2 more teammates, and they have received professional training in the army, so they must be more proficient in using weapons. As the last 2 cars arrived, a reminder sounded in everyone's mind. Beep, there are 30 survivors now. Everyone please gather at the entrance of the nuclear power plant. Chao Xian naturally heard the sound as well. After exchanging a glance with Xin Bing and Xin Ting beside him, he walked towards the nuclear power plant without hesitation. In front of the nuclear power plant, Chao Xian looked up and saw the reactor building was tall and heavy, shining with a cold and hard luster in the sun. The cooling tower is incredibly tall, with white mist constantly rising from the top. The gray walls are covered with densely packed pipes and wires, crisscrossing each other. At this moment, a cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded. Dear friends, thank you for coming. I am Lena, the captain of Team 3. Chao Xian looked down and saw a blonde woman in camouflage standing in front of him. She had a graceful figure and a strong aura. Lena, captain of the 3rd team. When did she stand here? Chao Xian was secretly shocked. Could it be that this woman is an NPC-like existence like Linyad? Through the prompt information, he saw that this woman named Lena had 4 attribute values all above 15, and her strength was astonishing. However, unlike these survivors, she has no natural skills. At the same time, everyone around was shocked and exclaimed in surprise, but no one dared to step forward rashly. They all waited quietly for Lena's next words. Lena paused slightly, took a deep breath, her face showing a solemn and tired look, and continued. This nuclear power plant was once a key to energy supply, but due to an unexpected technical failure, a serious nuclear leak occurred. A large amount of radioactive material leaked out uncontrollably, quickly contaminating the surrounding environment. These radioactive substances have extremely strong radiation, not only causing great pain to humans, but also causing terrible mutations in the surrounding creatures. After their mutation, they have developed an instinctive desire for the radiation energy from the nuclear power plant, and it won't be long before they launch a fierce attack. During the previous resistance, my team all sacrificed their lives to protect this place. At this point, Lena's voice trembled slightly, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her firmness. So, I implore you to lend a hand and help us resist the monster invasion. Once this is over, I'm willing to reward you with some weapons. At first, everyone was confused, but when they heard the last sentence about weapon rewards, their eyes suddenly lit up. Arms. This is exactly what they need most right now. Most of those who could hold on until the 3rd day had already solved the problem of food and water. However, powerful weapons such as guns were extremely difficult to obtain. As for those monsters that chase vehicles on the road, ordinary means of attack cannot cause effective damage to them. I am afraid that only firearms can compete with them. Lena's words undoubtedly hit everyone's pain points and instantly piqued everyone's interest. However, there were also cautious people in the crowd who hurriedly asked, "But we have almost no other weapons except a few knives. How can we resist the monsters?" When Lena heard this, the corners of her lips rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Everyone, don't worry. Since we've asked for your help, we won't let you face danger unprepared." Later, everyone needs to be divided into 2 groups, one group guarding the main gate, and the other group guarding the side gate. Before that, I will give everyone an hour to go to the armory to select and move the weapons. Everyone can freely choose weapons and equipment from the arsenal according to their needs, but please note that once you enter a defensive position, you will not be able to replenish it midway. We must hold our ground until the monsters retreat, a process estimated to take about 2 hours. So, please choose your weapons wisely and be well prepared. As Lena finished speaking, the crowd suddenly became commotion, but it was immediately suppressed by Lena. Now, everyone, start dividing into 2 groups. Lena only said to divide people into 2 groups, but she didn't say how many people should be in each group or how to divide them. Hu Zhong and his teammates, as well as siblings Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuetong, all gathered next to Chao Xian. When the other survivors saw 2 people in camouflage uniforms on Chao Xian's side, they immediately wanted to come over and hug his thighs. "Silence. The Mutual Aid Association is here. Follow my command, and we will protect you." At this time, someone in the crowd nearby spoke, and Chao Xian felt the voice sounded familiar. The crowd parted, and a man wearing sunglasses and camouflage uniform appeared in front of everyone. The man slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a rather handsome face. He looked at Hu Zhong coldly and said, "Hu Zhong, the Mutual Aid Association's iron rule is to gather survivors as soon as you arrive at each platform. Yet you've deserted your post and are busy talking to the enemies of my Mutual Aid Association. Also, you don't even know how to greet your superiors now. Are you planning to betray the Mutual Aid Association?" Chapter 49, Ouyang Hui's Talent, Super Self-Healing? When Hu Zhong heard the familiar voice, his heart trembled violently, and a name flashed through his mind. He turned quickly, saluted with an upright posture, a hint of panic on his face. "Commander Ouyang, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were here just now." Hu Zhong was deeply impressed by Chao Xian's big truck. Among the many small cars, that car was too conspicuous, so he recognized it at a glance. So he got out of the car and walked straight to Chao Xian to greet him. "Ouyang Hui." Based on the voice and the quick glance he took yesterday, Chao Xian instantly recognized Ouyang Hui's identity. He wondered to himself, what does this guy want to do? Chao Xian didn't take Ouyang Hui's identity as a member of the Mutual Aid Association seriously. In his opinion, Ouyang Hui was his target. At the same time, he secretly activated his innate abilities. In an instant, Ouyang Hui's information panel appeared clearly in front of him. Name: Ouyang Hui. Age: 22. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 72 kilograms. Strength: 11. Agility. 10. Constitution. 11. Occupation. One of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. Talent. Super self-healing. The body's self-healing ability is greatly improved. However, this will consume a large amount of energy in the body. Energy can be stored by eating a lot. Once it is exhausted, the self-healing ability will be ineffective. Current state. Angry. Health value. 92%. Favorability. -60. Chao Xian began to analyze secretly. Ouyang Hui's overall values are slightly lower than his own, but they are already far higher than those of ordinary people. It seems that he has also been injected with strengthening drugs. Moreover, given his status, he must be more than just a show-off, and his skills should not be underestimated. That super self-healing talent made Chao Xian feel a little envious. If the value were higher, Ouyang Hui would probably become a weakened version of Deadpool. However, Chao Xian remained confident. Ouyang Hui couldn't last more than a few rounds against him, who was equipped with an AK with unlimited firepower and blasting functions. The only thing that made him hesitate was whether Lina would allow them to kill each other at this time, and if someone really died, whether the subsequent events could proceed normally. At this moment, Ouyang Hui's eyes were also filled with murderous intent as he stared at Chao Xian. Obviously, he was also eager to get rid of Chao Xian, and what he was worried about was that Lina was right next to him. Chao Xian quietly took a step back, put his hand on Xun Bing's slender and soft waist, and raised his eyebrows provocatively at Ouyang Hui. Chao Xian, you're courting death. Ouyang Hui, who had originally had some concerns, was completely enraged. He suddenly raised the gun in his hand, pointed it at Chao Xian without hesitation, and was about to pull the trigger. Bang! At the critical moment, Lina's figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost and reappeared next to Ouyang Hui. She raised her long, slender legs high and kicked Ouyang Hui's gun-holding hand hard. Oh! Ouyang Hui let out a scream, and a deep purple mark suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. His bones became twisted, and the gun in his hand flew away. You are still too young, can't you help it? Chao Xian looked at the pistol that fell at his feet and picked it up without hesitation. This is a Desert Eagle pistol, which is much more powerful and has higher shooting efficiency than the Glock 17. Although the recoil is quite large, it is not a problem at all after using the strengthening potion. Chao Xian played with it in his hand for a while and then put it on his waist without hesitation. Captain Lina, how about this be his apology to me? Lina did not answer Chao Xian's words, but looked at Ouyang Hui coldly. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you dare to kill each other before the battle again, don't blame me for expelling you from the nuclear power plant. Ouyang Hui looked at Lina in fear. He couldn't see Lina's movements clearly just now. You know, he was famous in the army for his fighting skills. Yes, Captain Lina. Ouyang Hui had no choice but to lower his head and apologize with an unwilling look on his face. In just a few moments, the purple marks on his hands faded away and the twisted bones returned to their original shape. Ouyang Hui did not bother Chao Xian anymore. Instead, he sneered, glanced at everyone with a sinister look, and said loudly, as one of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association, Ouyang Hui, I invite you to team up with me. I will do my best to protect you from the monster's attacks. If you're willing, you can stand on my side. It's okay if you don't want to be in our group, but Chao Xian is our Mutual Aid Association's enemy. If you choose to team up with him, you're going against the Mutual Aid Association, so be prepared to endure the wrath of the Mutual Aid Association. After Ouyang Hui finished speaking, he looked in Lina's direction. Sure enough, as he expected, Lina just crossed her arms, observing everything coldly, and did not stop his behavior. You don't even have a teammate, Chao Xian. I want to see how you survive. Ouyang Hui thought viciously in his heart. After hearing Ouyang Hui's words, everyone immediately fell into deep thought. The name of the Mutual Aid Association is well known in the chat channel. Moreover, the Mutual Aid Association was established by the official personnel before the time travel, and many survivors have full faith in this organization. Therefore, almost everyone rushed towards Ouyang Hui without hesitation. The few people who had just wanted to get close to Chao Xian also quickly avoided Chao Xian, as if he were a play god. Commander Ouyang, this is against our rules. You're taking revenge on someone else. Hu Zhong spoke up at this time. This was the first time he questioned his superiors. The original intention of the Mutual Aid Association is to protect all survivors as much as possible. Before, he always regarded Ouyang Hui, who became famous at a young age, as his idol. But now, Ouyang Hui's image in his mind has almost collapsed. Moreover, he had already reported Chao Xian to the headquarters as a highly capable survivor, and another vice president, Lu Rumei, had specifically asked him to do his best to recruit Chao Xian. Ouyang Hui must have known about this, but he still chose to take personal revenge. Rules? What I say is the rule. Hu Zhong, I'll give you 3 seconds now. Come to me immediately. Ouyang Hui said with a sneer. However, 3 seconds passed, and Hu Zhong still stood there with his head down, not moving at all. Hu Zhong's teammates wanted to leave several times, but seeing that Hu Zhong did not move, they finally chose to stay. Ouyang Hui sneered mockingly. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Mutual Aid Association. Hearing this, Hu Zhong's body trembled violently, but was followed by a complete sense of relief. He angrily threw the pistol in his hand in front of Ouyang Hui. Screw you. I don't want to stay in this crappy Mutual Aid Association anymore. Mr. Chao Xian was right last night. You are the scum of the Mutual Aid Association. Sooner or later, the Mutual Aid Association will be destroyed by people like you. Chapter 50, Coin Toss. Ouyang Hui's eyes were wide with anger. He didn't expect that his subordinates, who usually obeyed his orders, would say such disobedient words. This instantly made Ouyang Hui's anger burn fiercely. However, he tried his best to restrain himself and not lose his composure in front of everyone. After suppressing his anger, he turned his gaze to Shen Bing in Chao Xian's arms. Shen Bing, I'll give you one last chance. If you come to me now, I can forgive you for what happened and just assume you were forced to do so by the circumstances. Hearing Ouyang Hui's words, Chao Xian burst into laughter. Why do these people always like to say things like, I'll give you one last chance? What happened last time Yang Haochen finished speaking? It seemed like Shen Ting kissed him in front of him. This time, does he want to? After thinking for a second, Chao Xian lowered his head without hesitation. Shen Bing was caught off guard by the kiss, and her body tensed up instantly. Fortunately, Chao Xian kept holding her waist so that Shen Bing did not slip to the ground. Chao Xian! Chao Xian! Ouyang Hui roared with gritted teeth. His knuckles turned white from excessive force, and his eyes almost spitted fire. He tried to draw his gun several times, but was stopped in time by the people beside him. Sir, please think twice. Captain Lina is still watching. The man advised anxiously in his ear. When Ouyang Hui heard Lina's name, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and his anger instantly deflated. Although he still hated Chao Xian with a vengeance in his heart, he could only endure it. At this time, Ouyang Hui turned his attention to Zhang Yi and his sister, his eyes full of sinister intent. My 2 friends, are you sure you still want to follow Chao Xian? He is an enemy of our Mutual Aid Association. As long as you come here now, I can give you the status of a core member of the Mutual Aid Association. In the future, you will have priority access to the Mutual Aid Association's intelligence and can also borrow firearms. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone standing next to Ouyang Hui showed envious expressions. Especially those who had distanced themselves from Chao Xian long ago were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have persisted a little longer. Maybe this opportunity would have been theirs. But Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuetong looked at each other and shook their heads firmly. No need, we'll stay with boss Chao Xian. Ouyang Hui, who was originally full of confidence and thought he had a sure win, was rejected again, and his face instantly became as gloomy as ink. Okay. You all want to seek your own deaths, so I will grant your wish. I want to see how the 7 of you can hold on. Ouyang Hui said viciously. On Chao Xian's side, there were exactly 7 people, including the sisters Shen Bing and Shen Ting, Hu Zhong and his teammates, and Zhang Ye's brother and sister. Ouyang Hui had a total of 23 people, far more than Chao Xian's side, even more than 3 times their number. At this moment, Lina's calm and majestic voice sounded. Have you decided? She glanced at the 2 teams with a huge disparity in numbers, and finally fixed her eyes on Chao Xian. Captain Lina, it's not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Chao Xian smiled, his eyes brimming with confidence. 7 people are enough for me to hold on. Seeing Chao Xian's confident look, Lina was secretly shocked. She could see that Chao Xian's strength was the strongest among everyone, but in the face of the upcoming wave of monsters, this did not seem to play a decisive role. Does he really have the ability? Or is he blindly confident and arrogant? We will know the answer soon. Lina felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. She took out a star soul coin from her bosom, flicked her finger, and the star soul coin flew towards Chao Xian like a stream of light. Bang! Chao Xian was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he steadily caught the star soul coin, which still had some residual warmth. You flip the coin. If it's heads, you choose the defense point. If it's tails, he chooses. Lina said slowly, and finally pointed at Ouyang Hui. Seeing that Lina gave the chance to toss the coin to Chao Xian, Ouyang Hui's face instantly darkened. Why let that bastard throw? Ouyang Hui cursed in his heart. Although he knew that the probability of the coin landing on heads and tails was the same, He always felt that letting Chao Xian toss the coin was giving him an advantage. There are currently two defense points. One is the front and the other is the side door. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the pressure faced by the side door must be relatively small. I just hope this guy doesn't throw it to the front, so that I can choose the side door and leave the main door to Chao Xian. When the time comes, let this pair of bastards die at the hands of the monster. Ouyang Hui thought viciously in his heart. Chao Xian looked at the star soul coin in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He naturally felt Ouyang Hui's resentful gaze, but he didn't care. He gently tossed up the star soul coin, and everyone's eyes followed the coin spinning in the air. The star soul coin drew a graceful arc in the air and then fell steadily into Chao Xian's hands. He slowly opened his palm, revealing the front of the coin. It seems unlucky, Chao Xian said with a smile. When Ouyang Hui saw the result of the coin, his face became even uglier. Chao Xian, he actually got really lucky. In sharp contrast to Ouyang Hui, several people on Chao Xian's side, especially Shinting and Zhang Yuetong, cheered loudly with joy. Brother Chao Xian, you are awesome. Surrounded by two girls. Chao Xian thought for a moment, then said with a firm look, I choose the main gate. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect Chao Xian to choose the main gate, which was more stressful. They have the same idea as Ouyang Hui. What the hell was wrong with Chao Xian? He actually chose the main gate first? But what follows is ecstasy, which will reduce their pressure and increase their chances of survival. Hu Zhong and Zhang Yi, who were unaware of the situation, were startled, but Shen Ting immediately reassured them. Trust brother Chao Xian, his judgment won't be wrong. At the same time, Lena's chest heaved in shock, and she looked at Chao Xian in surprise. How did he know? Since the main gate is farther away from the core area of the nuclear power plant, it will face less pressure? No wonder Chao Xian acted so confident just now. It seems he really has some skills. Maybe it can really help me defend the nuclear power plant. Thinking of this, Lena said with a firm look in her eyes. In that case, come with me to the armory to choose weapons. Everyone followed Lena towards the armory. Along the way, Ouyang Hui's face was still terribly gloomy, and he kept cursing under his breath. Chao Xian and his group seemed much more relaxed, talking and laughing. The arsenal is located inside the nuclear power plant, near the center. Chao Xian paid special attention on the road and found that it would take about 10 minutes to walk normally. If you run at full speed, the time can be shortened to about 2.3 minutes. However, if the weapons need to be transported back and forth between the two locations, the time required will be further extended. I have to think carefully about which weapons to get. Chao Xian thought to himself that since they were few in number, they must prioritize selecting the most suitable weapons so that they could play the greatest role in the upcoming battle. Soon, the group arrived in front of the armory. Lena walked forward and performed facial and pupil recognition. Chapter 51, Improving Lena's Favorability. Accompanied by a dull mechanical sound, the door slowly opened. A smell mixed with engine oil, rust, and the lingering smell of gunpowder hit me in the face. Chao Xian couldn't help coughing because of choking, but was soon attracted by the spectacular scene inside. On the surrounding walls, rows of metal shelves were neatly arranged, and on the shelves were so many types of weapons that he was dazzled. The first few rows are filled with various rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, and ammunition. On one side of the arsenal is the storage area for explosives. Boxes of grenades are neatly stacked, including different types such as wooden-handled grenades and egg-shaped grenades. Chao Xian glanced at them one by one, and this was not what he wanted. Found it. Looking towards the farthest part of the arsenal, Chao Xian soon saw the area where heavy weapons were placed. At first glance, Chao Xian saw an M134 Gatling gun, known as the most powerful heavy machine gun on Earth. In addition, there are RPG rocket launchers and several other types of machine guns. In this kind of medium and close-range combat situation, Chao Xian believes that heavy machine guns are the most suitable. Mr. Chao Xian, it seems that there is only one Gatling gun. Hu Zhong also saw the Gatling guns at the first moment and carefully observed their total number and reminded Chao Xian. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to get the Gatling gun as soon as possible. Hu Zhong, hold Ouyang Hui back for a moment. I'll go grab the Gatling gun. Chao Xian looked at Ouyang Hui, who also looked ready to strike. Hu Zhong was slightly stunned, then nodded vigorously, but he was secretly confused in his heart. How can Chao Xian be so sure that I can stop Ouyang Hui? His stats are not as good as Ouyang Hui's by a long shot, but his talent is that he can control objects with his mind, although he is very weak now and can't lift any heavier objects. However, making Ouyang Hui fall down accidentally was something he could easily do. Moreover, Chao Xian probably didn't know about this talent. Hu Zhong could only attribute Chao Xian's trust to his high regard for him. Hu Zhong gritted his teeth and said firmly. Chao Xian patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. At this time, Lena in front turned around and looked at everyone. For the next hour, you can choose and carry as many weapons as you like. In an hour, I will close the doors of the nuclear power plant. You must hold your ground to the end. As Lena finished speaking, she slightly moved sideways to make way. At almost the same moment, Chao Xian and Ouyang Hui rushed out. Their target is the only Gatling gun. In terms of speed, Chao Xian is better. But Ouyang Hui was closer at the beginning, so it was hard to say who would get it. Brother Chao Xian, come on. The two girls, Shen Ting and Zhang Yuetong, immediately stood in place and cheered loudly for Chao Xian, trying to overwhelm Ouyang Hui with their momentum. Although Ouyang Hui was not affected much, he was still jealous in his heart. Why does Chao Xian have two beautiful girls cheering him on? When people try to run at a speed that breaks the limit, their legs are easily strained, but Ouyang Hui can no longer care about that at the moment. He is ready to use his talent to force his way through the limit. Ouyang Hui roared, and his speed suddenly increased. Just when the two were only 3 or 4 meters away from touching Gatling, Hu Zhong secretly closed his eyes, and an invisible force quietly touched Ouyang Hui's leg. In an instant, Ouyang Hui felt as if his legs were tripped by a mysterious force. He lost his balance instantly and fell forward like a kite with a broken string. The huge inertia caused Ouyang Hui to hit the shelf hard, letting out a shrill scream, and his arm became bloody due to the intense friction with the shelf. Chao Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, walked to Gatling, and carried it on his back. Ouyang Hui, how come you can't even stand steadily? Chao Xian mocked mercilessly. Ouyang Hui struggled to get up in a panic. Kneeling on the ground, he felt a sense of humiliation welling up in his heart. How could he fall so suddenly and inexplicably, as if something had tripped him on purpose? He immediately realized that something was wrong and complained to Lena angrily. It was Hu Zhong. He used his talent to trip me up. It must have been Chao Xian who ordered this. Their actions have seriously violated the rules, and they must be severely punished. But Lena frowned slightly, shook her head, and said in a flat tone, I didn't see any movement from the Hu Zhong you mentioned. Lena's implication was very clear. That is, Ouyang Hui fell accidentally, but still wanted to blame Chao Xian and Hu Zhong for no reason. Ouyang Hui wanted to refute, but Lena turned around impatiently and walked to the door. Seeing this, Chao Xian laughed secretly in his heart. He already roughly understood that although there were some unclear rules in this platform, in most cases, many things actually depended on Lena's personal ideas. If you can get along well with her, you might get more unexpected benefits. Chao Xian secretly glanced at Lena's favorability, which was currently only 20 points. Thinking of this, he walked over to Hu Zhong and said, Brother Hu Zhong, you know more about military matters than I do. Take them first and select some weapons and equipment suitable for holding their positions. I'll be out for a bit. Okay, Hu Zhong nodded and said seriously, I think we should focus on heavy weapons. Considering the heat dissipation of the weapons, it will be enough to prepare a few of each type of heavy weapon. It's best to prepare more ammunition. Judging from the current situation, this will be a protracted battle. I'll do as you say. Chao Xian nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked out of the armory. As soon as he went out, Chao Xian saw Lena, who was hugging her chest with a hint of sadness between her brows. Captain Lena, Chao Xian called out. When Lena saw that Chao Xian did not rush to move the weapons, but instead came closer to her, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Chao Xian quickly said with a smile, Captain Lena, do you have any tools like carts here? If so, it would be much easier for us to move our weapons, and we can better prepare to hold our position. Lena raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This was the first time someone asked her this question. She quickly regained her composure and frowned as she thought for a few seconds. There's a cart over there you can use, but don't expect too much from it. Don't expect it to carry too much weight. After all, the weapons and equipment here are quite heavy. Chao Xian followed Lena's gaze and saw a wooden cart behind a half-covered door. Chao Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. It can't hold too many things, but that's relative. In any case, it is definitely much better than carrying it by hand. Chao Xian quickly said, Thank you so much, Captain Lena. Your reminder is so timely for us. Lena's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. It's just the basic configuration, nothing to thank for. You should move your weapons as quickly as possible and be fully prepared for battle, as the enemy may launch an attack at any time. Chao Xian nodded quickly and said, Yes, Captain Lena, we will definitely race against time. In fact, I have always admired you and your teammates very much. I respect your courage and wisdom from the bottom of my heart for being able to hold your position for such a long time under such dangerous circumstances. I hope you can provide us with some valuable advice during the battle." When Lena heard Chao Xian's words, a barely perceptible light flashed in her eyes, as if she was touched by Chao Xian's sincere praise. But she quickly regained her serious expression and said, "Don't just talk big. Actual action is what matters most. As for guidance, I'll give it to you based on the situation." I saw that the favorability level on the panel in front of me suddenly increased by 20 points. There were only 2 words in Chao Xian's mind. It's settled. Chapter 52, Monster Tide, 2 in 1. They still know nothing about the types of monsters and the various techniques to deal with them. Lena must have accumulated a lot of valuable experience to be able to lead her team in resisting the monsters for such a long time. It would be much easier if I could find out from Lena. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chao Xian stopped exchanging pleasantries with Lena and quickly took the cart over. He was about to enter the armory and help his teammates move weapons and equipment. But just as Chao Xian passed by Lena, she suddenly called him. "Is there anything else, Captain Lena?" Chao Xian turned his head and asked politely. "Judging from the color of the gun behind you, it should be equipped with components, right?" Lena asked. "That's right." Chao Xian nodded and answered truthfully. "It's equipped with the purple, unlimited firepower, and blue, explosive components." After all, the grade of the components can be roughly judged by the color of the gun body, and Chao Xian felt that someone like Lena would not covet his things, so he did not choose to hide it. "Yes." Lena nodded slightly, and then said, "You can equip these components to the Gatling gun later. The Gatling gun has an extremely high rate of fire, and its performance can easily be affected by overheating. These components you equip not only improve the performance of the material, but also perfectly solve the problem of rapid bullet consumption." After hearing this, Chao Xian showed a smile of approval on his face. In fact, he had the same idea in his mind. However, just as Chao Xian was about to leave again, Lena spoke again. "I have a purple strike component here. If you can successfully hold the line, I'll give it to you after the mission is over." When Chao Xian heard this, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. "Thank you so much, Captain Lena." "You're welcome. Take the time to prepare." The moment Chao Xian pushed the cart into the armory, the originally noisy air suddenly became quiet for 2 seconds. Ouyang Hui's teammates stared blankly at the cart in his hand, and then burst into shock and questioning. "Hey, where did he get the cart from?" Ouyang Hui widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. At this time, Ouyang Hui and several other people were struggling to move a box of ammunition. When they saw Chao Xian's cart, they suddenly felt like a group of uncivilized primitive people. After all, the ability to use tools is the biggest difference between humans and animals. It seems that Chao Xian went to find Captain Lena just now. Maybe this cart was given to him by Captain Lena? At this time, one of Ouyang Hui's teammates guessed. After hearing this, Ouyang Hui slapped his thigh in frustration. "Why didn't I think of borrowing a tool from Lena?" Ouyang Hui hurriedly directed others to continue moving the weapons, while he quickly ran to the door. "Captain Lena." Ouyang Hui was obviously still in shock from Lena's kick, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "Just now I saw Chao Xian got a cart. Can you tell me where he got it from?" Lena folded her hands in front of her chest, her eyes calm, and said in a light tone, "Oh, he found it in the utility room next door, but there was only one there. Maybe there are more in other parts of the nuclear power plant. You can look for them." Hearing this, the smile on Ouyang Hui's face froze instantly. "The nuclear power plant is so big, it took me 10 minutes just to walk here. You didn't tell me the exact location and let me find it myself? Who the hell can find this?" And from Lena's tone, she doesn't seem sure if there are any carts left. He didn't dare to get angry with Lena, so he could only curse in his heart and walk back in shame. As soon as they returned to the place where the goods were being transported, the person next to them immediately asked loudly, "Captain Ouyang, did you get the cart?" Ouyang Hui's face turned red with anger. Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that he didn't get it? He roared, "Can't you see there's nothing in my hand? Are you blind?" As for Chao Xian, he parked the cart steadily in front of the area where heavy weapons were stored. He placed the Gatling gun on the cart and moved 5 boxes of RPG missiles onto it. It's not that there's no room for more things on the cart, but he's worried that if he puts more things on, the cart won't be able to bear the weight. At the same time, each of Shin Bing and his companions also carried a box of ammunition and several guns on their backs. "Let's go," Chao Xian gave the order. Several people followed the way they came, carrying supplies towards the main gate. When they arrived at the door, Chao Xian quickly directed everyone to pile up all the ammunition boxes to form a simple shelter. He also found a high platform in front of the door, set up the Gatling gun steadily, and then adjusted the angle to ensure that it could rotate flexibly and cover all directions. After confirming everything was correct, they quickly ran towards the armory. At this moment, time was life. Every second was precious, and they had to race against time. This round trip took about 15 minutes, which meant that there was time left for 2 more trips. Chao Xian looked at the already sufficient stock of firearms and gave orders to several people. Try to grab the remaining grenades and RPG missiles. After all, even if 4 or 5 of us fire together, our firepower can't match that of a Gatling gun equipped with an unlimited firepower component. When we returned to the armory, we saw Ouyang Hui also busy moving things back and forth, and everyone was sweating profusely. It can be seen that they also realized the urgency of time, otherwise they would definitely come to cause trouble for Chao Xian. Time passed minute by minute. Chao Xian and his colleagues tried their best, and finally completed the last trip with 10 minutes left before the stipulated time. Several people leaned tiredly against the ammunition boxes, breathing heavily. Chao Xian gave them some mineral water. After Hu Zhong took a sip, he panted and said, "It's a pity there are no stones here. Otherwise we could set up some obstacles to stop the monsters." Chao Xian had the best physical strength. He recovered quickly and said, "When the monster corpses pile up, they'll become a natural obstacle." "That's right." Hu Zhong nodded. At this time, Shen Ting and Zhang Yuetong, 2 little girls with little fighting ability, seemed a little nervous, with a hint of uneasiness in their eyes. Chao Xian stepped forward and gently touched Shen Ting's head. Then, seeing Zhang Yuetong's eager look, he hesitated for a moment and gently touched Zhang Yuetong's purple hair. "You can just throw grenades in a while. Remember, when the monsters get close, throw them where there are more monsters. In the remaining few minutes, let Brother Hu Zhong teach you how to quickly reload and reload the RPG missiles. You can also take care of the logistics." The 2 girls looked at each other. Their eyes became firm, and they nodded seriously. "Brother Chao Xian, we will definitely do it well." 2 minutes left. Chao Xian came to the corner of the nuclear power plant and took a look. Ouyang Hui and his men had already set up their defenses and were now lying on the ground resting. Although they are numerous, their overall strength is still that of ordinary people. Many of them have been exhausted before the battle even starts. Ouyang Hui stood on the platform and gave orders loudly. Chao Xian took a look and returned to his own line of defense. At this time, Shen Bing and others were staring at the front with serious expressions. Hu Zhong stared blankly and said, "They are coming." In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if countless heavy creatures were approaching the nuclear power plant. Then, a creepy low roar was heard. Chao Xian looked up and saw a swarm of black creatures pouring out from the distance. "The monster wave is coming." Chao Xian squinted his eyes hard, and only then was he able to see their appearance clearly. It has tangled hair, glowing red eyes, a body like a leopard, with exposed fangs, but it looks more like a dog. At this time, their panels also appeared in front of Chao Xian. Radiation mutant dog. Originally, the dog was raised in a slaughterhouse near a nuclear power plant, but it underwent terrible mutations after being affected by radiation. They are nearly twice the size of normal dogs, with muscular build, strong limbs, and can run very fast. Their saliva is corrosive. Strength: 9 agility, 10 constitution, 8. Note: the head is a vulnerable area, especially the area between the eyes and ears, and is particularly sensitive to bright light and loud noises. Really, it's a dog mutated by radiation. This faceplate is far beyond that of an average adult man. As the mutant dog rushed into their fire range, Chao Xian and his companions also opened fire at full force. Chao Xian stood on the high platform, holding the handle of the Vulcan Gatling gun firmly with both hands. After adjusting the direction, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, the gun barrel spun rapidly, and bullets whizzed out at a speed of 6,000 rounds per minute. With the blessing of unlimited firepower and explosions, the bullets exploded among the mutant dogs like a meteor shower. As Chao Xian swept horizontally, the mutant dogs in the front rows exploded instantly and turned into corpses on the ground. Even the mutant dogs in the back were all knocked to the ground by the huge impact force. Chao Xian's output alone suppressed the attack of the first wave of mutant dogs. This gave the others great confidence, especially Shen Ting and Zhang Yuetong, who were still a little scared. They also took out grenades and threw them into the middle of the dog pack. Shen Bing and Hu Zhong did not waste bullets firing blindly. The defensive pressure is not great now, so they just raise their rifles and wait for the mutant dogs that are occasionally missed to get closer, and then kill them. Although there are not many people here, they cooperate very well. 20 minutes later, the first wave of mutant dog attacks was completely repelled, and the square was littered with corpses. Chao Xian touched the red and hot gun barrel, then walked down the platform. The fear on Shen Ting and Zhang Yuedong's faces had completely disappeared, replaced by a flush of excitement. These monsters don't look that great. I just killed a bunch of people with a grenade. The two little girls chirped excitedly. Chao Xian mercilessly poured cold water on the two. Don't take it lightly. This is only the first wave, and there may be even more powerful monsters. The two men were not angry. They immediately saluted Chao Xian as if they were meeting their superiors and shouted, yes, loudly. Chao Xian called Shin Bing and the others over, ready to exchange experiences during the short break. Did you discover the mutant dog's weakness just now? What weakness? Hu Zhong asked in confusion. He was so busy shooting that he didn't notice anything. Their weak point is their head. Also, every time a grenade explodes near a mutant dog, even if it doesn't hit them, the nearby mutant dogs will be affected and pause. Hearing Chao Xian's words, everyone's eyes flashed with admiration. Even Hu Zhong, who had received professional training, did not observe so carefully for a moment. Chao Xian, how did you find out? At this moment, Captain Lina's voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. I saw that she had been standing at the door without me noticing, with a straight posture and a hint of surprise in her eyes. He also changed his clothes, which looked more suitable for combat. Captain Lina. Chao Xian greeted Lina, then said with a confident smile, I was just observing more carefully during the battle just now. Lina's eyes immediately showed admiration. Even she had only discovered this pattern after going through several waves of battle. In Chao Xian's sight, Lina's favorability on the panel above her head jumped up 5 points again. Lina slowly said, what your Captain Chao Xian said just now is correct. This first wave is just a tentative attack by monsters, and the monsters that follow will be even more powerful. Other monsters that may appear include giant radiation spiders, radiation fusion monsters. Radiation spiders are afraid of fire, and their weakness is in their abdomen. As for radiation fusion monsters, they are extremely sensitive to electromagnetic pulses. As she spoke, Lina pulled out a small device from her chest pocket. This thing is half the size of a palm, in the shape of a flat cylinder, with a silver-gray alloy shell with fine lines. There are blue lights and knobs on one side, a red bolt on the top, and a rubber pad on the bottom, which looks very technological. This is my last electromagnetic pulse bomb. If you encounter a powerful radiation fusion at the last moment, you can use this to deal with them. Lina put it in Chao Xian's hand without hesitation. Originally, she intended to reserve this for the side door with greater pressure. But after seeing Chao Xian's abilities, she finally decided to hand it over to Chao Xian. She had a feeling that this attack might be more fierce than before. To be honest, she has been tired of working at the nuclear power plant for so many years. If the side door was really lost, she would try her best to save Chao Xian's life and then hand over all her belongings to Chao Xian. And she herself will probably stay here to meet her long-dead teammates. Thanks to the boss Taitui Shuasheng for the updates and flowers, as well as the gifts from other bosses. Thank you all readers for your good comments. Attached is a beautiful picture of Captain Lina. Please follow and urge for more updates. Chapter 53 Dare to Hug Captain Lina. Chao Xian was filled with joy and did not notice the flash of worry in the depths of Lina's eyes. He excitedly took the electromagnetic pulse bomb from Lina. It turns out that increasing favorability is useful. Isn't this just giving yourself another surprise? For a moment, Chao Xian didn't know how to express his gratitude to Lina. After all, this is the last electromagnetic pulse bomb, and its preciousness is self-evident. Considering that Lina is a soldier, soldiers should not care too much about superficial words of thanks, right? Thinking of this, Chao Xian took a step forward without hesitation and gave Lina a tight hug, which was filled with his deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Captain Lina. Chao Xian hugged her tightly. Although Captain Lina had a good figure, Chao Xian had no other thoughts at this time. Lina was very stiff at first. She was not used to being hugged. However, when she saw Chao Xian's determined gaze, Lina couldn't help but think of her teammates who had fought side by side with her. At that time, every time we won a battle, everyone would hug each other and celebrate the hard-earned success. As her thoughts drifted in memories, Lina's tense body gradually relaxed. But after all, this was her first time hugging a man, so she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chao Xian let her go in time. I'm going to go to the side door to check the situation. The next wave of monsters should be coming soon. You should get ready as soon as possible, Lina said somewhat unnaturally. Chao Xian nodded, his eyes following Lina's figure as she walked away until she disappeared from his sight. At this time, Lina's favorability displayed above his head rose again and reached 55 points. Chao Xian turned around and saw Hu Zhong and Zhang Yi looking at him with eyes of great admiration. Chao Xian, actually dared to hug Captain Lena. In their eyes, Lena has always been regarded as an NPC. Moreover, this is a woman with such powerful strength that it is frightening. After all, she can kick Ouyang Hui to death with one kick. If it were them, they would be a little scared even to stand a little close, let alone hug. However, in addition to shock, their eyes also revealed deep envy. After all, Captain Lena's figure is really. Chao Xian, a man, could understand the look in their eyes at a glance. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Captain Lena said the next wave will be here soon. Get ready for battle. Yes. Almost immediately after Chao Xian finished speaking, the same roar and ground shaking were heard again. This time, in addition to the same mutant dogs as before, there are also several mutant dogs that look several times larger and more powerful. At the back, there was a black object as big as a car. If you look closely, you will find that the car has 8 legs. Those were the giant radiated spiders that Lena had mentioned, but there weren't many of them, only 2 or 3. Seeing this wave of monsters coming in with more force and more types, Chao Xian's eyes became stern. Keep calm and fight according to the previous plan. The mutant dog pack was still the vanguard, howling and rushing forward like a black wave. Chao Xian pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun again, and bullets poured out like a storm. The mutant dogs still had no power to resist the Gatling gun equipped with 2 components. But it's different for those stronger mutant dogs. They were faster, and Chao Xian's speed in rotating the Gatling gun was limited, which gave them enough time to dodge. However, Shen Bing had already stood up and raised the RPG missile. Her talent for weapon proficiency allowed her to quickly master the use of firearms, and based on her intuition, she quickly aimed at a large mutant dog. The mutant dog was very fast, so Shen Bing chose to predict. Just as the large mutant dog was about to change direction, Shen Bing decisively pulled the trigger. A rocket roared out with a long tail flame, drew an arc in the air, and accurately hit the mutant dog's side. A huge explosion sounded, flames shot up into the sky, and the mutant dog was knocked to the ground by the powerful impact, its body blown into a bloody mess. Seeing this scene, Hu Zhong on the side couldn't help but give Shen Bing a thumbs up. The sound of the explosion also affected the movement of the mutant dogs. Chao Xian took advantage of the opportunity and fired fire bombs, killing 2 large mutant dogs as well. However, this is just the beginning. The number this time is several times more than the first wave, and the pressure faced by several people has also increased suddenly. Chao Xian's finger almost never left the trigger, and the air burned by the constantly rotating barrel seemed to be getting hotter. As the biggest firepower output, he is now in a position where one man can block 1,000 enemies from passing through. At the same time, the giant radiation spider behind was waving its 8 thick long legs and approaching rapidly. Chao Xian had been keeping an eye on the radiation spider's movements. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, Sister Bing Bing, Brother Hu Zhong, switch to flame bombs. Shen Bing and Hu Zhong heard Chao Xian's call and quickly understood. Shen Bing replaced the RPG missile with a flamethrower launcher. Shen Ting and Zhang Yuedong also quickly loaded the flamethrowers. Then Shen Bing aimed at the approaching giant radiation spider. Boom! Boom! The flame bomb whizzed out with a blazing light and accurately hit the abdomen of a radiation spider. The flames spread instantly, and the radiated spider screamed in pain and twisted its body frantically, trying to escape the burning flames. However, the flames were like a cancer growing stronger and stronger, and the radiation spider's movements gradually became slower. Its originally hard black shell began to deform and melt under the high temperature. Seeing this, the other radiated spider let out an angry roar and quickened its pace. Its 8 long legs moved like a high-speed machine, leaving deep marks on the ground. It leaped high, dozens of meters above the ground, as if it wanted to tear everyone to pieces. Snap! 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 At the critical moment, Chao Xian raised the Gatling gun in time, and the rain of bullets poured down mercilessly on the mutant spider, all hitting its abdomen. In an instant, the mutant spider exploded in the air, and balls of liquid fell from the sky. The splashing liquid fell on the mutant dogs, and they immediately let out wails, and the falling bodies also knocked down a large area. The several large monsters that fell in front blocked the remaining monsters' progress, so the pressure on them was reduced a lot. The attack lasted until half an hour later. The battlefield was littered with corpses. The closest one broke through to a position 10 meters ahead of them. Chao Xian jumped off the platform excitedly, and the others cheered. Another wave was held. Chapter 54 Golden, Thunderous Fury. At this moment, the team led by Ouyang Hui is in a desperate situation, and the situation is extremely difficult. Lena arrived in time and told everyone the monster's weakness. However, Even knowing this key information, Ouyang Hui still encountered many difficulties when commanding everyone. The 20 or so people he led were a mixed bunch, basically ordinary people. Some of them worked very hard in carrying supplies, but once they faced the monsters, they were so scared that their legs became weak and they could not move. What's worse is that most people have never even touched a gun, let alone learned how to shoot accurately. Although they carried a large amount of ammunition, only a few bullets could actually hit the monsters in actual combat. Most of the bullets missed the target and flew to unknown places. Seeing this, Ouyang Hui was furious and cursed, "A bunch of useless trash. I might as well not have brought you here." He suppressed his anger and continued, "Forget it. Put down your guns. When the monsters get close, throw grenades. You can't be so bad that you can't even throw a grenade." Seeing the bullets being consumed at an alarming rate, Ouyang Hui felt heartbroken. At this rate of consumption, I'm afraid it won't even last 2 hours. At this moment, he was full of regret and felt that he really shouldn't have brought so many people. Not only were these people unable to help, they were simply causing more trouble and wasting precious bullets. Lena, who was closely watching the battle, saw a loophole in the defense line and several mutant dogs broke through the defense of the crowd. She quickly raised her gun and shot the ferocious mutant dogs to death. If she hadn't taken action, several people would have died at the hands of the mutant dog. The second wave of monsters' attack had just passed, and the third wave came in an even shorter interval. This time, several mutant dogs broke through the cover and killed everyone directly behind them. In an instant, 5 or 6 survivors had their necks bitten off by the mutant dogs, and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, a more difficult situation arose. A giant radioactive spider had approached to within 20 meters. Although everyone attacked with all their might, they were still unable to destroy it. "No, we're about to lose our defense." Ouyang Hui gritted his teeth and angrily punched the ammunition box beside him. He saw the current situation and was afraid that in less than 10 minutes, the city would be completely lost. He did not continue shooting, but opened his watch and pulled out a contact. Ouyang Hui couldn't die here like this. He still had an unfinished plan of revenge. Shin Bing, that woman, must pay a heavy price for her actions. Moreover, he had to continue to grow stronger in this cruel apocalypse, standing at the top of everyone and becoming the one who dominated everything. With strong conviction, Ouyang Hui dialed a contact without hesitation. A woman in camouflage uniform appeared on the screen, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, showing her heroic figure. Her temperament is somewhat similar to Captain Lena's, but with a bit more of a cold and frosty air. The woman's face was stern, and she asked in a cold tone, "Ouyang Hui, what do you want from me?" Ouyang Hui looked at the woman on the screen, and a trace of unconcealable disgust flashed in his eyes. Ouyang Shui was just an outsider picked up by his grandfather from the battlefield, but she was better than him in every aspect and suppressed him everywhere, causing him, the legitimate heir of the Ouyang family, to be overshadowed since childhood and have no sense of existence. Ouyang Hui said coldly, "Ouyang Shui, lend me the golden component you got." Ouyang Shui could only see Ouyang Hui's facial image and could not see the chaotic battle scene behind him, so she couldn't help but frown slightly. "What do you want this component for?" She knew Ouyang Hui too well. Ouyang Hui was a scheming man, and Ouyang Shui was worried that he would use this golden component to do something harmful to others. "Don't worry about it." As the situation became more urgent, Ouyang Hui's face darkened. "Don't forget, my grandfather picked you up from the battlefield. You owe our Ouyang family a life. Why are you so slow to borrow a component?" Ouyang Shui was silent for a moment, then said slowly with an expressionless face, "Okay, I can lend it to you. However, this golden component is directly bound to the human body. Once equipped, it will establish a connection with the host. I can give you temporary use rights for 1 hour. After 1 hour, if you don't return it, it will automatically expire." After a pause, she added, "Also, Thunder Fury is incredibly powerful. It can be used for both ranged attacks and close combat, but the energy stored within is limited and refreshes daily. I've already used some of it today, so be sure to pay attention to the energy bar as you use it." Afterwards, Ouyang Hui received a transaction notification from Ouyang Shui on his watch. He glanced at the prompt message and hung up the phone without even saying a word of thanks. Ouyang Hui took out the component emitting golden light, his eyes flashing with fanatical greed, and muttered to himself, "Golden component, Thunder Fury. Let me witness your true power." Ouyang Hui couldn't wait to equip Thunder Fury on himself. He glanced at the energy bar, which showed that there was still 70% energy left. In an instant, golden light quickly traveled around his body like electric current. He clearly felt a powerful force of thunder surging in his body, as if he had become the master controlling thunder and lightning. The giant radiated spider was already in sight. Its 8 huge limbs stomped heavily on the ground, making a dull and heavy sound, and its mouth parts kept opening and closing, making a creepy hissing sound. Ouyang Hui shouted loudly and mobilized the power of thunder in his body with all his strength. A golden lightning spear flashing with cold light condensed out of thin air in his hand. On the spear, the power of thunder surged endlessly, emitting a terrifying aura of deterrence. Condensing this spear instantly consumed 10% of his energy. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear into the body of the radiation spider. The moment the spear penetrated, powerful energy burst out and exploded like a small bomb. The huge impact force blew a huge hole in the body of the radiation spider. Seeing that the giant radiation spider was killed instantly with one move, Ouyang Hui showed a fanatical and proud smile on his face. We still have an hour left, enough to hold out until the monster wave is over. Maybe I can still make those bastards pay with blood. Lena, who was standing by, witnessed this scene and was slightly dazed. Ouyang Hui was completely defenseless against her, and Lena clearly heard Ouyang Hui's whisper. He's going to attack Chao Xian. Lena's heart suddenly tightened, and she fell into deep entanglement. Logically speaking, as long as she defended the nuclear power plant, the grudges and hatreds between these people would have nothing to do with her. However, when she thought that Chao Xian might encounter an accident, a strange emotion inexplicably surged in her heart, as if she had a strong sense of resistance. Seeing that Ouyang Hui had already rushed to the battlefield alone, she quietly retreated through the side door. Chapter 55. The battle was won. Shinting's home was stolen. At the same time, the main entrance of the nuclear power plant. Chao Xian took advantage of the short break, frowned slightly, and silently calculated the waves of monster attacks in his mind. Time passed minute by minute, and 1 hour and 40 minutes went by in a flash. They have successfully repelled 5 waves of monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, the next wave of monsters will be the last one, and it will definitely be the most difficult one. Because of their unlimited firepower, they currently have ample ammunition reserves. But Chao Xian still didn't dare to take it lightly, because the next wave might be the radiation fusion monster that Lena mentioned. Then we must precisely place the electromagnetic pulse bomb on the radiation fusion monster. Brother Hu Zhong, you should be able to control objects with your mind and detonate bombs from a distance, right? Chao Xian looked at Hu Zhong and said, only in this way can the radiation fusion monster be accurately controlled. Through the prompts, Chao Xian learned that the explosion range of the small electromagnetic pulse bomb was not large. If it was simply thrown out, it would probably not be able to effectively control the radiation fusion monster. Hu Zhong nodded when he heard this. It can still be done with the start button, but I'm not sure if I can keep it attached to the radiation fusion monster. After all, my current talent control is too weak. As he said this, he scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, Zhang Yuedong's eyes lit up, blinked her big eyes, and raised her hand high. Brother Chao Xian, I can help. My talent is the ability to control vines. Although they don't have much killing power yet, they can just fix the bombs on the monsters. Chao Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost forgot about Zhang Yuedong's talent. Okay, I'll hand it over to you guys soon. The last wave of monsters is coming soon. This time, in addition to the mutant dogs and radiated spiders that appeared before. At the end of the team, a huge figure appeared, covering the entire sky. From a distance, it looked at least several dozen meters high, almost as tall as a small building. Chao Xian quickly gave orders, and everyone immediately started fighting. Bullets rained down on the monsters, and explosions rang out one after another. Several people cooperated skillfully, and after several waves of battles, they are now proficient in it. Although there were more monsters, the few of them still managed to suppress them outside the battle line. However, as time went on, the terrifying radiation fusion monster was getting closer and closer. The bullets hit its body as if hitting hard steel, causing almost no damage. Chao Xian saw through the panel that all its values were above 20 points, and his heart sank. It seems that we can only wait for the electromagnetic pulse bomb to take effect, he whispered to himself. Before long, the radiation fusion monster was getting closer and closer, and Chao Xian could clearly feel the tremors coming from the ground. The radiation fusion monster was like a huge body made up of countless monsters. Chao Xian saw countless faces and other organs on it. At this time, Hu Zhong was already holding the electromagnetic pulse bomb and ready to take action. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he used all his strength to control the bomb to fly towards the target. In midair, Hu Zhong activated the bomb with his mind, and immediately the bomb began to emit flashes. Just as the bomb was about to approach the radiation fusion monster, Zhang Yuetong stood up decisively. She concentrated her mind and used her talent. A thick vine suddenly broke out of the ground and quickly extended towards the radiation fusion monster. The vines accurately wrapped around the radiation fusion monster, providing support for the attachment of the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Hu Zhong seized the opportunity and waved his hand vigorously, and the bomb was firmly attached to the body of the radiation fusion monster. However, the radiation fusion monster seemed to have no intelligence at all. It didn't care about the bomb, which was only the size of a palm, and continued to move forward with heavy steps. But just a few seconds later, a strong light flashed, and the electromagnetic pulse bomb exploded. The powerful electromagnetic pulse quickly spread out with the radiation fusion monster as the center. Under the impact of the electromagnetic pulse, the radiation fusion monster let out a painful howl. Its body trembled violently, and it fell heavily to the ground. Its huge body crushed a large group of mutant dogs to death. Hurry, now's the time to go all out, Chao Xian shouted excitedly. As long as we kill this giant radiation fusion monster, the battle can be said to be a sure win. When everyone heard Chao Xian shout, they immediately opened fire. Chao Xian was not to be outdone. He adjusted the direction of the Gatling gun so that all the bullets hit the radiation monster. After being paralyzed by the electromagnetic pulse bomb, the radiation monster's defense was greatly weakened. The bullets that were originally unable to penetrate its defense now all penetrated into its body and then exploded inside it. As the wound grew bigger, the radiation monster reached a limit. After letting out a painful howl, its body exploded violently. Careful! Chao Xian looked at the splashing liquid and debris and loudly reminded everyone to squat down. He also jumped off the platform and quickly picked up a piece of the ammunition box lid to cover himself. At this moment, a warm and delicate body suddenly crawled into his arms. Chao Xian looked at the familiar purple hair and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yutong? Brother Chao Xian, it's too late. Let's hide together." Zhang Yuedong's face was red, and she hid in Chao Xian's arms, so her expression couldn't be seen clearly. At this time, Shen Ting, who was squatting on the ground, turned her head and looked. Her face turned black with anger. She felt as if the top of her head was green. My house was robbed at this time. Ting Ting, where are you going? Ignoring Shen Bing's attempts to stop her, Shen Ting hurriedly trotted into Chao Xian's arms. Fortunately, this is the lid of the Barrett box, which can barely cover it even with 3 people. It's already this late. Can we still drive them away? Chao Xian had no choice but to hold the 2 of them tightly in his arms and whispered, "Don't move, and don't expose your bodies." A moment later, the wooden lid was hit by the corrosive liquid, making a sizzling sound, and small pits were quickly eroded on the surface. Fortunately, the corrosive liquid did not penetrate the wooden lid and fall on the people. After a while, Chao Xian put down the lid and released the 2 women in his arms. As the radiation monster's body exploded, the liquid in its body helped them corrode and kill the remaining dozens of monsters. After Chao Xian confirmed that everything was over, he let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Then, the excited cheers of Shen Ting and Zhang Yuetong came from the front. They hugged Chao Xian at the same time to celebrate the victory of this difficult battle. Shen Bing and Zhang Yi, who were watching this scene, felt a complicated emotion in their hearts and felt quite uncomfortable. Zhang Yi sighed deeply, thinking to himself, "I still can't persuade my sister." At this moment, Chao Xian suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him. He turned around and saw Captain Lina. "Captain Lina, the battle is over. We've held it," Chao Xian said happily. But Lina was not as happy as expected, but had a hint of worry on her face. Chao Xian, Ouyang Hui. Chapter 56 Tracking Card and Navigation Card. Ouyang Hui strikes back. After listening to Lina's account of the whole story, Chao Xian's face instantly showed shock. Then, his brows were tightly knitted together. "You mean? Ouyang Hui got a golden component?" "That's right." Lina's expression was also very serious. "And he will come to trouble you soon." After a pause, Lina continued, "I'm afraid I may not be able to stop him." Lina couldn't help but think of the scene of Ouyang Hui holding the lightning spear. Even she didn't dare to say with absolute confidence that she could handle that powerful aura. At this moment, Hu Zhong beside him suddenly spoke. "I know where that golden component of his came from. He must have borrowed it from his sister, Guild President Ouyang Shui." After Hu Zhong's detailed explanation, Chao Xian finally understood the whole story. Although Ouyang Hui and Ouyang Shui are siblings, they are not biological children. Ouyang Shui obtained that component yesterday after she received an S-level evaluation at an extremely difficult platform. This golden component is called Thunderous Fury. Although Ouyang Hui's usage time is limited to only 1 hour. However, its effect is extremely powerful, Not only can it control the power of thunder and lightning, it can even be directly equipped on people. This was the first time Chao Xian heard of a component that could be equipped on a human body. I guess only golden components have such special abilities. But right now, Ouyang Hui was about to attack him. How could he break the deadlock? Lena can be said to be the strongest human being Chao Xian has ever seen. But now even Lena is afraid of Ouyang Hui, which is enough to show how powerful the golden component is. What should I do? Chao Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. Or call the alienated doctor and patient in the car to come down and help? Although they probably won't be able to hold on for long, they should be able to delay for a while. I didn't bring the alienated doctor down here before because I wasn't sure about Lena's attitude. And now that Lena is completely on his side, letting the mutated doctor hide and attack Ouyang Hui by surprise might be a good idea. Chao Xian took out the Dean's ID card, and with a thought, the alienated doctors and patients on the truck immediately opened the car and rushed towards him. After removing unlimited firepower and explosion from the Gatling gun, Chao Xian equipped them on the Glock 17. After doing all this, Chao Xian looked at Lena and asked, "Captain Lena, can you open the door to the nuclear power plant temporarily?" Without any hesitation, Lena quickly took out a remote control and pressed it. Then she took out a few things from her pocket and handed them to Chao Xian. "I was planning to give you this as your reward later, but I'm giving it to you in advance. Maybe it'll come in handy." Chao Xian looked at the items Lena handed over. One of them was a leather glove with purple patterns on it. The other two items are two black card-like objects, but the patterns on the surface are different. "This is the purple component I promised you before. I've already equipped it on my gloves. I got these two cards by chance. Maybe they will be helpful to you." Chao Xian looked at Lena gratefully. Then his eyes fell on the item in his hand. Tactical gloves. Made of special material with strong toughness, it can effectively cushion the impact and protect your hands from injury during combat. Current equipment components. Power attack. Purple allows the user to launch an attack far exceeding their own strength, 3 to 10 times. Each use will cause a certain amount of damage to the force-generating part. The greater the limit is exceeded, the more severe the backlash. Chao Xian put on the gloves on his right hand without hesitation. With this glove, his strength in close combat will definitely increase exponentially. Although there will be a certain backlash effect after using it, and he is not sure how serious it is, but that is all a matter for the future. As long as he can knock the opponent down with one punch, there is nothing to fear about the backlash. As for the two cards, relevant information also appeared before Chao Xian's eyes. Tracking card. Number of times remaining, 3. Effect. You can select a target you have already touched, so that both parties will definitely meet at the next platform. Navigation card. Number of times remaining, 3. Effect. You can specify the next station you will arrive at. You need to know the station name. If you have been to a station before, it will be 100% successful. If you have not been to a station before, there is a certain probability of deviation from the direction. The probability of successful navigation is 60%. Tracking and navigation cards? Just based on the fact that they could specify the arrival platform, Chao Xian concluded that these two cards were extremely rare items. However, there was no time to think about it carefully now, because Chao Xian had already seen a huge radiation fusion monster fall down on the battlefield on the other side of the door. There are more monsters over there, and the battle has continued until now. At this moment, the battle on Ouyang Hui's side has also ended. At this moment, the figures of the alienated patients and alienated doctors were already rushing towards this side. Seeing this, Lena was confused and was about to raise her gun to shoot. Chao Xian was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Lena. "They are my people," Chao Xian hurriedly explained to Lena. After all, Lena was someone who had experienced countless storms. Although she showed a shocked expression on her face, she quickly accepted this fact. Almost at the same time, a powerful and violent aura, accompanied by dazzling lightning, suddenly appeared at the corner of the nuclear power plant, sweeping over from a distance as fast as a storm. As the distance got closer, Chao Xian clearly saw a dazzling flash of lightning. Ouyang Hui, holding the spear that emitted purple lightning light, rushed towards them at a rapid speed like a demon descending to the earth. Ouyang Hui's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent as he stared at Chao Xian. A disdainful sneer curled up the corner of his mouth, and he muttered to himself, "Chao Xian, today is the day you die. You are far from qualified to go against me." Ouyang Hui quickly glanced at the remaining usage time and energy bar of Thunder Fury. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. There is still 15% energy. This time and energy is enough to deal with Chao Xian in front of us. Chapter 57 Procrastination. Chao Xian stared at Ouyang Hui, who was coming at him at high speed, his heart surging like a tide. At this moment, Ouyang Hui's information panel also appeared in front of Chao Xian. Name, Ouyang Hui. Age, 22. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Strength, 11 plus. Agility, 10 plus. Constitution, 11 plus. Occupation, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. Talent, super self-healing. Component, Thunder Fury, Gold limited time state, can control the power of thunder and lightning. Remaining usage time 180 seconds. Remaining energy 15%. Name, Ouyang Hui. Age, 22. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Constitution, 11. Occupation, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. Talent, super self-healing. The body's self-healing ability is greatly improved. However, this will consume a large amount of energy in the body. Energy can be stored by eating a lot. Once it is exhausted, the self-healing ability will be ineffective. Current state, angry. Health value, 92%. Favorability, -80. Looking at this information, Chao Xian instantly understood why Ouyang Hui was unwilling to say even a single extra word, but instead looked so impatient. He only has 3 minutes left to use his Thunder Fury. As long as he could successfully survive these short yet long 3 minutes, or find some way to completely deplete his energy, then that would be his time to strike back. Without any hesitation, Chao Xian decisively raised the Glock 17 in his hand and locked his eyes on Ouyang Hui's fast-moving figure. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of gunfire, the bullet flew towards Ouyang Hui with the sound of whistling wind. A look of disdain flashed in Ouyang Hui's eyes, and he didn't care about the threat of these bullets. He dodged quickly left and right in the hail of bullets, skillfully avoiding most of the bullets. However, there is always a loophole in a perfect plan. A bullet still grazed his arm, leaving a conspicuous bloody mark in an instant. Moreover, because the bullet contained explosive components, it exploded violently the moment it hit his skin. There was a loud bang, and half of Ouyang Hui's forearm exploded, instantly becoming a bloody mess, a horrible sight. But even after suffering such a serious injury, Ouyang Hui's super self-healing ability, which was almost miraculous, took effect immediately. The wounds began to heal rapidly at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye, and the damaged skin and broken bones began to recover in a moment. Chao Xian, you will definitely die today. Ouyang Hui felt the piercing pain in his arm, and his body couldn't help but pause slightly. With his own self-healing ability, this injury will definitely be completely repaired in the end, but a strong and almost uncontrollable sense of humiliation still surged in his heart. Even though he was equipped with such a powerful golden component, he was still injured by Chao Xian. Ouyang Hui tightly grasped the lightning spear in his hand. At this time, the distance between him and Chao Xian was only more than 10 meters. With his speed and explosive power, it would only take him a little over a second to completely kill it. At this critical moment, bang! A huge meteor hammer suddenly appeared in Ouyang Hui's field of vision and hit him hard in the face. A cloud of blood mist instantly burst out on Ouyang Hui's face, and the whole person was knocked backwards by the huge impact force. Brother Hui. Commander Ouyang. Seeing this, Ouyang Hui's teammates behind him shouted in shock. They saw that it was a 2-meter-tall, hideous-looking mutant doctor who took action and almost subconsciously raised their guns at the same time, ready to shoot at the mutant doctor. At this moment, a heroic figure with flowing golden hair appeared in front of them. The person who came was Lena. She stood there quietly. Although she didn't say a word, her cold and warning eyes made everyone understand what she meant instantly. This. Several people looked at each other, with embarrassed and conflicted expressions on their faces, and finally slowly put down the guns in their hands. Asking them to go against Captain Lena. Even if they were given 100 times the courage, they would never dare to do so. At this time, Ouyang Hui had already struggled to stand up from the ground. His originally handsome face now had his nose shattered, and his face was covered in blood and dust, making him look disheveled. Ouyang Hui's eyes widened in anger. Their red eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Alienated doctor. Why is he here? A lot of information about monsters and platforms had been exchanged in the Mutual Aid Association's group chat, so he naturally knew something about the alienated doctor. But he couldn't figure out why this damn alienated doctor suddenly appeared at this time and place. However, Ouyang Hui did not have time to think anymore. His primary goal now was to kill Chao Xian to relieve his hatred. Just as the mutated doctor was about to swing the meteor hammer down again, Ouyang Hui roared angrily and stabbed the lightning spear in his hand straight into the chest of the mutated doctor. Boom! With a deafening roar, a terrifying electric current instantly erupted from the lightning spear, tightly wrapping the body of the alienated physician. The mutated doctor's body began to tremble violently, and in less than a second, it turned into a pile of charred debris and fell to the ground. Before Ouyang Hui could breathe a sigh of relief, 3 mutant patients rushed towards him from different directions. Ouyang Hui sneered disdainfully. A bunch of idiots who don't know their own limitations. He brandished the lightning spear, and streaks of electricity flashed in the air. As the first alienated patient approached, he was stabbed by the spear, and his body was instantly pierced by the electric current. The second alienated patient pounced from the side. Ouyang Hui dodged to the side and swung the spear violently, cutting the patient in half with blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the third alienated patient not only did not retreat, but instead pounced on Ouyang Hui even more frantically. A hint of impatience flashed in Ouyang Hui's eyes. He swung the spear in his hand with force, and the spear instantly pierced the mutant patient's head and nailed it to the wall. Although the alienated doctors and patients did not cause any substantial harm to Ouyang Hui, they successfully delayed him for a full half-minute. He's really an indestructible cockroach. Chao Xian couldn't help being shocked when he saw Ouyang Hui, who was only a little embarrassed but quickly recovered to his fighting state. At the same time, he became increasingly envious of Ouyang Hui's abnormal, super self-healing talent. If only there was some way to get this talent. Chao Xian muttered to himself in his heart. However, his eyes were still fixed on Ouyang Hui's figure. Ouyang Hui was about to attack him again. Ouyang Hui, stop immediately. At the moment when Ouyang Hui successfully condensed another lightning spear, Lena stood in front of him without hesitation, staring at Ouyang Hui with cold eyes, revealing unquestionable majesty. According to the rules of the nuclear power plant, humans are not allowed to kill each other. Rule. Ouyang Hui laughed loudly, his tone full of sarcasm, and just now, the mutated doctor who appeared out of nowhere stopped him, and now even Lena wants to interfere. Why does everyone have to go against him? Lena, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the captain. Those damn nuclear power plant rules are worthless in my eyes. Ouyang Hui. Anyone who dares to stand in my way today, whether it's a god or a Buddha, I will kill them without mercy. Ouyang Hui's eyes were red and bloodshot. He quickly threw the spear that had been condensed in his hand towards Lena. Chapter 58 Ouyang Shui. Captain Lena, be careful. Seeing this, Chao Xian reminded loudly, and broke into a cold sweat for Lena. The distance between Lena and Ouyang Hui was only 3 or 4 meters, and the spear pierced Lena's eyes almost in an instant. However, Lena dodged with an extremely fast speed that was almost invisible and in an extremely strange posture. The lightning spear shot into the air and rushed straight to the ground, making a deafening explosion. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground. As the smoke cleared, Lena stood there unharmed, and even Ouyang Hui couldn't help showing an expression of disbelief in his eyes. How did Lena dodge it just now? How could he be so fast? Ouyang Hui then realized that he had underestimated Lena. How could someone who could lead a team to guard the nuclear power plant for such a long time be killed so easily by him? Lena stared at Ouyang Hui coldly, without any fear in her eyes. Ouyang Hui, you've lost control. I must stop you today. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved quickly and rushed towards Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui roared and raised his fist to hit Lena. However, Lena was extremely agile. She dodged Ouyang Hui's attack easily by moving to the side. At the same time, she used her right hand as a knife and slashed quickly towards Ouyang Hui's throat. Ouyang Hui quickly raised his left hand to block, and the two arms collided with each other, making a dull sound. Ouyang Hui only felt a huge force on his arm, and he was shocked. I didn't expect Lena's power to be so strong. Lena's attack did not stop. Her legs were like 2 flexible whips, continuously kicking towards Ouyang Hui's lower body. Ouyang Hui could only keep retreating to avoid Lena's attacks. Ouyang Hui watched the countdown gradually decrease, feeling extremely anxious. With less than 10% of his energy left, he didn't want to waste any more, but at this moment, it seemed that he was powerless to do anything to Lena. Lena, don't be too proud. Ouyang Hui finally roared angrily, and purple lightning suddenly surged from his body. The two men started a fierce fight again on the spot. Lena's skills are obviously better than Ouyang Hui's. Each of her attacks can accurately land on Ouyang Hui, and she can avoid Ouyang Hui's fists. But the lightning on Ouyang Hui's body was like a piece of armor. Every time Lena attacked him, she would be hit by the electric current. Lena's body was paralyzed by the electric current, and her movements gradually slowed down. Every punch or kick she threw became more difficult, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. Lena gritted her teeth, endured the pain brought by the electric current, and continued to deal with Ouyang Hui. When Ouyang Hui saw Lena's movements slow down, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His chance has come. At this time, Lena threw another punch at Ouyang Hui's chest. Ouyang Hui did not dodge like before, but suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed Lena's wrist. Lena was startled and tried to break free, but she found that Ouyang Hui's hand was holding her tightly like an iron clamp, and she couldn't move at all. "Humph, Lena, you should stop here today," Ouyang Hui said viciously. Then, the purple lightning on his body quickly flowed into Lena's body along the hand that was holding Lena. Lena felt an almost unbearable electric current instantly spread throughout her body. Her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Her mind went blank, and her consciousness gradually blurred under the impact of this powerful current. Chao Xian's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Lena fall to the ground. "Ouyang Hui, you deserve to die." The two of them were standing too close just now, and Chao Xian was afraid of accidentally shooting Lena. At this moment, Lena fell down, and the bullets in his hands immediately poured out like a rainstorm. Almost all the bullets hit Ouyang Hui, causing clouds of blood mist to explode. But Ouyang Hui was able to withstand it thanks to the strengthening of his body by the golden components and his talent. Ouyang Hui took a look at his remaining time and energy value. 1 minute left and 3% energy. The remaining energy is just enough to condense a small lightning spear. Moreover, at such a close distance, he didn't believe that Chao Xian could have such terrifying speed like Lena. "Chao Xian, you have no way to retreat." Ouyang Hui showed a sneer on his face, but at this moment a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Ouyang Hui, stop it." Hearing this extremely familiar voice, a face that left him with some psychological trauma instantly appeared in his mind. Ouyang Hui turned around in disbelief, only to see Hu Zhong sweating profusely behind him, and there was a projection on his watch at this moment. In the projection, a woman with a beautiful face, extraordinary temperament, and an aura that could not be desecrated appeared in front of everyone. The woman had flowing silver hair and a pair of beautiful eyes that were as cold as a pond, with a hint of imperceptible disappointment. Ouyang Shui. The woman in the projection was Ouyang Hui's sister, Ouyang Shui. Hu Zhongyo is Ouyang Shui's good friend. And the female boss he mentioned before who was very optimistic about Chao Xian and asked him to try to win him over was Ouyang Shui. He had been sending messages continuously just now because he felt that Ouyang Shui must not know that Ouyang Hui was using her components to kill Chao Xian. As long as he could contact Ouyang Shui, he would be able to stop Ouyang Hui. "Ouyang Hui, you disappoint me so much." The voice came from the watch. Ouyang Shui's voice was not loud, but it was full of penetrating power. "I originally lent you this Thunder Fury because I hoped you could use it to protect the members of the Mutual Aid Society and fight those dangerous monsters, not to let you use it against your own people." Chapter 59. Ouyang Hui failed. "Humph, Ouyang Shui, stop pretending to lecture me." Ouyang Hui's face was ferocious, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who do you think you are? You were just lucky enough to be picked up in our Ouyang family, but you really think of yourself as the master of this family? I, Ouyang Hui, want to take someone's life, and it's not your turn as an outsider to tell me what to do." As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Hui's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Chao Xian, who was close at hand. Without hesitation, he threw the spear in his hand, which was emitting terrifying lightning, with all his might. The spear cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. "Brother Chao Xian. Mr. Chao Xian." In the distance, Shen Bing and others quickly raised their guns and aimed at Ouyang Hui, but his action was too sudden and no one had time to react. Fortunately, Hu Zhong and Zhang Yuedong's talents allowed them to react faster. They used all their strength to strike Ouyang Hui's wrist. A controlled vine suddenly emerged from the ground, then tightly wrapped around Ouyang Hui's feet and pulled him back violently. The release of their talents required basically no preparation, and they took action almost at the same moment Ouyang Hui threw the spear. It was this pull and touch that caused Ouyang Hui's originally smooth throwing action to deviate slightly. Snap! 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 All the bullets in Shen Bing's hand hit Ouyang Hui's chest and penetrated through. At this time, Ouyang Hui's innate energy originally stored in his body for super self-healing had been completely consumed. He could no longer quickly start repairing his injuries the moment he was injured as before. However, even though he suffered a heavy blow, Ouyang Hui still had a smug smile on his face. Because, although his full-strength attack was deflected, the deadly lightning spear still flew towards Chao Xian. With the speed of the spear, there was absolutely no way Chao Xian could dodge it even if it was just slightly offset. Chao Xian saw the undisguised excitement in Ouyang Hui's eyes. The moment Ouyang Hui raised his hand, Chao Xian reacted quickly and rolled to the side. Even though he had anticipated this, the spear's speed was so fast that Chao Xian still felt tremendous pressure. He couldn't even see the movement of the spear and could only rely on his own instinct to quickly turn his body in midair. Finally, the spear emitting terrifying lightning narrowly missed his arm. A deep blood mark instantly appeared on Chao Xian's right arm, and the surrounding skin was burned by lightning, leaving a charred mark. Chao Xian felt the pain in his right arm and broke out in a cold sweat. This was also thanks to Hu Zhong and Zhang Yuetong, who disrupted Ouyang Hui's movements at the last moment. Otherwise, even if he could avoid this fatal blow, his arm would definitely be crippled. The moment Chao Xian landed, Shen Ting beside him immediately took out the medical kit she carried with her anxiously, and Shen Bing also quickly squatted down and checked Chao Xian's condition with a worried look on her face. The medical kit was opened, revealing a white bandage soaked in medicine. Shen Ting skillfully wrapped the bandage around Chao Xian's injured arm, and then tied a beautiful, tight bow. Shen Ting lay on Chao Xian with a distressed look on her face, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead with her sleeve. "It's okay, just a few scrapes." Chao Xian gritted his teeth and replied while enduring the severe pain in his arm. The feeling of the flesh on his arm being burnt by electricity was not pleasant. He could even smell a faint burnt smell in the air. The previous attack directly took away 20% of his health. However, as Shen Ting bandaged his wounds, his health value began to slowly recover. Seeing that Chao Xian was not seriously injured, Shen Ting breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully placed Chao Xian's head on her sister's legs so that he could lean more comfortably. Then she stood up with an angry face and walked quickly towards Ouyang Hui. At this moment, Ouyang Hui's eyes were blank, full of disbelief. He couldn't accept why his full-strength attack couldn't kill Chao Xian. He was clearly aiming at Chao Xian's heart. Why did this guy manage to dodge it? Ouyang Hui was so angry that he didn't notice Shen Ting walking towards him quickly. Bang! Shen Ting raised her hand without hesitation and slapped Ouyang Hui hard in the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the air. Ouyang Hui's teammates, who were also members of the Mutual Aid Society, widened their eyes and looked at the scene in shock. This was Ouyang Hui, the usually high-handed guy? Now he was being slapped repeatedly by a delicate little girl. His face was almost swollen like a pig's head. Snap! 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 After slapping him several times in a row, Shen Ting opened her eyes wide and cursed in a delicate voice. "Ouyang Hui, you are such a despicable villain. What ability do you have? You just rely on your sister and some talent to do evil things. Today you actually wanted to murder brother Chao Xian. I will never let you go." As she spoke, Shen Ting suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed the black muzzle at Ouyang Hui's head. "Sister, wait a moment." Just as Shen Ting was about to pull the trigger, an anxious voice sounded behind her. Shen Ting was stunned and turned around to check. The person who spoke was Ouyang Shui, who was projected on Hu Zhong's watch. Hu Zhong had not hung up the phone just now, so Ouyang Shui saw everything that happened. When Ouyang Hui threw the spear, she was so anxious that she wanted to get out of the screen to stop Ouyang Hui from making a mistake. Ouyang Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chao Xian was fine, but she felt extremely guilty. So when Shen Ting slapped Ouyang Hui wildly, Ouyang Shui did not say anything to stop her. She also wanted to teach Ouyang Hui a lesson. But when she saw Shen Ting was about to shoot Ouyang Hui to death, Ouyang Shui finally couldn't sit still anymore. Just as Ouyang Hui said, she was picked up from the battlefield by the Ouyang family, and she owed the Ouyang family a life. Even if it was to repay a favor, she couldn't just watch Shen Ting beat Ouyang Hui to death. "Sister, please let Ouyang Hui go. He is the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association and has a very close relationship with the president, Jiang Daowu. If you kill him, you will definitely be in trouble in the future." Ouyang Shui advised sincerely with an embarrassed tone. She didn't lie. Their grandfather was not teleported in because he was too old. However, one of their elders, Jiang Daowu, used his talent and the gun he happened to have on him before crossing over to quickly develop his strength and organize a mutual aid association. Jiang Daowu really hopes that the Mutual Aid Association will become an official organization. His character is impeccable. Anyone who has been with him praises him for his righteousness. But there is only one thing, that is, Jiang Daowu is extremely protective of his children, and because he has no children, he regards Ouyang Hui as his own son. If they really killed Ouyang Hui, even if Ouyang Shui did not pursue the matter, there would be endless troubles in the future. After hearing Ouyang Shui's words, Shen Ting hesitated and looked at Chao Xian for help. Chao Xian stood up with the help of Shen Bing, staring at Ouyang Shui's cold face, and said coldly, Chapter 60 Transaction, Golden Components. He who kills shall be killed. Ouyang Hui almost killed me today. If I just let him go, can you guarantee that Ouyang Hui won't provoke me again in the future? Ouyang Shui, you don't have to threaten me with Jiang Daowu and the revenge of the Mutual Aid Association. Since I, Chao Xian, dared to kill Ouyang Hui, I am not afraid of the revenge of your Mutual Aid Association. Chao Xian spoke each word with great force and impact. After receiving Chao Xian's signal, a cold light flashed in Shen Ting's eyes, and she raised the gun in her hand again without hesitation. She hated the man who almost killed Brother Chao Xian. He must pay with blood for causing Brother Chao Xian to be injured. Wait a minute. Ouyang Shui's voice was full of anxiety. She never expected that Chao Xian would be so tough and not take the Mutual Aid Association seriously at all. But in the end, Ouyang Hui was the one who made the mistake first, and she herself was also to blame. She frowned, thought for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. Chao Xian, as long as you can spare Ouyang Hui's life, I am willing to give you the golden component, Thunderous Fury, on his body. That was the treasure I obtained after surviving a near-death experience on the difficult platform Death Cruise and achieving an S-level clearance. Nowadays, among all the survivors in the server, there are only a handful of people who own golden components. I will use this rare and precious golden component in exchange for Ouyang Hui's life. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chao Xian lowered his head to look at Ouyang Hui, who was lying on the ground like a stray dog, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, the component is on Ouyang Hui. If I kill him now, won't the component be mine then? As if seeing through Chao Xian's thoughts, Ouyang Shui quickly added, Chao Xian, the golden component is completely different from other level components. Once equipped, it will be directly bound to the human body, establishing a unique connection with the wearer. This, Thunder Fury, has long been stamped with my mark. Unless I die or I erase the mark, even if you obtain it, it will be nothing more than a useless piece of scrap metal. After hearing this, Chao Xian stroked his chin and fell into deep silence. I didn't expect that the golden component would have this property and could actually bind to the wearer. Chao Xian remembered the countdown he saw on Ouyang Hui's panel. Come to think of it, if no permission is required, when Ouyang Hui uses this component, at most he will be subject to energy restrictions, and the duration of use will definitely be as he pleases. But precisely because he didn't have the authority, he could only use it for 1 hour. Chao Xian began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Ouyang Hui's behavior was indeed abominable, and Chao Xian wished he could tear him into pieces. But he was also very covetous of the golden Thunder Fury. Even if he has prompt information, he can know the general information and rewards of the platform in advance. But I'm afraid it will be difficult to get a golden component in a short time. For this thing, besides strength, luck should also play a very big role. After all, they had passed by many platforms in the past few days, but they had not encountered any platform with golden components. After this crisis, he also realized that if you fall behind in strength, you will fall behind step by step. You must first improve your strength so that you can have the right to speak in the future. But he was a little unwilling to let Ouyang Hui go just like that. After hesitating for a long time, Chao Xian decided to take down Thunderous Fury first. With the tracking card, Ouyang Hui can be killed at the next platform. However, it is obviously impossible to let Ouyang Hui go so easily. He straightened up, strode to Ouyang Hui, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked Ouyang Hui hard without hesitation. When Ouyang Shui saw this scene, she thought Chao Xian was determined to kill Ouyang Hui, so she quickly spoke up to stop him. But just when everyone thought Ouyang Hui was going to die on the spot, Chao Xian's foot landed hard and finally kicked Ouyang Hui accurately between his legs. It is really not worth it to lose a precious golden component for Ouyang Hui's life. Anyway, he still has a tracking card in his hand. When the time comes, he can use it on Ouyang Hui, and there will be no shortage of opportunities to kill him. Maybe there's a chance to find an item that can plunder talents and take Ouyang Hui's talents for yourself. You can log in and ask Lena after she wakes up. After all, there are so many different props. Maybe there is one that can plunder talents. Ouyang Hui on the ground let out a shrill scream. His body instantly bent like a shrimp, his face full of pain. The kick Chao Xian had just made finally hit the vital part between his legs. At this moment, a glaring bloodstain had seeped out from the middle of his pants. Ouyang Hui screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and the men present trembled at the sight of him being kicked. With this kick, I'm afraid the Ouyang family will be extinct from now on. Ouyang Hui's two teammates who were also members of the Mutual Aid Association looked at Chao Xian angrily, but they didn't dare to step forward because Ouyang Shui hadn't spoken yet. Chao Xian returned to the projection again and looked directly into Ouyang Shui's eyes. I agree to your terms. This time I can let Ouyang Hui go and use Thunderous Fury in exchange for Ouyang Hui's life. Chao Xian crossed his arms across his chest, as if the kick just now was not his. Looking at this scene, Ouyang Shui sighed silently. She has already kicked him, so can she still say that Ouyang Hui is incomplete now and therefore won't make a deal with Chao Xian? Anyway, whether the Ouyang family will continue the family line in the future has nothing to do with her. She has done her best by using this golden component to save Ouyang Hui's life. Ouyang Shui sighed and nodded slowly. Good. I will now control the component to leave Ouyang Hui's body, and then you will ask Hu Zhong to trade Thunder Fury to me. I'll send it to him after I erase the identifying information from it. As soon as Ouyang Shui finished speaking, a golden object suddenly appeared on Ouyang Hui's body. I saw that object radiating golden light and possessing extraordinary aura. Ouyang Hui's eyes were full of anxiety. He stretched out his hand to try to grab it, but it was in vain. Then, the golden light moved quickly in front of Chao Xian like a flash of lightning. Chao Xian firmly grasped the component and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, a prompt popped up saying, "No permission, cannot equip." He then handed Thunderous Fury to Hu Zhong and signaled him to send it to Ouyang Shui. Anyway, Ouyang Hui was still under his control, so he wasn't afraid that Ouyang Shui would regret it. Chapter 61, Ouyang Shui's Invitation. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Hu Zhong received Ouyang Shui's transaction request. The next moment, the golden component appeared in Hu Zhong's hand again. Without any hesitation, he handed it to Chao Xian. Component, Thunderous Fury, Gold. Currently bound host, none. Equipped directly on the human body. After equipping, you can master the power of lightning and become immune to all lightning damage. Without much hesitation, Chao Xian directly bound his identity information. The Wrath of Thunder instantly transformed into a golden stream of light and penetrated into his body. Chao Xian only felt a powerful and destructive force instantly raging in his body. But after a moment, the power of thunder and lightning became docile again. Chao Xian could clearly feel that he had established some kind of connection with thunder and lightning, and he could control them at will. He clenched his fists, and there was a faint flash of electricity on them. But now the energy of Thunder Fury has been completely exhausted, and there is no way to test how powerful it is. Chao Xian came to Ouyang Hui and took out the tracking card. Tracking card. I saw that the avatars of all the survivors I had come into contact with were displayed on it. Ouyang Hui was naturally among them. In this way, I can meet him at the next platform whenever I want. Let him go this time, but kill him next time I meet him. Even Ouyang Shui will have nothing to say? Take Ouyang Hui with you and get out of here. After confirming, Chao Xian kicked Ouyang Hui to the feet of his teammate. Chao Xian. Ouyang Hui's face was full of humiliation, but his words were so hesitant that even his teammates couldn't hear him. Although he has a super self-healing talent, this function will not be as good as before if he is injured again after his energy is exhausted, even if he replenishes his energy and repairs himself. In other words, he may never be able to do that again. Ouyang Hui's teammates didn't dare to look Chao Xian in the eye. They quickly supported Ouyang Hui and said with a stiff upper lip, "We helped protect the nuclear power plant, and we haven't received our reward yet." Upon hearing this, Chao Xian looked down at Lina lying on the ground and became even more angry. He quickly hugged Lina in his arms like a princess, and then shouted angrily, "If you don't get out of here, don't even think about leaving." Ouyang Hui's teammates turned pale in an instant. They didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly carried Ouyang Hui away. Before leaving, they did not forget to pick up some equipment that fell on the ground. The other survivors in Ouyang Hui's group came forward to make up for the loss. Someone bravely asked, "Boss Chao Xian, then we..." Before he could finish his words, Chao Xian interrupted him impatiently. "You guys get out too." He now placed Lina on a high platform and was busy bandaging her. Although Lina has no obvious external injuries, the medical kit can directly restore her health value. I think Lina will wake up soon. Among the dozen or so survivors who remained, some wanted to go forward and argue, but their teammates quickly pulled them back. "Let's go." In the end, these survivors left one after another with regret on their faces. On Hu Zhong's side, after finishing his conversation with Ouyang Shui, he was about to hang up the phone, but was hurriedly stopped by Ouyang Shui. "Hu Zhong, go to Chao Xian. I have something to say to him." After hearing this, Hu Zhong hurried to Chao Xian's side. Ouyang Shui and Chao Xian had both given him a lot of help, and he really didn't want to see their relationship become strained. At this moment, Chao Xian was holding Lina's hand tightly, staring at her status panel nervously. Seeing Hu Zhong and Ouyang Shui coming over, Chao Xian frowned slightly and asked in a cold tone, "Ouyang Shui, what else do you want?" Ouyang Shui bit her lip slightly, looked at Chao Xian with a firm gaze, and said, Chao Xian, I know you're very angry about Ouyang Hui's incident this time, and I apologize to you again on his behalf. But I have something important to discuss with you this time. Chao Xian snorted coldly and said nothing, but there was still dissatisfaction in his eyes. Ouyang Shui continued, according to the intelligence obtained by the Mutual Aid Association, some survivors have discovered the high-difficulty platform, Devil's Apartment. Based on my speculation, there is a high possibility that there are strange things inside. The power of thunder and lightning has a natural ability to restrain and kill strange things. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to challenge that platform with us. That platform is perhaps even more dangerous than the one where I first obtained Thunder Fury, but the rewards for success will also be incredibly generous. Ouyang Shui spoke in a sincere tone and with a serious expression. There is also a severe shortage of top-notch survivors in their mutual aid association. She had always been optimistic about Chao Xian, and before Ouyang Hui offended Chao Xian, she wanted to pull him to her side. What's more, Thunderous Fury is now in Chao Xian's hands. If Chao Xian did not agree to act with them, then the plan to challenge the Devil Apartment platform might be greatly delayed. As Chao Xian listened to Ouyang Shui's words, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be skeptical about Ouyang Shui's invitation, wondering if it was a trap. After all, he had just agreed to Ouyang Shui's request to let Ouyang Hui go, but in the end he still kicked him into a cripple. But just when Hu Zhong brought Ouyang Shui closer, Chao Xian tried to use his talent to see if he could view Ouyang Shui's panel through the projection. Turns out, it actually works. However, perhaps because we were not face-to-face, the data displayed was incomplete. For example, Ouyang Shui's specific values and her innate abilities are displayed as a group of asterisks on the panel. However, other information can still be displayed normally. For example, it can be seen from the panel that Ouyang Shui's values are also quite excessive and are between the levels of Shun Ting and Shun Yan. For example, her favorability towards me is still as high as 50 points. Chapter 62, Lena's Teachings. To be honest, Chao Xian never expected that Ouyang Shui would have such a high degree of favorability towards him. This is also the reason why Chao Xian finally decided to agree to Ouyang Shui. Since he has no ill will towards me, why not take this opportunity? Chao Xian pretended to think, then nodded. Okay, I can promise you. That's great. Ouyang Shui was delighted. The people with the most say in the Mutual Aid Association now are President Jiang Daowu and 3 vice presidents. In the Mutual Aid Association, the people with the most say are President Jiang Daowu and the 3 vice presidents. However, Jiang Daowu has a very close relationship with Ouyang Hui and another vice president, and often excludes Ouyang Shui when dealing with many affairs and discussing some decisions. To put it bluntly, Vice President Ouyang Shui does not have much actual say in the meeting. If she could get through that platform and further improve her own strength, then Ouyang Shui will have greater influence in the Mutual Aid Association and can realize more of her ambitions. Ouyang Shui then asked, have you ever come across the item called Navigation Card? With it, you can unlock the navigation system. As long as you know the name of the station, there is a high probability that you can navigate to the destination station. Once everyone on my side is ready, we'll agree on a time and use the navigation card to enter the platform together. I happen to have an extra navigation card here. Add me as a friend later, and I'll send it to you. After hearing this, Chao Xian was slightly stunned. Ouyang Shui actually planned to give herself a navigation card? This made Chao Xian feel a little embarrassed, and he refused. It's fine to add a friend later, but you don't need a navigation card. I happen to have one myself. When Ouyang Shui heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. In fact, what she said about having an extra navigation card was just an excuse, as she only had one in her hand. Nowadays, the price of navigation cards on the exchange has soared to hundreds of star soul coins per card. Moreover, even if a high price is offered, there is often no demand, and the price is likely to continue to rise in the future. However, as the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, Ouyang Shui naturally has more channels than ordinary people. She can find opportunities for private transactions by spending more star soul coins. She originally planned to buy one as a gift to Chao Xian, but she never expected that Chao Xian already had one. But this made Ouyang Shui feel that she had not misjudged the person. She smiled and said, okay, I'll ask Hu Zhong to pass your contact information to me later. Then, I'll hang up. Okay. Chao Xian nodded, and then Ouyang Shui's ethereal image disappeared from his sight. At this time, Shun came forward, with a hint of worry on his face, and asked, Chao Xian, can you believe what Ouyang Shui said after all? She is Ouyang Hui's sister. Chao Xian explained, She probably has no ill will towards me. Considering that there were other people present, Chao Xian did not reveal that he saw Ouyang Shue's affection for him through his talent. But Shen Bing and Shen Ting knew Chao Xian's talent and immediately understood what Chao Xian meant, and they felt relieved. Hu Zhong was also very happy. Mr. Chao Xian, you and Commander Ouyang Shue are both people I admire the most. You will definitely have a lot in common by then. As several people were talking, Lena, who was lying on the ground to rest, suddenly moved her fingers slightly, and Chao Xian immediately noticed the change. Moreover, he noticed that the status of the information box above Lena's head had changed from coma to slight dizziness. Chao Xian quickly stepped forward, carefully helped Lena up, let her lean on his arms, and asked with concern, "Captain Lena, how do you feel now?" "Much better." Lena was still a little dizzy, but when she suddenly realized that she was being held by Chao Xian, especially since Chao Xian's arm was around her waist, just below her chest, she immediately felt her body temperature rise and her face flushed. She hurriedly said, "Chao Xian, let me go first." Chao Xian immediately felt the change in Lena's body temperature, and his heart tightened. Could she have a fever? He quickly checked Lena's status bar, only to see that Lena's status displayed was highly shy, shameful. Chao Xian's words came to an abrupt end. Only then did he suddenly realize that he seemed to have put his hand in the wrong position in his haste. "It's all because I was too casual with Shen Ting and Shen Yin before, and I got used to it." Sorry, Captain Lena." Chao Xian quickly let go of his hand. "It's okay." Lena calmed down a little and returned to her usual dignified and majestic appearance. Lena felt that she had almost recovered, so she sat up, looked at the setting sun, and said, "It's getting late now. You should stay at the nuclear power plant for one night. You can pick up some equipment and leave tomorrow morning. Tonight, I can use this time to teach you some fighting skills." "Okay, When Chao Xian heard that Lena was willing to let them stay overnight, he instinctively agreed immediately. After all, it would be best not to rush at this late hour. But he soon realized what Lena said next and was shocked. She wanted to teach him fighting skills? Chao Xian had personally witnessed Lena's combat prowess. Among the people he had met before, Chen Yin was the one with the strongest melee ability. After meeting Lena, Chen Yin's first place might change hands. Lena, with just her mortal body, was able to fight fiercely with Ouyang Hui, who was equipped with golden components, and even gained the upper hand. Her unpredictable movements and astonishing speed simply surpassed the limits of human beings. If Lena was not immune to the electric current from Ouyang Hui, Chao Xian firmly believed that Lena would be the final winner. Chao Xian was naturally eager to have such a rare learning opportunity and quickly said, "Then I will be disrespectful to refuse." As night slowly fell, the lights in the nuclear power plant came on one after another, illuminating the surroundings. At this time, the monster corpses that were originally piled up in the square had disappeared without a trace. According to Lena, nuclear power plants will no longer be attacked by monsters. Everyone lit a huge bonfire in the center of the square, ready to celebrate. Several people bought a lot of fresh meat and vegetables at the exchange, planning to have a lively bonfire party and an outdoor barbecue. Shen Ting and others were busy and focused on preparing the ingredients. Chao Xian and Lena came to an open area in the nuclear power plant and used it as a temporary training ground. Lena stood in the center of the venue, her figure graceful, the moonlight shining on her, adding a bit of mystery. Lena crossed her arms and whispered, "Chao Xian, come and attack me." "Attack you?" Chao Xian was stunned when he heard that. Lena nodded seriously. "Actual combat is the best way to learn skills. You will attack me with all your might. Don't hold back. I want to check your current strength first." Chao Xian finally realized what was happening, but he continued to ask, "Any means are acceptable?" Since Lena asked him to go all out, he naturally had to listen to Lena. But his skills were more than enough to deal with ordinary people, and in front of Lena, he was just showing off his skills. But he also didn't want to be defeated so quickly, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. If he wanted to hold on a little longer, he could only use some special means. When Lena heard Chao Xian's words, she was stunned for a moment, then nodded again and said affirmatively, "That's right. Since we're treating this as an actual battle, we can use any means. After all, combat is never a gentle game. When life and death are at stake, the enemy won't listen to any rules." Chapter 63 News about Ouyang Shue. After receiving Lena's affirmative answer, Chao Xian's eyes flashed. "Then here I come, Captain Lena. Come on." Lena still hugged her chest, quietly waiting for Chao Xian to make a move. Seeing that Lena didn't seem to take him seriously at all, Chao Xian was a little annoyed, and a spirit of unwillingness to admit defeat suddenly surged in his heart. Even if you lose, you can't lose too badly. Chao Xian suddenly attacked without warning, punching Lena. But the moment he approached Lena, his body suddenly paused, and then he changed the direction of attack and attacked Lena's side waist fiercely, trying to launch an attack from her relatively weak defense. However, Lena just turned her body slightly and easily avoided Chao Xian's attack. Chao Xian's heart tightened. It was this outrageous speed and dodging method again. He quickly retracted his palm, turned his body, and attacked Lena again. This time, he punched continuously, and the wind from his fists whistled, attacking Lena's upper body like a storm. Lena's expression finally changed slightly. Her eyes were locked on Chao Xian's movements, and she was able to dodge Chao Xian's fists just right every time. Is that all you can do? Lena's voice was light, with a hint of provocation. Chao Xian became even more annoyed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lena's defense had no loopholes at all, and with his speed, he couldn't do anything to Lena. Unless she can reveal her flaws on her own initiative. Seeing that Lena had not completely let down her guard, Chao Xian gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and when he was about to punch again, he suddenly feinted and thrust his hand towards Lena's chest. Lena didn't expect Chao Xian to use such a move. Her face changed instantly, and she subconsciously raised her hand to block. At this moment, a gap appeared in her defense. This was the opportunity Chao Xian had been waiting for. He quickly withdrew his hand, rushed forward, and embraced Lena tightly with his arms. The two hugged each other, lost their balance in an instant, and fell to the ground with a thud. Lena, who was pressed down, shouted coldly, "Take your hands away." Chao Xian was extremely embarrassed and quickly let go of his hand. He quickly stood up from Lena, but he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. He asked, "Captain Lena, how did I perform just now?" No matter what method he used, he managed to get Lena, right? Lena looked calm and gave a fair evaluation. How shameless. When Chao Xian heard this, the smile on his face froze instantly. Lena looked at Chao Xian's somewhat embarrassed expression, and her expression eased a little. She snorted and said, "I'm not scolding you. I'm praising you. You just knew how to feint, exploit my weakness, and break my defense. This shows that you know how to adapt and exploit your opponent's psychology. In battle, playing by the rules can sometimes yield unexpected results." Chao Xian scratched his head when he heard this. He didn't expect that this could be praised. Then, Lena's expression became stern, and she said seriously, "I have a general understanding of your strength. Next, I will teach you some practical combat skills." At the same time, in a rest area on the highway, Ouyang Shui, wearing a black tight combat suit and with a waterfall of silver hair, was lighting a fire with her teammates, preparing to cook something to eat. Ouyang Shui skillfully tied up her long hair that covered her shoulders. At this time, the lady next to him with flaming red lips and black stockings handed over a chicken leg and said, "Ouyang, your brother is too ignorant. In my opinion, you shouldn't care about him anymore. You spent a golden component to save such an ungrateful person." Ouyang Shui took the chicken leg and sighed helplessly. "This is the last time. It was Grandpa who saved me. It has nothing to do with the Ouyang family. I am done with the Ouyang family." Ouyang Shui was about to take a bite of the chicken leg when her watch suddenly started beeping. She frowned slightly and glanced down. "Ouyang, whose phone is this time?" the royal sister asked while tearing into the chicken in big mouthfuls without any image. "It's from Jiang Daowu." Ouyang Shui seemed to have guessed the purpose of the call and said calmly, "You eat first. I'll go answer the phone." Ouyang Shui got into the car and answered the phone. Sure enough, Jiang Daowu's angry face appeared on the screen. "Ouyang Shui, you spent a golden component to save Ahui. You did a good job. But I heard that you later teamed up with the guy who injured Ahui. Is that true?" Ouyang Shui looked calm, looking at Jiang Daowu's face full of questions and dissatisfaction on the phone, and said lightly, "It's true. Thunder Fury is in Chao Xian's hands. If we want to challenge the devil's apartment, we must take him with us." Hearing Ouyang Shui's frank admission, Jiang Daowu first sneered, and then said angrily, "Is there no one available in my mutual aid society? You actually went to ask the enemies of my mutual aid society for help." Ouyang Shui replied expressionlessly, "Chao Xian is not the enemy of the mutual aid association." Jiang Daowu sneered, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. "Ouyang Shui, are you planning a rebellion? Doesn't what I, the guild leader, say is effective anymore?" In Ah Hui's case, he was the one who provoked Chao Xian first, and Chao Xian was just acting in self-defense. Besides, I've already said that Chao Xian is not the enemy of the mutual aid society. We can't push a potential helper into opposition just because of personal prejudice, Ouyang Shui argued. Jiang Daowu was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "You are blatantly disobeying my orders. Don't forget, I am the president of the Mutual Aid Association. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being rude." Ouyang Shui raised her lips in a mocking tone. You're welcome? What are you going to do? You keep saying that you are doing this for the Mutual Aid Association, but in reality you are just trying to maintain your own pitiful authority. If you really care about the Mutual Aid Association, you should put aside your prejudice and find a way to pass through the devil's apartment, instead of making trouble here. Zhang Daowu was choked by Ouyang Shui's words and was speechless. He opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of shock. Although Ouyang Shui had occasionally questioned him before, they had never directly fallen out like they did today. How dare you say he's being unreasonable? After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Ouyang Shui, don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some ability. If you dare to cooperate with Chao Xian today, I will. Zhang Daowu stopped talking halfway, trying to find a trace of regret on Ouyang Shui's face. But to his disappointment, Ouyang Shui still looked at him expressionlessly, without a trace of retreat in her eyes. What do you want? Ouyang Shui asked coldly. Zhang Daowu's words were choked back again. He wanted to harden his heart and let Ouyang Shui get out of the Mutual Aid Association, but looking at Ouyang Shui's determined look, he felt that if he really said it out loud, Ouyang Shui would probably leave without hesitation. Once the Mutual Aid Association loses Ouyang Shui, it will be equivalent to losing its most powerful member. In today's cruel environment, he knew very well how much of a blow the departure of top combat power would deal to the prestige of the Mutual Aid Association. Anyway, I won't let Chao Xian go. As for you, take care of yourself. Zhang Daowu hung up the phone angrily, leaving Ouyang Shui sitting alone in the car, sighing silently. After thinking for a moment, Ouyang Shui found Chao Xian in the contacts and quickly edited a message on the screen. Zhang Daowu is going to cause you trouble, so be careful. If you need help, you can call me. Chapter 64. Lena is drunk. Chao Xian and Lena were still fighting back and forth in the square. Especially Chao Xian. He was already sweating all over, and felt that the more he fought, the more exciting it was. At first, he couldn't even see the shadow of Lena's attack, and was knocked down several times. As for now, he can hold on for several minutes, and occasionally hit Lena. While Lena was feeding Chao Xian some moves, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. Chao Xian's comprehension was very good, and in just 1 hour, he made rapid progress. Just when Lena was distracted, Chao Xian suddenly slapped her on the chest. Duong. Captain Lena, how about this palm? Chao Xian asked excitedly when he saw that he had hit Lena's heart. Lena's face became darker and darker. Okay, come again. Next, I'll start training your ability to withstand beatings. When Chao Xian heard about training his ability to withstand beatings, the corner of his mouth twitched instantly. No, Captain Lena. At this moment, his watch suddenly rang. Chao Xian quickly found an excuse to stop. Let me see who sent the message. Under Lena's unfriendly gaze, Chao Xian silently walked aside and turned on his watch. As a result, he discovered that the message was sent to him by Ouyang Shui, and the content of the message is actually a reminder for me to be careful of being targeted by Zhang Daowu. Chao Xian felt a warm feeling in his heart. He didn't expect that Ouyang Shui, a woman who looked cold, was actually very kind-hearted. He replied to Ouyang Shui with a received, thank you, and then stood in front of Lena again. Captain Lena, are we still going to train my ability to withstand beatings? If you want to improve your strength, this is the only way. Just when Chao Xian racked his brains and couldn't find a reason to refuse, Shen Ting's voice came from a distance. Brother Chao Xian, Captain Lena, come to dinner. Hearing the voice, Chao Xian was as if he had been granted amnesty, and hurriedly said, Captain Lena, we have been training for so long. It's time to eat. Lena snorted and said, You're lucky. I'll give you the coordinates of the nuclear power plant later, so you can use navigation to come to the nuclear power plant at any time in the future. I'll train you well next time. Chao Xian could only smile bitterly and nod in agreement. The two came to the campfire and saw a table simply built with ammunition boxes filled with fragrant grilled skewers. Shenbing also took out 3 bottles of high-proof liquor that she had bought from the supermarket from the car. Originally, these liquors were intended to be used as alcohol at critical moments, but later they were used to buy medical kits with Star Soul coins and were never used again. At this moment, it comes in handy. You still have wine. Lena's eyes flashed with excitement when she saw the white wine. During the time I was guarding the nuclear power plant, all I ate were energy bars and drank tasteless distilled water. As for wine, I almost forgot what it tastes like. After hearing this, Chao Xian was also a little shocked. He didn't expect the conditions in the nuclear power plant to be so harsh. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. Lena is not like them who can trade items through the system, and there are no farmlands or other places in this nuclear power plant, so the shortage of supplies is reasonable. Then drink more later. As for food, We can come to the nuclear power plant more often to replenish your fresh ingredients. As Chao Xian spoke, he opened a glass of white wine and poured it for everyone in turn. Especially Lena. She didn't let Chao Xian stop until her cup was full. Just refill after you finish your drink, Chao Xian said with a smile. For a moment, the aroma of grilled skewers and the mellow fragrance of white wine filled the air. Everyone clinked glasses and ate heartily, and the skewers were quickly devoured. Shinting and Zhang Yuedong, two little girls, usually have poor alcohol tolerance, but they want to show off and compete with each other to see who can drink better. As expected, before they had even finished half a glass of strong liquor, both of them passed out and passed out. As for Hu Zhong, Shun Bing, and Zhang Yi, they could drink a little better. Although they were a little drunk at this time, they were not so drunk that they could not even stand steadily. As the night deepened, Lena looked at the exhausted crowd and said, "Go through the main gate and turn left. You'll find the rest area for the nuclear power plant's employees. There are quite a few rooms inside. Let's all stay here for the night." Everyone nodded in gratitude after hearing this. Xin Bing and others supported Xin Ting and Zhang Yuetong and went to find a room to rest. Only Chao Xian and Lena were left there. Lena was slightly stunned and asked with some confusion in her eyes, "Why don't you go to rest?" Chao Xian picked up the last bottle of wine, poured it for Lena, and said, "Captain Lena, I see you're not having a good time yet. How about I drink with you for a while?" Lena looked at the wine glass handed to her by Chao Xian. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she smiled lightly and took the glass. "I didn't expect you to understand me so well. Okay, let's drink for a while." The two of them sat quietly by the campfire, drinking wine silently, and the atmosphere around them was quiet. Lena drank most of the wine. She seemed to be thinking of her teammates who had fought side by side with her. As she drank, tears gradually welled up in her eyes. Just as Chao Xian finished the last sip of wine in his glass, he suddenly heard a plop sound. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Lena had fallen to the side. The wine glass had fallen on her chest, and the remaining half glass of wine had spilled all over her. "Captain Lena, are you okay?" Chao Xian asked, gently shaking Lena's shoulders. Lena raised her head slightly. Her eyes were blurred, and she mumbled incoherent words. It was obvious that she was very drunk. Chao Xian sighed helplessly and had to pick up Lena. It was already late, and it was indeed time to rest. He held Lena in his arms and walked towards the staff rest area. Along the way, he opened several rooms in succession, but found that they were all occupied and the doors were locked. After trying a few more rooms, I finally found one that was available. Chao Xian gently placed Lena on the bed and looked at the area on her chest that was soaked with wine. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Thinking that the alcohol would evaporate soon anyway, I ignored it. He covered Lena with a thin blanket, then turned and left. Chao Xian originally wanted to look for Xin Bing and Xin Ting, but then he thought that they were probably already asleep by now. In desperation, Chao Xian had to open an empty room and lie down in it. Under the influence of alcohol, Chao Xian soon fell into a deep sleep and entered a dreamland. After an unknown amount of time, the door to Chao Xian's room suddenly creaked open. Chapter 65, Who Was It Last Night? With a creak, the sound of the door opening was particularly clear in the silent night. Although Chao Xian fell into a deep sleep, he had a sense of awareness in his subconscious. However, the drowsiness caused by the hangover prevented him from waking up immediately. In a daze, he slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and his vision was blurry. He could only vaguely see a figure lying beside him. "Is that Ting Ting?" The room was pitch black, Chao Xian muttered, his voice echoing in the room. After a few seconds, Chao Xian did not hear any response, but felt a hot body squeezing into his arms. It was pitch dark in the room, and Chao Xian was not fully conscious, so he did not see the woman in his arms clearly. "I just thought that Shen Ting, this little cat, wanted to steal something again, so she came to me sneakily in the middle of the night." After feeling the size, Chao Xian seemed to be able to match it, so he no longer hesitated. In the early morning, the dazzling sunlight penetrated the window and woke Chao Xian up from his sleep. He was fine before going to bed last night, but the after effects of the alcohol were quite strong. At this moment, his head ached slightly, as if it was being pricked by countless tiny needles. He habitually reached out to his side, but found nothing. At first, Chao Xian didn't notice anything unusual, but soon, the figure that appeared in the second half of last night flashed through his mind. "Where's Ting Ting?" Chao Xian shuddered and sat up, but found that the bed was empty, with no one there. And what's even more outrageous is that, where are my sheets? And my quilt is gone too. Chao Xian couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. On the bed, there were only pillows and mattresses left. As for the sheets and quilts, they seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and disappeared without a trace. Recalling the figure last night, Chao Xian suddenly became suspicious. Could it be that the person who entered his room last night was not actually Tingting? 8 o'clock in the morning. Some people have already gotten up and come to the hall. After washing up, Chao Xian took out their chocolate and compressed biscuits and distributed them to everyone as breakfast. We are all family, so there is no need to be stingy. Looking at the low amount of food left, Chao Xian secretly decided that maybe he could find time to use the navigation card to go to the supermarket and make another round of free purchases. But the most important thing at the moment is still find out who entered your room last night. Chao Xian believed that last night was not a dream, and his feeling could not be wrong. With a nervous mood, Chao Xian began to observe the people who came out one after another. First of all, Shun Ting can be ruled out. After all, if it was her, she would definitely see her in her arms wanting a kiss when she opened her eyes this morning. Instead of taking away all the sheets and quilts like this, you would try to cover up your mistake. As a result, the only women left are Zhang Yuetong, Shun Bing, and Lina. If it was Shin Bing, it would be fine. After all, he thought that it was only a matter of time before he and Shin Bing were together. If it was Zhang Yuetong, he could see that Zhang Yuetong was interested in him, but she was Zhang Ye's sister after all. He and Zhang Yi are considered friends. If he were to give up his sister without a word, Chao Xian got a headache just thinking about it. As for Lina, Chao Xian didn't even dare to think about it. He sighed heavily, found a stool, and sat down, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, anxiously waiting for everyone to get up. Meanwhile, in Lina's room, Lina sat on the bed, staring blankly at the bright red-stained sheets and quilt at her feet, her mind blank and buzzing. Fear gradually welled up in her heart, and she began to try to recall everything that happened last night. The memories of last night are like broken puzzle pieces, being pieced together bit by bit. She seemed to remember that she had drunk too much and woke up in the middle of the night because she had to urinate, so she got up in a daze and went to the bathroom. When she returned to her room after using the restroom, she was still drunk and had misremembered the location of her room. The room should have been in the right corridor, but she walked towards the left for some unknown reason. Unfortunately, Chao Xian hadn't locked the door last night. As soon as she opened the door, she fell headfirst onto the bed and had no memory of what happened afterwards. But this morning, when she opened her eyes, she was horrified to find herself lying naked in Chao Xian's arms. In an instant, she was completely stunned and her mind went blank. After a long pause, she finally woke up as if from a dream. She hurriedly got up and packed up the sheets, quilts, and torn clothes in Chao Xian's room. It seems that this will destroy all evidence. And at this time, Chao Xian sat on the stool nervously. At this time, Shin Bing walked out of the room. Looking at the number 0 still displayed above Shin Bing's head, Chao Xian made a judgment in his mind. That person last night was not Sister Bing Bing. Sister Bing Bing, was Tingting in the same room with you last night? Chao Xian asked. Yes, this girl is still sleeping even though the sun is shining on her butt. I'll wake her up later, Shin Bing said with a smile. After hearing this, Chao Xian nodded. It seemed that it was not Shin Ting anymore. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi came out of the room. Chao Xian watched him walk to the next room and knock on Zhang Yuetong's door. After a while, Zhang Yuetong walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. Chao Xian stared at the number 0 above her head and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not Zhang Yuetong. But soon, his heart was in his throat again. It's not Zhang Yuetong, Shin Bing, or Shin Ting, so there's only one possibility left. The person last night was Captain Lina. Just then, Zhang Yuetong walked to Lina's door and knocked gently. Sister Lina, come out and have some breakfast? After a moment, Lina's slightly trembling voice came from behind the door. Okay, I'll be there soon. Chapter 66, Biological Research Institute, Method of Plundering Talents. Lina changed into a complete set of clothes again, which was not much different from the one she wore yesterday. After tidying up her messy hair, she walked out of the room nervously. The moment she pushed open the door, she quickly adjusted her state and prepared herself mentally. It was just a little blood. Hadn't she shed enough blood while guarding the nuclear power plant over the years? Could Chao Xian be more terrifying than those ferocious monsters? Besides, I have already cleaned up the evidence, and Chao Xian may not know that it is me. As soon as the door opened, there was a click sound, and Lina stumbled and fell to the ground. Shin Ting, who happened to be out, saw this and screamed in fright, and hurried forward to help Lina up. Sister Lina, are you okay? Why did you fall suddenly? Lina slowly stood up with the help of Shin Ting, a look of pain on her face. It's all Chao Xian's fault. Ever since equipping Thunder Fury, his physique has been greatly enhanced, and the power of thunder and lightning contained in his body occasionally bursts out. Lina secretly glared at Chao Xian and quickly explained. I accidentally twisted my ankle while training Chao Xian yesterday. I got up too quickly and I'm not used to it. So that's how it is. Shinting believed it and said in frustration, "What a shame. Our medical kit is all used up. Otherwise, it would be great if Brother Chao Xian could buy another one for you." "No need." Lena quickly refused. "You should be fine after a rest." Then Lena also came to the hall and sat next to Chao Xian. When Chao Xian saw Lena, he quickly handed her the food and glanced at the panel above Lena's head. Charge times 1. Chao Xian's brain suddenly buzzed. It turned out to be Captain Lena last night. Lena took the compressed biscuits handed to her by Chao Xian, quickly turned her head away, and began to eat them in small bites. Chao Xian looked at this scene, and the words on his lips were abruptly blocked. Soon, after breakfast, everyone began selecting weapons. Lena gave Hu Zhong and Zhang Ye's teams several rifles, a heavy machine gun, a box of grenades, and several boxes of ammunition. Everyone left ecstatic and satisfied. Hu Zhong was the first to leave, while Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuetong waited for a few minutes and took out 2 sets of bedding that Lena gave them from the room. When leaving, Zhang Yuetong looked back every few steps, and her eyes were almost tearing when she looked at Chao Xian. After everyone left, Lena turned to Chao Xian and the others and said, "You can take whatever you want from the armory." Hearing this, Shen Bing and Shen Ting looked at each other. Both of them couldn't hide their surprise. Chao Xian was also quite surprised. "I thought that after what happened last night, Lena would beat me up and even cancel the reward. I didn't expect she actually allowed me and others to choose freely." Chao Xian and the other 2 once again stepped into the armory. With Lena's consent, the 3 of them were busy carrying weapons and ammunition again. Lena said that the nuclear power plant no longer needed the Gatling gun, so she gave it to Chao Xian. Chao Xian then selected 4 rocket launchers, a Gatling gun, and various types of sniper rifles, and pistols. Soon, weapons and ammunition piled up like a mountain at the door. Just as the 3 of them were worrying about how to move it, Lena handed Chao Xian a bracelet and said, "This is a space storage bracelet, a high-tech product developed by a friend of mine, with an internal space of 5 by 5 cubic meters. I don't need it now, so I'll give it to you." Chao Xian took the bracelet and thanked him repeatedly. The moment he put on the bracelet, a square space indeed appeared in his mind. But there were actually some combat uniforms that Lena usually wore, as well as some pink and white items. Who would have thought that Captain Lena, who is usually serious, actually likes such a color? "Captain Lena, did you forget something in this bracelet?" Chao Xian asked. Lena was stunned at first when she heard this, and then a blush quickly appeared on her face. "Give it back to me." She snatched the bracelet with shame and anger on her face and ran back to her room. Only after all the items inside were cleared out did he return to the armory. Chao Xian took the bracelet again. Shin Ting beside him was full of confusion. She had just asked Chao Xian, but Chao Xian did not tell Shin Ting. "Let's save some face for Captain Lena." Chao Xian stuffed all his weapons and ammunition into the bracelet, but even then, he only managed to fit half of it, so he had to make another trip. However, compared to carrying everything by hand, this saved him a lot of time. After moving all the things into the car, Chao Xian tried to modify the Gatling gun and RPG. I opened the modification system on the center console and saw the weapon modification interface light up. After a brief thought, Chao Xian controlled the screen and placed the Gatling gun on the roof, just above the passenger seat. The person in the co-pilot seat can directly control the Gatling gun through the sunroof. The Gatling gun can also be disassembled and stored in the storage bracelet at any time. The 2 RPG rocket launchers are hidden on both sides of the car and can be popped out or hidden by pressing the buttons on the center console. After the modification was completed, it was time for the 3 of them to set off. After Shin Bing and Shin Ting said goodbye to Lena, they got into the car. Chao Xian turned around and said to the 2 girls, "I still have something to ask Captain Lena." The 2 girls nodded in agreement, and Chao Xian took Lena to the back of the car. "Chao Xian, what else do you want?" Lena asked a little uncomfortably. She didn't know that Chao Xian had already known through hints that it was her who did what happened last night, and she thought she had hidden it well. "I want to ask about talent," Chao Xian said. "Captain Lena, as you can see, we all have our own talents, some strong, some weak, all different." When Lena heard that it wasn't about what happened last night, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "I know. In fact, I have seen some people with talents before you." Hearing that Lena had been in contact with talented people, Chao Xian's eyes flashed with light, and he asked hurriedly, "Then, Captain Lena, do you know if there is any way to transfer other people's talents to me?" From a theoretical perspective, this is almost unrealistic. Lena was silent for a moment, frowning, and thought for a long time before she slowly spoke. "But it's not impossible. The friend who gave me the space storage bracelet happened to have done in-depth research on special topics related to talent. She had already achieved some initial results in this area a few years ago. I can tell you her location. Maybe you can find the answer you want there. Chao Xian was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Then, Lena took out a business card from her body. On it was a picture of a blonde beauty wearing a white coat and half-frame glasses, who looked extremely mature and intellectual. Her name is Aisha. She's the director of the Biological Research Institute and has a somewhat eccentric temper. Lena frowned slightly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. In order to research the technology to transfer talents, she spent all the funds of the institute. Everyone in the institute left, and in the end, she was the only one left. Even I haven't been able to contact her these years. If possible, I hope you can help me confirm whether she is safe. If she has already figured out this method, as long as you tell her that I asked you to go, she will definitely do her best to help you. Chao Xian stared at the portrait on the business card, as well as the clear coordinates, and nodded slowly. Don't worry, Captain Lena, we'll go here as soon as we leave the nuclear power plant. Regardless of whether he could seize the talent or not, Chao Xian could no longer suppress his murderous intent towards Ouyang Hui. Anyway, he has been targeted by the president of the Mutual Aid Association, Jiang Daowu, so he is not afraid of offending more people to death. Chao Xian put away the business card, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to look at Lena with fiery eyes. Chao Xian, why? Are you still not leaving? Chapter 67, Nuclear Power Plant Shut Down, Use Navigation Card. Chao Xian raised his eyebrows, looked up and down at Lena's curvy body, then suddenly took a step forward and pushed her against the wall in front of the carriage. What are you doing? Lena was startled by this sudden action, and her mind went blank for a moment. She didn't remember at all that with her own strength, she could easily kick Chao Xian away with just one kick. Captain Lena, was that person last night you? Chao Xian stared at Lena closely and spoke slowly in a low voice. Lena, who was originally nervous, suddenly felt her chest shaking violently. How did Chao Xian know this? He shouldn't have revealed his true identity. No matter how hard Lena racked her brains, she couldn't imagine the existence of such an outrageous plug-in as Chao Xian's divine reminder. I don't understand what you're talking about. What's mine or not? Lena pretended to be calm and tried to make excuses. At this time, Chao Xian sneered, and amid Lena's soft scream, he suddenly pulled open her equals Lena's collar. There were several bright red marks on Lena's white neck, and these marks were planted for her by Chao Xian himself last night. Seeing this conclusive evidence, Lena knew that Chao Xian had completely discovered it, and there was no point in defending herself, so she lowered her head and stopped talking. Chao Xian lowered his head without hesitation and gently covered Lena's lips with his lips. After lingering with Lena for a while, Chao Xian slowly raised his head. Lena's eyes were already filled with emotion, but she bit her lip and said, "Last night was an accident. It was all my fault. I drank too much and accidentally walked into the wrong room in the middle of the night. Otherwise, you should still." Chao Xian understood what Lena wanted to say. It's nothing more than pretending that what happened last night never happened, but after last night, Lena has left an indelible mark in his heart. How could he give up so easily? What's more, Lena is already his woman, and he will not watch the two of them become strangers in the future. If you say you are not convinced, then be convinced yourself. Thinking of this, Chao Xian lowered his head again. Several minutes passed, and Lena was already moved by Chao Xian's words. She collapsed powerlessly in his arms. I only have one request. Please don't tell anyone else yet. Give me some time. Lena raised her head, with a hint of pleading in her eyes, and said slowly. Chao Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Okay. Lena struggled to break free from Chao Xian's embrace. Although her eyes were filled with reluctance, she still spoke. It's getting late. If we don't go back now, they'll be waiting anxiously. Chao Xian sighed softly, then left a farewell kiss on Lena's forehead again, then turned around and said, I'll be back in a few days. The vehicle started slowly, gradually drove out of the nuclear power plant, and then disappeared at the end of the road. Only Lena was left there, staring blankly in thought. After a while, she slowly took out a uniquely shaped watch and operated it skillfully. At the same time, all survivors in the chat channel received a pinned announcement. Announcement. Platform. The mutant nuclear power plant has been actively operated by the administrator. The platform will now be permanently closed. Except for the fleet with the qualifications granted by the administrator, all other survivors will no longer have the opportunity to enter the platform. Once this message was sent out, it instantly caused a huge wave like a huge rock thrown into a lake. After Chao Xian passed the horror ward for the first time with S-level, people were shocked to learn that the platform could be closed. Later, people like Ouyang Shui and other survivors with extraordinary strength also cleared several platforms with S-level, so everyone gradually became accustomed to similar announcements. However, this time, no way, the administrator can actively shut down the platform? Aren't they all NPC-like characters? How could they have such high authority? I don't understand. It seems the people I met on the platform aren't as simple as they seem. If I get along well with them, maybe I can get the qualifications mentioned in the announcement. In the car. As soon as we drove onto the road, Shen Ting in the back seat couldn't wait to stick her head forward and asked curiously, "Brother Chao Xian, you and Sister Lena have been chatting for so long. What did you talk about?" This time, Shen Ting did not suspect that there was any special relationship between Chao Xian and Lena. In her opinion, Lena is not only an NPC in the platform, but also a big sister with super combat power, and there will definitely be no cross-border things between her and Chao Xian. She was just out of curiosity. "I just asked Captain Lena about something," Chao Xian said while concentrating on driving. Captain Lena said that she has a friend who is researching a way to transfer talents. "I want to use the navigation card to go there next. By the way, Captain Lena also asked us to help her confirm that her old friend is safe." Transfer talent? Shen Ting was slightly stunned. Then her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Brother Chao Xian, do you wanna use it on Ouyang Hui?" Chao Xian nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Super self-healing talent is a waste on that loser Ouyang Hui. If there's a chance, snatch it away first. He'll have died a worthy death. Upon hearing this, Shen Ting nodded vigorously. She always unconditionally approved of Chao Xian's decisions. What's more, this Ouyang Hui is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He actually dares to think about his own sister and even attacks Chao Xian. He really deserves to die? Then, Chao Xian freed one hand, took out the navigation card, and chose to use it without hesitation. Ding! Usage successful. Please select this destination. Destination, Aisha's Biological Research Institute. Chao Xian spoke softly. Beep. Navigation has been activated. Since the destination is an unfamiliar station, there is a 40% chance of deviating from the direction. Estimated travel time is 1 hour. Number of uses remaining for the navigation card, 2 times. Chapter 68, Biological Research Institute, Meeting Aisha. An hour passed unknowingly, and the scenery outside the road gradually became desolate. During this time, they once again encountered a group of monsters chasing them from behind. But this time, with the fierce strafing of the Gatling gun and the powerful fire suppression of the rocket launcher. The monsters that were madly chasing the vehicles were easily destroyed and turned into wreckage on the roadside. After driving for a while, a prompt popped up in front of Chao Xian's eyes. Continue driving for 3 kilometers, and you will come to the station, Biological Research Institute. Navigation was successful. Looks like I'm not that unlucky after all. Chao Xian was delighted, and a smile appeared on his face. But when he continued to look down, the smile froze on his face. Note, this site has no clear rewards or tasks. You may be able to find the owner of the institute in the swimming pool, bathroom, and kitchen of the institute's living area. The owner of this research institute has a very strange personality, but if you meet her 3 requirements, she might agree to all your requests. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Chao Xian frowned tightly. This was the first time Chao Xian had seen such an ambiguous and uncertain hint. Could it be that as long as she could please the master of the research institute, she could satisfy her own demands? Chao Xian was confused for a moment, but there was no other way, so he could only bite the bullet and continue driving forward. Not long after, at a fork in the road, a building heavily surrounded by weeds and overgrown trees came into Chao Xian's sight. When the car drove in, he couldn't even see the shadow of a parking space at first glance. It was Shen Bing who got out of the car first, pushed aside the dense weeds, and finally found the trace of the parking space. After parking the car, Chao Xian began to look at the building. The outer shell of the building is made entirely of metal. The originally white paint is now covered with thick dust, making it look a bit worn. On the top of the building, the big words SCO Biological Research Institute are a little blurry, but still recognizable. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chao Xian couldn't help but wonder, is there really anyone living here? Having allowed his research institute to become a ruin, Chao Xian had already silently labeled the blonde director named Aisha as a lazy bum. At this moment, he remembered the information mentioned in the hint, that he could find Elsa in the bathroom, swimming pool, or kitchen. A look of doubt appeared in Chao Xian's eyes again, since the hint says that these places are where Elsa often goes. But according to Lena's previous description of her friend, Aisha should be someone extremely obsessed with scientific research experiments, and these 3 places, in any way, have nothing to do with scientific research experiments. Thinking of this, Chao Xian seemed to understand a little bit what the hint meant by eccentric personality. They pushed open the door of the research institute, and a pungent smell mixed with dust hit them in the face. Chao Xian instinctively pulled the two women beside him and quickly retreated out the door. After waiting outside the door for a few minutes and confirming that they did not have any abnormal symptoms, the three of them carefully walked into the research institute again. After entering the institute, they found that it was clearly divided into two areas. One is the living area and the other is the scientific research area. The two areas are located in different passages. Should we go right? Shinting pointed to the scientific research area on the right and asked with a puzzled look. Chao Xian shook his head and explained. The hint says Elsa is in one of the swimming pool, kitchen, or bathroom locations. These are all in the living area, so we need to go to the left. Hearing this, the two girls also showed the same puzzled expression as Chao Xian, and Chao Xian hurriedly explained. The tip says that Elsa has a rather eccentric personality. We must be more careful if we see her later. Soon, the three of them walked through the corridor and entered the living area. As soon as he stepped into the living area, Chao Xian was shocked by its scale. It was so big beyond his imagination. The entire living area is divided into 3 floors. Through the glass in the corridor, you can see that the layout of each floor was once extremely luxurious. However, since no one has taken care of it for a long time, all the items are basically covered with a thick layer of dust, making them look a bit desolate. I thought of the 3 possible places where Elsa might be found mentioned in the hint. Chao Xian wasn't sure which floor it was on. After a brief thought, he simply suggested, why don't we each take charge of one floor? If anyone finds Elsa's whereabouts, we can use the watch to contact her. If there was any danger here, Lena would definitely tell him in advance. And there is no dangerous information mentioned in the prompt, so just choose this method that saves the most time. Good. Shun Bing and Shun Ting agreed without hesitation. In the end, Shun Ting was responsible for searching the first floor, Shun Bing went to the second floor, and Chao Xian took the stairs to the third floor. Walking slowly along the corridor on the third floor, Chao Xian's shoes left a series of clear footprints on the dusty floor. He kept his head down the whole time, observing the ground carefully. After walking for a while, a long trail of footprints appeared in the corridor. The footprints looked very small and seemed to have been left barefoot. Judging from the shape and size of the footprints, they are undoubtedly female footprints. Chao Xian's heart moved. Presumably, these must be the footprints left by Elsa, so he followed the footprints all the way to the end of the corridor. When I looked up, I saw a sign that said bathroom. Elsa, isn't she taking a shower in there? Chao Xian stood at the door, feeling a little hesitant. However, he still pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the movement inside. Chao Xian felt relieved when he found that he didn't hear any sound like running water and slowly stepped into the bathroom. There are 3 large bathrooms in the bathroom, the layout of which can be seen through the glass, and there is also a large built-in bathtub. The first bathroom was empty. Chao Xian continued to move forward. There is no second room either. Just as Chao Xian walked to the third bathroom, he suddenly froze in place. Just see. The huge built-in bathtub was filled with an unknown liquid. The glass and walls were covered with densely packed formulas written in black marker, crisscrossing like a spider web. Through the gaps between the characters, Chao Xian also saw a woman who looked like Elsa with her back to him, lying on the ground writing and drawing. What surprised Chao Xian even more was that even her body was covered with strange symbols drawn with pens of various colors. He is indeed a scientific madman. Seeing this, Chao Xian turned around and left. In this situation, it would be better to let Shun Bing and the others come first. Just as Chao Xian turned around on tiptoe, a light shout suddenly sounded behind him. Stop! Chao Xian was frightened by the shout and trembled all over and stopped in his tracks. This is bad news. I wonder if Elsa thinks I'm peeking at her. If that happens, my favorability rating will drop to negative, which will be troublesome. Chao Xian groaned in his heart. He slowly turned around and forced an awkward smile on his face. Seeing that Elsa had staggered in front of him, Chao Xian quickly took a look at the director of the institute. Elsa looked haggard, with messy hair and a pale face, appearing a little malnourished. However, her figure is still well-proportioned, and the plump parts are still tall. Elsa walked forward and suddenly grabbed Chao Xian's arm, her eyes flashing with excitement. It's like a wild beast that hasn't eaten for a long time finally sees its prey. Chapter 69, Crazy Aisha. Ms. Aisha, it was actually Captain Lena who led me here. Chao Xian said as he stepped back with an embarrassed expression on his face. I'm so sorry, I bumped into you just now. Why don't you put on your clothes first, and then we can talk slowly. Chao Xian kept explaining, his eyes a little flustered. However, Aisha seemed to have completely ignored Chao Xian's words. She excitedly held the instrument in her hand and scanned Chao Xian's body, muttering to herself. Level 10 energy. I can't believe there are actually humans in the world who possess level 10 innate energy. Hurry, come with me. Let me take some of your blood, just a little bit. As she spoke, Aisha grabbed Chao Xian's arm and dragged him towards the bathroom. Draw blood? In the bathroom? And what on earth is this level 10 energy? Chao Xian was pulled forward by Aisha, his heart full of doubts. At this moment, the watch on his wrist suddenly beeped twice. Chao Xian raised his arm and saw that it was a message from Shen Bing and Shen Ting. They had already searched the first and second floors carefully and asked Chao Xian if he had found any trace of Elsa on the third floor. Before Chao Xian could reply, he received another message from Shen Ting a few seconds later. Brother Chao Xian, I've met my sister. There's no sign of Elsa on the first or second floor. We're going up to the third floor to look for you. When Chao Xian saw this message, his eyelids jumped. No, we must not let them see this scene. He hurriedly struggled to break free from Aisha's hand and stood still. Ms. Aisha, I'm not sure what you want my blood for, but since you're Captain Lena's friend, I believe you won't harm me. Chao Xian said seriously. However, there is a prerequisite. Can you put on your clothes first? Chao Xian looked at Elsa, who had a calm and unembarrassed expression on her face, and his forehead was filled with black lines. Elsa tried several times to pull Chao Xian again, but she was just an ordinary person after all and couldn't pull him at all. In desperation, she had to give up. She looked down at herself, adjusted her glasses, and explained, I've always been the only one in this research institute. On weekdays, apart from the experimental subjects and the cold instruments, no one else comes here. Also, for the kind of work I do, wearing those cumbersome clothes would significantly hinder my productivity. Aisha pushed her glasses up, a fanatical glint flashing in her eyes. You know what? When conducting some precise experiments, any restraint could lead to operational errors. When I was doing an experiment in normal clothes, my sleeve accidentally touched the instrument, and as a result, a set of precious data was ruined. Since then, I have tried to dress lightly and comfortably so that I can focus more on the experiment. Chao Xian turned his head and glanced at the door. He didn't want to listen to what Elsa said at all. In his opinion, this woman was simply a lunatic. Wearing clothes will affect the experiment? What a ridiculous theory. Fortunately, Elsa stopped explaining and pointed to the cabinet next to her. There should be a few more clothes in here, but I can't find the key. If you can open the cabinet. After hearing this, Chao Xian walked to the cabinet without hesitation, activated the strike component on his gloves, and hit the cabinet hard. There was a loud clang, and the door of the iron cabinet suddenly sank a lot. Chao Xian pulled the cabinet door easily, and it opened. As Aisha said, there were several white coats used for experiments in the cabinet. Chao Xian took out one at random and handed it to Aisha. Elsa took the white coat and put it on slowly in front of Chao Xian. Looking at Elsa's actions, several black lines appeared on Chao Xian's forehead. He held his forehead, turned around helplessly, and waited quietly. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as I turned around, I heard clear footsteps in the distance. Judging from the distance of the sound, the person has already walked up the stairs. Hey, big sister, can you please dress faster? Chao Xian looked back and found that Aisha was still hesitating. It seemed that she hadn't put on clothes for too long and was troubled by the buttons of her gown. There was no time to wait any longer. Chao Xian couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He walked forward and quickly helped Aisha button up all her clothes, then took a few steps back. I haven't worn this kind of clothes in a long time. I suddenly forgot how to do it. Aisha smiled slightly, not feeling embarrassed at all. Thank you. Hey, brother Chao Xian, you're here. At this moment, Shen Ting and Shen Bing appeared at the end of the corridor. Shen Ting was sharp-eyed and saw Chao Xian at a glance, and hurried over. Chao Xian, is this Director Elsa from the Institute? Shen Bing also walked forward and asked. That's right. Chao Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two girls hadn't seen the embarrassing scene just now, and then introduced Aisha. Director Aisha, I'm Chao Xian, and these two are my teammates. The two girls also quickly greeted Elsa politely. Director Aisha, I'm Shen Bing. I'm her sister, Shen Ting. After Shen Ting finished greeting, she cheered excitedly. Captain Lena would definitely be very happy if she knew that Sister Aisha was safe and sound. Hearing this, Aisha, who had been staring at Chao Xian's body up and down, suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of disbelief. You know Lena? Hearing this, Shen Ting nodded quickly. Chao Xian once again held his forehead helplessly. He seemed to have mentioned twice that he knew Lena, right? It seemed like this woman didn't hear him at all. Hearing this, Elsa quickly straightened her collar and tidied her messy hair. I didn't expect Lena to worry about me so much. Due to research difficulties, I have been isolated from the outside world for many years. By the way, is Lena okay now? Is she still guarding the nuclear power plant? Chao Xian quickly replied, that's right. Over the years, Captain Lena's teammates have all died in battle, leaving her alone to hold on. However, with our help, they successfully eliminated the last batch of monsters at the nuclear power plant yesterday, and now the nuclear power plant no longer needs to be defended. Even Elsa's eyes, which were usually calm, showed a hint of heartache at this moment. She's been through so much. All the teammates who once fought alongside her are gone. She must have endured unimaginable loneliness and pain. But luckily you showed up and helped her resolve the crisis at the nuclear power plant. Elsa sighed for a while, and her mental state seemed to no longer be as crazy as before. She was no longer in a hurry to draw Chao Xian's blood. Elsa's eyes slowly swept over the three people and finally fell on Chao Xian. You guys must be here to talk to me about something, right? Tell me why you're here, and let me see if I can be of assistance. Chapter 73 Requests. Aisha was rarely serious, so Chao Xian naturally had to seize this opportunity. He quickly said, Director Aisha, we're here for only one reason, and that's to find a way to transfer talents from others. I heard from Captain Lena that you have been researching this topic, so we came here to try our luck this time. So that's how it is. Elsa muttered to herself softly after hearing this, and thought for a while, and soon a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. In fact, my research has basically been successful. The only thing left is to create a device to transfer talents. If it were someone else, I would definitely not give away my life research results so easily, but you are Lena's friends, so I can give you this opportunity. But I have a rule here. If you want my help, you must first agree to 3 of my requests. Are you 3 willing? Chao Xian exchanged glances with the 2 women, then nodded without hesitation. The prompt also mentioned that Lena's 3 requirements must be met. He had already made preparations. Director Aisha, I do. Elsa's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. She pushed her glasses and said, very good. It seems that you are indeed very sincere. Chao Xian then asked impatiently, excuse me, Director Aisha, what are the 3 requirements? Aisha paused, then spoke slowly. The first requirement is that the back door of this biological research institute is adjacent to the ocean. I'm almost vomiting from eating energy meals every day. Go get me some fresh seafood, preferably a few big, plump lobsters, so I can satisfy my craving. The second thing is that I've been so focused on my research these past few years that I haven't paid much attention to my appearance. I've almost forgotten how to dress myself. You 2 young ladies, please stay here and help me clean up and tidy up my appearance. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded silently. Both of these tasks sound easy. It seems that Elsa didn't make things difficult for them or give them impossible tasks. So Chao Xian quickly asked, Director Aisha, those are just 2 things you mentioned. What is the 3rd thing? Aisha looked at Chao Xian's anxious look and smiled gently, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. She pushed her glasses again and said, the 3rd thing is easy for you, Chao Xian, to do, but I won't tell you now. After you have successfully completed the first 2 things, I will naturally tell you the 3rd thing. After all, if the first 2 things aren't done well, then talking about the 3rd thing is pointless. Chao Xian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled, but he did not dare to ask any further questions. He still believed that with Lena's relationship, Elsa should not make things difficult for them on the 3rd matter. So, after Chao Xian had a brief conversation with the 2 women, they went their separate ways. Shen Bing and Shun Ting took Aisha to a clean bathroom to wash up. Chao Xian followed the instructions and came to the back door of the institute. The moment he opened the door, a salty and humid sea breeze blew in and brushed across his face in an instant. A vast and boundless ocean appeared before my eyes, with waves sparkling on the surface and flashing tiny lights under the sunlight. It's like a completely different world. It would be so great to vacation here. Chao Xian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the beach. In his mind, the graceful figures of Shen Bing, Shen Ting, Chun Yen, and Lena in bikinis emerged involuntarily. They all lay lazily on the beach, waiting expectantly for Chao Xian to apply sunscreen on them one by one. No, now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent thing is to get the job done. Chao Xian quickly shook his head vigorously to dispel these distracting thoughts, and then turned his gaze to the beach in front of him. He had no experience in catching seafood, but before traveling through time, he had watched many videos of D-Force and Bear Grylls surviving in the wilderness, so he still had some impression of it. If you go fishing in the sea, it is best to have a basket or something. In fact, using a space storage bracelet to store seafood should be more convenient and quicker, but Chao Xian was worried that seawater would flow into the bracelet, soaking and damaging the ammunition inside, so he had to give up this plan. However, it was difficult to find the basket in the institute for a while. But soon, Chao Xian remembered that he had seen a wooden stool on the first floor just now. So Chao Xian immediately turned around and went back, successfully found the wooden stool, and took out a piece of clothing that he had originally planned to keep as a spare from the space storage bracelet. He tore the clothes into strips, wrapped them around the four legs of the stool, and finally tied them into strong knots. After repeated operations many times, a simple and practical basket for seafood is finally completed. Chao Xian came to the shore, took off his clothes, and threw them aside. He walked slowly into the sea, and the water gradually covered his thighs. Uncharted ocean. Due to its long history of absence from external interference, this ocean is extremely rich and diverse in resources. However, if you are unlucky, you may encounter ferocious sharks. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Chao Xian was not too worried. Although there is a possibility of encountering a shark, he has an AK equipped with unlimited firepower and the golden component Thunder Fury. Chao Xian was confident that dealing with sharks would be easy. So, after reaching a certain depth, Chao Xian took a deep breath without hesitation and dived into the ocean. There were turbulent undercurrents in the sea, but Chao Xian was like a nimble sea fish, quickly diving to the bottom of the sea. The scene at the bottom of the sea made his eyes light up. Schools of colorful fish were swimming happily in the water, and in the cracks of the rocks, several fat lobsters were crawling slowly. On the reef, there are huge abalones, some of which are even bigger than Chao Xian's palm. In addition, Chao Xian also saw a lot of marine creatures such as sea urchins and starfish. Chao Xian's eyes lit up, and he was secretly delighted. This ocean was indeed worthy of its reputation. Not only was the variety of seafood rich, but the sizes were also so big. He first fixed his eyes on a large lobster that was crawling slowly and swam over carefully. After getting close, he grabbed it in his hand with lightning speed. Perhaps because they have not encountered danger for a long time, these lobsters have no sense of vigilance at all. Chao Xian repeated this operation several times, and soon there were 4 big, plump lobsters in the basket. After catching the big lobster, he swam towards the big abalone on the reef. The abalone are tightly attached to the surface of the reef, and it is not easy to remove them. So Chao Xian took out a sharp fruit knife from the space storage bracelet and slowly pried the knife along the gap between the abalone and the reef. After some effort, he finally succeeded in taking out a few large abalone and put them into the basket. I picked up several more sea urchins, and the homemade basket was basically full. So Chao Xian decided to go up and clear his lungs, as there wasn't much air left in his lungs. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly loomed behind Chao Xian. Chapter 71, A Rich Harvest. Take a hot bath. The shadow behind him appeared almost instantly, but Chao Xian was already alert in his heart, so he reacted almost at the same moment. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and Chao Xian suddenly dodged to the side. And where he was originally floating, a huge rock turned into fragments and exploded in the blink of an eye. He quickly looked behind him and saw a huge shark appearing where he was just now. The shark's teeth were like saw teeth, and it crushed the huge rock he was standing on into pieces with one bite. The giant shark seemed to have not expected Chao Xian to dodge. After missing the first attack, the ferocity in its eyes grew even stronger, and it swung its powerful body to pounce on Chao Xian again. Chao Xian felt the little air left in his lungs, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. We can't delay any longer. We must get rid of this shark as soon as possible. At this point, he had 2 choices. One is to take out the AK-47 equipped with unlimited firepower, and the other is to try out the Thunder Fury component that he has not used yet. After a brief thought, Chao Xian's mind moved, and a flash of lightning instantly wrapped around his body, and the blue light appeared dazzling in the sea water. Because the power of guns will be greatly reduced in sea water, and facing this giant shark that is 4 or 5 meters long, I don't know how many bullets it will take to kill it. So Chao Xian finally chose Thunderous Fury. Seawater acts as a good electrolyte, so the power of Thunder Fury in seawater will not be restricted in any way. As Chao Xian controlled it, the blue electric arc on his arm became stronger and stronger. Amidst the flashes of lightning, there were occasional crackling sounds. Finally, the lightning gathered in his palm and formed a blue-purple lightning spear. Intense energy surged on the spear, and it seemed like it was about to explode at any moment. Moreover, as the electric current continued to spread in the seawater, Chao Xian could even feel the temperature of the sea water around him slowly rising. At the same time, the energy value of Thunder Fury also dropped sharply by 20% in just a few seconds. In order to achieve a fatal blow, he consumed a large amount of energy to condense this lightning spear. Moreover, the uncontrolled spread of electric current in seawater is also continuously consuming energy. Thinking of this, Chao Xian threw the lightning spear without hesitation. A flash of lightning passed by, and the spear instantly broke through the resistance of the sea water, shooting straight towards the giant shark, and finally exploded in the giant shark's mouth. With a loud bang, the thunder spear accurately pierced through the giant shark's body, and a powerful electric current quickly raged in the giant shark's body. The giant shark twisted its body in pain, and large patches of white foam appeared around its body. That is the phenomenon caused by the interaction between electric current and seawater. This lightning spear, which consumed enormous energy, killed the giant shark almost instantly. Finally, the giant shark's body gradually stopped twisting and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Blood continued to ooze out from the wound pierced by the thunder spear, dyeing the surrounding sea water a shocking red. At this time, Chao Xian could no longer hold his breath. He quickly floated to the surface and took several deep breaths of air. After catching his breath, Chao Xian dived again. Only then did he realize that because electric current conducts electricity in seawater, a large number of electrocuted fish were floating in the water, forming a sea of white. In addition, there were 2 or 3 sharks of similar size to the one just now, surrounding the dead shark. As soon as these sharks saw Chao Xian, they acted as if they had seen their natural enemy and quickly swam back. The scene of Chao Xian killing their kind with one strike was still vivid in his mind. At this moment, in their eyes, Chao Xian was more terrifying than any marine creature they had ever seen. Seeing that these sharks did not dare to act rashly, Chao Xian simply ignored them. He dived to the bottom of the sea and picked up the basket he had thrown away. Sure enough, all the seafood in the basket was electrocuted, just like the fish. The electric current has severely damaged their cell and protein structure, and the taste must be greatly affected. In desperation, Chao Xian had to give up these seafood. However, this sea area is rich in seafood resources, and it is easy to collect them without the threat of sharks. Chao Xian swam towards the distance, and soon he had a full harvest, filling the basket tightly. Chao Xian slowly floated to the surface and stood on the beach for a while. The sun quickly dried the seawater off his body. He put on his clothes again, picked up the heavy basket, and turned to walk towards the research institute. Sister Bingbing? Ting Ting. Standing at the bathroom door, Chao Xian heard a burst of playful sounds, so he stopped and shouted inside. After a moment, Shun Ting's delicate voice was heard. Brother Chao Xian, we are washing the dates. Please wait a moment. Hey, my sister just told you to come in and take a shower. We're in the second bathroom. Go to the first one, and don't peek. Hearing Shin Ting's call, Chao Xian was slightly stunned, and then quickly responded loudly. I just spent half a day in the sea, and my body is already covered with a fine layer of sea salt. It would be really uncomfortable if I didn't wash it. Chao Xian put a basket of seafood aside and stepped into the bathroom. In the second bathroom, the sound of water splashing and the 3 girls playing and laughing could be clearly heard. Chao Xian also heard them arguing about size. Not sure if it was age or something else, but in the end it seemed like Elsa was the oldest. The glass of the bathroom is transparent, and Chao Xian can take in the entire scene inside just by taking a step forward. However, he still did not do such an ungraceful thing. Instead, he took off his clothes at the door and walked into the first bathroom. Chao Xian filled the bathtub with hot water and then slowly lay down. The warm water instantly wrapped around his body, and the sea salt on his body was washed away bit by bit. The comfortable feeling made him close his eyes and enjoy this rare moment of relaxation. I haven't taken a bath in a long time. Chao Xian sighed softly, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. In this case, let alone taking a bath, most players are actually very frugal even when wiping their bodies. As Chao Xian was thinking, his consciousness gradually became blurred. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his body being gently shaken. Brother Chao Xian? Brother Chao Xian, don't sleep. The water is cold. Chao Xian opened his eyes drowsily, and Shun Ting's soft and cute appearance gradually appeared in his blurry vision. She was wearing a soft bath towel, with wet hair draped over her shoulders. She was lying on the edge of the bathtub, staring at him with her clear big eyes, and her small fingers were poking at his knife-like abdominal muscles. It turned out that I was so comfortable just now that I fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Chao Xian shook his head, gradually regaining consciousness. He removed Shen Ting's disturbing hand from his abdomen and asked, Where are Sister Bingbing and Director Aisha? Sister went to pick out clothes for Director Aisha and put on makeup. We just passed by and saw you asleep. Sister was worried you might catch a cold, so she asked me to wake you up. Shen Ting replied immediately. I see. Chao Xian nodded. Then, he quickly realized that didn't that mean that there were only him and Shen Ting here? Chapter 72 Have a baby? Oops. Shen Ting was pulled into the water by Chao Xian with a splash. Then, Chao Xian reached out to adjust the faucet and add hot water again. Brother Chao Xian, I just finished washing. Shen Ting twisted her body in his arms and spoke with a reproachful tone. It wasn't washed clean just now, wash it again. Chao Xian's tone left no room for doubt. An hour later, the two slowly walked down the stairs. At this time, Chao Xian actually saw Shen Bing holding a mop and mopping the floor. Seeing this, Chao Xian hurriedly stepped forward and took the mop. Where is Director Aisha? Chao Xian asked. She's in the kitchen steaming the seafood you just brought back. Looking at Director Aisha's expression, she seems very satisfied with the seafood. I saw that this place was really dirty, so I thought about cleaning it up, otherwise I wouldn't even have a place to eat properly later. As Shen Bing spoke, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Chao Xian scratched the back of his head, a trace of guilt suddenly appearing on his face. Just now, Shen Ting and I were on top. I didn't expect that Shen Bing was actually working the whole time. At this time, Shen Ting also found a mop from the side, her eyes flashing with vitality, and she said, Sister, let's do it together. Chao Xian also nodded in agreement. Sister Bing Bing, let us help you clean up. With Chao Xian and Shen Ting joining in, the cleaning process sped up significantly. Before long, the ground floor was as clean as new, the furniture was spotlessly clean, and all kinds of utensils were neatly arranged. At this moment, Elsa's voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Someone come and help me. This bucket of seafood is too heavy. I can't lift it. Coming. Chao Xian responded immediately, hurriedly put down the mop in his hand, and ran towards the kitchen. Here I come. Chao Xian responded immediately, put down the mop in his hand, and ran to the kitchen. Running to the kitchen door, Chao Xian saw the back of a woman wearing a flowing long skirt and a belly-exposing short top. The short top perfectly revealed her slender waist, and she was wearing a pair of strappy sandals. This dressing style is very similar to the bohemian style that was popular in Europe and the United States a few years ago. Judging from the flowing blonde hair, the figure in front of us must be Elsa. Elsa. Hearing the movement at the door, Aisha immediately turned around and said, Chao Xian, you're just in time. Come and help me move. Chao Xian was almost stunned when he stared at the charming face in front of him. No way. This sexy, charming, red-lipped, and intellectually charming blonde lady in front of me turned out to be the unkempt, messy-haired, and rustically black-framed glasses-wearing director of the research institute, Aisha. Chao Xian was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's not that he doesn't want to believe his eyes, but the Elsa in front of him is so different from the image in his memory. Aisha looked at Chao Xian's stunned expression, curled her red lips, and revealed a charming smile. Why? You can't recognize me when I put on clothes. Damn, why didn't I realize that Elsa was so attractive before? Chao Xian muttered to himself, almost unable to resist. At this moment, he actually hoped that Elsa would immediately return to her previous state of being fully focused on scientific research. Women are like snakes and scorpions. Now, in his mind, the level of danger of Elsa has instantly increased to a higher level. Director Aisha, stop joking. You look like a completely different person after this outfit. I can't even recognize you. Chao Xian quickly took the bucket from Aisha and held it in his arms. As they walked, Chao Xian asked, Director Aisha, now that we have completed the first two requirements, can you tell me the last one? Unexpectedly, Aisha shook her head slightly and refused. Let's talk about it after dinner. Seafood is best eaten while it's hot. Okay. Chao Xian shrugged helplessly and had to suppress his curiosity again. He placed the seafood bucket steadily on the dining table. At this time, Shen Bing and Shen Ting had already arranged the bowls and chopsticks neatly, and the prepared dipping sauce was also placed in the middle of the table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Chao Xian instantly threw the third request out of his mind. The four of them quickly sat around the dining table, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and started to feast. Be it Chao Xian or the three girls, they all stuffed food into their mouths desperately, as if they hadn't eaten for 800 years, with no manners at all. In just half an hour, all the seafood on the table was eaten up. After eating, the four of them leaned back in their chairs and stroked their round bellies. Chao Xian asked again, Director Aisha, can you speak now? Chao Xian asked again, Director Aisha, you should finally speak now, right? Elsa put her long legs on the table without any image, picked her teeth, and said nonchalantly, It's simple. You can have a child with either of these two girls and leave it to me. When the time comes, I will immediately give you my talent for transferring other people's devices. What? Times 3. Chao Xian, Shen Bing, and Shen Ting all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They almost jumped up from their chairs at the same time and shouted in unison. Chao Xian lowered his head, staring intently into Elsa's eyes, and said angrily, "Let us have a baby? What an outrageous and ridiculous request you're making. Having a baby, not counting the early preparation time, the 10 months of pregnancy alone is an extremely long process. Let's not talk about whether they can afford to waste so much time." Even if there was enough time, Chao Xian would never let his own flesh and blood stay here and become Elsa's experimental subject. Feeling deceived, Chao Xian angrily grabbed Aisha's collar. In terms of ordinary human values, Elsa was like a big chicken with no power to resist at this moment, and was easily picked up by Chao Xian in his hands. "Don't think that just because you're Captain Lena's friend, I won't dare to attack you. If force doesn't work, I'll try another tactic." As he spoke, Chao Xian extended his other hand to Elsa's waist and began to scratch it vigorously. Aisha was tickled by Chao Xian and trembled all over. She twisted her body uncontrollably and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Shin Ting was stunned at first, then immediately joined Chao Xian. This hateful woman. Although she also longed to have a cute baby with brother Chao Xian, she would definitely bring the baby with her personally and raise it with great care. How could she possibly hand the child over to this evil woman with ulterior motives to cause trouble for her? Chapter 73 Talent Transfer Device. Chao Xian and Shin Ting showed no mercy and tickled Elsa for several minutes. Elsa was tickled so hard that she was out of breath and her tears were almost dry. She begged for mercy. "Let me go, then I'll change the conditions." In the end, Chao Xian let go of Elsa and put her back on the chair. As soon as Elsa touched the chair, she collapsed like a puddle of mud, with a flush on her face, looking like she had been beaten to a pulp. After a long time, Aisha finally came to her senses, struggled to sit up straight, and said, "My experiment is just one step away. What I need is the fluid from a human body with a natural energy level of 10, such as blood." Chao Xian nodded after hearing this. At this point, he finally understood why Elsa had to pester him for blood in the beginning. He then asked, "What exactly is this innate energy you're talking about?" Aisha smiled confidently. Her red lips parted as she explained, "There are very few humans with natural talents, and among these people, talents vary in strength. You can think of talent energy as a fluctuation of talent in the body. The stronger the energy, the stronger the talent. The key to my research on the talent conversion device is that I need a sufficiently powerful talent as an anchor. The energy detector I made divides talent into levels 1 to 10. What I need is at least level 9 or above. In all these years, you are the only person I have seen who meets the standard." Elsa stared at Chao Xian with burning eyes, as if she had turned back into her original crazy self. Chao Xian nodded helplessly and said, "Then, take me to get my blood drawn now." Elsa couldn't wait any longer and naturally wouldn't refuse. She grabbed Chao Xian and walked towards the laboratory. This time, they did not go to the bathroom on the 3rd floor, but left the living area and entered the experimental area. After a series of identity authentication operations, including entering passwords and pupil scanning, the 4 people finally walked into the laboratory. Only then did Chao Xian realize that, unlike the living area which had not been cleaned for many years, the laboratory appeared exceptionally clean. Aisha skillfully took out the needle for drawing blood, rolled up Chao Xian's sleeves, and said, "Then I'm going to start." Chao Xian responded. He had donated blood occasionally before and was already familiar with the process of having blood drawn. Shin Bing and Shin Ting watched worriedly, fearing that Aisha would go crazy and drain Chao Xian's blood. Fortunately, Aisha couldn't wait any longer. She only drew a tube of blood and then quickly pulled it out, saying, "Just wait here, the device will be ready soon." After drawing blood, Aisha took Chao Xian's blood and hurried to the corner of the laboratory. There was a large and complex metal device there, and Elsa immediately started to tinker with it. With Chao Xian's current physical condition, he was still fine after having a tube of blood drawn. He picked up the talent energy detector that Aisha had casually thrown aside. The appearance of this thing was similar to that of a metal detector, with a button on the handle. Chao Xian recalled what Elsa had done before. All he had to do was press the button and scan the person from top to bottom. So he looked at Shin Bing and Shin Ting and said, "Since we are free now, let's test your talents." When the 2 girls heard this, anticipation showed on their pretty faces. They are also very curious about the level of their own talents. Ding ding. Chao Xian scanned Shin Bing's body back and forth with the detector. After the machine made a beeping sound, a number immediately appeared on the display screen. 6. My talent is level 6. After seeing the number clearly, Shin Bing couldn't help but exclaim. Chao Xian nodded and said, "Your weapon mastery ceiling is quite high. It's not surprising to have reached level 6. Then, Chao Xian tested Shin Ting's talent level. Originally, he thought that Shin Ting's talent level, which could only be used to buy things at a discount, would not be too high, but he did not expect it to be level 7, one level higher than Xinbing. Ting jumped for joy, holding her head high and her face full of pride. Just after Chao Xian and Ting had been laughing and joking for a while, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the corner of the laboratory, and thick smoke billowed out. Chao Xian was shocked, thinking that something unexpected happened to Elsa, causing the experiment to fail. However, at this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the black smoke. Success! I finally succeeded. Elsa walked out of the billowing smoke. There was a lot of black smoke on her face and clothes, but it couldn't hide her excitement. Look, this is the result of my countless efforts. Aisha held the device in front of Chao Xian, her voice trembling with excitement. Chao Xian hurried forward and looked at the device in Aisha's hand. Chao Xian hurried forward and carefully looked at the device in Aisha's hand. It looked like a complex mechanical sphere, with green fluorescence flashing in the gaps. Elsa took it and began to explain how to use it. Because it's made with your blood, it can transfer the talents of anyone with a lower talent level than you to you. Just press this button when the opponent is dying and the energy fluctuation is weak to succeed. However, there is a drawback now. The human body has limited energy and can only accommodate 2 talents at most. Moreover, this device cannot be reused. But if you can leave me a child, I will definitely be able to figure out. Seeing that Aisha was still obsessed with having children, Chao Xian quickly interrupted. No, once is enough. Don't mention this again. Elsa blinked and asked pitifully. How about you come with me? And then leave. I can have a baby myself. Chao Xian sternly refused again. This is absolutely not possible. Okay. Aisha gave up unwillingly. Chao Xian was the only person with level 10 talent she had ever seen, so she didn't dare to make things too difficult for Chao Xian. On the contrary, she had to coax him well, so that Chao Xian could often provide her with blood in the future. Maybe if the relationship gets better, having children is not impossible. Thinking of this, Aisha looked at Chao Xian and the other two. This space storage bracelet on your hand should be given to you by Lena, right? So, I'll give you 3 more, 1 for each of the 2 little sisters, and you can give the remaining 1 to Elsa for me. By the way, tell her that I'm fine and tell her to come and play with me next time. Chapter 74, Chasing Ouyang Hui. Ting's eyes lit up with surprise when she looked at the bracelet Elsa handed her. Before, Lena gave her only bracelet to Chao Xian, which made Ting covetous for a long time. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by a magical bracelet that can store items with just a thought, just like in TV? Ting quickly took the bracelet, patted her chest vigorously, and assured, Don't worry, Sister Aisha, we will definitely hand the bracelet to Sister Lena. At this moment, Ting completely forgot that Elsa had forced Chao Xian to have a baby, and happily put the bracelet on her hand. Chao Xian and Bing looked at each other and hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Aisha. Regardless of Aisha's previous behavior, at least this time, she did them a big favor. Director Aisha, thank you so much. Seeing Chao Xian and the other 2 looking grateful to her, Aisha began to order them to leave. I've already recorded your blood data. I still have a lot of experiments to do, so I won't keep you here any longer. If you really want to thank me, why not? As Aisha spoke, she glanced down at the area between Chao Xian's legs, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Otherwise, when you have nothing to do, come over and let me draw a few tubes of blood. Following Elsa's gaze, Chao Xian subconsciously shuddered. It's just a drop of blood. I'll give you 1 tube every time you come. Chao Xian pretended not to understand the deeper meaning of Elsa's words. Aisha looked at Chao Xian and waved her hand with regret. In that case, let's add each other as friends. I'll send you the coordinates of the institute, and you're welcome to come anytime you want. 20 minutes later, Chao Xian, Bing, and Ting had already driven away from the institute. Inside the car, Bing was driving while slightly tilting her head and asked, Chao Xian, where are we going next? Chao Xian pondered for a moment and made a quick decision. First, go to Captain Lena to report that I'm safe. Tell her about Director Aisha's situation and give her the bracelet. Then we will immediately return to the ward and take a few more mutant patients and doctors with us. Chao Xian paused for a moment, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Then we'll use the tracking card to hunt down Ouyang Hui. At the same time, in Ouyang Hui's vehicle. After purchasing a large amount of food, Ouyang Hui finally replenished the energy of super self-healing. Not long after, all his superficial injuries had recovered. Only, Ouyang Hui turned on his watch and looked at the chat box with a woman. Ouyang Hui, hurry up, take off your clothes, take a picture, and send it to me. Zhongli, huh? Commander Ouyang, this isn't a good idea. My husband's driving right next to us. Ouyang Hui, stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 10 star soul coins. Do you want a bid? There was silence for a while, but the other party finally agreed excitedly. After all, taking a photo can earn you 10 star soul coins. Who can refuse such a good thing? A moment later, a photo was sent to Ouyang Hui's watch. Ouyang Hui's eyes were red as he stared at the projected photo, but the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. No, I can't get up. I can't get up. Ouyang Hui roared in the car with a grief-stricken face. Although the woman in the photo was posing in an extremely seductive manner, Ouyang Hui had no reaction. Although his super self-healing ability recovered the surface injuries, Chao Xian's previous kick seemed to have seriously damaged his nerve tissue. Even though he looks intact on the outside, he has lost some functions forever. To put it bluntly, Ouyang Hui, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, is impotent. Ouyang Hui angrily slapped the seat and roared through gritted teeth. Chao Xian, Ouyang Hui, will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. He had a gloomy face and looked coldly at the gear in his hand that was glowing purple, then clenched it. This was the component he had just requested from Jiang Daowu, although it was far inferior to the golden thunderous fury. But this component was given to him by Jiang Daowu to save his life. Although it can only be used once, it is extremely powerful. It was not until nightfall that Chao Xian and his companions left the ward. At this time, Chao Xian took out the tracking card without hesitation and chose to use it. Ding, usage successful, please select this destination. Locate Ouyang Hui for me. Ouyang Hui's appearance appeared in Chao Xian's mind, and the tracking card immediately began to lock on. Locked in successfully. Ouyang Hui is about to arrive at the platform, rest area. It happens to be a rest area. When Chao Xian saw this result, he couldn't help but smile. In this way, after dealing with Ouyang Hui, they can rest on the spot and no longer have to stay up late to travel. If Ouyang Hui was in the danger zone, it would add a lot of uncertainty. I have to say, God really helps them. As time gets later, the road in front of Chao Xian finally had a fork in the road leading to the rest area. He turned the steering wheel without hesitation. After parking the car, Chao Xian realized that the place was already crowded with people. At this time, everyone gathered in the middle of the parking lot. In the middle of the crowd was a slim figure wearing a black leather jacket and holding a tang sword. Next to the woman was a flat lowly who was only 1.6 meters tall. Ouyang Hui, who was in front of the crowd, walked forward with a bad look, and Cici stared at Cici's pretty face. Little girl, did you mention Chao Xian just now? Do you know him? Seeing the man in front of her suddenly coming over, Cici looked over in confusion. But when she heard that Ouyang Hui dared to call her a child, she was furious. Who are you calling a little girl? Look carefully, I'm 19 years old and already an adult. Cici shouted fiercely, but when she heard Ouyang Hui mention Chao Xian, she thought the person in front of her happened to know Chao Xian, so she asked. I just mentioned brother Chao Xian. How come? You are brother Chao Xian's friend. Hearing Cici's admission, Ouyang Hui immediately revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chao Xian, Chao Xian. I finally got hold of you. Since it is difficult to find Chao Xian's whereabouts for the time being, I will start with these two women. That little girl calls him brother Chao Xian so affectionately, she must have a special relationship with Chao Xian. After I kill them, I will let Chao Xian also taste the heart-wrenching pain of losing his loved ones. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Chun Yin had already realized that Ouyang Hui in front of her had a bad background. She gripped the tang sword tightly in her hand, ready to unsheath it at any time. She was confident that she could kill Ouyang Hui with one strike of her sword, but the remaining few people had guns in their hands. Once a melee breaks out, as long as she can't quickly deal with these people, Cici beside her might be in danger. For a moment, Chunyin did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 75 We meet again, Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui looked at Chunyan's nervous expression and became more certain that these two women had a close relationship with Chao Xian. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Why couldn't he do it? But Chao Xian had the Shen sisters and two such top-notch women. He ordered fiercely, beat them like shreds, then post the photos on the chat channel. I'm going to make Chao Xian regret offending me. Yes, Commander Ouyang. Several of his men immediately obeyed the order. They were originally members of a mutual aid society, and according to the rules they should not attack others at will, but Ouyang Hui was like a black sheep, and under his influence, these people gradually became unscrupulous. Several people grinned and pointed the black muzzles of their guns at Chunyin and Cici. Chunyin looked at the several black gun muzzles in front of her and felt a sudden sense of despair. Pa pa pa. Several gunshots were heard in succession. Chunyin closed her beautiful eyes and hugged the trembling Cici. Anyone who sees this scene will have to say that it is pitiful. However, after the gunshot, they did not feel the pain they expected. UCC pointed at the men who had just raised their guns in surprise and stammered. Why did they fall down? Chun Yin also hurriedly opened her eyes, only to see that there was a bloody hole on the forehead of those people, and all of them were right in the middle of their eyebrows, and they were already dead. Who fired the gun? Ouyang Hui was like an ant on a hot pan, shouting in panic in the crowd and searching for the source of the gunshots. Ouyang Hui, you didn't expect it. Only one day has passed, and we meet again. You dare to touch my woman. This time you are really looking for death, right? Chao Xian said in a cold tone. Behind the crowd, Chao Xian, Xin Bing, and Xin Ting walked slowly. Xin Bing and Chao Xian were both holding a gun in their hands, with white smoke still coming out of the muzzle. The shots just now were fired by Chao Xian and Xin Bing. Chao Xian's face was gloomy, his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent, and he walked towards Ouyang Hui step by step. When Ouyang Hui saw Chao Xian, he seemed to have a psychological trauma and felt a chill in his crotch. All his people were already dead, and Chao Xian had the wrath of thunder. He knew the power of that. We can't drag it out with Chao Xian. We must find an opportunity to kill him with one strike. Ouyang Hui was secretly calculating in his mind. He suddenly fell to his knees on the ground, begging with tears in his eyes. Chao Xian, please forgive me. It was those bastards who instigated me to attack these two women. Now they are dead. I promise I will never be your enemy again. As he said this, he pretended to cry and crawled towards Chao Xian. When he was only 1 meter away from Chao Xian, Ouyang Hui suddenly raised his right hand. I saw that he was holding a dart shining with silver and purple light between his fingers. This dart is equipped with a poison component. As long as it hits Chao Xian will definitely die due to the power of the poison. Ouyang Hui had been immersed in the art of darts for many years, and later even sought special training from a master. At such a close distance, he was confident that this strike would not miss. Chao Xian looked at Ouyang Hui's hypocritical face, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was already a deep hatred between the two of them. Now that Ouyang Hui suddenly begged for mercy, how could he easily believe it? When he walked here just now, he had already activated Thunderous Fury and started accumulating power. Chao Xian raised his hand, and a blue-purple lightning ball instantly shot out from his palm. No matter how fast Ouyang Hui is, how can he be faster than lightning? The lightning ball instantly hit his chest, and the powerful electric current was like a tyrannical beast, rampaging through his body, wantonly destroying the cell tissues in his body. Ouyang Hui's innate super self-healing ability was also being consumed rapidly. In order to avoid accidentally killing Ouyang Hui on the spot, Chao Xian deliberately did not use the most powerful lightning spear. Ouyang Hui's body quickly turned black, and the dart in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Chao Xian bent down, picked up the exquisitely shaped gold coin dart on the ground, and looked at it with interest. Money dart. The round, thin darts have sharp edges like blades. They are made through special craftsmanship and are extremely hard, so they can easily cut through the skin. Current equipment components. Poison. Purple contains a fusion of multiple rare and highly poisonous substances. It is extremely toxic. Once contaminated, one will surely die within 3 steps. Note, this component will be damaged after one use. He put it into the space bracelet with satisfaction. Now he had another trump card. He was now a little reluctant to kill Ouyang Hui. This boy who brings wealth must give me some good things every time I see him. But Chao Xian just thought about it in his mind. In this moment, Ouyang Hui was already dying. Although his super self-healing ability is strong, it seems a little powerless in the face of the terrifying destructive power of Chao Xian's thunderous fury. The reason why he was difficult to deal with before was mainly because he was equipped with Thunder Fury, which greatly strengthened his physical fitness. The combination of the two produced an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Seeing that Ouyang Hui had reached the near-death state that Elsa mentioned, Chao Xian estimated that he could transfer his talent. So he grabbed one of Ouyang Hui's feet and dragged him towards his truck like a dead dog. Is this the Chao Xian that Ouyang Hui mentioned just now? Is he going to whip the corpse? Yeah, didn't you see Ouyang Hui trying to attack his woman just now? If it were you, would you not be angry? If it were me, I would be even more ruthless than him. That's true, but Chao Xian is so lucky, with 2 beautiful women, one big and one small, by his side. And there are 2 more here. I'm really envious. Amid the whispers and exclamations of the onlookers, Chao Xian quickly dragged the dying Ouyang Hui to the back of the truck, and Chun Yin and UCC hurriedly followed. Chao Xian, what are you doing? Chun Yin frowned slightly and asked with confusion in her eyes. At this moment, she still had a trace of unnaturalness on her face. It was not because of the thrilling scene just now, but because Chao Xian actually said in front of so many people that she was his woman. Chao Xian didn't think too much about it. He just blurted out the words. He left Ouyang Hui and began to explain to Chun Yin and the others. This Ouyang Hui and I have a mortal grudge. I obtained a device that can transfer talents at another station, and then used a tracking card to track Ouyang Hui here. I wanted to steal his talents first and then kill him. I didn't expect to see Ouyang Hui attacking you. As Chao Xian spoke, he felt a little scared. If they had arrived 1 minute later, Chun Yin and her partner would have truly died. I see. After hearing Chao Xian's words, Chun Yin quickly understood why Chao Xian wanted to bring Ouyang Hui here. Transfer talent. What an incredible act. And it looked very much like the magical methods in novels. Therefore, it naturally cannot be performed in front of others. Chapter 76. Plundering Talents, Super Self-Healing. Without the onlookers watching, Chao Xian immediately took out the transfer device given by Elsa from the space bracelet. Seeing this scene, Yu Cixi and Chun Yin were amazed again. This was also given to me by director Aisha, the same one who gave me the talent transfer device. If I have the chance in the future, I'll get you too. Chao Xian said confidently. Considering how much Elsa covets her own blood, it shouldn't be a problem for her to exchange a few tubes of blood for 2 space bracelets. Chao Xian, what do you want to do? At this time, Ouyang Hui, who was almost no longer in human form and as fast as charcoal, could still speak hesitantly. Chao Xian was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that Ouyang Hui still had the strength to speak. He ignored Ouyang Hui, turned on the instrument, and placed it on Ouyang Hui's chest. As soon as the instrument made contact, it immediately made a dripping sound, and then red and blue lights flashed alternately between the gaps. Ouyang Hui widened his eyes filled with fear. He struggled hard, but his strength was disappearing bit by bit. Ding! Transfer successful. You have obtained the talent, Super Self-Healing. The ability of special stem cells in the body to divide and differentiate will be greatly improved. When injured, they will quickly migrate and repair, and can quickly regenerate various tissues to achieve super self-healing. Note, after the super self-healing energy is consumed, a large amount of food is needed to replenish it. If you are injured after your energy is depleted and you do not replenish your energy for a long time, there is a certain chance that the injury cannot be repaired. When Chao Xian heard the prompt tone indicating that the transfer was successful, he instantly felt a surge of energy flowing slowly through his body, and an unprecedented sense of lightness arose spontaneously. This newly acquired energy was intertwined with the original thunderous fury in the body, but in comparison, its intensity was much weaker than the thunderous fury. In order to verify the power of his talent, Chao Xian made up his mind and cut a shallow wound on his arm with a knife. Seeing this, Shen Ting was frightened and quickly spoke out to stop him. Brother Chao Xian, what are you doing? As she spoke, she hurried forward and snatched the knife from Chao Xian's hand. Chao Xian just smiled faintly and said, Ting Ting, look. As blood began to seep out of the wound, a magical scene began to unfold. The cells around the wound began to wriggle wildly, quickly gathered together, and then began to divide and differentiate. In just a few seconds, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a faint mark, as if the wound had never appeared. Chao Xian was ecstatic when he saw this miraculous self-healing effect. Now I can say that I have another powerful trump card. But at the same time, a strong feeling of hunger suddenly came over me. They had been so busy traveling tonight that they hadn't even had time to eat. Therefore, as soon as he consumed his self-healing energy, he immediately felt hungry. Just as Chao Xian was about to invite a few women to go eat something to replenish their energy, the watch on his wrist suddenly rang. Whose call is it? Shenbing asked puzzledly. Chao Xian glanced at the incoming call profile picture, his expression suddenly becoming serious, and replied, It's from Ouyang Shui. Could it be that just as I dealt with Ouyang Hui, Ouyang Shui got the news? Shenbing and others also frowned. Is the Mutual Aid Association so well informed? She already knew the news after just a few minutes? Not necessarily. Maybe it's something else. Chao Xian frowned and shook his head, saying, You guys go prepare some food first. I'll talk to Ouyang Shui. Watching everyone walking towards the carriage, Chao Xian immediately answered the phone. In the projection, Ouyang Shui's face, as cold as frost yet ethereal, suddenly appeared. Chao Xian, Ouyang Shui. The two spoke almost at the same time. Ouyang Shui was slightly startled, and then said, You speak first. Chao Xian looked directly at Ouyang Shui's cold face, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke directly. I just met Ouyang Hui again. A hint of surprise flashed across Ouyang Shui's face. From Ouyang Shui's expression, Chao Xian judged that she was not calling about Ouyang Hui, So he continued. When I arrived, I happened to see him attacking my friend in revenge, so I had no choice but to kill him. Ouyang Shui was stunned for several seconds after hearing this. In fact, when she heard Chao Xian say that he had met Ouyang Hui again, she already had a bad feeling in her heart. Really? Ouyang Shui slowly closed her eyes, and the expression on her face changed several times in just a few seconds, finally turning into a heavy sigh. But if you do this, Jiang Daowu will definitely become even more crazy and want to seek revenge on you. I'm not afraid of his revenge. Chao Xian's eyes were firm and his tone was resolute. If he really dares to cause trouble for me, I will make him pay for his actions. Ouyang Shui did not blame himself, which surprised Chao Xian. Speaking of which, the only person who made him feel a little guilty about killing Ouyang Hui was Ouyang Shui. At this moment, an idea gradually emerged in Chao Xian's mind. The original intention of establishing the mutual aid organization was good. However, under the control of Jiang Daowu and Ouyang Hui, a few unethical people, the mutual aid association has deviated from the right track, and its behavior has become increasingly perverse. In that case, why not let Ouyang Shui be the president of the mutual aid association? With her ability and character, she will definitely be able to lead the mutual aid association back on the right track. However, this matter was of great importance and required long-term consideration, so Chao Xian did not reveal it in front of Ouyang Shui. At this moment, Ouyang Shui really wanted to say, when will the cycle of revenge end? But in the end, she didn't say anything. After a period of silence, Ouyang Shui finally revealed the real purpose of her call. I'm calling to let you know. I had already arranged for the people to go to the Nightmare Apartment platform, but someone had an accident today, so we're still short of one person. We'll probably be able to fill this position the day after tomorrow, so I'm notifying you in advance so you have time to prepare. Hearing this, Chao Xian was slightly stunned. Originally, he planned to place Shen Bing and Shen Ting with Aisha or Lina when he and Ouyang Shui went into the devil's apartment together. But now, he happened to meet Chun Yin and UCC, and Chao Xian suddenly had a new plan in his mind. It would be better to let UCC stay with Shun Bing and the others so that they can take care of each other. And he took Chen Yin with him to the Nightmare Apartment. Thinking of this, Chao Xian immediately expressed his thoughts to Ouyang Shui. Chapter 77 Captain Lina's Great Change. You mean, you have an expert who can join us in the challenge? Ouyang Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and repeated Chao Xian's words with a hint of surprise. Chao Xian nodded firmly, his eyes revealing confidence. Indeed, her close combat ability is superior to mine without using Thunder Fury. Speaking of Chen Yin, Chao Xian's tone was full of trust. After all, the two had fought side by side in the horror ward once, and Chao Xian had great confidence in her strength. And having someone familiar to you can take care of you. Ouyang Shui nodded slightly and said softly, "That's fine." Ouyang Shui was secretly calculating in her heart. Among those who participated in the challenge this time, 2 of them had a close relationship with Jiang Daowu. She was worried that those 2 would secretly target Chao Xian during the challenge. Although she herself has a certain deterrent power, she cannot guarantee that she can completely suppress the situation. If Chao Xian could bring a capable helper with him, perhaps those 2 would be afraid and not dare to act rashly. Okay, the time remains the same, the morning of the day after tomorrow. However, based on our previous intelligence and experience, mental alertness is crucial at this station. Has your friend taken any spiritual potions? Ouyang Shui confirmed. I have. Chao Xian answered without hesitation. When he saw Chun Yin just now, he checked her panel and found that her spirit value had been unlocked. The 2 exchanged a few more details, and then Chao Xian hung up the phone. At this moment, his stomach growled again. On one side of the carriage, Shen Bing, Shen Ting, UCC and others had already lit a bonfire and put a wide variety of meat on the table. The aroma of sizzling oil filled the air. Anyway, they have Star Soul coins and plenty of supplies, so they naturally don't have to put their stomachs at risk. In this extremely stressful living environment, satisfying your appetite and allowing your body to relax pleasantly are also the keys to staying in good shape. Shen Bing looked over with concern and asked, Chao Xian, what did Ouyang Shui say? Is everything okay? Chao Xian smiled slightly, giving everyone a reassurance. Don't worry, she didn't pursue the matter of me killing Ouyang Hui. She just called me to discuss the plan of challenging the devil's apartment together. Then, he told Shen Bing about his plan to bring Chun Yin to participate in the challenge, and his idea of arranging for Shen Bing to take Shen Ting and UCC to take shelter in Aisha's apartment. People like Chao Xian who have navigation privileges at specific platforms can hide inside the platform if they want to avoid danger. As long as they store enough water and food, they can stay safe for a while. But if this happens, the improvement of strength will stagnate, and you will be trapped in a circle. But letting his female companions hide in there is a relatively safe option. Chunyin answered without hesitation, I'm willing to go with you. When Cece heard this, she immediately jumped up in anxiety and shouted that she wanted to go with them. However, Chunyin knocked him on the head and scolded him. It's too dangerous. Listen to Brother Chao Xian's arrangements and follow Tingting obediently. Ting on the side also pouted, looking reluctant. Just now, Chao Xian bluntly said that Chunyin was his woman, which confirmed her long-held guess. She suddenly felt a sense of frustration in her heart, as if her territory had been secretly invaded. She still thought that she was Chao Xian's first woman. However, Chao Xian had made up his mind, and Shen Bing was much more sensible, so he said in a gentle tone, Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Several people sat together again and discussed the specific itinerary. The final decision was that Chao Xian would take Chunyan's car and go to Lina's place tomorrow to receive another day of intensive training. Shen Bing, Shen Ting, and Cece drove a large truck to Aisha's apartment. By this time, everyone had almost finished eating. Chao Xian wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with satisfaction, waved his hand, and said cheerfully, Then it's happily decided. Everyone's tired. Let's get some rest. Chunyin and Cece returned to their SUV to rest. Chao Xian asked the alienated doctors and patients to keep watch in front of the two cars. He pulled Shen Ting towards the carriage. Chao Xian naturally noticed that Shen Ting was a little jealous and unhappy. Originally, he wanted to find Chunyin tonight to reconnect with her after not seeing her for several days. But given the current situation, let's comfort this little girl tonight. Shen Bing said with a strange expression, How about, I will rest in the driver's seat tonight. She recalled what happened that night when she slept next to Shen Ting and Chao Xian. It feels like a year, so close to me, but I can't join. Shen Bing discovered that she had developed a strange feeling for Chao Xian, and it just so happened that her sister also liked Chao Xian. Shen Ting also wanted to pull Shen Bing along, since she could be intimate with brother Chao Xian after Shen Bing fell asleep. But Shen Bing didn't want to do that. Pretending to be asleep was simply too much torture. Shen Bing took some thick clothes stubbornly, then walked into the cab, put down the seat, and began to sleep. Shen Ting wanted to persuade Shen Bing again, but was stopped by Chao Xian. Don't let Sister Bing Bing down. Hurry up, and I'll call Sister Bing Bing back before 12 o'clock. The night passed quickly. Chao Xian got up with dark circles under his eyes and went to wake up Shen Bing, who had slept in the driver's seat all night. Shen Bing looked at Chao Xian's dark circles and her sister's eyes that were evasive and sighed softly. At this time, Chunyin and the other two also got up and came to them. After they got together to wash up, Chao Xian got on Chunyan's SUV. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Shen Bing and the other two, they split up into two groups. In the car, Chao Xian told Chunyin about their experiences in the past 2 days. The thrilling plot made Chunyin sigh. Afterwards, Chao Xian also learned from Chunyin about their experiences over the past 2 days. They cleared a farm platform at S level and obtained a purple component, perspective, by chance. As long as it is equipped on a glasses-like object, it can gain 3 minutes of perspective time after turning it on. It can only be used once a day. In addition, Chunyin and his team also obtained the permanent coordinates of the farm. However, according to Chunyin, she cleared the S level by burning the entire farm, so all the crops inside were burned. But she will have the chance to plant seeds again in the future, so there will be endless food. Chao Xian immediately thought that he could let the alienated patients work as slaves in farming, which would save time and effort. As the two were talking, they soon arrived at the nuclear power plant where Lina was. Captain Lina, long time no see. Chao Xian got out of the car with a smile. Lina had been waiting there for a long time. Although it was only 1 day since we last met, the changes in Lina were extremely great. First, she changed out of her tight combat uniform and put on a looser home outfit, but it still couldn't hide her sexiness. The soft fabric outlined her proud figure. Secondly, the original high ponytail was changed into a hairstyle that looked quite like a wife. The smooth hair draped over her shoulders added a touch of gentleness to her temperament. Chapter 78 Devil's Apartment. Meet Ouyang Shui. Chao Xian, you're here. Lina walked towards him with light steps, a barely perceptible blush on her face. Seeing this, Chao Xian suddenly became playful. He took a step forward, opened his arms, and gave Lina a warm hug, then held her lower back with both hands and spun several times on the spot. Lina cried out in midair, "Let me go, Chao Xian." It wasn't until Lina started patting his shoulders that Chao Xian put her on the ground. Then Chao Xian took out the space bracelet that Aisha gave him and handed it to Lina. "This is what Director Aisha asked me to pass on to you. You found Elsa." Lina's eyes flashed with surprise. At this moment, she ignored her previous shyness and couldn't wait to take the bracelet. This unique technique can only be produced by Elsa. Director Aisha has successfully overcome the problem that had been bothering her. She is in great shape now and has helped us a lot. She also specifically asked me to tell you to come visit her when you have time. Chao Xian explained with a smile. Lena nodded slightly to show that she understood, and then led Chun Yin and Chao Xian inside. Chun Yin, who was walking by, witnessed the intimate interaction between Chao Xian and Lena, her eyes full of surprise. However, she did not feel childish jealousy. Instead, she was full of admiration for Chao Xian. On the way, Chao Xian also explained to Lena the purpose of their visit. Lena was very responsible. Without saying a word, she immediately went back to her room, changed into combat uniform, and prepared to start special training for the two of them. She first completed the goal that she had not completed last time, and gave Chao Xian a devilish training in resisting beatings. I told you to hit me so hard. Now it's finally my turn to hit you. Especially Chao Xian's amazing recovery ability. He can quickly recover after being beaten, which makes Lena even more ruthless. After Chao Xian finished his training and stepped aside, Chun Yin took over and started fighting with Lena. Chun Yin originally wanted to let Lena take a short break before starting again, but she saw Lena waving her hands with an indifferent expression on her face. This action made Chun Yin feel that she was being looked down upon. Her competitive spirit was immediately aroused, and she immediately took a fighting stance and rushed forward. The two women instantly fell into a fierce battle, fighting back and forth with fierce moves, and the battle scene was very exciting. Especially the two girls have great figures, and their fighting is very unique. At the beginning of the battle, Chun Yin had a slight advantage for a short time because Lena had consumed a lot of physical strength during the special training with Chao Xian. However, as several rounds passed, Lena gradually took the initiative with her superb fighting skills. Chun Yin began to find it difficult to cope and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Next, the two women fought several rounds of fierce battles, giving their all in each round. In the end, although Chun Yin did not win the battle, she gained a lot and learned a lot of practical fighting skills from Lena. After a fierce fight, the two women were already sweating profusely, and Chao Xian's clothes were also soaked with sweat. Time soon came to evening. After finishing the training, the three of them went into the bathroom to wash up and then prepared to rest early. Lena still brought the two of them to the staff rest area, and Chao Xian was the first to come forward and speak. I'll stay in the middle room. Lena and Chun Yin were both stunned. They thought Chao Xian would choose to live with one of them. Then, the two girls each chose a room. Chao Xian just stayed in the room for a few minutes before leaving quietly and casually entering the next room. What he enjoys is the thrill of opening a blind box. In the middle of the night, Chao Xian left the room again and walked into another adjacent room. It's been a long time since we last met, so we can't be partial to one over the other. Early morning, Chao Xian quietly returned to his room to catch up on his sleep. Not long after, he received a call from Ouyang Shui. At 8:30, we will use the navigation cards at the same time. This way, we can ensure to the greatest extent possible that the vehicles arriving at the platform are ours. Good. Chao Xian agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, he realized that it was already 8 o'clock. Chao Xian had to give up the idea of morning exercise and hurried out to wake up Chun Yin. Seeing that Lena was still sleeping soundly, Chao Xian did not wake her up. Instead, he left a note next to her pillow and exchanged some fresh meat and vegetables from the exchange and left them at the door. Not long after we set off, we arrived at the agreed time. Chao Xian used the navigation card immediately without any hesitation. After driving for about 10 minutes, a series of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Chao Xian's eyes. Navigation successful. Continue for 15 kilometers and you will reach the platform, Devil's Apartment. This is an apartment full of demons. It is said that the demon apartment has its own consciousness and will choose some sinful and strange beings as residents. In this apartment, you will embark on a 7-day survival challenge. If you survive to the end, you will be rewarded based on your performance. Note: if you handle your relationship with the weirdness well, the difficulty of survival will be greatly reduced, and the final reward will be more generous. The weirdos will be subject to certain restrictions in the apartment, and they cannot act at will, but once you break the rules, they will not hesitate to treat you as delicious food. If you come into contact with the weirdness for too long, your spirit will be affected. The higher the spirit value, the longer the contact time. As an outsider, your neighbors will be very interested in you, so don't refuse someone who comes to visit you. Lightning has a good restraining effect on weirdness. Appendix: Devil's Apartment's Weird Strength Ranking. 1. Apartment Manager: Zhang Li, Room 1012. Lin Shui, Room 405. Looking at the long prompt in front of him, which almost blocked most of his vision, Chao Xian was a little stunned. It can be said that this is the longest prompt he has ever seen. But this also proves the extreme danger of the devil's apartment, which is much more terrifying than any platform he has entered before. To be honest, Chao Xian felt a little regretful about bringing Chunyin along. But there was no chance to regret now. Chao Xian felt a little relieved when he saw the prompt that lightning could restrain the weirdness. Not long after, the vehicle drove into the platform. After parking the car, Chao Xian saw a figure standing at the entrance of the parking lot. The man had long silver hair that fell to his waist like a waterfall, and his cold eyes were slightly opened, revealing an aura that kept people at a distance. She was wearing a tight black combat suit that perfectly outlined her slender figure. She was walking towards him step by step with her long legs. This person was Ouyang Shui, with whom he had spoken on the phone several times. Now, Chao Xian finally met Ouyang Shui in person. Ouyang Shui, I beg you godfathers to follow the updates every day and don't keep the book idle. Chapter 79 Apartment Manager, Zhongli. Chao Xian, you're here. Ouyang Shui walked forward slowly, a barely perceptible hint of joy in her cold eyes. Before, she had always been worried that Chao Xian would feel resentful towards her because of Ouyang Hui's incident and break the appointment. Now it seems that I was judging others by my own standards. Ouyang Shui suppressed the emotions on her face and began to introduce the survivors who were working together on this mission to Chao Xian. This is my teammate, Lin Hong. She raised her hand and pointed. Looking in the direction she pointed, I saw a lady with fiery red lips and a graceful figure standing behind me. Lin Hong had a warm smile on her face, took the initiative to extend her hand, and said, Chao Xian, I've long heard of your great name. Chao Xian politely responded, Hello, Sister Hong. As he spoke, he also stretched out his hand and gently shook hands with Lin Hong. However, just as Chao Xian was about to pull his hand back, he felt Lin Hong holding it tightly. He showed a puzzled look, and then Lin Hong smiled and spoke again. You killed that shameless Ouyang Hui. What a great job. I've disliked him for a long time. Chao Xian was slightly startled. Then he relaxed his slightly frowned brows and smiled. It's just a piece of cake. He brought this upon himself. Ouyang Shui looked at Lin Hong, who was both her teammate and best friend, and felt helpless. She could only continue to introduce other people to Chao Xian. These two bearded men are brothers Zhang Yi and Zhang Sheng. They share a common gift, telepathy, allowing them to transmit messages in real time. Chao Xian looked at Zhang Yi and Zhang Sheng, and saw that they were both tall and strong, with full beards on their faces, and exuded a heroic aura. Zhang Yi grinned widely, revealing his white teeth, and his voice was as resounding as a bell. Brother Chao, let's act together from now on. Just tell me if you have any questions. Zhang Sheng also echoed. That's right, Brother Chao, we two brothers don't have any other abilities, but we are loyal. Chao Xian immediately took a liking to the two bold men before him and quickly responded enthusiastically. Then I'll be relying on you two big brothers from now on. Then, Ouyang Shui introduced him to another pair, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a girl of average appearance. Ouyang Shui did not mention their talents, but Chao Xian already knew it well thanks to divine guidance. The middle-aged man's talent is mind-peeping. Once activated, he can read the inner monologue of others within 3 minutes, which is the legendary mind reading. The girl's talent is relatively ordinary, belonging to the life category, but her spirit value is as high as 7 points, the highest among everyone present. When introducing the last person, Ouyang Shui's face showed a trace of worry. The last person wearing Taoist robes is Taoist Lin Feng. He possesses a brush that is extremely lethal to strange creatures and is a key figure in our operation. Looking in the direction Ouyang Shui pointed, Chao Xian saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng was thin, holding a brush tightly in his hand, with a gloomy face. He looked coldly at Chao Xian, with undisguised hostility in his eyes. Through divine guidance, Chao Xian learned about Lin Feng's talent, spatial storage. However, the space possessed by Lin Feng's talent is a world apart from the space bracelet. The space corresponding to his talent is only 50 cm times 50 cm times 50 cm, while the space of the space bracelet is 5m times 5m in size, which is almost the size of a small warehouse. As for the brush that Ouyang Shui mentioned as having a powerful killing power against weird creatures, Chao Xian discovered that it was just an ordinary brush equipped with a purple component, evil repellent. The talismans and other items drawn with it could cause certain damage to weird creatures. Through divine guidance, Chao Xian has already figured out everyone's background clearly. There is no doubt that there must be a thick stack of yellow paper stored in Lin Feng's space. Chao Xian realized that Lin Feng had bad intentions, so he did not take the initiative to step forward. Sure enough, Lin Feng folded his arms across his chest, snorted coldly, and said in a bad tone, Ouyang Shui, can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry join us? I won't provide this person with any of the talismans I drew or the food in my space. The reason why Lin Feng targeted Chao Xian was because he had a close relationship with Ouyang Hui. Before traveling through time, Ouyang Hui often took him out to eat, drink, have fun, and have fun. The two of them could be described as like-minded buddies. It is also because of this that he is full of hostility towards Chao Xian. Lin Feng, stop fighting among yourselves. Ouyang Shui raised her eyebrows and scolded harshly. Lin Feng, don't go too far. You know how difficult this mission is. Chao Xian's strength should not be underestimated. He can help us a lot. Ouyang Shui wanted to continue speaking, but Chao Xian raised his hand to stop her. I don't need your talismans or food. I have my own way of survival. We are all here to complete the mission. Since you don't want to have anything to do with me, then as you wish, we will act on our own and not interfere with each other. But if your impulsive behavior affects the progress of the mission, don't blame me for being rude, Chao Xian said calmly. I possess the wrath of thunder. How can my power be compared to those talismans? Moreover, if they were to eat sparingly, the food in his space bracelet would be enough for him and Chun Yin to eat for a week or two, so they would not need Lin Feng's help at all. After hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned for several seconds, then sneered. Ouyang Shui, listen carefully. He is the one seeking death. Don't blame me when he dies of hunger. After saying that, he turned around and walked away from the crowd. Ouyang Shui sighed helplessly, thinking that if it really didn't work out, she would just share some of her food with Chao Xian. Just as everyone was about to enter the apartment, Chao Xian seemed to suddenly remember something important. He quickly turned around and returned to his carriage. There was still a lot of free space in the space bracelet. Chao Xian thought, I wonder if I can fit the alienated doctor in there. Chao Xian looked at the alienated doctor sitting cross-legged in the carriage, with an expectant look on his face. The alienated doctor looked at Chao Xian's outstretched hands and scratched his head in confusion. The next moment, he found himself teleported into a square space. The mutated doctor's face was full of surprise, and he swung the sledgehammer in his hand and was about to smash it against the wall. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly took out the dean's ID card to calm him down. Afterwards, he allowed two alienated patients to enter the space to keep him company. After dealing with these things, he returned to the crowd again. At this time, Chao Xian discovered that there were two more people in the team, a man and a woman. Judging from their numbers, their strength is not much different from that of ordinary people. Red-lipped Queen Lin Hong said helplessly, These two people just strayed in here. No matter how we tried to persuade them, they refused to leave. We had no choice but to let them go. In fact, only Lin Hong and Ouyang Shui gave a few symbolic words of advice, while everyone else sneered on the sidelines. Human nature is selfish, and now with these two ignorant guys, maybe they can help us explore the way and eliminate many dangers. Even Ouyang Shui knows this clearly. She is kind, but not a saint. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost, and great mercy cannot save those who have committed suicide. Without further hesitation, everyone reached out and forcefully pushed open the rusty, seemingly rickety, iron door outside the apartment. Bang! The moment everyone entered, the iron door behind them suddenly closed by itself without any warning, making a dull sound. Then, a middle-aged man with a charred body and clothes that looked like they had been burned by a raging fire appeared in front of everyone. He stared at everyone with strange eyes, and said slowly in a voice as stiff and hoarse as a machine, Welcome to Happy Apartment. I'm the apartment manager, Zhang Li. My godfathers, I have a high fever and am too dizzy to type. I'm so sorry I can only update once today. Everyone, please take good care of yourselves. Chapter 80. Assigning rooms and exchanging keys. Tension. He is Tension. Chao Xian's mind was working rapidly, and he soon remembered the name Zhang Li. He is the mysterious existence that ranks first in the strength ranking in the prompt. At the same time, Zhang Li's panel suddenly appeared in Chao Xian's sight. Zhang Li, apartment manager. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit. He was murdered by his wife of more than 10 years and her lover, and he was filled with resentment. In the apartment manager has supreme power, and any resident who does not abide by the apartment rules is the responsibility of the apartment manager to eliminate him. As the head of the apartment, he can sneak into the shadows of objects in the apartment and use these shadows to launch attacks. However, it is also the apartment manager's responsibility to take care of the residents, and if there are any problems, they can seek help from him. Weakness. His strength is greatly enhanced in the apartment. Perhaps he can be completely eliminated using the same method that the adulterous couple used to kill him. Favorability. 1. Chao Xian looked at the series of question marks and couldn't help feeling a little confused. This was the first time he encountered a situation where he couldn't see the specific values. However, by the end, I discovered that Zhang Ting had a weakness, which at least meant that there was a way to deal with him. But how was he killed back then? Chao Xian looked at the charred apartment manager, sniffing the mingled smell of burnt flesh and blood in the air, wondering, could he have been electrocuted? In that case, his thunderous fury would be double the power to restrain him. Just as Chao Xian was pondering, Zhongli spoke again. Next, I want to tell you some precautions about Happy Apartment. You must listen carefully. First, all residents must gather in the hall for dinner at 8 o'clock every evening. This has always been our custom. If you don't come, I will visit you personally. Second, to promote better relationships with your neighbors, visit at least 3 of your neighbors every day and satisfy them with something. Of course, they will give you something in return. Since today is your first day, just visit a neighbor. Third, after midnight, you must return to your room to rest. No matter what happens, you cannot leave the room. Fourth, after 7 days, you will receive the key to Happy Apartment. At that time, you can enter and leave the apartment freely. After Zhongli finished speaking, the corners of his mouth, which had already turned into charcoal, began to ooze blood along the cracks, as if because he had said too much, and dripped onto the ground. When everyone heard Zhang Li's hoarse and cold voice, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Happy Apartment? Didn't the announcement say it was called Devil Apartment when I came in? Why did it suddenly change its name? We have dinner together at 8 o'clock every day. Is this the only meal we can have all day? However, my forte is social skills, so getting along well with neighbors is a piece of cake for me. The last couple to arrive, a young man and a young woman, had already started discussing as if no one was around, and even burst into laughter, which frightened the people around them. How did these 2 people survive until now without any brains? However, everyone also wanted to take this opportunity to observe the apartment manager's reaction. Unexpectedly, the apartment manager just stared at the 2 of them quietly. When they quieted down, he slowly turned away. Come on, I'll assign you a room. Everyone looked at each other, and finally followed Zhongli into the apartment. As Chao Xian walked, he carefully looked at the surrounding environment. The corridor of the apartment was filled with an odor of decay. Large flakes of paint had fallen off the walls, revealing mottled cement surfaces. The dim lights flickered, as if they would go out at any moment. Finally, they stopped in front of the hall. There is a huge dining table in the hall, with a counter next to it. Zhongli walked straight to the counter and took out a bunch of keys. Ouyang Shui, 311. Zhang Yi, 505. Chen Yan, 307. No one had ever revealed their name to Zhongli, but he could call out everyone's name accurately. It wasn't until the last one that Chao Xian's name was called. Zhongli walked up to Chao Xian and slammed the last set of keys into his hand. Chao Xian, 202. Chao Xian took the key and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the apartment manager assigned the rooms randomly. He originally wanted his room to be next to Chun Yan's so that they could take care of each other. Thinking of this, Chao Xian stood in front of Zhang Li without hesitation. Apartment manager, I don't really like the number 2. Can I switch rooms with someone else? When Chao Xian said this, everyone's heart suddenly tightened. Chao Xian is so bold that they dare not even breathe, for fear that they will be killed on the spot if they accidentally break any rules. Ouyang Shui and Chun Yan also looked at Chao Xian nervously, their faces full of worry. However, Chao Xian looked calmly into Zhang Li's eyes. The tip just mentioned that if you have any questions, you can contact the apartment manager. That's why he dared to make such a bold request. Chao Xian guessed that Zhang Li should be a strange existence in a neutral state. As long as they did not violate the rules of the apartment, he would not easily attack them. Sure enough, after thinking for 2 or 3 seconds, Zhang Li slowly nodded. Okay. After hearing Zhang Li's answer, everyone showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. No, is it really possible to change it? Chao Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then, he walked straight to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I just said that I don't really want to live on the 2nd floor. Would you be willing to change rooms with me? Lin Feng's room is 209, right in the middle of Ouyang Shui and Chun Yan's rooms. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then a mocking sneer appeared on his face, as if he had heard a huge joke. Chao Xian, are you crazy? I'd have to be crazy to trade with you. Lin Feng knew very well that the room of the woman next to Chao Xian was next to his own room. Chao Xian said that he didn't like the 2nd floor, and it was obvious that he just wanted to be closer to that woman. He just didn't want Chao Xian to get what he wanted. Chao Xian seemed to have anticipated being rejected. He ignored Lin Feng and turned to look at Zhang Li. Apartment manager, you said that neighbors should live in harmony. I just made a small request, but Lin Feng openly insulted me. He has clearly violated the apartment rules. You must punish him severely. Lin Feng, who originally had a sarcastic look on his face, instantly froze his smile and was replaced by a look of astonishment. No way, you are here to do this secretly? He was startled and looked at Zhang Li anxiously, only to see that the other party was frowning slightly, as if thinking, damn it, I don't really want to punish myself for such a small thing. Lin Feng panicked and quickly stuffed the key of his room into Chao Xian's hand. Exchange. Can I exchange with you? Chapter 81. A strange couple in conflict? Help me kill her. Chao Xian took the key with a smile on his face. At this moment, Zhang Li spoke slowly. He didn't violate the rules. When Lin Feng heard this, he was instantly furious. Chao Xian, give me back the key. Chao Xian was calm and put the key into his pocket. Why would he give back something he had already obtained? He raised his hand and threw the key to room 202 to Lin Feng. Lin Feng caught it reflexively, and after seeing the number on it, he became even angrier. What he wanted was the key to his 309. In this apartment, they are all located on the second, third, and fifth floors. Apart from Lin Feng, there were only a man and a woman who arrived last on the second floor. In Lin Feng's eyes, those two people were a complete burden. If he accepted the key, he would most likely have to fight alone in the future. He was filled with anger and was about to punch Chao Xian. But in an instant, a bone-chilling chill came over him. Lin Feng turned his head shivering and saw that the chill was emanating from Zhang Li. Assaulting other residents in front of the apartment manager is a gross disrespect to the manager's authority. Chao Xian said secretly in his heart. Lin Feng immediately lost his temper and hit aside with his neck shrunk. The chill on Zhang Li's body slowly dissipated. He turned back to the counter and said calmly, "You can go back to your room now." Lin Feng glared at Chao Xian angrily, then turned and went upstairs. Chao Xian chuckled and followed closely behind. Arriving on the third floor, Chao Xian, Chen Yin, and Ouyang Shui stopped and said goodbye to the Zhang brothers who lived on a higher floor. Zhang Yi, Zhang Sheng, see you later. Okay, Brother Chao, President Ouyang. If anything happens, please inform us immediately. So far, everything has been calm. The three of them looked at each other, then tiptoed onto the wooden planks and walked into the corridor. Their rooms were all on the right. When passing room 308 opposite, Chao Xian stopped suddenly. What's wrong? The two girls also stopped and asked softly. Chao Xian raised his index finger to his lips and said, "Shoo, there's movement." As he said this, he put his ear to the door. The door and walls of this room are made of wood, and the sound insulation effect is extremely poor, like a layer of thin paper, which cannot block the transmission of sound at all. Bitch, I've been so sincere to you, and you dare to betray me. Humph, look at that guy next door, Mr. Wong. He's giving his wife another new bone necklace. I've been following you for decades, and I haven't gotten anything. You. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled bang sound, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn, and something slammed hard on the door. A stream of blood flowed out from the crack in the door, looking shocking under the light. While Chao Xian was in a daze, the door suddenly opened and a man with a bowl-sized scar on his neck appeared before him, staring at them with cold eyes. What are you doing at my door? Chao Xian looked at the head that rolled to his feet and rolled its eyes, and his stomach churned. This neighbor is too cruel. He chopped off his wife's head just because of a quarrel? What's even more bizarre is that even though the woman's head had been separated from her body, she was still cursing the man. Noticing the man's increasingly cold voice and his plummeting favorability, Chao Xian's mind raced, a smile plastered across his face. Brother, we just moved in and live across the street from you. We heard some noise when we were passing by and were worried something might have happened, so we came to check on you. If you need any help, just let me know. Based on the strength ranking, Chao Xian quickly found the strange couple 308. Among all the weirdness in the demon apartment, their strength is in the middle and lower levels, and the men rank slightly higher than the women. Since I've accidentally provoked him, I might as well take this opportunity to see if I can complete today's task. The bearded man was stunned for 2 seconds, then spoke in a deep voice. I've had enough of this bitch. If you can help me kill her, we'll be brothers from now on. Chao Xian's mouth twitched when he heard that. The couple hates each other, but they can't get rid of each other. So much so that I can only ask him for help. Chao Xian looked at the panel on the woman's head. Hu Fenghua. Strength, 16 agility, 14 constitution, 15 spirit, 12. She was dismembered by her husband because of his infidelity. Her organs can now move outside her body. She is narrow-minded and extremely jealous. If you see her ugly behavior, she will not let you go. Weaknesses, black dog blood, lightning. Favorability, -99. This time the values were finally displayed normally. Chao Xian couldn't help but frown when he saw the introduction below. See her ugly appearance? Then what I saw here should be considered as. Looking at Hu Fenghua's extremely low favorability, Chao Xian felt helpless. I didn't see it on purpose. You are so narrow-minded. Instead of seeking revenge on your man, you hold a grudge against me, a mere spectator. Now, I have to agree to the man. He doesn't want to be crawling into bed with a female ghost in the middle of the night. Okay, I promise. After saying that, the man threw out other parts of the body in the room one after another, and then slammed the door. My neck is about to fall off, and I need to take care of it. Just come back to me when you're done. As the door was closed, Ouyang Shui and Chun Yin stared at the remains on the ground in a daze. Chao Xian, what are you going to do with her? Chao Xian smiled slightly, and lightning flashed at his fingertips. Isn't Weird's weakness lightning? I don't believe that the golden wrath of thunder can't kill her. As Chao Xian moved, golden lightning burst out from his fingertips, winding like silver snakes, and striking towards the remains of Hu Fenghua's body. Hu Fenghua's head was still cursing, but now she felt the threat from Lei Ting, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. How dare you hurt me? I won't let you go. Hu Fenghua's head let out a sharp scream, and her body trembled violently under the bombardment of thunder. Black Yin energy continued to overflow from the wound, and was instantly evaporated by the thunder. In the end, Hu Fenghua's body gradually disappeared, and only the charred bloodstains on the floor proved what had just happened. Suddenly, Chao Xian seemed to hear a lot of people gasping for air. The sound seemed to come from all directions, as if coming from behind other neighbors' doors, and was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. Chao Xian suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart, and he quickly used his key to open the door of his room. Come to my room first. Since Zhang Li didn't stipulate that they had to stay in their own rooms, there was no need for the three of them to separate for the time being. It would be safer for them to stay together. The two girls nodded when they heard this, and hurriedly followed Chao Xian into the house, and then Chao Xian gently closed the door. Chapter 82 Lin Dazhou's Death. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy and shocking footsteps, carrying an invisible oppressive force, came from far away outside the door and finally stopped at the door of Chao Xian's room. Chao Xian, Chun Yin, and Ouyang Shui, who were in the room, didn't even dare to breathe. This platform is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knows how terrifying the unknown power outside the door is. Chao Xian is not an arrogant person, and he does not have the capital to act arrogantly here. After all, Hu Fenghua, whom he had just dealt with not long ago, was just a middle to low-ranked character among many weird ones. After a few long minutes, the footsteps outside the door finally faded away, as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts, and the three people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Xian frowned slightly, and said with lingering fear, "Don't make too much noise in the corridor from now on. The neighbors here seem to have bad tempers." Chun Yin and Ouyang Shui quickly nodded in agreement, with fear still lingering on their faces. At this moment, Ouyang Shui's watch suddenly ticked. She exclaimed and quickly raised her hand to check. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Brother Zhang has added us all to a group. I'll add you in later." She had already added Chao Xian, and then pulled Chao Xian into the group. Afterwards, Chao Xian pulled Chun Yin in again. After joining the group, Chao Xian discovered that the two young men who came last were also pulled in. It seems that the Zhang brothers have added them as friends at some point. Zhang Yi. With this group, communication is much more convenient. By exchanging information in a timely manner, everyone can survive. Lin Hong, it's noon now. We should be free to do whatever we want until the dinner. When do you plan to visit your neighbors? As soon as Lin Hong said this, no one in the group spoke. At this time, no one wants to be the first to stand out. It is definitely best to wait for others to complete their tasks first, and then see how the situation develops before taking action. Just when Chao Xian was thinking about whether to tell everyone about his commission to eavesdrop on the quarreling couple, someone suddenly spoke in the group. "Lin Dazhou, why are you all so silent? Why aren't you even brave enough to do something as simple as visiting a neighbor? I think I'm the only one in this group who has some courage." "Lin Dazhou, you guys wait. Let me go explore the way first." As soon as Lin Dazhou finished speaking, everyone in the group. "Li Wan, it has to be Brother Lin. I'm waiting for your good news. Zhang Yi, please start a video chat in the group chat so we can see what's going on. Lin Feng, come to 202 first. I'll give you some talismans that can suppress strange things." Everyone in the group was waiting for Lin Dazhou's follow-up. Even Lin Feng offered to give him a talisman. But he was not just kind-hearted. Lin Feng's main purpose was to test the effectiveness of his talismans against strange creatures. "Lin Dazhou, okay, I'll come find you right away." After Lin Dazhou said this, he opened the video chat and Chao Xian immediately clicked to connect. In the screen, the first thing that appeared was Lin Dazhou's enlarged face, and then he adjusted the angle and switched the video to the first-person perspective. Everyone followed the screen and watched Lin Dazhou walk out of his room and go straight to Lin Feng's room. When he arrived at the door of room 202, Lin Dazhou raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, Lin Feng's figure appeared at the crack of the door. He carefully handed out 3 yellow talismans with a faint glow and whispered, "As long as you stick this talisman on the weird body, it will automatically trigger the effect." Lin Dazhou took the talismans with joy on his face, then put them in his pocket and closed the door. He lowered his voice and said to his watch, "I plan to visit my neighbor across the street, room 203, and I'm going to knock on the door now." Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and after a few seconds, the door slowly opened. A woman with loose hair appeared at the door. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, like 2 bottomless dry wells. Her skin was so pale that there was not a trace of blood. Her lips were a strange purple. She stared at the people on the screen. "What's up?" The woman's voice was icy cold, as if she would immediately go on a rampage and kill someone if she couldn't come up with a reason that satisfied her. Lin Dazhou seemed completely unaware of the tense and dangerous atmosphere, and said with a carefree smile, "Sister, I'm a new neighbor. I wonder if I can come in and visit you." The woman tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Dazhou with her empty eyes for a few seconds. Then, the corners of her mouth slowly opened up, revealing a creepy smile. "Hey, come in." Seeing that she agreed, Lin Dazhou was secretly delighted. He raised his eyebrows proudly at the camera, then walked into the room carefree. Chao Xian and the other 2 in the room looked at each other. They were afraid that something was going to happen to Lin Dazhou, since he was so unprepared. Chao Xian compared the strength rankings and found this woman. She was in the top 5 among all the weird ones. Unexpectedly, Lin Dazhou picked a big boss-level existence with just one random choice. Chao Xian didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. The room was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a faint stench of decay. The woman closed the door and pointed to the sofa beside her. "Sit down." Lin Dazhou had just sat down when the woman suddenly came over, her face almost touching Lin Dazhou's, her purple lips opening and closing. "You said you were a new neighbor, so can you lend me something?" Lin Dazhou saw the change in the woman's eyes and panicked. He pretended to be calm and said, "What is it?" "Sister, tell me. If I have it, I will definitely lend it to you." The woman stared at him intently and said word by word, "I'm hungry. I'd like to borrow your arm to make some soup." Lin Dazhou's face turned pale instantly and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He subconsciously wanted to hide backwards, but found that his body seemed to be fixed and he couldn't move. No, sister, your request is too much," Lin Dazhou said stutteringly. The woman's face instantly became ferocious, and her hands grabbed Lin Dazhou's arm like eagle claws. "Quick, use the talisman Lin Feng gave you." At this moment, Ouyang Shui could no longer care about anything else and quickly turned on the microphone and shouted, "Yes, there are also talismans." When Lin Dazhou heard Ouyang Shui's shout, he suddenly woke up from a dream and desperately reached into his pocket to take out the talisman. At the last second when the woman's hands were about to grab his arm, Lin Dazhou finally slapped the 3 talismans on the female ghost's chest. Suddenly, a strange flame ignited on the chest of the female ghost, burning a big hole, and green smoke continued to emerge. "I told you my talismans would be effective against these evil things." Lin Feng in room 202 stood up excitedly. However, the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. A pale and sharp hand instantly pierced through Lin Dazhou's chest and took out his still beating heart. "Why reject me?" The female ghost's voice was cold and full of resentment. "If you don't let me eat, I'll kill you." Chapter 83. If you don't kiss him, you don't love him. Could this female ghost be a starving ghost? If you agree to her, you will be eaten. If you don't agree, you will still be eaten. Chao Xian directly hung up the phone in the group chat, unable to bear to watch the horrifying scene that followed. The situation this time is much more difficult than the previous platform we encountered. Ouyang Shuelio frowned and said with worry in her eyes, "If you can't figure out the trick to deal with the weirdness as soon as possible, it will be difficult to survive these 7 days. After all, visiting neighbors in this weird apartment is like opening a blind box. No one can predict how powerful the monster behind the door is and what outrageous and perverted demands it will make." Chao Xian subconsciously patted Ouyang Shui's shoulder and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I have a way to judge the strength of the weirdos. As long as I choose to visit those with weaker strength, I don't think there will be any big problems. That starving ghost just now is probably considered to be a top-tier existence among all the residents." Ouyang Shui was slightly stunned, and her eyes subconsciously fell on the hand on her shoulder. Chao Xian finally reacted and quickly pulled his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, feeling secretly annoyed. How could he put it up so easily? He had forgotten that his relationship with Ouyang Shui was not that close. No, that's not what I meant. Ouyang Shui shook her head vigorously. She didn't care about this. She locked her eyes on Chao Xian and confirmed seriously. You said you have a way to judge the strength of strange beings? Is that true? Can you tell through the door, or do you have to see them in person? Ouyang Shui blurted out a series of questions, and it was obvious that she was very excited at the moment. Looking at Ouyang Shui's eager gaze, Chao Xian nodded slowly and said affirmatively. Yes, this is my innate ability. Even through the door, I can roughly judge the strength of the weirdo inside. That's great. Ouyang Shui's originally cold and worried face finally showed a faint smile. This way, our chances of survival will be greatly increased. Ouyang Shui felt relieved again. My decision to insist on letting Chao Xian come was really the right one. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Just as Chao Xian was about to play dead again and pretend that no one was in the room, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Brother, are you home? I'm He Fei from next door. I've already treated the wound. I'm here to deliver your reward. If you weren't at home, I would have left it at your door. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian hurried forward and put his eyes to the cat's eye. Through the peephole, I saw the burly neighbor He Fei, who looked exactly like the one I had seen before. At this moment, a piece of something like a curtain was wrapped around his neck, and it was obvious that he had just received a simple wound treatment. After confirming that the person outside the door was He Fei, Chao Xian no longer hesitated and quickly opened the door. He Fei Gong turned around outside the door and was about to leave. There was a small cloth bag on the ground. Hearing the sound of the door opening, He Fei quickly turned around, with a terrifying yet somewhat honest smile on his face. Brother, you didn't open the door for so long. I thought you were not at home. Hearing this, Chao Xian quickly pointed at Ouyang Shui and Chun Yin behind him, and with a tacitly ambiguous smile between men on his face, he explained. I was delayed in the room just now, so it took me so long to open the door. Ouyang Shui and Chun Yin behind him also forced smiles and nodded at He Fei. However, Chao Xian keenly noticed that He Fei's body began to tremble slightly, and the wound on his neck began to bleed again. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in He Fei's eyes, and he said excitedly, Brother, let me warn you, women are no good. They don't love you at all. All they think about is money. Get out of the way, I'll help you chop them up. As soon as he finished speaking, He Fei pulled out a shiny kitchen knife from somewhere, which was the same knife he and his wife had used to fight each other before. Seeing He Fei's emotions suddenly lose control, Chao Xian thought to himself that something was wrong. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have said something wrong. His eyes subconsciously swept towards He Fei's panel, which clearly displayed, I extremely dislike women who worship money and are unfaithful to their partners. Chao Xian quickly opened his arms, trying to stop He Fei, and said loudly, Brother He Fei, who said they don't love me anymore? I don't have a penny in my pocket right now, and they're still willing to live with me in this shabby house. How could they not love me? Don't you agree? As Chao Xian spoke, he bravely blocked He Fei and at the same time winked at Chun Yin. His meaning is clear. Find a way to prove it quickly. I finally met a neighbor with whom I could communicate normally, but I don't want the relationship to become strained or even to kill He Fei. Chun Yin's eyes widened, her expression panicking. How can this be proved? After a brief hesitation, she made up her mind, walked straight to Chao Xian, and kissed him on the lips. Anyway, I don't know how to say those cheesy love words, so I might as well prove it with actual actions. With a light, click sound, Chao Xian clearly felt that the strength in He Fei's arm holding the kitchen knife loosened a little. He Fei's thoughts were very simple. It seems that this woman loves you. My wife never wants to kiss me. It works. Chao Xian was delighted when he heard He Fei's words, and quickly turned his gaze to Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui noticed Chao Xian's eyes, and suddenly a look of astonishment appeared on her face. What? She wants a kiss too? Seeing He Fei had just put down the kitchen knife, but then slowly raised it again because of her hesitation, Ouyang Shui gritted her teeth and rushed to Chao Xian on impulse. Her soft and cold lips fell gently and finally imprinted on Chao Xian's profile. But He Fei still didn't put down the kitchen knife. He asked loudly, Why did you only kiss my brother's face? Oh. Chao Xian never expected that He Fei would be so stubborn and serious. It seems that this guy is afraid of being cheated on. He is afraid that he will be cheated on too. But looking at He Fei's favorability rating of 80 points, Chao Xian really couldn't say anything too decisive. Brother, she's quite shy, so why not just forget it? No, bro, if she doesn't kiss you it means she doesn't love you. Looking at the two people arguing, Ouyang Shui gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and simply moved closer again and kissed Chao Xian directly on the lips. Before Chao Xian could react, Ouyang Shui had already left quickly with a red face. Chapter 84, Dark Heart Fruit. It seems that these two women really love you. He Fei finally put the knife back in his hand. Chao Xian was shocked to realize that He Fei had kept the knife hidden at his waist. That's right at the waist. The blade pierced straight into his own body, with only the handle exposed. No wonder he didn't see where He Fei pulled out the knife from just now. However, Chao Xian has almost become accustomed to the strange behaviors of these neighbors. He quickly and warmly greeted him. Brother, would you like to come in and sit for a while? He Fei covered his neck and waved his hands gently, a look of pain on his face. My wound accidentally opened again. I have to go back and treat it quickly. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the cloth bag on the ground. There are some coins and flowers I raised in here. I'll keep them for you. Maybe they will be useful to you. Also, there's a strand of my hair in there. Coins, flowers, and hair. Chao Xian muttered to himself, repeating He Fei's words. If he guessed correctly, the coin should be the Star Soul coin. Hua Chao Xian could also understand. But what is the purpose of giving yourself hair? Brother He, why are you giving me your hair? Chao Xian looked puzzled and asked directly. He Fei was slightly startled, with a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Didn't the apartment manager tell you about the apartment rules? Chao Xian frowned, looking puzzled. The apartment manager just said we have to visit 3 neighbors every day and complete their tasks. He Fei shook his head lightly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. After completing the task, I had to ask the neighbors for a receipt as proof. This proof can be hair from your body or an object imbued with strange energy. Otherwise, the mission will not count. Hearing this, the two people beside Chao Xian looked at him, and a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of all 3 of them. This apartment manager really has ulterior motives. The key rules were deliberately concealed. It was obvious that they were setting a big trap for them to fall into. If you don't know this, even if you put in a lot of effort to complete the task, you will still be violating the apartment rules. Those who break the rules, the apartment manager has the right to kill him. Damn, this apartment manager's heart is as dark as his face. He really has bad intentions. No, he's a trick. He has no heart at all. Chao Xian cursed the apartment manager Zhang Li in his heart. Then a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he looked at He Fei. Brother He Fei, my 2 girlfriends haven't completed their mission for today. Can you give me 2 more as proof? Chao Xian's idea was very simple. Since Zhang Li has set a trap for him, he might as well take advantage of it. Zhang Li would never have thought that he had already recognized a Gui as his big brother less than half a day after arriving here. He Fei scratched his somewhat sparse head, with a look of reluctance on his face. But when he thought about how his younger brother had helped him get rid of that hateful woman, how could he refuse his younger brother's request? Thinking of this, He Fei gritted his teeth and simply pulled out 2 more strands of his beard and handed them over. Here you go, bro. In fact, we, the original residents of the apartment, also have certain restrictions. He Fei explained, we can accept unlimited visits from you, but we can only issue a maximum of 3 vouchers per day. If we give too much, the apartment manager won't let us go. Brother, if you don't mind, I'll give you 3 every day from now on. Brother He Fei, thank you so much. Please go back and treat your wound first. I will definitely come visit you again when I have time. Chao Xian's eyes were filled with emotion. Who says all ghosts are scary? This strange brother in front of me is so reliable. With He Fei's help, the 3 of them now have a backup plan and only need to visit 2 more neighbors. He Fei also waved and said goodbye to Chao Xian. Then he walked slowly back to his room with a somewhat staggering step. Chao Xian closed the door and opened the cloth bag given by He Fei. There was a strand of He Fei's hair inside, and Chao Xian took it out and kept it. In addition, there was half a bag of Star Soul coins and a small strange-looking plant. Chao Xian counted them and found there were 52 in total. It just so happens that I've already used up all my Star Soul coins, so the replenishment is very timely. After depositing all the Star Soul coins into the watch, Chao Xian looked at the last plant. This plant looks very strange. The stem is slender, with a few crooked leaves growing on it, and the color is dark gray-green. There is a dark red fruit on the top of it, and its shape is very similar to a human heart. Mingxin fruit. Flowers that grow in the underworld, artificially planted in pots, have a lot of effects lost, but can still significantly increase mental strength after consumption. Chao Xian held the strange-looking fruit with a look of surprise. If your mental strength is not high enough, you will be affected if you stay with the ghost for a long time. Just now, after being in close proximity with He Fei for a while, he already felt a little cold all over, and a little inexplicably irritable. He just restrained himself. So Chao Xian no longer hesitated and immediately took a bite of the palm-sized fruit at the top. Juicy, sweet, and hydrating. This was Chao Xian's first feeling when he took a bite. If you ignore the appearance of the fruit, it would definitely be the most perfect fruit he has ever eaten. Then, he saw his spirit value jump up a little. Take a bite and add a little? Chao Xian hurriedly tried to take the second bite, but was stopped by Ouyang Shui. How about we wait a while before eating? Just in case something goes wrong, it's better to be careful. Ouyang Shui didn't expect Chao Xian to be so brave. Seeing such a strange fruit, Chao Xian opened his mouth and bit it. She didn't know that Chao Xian could directly see the effects of the fruit, so she was worried about what would happen if Chao Xian was poisoned. Chao Xian quickly waved his hands. I'm nothing special, I just judge people. No, I judge them accurately. He Fei won't harm me. I just took a bite of this fruit, and it boosted my energy a bit. It's really effective. Chao Xian took 2 more bites, and this time Ouyang Shui did not stop him. The second and third sips added 2 more points of spirit value as expected. But when Chao Xian took the 4th bite, there was no change on the panel. Chao Xian frowned and took another bite. Only then did my spirits rise a little again. It seems that this fruit is similar to items such as mental potions and physical potions, and there is an upper limit to the improvement of numerical values. In that case, it's not cost-effective to continue eating there, so it's better to give it to Chun Yin and the others. Chao Xian handed the Mingxin fruit, which he had taken a few bites of, to Chun Yin. If I continue to eat it, the improvement won't be that great. You guys can eat the rest. Okay. Chun Yin took the Mingxin fruit excitedly. She would not easily let go of anything that could improve her strength, and given her relationship with Chao Xian, there was no need for her to be polite or shy. Chun Yin took a few quick bites, and her spirit value quickly increased by 3 points to 7. But she didn't continue eating, but handed it to Ouyang Shui. Just now Chao Xian's 4th and 5th bites improved a little, and 3 bites are enough for me. Ouyang Shui took the Mingxin fruit, looked at the tooth marks left by Chao Xian and Chun Yin on it, and was silent for half a second. If I bite them, wouldn't that be indirectly kissing them both? But she immediately thought of the scene that had just happened at the door. We've already kissed each other, so why are you afraid of indirect kissing? Chapter 85. Is it time to wash dates now? Crack. Ouyang Shui took a bite, and juice flowed out from the corners of her mouth. She quickly stuck out her tongue and licked it back. In the end, Ouyang Shui also ate 3 bites, and there was still a small piece left. I only need 3 bites. Can I give the remaining piece to my friend? Ouyang Shui's friend? The image of the red-haired lady immediately appeared in Chao Xian's mind, and he nodded. Can. Thank you so much. Ouyang Shui was deeply moved and said seriously, if I gain anything later, I will give you a share. Chao Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. Let's talk about this later. Contact Sister Hong first and ask her to come and eat it quickly. It would be bad if it loses its effect if left for too long. Yeah. Ouyang Shui nodded, then dialed Lin Hong's number. Lin Hong's figure appeared on the watch, with only her upper body exposed and her hair wet. Ouyang Shui was stunned for 2 seconds and quickly turned off the projection. Lin Hong, are you still in the mood to take a shower at this time? Ouyang Shui's mouth twitched a few times. She looked at Chao Xian, who was frantically wiping the blood from his nose behind her, and suddenly a surge of anger surged in her heart. The screen disappeared, and Lin Hong's voice, which was a bit lazy and charming, came out through the watch. I've checked carefully, and there's no danger in the room for now. I finally found a place where I can take a hot shower, but I'm not allowed to enjoy it. Ouyang Shui ignored Lin Hong's excuses and continued. Don't soak for now. Come to room 309. When Lin Hong heard Ouyang Shui's tone, she stopped being frivolous. From the other side came the sound of someone rising from the water and the sound of water dripping onto the ground. Don't rush me, don't rush me. I'm already getting dressed, but I'll have to wait a little longer to find you. Why? Ouyang Shui asked. There have been footsteps in the corridor on the 4th floor. I didn't dare go out, so I took a bath. Now the footsteps are getting less and less. I will go downstairs as soon as they disappear. Okay, then you must be careful. Ouyang Shui hung up the phone. She looked at Chao Xian and found that his nosebleed had stopped. Chao Xian felt Ouyang Shui's gaze and scratched his head awkwardly. He has seen all kinds of ups and downs, so he shouldn't act like a young boy who has never seen the world. But at that glance, just now, Lin Hong's beautiful body was looming in the mist, coupled with her charming expression, which made him lose his composure for a moment. Chao Xian quickly changed the subject. Sister Hong mentioned that there were footsteps at the door. Is it okay for her to come by herself? Ouyang Shui nodded in relief. Her talent is 3 minutes of invisibility, so she should be able to protect herself even if she encounters some danger. Chao Xian nodded thoughtfully. He naturally knew Lin Hong's talent, but he didn't expect that Goe would also be affected by invisibility. But seeing Ouyang Shue's relieved expression, she must be confident, so he didn't think about it anymore. The three of them sat on the bed and waited for about half an hour. Suddenly, there were 2 long knocks and 1 short knock on the door. This is the way we agreed to knock on the door. Ouyang Shue quickly stood up and opened the door. Lin Hong appeared outside the door. She quickly looked around and hurried in after finding nothing unusual. Ouyang, why are you looking for me so urgently? Ouyang Shue picked up the Mingxin fruit, which was covered with bite marks, and only a small piece was left. This is the reward Chao Xian received for completing his neighbor's commission. Eating it can boost your spirit value. This piece is left for you. Is there such a good thing? Lin Hong's eyes lit up, and she took the Mingxin fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. This small piece also gave her 2 points of spirit value. Lin Hong's face showed a relieved expression. After she recovered, she chuckled and said, "The 4 of us eating that fruit together, does that count as an indirect kiss?" Ouyang Shue had finally forgotten about this matter, but it was brought up again. She blushed and pinched the soft flesh on Lin Hong's waist. "Stop saying these frivolous things and think about your mission today, visiting the neighbors." When this was mentioned, Lin Hong's expression became serious. "Just with that bunch of ghosts hanging around outside my door, I feel like the temperature in the house has dropped quite a bit. That's why I want to take a hot bath to warm myself up. This group of weirdos is not easy to deal with." Lin Hong came to a conclusion with a serious expression and then said, "Chao Xian has completed today's mission, so let him take the 3 of us to do it together. It will be safer this way." Chao Xian smiled sheepishly, scratched his head, and interrupted Lin Hong. Sister Hong, actually, the 3 of us have already completed today's commission." Lin Hong was a little angry that Chao Xian interrupted her, but after hearing what Chao Xian said, Lin Hong immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. She opened her mouth for several seconds before she found her voice. "What? You said you 3 are done? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Lin Hong crossed her arms, her face full of disbelief. She said firmly, "You must be kidding. It's only been an hour since we came in." Chao Xian paused and began to explain to Lin Hong everything that had just happened. "It all started when I first arrived and heard a strange couple arguing in the corridor. Finally, I wanted them both to pretend to be my women, but He Fei didn't believe me and insisted on kissing them both." Ahem. Hearing Chao Xian mention this again, Ouyang Shue quickly pinched Chao Xian's arm and interrupted him. "The last part is not important. Anyway, Chao Xian has already gained the trust of a neighbor. Now he just needs to help you complete the task." Lin Hong nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Chao Xian is indeed very capable. Although he killed the female ghost with the Wrath of Thunder, not everyone can be on good terms with a ghost. Then, Lin Hong turned her body towards Chao Xian and bowed deeply. "Then I'll leave it to you, brother Chao Xian." Chapter 86 Hide and Seek. You can't pass without posting pictures? Lin Hong hurriedly finished her shower, put on a casual coat, and came out. Seeing this, Chao Xian almost lost his composure again as before. He quickly supported Lin Hong and said, "Sister Hong, we are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. It is only natural for us to help each other." Then, Chao Xian turned to look at Ouyang Shue and said, "Ouyang Shue, please send the information that requires proof to the group first. I guess everyone is already preparing to visit their neighbors." "Okay." Ouyang Shue nodded in response, without any hesitation towards Chao Xian's command. Unknowingly, Chao Xian had become the backbone of everyone. After Ouyang Shue sent the message, the group was instantly filled with messages of thanks. "Zhang Sheng, President Ouyang, it has to be you. Without you tonight, we'd be in trouble." "Zhang Yi, that's right. That apartment manager is so sinister." "Lin Feng, he cheated us so much, we must find a chance to teach him a lesson." After Lin Feng sent this message, the group suddenly became quiet. Although everyone was angry at Zhang Liman, they were not stupid. Zhang Li was probably the strongest person in the apartment, and he was not someone they could afford to provoke right now. No one responded for a while, and Lin Feng was extremely embarrassed. Just at this moment, Ouyang Shue sent another message in the group. "This has nothing to do with me. Thanks to Chao Xian for discovering this, otherwise we would all be in big trouble. If anyone wants to thank someone, thank Chao Xian." As soon as Ouyang Shue said this, the Zhang brothers and Lin Dazhou's female teammate, who died tragically, all thanked Chao Xian. Seeing this, Chao Xian shook his head helplessly and said, "There's no need to make such a clear distinction." Ouyang Shue said seriously, "This is all your credit." As the two were talking, Lin Feng on the second floor was already furious. His face flushed crimson and he slammed the bed. No one paid attention to the message he sent, which was already extremely embarrassing. He finally waited for a new message and noticed that it was from Ouyang Shue. He thought she was there to help him out, and was even ready to send Ouyang Shui a private message to express her gratitude. But when I read the content of the message, I found that it had nothing to do with me. However, no one cared about Lin Feng's mood. At this time, Chao Xian had already arrived at the corridor. He remembered that the weakest neighbor was on the 3rd floor. Chao Xian led everyone to the end of the 2nd floor and stopped in front of room 314. Along the way, he pretended to observe all the doors. Chun Hong and Ouyang Shui thought he had used his innate talent to observe all the neighbors before finding this one. Chao Xian looked at everyone and said in a low voice, "Behind this door is the weakest weirdo I've found so far. Sister Hong, come and give it a try." Chun Hong nodded hesitantly, walked forward and knocked on the door gently. Bang, bang. A few seconds later, the door slowly opened, but there was no one in the crack. The 4 of them looked puzzled. "Hey, I'm down there." When the 4 heard the sound, they reacted instantly and looked down hurriedly. They saw a little boy who was only as tall as their knees, with a pale face, grinning at them. The scary thing was that this strange child had no eyes. Instead, his 2 dark holes stared straight at them, and he made a giggling sound. "Big brother, big sister, are you here to play hide and seek with me?" Chin Tong. Strength, 11 agility, 9 constitution, 8 spirit, 10. Chin Tong had been a capricious and mischievous child, taking great pleasure in torturing others. When playing hide and seek with his friends, he would carefully choose the most secret and terrifying places, locking them in abandoned houses during the game. Listening to their terrified cries in the darkness, he would clap and laugh outside the door, thoroughly enjoying their despair. He is extremely obsessed with hide and seek. If you are caught by him, something on your body will be taken away. Weaknesses, lightning, cowardice, and the fruit knife that gouged out his eyes. Chao Xian stared at the panel in front of him and thought to himself, another tricky kid. When he was still a child, he used such cruel means to harm his friends. I can't imagine how evil this seemingly harmless kid is in his heart. At this time, Chen Hong had already squatted down and started speaking. She forced herself to ignore the pair of dark eyes, forced out a kind smile, and said, "Little boy, your sister and brothers are playing hide and seek with you. Can you give your sister a certificate to report to the apartment manager?" The little weird boy tilted his head, as if thinking seriously about Chun Hong's words. After a moment, he nodded and said with a chuckle, "Okay, if you win, I'll give you a certificate to report to the apartment manager, but if I win, you have to give me something too." Chun Hong thought that her kindness had touched Gui Tong, so she nodded and agreed without thinking. She had no idea that what Chen Tong wanted was their organs. "Okay, then come into the house and play hide and seek with you, brother and sister." Looking at this scene, Ouyang Shui couldn't help but frowned. Chun Hong is always so reckless, or perhaps she has big breasts but no brains, which always gives her a headache. She tilted her head and leaned closer to Chao Xian, whispering, "I think there's something wrong with this little ghost. He seems to have bad intentions." "That's right." Chao Xian also nodded slightly and responded softly, "But don't worry, its strength is much weaker than the female ghost we killed before. Let's see what tricks it can play first." Chapter 87. Can hide and seek be played like this? Everyone followed Gui Tong into the room, with Chao Xian walking last. After entering, he slammed the door shut. The strange boy's room was strangely spacious and completely different from the rooms of the new residents. The layout of the rooms for these new residents is similar to that of a hotel. The bedroom is right after the entrance, and there are only toilets and bathrooms. As for Guidong's room, there is a large living room at the entrance and 2 bedrooms. Various dolls and toys were piled up in a mess inside, and most of them had their heads and arms cut off. Their incomplete appearance exuded a gloomy atmosphere. In addition, there are many boxes and cabinets in the room. These pieces of furniture are scattered around, forming many corners for people to hide. The whole scene looks as if it was carefully arranged for playing hide and seek. The ghost boy turned around, his eyes gleaming with eager greed, and shrilled to everyone, "Let's start now. I'll go first. I'll count to 60, and you must hide within 60 seconds. If I find you, you lose." Chao Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said, "Okay, but shouldn't we set a time limit? If you don't find us by then, does that mean we win?" When Gui Tong heard this, he was slightly stunned. In its cognition, it was easy for it to find these people with its extraordinarily keen sense of smell for human odors, and it never thought that it would lose. What it enjoys is the pleasure of getting closer to its prey little by little and watching the prey tremble in fear. Sometimes, it will pretend not to be able to find it, and then suddenly appear when the prey relaxes its vigilance, cruelly picking off a part of the prey's body. But at this moment, it still suppressed its excitement and said confidently, "Okay, Then let's set a time. If I can't find you, I lose. Chao Xian smiled and said, how about 3 minutes? Okay. Gui Tong raised an evil smile and agreed confidently. Then, the strange boy took small steps and walked straight behind the sofa. The sofa was much taller than the strange child, completely blocking its view. I start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. The ghost boy's voice echoed in the room. Let's go hide. Chen Hong called out to everyone anxiously. Everyone walked into a bedroom together. Time was running out. With only 60 seconds left, so Chun Yin and others acted quickly. Ouyang climbed up to the window and hid behind the curtains. Chun Yin moved many items to create the appearance that someone was inside, and then she hid behind a cabinet. Chun Hong wanted to hide under the bed at first, but because a certain part of her body was too full, she only managed to get her shoulder in when it got stuck under the bed. She struggled awkwardly for several times, and finally Chao Xian helped her pull it out. In the end, she simply found a box and crawled into it. There were so many boxes that they might not find her if they searched through them one by one. The countdown of the ghost boy outside has reached the last 10 seconds, but Chao Xian is still standing there. He had no intention of hiding. Not to mention that the room is so small, and given the habits of the strange child, he will definitely not play fair. No matter how secretly they hide, the ghost boy should be able to find them with his special abilities. In the last 3 seconds of the countdown, Chao Xian decisively slammed the bedroom door and locked it. The architecture of this apartment was extremely strange. When he had helped He Fei kill the evil wife, the powerful lightning of thunderous fury had not been able to damage the floor at all. So he concluded that with Gui Tong's strength, he would never be able to destroy the door by brute force. Time is up. I'm here to catch people. Hee hee. The creepy laughter of the ghost child rang out in the room, followed by the sound of its anxiously searching footsteps. The strange boy twitched his nose slightly and instantly smelled that 4 people were hiding in the same bedroom. It sneered and said disdainfully, all of you are hiding together. You are truly the dumbest food I have ever seen playing hide and seek. Then, it pretended to search the living room, muttering to itself. Could it be in this box? Oh no, it's not there. There's nothing behind the TV either. Where is it hiding? Although it said that, its eyes were always fixed on the direction of the bedroom. Oh, it doesn't seem to be in the living room. Then could it be in this bedroom? I'm coming now. The strange boy showed a sinister smile on his face and walked slowly towards the bedroom. It stood on tiptoe, reached out, grasped the door handle, and turned it down hard. However, the door handle didn't budge. What's going on? The ghost boy's voice was filled with disbelief and anger. They locked the door. The ghost boy's face suddenly became hideous and ferocious. How dare these humans be so bold? The person locked the door and wouldn't let it in. This was the first time it had encountered such a person. Anger raged in the ghost child's eyes. He began to pound on the bedroom door frantically, emitting a sharp roar. You damned bastards, how dare you lock me out? Open the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the door didn't budge. This apartment was formed by special rules and cannot be easily broken. Chao Xian behind the door crossed his arms and smiled with confidence, as if he was in control. Hearing the sound of the ghost boy banging on the door frantically, Chen Yin, Chun Hong, and Ouyang Shui slowly stood out from their hiding places, with stunned expressions on their faces. When will hide and seek be played like this again? However, it seemed that Gui Tong really had no way of finding them within the specified time. Time passed quickly and 3 minutes were up in no time. Chao Xian gently turned the lock and opened the door. Outside the door, the ghost boy's face, full of ferocity, unwillingness, and resentment, instantly came into view. You cheated. Who told you to lock the door? The strange boy was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his whole body was shaking. But you didn't say before that the door can't be locked. Chao Xian's eyes were calm, and he said slowly, now you didn't find us within the allotted time, so you lose. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Now you have to give us the credentials. Behind him, the 3 women looked at Gui Tong, who was so angry that black smoke seemed to be coming out of his head. Then they looked at Chao Xian, and their eyes were suddenly filled with admiration. This round doesn't count. We have to play again. And this time we can't lock the door. The ghost boy's teeth were grinding. He had never seen anyone playing hide and seek like this. In its opinion, Chao Xian's behavior was even more shameless than its own. Hearing that Gui Tong was unwilling to admit his mistake, Chao Xian's expression gradually turned cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You mean, you're going to default on your debt? Humph, I'm just going to default on my debt. What can you do? Anyway, if you don't play hide and seek with me, I won't give you a certificate. The strange boy said viciously. A purple lightning suddenly flashed in Chao Xian's hand. The light was so bright and frightening. When the strange boy saw this, he suddenly felt a palpitation. Chao Xian stretched out his other hand, grabbed the ghost boy's neck, lifted him up high, and said in a cold tone, "You can default on your debt, but the price is death." The strange boy's face was filled with fear and his mind was filled with confusion. Why aren't humans affected when they touch my body directly? Moreover, he actually possesses such terrifying power. Looking at Chao Xian's hand that was getting closer and closer to him and emitting a dangerous aura, Guodong was finally completely scared. It struggled desperately in Chao Xian's hands, its voice full of fear, and its previous arrogance had long disappeared without a trace. "No, no, don't kill me. I'll give you the proof. I'll give it to you." It quickly and painfully plucked off a strand of its own hair and tremblingly handed it to Chao Xian. "For you." Chao Xian took the hair, frowned slightly, and shook his head. "Can't you give me 3 vouchers a day? Give me 2 more." "How do you know?" Guodong blurted out subconsciously, then pulled out 2 more strands of hair with a look of resentment and handed them to Chao Xian. "Get out of my house now. I don't want to see you again," the strange child shouted at the top of his lungs. Chao Xian chuckled a few times, took Qin Yan's hand, and left the room with everyone else. Before leaving, Chao Xian also saw a strange-shaped potted plant on Guodong's windowsill. Thinking of the fruit he Fei gave him, Chao Xian took it in his hand without thinking. "This is our reward for playing hide-and-seek with you. It's all given to you. Take it and leave now," the ghost boy cried and roared. But after walking out of the door, Chao Xian turned back. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Tomorrow, we'll play hide-and-seek with you again." "No." The strange boy slumped on the ground, his face full of resistance, and his eyes filled with despair and fear. Chapter 88 Beautiful Female Ghost. After leaving the room, everyone showed expressions of joy. "This time, I got 3 certificates at once. In addition to Lin Hong's today's, you can also leave 2 extra for tomorrow." Even Guodong has surrendered to Chao Xian. Maybe I can still take advantage of Guodong in the next few days. Everyone entered Chao Xian's room again. Just as they closed the door, the shadow cast by the ceiling light behind them suddenly fluctuated violently like a surging tide. Immediately afterwards, the originally circular shadow quickly enlarged and gradually grew limbs. Finally, the shadow transformed into a human figure, hanging upside down from the ceiling. At the same time, a pungent burnt smell filled the corridor. The figure on the ceiling suddenly jumped down, and the dim light reflected his gloomy face. "He is the apartment manager, Zhang Li." Zhang Li walked with stiff steps to the door of room 314 and knocked hard on it. As soon as the door opened, the cursing voice of the strange boy Qin Tong was heard. "Who's knocking so loudly? Don't you know I'm getting annoyed?" However, when he saw clearly that it was Zhang Li standing outside the door, his voice stopped abruptly, and 2 bright red bloodstains suddenly flowed out of his empty eye sockets, and he said in a sobbing voice, "Uncle Li, someone bullied me today." After returning to the room, Chao Xian first observed the 2 special plants. Although, they just look like weird-looking flowers. But its effect is the same as the previous Mingxin fruit, which can improve mental value. The 4 of them shared the flowers, eating a few bites each, just like before. In the end, everyone increased their spirit value by 2 points again. Chao Xian's spirit value has reached 9 points. During the remaining time, the few of them ate some of the food that Chao Xian brought. When they saw Chao Xian taking out food out of thin air, Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong were stunned with shock. The 2 of them only carried a little bit of compressed biscuits and other energy replenishing supplies in their portable bags. More food will depend on Lin Feng's innate space. But now it seems that Chao Xian also has a talent space. But when they thought about it carefully, it didn't make sense. His talent was clearly the ability to judge strange powers. Could it be that Chao Xian possessed 2 talents? Lin Hong was confused and asked directly on the spot. Chao Xian laughed a few times. Unexpectedly, Lin Hong guessed half of it right. "I do have 2 talents, but they have nothing to do with space." He showed the bracelet in his hand and explained, "I got this from a platform a while ago. It has a full 125 cubic meters of space." Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong's jaws almost dropped when they heard this number. "How much?" 125 cubic meters. You can put the car directly in it." Chao Xian looked at the 2 of them, who looked like they had never seen the world before, and couldn't help but chuckle a few times. "If there is a chance in the future, I can send you 2 as well." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui's first reaction was to refuse. This is too valuable. Even if she were asked to exchange it for something else, she would still feel like she was getting a great bargain. Lin Hong excitedly agreed. "If you can really give me one, I'll be your girlfriend." Chao Xian glanced down at Lin Hong, who was lying on the bed. Her graceful curves and crossed long legs came into view. He joked, "Sure, then Sister Hong, Can I collect some interest first? As he said this, he stretched out an arm towards Lin Hong's long legs. Lin Hong gently kicked Chao Xian's hand away, a rare blush appearing on her face, and she scolded. Isn't the interest from lunch enough? Chao Xian recalled that blood-thrilling scene and scratched his head, saying awkwardly, Enough, enough. For the rest of the time, they all lay on the bed and took a short nap. Before I knew it, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. It's time for dinner. Ouyang Shui sat up, stretched her stiff body, and said solemnly. At this time, noisy footsteps were heard outside the door. Chao Xian put his ear to the door for a while and said, Let's go out later and not squeeze with these neighbors. Good. Several women also expressed their agreement. Only when they heard the footsteps at the door gradually fading away did they open the door and walk out. Walking down the stairs to the hall, I saw that the long table that took up half of the hall was already full of people. No, to be precise, it should be full of ghosts. Ghosts with different causes of death sat there side by side. Some people's skin turned white due to being soaked, and their clothes were still dripping with water. Some were missing arms and legs, and their limbs were incomplete. Some even had their heads gone, leaving only a naked body sitting on a chair, with their heads casually placed on the table. Chao Xian looked around for a while, and finally saw the Zhang brothers waving at them at the end of the long table. Brother Chao? President Ouyang. Come here. The Zhang brothers greeted them warmly. Chao Xian's face lit up with joy, and he hurried towards the location of the Zhang brothers with Ouyang Shui, Lin Hong, and others. Since the 4 of them arrived the latest, the good neighbors turned around and looked at them, with greed in their eyes, as if they were delicious delicacies. With every step he took, Chao Xian felt as if a thorn was on his back, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Feng's seat was at the head of the long table. The main seat next to him was still empty, probably the seat of Zhang Li, the head of the apartment. Next in order are Lin Dazhou's teammates and the Zhang brothers. Ouyang Shui, Lin Hong, and Chun Yin took their seats respectively, and Chao Xian was the last to sit down, with a strange figure sitting next to him on his left. As soon as they sat down, the Zhang brothers next to them couldn't wait to talk to Ouyang Shui about what happened today. The 2 of them met a greedy ghost, who actually challenged them to a competition to see who could eat more. Fortunately, the 2 Zhang brothers had amazing appetites, and after taking turns to fight, they actually defeated the starving ghost after a fierce contest. Chao Xian couldn't help but laugh as he listened to the 2 people's experiences. After listening for a while, Chao Xian turned his gaze to the female ghost sitting on his left. In fact, it was not that Chao Xian wanted to look at her intentionally, but the cold aura emanating from this female ghost was too strong, making Chao Xian feel as if he was in a world of ice and fire. However, when Chao Xian looked at the female ghost, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. It's not because this female ghost looks so scary. On the contrary, this female ghost's appearance is extraordinarily beautiful, even weird. The female ghost had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall, as if it had been dyed by frost and snow. Her face is small and delicate. Her skin is so white that it is almost transparent, and under her curved willow leaf eyebrows are a pair of narrow and charming phoenix eyes. She was wearing a black cheongsam that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. If it weren't for the bone-chilling coldness emanating from her body, Chao Xian would have dared to believe that she was actually a ghost. The next moment, the female ghost's panel also appeared. Chapter 89 The Beautiful Ghost Girl Lin Shui. Lin Shui. Strength. 21 Agility. 22 Constitution. 20 Spirit. 25. She was born into a seemingly ordinary family. Her parents had bad tempers and twisted personalities. From the earliest she could remember, she was greeted not with a warm embrace, but with endless beatings and abuse. Her father drank all day and beat her when he was drunk, while her mother watched coldly and sometimes even participated in torturing her. Finally one day, Lin Shui, who had been suppressing her emotions for years, erupted. On a dark night, when her father abused her again, she fought back with all her might. Watching her parents fall in a pool of blood, Lin Shui picked up the scissors that had killed her parents and ended her own life. In the process of becoming a weird, her soul experienced all kinds of painful torture. Perhaps it was in this endless pain that her mind became distorted and she gradually developed a habit of being tortured. She enjoyed the stimulation brought by the pain, as if only in pain could she feel her own existence. Weakness, lightning. Favorability, 0. It turned out to be Lin Shui. The moment Chao Su saw the name, he felt it sounded very familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, he remembered the origin of the name. Lin Shui is ranked second among all the neighbors, second only to Zhang Li. Because he would see this name every time he scanned the list, he was deeply impressed. Only, looking at Lin Shui's profile, Chao Xian couldn't believe it. He never imagined that this female ghost with a cold appearance and an abstinence-like aura actually had such a tragic childhood. What is even more shocking is that such a person who seems to be out of touch with this world actually has such a special hobby. As if sensing Chao Xian's inquiring gaze, Lin Shui slowly turned her head. A strange light flashed in her cold eyes, and she smelled a strong and tempting fragrance on Chao Xian. For the weird, humans are undoubtedly the best nourishment in the world, and this nourishment is divided into different levels. In Lin Shui's eyes, Chao Xian at this moment was undoubtedly the top grade, most exquisite delicacy, making her salivate. In an instant, a greedy and sick smile appeared on Lin Shui's cold and pretty face. She stretched out her left hand without hesitation, and her sharp nails attacked Chao Xian swiftly, intending to finish him off on the spot to satisfy her appetite. As one of the most powerful monsters in the apartment, she is one of the few who can act as she pleases without following any rules. Chao Xian was extremely shocked that Lin Shui was so arrogant and domineering that he dared to attack him without any scruples in public. This is too arrogant. You have to know that although other monsters were staring at them covetously along the way, they all sat obediently in their seats, and no one dared to take action. At this moment, Chao Xian no longer cared about hiding his strength due to the huge pressure brought by Lin Shui. He didn't want to be exposed in front of everyone. Chao Xian quickly raised his hand, and in an instant, a dazzling lightning flash condensed into a sharp lightning spear. If he fought back, it would very likely violate Zhang Ti's rules and become a reason for him to attack him, but at the moment he had no other choice. At the moment when Chao Xian threw the spear with all his strength, a scene that surprised him greatly happened. The moment Lin Shui saw him fight back, she seemed to be under a spell. Her outstretched hand suddenly stopped in midair, and the expression on her face became very strange. Chao Xian didn't know why Lin Shui suddenly stopped, but he couldn't stop his attack. In a hurry, he consumed 10 energies to condense the lightning spear and stabbed it hard into Lin Shui's chest, and she took it hard. Lin Shui snorted lightly. To Chao Xian's surprise, she did not emit black smoke and suffer from pain like other monsters after being attacked. On the contrary, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her cheeks instantly flushed with an alluring blush, followed by an extremely seductive hum. This snort was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves and attracting Chun Yin and others, as well as other strange gazes. Because the entire process from Lin Shui's sudden attack to Chao Xian's counterattack happened so quickly, it took less than a second in total. No one noticed this brief confrontation at the time, but when everyone looked over, they only saw Lin Shui leaning on the chair, trembling slightly, with a spring-like look on her face. When Chun Yin, Lin Hong, and Ouyang Shui saw this scene, they were all shocked, their eyes full of disbelief. No way, Chao Xian's taste is so unique. He actually did this to a female ghost in public. However, when their eyes fell on Lin Shui's flawless face again, they felt a vague understanding in their hearts. Just looking at this face, it is so beautiful that it is extraordinary and not like an ordinary woman. Anyone who sees it will probably feel some feelings that transcend species. The Zhang brothers standing by were filled with admiration. From now on, Chao Xian is the person I admire the most. Ning Kaichen and Ye Xiaoqian are all made-up stories, but my brother Xian, that was a real and true story. Many other male ghosts were also full of envy. Gui also likes beautiful and sexy female Guis. However, although Lin Shui is extremely beautiful, she is a taboo in this devilish apartment. Any male ghost who tried to seduce her was, without exception, ruthlessly beaten to ashes by her, leaving no trace of his body. Chao Xian felt the strange looks from Chun Yin and the others beside him, and felt like crying but had no tears and was speechless. If I hadn't given you a hint, who would have thought that Lin Shui, such a cold and beautiful female ghost, was actually an AI Mu who loved to be tortured? Chao Xian, you're openly fighting during this dinner party, violating the apartment rules. You really don't take me seriously. Possessing the ability to possess objects, Zhongli had already sneaked into the building in the lobby and silently observed everything that happened in the apartment. The moment he saw Chao Xian taking action, he appeared without hesitation and looked at Chao Xian greedily. Zhongli had already been addicted to the increasingly strong and alluring fragrance from Chao Xian and was unable to extricate himself. At this moment, he could no longer endure the torment of this temptation. Greedy saliva flowed from the corner of Zhang Li's mouth and dripped onto the ground. Then, his body began to swell rapidly. Chapter 90: The Powerful Lin Shui. The tense bones made a cracking sound, the muscles bulged like twisted steel, and the clothes on his body were instantly torn apart. with pieces of cloth flying everywhere. His nails grew wildly and were as sharp as a monster's claws. Black mist swirled around him, and his face gradually became hideous and terrifying. It was replaced by a bloody mouth full of sharp fangs, emitting a foul smell. He looked down at Chao Xian from above, his blood-red eyes flashing with greed, and then he let out a roar. Chao Xian, you dared to openly violate the apartment rules today? Obediently accept death and become my food. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the surrounding neighbors were instantly filled with fear, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was this terrifying bloody mouth that swallowed countless strange creatures who attempted to challenge the authority of the apartment manager. At the end of the seat, the strange boy Chun Tong screamed excitedly, his voice sharp and piercing. Quick! Uncle Li, kill him, kill him! Eat him bite by bite, and let me taste his blood. Chun Yin and others on the side frowned, with worried expressions on their faces. Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong quickly took out the talismans they had obtained from Lin Feng before, and stared at the terrifying tension in front of them with nervous expressions, with beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Chao Xian was also as solemn as iron at this moment, with a stern expression. Almost in an instant, he made the decision, immediately gathering strength, and lightning quickly condensed in his palm. Soon, a lightning spear that consumed 20% of his energy appeared in his hand. The lightning on the spear jumped and flickered, like a ferocious beast ready to attack. Since there is no way to escape, then fight Zhang Li to the death. Seeing the lightning spear in Chao Xian's hand, Zhang Li laughed wildly. His eyes were full of disdain, as if thunder and lightning, who had a natural restraint on weirdness, were just toys to him. Chao Xian felt an ominous premonition in his heart, but he threw the spear with all his strength. The spear, wrapped in dazzling lightning, shot towards Zhang Ting's huge body. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge impact force exploded on Zhang Ting's body, causing a gust of wind. However, just when Chao Xian thought he had succeeded, the black mist around Zhang Li suddenly rolled violently, like a huge black vortex, sucking the lightning spear in. Only a swish sound was heard, and the lightning flashed a few times in the black fog, then gradually dimmed and finally disappeared without a trace. What? Chao Xian's eyes widened, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was full of shock. Zhang Li could actually ignore lightning attacks. Even Lin Shui, who was hit by him just now, didn't behave so outrageously. At this moment, Chao Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He showed an annoyed expression on his face and slapped his head hard. I was careless and subconsciously ignored his weakness. The hint clearly states that only the knife that killed Zhang Li can hurt him. At this moment, Zhang Ting showed a ferocious grin on his face, and his huge mouth moved up and down, making a creepy sound. Back then, that bastard couple also wanted to kill me with electricity, but they didn't expect that even after my entire body was turned to charcoal, I still woke up. I picked up a kitchen knife and stabbed them while they were having sex on the bed. How hateful. The electric current had already burned one of my eyes, and the knife I stabbed actually ended up on the bed. The painful memory of being electrocuted made Zhang Li lose consciousness for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. It was precisely because the previous electricity did not kill him that he accidentally gained the ability to be immune to lightning after becoming a weird. Although the lightning could not cause any substantial harm to him, the feeling of pain was still deeply imprinted in his memory. Looking at Chao Xian in front of him, his figure gradually overlapped with the man who had snatched the knife and stabbed him to death. Zhang Li opened his bloody mouth without hesitation, leaped high into the air, and swooped down towards Chao Xian. Whoosh! A flash of lightning passed by, and Chao Xian's figure instantly appeared not far from the point where Zhang Li landed. Although he couldn't hurt Zhang Ti with lightning, he could still use the lightning on himself to avoid attacks. Zhang Ting, whose attack missed, slowly turned around, his saliva dripping uncontrollably onto the ground. His eyes were full of teasing, like a cat teasing a mouse. He was not in a hurry, even though he missed the target. He just didn't believe that Chao Xian could always dodge his attacks. He knew that Chao Xian must have some special means to have the power to control thunder and lightning. But such a powerful force cannot be used all the time. Chao Xian's energy will be exhausted sooner or later, but as long as he stays in this apartment, his strength is almost invincible. Just as Zhang Li was grinning and preparing to attack again, he suddenly found that his body could not move at all. He was stunned for several seconds before finally realizing what was going on. Lin Shui, I want to eat this human who attacked you. Why are you stopping me? Zhang Li looked shocked, but Chao Xian in the distance could see it clearly. At the moment Zhang Li fell to the ground, Lin Shui's body floated in the air. Her hair was like countless black pythons, flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, it silently wrapped around Zhang Zi's limbs and body. Her originally black cheongsam had now completely turned blood red, as if it was completely soaked in blood, exuding a strange yet charming aura. The hair that originally reached the waist suddenly grew dozens of times longer, as if it had life, tightly wrapping around Zhang Ting's body. Moreover, these seemingly thin hairs actually contain amazing strength. No matter how hard they struggle, they cannot break free. Zhang Li looked at Lin Shui with eyes full of fear. If there was anyone he was afraid of in this apartment, it was undoubtedly this crazy woman. When Lin Shui first entered the apartment, he had a fierce battle with this woman. As a result, Lin Shui, who had just become a weirdo at that time, actually fought him, the head of the apartment, to a draw. Moreover, Lin Shui's hair had a great restraining effect on him. From then on, he never dared to provoke Lin Shui easily again. But today he was just dealing with Chao Xian, so why did Lin Shui suddenly attack him? Lin Shui's eyes were blurred, and there was a faint arc at the corner of her lips. There was a strange look in her eyes when she looked at Chao Xian. Her voice was cold, but revealed an unquestionable dominance. Zhongli, he is my prey now. No one can touch him except me. Chapter 91. Come to my room at 10 o'clock tonight. At this moment, Chao Xian felt like an object being fought over by two people. The two ghosts treated him as prey, which made him feel mixed emotions. But inadvertently, he glanced at Lin Shui's favorability value, and his eyes widened instantly in shock. 50 favorability points. Something's wrong. What on earth happened? Lin Shui's favorability rating has skyrocketed to 50. The corners of Chao Xian's eyes twitched, and he didn't know whether to cry or be happy. Because she soon realized the reason. I'm afraid that my previous attack just happened to satisfy Lin Shui's special little hobby. Once this powerful female ghost was happy, her favorability towards him naturally increased. He was very happy before that his favorability had increased, but now that Lin Shui was staring at him, he always had a bad feeling. But the most important thing right now is to solve the problem of tension first. After all, since Lin Shui already has a certain degree of favorability towards me, he shouldn't do anything to me in the short term. Thinking of this, Chao Xian calmed down, looked directly at Zhang Li, and shouted loudly. This female ghost sister is right. Even in your ghost world, you have to follow the principle of first come, first served. And look at how horrible you look. You're the ugliest ghost I've ever seen. Compared to being eaten by you, I, as the prey, would rather be eaten by this female ghost sister. After hearing Chao Xian's ruthless words, Zhang Li was so angry that he trembled all over. Damn, this is the first time someone has dared to call me ugly. I'm clearly radiating terror and dominance. How can I be ugly? He roared angrily in his heart. If he had not been restrained by Lin Shui's power and unable to move, he would have pounced on Chao Xian without hesitation and torn him into pieces. But the reality was cruel. Under Lin Shui's strong restraints, he couldn't break free at all. Moreover, if he continued to fight, he was not completely sure that he could defeat Lin Shui. If he really loses, his dignity as the apartment manager will be completely destroyed in the face of so many weird people. Thinking of this, although Zhang Li felt extremely unwilling, he could only suppress his anger and his body began to shrink slowly. Finally, he returned to his usual appearance in front of everyone. Zhang Li's blood-red eyes were filled with resentment, and he glared at Chao Xian and Lin Shui fiercely. Okay, I won't argue with you today. I'll leave this human for you to enjoy. After saying that, Zhang Li returned to his main chair without looking back, waiting for Lin Shui to enjoy her prey. However, after seeing Zhang Li sitting down, Lin Shui did not attack Chao Xian immediately as everyone expected, but quietly sat back in her seat, and the blood-red color on her cheongsam gradually faded. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly picked up the chair that Zhang Li had just overturned and sat back down. The ghosts and everyone else were a little surprised to see this scene. Didn't Lin Shui say that Chao Xian was her prey? Why didn't she enjoy him quickly? Only Chao Xian knew that with Lin Shui's current favorability, she would not kill him for the time being. However, behind this goodwill, there must be a corresponding price to pay, but I don't know what this price is. Zhang Li's anger, which had just subsided, was ignited once again. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. Lin Shui, I've already given it to you. Why don't you eat it now? Lin Shui had originally tilted her head, her eyes greedily scanning Chao Xian's body up and down. Now interrupted by tension, she was very unhappy. She replied coldly, What business is it of yours when I enjoy my prey? Then, she turned her gaze to Chao Xian and said in a cold tone, Pray listen up. Tonight at 10 o'clock, come to my room, room 405. If you don't come, I will come to you personally. After saying that, Lin Shui didn't stay here anymore. After saying that, Lin Shui did not stay any longer and stood up to leave. She is a special existence in this devilish apartment. She is not a native resident of the apartment. As an outsider with strong power, they have always been allowed to come and go as they please when it comes to the so-called dinner party rules, and no one dares to stop them. Although Lin Shui left, Zhongli still didn't dare to touch Cao Xian. He knew the character of that crazy woman very well. After Lin Shui left, although Zhongli still hated Cao Xian in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly. He knew the crazy woman's character too well. If he really attacked Cao Xian after she left, Lin Shui would definitely come to him at all costs tonight. Seeing that everyone and the ghosts were looking at him, Zhang Li's face darkened and he shouted impatiently, "What are you looking at? Aren't you hungry? Let's eat now." As soon as Zhang Li finished speaking, all kinds of strange foods suddenly appeared on the originally empty dining table. Those foods come in all sorts of strange colors and shapes. Some glowed with a faint green light, while others were a strange black color, and sticky liquid kept dripping from the food. A plate of things that looked like twisted limbs appeared in front of Cao Xian and the others. There seemed to be undried blood on it, and it trembled from time to time. Next to it was a bowl of black thick soup with some unknown objects rolling around in it. You could vaguely see things like eyes and teeth floating in it. Qinyan, Ouyang Shui, and others are not picky about food. In special circumstances, they will not hesitate to eat insects to survive. But when they saw these strange foods, they had no desire to eat them at all. The Zhang brothers were the same. They looked at each other, their eyes full of hesitation, not knowing whether they should take the bait or not. As for Lin Feng, he started to retch. Before traveling through time, he followed Ouyang Hui and enjoyed delicacies from land and sea every day, living an extremely luxurious life. After traveling through time, thanks to his own strength, he ate pretty well. Now, forget about asking him to eat this disgusting-looking thing in front of him. However, the reaction of those strange creatures was completely different from that of humans. When they saw these foods, they felt like they were seeing rare delicacies in the world. There was a gleam of greed in the eyes of the ghosts, and they were drooling. They reached out their hands without hesitation, grabbed the food on the plate, and began to chew it in big mouthfuls. After a while, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Suddenly, all sorts of creepy chewing and swallowing sounds were heard on the dining table. Just as Cao Xian lowered his head to observe the food, a figure suddenly appeared on Lin Shui's chair next to him. Cao Xian turned his head and saw He Fei. He Fei patted his shoulder. "Brother, you can eat these things without worry. They should still be of some use to you humans. The effect should be similar to the Mingxin fruit I gave you, but the effect will be slightly worse." Cao Xian was stunned when he heard this, then used his talent to look at the food in front of him. Chapter 92 Special Food. Special food formed by strange energy. A special food condensed by strange power, containing a certain amount of strange energy. After eating it, the spirit value will increase slightly. If consumed by humans, it will slightly increase their spirit value. A strange look suddenly appeared in Cao Xian's eyes. "I didn't expect that this thing looks like it could kill someone if eaten, but I didn't expect it actually has benefits when eaten." He quickly took the fork and knife in front of him and cut off a small piece of the cylindrical food that looked like a forearm. Cao Xian put it to his nose and sniffed it. There is no taste at all. How about trying it? To be honest, the thing in front of Yao's eyes was really the body of a human or a creature with a messed up book title. Even if it could increase his mental value, he might not eat it. But the tip also said that these were just special foods formed by strange energy. It's just that it looks a little creepy. Cao Xian gritted his teeth and stuffed the entire piece into his mouth. Puff! The juicy taste exploded in Cao Xian's mouth. He originally thought it would taste disgusting, but the moment the food touched his taste buds, he was slightly startled. The taste is very unique, soft and sticky with a hint of chewiness, like chewing a special fruit that you have never tasted before. The taste is surprisingly good. Cao Xian tasted a light sweetness with a hint of fruitiness, just like ripe peach jelly. The taste spread in Cao Xian's mouth, making him feel dazed and completely forgetting the horrifying appearance of the food before. Cao Xian ate more vigorously when he thought that eating would increase his spirit value. With just a few big mouthfuls, he swallowed the entire plate of twisted limbs. He looked at his panel and found that his spirit value had indeed increased a little. Although it's not much, this thing can not only increase your spirit value, but also provide you with fullness, so it's totally worth it. On the side, Ouyang Shui, Chunyan, and others were dumbfounded. They watched Cao Xian devour the plate of seemingly horrific food in no time, their eyes filled with shock. "Brother Cao Xian, is this thing really that delicious?" Lin Hong spoke first, with a hint of hesitation in her voice. She poked the disgusting-looking thing with a knife and couldn't help but cover her red lips. Chunyan also frowned slightly. She knew Chao Xian's talent. Since Chao Xian dared to eat it, this thing should not be the human arm she imagined. Chao Xian burped and smiled faintly. Just eat it with confidence. This thing just looks a little ugly, but it's harmless to eat. Lin Hong looked at Chao Xian doubtfully, then looked at the strange plate of food in front of her, gritted her teeth, and said, "Then I'll try it too." She picked up the knife and fork, carefully cut off a small piece, hesitated for a moment, and put it in her mouth. As soon as she chewed, Lin Hong's eyes widened instantly, revealing a look of surprise. "Yeah, it's really delicious, not as scary as it looks." After hearing Lin Hong's words, Ouyang Shui also hurriedly started to try. As a result, I got the same feeling as Lin Shui, and she also felt that her mental level had been improved. Chun Yin already trusted Chao Xian and had already finished the food on her plate. Now she started to try the bowl of black soup. Lin Feng looked at this scene, and the nausea in his heart became stronger. Damn it, is Chao Xian starving? He can even eat something like this. And Ouyang Shui and these other women actually fell ill along with Chao Xian. The two Zhang brothers saw that the president had started eating under the leadership of Chao Xian, and they also decided to try it. Lin Feng quickly stopped the two of them. Chao Xian will be eaten by that female ghost soon. He has gone crazy. You don't really believe that this thing of his is edible, do you? I now suspect there's some hallucinogenic substance in this. One bite, and you're hooked. Zhang Yi and Zhang Sheng shook their heads upon hearing this, and continued to try the food on their plates. Seeing that the two of them did not listen to his advice, Lin Feng cursed in his heart. I don't know what's good for me. Lin Feng turned around and was about to leave. By now, many of the monsters who had finished eating had returned to their rooms one after another. He guessed that he would not be punished if he left now. He really couldn't stand looking at this pile of disgusting food. He wants to go back to his room and eat his compressed biscuits. Next to him, the man with gold-rimmed glasses exchanged glances with his teammates, then followed Lin Feng silently. They chose to stand with Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng had talismans and food, and was more reliable than following Ouyang Shui, the nominal vice president. On Chao Xian's side, he had already cleared out all the food in front of him. However, the spirit value did not increase. The effect of this thing is not as good as the Mingxin fruit, and it can only have a cumulative effect over time. He started chatting with Yifei. First, Yifei patted his shoulder and sighed. Brother Chao Xian, I finally understand why the apartment manager and Lin Shui are fighting over you. Even I can't stand the fragrance on you. As Yifei spoke, he moved closer to Chao Xian and sniffed him, an intoxicated expression on his face. Chao Xian was so frightened when he saw this that he quickly moved back and almost got hit by a thunderball on Yifei's face. Yifei suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. It seems that after you ate the Mingxin fruit and these foods, the fragrance on your body became stronger. Chao Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. If his guess was correct, it should be related to the spirit value. The higher your spirit value, the more attractive you are to the weird. While Chao Xian was thinking, Yifei said with some concern, Brother, you're not really going to go to Lin Shui's room obediently tonight, are you? That must be a female demon who kills ghosts without blinking an eye. Many male ghosts who coveted her beauty were turned into black smoke by her with a single blow. Or, why don't you hide at my place tonight? If she can't find you at your house, she might give up. Looking at Yifei who cared about him, Chao Xian was deeply moved. He was so afraid of Lin Shui, yet he still offered to take her in. This kind of friendship is extremely rare. But he knew very well. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. As long as I don't show up, Lin Shui will not give up. Chao Xian looked at Yifei gratefully, shook his head, and said, Brother Yifei, thank you for your kindness. I can't let you get involved. And I think Lin Shui might not kill me so easily. I want to test her bottom line and see what she is up to. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Chao Xian, Yifei could only shake his head helplessly. After thinking about it, he raised his left hand and forcibly broke off his little finger. In that case, take this, brother. If you're in danger, just squeeze it hard. I'll risk my life to help you, bro. Chao Xian took the finger in shock. He didn't expect that Yifei could do so much for him. It seemed that he really treated him as his brother. He patted Yifei's shoulder with emotion. Don't worry, brother Yifei. There are two delicate beauties at home. I definitely don't want anything to happen to them. Chapter 93 Robbery. Chun Yin and Ouyang Shui, who were standing next to them, blushed when they heard Chao Xian's vicious words. However, they did not refute, but instead suggested going to Lin Shui's room with Chao Xian. However, Chao Xian firmly rejected them. Lin Shui specifically asked me to go alone, and maybe everything would have been fine. But if you guys go along, it would have easily angered her. After hearing this, the two girls were unwilling but had no choice but to give up. At this time, there was very little food left in front of everyone. Chao Xian called over a few women and said goodbye to He Fei together. He Fei's face was filled with worry, and he repeated his previous instructions. If you encounter danger, be sure to come to me. Chao Xian nodded repeatedly in agreement. Everyone turned around and walked upstairs. At this moment, Zhongli suddenly appeared and blocked their way. He asked in a cold tone, "Where are your credentials? If you don't have proof of visiting the neighbors, even if I kill you, Lin Shui won't be able to say anything." Chao Xian remained calm, took out a few strands of hair, and said in a calm tone, "This is for the 4 of us, not one less." Zhongli looked at the hair in front of him with a look of astonishment on his face and watched the 4 people leave. I clearly didn't tell these humans that they needed credentials, so how did they know they needed them? Chao Xian returned to the room again and looked at his watch. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. He made up his mind and decided that instead of waiting here and suffering, he might as well go find Lin Shui now. After making up his mind, he did not leave, but went into the bathroom and took a thorough shower. He saw a strong possessiveness in Lin Shui's eyes before. That possessiveness may be because she regards him as a meal, or perhaps as a little electric toy that can make her happy. In short, he was in a clearly weak position in his relationship with Lin Shui. He didn't want to be killed because of the scent of another woman on his body. After taking a shower and changing into new clothes, Chao Xian left his room without hesitation. I think it's 405. As he walked, he carefully recalled Lin Shui's room number in his mind. After confirming again and again that he was not mistaken, he walked upstairs resolutely. The journey was quite smooth and without any obstacles. Chao Xian soon arrived at the 4th floor. As soon as he turned the corner, a tall male ghost with a bloody head and more than half of his flesh missing blocked his way. "Kid, there are no humans living on this floor. What are you doing here?" The male ghost looked at Chao Xian greedily with unfriendly eyes. When he died, his face was crushed beyond recognition by a large truck. After becoming a ghost, although he regained some vision, his vision was still very blurry. He didn't recognize Chao Xian as the human who had caused the dispute between Zhang Li and Lin Shui. At this moment, his mind was filled with the alluring aura emanating from Chao Xian. Finally, a human has come. I must find a chance to eat one no matter what. Chao Xian saw the male ghost blocking his way and leaned forward slightly to look inside. Lin Shui lives in room 405, right? She asked me to come see her at 10 o'clock tonight. What? Are you the human being that Lin Shui is targeting? When the male ghost heard this, the greed on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by full disappointment and disgust. I finally met a human being, but he turned out to be targeted by that crazy woman. What bad luck. The male ghost cursed in his heart, ignored Chao Xian's words, turned around, and prepared to leave. Stop. Chao Xian immediately called out to the male ghost, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at him sharply. You wanted to eat me, didn't you? So what? The male ghost snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. It's just a mere human. What do you want? Chao Xian laughed dryly a few times. Then his face darkened, and he stretched out his right hand. Give me 3 strands of your hair, and then hand over the star soul coins you have. When the male ghost heard this, he was stunned at first and stood there for several seconds before he realized what Chao Xian meant. Are you robbing me? His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Seeing Chao Xian nodded calmly, the male ghost suddenly became furious. He is one of the top 20 most powerful weirdos in the apartment. Wherever he goes, don't the other weirdos respectfully call him brother and call him brother weird? Now he was actually robbed by a mere human? This was a great shame and humiliation. The remaining flesh on his face twisted and trembled with anger, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He was about to attack Chao Xian in an instant. However, Chao Xian was not afraid at all. He stared at the male ghost calmly and said calmly, You probably don't want Lin Shui to know that you coveted her prey, right? Although I don't know your name, but when I came up just now, you just closed the door, which means you live in the 2 rooms at the end. As long as I give you a brief description of your appearance, do you think Lin Shui won't recognize you? I'll give it to you. Before Chao Xian could finish his words, the male ghost was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. This time he went out. He originally planned to find the apartment manager and asked to move to another floor. Living on the same floor with Lin Shui is too dangerous. If you accidentally annoy her, she will tear you into pieces and use them as food. The male ghost trembled as he pulled out 3 strands of his hair, then shakily pulled out a handful of silver shining star soul coins from his pocket and presented them with both hands. It's all yours. Please, don't tell that woman. Seeing the male ghost so frightened, Chao Xian was also a little surprised. Is Lin Shui's deterrent power really that great? He suddenly felt that he seemed to have discovered a way to make a fortune. Chao Xian took the star soul coin and hair from the male ghost with satisfaction, then waved his hand impatiently, signaling the male ghost to get out quickly. The male ghost was as if he had been pardoned, with a look of relief on his face for escaping death. He quickly took out his key and hurriedly fled back to his room. The star soul coins that he had originally intended to give to Zhang Li had been lost, and now he didn't need them when he went out. Chao Xian put the star soul coins into the space without wasting any more time. He walked straight to the door of room 405, took a deep breath, tried to calm his pounding heart, then raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Sister Lin Shui, I'm Chao Xian. I'm afraid you'll be impatient, so I came a few minutes early. Are you home? I guess I didn't come early. Just as Chao Xian was speaking, the door suddenly opened with a creak. Chao Xian looked inside, but there was no one at the door. Just as Chao Xian was surprised, countless thin and tough hairs instantly wrapped around his body and dragged him into the room. Where are you dragging me to? Chao Xian struggled violently in midair, watching himself being slowly dragged into. Bathroom. Chapter 94. Isn't it Chao Xian who is calling? Chao Xian struggled for a moment, but realized that all resistance was futile, so he simply gave up and let Lin Shui drag him towards the toilet. Soon, Chao Xian was pulled into the toilet. Lin Shui untied the hair that was wrapped around him, and Chao Xian fell to the ground with a thud. In front of him, there was a thick mist, making his vision a little blurry. Through the hazy mist, Chao Xian saw Lin Shui with her back to him, her long, shiny black hair floating on the water. Crystal clear water droplets hung between the ends of her hair, slowly sliding down the curve of her graceful and white neck. Chao Xian's gaze unconsciously lingered on Lin Shui's neck for a few seconds, and he sighed inwardly. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful neck he had ever seen, with smooth lines and skin whiter than snow, like a fine work of art. However, when his gaze continued to move downward, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Shui's jade-white back was covered with dense scars, crisscrossing each other, like countless twisted earthworms, which was shocking. Chao Xian's heart was instantly ignited by anger, and his fists clenched unconsciously. He remembered the information he saw on Lin Shui's panel. These scars were left by her alcoholic father and her mother, who condoned his evil deeds. Although he has a happy family, he has very deep feelings about this kind of thing. When Chao Xian was in junior high school, there was a female classmate in his class who was beaten and scolded by her parents for a long time, which made her extremely inferior and sensitive. In class, Chao Xian had almost never heard her speak, and he didn't even have a clear impression of her face. Later, when he was in high school, he learned the news about the girl from his classmates. She left this world forever shortly after graduating from elementary school. Chao Xian didn't know the specific reason for leaving, but it was easy to guess. This memory was like a thorn, lingering in Chao Xian's mind for a long time. So he hates those scumbags who are not worthy of being parents. At this time, Lin Shui turned her head slightly and caught a glimpse of Chao Xian, who was in a daze. She noticed that Chao Xian was staring blankly at her back, so she opened her red lips and explained, "This is what my parents did when I was a kid. Then I killed them." Well done. Chao Xian was so excited that he couldn't help but shout out loud. Lin Shui was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Chao Xian to have such a reaction, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. In Chao Xian's sight, Lin Shui's favorability had risen by another 10 points, reaching 60 points. A few seconds later, Lin Shui slowly stood up, walked out of the bathtub, and stood in front of Chao Xian. Her pale, bloodless skin actually had a faint blush against the backdrop of the water vapor. "Chao Xian, I humiliated you in public, and now I'm forcing you into my room. Do you hate me?" Chao Xian was stunned for 2 seconds and quickly came to his senses. He quickly shook his head like a rattle and forced a smile on his face. "Sister Lin Shui, if you hadn't rescued me from Zhang Li's clutches, how could I be standing here now? How could I possibly hate you?" I thought my answer was perfect, but when Lin Shui heard this, her hair suddenly started flying and her eyes suddenly became cold. She looked down at Chao Xian with hostility in her eyes. "No, you must hate me." "What?" Chao Xian was confused by these sudden words, and his face was full of doubts. Lin Shui felt Chao Xian's surprised look, and a sense of shyness inexplicably welled up in her heart. However, she pretended to be calm, trying to maintain a cold expression on her face, and continued by slightly turning her head. "I'll ask you again, do you hate me?" Chao Xian opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Hate." Hearing Chao Xian's answer, Lin Shui nodded with satisfaction, and a faint blush appeared on her originally bloodless cheeks. "Then I'll give you a chance for revenge. No matter how you attack me, I won't fight back." Just after finishing speaking, Lin Shui seemed to remember something important and quickly added, "Use the same lightning you used when you were eating." Chao Xian. No, no. It turns out she wanted this. Why go around in such a big circle and beat around the bush, making me think that she suddenly had murderous intentions again? Chao Xian roared in his heart. Only then did he remember the origin of the 50 points of favorability he had gained at the beginning. Wasn't it the lightning spear that stabbed Lin Shui at that time? He looked at the remaining energy of the skill, Thunder Fury. There are still 50 points left, which should be enough. He slowly stood up. Since he was more than 10 centimeters taller than Lin Shui, he was the one looking down at Lin Shui. Why? You don't want revenge anymore. No. Let's go to the living room. It's a little cramped here, and we can't move around. Chao Xian said in a deep voice. Room at the entrance on the 4th floor. The male ghost who had been robbed by Chao Xian before was now lying on the bed crying. I've painstakingly collected star soul coins for over half a year, and now I've been robbed by a little human. Damn it. Damn it. The male ghost roared angrily. Now that he has lost these star soul coins, he has no way to bribe Zhongli. Since he couldn't bribe Zhongli, he naturally had no way to move out of the dangerous 4th floor. If he didn't move out of the 4th floor, it would mean that he would likely frequently run into Lin Shui, the killer that everyone feared. The male ghost's hatred towards Chao Xian grew stronger and stronger. However, when he thought that Chao Xian would soon be tortured to death by that madman Lin Shui, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure after revenge. Hee. Who knows? That little brat might have been eaten by Lin Shui now. Or be kept in captivity and slowly tortured, a life worse than death. At this moment, the male ghost suddenly heard a faint sound. A puzzled expression appeared on his face, and then he hurried to the door and carefully opened it a crack. All I could hear was an extremely shrill cry of pain echoing in the corridor. The sound was sharp and long, like a scream coming from the depths of the soul being torn apart. The male ghost was shocked. Could it be the sound of Chao Xian being tortured? No. This voice is clearly a woman's. On the 4th floor, all those who died unexpectedly were moved. The only woman is Lin Shui. An incredible possibility suddenly emerged in the male ghost's mind. Could it be that the one screaming in pain now is not Chao Xian, but Lin Shui? Chapter 95, Lin Shui, a crazy husband protector? In room 405, the dim light illuminated the figures of the two people. Lin Shui curled up on the ground in an extremely twisted and painful posture, her body trembling slightly. Chao Xian was holding a long whip made of lightning, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Lin Shui's strength is far beyond that of ordinary weirdness. She can control her appearance freely and is no longer the same as when she died. Lightning is naturally restrained and strange. The moment the thunder touched Lin Shui's back, black smoke rose and the air was filled with a burnt smell. But Lin Shui's recovery ability was amazing, and the scars disappeared in just a few seconds. Half an hour passed like this. He checked the remaining energy of Thunder Fury and frowned. The energy of Thunder Fury has been exhausted. Man, you can't. Damn it. How dare you look down on me? Chao Xian's desire to win was instantly ignited. Lin Shui took the initiative to give him the opportunity to take revenge, but he only lasted half an hour. If this were to get out, where would he put his face? He thought for a moment, then stepped on Lin Shui's back, a thought flashing in his eyes. I have a more exciting method. Do you want to try it? More exciting? A hint of desire flashed in Lin Shui's eyes, and she nodded silently. After receiving Lin Shui's response, Chao Xian quickly took out a Gatling gun from the storage space. The metallic luster flickered coldly in the dim light. Lin Shui's eyes froze instantly, and the disdain on her face was replaced by astonishment. So big, Lin Shui muttered to herself. The weapon in front of her was a metal tube, clearly a firearm, but she had only seen conventional weapons like rifles and pistols before, and this was the first time she had seen such a strange gun. With so many gun barrels, if they were fired, hitting someone would surely be a very pleasant experience. Lin Shui's heart showed a hint of anticipation. Chao Xian picked up the Gatling gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. This kind of superficial injury would not cause any substantial harm to Lin Shui, so he dared to take it out. In an instant, the sound of machine gun fire roared and echoed in the room, and bullets poured out like raindrops. The ground was soon soaked with blood, which splashed onto Chao Xian's shoes. He raised his head, not looking at the bloody scene, but concentrating on pulling the trigger. Only when all the bullets were used up did Chao Xian put away the scorching Gatling gun. Lin Shui also slowly stood up with an indescribable expression on her face. The bloody wounds on her body healed almost instantly. This self-healing ability is even more exaggerated than super self-healing. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fact that physical damage has relatively little lethality to weirdness. Lin Shui walked to the corner of the room with light steps and put on a white cheongsam. When she appeared in front of Chao Xian again, her expression had returned to calm. You did a great job, Lin Shui said. Chao Xian nodded silently. He naturally knew that his trick had won Lin Shui's favor. The fact that her favorability rating is already as high as 99 says it all. So, can I make a small request to Lin Shui now? For example, ask him to help deal with the apartment manager? He had seen Zhang Li Dao's strength before, and it was almost impossible to defeat him with Thunder Fury alone. Only if we find the dagger that killed him will we have a chance to kill him. At this time, Lin Shui had just buttoned up her cheongsam when she suddenly asked, Did you have an argument with someone in the corridor just now? Chao Xian was stunned, then nodded silently. There was a blind man who tried to cause trouble for me, but he later apologized to me. He didn't sell the male ghost, not because he was kind. But if Lin Shui killed the male ghost, the certificate stolen from him would also disappear. After all, it is a part of his body that is essentially one with the weirdness itself. But Lin Shui didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. Lin Shui's expression turned cold in an instant, and her hair stood upright, full of murderous intent, and instantly grew dozens of times longer. Those black hairs shot towards the door like black lightning. With a loud bang, the door was shattered and wood chips flew everywhere. The hair didn't stop at all as it extended rapidly along the corridor, like a huge black net, sweeping towards the room at the end of the corridor. In a moment, the hair entered the room, followed by a scream of terror. A disheveled male ghost, tightly entangled with hair, was dragged out of the room. The male ghost was dragged all the way to the living room of Lin Shui's room. Just now he was lying on the door, trying to hear the noise outside. But suddenly the door of the house was broken, and I was dragged here. He saw the situation clearly, and a feeling of despair immediately surged in his heart. Chao Xian, you despicable villain. You clearly said you wouldn't pursue my case anymore. Chao Xian scratched his head. He didn't expect Lin Shui to be so quick and efficient. Without saying a word, she broke down the door and caught the male ghost who had provoked her. Lin Shui grabbed the male ghost and threw him to the ground in front of him. Obviously, he wanted him to kill the weirdo who had provoked him. Lin Shui had already done this much, so Chao Xian didn't insist on talking about honesty with a cunning person. But the problem is that he has now been completely squeezed dry by Lin Shui. Chao Xian had no choice but to shake his head and said, Sister Lin Shui, please help me kill him. Lin Shui nodded slightly when she heard this, her eyes full of coldness and disdain. She raised her hand slightly, and the strands of hair lifted the male ghost high up and hung him in the air. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shui controlled the hair and began to torture the male ghost. The hairs were like sharp blades, constantly cutting the male ghost's body. Wounds quickly appeared, and black dirty blood kept flowing. Chapter 96, Taming Lin Shui. The male ghost's shrill and desperate screams echoed throughout the corridor. Lin Shui had a blank expression on her face, and her cold eyes were fixed on the male ghost who was struggling in pain, as if she was looking at an insignificant ant. As the hair continued to be tortured, the male ghost's breath became weaker and weaker, and the wounds on his body became more and more. Finally, after an unwilling roar, the male ghost's body completely collapsed and his life force dissipated. Lin Shui shook her head lightly, and her hair, like an obedient pet, retracted and spread over her shoulders again. She elegantly adjusted her white cheongsam and turned to look at Chao Xian, a hint of gentleness returning to her eyes. If you dare to cause trouble for me, I will have to pay the price. Chao Xian was deeply moved when he heard Lin Shui's words. He didn't expect that Lin Shui actually had the potential to be a husband-protecting maniac. Chao Xian suddenly felt a little confused about his current relationship with the beautiful ghost girl Lin Shui. Could it be that I really have to be the second Ning Kaichen and have a love affair that transcends species? Chao Xian tried to take a step forward, then slowly grabbed Lin Shui's little hand. As I touched her, I felt a bone-chilling coldness. The little hand was as soft as if it had no bones, so white and tender that it seemed like a work of art carved from the most exquisite white jade in the world. If some people with hand control see this ultimate touch and appearance, they will definitely say that they can play with it for a whole year. However, just as Chao Xian was immersed in this wonderful touch, he inadvertently looked up and found that Lin Shui's hair was flying like in the attack just now. Fuck! Chao Xian was startled. Why is Lin Shui angry again? Could it be because I touched her hand? However, the favorability level has already reached the maximum. If it were Shen Ting, let alone touching her, she would just cooperate with a smile. Chao Xian seemed to suddenly realize something. He quickly frowned and scolded sternly. What? You don't like it when I touch your hand? Do you think I touch anyone's hand so easily? Hearing Chao Xian's sudden ferocious attitude, Lin Shui instinctively became furious. A powerful aura suddenly burst out, and the hair that was about to pierce Chao Xian suddenly stopped in midair. Ever since her father passed away, no one at all, had dared to speak to her in such a commanding and rebuking tone. Lin Shui originally thought that she would be extremely disgusted with this attitude, but at this moment, she was surprised to find that not only did she not hate it, but deep down in her heart, she actually enjoyed it. Lin Shui's charming eyes blinked slightly, and an elusive light flashed in her eyes. Her hair, which had stood upright due to anger, slowly softened and fell gently on her shoulders again. She bit her lower lip, a barely perceptible blush creeping up her cheeks, and her voice was filled with a hint of coquettishness. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Chao Xian still had that serious face and said sternly, "Don't get angry in front of me anymore. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. No, or I'll never punish you again." Lin Shui listened to Chao Xian's words and nodded obediently. Chao Xian suppressed the secret joy in his heart and picked up his watch to take a look. It was almost 11 o'clock at this time. If I didn't go back, Chen Yin and the others would definitely be very worried. So, he lowered his head and looked at Lin Shui. "It's getting late. I should go back. I'll come see you tomorrow morning." Lin Shui lowered her head slightly, raised her eyes, and secretly looked at Chao Xian, but did not speak. Chao Xian thought for a moment, reached out, and gently touched Lin Shui's head, and said softly, "Be good. See you tomorrow morning. I'm leaving now." After saying that, Chao Xian turned and left. The door of Lin Shui's room was already half broken. Even with Chao Xian's ability, this door could not be easily broken, but Lin Shui was able to destroy it as easily as cutting tofu, which shows how terrifying her strength is. So now Chao Xian still feels scared when he recalls the scene just now. After all, he was also taking a risk. Chao Xian closed the door slightly. With Lin Shui's strength, those strange creatures probably wouldn't have the guts to harass her. On the way back, Chao Xian passed by the room of the male ghost who had caused him trouble, and saw that the door of the room was completely broken, with a big hole in it. After a little thought, he decided to go in and find out. The male ghost had given him everything he had before, but that didn't mean that was all his belongings. He walked into the male ghost's room and was hit by a disgusting stench. He wrinkled his nose, suppressed the discomfort, and took out a flashlight from the space. The room was in a mess. All the furniture was destroyed beyond recognition, and there were some black stains on the walls that looked like dried blood. It was also a strange room, but compared to Lin Shui's room, this one was simply a dirty and messy garbage dump. In such a messy environment, if he slowly searched for something, it would take who knows how long. Chao Xian didn't want to rummage through the garbage dump, so he decisively activated his talent. In the cabinet in the bedroom are all of Li Hu's belongings. Li Hu was the male ghost who had caused him trouble before. After getting this hint, Chao Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately walked towards the bedroom. The bedroom door was half open, and Chao Xian kicked it open. At the end of the bedroom, he saw a dark cabinet with 3 layers. Chao Xian began to check each floor one by one. When he checked the second floor, he found an iron box. "That must be it," Chao Xian muttered to himself. He opened the iron box and found only 7 or 8 star soul coins in it. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, so he put these star soul coins away. Including the star soul coins he got from the previous robbery and the star soul coins given by He Fei, his star soul coin balance has exceeded 100 again, reaching 103. At this time, Chao Xian keenly discovered that the depth inside the iron box seemed to be different from what it looked like on the outside. Is there a mezzanine? After realizing this, Chao Xian immediately began to observe the iron box carefully. His fingers slowly groped along the gap of the iron box, and finally touched a slightly raised area in an extremely inconspicuous corner. He gently pressed the protrusion, and there was a crisp click sound, and a wooden board at the bottom of the iron box popped up. Chao Xian was very excited and quickly removed the wooden board. Sure enough, he saw a hidden compartment. In the mezzanine, there was a pile of notes. Chao Xian picked up the note and looked at it carefully with the help of a flashlight, and found that they were actually IOUs. Borrower, Zhang Shan. Loan amount, 30 star soul coins. Loan period interest rate, 20% per month. Collateral, 1 left arm. Borrower, Hu Yen. Loan amount, 50 star soul coins. Loan period interest rate, 20% per month. Collateral, 10 cool photos. The borrowers on these IOUs all had unfamiliar names, and the interest rates marked on the IOUs were ridiculously high. 20% monthly interest is undoubtedly usury. Not only that, the IOU also clearly states that as long as the loan is not repaid on time, the lender has the right to dispose of the borrower's mortgaged assets. However, the lender's name was not Li Hu, but another unfamiliar name. Chao Xian suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he quickly opened the bottom cabinet. Sure enough, all the collateral mentioned in the loan agreement was in the cabinet. Chapter 97 Breakup. Chao Xian put all the things in the cabinet into the space bracelet in one breath. Unexpectedly, Li Hu is also a debt collector. However, it seems that this debt of his is not easy to collect. Just now, Chao Xian roughly looked through the IOUs and found that most of the debts had exceeded the repayment period specified in the IOUs. But he still kept all the IOUs. Now that Li Hu is dead, all these IOUs naturally belong to him, Chao Xian. Just because Li Hu can't collect the debt doesn't mean he can't do it. The names on the IOUs will be compared with the room numbers in his strength ranking table. Then he will bring Lin Shui to collect the debts one by one. If they dare to default on their debt, let Lin Shui take action. After closing the cabinet door, Chao Xian did not stay any longer and left Li Hu's room. A few minutes later, he finally returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Chao Xian saw Chun Yin pacing anxiously in the room, looking at the door from time to time, her face full of worry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chun Yin immediately looked over with a look of surprise on her face. Seeing Chun Yin's worried look, Chao Xian felt warm in his heart and immediately stepped forward to hug her in his arms. Don't worry, it's all been resolved. By the way, where are Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong? They were both worried about you, but it was too late, and they had already gone back to their rooms. Please send them a message to let them know you are safe. As Chun Yin spoke, she stood up from Chao Xian's arms, her eyes full of nostalgia. Chao Xian pulled back Chun Yin, who wanted to leave his arms, and held her in his arms as he lay on the bed. Then he freed up one hand and sent a message to Ouyang Shui, Lin Hong, and the Zhang brothers to let them know that they were safe. After sending the message, he suddenly turned over and pressed Chun Yin under him. Don't, it's too late. Chun Yin struggled, her cheeks flushed, and said shyly. Chao Xian glanced at the time, and it was already past 11:30. According to his usual energy, this time is definitely not enough. All right. Chao Xian sighed somewhat disappointedly, and then continued to cuddle with Chun Yin for a while, leaving many marks all over her body. It was not until 10 minutes before 12 o'clock that he reluctantly let go of Chun Yin. Zhang Li once said that one must return to his room before 12 o'clock. Chao Xian didn't want to create any unnecessary danger by forcing Chun Yin to stay in his room. So he accompanied Chun Yin out, sent her back to her room, and then returned to his own room. This time, he closed his eyes and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. At midnight, just when Chao Xian was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He subconsciously stood up and was about to open the door, but as soon as he took a step, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. So he looked at his watch. In their group chat, Chun Yin and others said that they had encountered the same situation. Chao Xian quickly replied, asking everyone not to open the door. He slowly stood up and looked out through the peephole, but saw nothing. Only then did he realize that the knocking sound seemed to come from under his feet. It seems that the thing knocking on the door is definitely not an ordinary strange thing. Chao Xian didn't think anymore, went back to bed, covered his ears tightly with the quilt, and continued to sleep. Maybe this is Zhang Li's trick, deliberately making them sleep poorly at night, so that they will make mistakes easily during the day and become his food. The night passed quickly. Early morning, Chao Xian stretched and sat up from the bed. The noise outside the door hardly stopped all night. Several times, he almost couldn't help but open the door to see what was going on outside. However, at about 6 o'clock in the morning, the sound suddenly disappeared, and Chao Xian fell into a peaceful sleep again. He opened his watch and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. At this time, the Zhang brothers in the group sent a message, asking everyone to go downstairs to have breakfast and discuss today's plan. Chao Xian simply washed up, got dressed, and prepared to go out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ouyang Shui and Chun Yin also going out. Good morning. Chao Xian greeted the two women with a smile. They nodded in response. It was obvious from their state that they didn't sleep well last night. Their skin was already so fair that it was almost reflective, so the faint dark circles under their eyes were particularly obvious. After the three of them discussed what happened last night, they went downstairs together. At this time, in the corner of the dining table in the hall, the Zhang brothers, Lin Feng, and the man with glasses and the girl, whom Chao Xian rarely communicated with, were already sitting there. Good morning, Brother Chao, Sister Hong, Sister Chun Yin, President Ouyang. The Zhang brothers greeted them warmly. They were holding a few original energy bars in their hands, chewing and talking. Seeing Chao Xian and the others coming over, Zhang Shen quickly looked at Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin Feng, quickly give some energy bars to President Ouyang and the others. Everyone consumed a lot last night, and they're probably starving. When Lin Feng saw Chao Xian was unharmed, a look of deep astonishment flashed across his face. In his opinion, shouldn't Chao Xian be eaten by that powerful female ghost? How come he appears here unharmed now? Chao Xian looked at Lin Feng's stunned expression, smiled faintly, and said, "What's wrong, Lin Feng? Are you disappointed that I didn't die?" Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, and then gritted his teeth. He sneered, took out a few energy bars from his space, and put them on the table, crossing his arms across his chest. "You're just lucky, but here, strength is the ultimate decision." Lin Feng glanced at the man with gold-rimmed glasses and his teammates behind him, feeling secretly proud. He had used some means to win over these two people. In the next few days, he will provide the two of them with sufficient food and talismans. And these two people must also act at the same time as him and obey his command. Especially the mind-reading talent of the man with gold-rimmed glasses, which is of great use when facing strange things. He took 2 energy bars and handed them to the man with glasses, and then handed a few to the Zhang brothers. "Zhang Sheng, Zhang Yi, you've also seen the relationship between Chao Xian and me. Now, either he or I or him. I'm giving you a chance to choose. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have enough to eat. Follow Ouyang Shui and Chao Xian. Regardless of whether there's food or not, don't forget that he's being targeted by both the apartment manager and that female ghost. Following them won't end well." Chapter 98, Ways to Deal with Tension. The two Zhang brothers were stunned at first. They looked at each other, and there was deep anger in their eyes. If Chao Xian hadn't reminded them in time last night, they might not even have seen the sunrise today. And now, Lin Feng actually forced the two of them to betray Chao Xian. They would never do such a treacherous thing. "Lin Feng, do you think we will be like you, ungrateful and ungrateful? We don't really want your energy bars." The two men were filled with righteous indignation and shouted loudly. After saying that, Zhang Sheng and Zhang Yi forcefully knocked down the energy bar that Lin Feng handed over. Even the energy bars they had already taken a few bites of were thrown on the ground. The two of them would rather starve than go along with Lin Yi. Anger also burned in Ouyang Shui's eyes. "Lin Yi, after you leave the apartment, I will definitely remove you from the Mutual Aid Association." Facing Ouyang Shui's threat, Lin Feng just sneered. Although Ouyang Shui's position is higher than his, he is not without support. With Jiang Dao around, would he be afraid of being fired by Ouyang Shui? In his opinion, as long as he could get rid of Chao Xian, Jiang Dao would not only not blame him, but might even reward him handsomely. Seeing the Zhang brothers standing firmly on his side, Chao Xian smiled lightly. He would not let his companions starve. "Lin Feng, do you think you are the only one in the world who has storage space?" After saying that, Chao Xian raised his hand and waved, and the table in front of him was instantly filled with a wide variety of food. In addition to pre-baked steaks, there are also fast foods such as chocolate and compressed biscuits. There were only small bottles of mineral water in Lin Feng's storage space, and he had to drink every drop carefully. Here at Chao Xian's place, there is not only plenty of mineral water, but also bottled drinks of various flavors. Lin Feng was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He always thought that his talent for storage space was unique, but he never expected that Chao Xian also had it, and it seemed to be much more powerful than his. His storage space was not big to begin with, and in addition to storing food, he also had to store various props, so there was very little space left for food. But the amount of food Chao Xian displayed before him was enough to fill his entire storage space. Could it be that Chao Xian only brought food and no other props? Or maybe Chao Xian's space is much larger than his. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of shame. It was like when I was using the toilet side by side with Chao Xian, and I secretly glanced to the side, only to find that I was just a little caterpillar compared to Chao Xian. Chen Yin and Lin Hong had already witnessed Chao Xian's strength. They glanced at Lin Feng mockingly, then picked up the food on the table and started to eat it. After Ouyang Shui thanked him softly, she also sat down gracefully on the chair, cut off a small piece of steak, and chewed it carefully. Seeing the Zhang brothers still standing there in a daze, Chao Xian quickly picked out 2 large steaks of generous size and 2 bottles of drinks, and handed them to them. "Zhang Yi, brother Zhang Sheng, please eat quickly. Don't be polite. I'm not like some people who are stingy. With me, there's plenty of food, so eat as much as you want." Hearing Chao Xian's merciless ridicule, Lin Feng could no longer bear it. He snorted heavily and left the hall in disgrace. The man with glasses next to him and the woman looked at each other, and there was a hint of regret in their eyes. Only then did they realize that they seemed to have chosen the wrong camp and boarded the wrong ship. But now the matter is done, and they have no chance to regret. They can only pick up the energy bars thrown on the ground by the Zhang brothers and hurriedly catch up with Lin Feng. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Yi looked at each other and no longer hesitated. Zhang Sheng and Zhang Yi exchanged a glance, and without further hesitation, they thanked Chao Xian, lowered their heads, and began to eat voraciously. They had hardly eaten anything yesterday when they followed Lin Feng, and their stomachs were already growling with hunger. In half an hour, several people discussed today's plan while eating. Chao Xian believed that since Zhang Li had set his sights on him, this hidden danger must be eliminated. Zhang Li is not afraid of thunder and lightning. Lin Shui can only fight him to a draw at most, not to mention that Zhang Li also has the help of the strange power in the apartment. On his side, the only people he could rely on were He Fei and Lin Shui. If you want to completely get rid of Zhang Ting, the key is to find the dagger that can restrain him. He knew Zhang Li's room number, 101, the first room in the entire apartment. Is he trying to find an opportunity to sneak in? At this time, Zhang Xing shook his head and said, I think it's too risky. I came early this morning and found that he didn't come out from 101, but from the apartment manager's office at the door on the first floor. That means the dagger could be in one of these two rooms. And if we make the wrong choice, we'll alert the enemy. By then, even with Lin Shui's help, we may not be able to withstand all the strange attacks in the apartment. Chao Xian frowned hard when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li actually has more than one room. Zhang Sheng is right. This will greatly increase their risk of exposure. Is it possible that we can only think of other ways? Chao Xian felt a little unwilling. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a trick that seemed to be able to be used. Thinking of this, Chao Xian immediately stood up. You guys go back to your room and wait for me. I'm going to find Lin Shui and then do something. Maybe we can find a way to deal with the tension. Several people looked at each other, curious about what Chao Xian could do. But Chao Xian asked them to go back to their room and wait for news, so they had no choice but to obey. At this moment, Chao Xian had already quickly climbed to the fourth floor and knocked on the door of room 405. The next moment, the door of the room was opened, and Lin Shui was still wearing the same white cheongsam as yesterday, looking charming and stunning. Chao Xian. Lin Shui thought for a few seconds and then bit her lip. Chao Xian wanted to nod in agreement, but after thinking for 2 seconds, he said sternly, Call me master. Lin Shui was stunned for 2 seconds when she heard this. But then her face became uncontrollable red and her eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Shui lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and she said in a trembling voice, Master, master. Chao Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and touched Lin Shui's head. To deal with this little ghost girl with special habits, we have to use special methods. Afterwards, Chao Xian took Lin Shui downstairs quickly and came to the room at the end of the third floor. He, Chun Yin, and 4 others had been to this room yesterday and played a game of hide-and-seek here. That's right, it's the room of the little weird boy Chin Tong. Chapter 99 News about the dagger. Boom, boom, boom. Chao Xian knocked on the wooden door without hesitation, but there was no response for a long time. After standing at the door and thinking for a moment, he turned around and gave Lin Shui a look. Lin Shui understood instantly, and her originally gentle eyes suddenly became icy cold. Whoosh! Lin Shui's long hair suddenly shot out like hard steel whips, hitting the wooden door at an extremely fast speed. With a loud bang, the huge impact force instantly shattered the wooden door into pieces, and wood chips flew everywhere. What are you going to do? Break into a private residence. Behind the broken door, Chun Tong slumped on the ground, his face full of panic, and he shouted in a trembling voice. Chao Xian curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer, kicked the wooden board that was still half hanging on the door frame, and squeezed into the house sideways. Little friend, didn't your brother play hide-and-seek with you yesterday? Why is it that today when my brother came to play with you again, you refused to open the door? Chun Tong swallowed hard, his body shaking uncontrollably, his eyes full of shock. He sensed something was wrong when someone knocked on the door just now. On weekdays, only Zhang Li would come to see him, and Zhang Li always knocked on the door slowly. The rapid knock just now made him feel something was wrong. So, he wanted to pretend that he was not at home and get away with it. But who could have thought that Chao Xian would actually break in directly? I was just sleeping, yes. I was sleeping. I just came to the door and tried to open it, and you broke it down. Are you looking for me again, to play hide-and-seek? Chao Xian had no intention of respecting the elderly and loving the young. What's more, he knew that this little ghost was not a good person. He strode forward, grabbed Chun Tong by the back of his collar, and lifted him up. Chun Tong, when Zhang Li wanted to kill me last night, you seemed very excited? No, you're seeing things. You still dare to be so stubborn? Chao Xian snorted coldly and continued. Do me a favor, and I will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, Based on your behavior last night, I can kill you right now. Chen Tong was so scared that he nodded repeatedly, like pounding garlic, and agreed with a terrified face. Not to mention that he couldn't beat Chao Xian, who had thunderous fury. Lin Shui behind him was enough to scare him to death with just one look. In the devil's apartment, Lin Shui is someone that adults can use to scare children. You have a good relationship with Zhang Li, right? Chao Xian asked. Yesterday, he heard Chen Tong calling Zhang Li uncle. The other weirdos in the apartment all respectfully call Zhang Li the head of the apartment, which is enough to show that the relationship between the two is better than that of ordinary weirdos. Maybe we can get information about the dagger from Chen Tong. Chen Tong was stunned for 2 seconds and immediately nodded. Uncle Li knew my mother when he was alive. My mother helped him when he was down on his luck. So, he took good care of me in the apartment. Although I'm the weakest in the apartment, no one has ever dared to bully me. On the contrary, I've even recruited several younger brothers and let them play hide and seek with me when I have nothing to do. Chen Tong finished speaking in one breath, carefully observing Chao Xian's expression. He secretly hoped that after he told Chao Xian about his relationship with Zhang Li, Chao Xian would have some reservations and let him go. Chao Xian smiled coldly after hearing what Chen Tong said. In that case, you should know where the dagger that killed him is, right? Don't try to play tricks, you know which one I'm talking about. It was the same sword that the adulterous couple used to kill him, the one that had a restraining effect on him. Upon hearing this, Chen Tong's face immediately showed horror and disbelief. You are going to kill the apartment manager. Chen Tong never expected that Chao Xian was so brave and could actually find out information about the dagger. Over the years, many people have wanted to challenge the weirdness of the devil's apartment, but no one has succeeded. As the head of the devil's apartment, Zhang Li possesses special abilities, which is the key to his continued success. At this moment, Chen Tong suddenly thought of Lin Shui behind Chao Xian. Lin Shui could be said to be the most powerful and unreasonable weirdo he had ever seen in the apartment. If it weren't for Zhang Li's identity as the apartment manager, Chen Tong had no doubt that Lin Shui could hang Zhang Li up and beat him. If they could really find the dagger, they might have a chance to kill Zhang Li. Chen Tong's first thought was definitely not to tell Chao Xian. But the faint thunderous pressure coming from his neck seemed as if Chao Xian would kill him without hesitation if he dared to refuse. Okay, I'll tell you. Chen Tong could no longer bear the double pressure from Chao Xian and Lin Shui. He couldn't touch the dagger himself. It had been placed on the cabinet next to 101's bed. After I got to know him better, he asked me to help him move to a more secluded place. Where? Chao Xian held his breath and asked. Chen Tong hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, In the apartment management office, there's a secret compartment behind the bookshelf on the 3rd floor. I put it there for him myself. Chao Xian showed surprise when he heard this. Sure enough, coming to Chen Tong was the right choice. However, out of caution, Chao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Chen Tong coldly and asked, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? If you dare to play any tricks, you know how serious the consequences will be. Chen Tong trembled with fear, shook his head quickly, and said in a trembling voice, I dare not lie to you. It's really there. If I lie, I will die. Chao Xian snorted coldly, then turned to look at Lin Shui and asked, Lin Shui, is there any way to control this kid's life, so that he won't play tricks or give away information? Lin Shui thought for a moment after hearing this, then raised her hand without hesitation and pulled out a strand of her hair. The hair trembled slightly in the air, as if it had life. The next moment, the hair quickly wrapped around Chen Tong's neck like a small black python. Chen Tong widened his eyes, a look of horror on his face. He wanted to reach out and pull the hair, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He could feel that this seemingly ordinary hair had already threatened his life. As long as Lin Shui has a thought, he will die immediately. Chen Tong was still in shock. He almost wanted to lie just now, but fortunately he gave up the idea in time. After getting the news about the dagger, Chao Xian felt relieved. Next, you have to find a suitable time to sneak into Zhang Ting's room and steal the dagger. In just a short while, a highly feasible plan had formed in his mind. He put Chen Tong down and said to him sternly, Repair the door to your room as soon as possible and don't let Zhang Ting find the flaw. Chen Tong was already completely frightened and nodded quickly. I promise not to. After hearing Chen Tong's assurance, Chao Xian left Chen Tong's room without staying any longer. Now he is going to meet up with Ouyang Shui and the others. For the next action, he and Lin Shui alone cannot do it. Chapter 100 Gambler Shenlin. In Ouyang Shui's room, sitting on the bed were Chao Xian, Ouyang Shui, Chun Yin, Lin Hong, and the Zhang brothers. Lin Shui stood quietly behind Chao Xian with a graceful figure, her face as cold as ice, and she said nothing. Only when she was alone with Chao Xian would her cold face occasionally reveal a different expression. As soon as they sat down, the Zhang brothers couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Chao Xian, have you thought of a way to deal with Zhongli? Tell us now." "I, Zhang Sheng, promise to obey you." Chao Xian pressed his hand, signaling the two to stop talking, and then Chao Xian spoke slowly and calmly. "I just found out the exact location of the dagger that can control tension." Everyone's expressions instantly became tense, and Chao Xian then told them his plan. "My idea is that we find a way to attract Zhang Li's attention, and then have Lin Hong use her invisibility talent to sneak into the management office and steal the dagger. Let Sister Hong steal the dagger." Upon hearing this, the Zhang brothers were a little worried at first, but soon, they remembered Lin Hong's special ability. Zhang Sheng slapped his head and said, "That's right. Sister Hong's talent is invisibility. There's really no one in this apartment more suitable for this task than her." Chao Xian smiled slightly and continued, "Last night, I found a stack of IOUs in a strange room. When the time comes, I will take Lin Shui to collect the debts one by one. Such a big commotion is enough to attract Zhang Li's attention." Speaking of this, he looked at the Zhang brothers. "Zhang Sheng, Zhang Yi, don't you two have telepathy? When the time comes, one of you will follow me, and the other will follow Lin Hong. This way, if there is an emergency, the message can be delivered in time." After hearing Chao Xian's words, the Zhang brothers were very excited. If this could really kill Zhang Li, there would be no need to struggle to survive in this dangerous apartment for 7 days. It would be like passing the level directly. Zhang Sheng stood up excitedly and said, "Then let's get started now. Brother Chao Xian, I'll go with you to attract that guy's attention." Zhang Yi also stood up. "I'll follow Sister Hong and make sure I complete the mission. Don't be impatient." Chao Xian quickly waved his hand, motioning them to sit down, his expression becoming serious. "There's still a loophole in the plan that hasn't been addressed." "Loophole?" The Zhang brothers were stunned, and the excitement on their faces was instantly replaced by confusion. "That's right." At this time, Ouyang Shui nodded calmly. "We are still missing a key." "Ouyang Shui is right." Chao Xian gave Ouyang Shui a thumbs up and continued. "Do you remember the bunch of keys hanging around Zhang Li's waist? He always had it with him, and it was the key to the whole apartment, including his own 2 rooms, of course. But it's almost impossible for us to get it. He wouldn't keep anything that threatens his life anywhere else. He must have been carrying it with him all the time. How about letting me turn on invisibility and see if I can steal it?" Lin Hong volunteered. "No." Chao Xian refused without hesitation, his tone firm. "Even if you could become invisible, it would be almost impossible to get close to him and steal the key hanging on his waist. What's more, we don't know which key is for the management office, and it would be a waste of time to try them one by one." As he spoke, Chao Xian set his sights on Lin Shui. "Lin Shui, do you have any good ideas?" When Chao Xian asked this question, everyone turned their attention to Lin Shui. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Shui. In their eyes, Lin Shui was still the same female ghost who had fought Zhang Li on equal terms last night. They are all very curious. What method did Chao Xian use to subdue such a powerful female ghost in just one night, making her obey his orders? Lin Shui thought for a moment and said, "Master, the door of the management office is made of iron, but I can still break it with a little effort." When they heard Lin Shui's name, everyone's breathing stopped for several seconds. What did Lin Shui call Chao Xian? Owner? They looked at each other in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. But seeing the same look in each other's eyes, they knew they had heard correctly. Chao Xian ignored everyone's shock. He shook his head again. It would make too much noise, and it definitely wouldn't work. Rejected, Lin Shui frowned and thought for a few seconds before coming up with a new idea. There lived a locksmith in 410. He had excellent lock-picking skills, but he was extremely addicted to gambling. Before he became a weirdo, he had 2 fingers chopped off because he had no money. It's said that becoming a weirdo also gives you abilities related to lock-picking. Perhaps he can use that. Chao Xian's eyes lit up. This information was too crucial for them. He pressed on. "Do you remember his name?" "Master, his name is Shun Lin." Lin Shui replied. Chao Xian immediately took out the stack of IOUs and began to search through them carefully. He had a vague impression of this name, and felt that the person who borrowed the most money in the IOU seemed to be Shun Lin. Sure enough, a person addicted to gambling, even if he becomes a ghost, still can't control his gambling addiction. Chao Xian quickly found a promissory note from the list. All I saw was the number of star soul coins that were borrowed, a full 500. The items mortgaged were his 2 arms, a complete right hand and a left hand with 2 fingers missing. And these 2 arms are now placed in Chao Xian's space. It's easy with this. Chao Xian showed a confident smile on his face, turned to Lin Shui and said, Lin Shui, come with me first. Let's go visit Shun Lin. Soon, a man and a ghost stood in front of the door of 410. Chao Xian knocked on the door without hesitation. Who is it? I already told you that I don't have any money to gamble with you. So why are you bothering me again? A hoarse and impatient voice came from inside the house, accompanied by a series of shuffling footsteps, and the door slowly opened. A hunched man appeared at the door. His face was pale, and his blood-red eyes were filled with greed. When Chao Xian heard the man's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint sneer. As expected, once you get hooked on gambling, it's hard to break it. He just said he didn't gamble, clearly because he didn't have the money, not because he didn't want to. At the same time, Shun Lin was also looking up and down at the man and the ghost in front of him. A living human being. Lin Shui, a man feared by all residents of the apartment. How did this duo come together? Chao Xian chuckled and calmly took out the IOU. This male swindler's addiction to gambling only made him easier to exploit. Here's your IOU, Mr. Shun Lin. Li Hu provoked me. Not only did he lose all the collateral for the IOUs, he even lost his own life. That means I am your creditor now. Chapter 101 Debt Collection. When Shun Lin heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. This human actually killed Li Hu? Although Li Hu is a small fry, his lending behavior is supported by another person in the apartment. That cunning fellow was known as Mr. Lu Si, and he had abundant capital. After entering the apartment, he has been lending and collecting debts. Because before Lin Shui arrived, his strength was second only to Zhang Li. In addition, he bribed Zhang Li with money, so the lending business has been good. Now this arrogant human actually dared to touch his subordinates and snatch the IOU. This was undoubtedly a wanton provocation to Master Lu Si. Moreover, since his interests were violated, Master Lu Si would not let this human go. But behind this human is Lin Shui, who is even stronger than Lu Si. When Shun Lin heard this, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. If he lets them fight each other, they might both end up losing, and his debt will become a bad debt. He licked his cracked and bloody lips and said slowly, I admit that you are my creditor, but I have no money to pay you now. Otherwise, I would have redeemed my arm long ago. If you want me to pay you back now, you'll be disappointed. Shun Lin is an old gambler, and he is even more difficult to deal with when it comes to gambling. I can take his life, but paying back his money? Impossible. Chao Xian shook his head slightly and said in a steady tone, I'm not here to force you to pay back your debt. I want to make a deal with you. If you'll do me a favor, I'll not only forgive all your debts, but I'll also give you both of your arms. In his opinion, this gambler was hopeless, and he was afraid that even if he killed him, he would not be able to recover the debt. It would be better to use the IOU to get him to do things for you. Chao Xian believed that this gambler was beyond redemption. Even if he killed him, it would be difficult to recover the debt. It would be better to use the IOU in his hand and let him use it for his own benefit. After hearing this, Shun Lin was stunned at first, and then a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Can the debt be forgiven by just doing one thing for him? In this way, as long as I tear up the IOU after the deal is done, even Mr. Lu Si won't be able to do anything to me. When the time comes, if Mr. Lu Si wants to blame someone, he can only find this human and Lin Shui. Shun Lin suppressed the excitement on his face and asked, Tell me first, what do you want me to do for you? Chao Xian said slowly, It's not particularly difficult. I heard your ability is related to lock picking. I need you to help us open the door to the management office. As long as you succeed, I will immediately fulfill my promise. When Shun Lin heard that Chao Xian actually asked him to help open the door of the management office, the excitement on his face instantly disappeared. The management office is a room of tension, so this means that tension will also be involved. Although he also wanted to get his arm back, it was not worth it to lose his life. No, he still has other organs in his body. He can continue to gamble even if he mortgages them. It's not like he has no chance of turning the tables. Just as Shun Lin was about to refuse, he saw Chao Xian's cold gaze and Lin Shui's murderous intent. He swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He lived with Lin Shui on the 4th floor, and once witnessed Lin Shui hanging up a male harasser by the hair and torturing and killing him. That terrifying feeling still scars him to this day. The consequences of offending Lin Shui would probably be worse than death. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that the risk is too great. Shun Lin stammered, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. You all know Zhang Li's methods. If he finds out that I opened the door, I will definitely not survive. If you're not busy, you won't be able to survive now. Chao Xian said coldly. Shun Lin was silent for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll help. The three of them walked into the house together. Shun Lin pointed at his empty arms with his chin a trace of helplessness on his face. Without my arms, I can only open some ordinary locks. But the door lock of Zhang Li's management office cannot be opened by ordinary means. My special ability is in my left arm. If you return it to me, as long as it stays with me for a while, the ability will be restored. Then, you can take my arm and open the door easily. Chao Xian guessed that Shenlin would not dare to play any tricks, so he took out the arm from the storage space. Shenlin's left arm. Once upon a time, this arm was the key to Shenlin's superb lockpicking skills. It contained special abilities that could unlock complex locks that ordinary people could not open. But because it has been away from its master for too long, its ability is on the verge of disappearing. How to use: place your index finger on the keyhole. Chao Xian handed his arm to Shenlin, who took it eagerly, his eyes flashing with excitement. He put the broken arm together, and a faint black mist gradually appeared on his arm, as if it was re-establishing a connection with his body. Not long after, Shenlin breathed a sigh of relief. His originally pale and dry left arm had regained some color, and his muscles bulged slightly, as if it had been injected with new vitality. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Now that my ability has been restored, I'll find a knife to chop it off for you." Shenlin was about to stand up, but Chao Xian stopped him. No need to go to such trouble. Chao Xian turned his head to look at Lin Shui and nodded slightly. Lin Shui understood instantly, and her aura suddenly became fierce. Her long hair instantly turned into a black blade and shot towards Shenlin's left arm. Before Shenlin even had time to react, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and a sharp pain came from his left arm. He screamed subconsciously and almost lost his balance. When he looked again, the left arm that had just recovered had been cut off by Lin Shui's hair and fell to the ground. Ah! Shenlin immediately let out a shrill scream, while Chao Xian had already picked up his arm and walked out the door. 10 minutes later, the two have reached the 5th floor, which is the top floor of the apartment. Just now, Chao Xian had handed Shenlin's arm to Zhang Yi and Lin Hong and taught them how to use the arm. He brought Qin Yan, Ouyang Shui, and Zhang Sheng to knock on doors one by one to collect debts. Chao Xian stood at the end of the corridor with his arms folded across his chest. The tenants on the 5th floor who owed money were already firmly remembered in his mind. Hu Rong from 501, Wei Hong from 504, that strange couple from 507. Chao Xian said 6 or 7 strange names and room numbers in one breath. Knocking on each door one by one is too troublesome, and the noise isn't loud enough. Call all these ghosts over here and collect the debt together today. I want to see who dares to default on their debt today. If anyone dares to hide or refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for coming to their house and dragging them out. I just don't believe that such a big commotion can't lure Zhang Li out. Chapter 102 Debt Collection, Part 2. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of knocks on the door broke the silent atmosphere. Soon, one door after another was flung open, and strange people with distorted faces and unfriendly expressions appeared at the door. How can someone who can owe debts for a long time and not pay them back be someone to be trifled with? Most of them are above average in strength in this apartment. Damn it. Why are you knocking on the door in the middle of the day? I'm just about to take a good nap. A weird and ferocious man with a face full of flesh roared viciously. A new human? Are you in such a hurry to become my meal? Another weird creature with a shriveled body and sinister eyes licked his lips. Honey, look at this human. He seems quite strong. Do you want to let him in and have some fun with us? A heavily made-up ghost woman, with lustful eyes, said to the male ghost beside her with a sweet smile. These strange things, without exception, were filled with malice towards Chun Yan, Zhang Yi, and the others. Zhang Yi was almost dragged into the house by the strange couple, and the woman's hand had already reached into his t-shirt and was groping him wantonly. Brother Chao Xian, please save me. Zhang Yi shouted hurriedly. Chao Xian was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he was speechless. This weird couple is really having fun. No, the most urgent thing is to rescue Zhang Sheng as soon as possible, otherwise he will be sucked dry by that female ghost. Lin Shui. Lin Shui's long hair suddenly surged out like a black tide, sweeping towards the strange couple like a dark curtain covering the sky. Oh! A shrill scream was heard, and the young woman's arm was directly cut off by Lin Shui's hair like a sharp blade, and blood splattered out. The male ghost next to her looked at the young female ghost with a look of heartache, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yi also took the opportunity to break free. But Lin Shui did not stop. His hair directly rolled up the strange couple and other strange things that opened the door. In the end, Lin Shui caught all these strange things and brought them to Chao Xian. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape Lin Shui's restraints. Lin Shui, let them go. Yes, master. Lin Shui responded respectfully and let go of her hair obediently. Those strange things fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. After landing, these strange creatures raised their heads, their eyes full of fear, staring at Chao Xian and Lin Shui closely. What did Lin Shui call this young man just now? Owner? They remembered what happened at the dinner party yesterday, when this young human was targeted by both the apartment manager and Lin Shui. In the end, the apartment manager gave in, and Chao Xian naturally became Lin Shui's prey. But how did he become Lin Shui's master now? Could it be that this human is actually more terrifying than Lin Shui, and he was playing the fool last night in order to lure Lin Shui into the room alone? Suddenly, these evildoers looked at Chao Xian with fear. Chao Xian chuckled and showed several people's IOUs in his hand. Chao Xian chuckled, showing several people's IOUs in his hand, raised his eyebrows and said, "Everyone, I am your creditor, Chao Xian. It's only natural to pay back a debt. Look at this IOU, it's written in black and white, and your names are signed on it. I'll give you 3 minutes to return all the star soul coins you signed for. As for the interest, I don't want it, but if you can't come up with it, don't blame me for taking some more of your body parts as collateral." Upon hearing this, the air was silent for several seconds. This human is actually here to collect debts? But their debt was clearly owed by Master Lu Si, and in the past, debt collection was always handled by Master Lu Si's minion Li Hu. How come it suddenly became this human? Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the ghosts, Chao Xian explained. Li Hu is dead. Now the IOU and the collateral are in my hands. I am the creditor. After hearing Chao Xian's explanation, the ghosts fell silent again. A moment later, the young woman whose arm had just been chopped off by Lin Shui was the first to speak. Do you promise that as long as we only need to pay you back the principal, you will return the collateral to us and tear up the IOU? Half a year ago, her husband's thing was taken away by Li Hu as collateral. As a result, they were unable to redeem their loans because the interest rates were too high. She hadn't been able to bear it any longer after the past 6 months. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hurriedly dragged Zhang Yi into the house the moment she saw him. If Chao Xian can really keep his promise, she will accept it even if it offends Mr. Lu Si. As she spoke, the young woman twisted her waist strangely and returned to the room. The remaining weirdos looked at each other and finally decided to see if Chao Xian would really keep his promise. The intense noise just now had already alarmed the neighbors in other rooms. At this moment, many weird people opened the door cursing, but the moment they saw Lin Shui, they immediately shut their mouths and dared not even breathe. The strange ones who were close by asked cautiously and quietly to the strange ones who owed Chao Xian money. "Brother, what's going on? Why is Lin Shui, that murderous villain, here?" The person being questioned also lowered his voice and explained to the other party. "This human seems to have taken all of Li Hu's IOUs, and now he says he's our creditor." "Your creditor? Isn't he Mr. Lu Si?" "Humph, that fellow Lu Si has a heart darker than the bottom of a pot. We simply can't repay his debt. If this human keeps his word, we will repay him." A moment later. Soon, the young woman Gue walked out of the room with a box wrapped in clothes in her hand. She opened the box and found a stack of star soul coins neatly placed inside. The young woman handed it to Chao Xian tremblingly. "We owe a total of 70 star soul coins, all here. Now, can we return our collateral?" Chao Xian took the box, roughly counted it, and nodded slightly. "Not bad, not a cent less." As he spoke, he pulled out an IOU from his pocket and tore it into pieces in front of the young woman. He then took out an organ from another space bracelet and threw it to the young woman. "This is your husband's collateral. Take it back." When the young woman received the organ, a hint of ecstasy flashed in her eyes. She didn't care that there were other people around, and immediately stuffed the organ into her husband's crotch. Everyone looked at the size of the organ in the young woman's hand, their eyes widened, and a look of envy appeared on their faces. No wonder I could always hear some strange noises coming from their room half a year ago. It turns out that boy has such a talent. However, everyone is now certain that Chao Xian is not lying to them. So they hurried back to their rooms to get money. Soon, the only one left was a ferocious-looking male ghost. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why don't you go back and get the money? I can't even pay back the principal. How about this? I'll only pay you half, and you tear up the IOU." The male ghost tried to bargain with Chao Xian, with a hint of cunning on his face. When Chao Xian heard what the male ghost said, he snorted coldly and waved directly at Lin Shui behind him. Boom! The next moment, the male ghost was pierced through the body by Lin Shui's hair that was like a steel whip. The whole person was hit against the wall by the huge impact force, making a dull and loud noise. After seeing this scene, the ghost who went back to get the money ran even faster. fearing that if they were a second slower, they would end up in the same miserable state as the male ghost. Chapter 103 The One Who Owes Money is the Boss. Not long after, the ghost came back with the money and handed the star soul coins to Chao Xian obediently. Chun Yin and others began to check the amount according to the loan note. After confirming that there was no problem, Chao Xian returned the items they had mortgaged. These strange items were all kinds of strange, most of them were their own organs. The moment they received them, they immediately put them on their bodies with excitement. Some ghosts mortgaged their apartment's property deeds, and some even mortgaged their own dogs. Chao Xian originally thought the dog was a specimen, but after the male ghost fed it a bite of his meat, it instantly came back to life. These ghosts thanked Chao Xian one after another. Because the original creditor, Mr. Lu Si, was extremely black-hearted. He was not in any hurry to get their principal, but came regularly to collect interest so that they could continue to be exploited by him. On this level, he collected 240 star soul coins at once, bringing the balance in Chao Xian's wallet to the highest level since he traveled through time. But this is not the end. Chao Xian and a few others continued to move downstairs. The next floor is the 4th floor, which is where Lin Shui lives. Therefore, debt collection at this level is simpler. When those ghosts saw Lin Shui, they were so scared that their legs went limp. There was even a timid male ghost who insisted on paying back the interest as well. However, since there were only 3 ghosts who owed money on this level, they finally collected 100 star soul coins. Chao Xian had just confirmed with Lin Shui that as long as tension appeared, Lin Shui would be able to sense it immediately. But unfortunately, Zhangli did not show up just now. The group continued to walk to the 3rd floor. On the stairs, Zhang Yi spoke excitedly. Brother Chao Xian, did you see the way that Evil Eye was looking at us? He used to look at us like food on a plate. Now, everyone is like my grandson. Haha, it's so satisfying. Chao Xian also chuckled. Thanks to Lin Shui, these ghosts are so afraid of them. Relying solely on his thunderous rage, he can only be a real man for a few minutes at most. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the corridor on the 3rd floor. At this moment, a noisy sound came into Chao Xian's ears. He squinted his eyes and saw people arguing in the distance. Is it Lin Feng and the others? Before 303. Are you sure that if we beat you in rock, paper, scissors, you will give us 3 hairs as a token of our gratitude, and also a bag of star soul coins? In front of Lin Feng was a male ghost who was also missing an organ. He had lost an eyeball and nose, but his face still had an evil look. Wu San, keep my word. But, if you lose, all 3 of you must stay and be my dinner. This male ghost is also a gambler. The gambler has blind confidence in his own abilities, and he does have some skills in rock, paper, scissors. The reason why he lost his organs was mainly because he won too much and offended some big shots. At this time, Lin Feng quietly turned around and whispered with the man with glasses. The man with glasses said excitedly, Lin Feng, you should quickly promise him that with my talent, we will definitely win. Lin Feng looked at the confident man with glasses. Although he felt a little uneasy, he gritted his teeth and turned to the male ghost Wu San and said, Okay, we promise you. But if we win, you can't go back on your word. Wu San laughed strangely. Haha, you guys can really beat me? Come on, let's start rock, paper, scissors. Best of 3. Who among you 3 wants to play with me? I'll do it. The man with glasses took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He pushed his glasses up on his nose, and a faint light flashed through the lenses. It's best of 3. Don't deny your loss then. Wu San sneered disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense and start, rock, paper, scissors. He shouted out commands quickly, while his hands moved rapidly in front of him. The moment Wu San shouted the command, the man with glasses used his mind-reading skills to clearly capture Wu San's inner thoughts. Wu San was confident of his excellent rock, paper, scissors skills and wanted to gain an advantage by using his usual strategy of throwing out the stone first. Almost at the same time, the man with glasses took decisive action, and his outstretched palm took the shape of cloth. Paper beats rock, I win. Wu San gritted his teeth and said, This is just 1 round. Keep going. Wu San's expression instantly darkened, and a fierce glint flashed in his only remaining eye. It's only the 1st round. Don't be too happy too soon. Then, the 2nd round began. Wu San was secretly alert, thinking in his mind that he must not let the man with glasses succeed so easily again. Rock, paper, scissors. He called out quickly again, this time delivering a surprise scissors strike. But how could the man with the mind-reading glasses lose? He stretched out his fist without hesitation. Wu San's expression froze instantly. He widened his only remaining eye and looked at the result in disbelief. Impossible. You're cheating. How could you possibly know I was going to use scissors? He roared in anger, his body trembling slightly, and an evil aura emanated from him. It's your bad luck. Just accept the loss, Wu-san. The man with glasses took a step back. Wu-san trembled for a moment, but still pulled out 3 of his hairs. Then, he slowly took out a small bag of Star Soul coins from his pocket. Just as he was about to hand the thing to the man with glasses, Chao Xian suddenly appeared beside them. Chao Xian raised his eyebrows, looked at Wu-san, and asked, "Your name is Wu-san?" Wu-san stopped what he was doing and said, "I am Wu-san. Why, you want to bet with me too?" Chao Xian sneered and took out his IOU. "Wu-san, I'm borrowing 80 Star Soul coins. The collateral is your eyes. I'm here to collect a debt." When Wu-san heard that Chao Xian was here to collect a debt, a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face, his eyes full of provocation. He was already in a bad mood because of losing to the man with glasses, and now he sneered. "I lost all my last money to that guy. I don't have any money left. If you have the guts, kill me." The reason why Wu-san is so arrogant is that he firmly believes that the one who owes money is the boss. Before, even Li Hu could only threaten him a few times. After all, now that he's dead, the debt can never be repaid. Hearing Wu-san's words, Chao Xian's face instantly turned gloomy. He is not like Li Hu, who treats those who owe him money as masters. After all, he will not stay in this apartment for too long. "Lin Shui, kill him," Chao Xian ordered coldly. "Yes, master." The next moment, Lin Shui's hair flew like a sharp blade, instantly separating Wu-san's head and body. Wu-san's head was directly blown off by Lin Shui's hair, and red and white things splashed everywhere, splashing all over Lin Feng and the other 2. Chao Xian slowly bent down and picked up the purse that the male ghost had dropped on the ground. "TSK, how poor. He only has 5 Star Soul coins." Chao Xian looked at the purse, frowned slightly, and his tone was full of disgust. Chapter 104 Lin Feng dies. Just as Chao Xian was about to turn around and leave, Lin Feng's body suddenly began to tremble violently. He glared at Chao Xian. The certificate that the man with glasses had just won by using his talent today was now completely invalid. Moreover, that bag of Star Soul coins was clearly won by them, and now it has also been pocketed by Chao Xian. Just when Lin Feng could no longer hold back and was about to attack Chao Xian regardless of the consequences, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Looking back, he saw the man with glasses looking anxious and shaking his head vigorously at him. Looking at the anxious eyes of the man with glasses, Lin Feng's anger gradually subsided. He was definitely no match for Chao Xian, and fighting him now would only bring him trouble. At worst, I can report his information to Jiang Daowu after leaving the apartment. Then I can find a chance to avenge today? Just when Lin Feng thought the matter was settled, Lin Shui suddenly grabbed the corner of Chao Xian's clothes. "What's wrong?" Chao Xian turned his head slightly and asked. "Master." Lin Shui raised her finger and pointed at Lin Feng, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "This person has strong murderous intentions towards you. He almost attacked you just now, and now he plans to leave the apartment and take revenge on you." Lin Feng's originally relaxed expression suddenly tensed up, and he took several steps back in panic. How does she know what he is thinking? Could it be that this female ghost also has the ability to read minds? When Chao Xian heard this, a look of curiosity appeared on his face. "Is this your ability? Do you know what he's thinking?" Lin Shui shook her head. "Most weirdos at my level can do that. I can sense his general mood swings and judge his inner thoughts." Just now, his murderous intention towards the master was almost taking shape. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Feng. I saw that the favorability value on Lin Feng's panel was close to -100. "Master, do you need me to help you get rid of him?" Lin Shui asked Chao Xian with murderous intent in her eyes. Lin Shui asked Chao Xian with murderous intent in her eyes. "No, you can't kill me." Lin Feng sat down on the ground with a trembling voice. Just now, Wu-san's blood was dripping down his face. He had clearly concealed it very well, so why could that female ghost still see through his thoughts? The man with glasses beside him also tried to dissuade him. "Chao Xian, I know there's some hatred between you, but we're all human survivors, and now we should fight together against the weirdness." At this moment, Chao Xian lowered his head slightly and looked down at Lin Feng with a thoughtful look. He had kept Lin Feng with him before because he really thought that having one more human being could help him share some of the attention. This way, the tension is focused on people on both sides at the same time, and they can also feel more relaxed. But now he knew that Lin Feng almost attacked him. Then Chao Xian would definitely not keep him any longer. But if Lin Feng dies, will the things in his space also disappear? Thinking of this, Chao Xian said in a deep voice, "Hand over everything in this space, and I'll spare your life." When Lin Feng heard Chao Xian's words, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. That was all his savings since he traveled through time, and he was unwilling to let Chao Xian get away with it. Forget it. As long as he can save his life, he will make Chao Xian repay him double in the future. Lin Feng thought silently in his heart, and then poured out everything in the space without hesitation. Apart from some worthless water and food, most of them were talismans that he had carefully drawn last night while staying up late. In addition, there were more than 40 Star Soul coins and a small blue fruit slightly larger than a blueberry, which he had finally obtained from a strange hand yesterday. The most valuable of these are undoubtedly several weapons equipped with components. The rarest one is the brush equipped with the evil repelling component, and there is also a dagger equipped with a green sharp component. The last item successfully attracted Chao Xian's attention. It was an antique teapot with exquisite shape and exuding an ancient atmosphere. He reached out and took the teapot in his hands, examining it carefully. The teapot is not the focus is on the components equipped on it. Component, spiritual charm, blue, can be equipped on container-type objects. The liquid contained in the container will gain special effects while stored in the container. After drinking this liquid, the user can restore mental strength to a certain extent, eliminate fatigue, and replenish a certain amount of energy. Note, if you don't have any food, you can survive for a month just by drinking the liquid nourished by Ling Yun. This thing is quite interesting. Chao Xian muttered to himself. He suddenly realized. No wonder Lin Feng didn't have much food, but he was still fearless. It turned out that he had such a treasure. Moreover, the special effect of this spiritual charm seems to complement his super self-healing ability. After all, it can replenish energy. Lin Feng even handed over such a valuable item. It seems that his space has been really emptied. Chao Xian simply turned around and waved at Lin Shui. When Lin Shui received the order, her cold eyes instantly turned blood red. She flashed and appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Her long black hair turned into countless black snakes, wrapping around Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt like his body was about to burst. His pupils suddenly shrank, his face filled with fear. He dodged backwards desperately, while shouting at the top of his lungs. Chao Xian, you're not keeping your word. You said you'd spare my life. Chao Xian raised his lips and said slowly. I did say I would spare your life, but I never said Lin Shui would spare you. With a scream, Lin Feng's unrecognizable body slid to the ground. Lin Shui let him go without hesitation and returned to Chao Xian. Well done, Lin Shui. Chao Xian pinched Lin Shui's pretty face and helped her wipe away the blood that splashed on her cheek. Come to my room tonight, and I'll reward you. When Lin Shui heard Chao Xian's words, a fiery light flashed in her originally cold eyes, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of obsession and desire. Thank you, master. Lin Shui murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. She even couldn't help but stick out her tongue and gently touched Chao Xian's fingers on his face. Chapter 105, Mr. Lucy appears. Huge treasure? Chao Xian's fingers instantly felt an icy cool touch, as if he had touched a piece of cold jade just taken out of an ice cellar. He did not withdraw his hand immediately, but let his palm stay on Lin Shui's face for a moment, his fingertips gently caressing her delicate skin. For Lin Shui, this brief contact was undoubtedly a special reward. Chao Xian smiled and thought to himself, I treated Lin Shui like a kitten. If she is obedient and sensible, he will reward her generously. If she is disobedient, he will punish her severely. However, the kitten only showed its gentle side in front of him. If it were someone else, they would probably be facing a ferocious and ruthless tiger. At this moment, looking at the miserable-looking Lin Feng, the man with glasses and his female teammate looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They subconsciously stretched out their hands, wanting to help Lin Feng, but when their hands were halfway extended, they slowly retracted them. After all, Lin Feng was no longer alive. After a while, I dragged his body back to the room and left it intact, which was considered a gesture of friendship. The two sighed silently. Chao Xian did not attack the two of them. He was not yet at the point of killing innocent people. He had just looked at the favorability of the two people, which was not high, only a dozen points. There was no change after Lin Shui killed Lin Feng, so he simply kept the two of them. Chao Xian looked at Zhang Yi and Chun Yin and asked them to knock on the doors of the remaining neighbors on this floor who owed money. Ouyang Shui saw this and wanted to go with them, but was stopped by Chao Xian. What's wrong, Chao Xian? Ouyang Shui turned around, a hint of guilt between her beautiful brows. This guilt was not for Lin Feng, but an apology to Chao Xian. After all, it was she who agreed to let Lin Feng go with them. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng not only failed to help, but also wanted to harm Chao Xian in a crazy way. Fortunately, Chao Xian was safe and sound in the end. Chao Xian smiled and took out the brush equipped with the evil repelling component and handed it to Ouyang Shui. You take this pen. I don't need it. The effect of repelling evil spirits can only be used against weirdness, which Thunder Fury can also do, and the effect is better. What's more, he doesn't know how to draw talismans and has no interest in learning it. In the future, if Ouyang Shui learns something but can't use it in a fight, she can just ask her for it. This is so precious. Ouyang Shui shook her head and wanted to refuse, but Chao Xian forcefully stuffed the gift into her hand. During the process, their hands inevitably touched each other, and Ouyang Shui's face suddenly turned red. In the end, Chao Xian forcibly controlled Ouyang Shui's hand and forced the brush into her hand. After all, they were close friends, so Chao Xian wouldn't be too stingy. Ouyang Shui has become stronger, which is also helpful to himself. Seeing Chao Xian's determined look, he finally accepted it. Seeing Chao Xian's determined look, Ouyang Shui couldn't refuse anymore and had to accept the brush. She thanked Chao Xian again, then turned around to help Chun Yin and the others. The debt collection process on this level went quite smoothly, but Chao Xian was not happy at all. Because the tension has not appeared until now, and without the tension, Lin Hong cannot take action. Moreover, as the floors get lower, even if tension does occur, the risk of exposure will become higher as it is closer to the first floor. Just as Chao Xian was racking his brains to think of how to make a bigger noise, a deafening roar suddenly came from the end of the stairs, and then a huge figure appeared in the shadows. As the huge creature slowly walked into the light under the chandelier, Chao Xian finally saw his appearance clearly. He was extremely huge, like a moving mountain, 3 meters tall, and his head almost touched the ceiling. He was wearing a gown embroidered with gold thread, which sparkled in the light. However, the gown was stretched so tight by his fat body that it seemed as if it would tear at the next second. Hanging around his neck was a string of what appeared to be gold-plated star soul coins, which made a jingling sound as he walked. What made Chao Xian almost want to vomit was the male ghost skin. His face was so fat that his neck was almost invisible, and his once round cheeks were now swollen and deformed, with purple spots on them. A pair of eyes that should have been full of life were now sunken, leaving only 2 dark holes, from which turbid yellow liquid continued to seep out, flowing down his fat cheeks and dripping onto the lapels of his chest. Through the hint, Chao Xian knew that this person was the Lu Sai who was strangely mentioned during the debt collection process. Humble human, do you know who worked for Lu Hu, the man you killed? Do you know who put up the principle for the debts you are collecting now? And you, Lin Shui, as a red-robed monster with extraordinary talent, you actually grovel before a human. This truly insults your talent. Mr. Lucy's voice was dull and growing angrier. His mouth was wide open, the fat on his double chin trembled, revealing a row of gold teeth, and the stench of decay emanating from him could be smelled from a long distance away. Lucy? During his lifetime, Mr. Lucy was a powerful underground banker. He was calculating, ruthless, and had amassed a vast fortune through usury. However, as bad deeds often lead to retribution, once when he was collecting a debt from a poor family, his methods were too cruel, resulting in the destruction of the family. There was a powerful Taoist priest in the family who cursed Mr. Lu Si before his death. Not long after, Mr. Lu Si died suddenly and inexplicably in a tragic way. After his death, his resentment lingered and turned into a ghost. He still guarded his wealth and territory and continued to collect debts. Note: all the monsters that have a debt relationship with him will turn into puppets when he needs them, and will only obey his control and orders. One of the coins on the string of gold coins around Mr. Lucy's neck is the location where he hides his wealth and the key to unlocking the treasure. Inside is hidden the huge wealth he has amassed throughout his life. Mr. Lucy's roar made the entire corridor buzz, but Chao Xian's eyes gradually flashed with excitement. Treasure? Doesn't this mean that I might become rich instantly? After all, the debts he had collected before were already worth hundreds of star soul coins, and Chao Xian couldn't even imagine how much wealth Lu Sai had amassed throughout his life. Moreover, making a bigger noise might just attract attention, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Mr. Lu Si saw the excitement on Chao Xian's face, his anger grew even stronger. He did not see any fear in Chao Xian's eyes, but instead saw provocation and uncontrollable excitement. This was undoubtedly a blatant trampling of his dignity. How could a mere human ant dare to show such a bold expression in front of him? Master Lu raised his head and let out a roar that shook the sky. Green liquid splashed out of his mouth, scattering on the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The next second, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps in the stairwell corridor. He used his own abilities to instantly transform all the monsters who had debt relationships with him into his loyal puppets. For a moment, the whole apartment seemed to be shaking violently. At this moment, Lin Shui suddenly pulled the corner of Chao Xian's clothes gently. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shui's gentle voice appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Master, tension has appeared. Chapter 106, Chao Xian's plan. Tension arises. Chao Xian's heart suddenly shook, and his nerves instantly tensed up. Then, Lin Shui's voice rang in his mind. He's currently possessing the chandelier in the ceiling above us. Chao Xian nodded silently. Possessing objects in the apartment was also one of Zhang Li's abilities. He raised his eyes slightly and looked up, and sure enough, he saw the shadow above the chandelier swaying gently. Its shape is twisted and strange, which is very different from the original outline of the chandelier. Finally got the tension going, Chao Xian said in his heart. Then he quickly communicated with Lin Shui in his mind. Lin Shui, tell Zhang Yi this news. Have him convey it to Sister Hong and Zhang Sheng immediately. They can start taking action now. Good. Lin Shui responded without hesitation. She quickly passed the message to Zhang Yi. After hearing it, Zhang Yi's expression instantly became nervous. Not daring to delay even a little, he immediately informed Zhang Sheng through telepathy. After completing all this, Zhang Yi nodded slightly towards Chao Xian, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. At this time, the other end of the corridor was already filled with monsters controlled by Mr. Lu Si. A rough count shows that there are probably more than 20 of them. The remaining first and second floors are the floors with the most deaths. Fortunately, Chao Xian had already collected the deaths of 3 buildings. Otherwise, I'm afraid the corridor on the 3rd floor will not be able to accommodate all these weird things. Ouyang Shui and Chun Yin were also concentrating on getting into fighting stances at this moment. Chun Yin held her Tang sword and quickly pasted several fire talismans on the blade to restrain the weirdness. In an instant, the blade of the Tang sword was engulfed in flames, the flames danced, and the power was astonishing. Ouyang Shui took out an exquisite bow and arrow. Chao Xian had given her a bunch of talismans before. During the time she was waiting, she had already pasted 3 or 4 different talismans on each arrow. In this way, these arrows will definitely cause powerful killing effects on the monsters. Mr. Lu Si, who was standing opposite, was now furious, with his eyes red as if they were about to spit fire. Originally, almost 1/3 of the entire apartment was occupied by his puppets. But now, due to the interference of Chao Xian and others, there are only more than 20 left. Master Lu Si roared angrily, and the monsters under his control rushed towards Chao Xian and others like hungry wolves, with their fangs and claws bared. Ouyang Shui took the lead in launching the attack. The bowstring was as taut as a full moon, and the sharp arrow carrying the talisman flew out, instantly piercing through a strange body in front. If it was just one talisman, it might not be able to cause substantial damage to the monster, but Ouyang Shui pasted 3 or 4 different talismans, and the power was multiplied several times. The strange creature let out a shrill scream, and a thick black mist emerged from its body. It struggled and fell to the ground, twitching. When these strange creatures approached, Chun Yin and Zhang Yi quickly joined the battle. Zhang Yi put on a pair of specially made boxing gloves. Like Chun Yin, his fists were blazing with flames, exuding a fierce and aggressive aura. Chun Yin was not willing to be outdone. She rushed into the strange group, waving a flaming Tang sword. The knife flashed, and the fire raged. Wherever it went, the monsters were engulfed by the flames, making sizzling sounds, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. However, there were too many strange creatures. They continued to advance and soon surrounded Chun Yin, Zhang Yi, and Ouyang Shui. At the critical moment, Chao Xian finally took action. Thunder flashed all over his body, and the wrath of thunder transformed into a thunder sword, emitting terrifying pressure. Chao Xian, holding the thunder sword, charged in without hesitation. Unlike Chun Yin and the others, it takes Chun Yin and the others several hits to knock down a monster, and if those monsters have enough time to recover, they can get up again. But Chao Xian held the thunder sword in his hand, and every time he swung the sword, he could easily destroy a monster into ashes in just 3 or 2 strokes, showing his powerful strength. In fact, if Lin Shui takes action, these strange things can be resolved more quickly. But Chao Xian had other plans from the beginning. He hadn't intended for a quick victory, because the longer they fought, the longer the tension would be maintained. Only in this way will Lin Hong have more opportunities to steal the dagger. The sound of fierce fighting attracted many strange people in the room. Many weirdos secretly opened a crack in the door and looked out curiously. When they saw Chao Xian and his 4 companions fighting fiercely with the monster controlled by Lu Si, all the monsters were shocked. How dare these humans attack Lu Si's men? Although Lu Si is only 3rd in strength in the apartment, he has immense financial resources and the most men under his command. The strength of these humans shouldn't be underestimated. especially that guy covered in lightning. That must be Chao Xian, right? Speaking of which, why doesn't Lin Shui go help these humans? Isn't she in cahoots with them? Maybe she suddenly realized it. After all, she herself is also weird. All these strange things, including the tension on the top of his head, made him wonder why Lin Shui didn't take action. They had no idea that all this was arranged by Chao Xian. Chao Xian had already told Lin Shui to just stand aside and watch the battle. Unless Mr. Lu Si takes action personally, she must not act rashly. In addition, Lin Shui also has the task of keeping an eye on the tension above her head. If Zhang Li shows any signs of leaving, she must do everything she can to stop him. At the same time, first floor. Lin Hong and Zhang Sheng sat at a small table in the lobby on the first floor, where some food was pretentiously placed. Lin Hong seemed calm on the surface, but she was actually extremely anxious. Just when she was about to lose her composure, Zhang Sheng finally spoke in a low voice. Sister Hong, my brother said Zhang Li has left, so we can start the operation. Lin Hong nodded quickly. She calmly observed the strange neighbors sitting around her. After confirming that no one noticed this side, she immediately activated invisibility. With a faint flash of light, not only her body, but also the clothes on her body and the backpack on her back disappeared. Only 3 minutes of invisibility. Lin Hong secretly reminded herself in her heart. She had to use these precious 3 minutes to quickly move to the door of Zhang Li's management office and open it. Lin Hong, in invisible state, moved left and right, avoiding several monsters that were rushing around. After some careful movement, she finally arrived at the door of the management office. She quickly took out He Lin's arm from her backpack, recalling Chao Xian's instructions for use. Like putting your index finger at the keyhole? Lin Hong muttered to herself as she did as she was told. Soon, He Lin's fingers emitted a faint black smoke and penetrated into the keyhole. Click. There was a crisp sound, and the door opened. Chapter 107 Mr. Lu Si dies. Ouyang Shui, be careful. In an instant, Chao Xian's eyes and hands were quick, and he saw a sneaky and strange person trying to attack Ouyang Shui from behind. His heart suddenly tightened, and he pulled Ouyang Shui into his arms. Immediately afterwards, the thunder sword in Chao Xian's hand stabbed out instantly, and the strange sword exploded into a ball of black smoke and dissipated into the air. After Chao Xian put the frightened Ouyang Shui down, he pulled out the thunder sword that was stuck in the floor. The strange thing just now was not controlled by Mr. Lu Si, but Ouyang Shui, who suddenly came out of a room and attacked. He guessed that this strange person was trying to take the opportunity to ask for credit and reward from Mr. Lu Si. The weapon used by Ouyang Shui was a bow and arrow. If he had not noticed it in time, Ouyang Shui would have been killed by her. Thinking of this, Chao Xian's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted loudly, "Come behind me." Chun Yin and the others immediately realized that Chao Xian was about to use his ultimate move. The three of them immediately moved behind Chao Xian, and in Chao Xian's hand, a little lightning dragon more than 1 meter long slowly condensed. Although this thunder dragon is not big, it is the limit of what Chao Xian can achieve at present. Moreover, it was a brand new move that he had just learned during the fierce battle with the weirdness. This little dragon, more than 1 meter long, has an exquisite appearance and emits a silver light all over its body, but the terrifying pressure it contains makes the air around it tremble. The moment Mr. Lu Si saw Lei Long, the arrogant expression on his face froze instantly. Even Zhang Ti, who was possessed by the lamp, keenly sensed the strong aura of threat from the little dragon. If he were hit by this thunder dragon, he would surely be seriously injured. Bang! Chao Xian snapped his fingers lightly. The thunder dragon that had just condensed seemed to be given life in an instant, and immediately rushed towards the group of monsters controlled by Lu Si. Wherever the little dragon passed, the air was violently rubbed, making a sharp whistling sound. Those strange creatures were frightened by the sudden powerful pressure, and they even showed signs of breaking free from Mr. Lu Si's control. A trace of fear flashed in Lu Si's eyes, which were as big as copper bells. He hurriedly increased his control over the strange things and drove them to stop the thunder dragon with all his might. He was extremely terrified, fearing that the thunder dragon's target was him. The thunder dragon was extremely powerful. These ordinary monsters were as fragile as ants in front of it and could not withstand this terrifying power at all. The thunder dragon was like a bright silver-purple meteor, diving into the strange group and instantly bursting out with dazzling light. In the flash of lightning, these strange bodies were entangled by lightning and suddenly let out shrill screams. But the screams only lasted for a moment, and all these strange things turned into black smoke and dissipated into the air. In the end, the body of the thunder dragon had become extremely dim, but it still rushed straight towards Mr. Lu Si's body. Mr. Lu Si is huge in size and has strong defense, but his movements are extremely slow. The thunder dragon hit his stomach hard, and there was a loud bang sound, followed by a strong impact. When the smoke gradually dissipated, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on Lu Si's stomach, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Just a second ago, his strange puppets were clearly holding a huge advantage, so how could they be killed instantly by Chao Xian's single move? Fortunately, when the thunder dragon hit him, its power was only 1/10 of what it had been before, and the wound on his stomach was not fatal to him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mr. Lu Si became frightened and turned around to escape. As the saying goes, the richer a person is, the more he values his life. Even ghosts are no exception. Lin Shui stopped him. Seeing that Mr. Lu Si was about to escape, Chao Xian immediately gave instructions to Lin Shui in his mind. Yes. When Lin Shui received the order, her long hair instantly turned into a black curtain, like a black barrier spanning the entire corridor, directly entangling Lu Si's huge body. Lin Shui's hair was like extremely tough black steel cables, tightly wrapped around Lu Si's body. Mr. Lu Si opened his eyes wide, an expression of extreme fear on his face. There is still a huge gap between the top monsters. The powerful defense that he had always been proud of was nothing in front of Lin Shui. How dare you help humans, you bitch! I will never forgive you. Mr. Lu Si roared at the top of his lungs, twisting his huge body violently in an attempt to tear the hair apart. However, Lin Shui's hair seemed to have life. Not only was it not torn off, but it became tighter and tighter, cutting deeply into his skin and oozing out streams of bright red blood. Lin Shui's eyes were as cold as ice. She watched Lu Si's struggle without any emotion, as if she was looking at a dying ant. Won't you forgive yourself? Why should we take the threats of the dead seriously? Lin Shui continued to increase her efforts. Mr. Lu Si's struggle gradually became weak, his breathing became rapid, and his originally ugly face gradually turned blue and purple. Suddenly, Lin Shui's eyes narrowed and her hair tightened again. Mr. Lu Si let out a shrill scream. His body was severely deformed and his bones made a cracking sound. He grabbed his hair with both hands in vain, trying to open a gap, but it only left shocking blood marks on his hands. No, impossible. How could I die in your hands? Mr. Lu Si's voice gradually became weaker, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it was completely extinguished. After being killed by Lin Shui, Lu Si's body did not turn into black smoke, but gradually condensed into a black crystal. Lin Shui rolled up the crystal with her hair and handed it to Chao Xian. Master, this is a strange stone that is formed after a certain level of strength has been achieved and the death of a strange being. However, if humans use it, there may be certain side effects, such as emotions being affected by the owner of the crystal. It takes some time to slowly recover, but it can significantly improve your mental strength. Chao Xian took the strange stone that was almost pure black, observed it carefully for a while, and then handed it back to Lin Shui. Humans will have side effects if they use it, so it should be fine for you. In that case, you should use it. Your strength will equal my strength. Lin Shui was slightly startled, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect Chao Xian to give this strange stone to her. But she quickly came to her senses, and a look of deep gratitude welled up in her eyes. Thank you, Master. From now on, even if it costs me my life, I will never let you get hurt. Chapter 108 Fighting the Tension. Chao Xian had a smile on his face and raised his hand to gently touch Lin Shui's hair. Looking at Lin Shui, whose favorability had reached the full value of 100, he did not doubt Lin Shui's words at all. Chun Yin and 3 others stood aside, their faces filled with shock. The scene where Lin Shui killed Mr. Lu Si just now was so shocking. The whole process was clean and smooth, and it could be called a thrilling killing feast. At this moment, Zhang Ting, who was possessed by the desk lamp, suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. He originally planned to sit on the sidelines and wait for the outcome of the fight between Chao Xian and Lu Si. No matter which side loses, he can reap the benefits. Judging from the current situation, it seems that he has achieved his goal. However, he still couldn't understand why Lin Shui had to wait until the last moment to take action. Moreover, he had a general understanding of the situation of Chao Xian and his group. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked to find that the man and woman who had been with Chao Xian before were nowhere to be seen. Oh no! The ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Zhang Li thought to himself that something was wrong and immediately turned into a black shadow, moving quickly along the ceiling, trying to return to his nest. Master, Zhang Li is about to escape. Lin Shui was the first to notice Zhang Li's movements and quickly warned him. Stop him, Lin Shui. Chao Xian was extremely anxious and immediately gave loud orders. It is still unknown whether Lin Hong's action was successful. The most urgent task is to do our best to stop Zhongli. Almost at the moment Chao Xian finished speaking, Lin Shue's hair, whoosh, turned into a black curtain and pierced into the ceiling like cutting tofu, instantly blocking Zhang Li's escape route. Chao Xian quickly turned to look at Zhang Yi and asked anxiously, "Is there any news from Sister Hong?" Zhang Yi's face was also filled with anxiety. "My brother said Sister Hong has been in there for 10 minutes and hasn't come out yet." Chao Xian bit it hard. "There is no other way at the moment. I can only trust Lin Hong and try my best to hold back Zhang Ting." At this moment, Lin Shue's hair was like sharp, black thorns, densely covering the ceiling, completely blocking Zhang Ting's escape route. Zhang Li saw that he could not escape, and had no choice but to be forced to show up. "Lin Shue, why are you stopping me?" There was a hint of anger in Zhang Ting's voice. Lin Shue's eyes were as cold as ice. She stared at Zhang Li without any emotion and said in a cold tone, "You've been watching the excitement for so long, and you want to leave without coming down to say hello? Doesn't that seem a bit unkind?" Zhang Li understood immediately after hearing Lin Shue's words. It seems that Lin Shue is determined to keep him here today. There's a trick. He was unwilling to give up and decided to make one last attempt. Zhang Li said no more and instantly turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the shadow on the wall, trying to escape again. However, Lin Shue was prepared. She focused her eyes slightly and controlled her hair to move like a shadow. With a swish, she wove a dense black net in front of the wall. "Humph, you can't escape today," Lin Shue said coldly, and as soon as she finished speaking, the white Chong Sam on her body instantly changed into a bright red dress. This is her strongest form, and Lin Shue's body instantly exudes a heart-pounding aura. "Lin Shue, don't forget, I am the owner of this apartment. As long as I am in this apartment, I am the strongest." Zhang Ting, who was shot down again, fell into madness in an instant. He activated his violent mode again, and his body expanded rapidly, becoming extremely huge. Moreover, under his control, several sharp-boned spurs shot out from his back instantly. Seeing this, Lin Shue quickly withdrew her attack. Her hair instantly turned into a black barrier, blocking Chao Xian and others. Bang! A series of explosions suddenly rang out, and the entire third floor was instantly shrouded in darkness, becoming pitch black. Zhang Li was not aiming at Chao Xian and the others, but at the chandelier above his head. As long as there is no light, this place will be filled with shadows, and Zhang Ting can blend into the shadows at any time to create excellent cover for himself. In this shadowy world, he is the dominant being. Quick, use the fire talisman. Chao Xian made a prompt decision and immediately asked everyone to use the fire talisman. Shun Yan and others reacted quickly, immediately took out the fire talisman and lit it. As the fire talisman ignited, a small area around everyone was suddenly illuminated by the light. Chao Xian also condensed a small thunderball and used the power of thunder and lightning to dispel the shadows around him. This way, at least tension would no longer appear randomly in the area around them. However, at this time Zhang Li's main target of attack was not Chao Xian and the other four, but Lin Shue. There was still light on the stairs. As long as Lin Shue blocked it, Zhang Li would not be able to sneak back to his room directly through the shadows. In the darkness, one could vaguely see a huge black shadow moving quickly, accompanied by the sound of Lin Shue's hair dancing, and a huge noise was heard with every collision. However, Lin Shue was clearly at a disadvantage at this time, and was defeated step by step under Zhang Li's fierce attack. Zhang Li's attack was extremely fierce and violent. In this shadow-filled environment, his strength was enhanced to the maximum extent. The impenetrable attack caused Lin Shue's hair to be cut off one by the sharp-boned spurs, and the black hair fluttered in the air. Seeing this, Chao Xian became extremely anxious and gritted his teeth, wanting to go forward to help. However, Zhang Ti's speed was so astonishingly fast, and with the cover of the black shadow, his figure was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, and Chao Xian had no way to start. Moreover, casting the Thunder Dragon just now had already consumed a lot of his energy, and now there was not much energy left in the Thunder Fury. Just when Chao Xian was extremely anxious, Zhang Yi finally brought good news. "Brother Chao Xian, Sister Hong has already got the dagger, and they are coming this way." Hearing Zhang Ye's words, Chao Xian's eyes gleamed, but in an instant, worry took over his heart again. They were now in the middle of the corridor, and if Lin Hong wanted to deliver the dagger, she had to pass through this shadowy area. If Zhang Li snatches the dagger away during this process, all previous efforts will be in vain. Chao Xian gritted his teeth, and lightning instantly surrounded him. He instantly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the stairs. At the same time, he called out to Lin Shui in his mind, "We must stop Zhongli." Sure enough, Lin Shui heard his call and responded firmly, "Master, don't worry." As Chao Xian was walking through the corridor, he turned his head slightly and saw traces of bright red blood floating in the air around Lin Shui. The red Chong Sam on Lin Shui's body also had several cracks. The wounds were so deep that the bones were visible, which was shocking. Chao Xian's eyes showed a look of heartache, but his pace became even faster. Chapter 109, A Critical Moment. Zhang Li's eyes caught Chao Xian's figure, and he instantly understood Chao Xian's intention. So, Zhang Li turned his attack target to Chao Xian without hesitation. At the critical moment, a gleam of determination flashed in Lin Shui's eyes, and she completely abandoned the idea of defense. With an almost crazy and selfless attitude, she launched an even more violent attack on Zhang Ti. Zhang Li was thrown into disarray by Lin Shui's sudden and frantic attack. The attack that was originally ready to pounce on Chao Xian had to be abruptly withdrawn midway. He hurriedly turned to deal with the fierce attack from Lin Shui. However, in this area shrouded in darkness, the tension of having the home advantage is ultimately more advantageous. Although Lin Shui successfully blocked Zhang Li's attack on Chao Xian, she paid a heavy price for it. Her injuries became more serious and her breath became weaker. Blood oozed continuously from the hideous wounds on Lin Shui's body, quickly staining her bright red dress red. At this moment, it was difficult to tell whether the glaring red was the original color of the red dress or the blood she was bleeding. Although waves of severe pain continued to hit Lin Shui's nerves, her eyes remained firm and she showed no intention of retreating. Lin Shui endured the discomfort in her body and controlled her hair to continue attacking Zhang Li in an almost crazy manner. This almost self-destructive attack method was very effective. Under Lin Shui's selfless cover, Chao Xian finally successfully reached the stairs. Chao Xian was extremely anxious and looked downstairs in a hurry. Sure enough, he saw Lin Hong's panting figure. "Chao Xian, go on." Lin Hong had just gone to Zhang Li's room and finally found the secret compartment behind the bookshelf after much trouble. However, to her surprise, after opening the secret compartment, she found a small stone door in front of her. However, moving the stone door was more difficult than she had imagined, and it took her a lot of energy and time. It was precisely because of this that Lin Hong was delayed for so long. At this moment, she had almost exhausted all her strength and was extremely tired. When she saw Chao Xian at the stairs, she immediately raised her hand and threw the dagger out without hesitation. A dagger stained with black blood and covered in rust drew an arc in the air. At the moment the dagger was thrown, Zhang Li keenly felt the extremely strong restraining effect of the dagger on him. There seems to be a strong bond between this dagger and the tension. Even though they were so far away, Zhang Li couldn't help but feel a deep fear in his heart, which made his heart tremble. Damn it! Damn it! Zhang Li roared angrily, his voice full of regret. How on earth did they know where this dagger was hidden? Almost in an instant, the tension was reflected. It must have been that little bastard Qin Tong. He helped me hide the dagger, so I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and spared his life. Zhang Li felt a deep sense of regret in his heart, but it was no use regretting it now. So, Zhang Li gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Just like Lin Shui just now, he decisively abandoned his own defense. He took a gamble and pounced on the dagger, trying to snatch it away. Lin Shui at this time was no longer the same person she used to be. Her serious injuries had almost drained her strength, and she had completely lost the ability to resist the tension. Zhang Li attacked angrily, and with one blow, he immediately knocked Lin Shui out and hit her hard against the wall. At this time, Chao Xian had already caught the crucial dagger. The moment he saw a huge black shadow looming towards him, he threw the dagger in his hand without hesitation. When Chao Xian threw the dagger, he attached a bolt of lightning to it. In an instant, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed and instantly flew towards Lin Shui. "Lin Shui, use this dagger to kill him." Chao Xian shouted loudly. Lin Shui was knocked away by Zhang Li's angry blow, hit the wall heavily, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her consciousness was already a little blurry, but when she heard Chao Xian's call, she still forced herself to open her eyes. Looking at the lightning moving rapidly in the air, Lin Shui's face immediately showed a hint of anxiety. Just as Lin Shui was trying to endure the pain and struggle to get up to catch the dagger, Chao Xian's voice suddenly rang clearly in her mind. "Don't move, leave it to me." Although Lin Shui was somewhat confused, Chao Xian's order seemed like an iron rule that could not be disobeyed, and it was deeply imprinted in her mind and body. Lin Shui now has unconditional trust in Chao Xian, so she chooses to obey. Zhongli excitedly intercepted the dagger in midair. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because the feeling coming from my hands is extremely wrong. This dagger had a strong restraining effect on him. In the past, whenever he touched it forcefully, even for just a second, black smoke would immediately come out of his hand. But at this moment, although he could feel a faint burning sensation, it was far less intense than the intense burning pain he had felt when he accidentally touched it before. This touch is more like the lightning attached to it. At this moment, the lightning on the dagger gradually dissipated, and a brand new dagger appeared in front of Zhongli. Zhongli looked at the brand new dagger in his hand, and the excitement on his face froze instantly. I've been fooled. Zhongli kept cursing in his heart. At this moment, he finally understood that this was not the dagger that could restrain him. If that's the case, then the real dagger should still be in Chao Xian's hands. Thinking of this, a strong sense of fear instantly surged into Zhang Li's heart. Yes, that's the feeling. Every time he approached the dagger that could truly restrain him, he would feel this heart-pounding fear. Zhang Li turned his head suddenly, but was shocked to find that a circle of lightning had quietly wrapped around him without him knowing when. Although this circle of thunder did not cause any substantial harm to him for the time being, it was like an invisible cage, effectively preventing him from moving freely in the darkness. At this moment, Chao Xian's figure had appeared silently in the air. The fake dagger just now successfully diverted Zhang Tiai's attention. And now, it is a perfect opportunity for me to assassinate. There was a cold light flashing in Chao Xian's eyes. The real dagger in his hand, wrapped in dazzling lightning, instantly cut through the darkness and approached Zhang Li at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 110 Zhang Li dies, and the new apartment manager becomes the new apartment manager. Chao Xian gripped the dagger tightly and stabbed it hard. This dagger was covered in rust and looked like it could barely cut a piece of raw meat, but when it came to attacking Zhang Ti, it was like a god helping him. When it pierced into Zhang Ti's body, it was as easy as cutting into tofu, and the entire handle was effortlessly inserted into it. Ah! Zhang Li let out an extremely painful roar, and then, right after that, his originally tall and imposing body began to shrink at an alarming speed like a punctured balloon. A black mist gushed out from the wound crazily, tumbling and twisting in the air, making a creepy sizzling sound. Chao Xian only felt a burning pain in his hands near Zhang Li's arm, but he gritted his teeth and held the dagger tightly. Obviously, the pain Zhang Ti was suffering at this moment was much more intense than his. As the black mist gushed out frantically, the tense skin quickly became wrinkled, and the originally plump muscles collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shrinking process continued, and his bones began to make crackling sounds, as if they were being continuously compressed by an invisible force. The originally tall and mighty body shrank rapidly at this moment. Chao Xian, do you think you can get rid of me so easily? Even if I turn into a dead soul, I will not let you off easily. This was the last curse left by Zhang Li, and then he completely turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. With a clang, something fell to the ground. Chao Xian sneered and muttered to himself. Wishful thinking. He bent down to look at the few things that Zhang Li dropped after his death. One of them was a strange stone, which was quite similar to the one that fell after Mr. Lu Si died, except that this stone was a strange color with black mixed with blood red. In addition, there is a work ID card for the apartment manager and a special shirt uniform. Chao Xian slowly picked up his work ID and gently wiped off the black dust on it, revealing a blank information column. A familiar feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Could it be that this is the same as the previous dean's ID card, and as long as you have it, you can directly become the new apartment manager? Chao Xian was in no hurry to touch it. He was afraid that once he became the apartment manager, he would be subject to certain restrictions of the apartment. If he was forced to stay in the apartment forever, it would be a disaster. Apartment Manager ID card. After holding this certificate, you will become the owner of Happy Apartment and obtain the following rights. You will own all the properties in the apartment and can rent out the rooms to tenants, but you will need to recruit tenants yourself. Inside the apartment, you will gain the special ability Shadow Walker, which allows you to possess the shadows of objects in the apartment and move between shadows at high speeds. If you leave the apartment, this effect is reduced to a 50% increase in agility in darkness. The more tenants there are in the apartment, the more abilities and attributes will be improved. Current tenants, 84/200. Once the tenants are full and complete special tasks, the apartment can be expanded. The next ability will be unlocked when the number of tenants reaches 100. Note, tenants can only be weird and can be recruited from other places along the road behind the apartment. Chao Xian read the prompt information carefully and found that there were no deceptive conditions. Then he touched the information bar with his finger. In an instant, all the information and avatars in the information column were replaced with his own. With a long sigh, Chao Xian finally felt relieved. He quickly ran to where Lin Shui was. I saw Lin Shui half lying in the corner, her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her originally fair cheeks were now bloodless, and her lips were bluish-white, making her look particularly weak. However, even so, her delicate facial features are still clearly visible. The high nose bridge, the slightly upturned eyes, and the small lips, combined together, are still breathtakingly beautiful. Chao Xian quickly squatted down and checked Lin Shui's condition. Serious injuries, damage to the origin, may be repaired using high-quality strange stones. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the strange black and red stone in his hand, thinking to himself. High-quality weird stone? Zhang Li is the strongest weird in the apartment, so his weird stone should meet the requirements, right? Without any hesitation, Chao Xian slowly placed the strange stone on Lin Shui's chest. As soon as the strange stone touched Lin Shui's body, a faint red light immediately emerged, and this red light was slowly absorbed by Lin Shui. Chao Xian was worried that the absorption efficiency was not high enough, so he picked up the strange stone and brought it close to Lin Shui's lips. At this moment, the red light suddenly became stronger, and the absorption efficiency was indeed faster. As the red light was continuously absorbed by Lin Shui, the strange stone began to gradually shrink, and the patterns on its surface became increasingly lighter. Lin Shui's body also underwent obvious changes. Her originally bloodless cheeks gradually turned red, and her breathing became much steadier. Seeing this, Chao Xian felt relieved and just held up the strange stone, allowing Lin Shui to continue absorbing the power in it. At this moment, Chun Yin and others also hurried to Chao Xian's side. They sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. The battle just now was too thrilling. If there was any mistake, I'm afraid several people would end up dead without a burial place. At the same time, neighbors from all over the floor also came to the third floor. The strange resident on the third floor also quietly opened a crack in the door and looked around cautiously. The huge sound of the battle just now could be heard clearly even on other floors. The weirdos looked at Chao Xian with shock in their eyes. The apartment manager Zhang Li, is he dead? Many weirdos pointed at the tattered work uniform on the ground with stunned expressions on their faces. There were also some who said strangely and whimsically, if Zhang Li dies, then we won't have to pay rent anymore? Soon, other neighbors began to mock. What are you dreaming about? It's not that easy. I'm an old resident here. In fact, the apartment manager at the beginning was not Zhang Li at all. It was only after the previous apartment manager died that Zhang Li got his ID card, and he became the apartment manager, and his power has grown stronger and stronger. After hearing this, the weirdo immediately asked, who will be the next apartment manager? Zhang Li's rent is ridiculously high. I'm about to become unable to afford it. I really hope the next manager will be more merciful. Soon, the monster's attention was focused on Chao Xian. The blue badge hanging around his neck was particularly eye-catching. The monsters opened their eyes wide, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. The next apartment manager is actually a human? Chapter 111. Let's take a shower together? Thanks to Mr. Zhong Tsai, the Negroni lover, for the great health care. After several minutes, Chao Xian's arms began to feel numb. Just as he was adjusting his posture slightly, Lin Shui, who had been half lying in the corner, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer weak and blurry as before, but were bright and lively, and her aura seemed even stronger than before she fell into a coma. The bloody wounds on Lin Shui's body had completely healed at some point, revealing her delicate and fair skin. Lin Shui, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you just now. There was a glint of surprise in Chao Xian's eyes, and his voice was filled with deep concern. But before he finished speaking, Lin Shui, who had been lying quietly, suddenly stood up. Before Chao Xian could react, Lin Shui's cold lips came up to him without warning and kissed him forcefully. Chao Xian only felt a soft sensation coming at him, and a faint smell of blood came from Lin Shui's mouth. The sudden action made his brain go blank in an instant. Lin Shui couldn't help but want to reward herself at night. Chao Xian couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Just as he was hesitating whether to stick out his tongue in response, Lin Shui suddenly pushed him away and looked at him calmly. Immediately afterwards, a black smoke slowly emerged from Lin Shui's mouth, curling up in the air. Chao Xian looked at Lin Shui in surprise. Just as he was about to ask, Lin Shui spoke first. This black smoke should be the curse Zhang Li cast on you before he died. Even if he were dead, he wouldn't want you to have an easy life, so he used this curse to slowly erode your body and soul. A trace of fear flashed across Chao Xian's face. It turns out that Zhang Li's curse was not just a bluff, but a real curse cast secretly. Fortunately, Lin Shui is by my side. Otherwise, even if you discover you are cursed later, you may not be able to find a way to remove it. Chao Xian gently pulled Lin Shui up. Fortunately, he hesitated and didn't stick out his tongue, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Turn around. Chao Xian looked at all the weird people gathered at the stairs. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chao Xian strode up to the monsters. Seeing this, Chen Yan and others quickly followed Chao Xian's pace. Lin Shui, in particular, followed Chao Xian closely, unwilling to leave him for a moment, with deep love in her eyes almost overflowing. Chao Xian glanced at these strange things, and finally slowly raised the apartment manager's ID card around his neck, and then shouted loudly. I am now the new apartment manager, Chao Xian. The dinner will be held as usual at 10 o'clock tonight. Everyone should gather at the dining table in the hall. If you disobey, you will bear the consequences. Chao Xian's voice echoed in the corridor, and those weird people looked at each other in confusion. After Chao Xian turned and left, they began to discuss in low voices. Is this human really the new apartment manager? He even told us to gather in the lobby. Can he control us? A man with a hunched body and a haggard face frowned strangely, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. A guy next to him with a weird head full of eyes pushed him. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see Zhang Li died at his hands? This guy must be no ordinary person. Maybe if he becomes the apartment manager, our lives will be a little easier. I don't think so. The previous apartment heads were all weird. There's no reason for a human to be in that position. If he dares to treat us badly, we will resist him together. Why should we be afraid of him? The evildoers all have different thoughts and will soon disperse. Chao Xian and the others also returned to their rooms. Now, they all need to take a good rest, take a hot shower, and have a good sleep before dealing with the tenant's affairs. However, Lin Shui followed Chao Xian back to his room. After entering the room, Chao Xian took off his clothes and slowly walked into the bathroom. Lin Shui, please sit on the bed for a while. I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Shui nodded obediently, but the blush on her face was very inconsistent with her usual cold temperament. She just watched quietly as Chao Xian, wearing only his underpants, closed the bathroom door before reluctantly looking away. Then, her eyes fell on the piece of clothes that Chao Xian had casually thrown on the ground. Without any hesitation, Lin Shui shook her head lightly, and her black hair easily rolled the piece of clothes to her side. Then, she buried her face in her clothes and rolled over on the bed, greedily sucking in the scent of Chao Xian that remained on her clothes. At this moment, Chao Xian was in the bathroom, enjoying a hot bath while thinking about his next plan. Just when he felt the water was getting a little cold and was about to add some more hot water, the watch on his hand suddenly rang out a series of sounds. Chao Xian thought it was a message from Chun Yin, Ouyang Shui, and the others, so he quickly turned on his watch. But the avatar on the screen was that little girl Shinting. Shinting, brother Chao Xian, have you entered the devil's apartment? How is it? Is it dangerous in there? It's been an hour since I last saw you, brother Chao Xian. I miss you so much. When will you come pick us up? Director Aisha keeps dragging us into helping her with this experiment. It's killing Tingting. And Director Aisha has a bit of a mental issue. She insists on taking off her clothes after a few failed experiments, saying they're interfering with her experiments. But Director Aisha has a really nice figure. I should take a couple of pictures of you. At the end of the message were several photos sent by Shinting. In the photo, the three of them are on the beach behind the institute, wearing sexy swimsuits, lying comfortably on the beach and basking in the sun. The picture is very pleasing to the eye. Finally, Shinting invited him to go to the beach to sunbathe together after leaving the devil apartment. Chao Xian looked at the three beautiful women with graceful figures and pretty faces in the picture and swallowed unconsciously. However, he was now wondering about one thing. Doesn't that mean the platform will block the watch's signal? Why did I suddenly receive messages from Shinting again? After thinking for a long time, Chao Xian could only attribute it to the fact that he had directly become the head of the apartment, thus ending this copy early. Because now he no longer needs to stay for 7 days to be eligible to leave the apartment. Just when Chao Xian was about to call Shinting to report that he was safe, there was a sudden knock on the bathroom door. Just when Chao Xian was about to call Shinting to report that he was safe, there was a sudden knock on the bathroom door. Chao Xian was stunned in the bathtub and quickly turned his head to look at the door. A small piece of frosted glass on the wooden door revealed a small part of Lin Shui's slender waist. Lin Shui? Why was she knocking on the door? Chao Xian responded loudly. I will be done soon. If you want to take a shower too, please wait a moment. As soon as Chao Xian finished speaking, Lin Shui's slightly trembling voice came from outside the door. No, Master, I want to be with you. Chapter 112 Frankton? What? Chao Xian was so frightened that he suddenly sat up from the bathtub, but the image of Lin Shue's graceful figure involuntarily emerged in his mind. He swallowed unconsciously, and the anger that had just been ignited by those photos of Shun Ting suddenly surged up again. There was another knock on the door, followed by Lin Shue loudly repeating what she had just said. If it weren't for Lin Shue, how could we have successfully killed Zhang Li today and completed the mission early? Just consider it a reward for her. Chao Xian pondered secretly, then slowly stood up from the bathtub. He took a towel and draped it around his waist to cover his private parts. After all, he couldn't help feeling a little shy when it came to meeting a female ghost openly. After doing all this, he went forward and opened the bathroom door. When Lin Shue saw Chao Xian open the door, an expression of excitement instantly appeared on her face. Although she could push the door open and go in directly, she still chose to obey Chao Xian's orders and would only go in if he was willing. And Lin Shue obviously didn't have the same concerns as Chao Xian. The moment Chao Xian opened the door, he unbuttoned his cheongsam without hesitation. The cheongsam slid down without any hindrance. An hour later, Chao Xian looked slightly pale and slowly walked out of the bathroom with the support of Lin Shue. His face was full of disbelief, and he couldn't help but said, "Only 1 hour? This is definitely not my true level. Besides, we haven't even reached the last step yet." Lin Shue's eyes looked strange, and she opened her red lips slightly. "Perhaps you are too weak, master. People will be affected by direct contact with ghosts. Not to mention that after I absorbed the tension ghost stone, my strength has reached a new level. So, when you touched the master just now, you were affected by the strange energy in me, and thus." As she spoke, she blinked her eyes with an innocent look on her face. At the same time, Lin Shue was also filled with regret. "If I weren't so strong, maybe I could fight with my master." At this moment, Chao Xian's face was full of embarrassment. "It turns out I'm too weak. I can't even handle too much contact with Lin Shue. His current spirit value is only 10 points, while Lin Shue's spirit value is as high as 37. I remember the first time I met Lin Shue at a dinner party. Her energy level was only 25 points. It seems that Zhang Li's strange stone has indeed greatly improved Lin Shue's strength. Now, she can be said to be the weirdest person in this apartment." Suddenly, Chao Xian's desire to become stronger became stronger. You can't always follow Lin Shue like a gigolo. He also has his own pursuits. But the feeling of physical weakness became more and more obvious. Chao Xian had to say to Lin Shue, "Go back to your room first. We'll see you tonight." Lin Shue also understood that if she continued to stay with Chao Xian, it would be of no benefit to him. So she had no choice but to agree with all her heart. "Okay, but master, I'll take you to a place later that can quickly boost your spirit value." "Oh," Chao Xian's face showed surprise. "There is such a good place? Where is it?" Lin Shue smiled mysteriously and kept the secret. "You'll know tonight, master. That's a place only apartment heads can go to. I've only heard of it, but never been there before." "You girl." Chao Xian laughed in silence, and then sent Lin Shue away. For the next afternoon, Chao Xian planned to explore the apartment carefully. This apartment is much more than just 5 floors of accommodation. After resting for a while, Chao Xian felt that the impact of his contact with Lin Shue was gradually subsiding, so he hurriedly called Shinting. Drip drip. The phone rang twice before it was connected. Shinting's surprised voice came from the watch. "Brother Chao Xian, did you finally complete the challenge? My sister and I were so worried. And that girl Yucisi has been worried about you, and Sister Chinyan too. It's done. If nothing goes wrong, we can leave here tomorrow," Chao Xian said with a smile. As for the two sisters Shun Bing and Shin Ting, he felt like they were missing each other for 3 years every day. "We've only been apart for a little over a day, but it feels like a long time has passed." Chao Xian guessed that it might be the invisible pressure here, coupled with the signal blocking, that gave him this illusion. As he was speaking, Chao Xian suddenly noticed the background behind Shin Ting. Behind Shin Ting, there were many buildings, many of which had a distinct Western style. In short, this is definitely not Aisha's research institute, because there is no such building in the institute. Chao Xian immediately became alert and asked, "Have you left the institute?" Shin Ting's delicate body trembled violently, and her chest swayed slightly twice, with a guilty look on her face. She scratched the back of her head and explained, "It's like this, Brother Chao Xian. Please listen to my explanation first. Just last night, all survivors received a message. There is a station, City of Hope, Frankton, which will be open for a limited time for 1 week. It is said that you can get precious rewards there and learn new rare skills. Moreover, the people inside seem to know our identity as survivors and invited us to enter the City of Hope and live in peace with each other." "So, you just left the institute like that?" Chao Xian's tone contained a hint of blame. Brother Chao Xian, don't be angry. Shun Ting blew a kiss across the screen, acting coquettishly, and then continued. Actually, my sister is also worried that it would be dangerous for her to take care of you Cece and me alone. So, this time we're coming out with Director Aisha and Captain Lena. Chao Xian was shocked when he heard this. Captain Lena and Director Aisha are there too? Shun Ting nodded vigorously. Yeah, Director Aisha and Captain Lena have been working at the Research Institute and the nuclear power plant for several years, and they've been wanting to get some fresh air for a while. It just so happened that Director Aisha had developed a space jump device. We sent them the coordinates, and they were teleported here through the device. After hearing this, Chao Xian finally felt relieved. With the powerful Lena around, they shouldn't encounter any major accidents. But Chao Xian still felt a little worried. Of the many platforms they had encountered before, almost none were friendly to survivors like them. Even Lena remained neutral at first, but later changed her attitude because of some things that happened. Frankton, the City of Hope? Can this City of Hope really bring hope? Just like this devil's apartment. Wasn't it called the Happy Apartment by Zhongli at the beginning? But after living here for 2 days, Chao Xian didn't feel any happiness at all. Neighbors are full of intrigue, and conflicts break out at any time. The food they ate every day tasted like pig food at night. Judging from Lin Shue's attitude towards the food, it was clear that those strange creatures probably had to eat it out of necessity. Chapter 113, Phantom Stardew? 200 liters. But now that things have come to this, I can only finish dealing with things at the apartment by myself, and then rush over as soon as possible to meet up with Shin Ting, Shin Bing, and the others. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the people in the City of Hope would really be kind to them, the survivors. Afterwards, Chao Xian chatted with sisters Shin Ting and Shin Bing in turn for a while before hanging up the phone. Now, he could no longer control his physical fatigue, and fell on the bed and began to sleep soundly. He slept for an hour before the alarm clock he set in advance started beeping. Chao Xian sat up with a somersault, was stunned for 2 seconds, then walked to the sink and splashed cold water on his face to wake himself up. Thanks to his super self-healing ability, his body recovered extremely quickly, and the impact caused by the previous contact with Lin Shui had disappeared without a trace. Chao Xian glanced at the time. It was now 8:30 in the evening, and there was still an hour and a half before the agreed dinner time. A goal gradually emerged in his mind, to transform the devil apartment into a truly happy apartment. After all, he needs to recruit tenants for the apartment personally, so he will naturally screen them strictly and only accept tenants who meet his standards. For example, people like He Fei and Lin Shui were kind-hearted by nature, but they turned into strange existences because they died unfortunately due to being wronged. As for a guy like Qin Tong who has evil intentions, he would never let him stay in the apartment. This will not only effectively reduce conflicts within the apartment and allow neighbors to live in harmony, but also make tenants respect you. Maybe these tenants can be of great use in some critical moments in the future, just like he was once able to control the alienated people in the horror ward. However, to achieve this goal, in addition to having clear standards when recruiting tenants, there will inevitably be fierce fighting and killing tonight. Chao Xian's principles are clear. It is better to have nothing than to have unqualified ones. He is absolutely unwilling to recruit those weird people with bad behavior into the apartment just to meet the conditions for unlocking his abilities. After thinking about this, Chao Xian went straight to the 4th floor and knocked on Lin Shue's door. Boom, boom, boom. With a creak, Lin Shui opened the door. This time, she did not wear a cheongsam, but changed into a plain white gauze skirt, which looked particularly ethereal. Chao Xian noticed that Lin Shui seemed to have a special liking for white and black. Several times he saw her, she was either wearing black or white clothes. These two colors complement her cool appearance, but her personality. Chao Xian didn't have time to think about it, because Lin Shui was already standing in front of him. Can you take me there now? Walk. After Lin Shui responded briefly, she wrapped Chao Xian up with her hair without saying anything. Chao Xian struggled subconsciously for a few times, but soon relaxed and let Lin Shui lead him. However, Lin Shui didn't go down the hallway, but instead led him back inside. Just as Chao Xian was filled with doubt, a gust of wind suddenly rushed into the room, rustling his clothes. Then, Lin Shui led him straight out the window. However, they didn't fall directly to the bottom of the building. Lin Shui's hair was like several powerful tentacles, fiercely piercing into the wall. In a few rises and falls, she brought Chao Xian to the top of the building. On the rooftop, a fierce wind howled, causing Lin Shui's hair to flutter wildly. Chao Xian helplessly tidied up his messy hair and said with a wry smile, "Do we have to come up this way?" Lin Shui blinked her clear eyes innocently and explained, The key to the top floor is hidden in Zhang Li's room. It would be too troublesome to go down and look for it. Okay. Since he was already here, Chao Xian didn't dwell on it anymore. The moment Chao Xian turned around, the scene before him shocked him. Downstairs, behind the apartment, a straight road extends all the way to the forest in the distance. It seems that this is probably the place where tenants are recruited. And at the edge of the roof, a corner shrouded in shadows was emitting a strange light. What is that? Chao Xian pointed in that direction and asked Lin Shui. Lin Shui did not answer immediately, but pulled Chao Xian towards the corner. As the distance got closer, Chao Xian felt a strange energy fluctuation more and more clearly, as if there was something extremely special hidden there. When they approached, Chao Xian was surprised to find that there was a circular depression with a diameter of about 2 meters. The inside of the depression emanates a soft blue-green light, with tiny particles constantly rising and falling in the light, like twinkling stars in the night sky, dreamlike. This is where the special food is produced in the apartment. Lin Shui finally spoke and explained to Chao Xian. Yoxingdu Pond. The special landscape born on the top of the demon apartment and the phoenix star dew bred in the pool are extremely special. For the monsters and survivors in the apartment, they are rare treasures that can greatly improve the spirit value. The higher the purity, the better the effect. The effect of phantom dew will gradually weaken as it is used more times. Current inventory, 200L. Accumulation speed, 1L/24H. Chao Xian stared blankly at the prompt message that appeared before him and blurted out subconsciously. This thing actually increases your spirit points, and it still has 200 liters. Lin Shui nodded gently and said, I was seriously injured back then, and by the time I came here, my strength had been reduced to just 1/10 of what it was. Thanks to secretly drinking the phantom dew here a few times, I have slowly recovered some of my strength. And the food Zhang Li gave to the residents of the apartment was made after being diluted dozens or even more times. That's why Zhang Ti is the only one in the entire apartment whose strength has increased so rapidly. After continuing to take the phantom dew to no avail, he preferred to hoard the precious phantom dew rather than share even a drop with other residents. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian nodded silently. In his opinion, these phantom dew can be regarded as the greatest gain of this trip to the devil's apartment. When the time comes, I will use it enough to improve my mental level, and then give some to Chunyan, Ouyang Shui, and even Xin Ting, Xin Bing, and Lina. Anyway, these 200 liters of Yuxinglu can never be used up. Thinking of this, Chao Xian felt that he should thank Zhang Li very much. The Yoxingdu he had worked so hard to save for so long ended up being used as his dowry. All I can say is that Zhang Li deserved it. Chapter 114, Both Strengths Soar. Chao Xian took out 2 glasses from his storage space and handed one to Lin Shui. The two of them tacitly dipped their glasses into the mysterious star dew pond and slowly filled it up. Cheers. Cheers, master. At this moment, the extremely precious Yuxinglu was drunk up by the man and the ghost as if it were an everyday drink. Chao Xian only felt a refreshing coolness slowly spreading along his throat. Although the Yoxingdu has no obvious taste, once it enters the throat, it is as if countless delicate and soft tentacles are gently caressing his esophagus and purifying the impurities in his internal organs one by one. This may sound exaggerated, but this is a wonderful experience that Chao Xian has never had before. The feeling of comfort spread throughout his body like an electric current, making him involuntarily desire another drink. So he and Lin Shui looked at each other, scooped a cup again, clinked their glasses lightly, and drank it all in one gulp. The two drank 2 cups in succession, but the liquid level in the Yoxingdu pool, which had a capacity of 200 liters, did not drop at all. In this way, Chao Xian and Lin Shui drank and scooped again, clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp, until Chao Xian's stomach became bloated and he could no longer bear it. Oh shit, my stomach hurts. Chao Xian's face instantly showed pain, and he couldn't help but shout out. Only then did he suddenly realize that his stomach contained a tremendous and surging energy. It's like a volcano about to erupt, in danger of exploding at any time. Hee master, because you drank too much at once. A blush appeared on Lin Shui's face, as charming and beautiful as if she were drunk. Master, you don't want your stomach to explode, right? Let me help you. As she spoke, she slowly approached Chao Xian, her charming red lips slightly opened. At this time, Chao Xian was already sweating profusely due to the energy in his stomach, with a look of pain on his face. He didn't pay any attention to what Lin Shui said or did. A moment later, Chao Xian's lips were gently bitten by Lin Shui. In an instant, he felt that the restless energy in his stomach was slowly being absorbed by Lin Shui, and he suddenly felt much more relaxed. Like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, Chao Xian desperately pressed Lin Shue's head in the hope of relieving some of the pain. After several minutes, Lin Shue slowly left Chao Xian. If she continued to absorb it, all the energy of the Yuxinglu that Chao Xian had just drunk would be absorbed by her. The energy left in Chao Xian's stomach now is just enough for him to absorb. If he inhaled the Yoxing dew that Chao Xian had drunk before, it would be wasted. Lin Shue quietly walked to a corner, sat on the ground, and began to concentrate on absorbing energy. After an unknown amount of time, Chao Xian suddenly opened his eyes and became alert. The consciousness that was originally a little tired and chaotic now became extremely clear and sharp, as if the moon was revealed after the clouds and mist were cleared away. For a moment, a faint halo seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and his vision became clearer. Even the tiny dust particles floating in the air could be seen clearly. He could feel his perception expanding outwards. All the sounds around him, whether it was the rustling of leaves in the distance or the fluttering of wings of fish swimming in the pond, were clearly heard by his ears. This is the wonderful effect brought about by the increase in spirit value. Although this state of super strong perception only lasted for a moment, even so, his perception was improved several times compared to before. Chao Xian glanced at his panel and saw that his spirit value had reached 17 points, a full 7 points higher than before. Moreover, he felt that his resistance to Phantom Dew had not yet reached its limit. I estimate that if I come here a few more times, I can raise my spirit value to around 30 points just by using the Phantom Star Dew. At this time, he turned his gaze to where Lin Shue was. Lin Shue was surrounded by an astonishing aura, with a red light rising from her body into the sky. The gauze skirt that was originally as white as snow had turned into a bright red at some point. The red light around Lin Shue became increasingly intense, like a raging fire, tightly enveloping her entire body. The skin, originally as white as jade, exudes a unique charm and allure under the reflection of this red light. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp red light flashed in them. The pressure that seemed to be tangible quickly spread out to the surroundings with her as the center. Even from a distance, Chao Xian could still feel that heart-pounding, creepy aura. Lin Shue. Strength, 31 agility, 32 constitution, 28 spirit, 37. The moment he saw Lin Shue's panel, Chao Xian couldn't help but look stunned. Compared to his own spiritual value, which only increased by 7 points, the increase in Lin Shue's strength was really too astonishing. In addition to the significant increase in her spirit value, her other values also increased by nearly 10 points. Could it be that this Phantom Dew has some additional special effects against weirdness? No. Chao Xian suddenly remembered that Lin Shue once said that she had been injured before and then came to live in the devil's apartment. Moreover, her previous description of herself was not about becoming stronger, but about recovering from injuries. Could it be that after becoming a weirdo, Lin Shue had an unknown past? Chao Xian couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Shue would be at her peak if she hadn't recovered to her peak state yet. But after thinking it over again and again, Chao Xian decided to ask Lin Shue for clarification. Lin Shue didn't tell me now. Perhaps she had her considerations. Perhaps she felt that he was too weak now, and even if he knew everything, he would not be able to provide her with any help. Or perhaps she felt that the time was not yet ripe. No matter what, Chao Xian has made up his mind to face everything together with Lin Shue. The existence that could severely injure Lin Shue at his peak and cause her strength to fall must be extraordinary. Although he may not be able to give her strong support now, Chao Xian firmly believes that he will be able to do so in the future. After a while, Lin Shue suddenly floated into the air, and the red light on her body spread out violently like fireworks, and the color of her clothes and pupils gradually returned to normal. Seeing Chao Xian waiting quietly by the side, looking at her intently, Lin Shue slowly floated in front of Chao Xian. In order to minimize the impact on Chao Xian, she tried her best to restrain the powerful aura on her body. Chao Xian took a step forward and immediately felt a bone-chilling chill coming towards him. Even though Lin Shue had tried her best to restrain herself, the gap in strength between the two was still huge. At this time, Chao Xian decisively used his super self-healing ability and let the lightning of thunder wrath slowly move through his body, which barely offset the chill. Chao Xian's hand gently stroked the ends of Lin Shue's hair, and then slowly moved to the top of her head. Lin Shue, can you tell me about what you have experienced in the past? Chapter 115 Lin Shue's Past. Hearing Chao Xian's words, Lin Shue's body suddenly froze, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. That unbearable past was like a scar deeply engraved in her heart, and it was the pain that she had been desperately trying to cover up with a mask. But seeing Chao Xian's sincere eyes, Lin Shui still kept the words of rejection blocked in her chest. After 2 seconds of silence, Lin Shui let out a slight sob, as if trying to suppress the surging emotions in her heart. Then she began to speak slowly. Before I became a weird, I had already lost all attachment to this world. I never thought that I could continue to survive in this world in a weird form. During those early days, I was in a daze, like a lonely ghost, wandering aimlessly in the darkness, not knowing where to go. Until one day, I wandered into a prosperous city and met a woman in luxurious clothes. Before that, everyone who saw me was terrified by my strange identity and attacked me. But they couldn't kill me at all, so they could only try their best to drive me out. But the lady in luxurious clothes was different. She treated me like a homeless little girl and not only took me home, but also prepared food suitable for weird people to eat and bought me many beautiful clothes. A warm light flashed in Lin Shui's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Chao Xian listened quietly. Although Lin Shui had not yet told him what had happened next, he had already anticipated what might happen next, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Lin Shui's gaze grew increasingly cold, as if covered in a thick layer of ice. She continued slowly. By then, I was already very powerful, and she treated me almost like her own daughter. Later, I learned that she came from a family of ghost hunters. She had already suffered countless rumors for adopting a ghost like me. Furthermore, at that time, I didn't dare to have too much contact with anyone other than her, because my presence would have an irreversible impact on humanity. After her repeated persuasion, in order to live like a normal person and not affect her life, I made up my mind and chose to destroy part of my strength. I thought this was my way of repaying her kindness and an opportunity for me to integrate into this world. But I never expected that all this was her conspiracy. A sharp red light flashed in Lin Shui's eyes, and the aura around him became increasingly cold. After I destroyed my own strength, she finally revealed her true colors. She had a son who died at a very young age. And I, a rare and unique red-clothed weirdo, became a tool for her to achieve her goals. She vainly attempted to sacrifice my life in order to create a rare and extraordinary stone, so that her son could be reborn into the world in a strange form. She summoned the masters of the exorcist family and trapped me in a formation. Lin Shui continued, her eyes filled with painful memories. I fought back desperately, but after I crippled myself, I was no match for them. When I was almost in despair, a flaw appeared in the formation. I tried my best to break through the formation and escaped all the way into the demon apartment while they were chasing me. Lin Shui's voice gradually became lower with a hint of hatred. Looking at Lin Shui, who was choking with sobs, Chao Xian stretched out his arms without hesitation, put his arms around her shoulders, and held her in his arms. Now this murderous female ghost had once been innocent. It's a pity that fate was so unfair to her and made her go through so much suffering. Chao Xian patted her shoulder gently. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he said firmly, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. When the time is right, I will fight back with you and make them pay for what they have done." Lin Shui raised her head and looked at Chao Xian with a determined look, her eyes full of obsession and love, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance deeply in her heart. "But they are very powerful. Even I in my prime. I will become stronger," Chao Xian said confidently. With the talent of divine guidance and the fact that he could constantly enter the platform on the road and become stronger, Chao Xian believed that he would not let Lin Shui down. Good. Lin Shui nodded gently, leaned her head in Chao Xian's arms, and quietly enjoyed this moment of warmth and peace. After an unknown amount of time, a crisp beeping sound broke the warm atmosphere. It turned out to be a message from Ouyang Shui. Because there were only 10 minutes left before the dinner, they knocked on Chao Xian's door, but received no response. Chao Xian quickly picked up his watch and replied to the message, asking them to go to the restaurant and wait. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Shui and said, "We should go back." "Yes, master," Lin Shui responded softly, her eyes full of dependence. Chao Xian first turned to look at the mysterious phantom dew pool. He reached out his hand and gently touched the surface. With a thought, a full 100 liters of phantom dew, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly flowed into his interspatial bracelet. Since he was bound to the identity of the apartment manager, he gained control of the Yoshing dew pool and can manipulate this precious Yoshing dew at will. At this moment, a large ball of phantom star dew was quietly floating in the space bracelet, without interfering with other objects, like a night pearl shining with mysterious light. After doing all this, Chao Xian turned around. But he was surprised to find that Lin Shui had disappeared at some point. "Lin Shui, where are you?" Just as he turned around, he inadvertently looked down and was surprised to find that his shadow had turned into a tall figure with long flowing hair. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly squatted down. But the shadow's movements did not change with his, and it still maintained its tall posture. Lin Shui, are you in my shadow? There was a hint of uncertainty in Chao Xian's voice, but he had a vague answer in his heart. Yes, master. Lin Shui's voice sounded in Chao Xian's mind, with a hint of playfulness. After my strength recovered, I can now possess my master's shadow. This way, we can always be together without affecting you, my master. That's great. Chao Xian also smiled, and then jumped off the roof without hesitation. At the moment of touching the ground, countless long hairs like tentacles suddenly extended from his shadow, holding him up steadily and allowing him to land smoothly on the ground. Chapter 116, Do you have any opinion about me? After landing, Chao Xian walked steadily towards the main entrance of the apartment. Before he even stepped into the apartment, the noisy noise in the hall reached Chao Xian's ears through the closed door. Bang! As Chao Xian pushed the door open with force, the door hinges turned with a dull sound, and the hall suddenly fell silent. What made these strange things quiet down was not his identity as the apartment manager, but the terrifying and powerful sense of oppression emanating from Chao Xian at this moment. It was as if hundreds of beasts were facing a tiger. Even though Chao Xian didn't say a word, this group of weird creatures were already trembling with fear. Chao Xian's face was stern, and he said nothing as he slowly walked to the main seat and sat down. It was Zhang Li who sat in this position yesterday, but today it was Chao Xian who took over. Chunyan and others were sitting nearby. At first, they were full of worries, but when they saw that the monsters instantly quieted down under Chao Xian's intimidation, they finally felt relieved. Chao Xian slowly scanned the hall, then shouted sharply, "You were arguing so loudly just now. Do you have any objections to me being the head of this apartment?" After saying that, he turned his gaze towards the few weirdos who had caused the most trouble just now. Through the hint, he already knew these strange names, and after checking their past, he found that all of them were evil people who had committed many evil deeds in their lives. Zhang Si, Wu Sheng, do you have any objections? Hearing Chao Xian calling out their names accurately, those strange creatures were suddenly startled and sat frozen in place, not daring to move. Chao Xian's eyes swept over several other strange creatures one by one, and he pointed out their names accurately. The weirdos who were named trembled a few times and then sat down obediently in their seats. Some of the more timid ones began to beg for mercy. Don't dare. Just now, we were talking about other things, not questioning you. A strangely thin man with a hunched back said tremblingly. Nonsense. Zhang Sheng was in a rage. He slammed the table in anger, stood up, and shouted. Just now you were clearly discussing that Brother Chao Xian was unfit to be the apartment manager, and you were also talking about electing a new one. Then, will you eat us all as food and pretend we can't hear you? The few troublemakers looked at each other. This was indeed what they had planned. Their original plan was to support Lin Shui as the head of the apartment. After all, without Zhang Li and Lu Sai, Lin Shui is the strongest among the residents, and as a weird person, she is more easily accepted by them than Chao Xian, the human apartment manager. Maybe if all the weirdos work together to support her, she can turn over a new leaf and get rid of Chao Xian and others. They planned very well, but they never expected that Lin Shui would not show up here at all. I haven't even met Lin Shui, so how can I support her to be the apartment manager? Chao Xian looked at the changing expressions on these strange faces and smiled coldly. He had no intention of letting these evil-minded monsters go easily. The person whose name he just mentioned had already been included in his kill list, and now, it just gave him a perfect reason to take action. Lin Shui. Chao Xian silently called Lin Shui's name in his mind. The next moment, the black hair shot out like sharp blades. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and the monster that was just named by Chao Xian and was also the strongest among the troublemakers had his chest instantly pierced by the black hair. The strange creature opened its eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief on its face, and spat out a mouthful of black, dirty blood. Its body trembled violently for a few times, and then it collapsed to the ground powerlessly, turning into a wisp of black smoke and disappearing without a trace. For a moment, the entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. However, Chao Xian's killing did not stop there. Under his command, Lin Shui continued to attack. Wherever Lin Shui's hair goes, it is a deadly killing move. The black hair shuttled freely in the hall, and every swing could take a strange life. Screams rang out in the hall. The monsters that had just participated in the riot stood up and tried to escape, while those who did not participate were so scared that they trembled all over and sat paralyzed on the spot. At this time, A strange figure with an old appearance and slow movements knew that it was difficult to escape, so he shouted loudly in the direction of Chao Xian. Lin Shui, you're also weird. Why are you helping this human? He's just using you. As long as you kill him, all of us will support you to be the head of the apartment. Then everything in this apartment will be your decision, and you won't have to listen to him anymore. The old and strange voice trembled, with a hint of bewitching meaning, and his eyes were full of the desire to survive. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shui's hair pierced his heart. After hearing what the old weirdo said, the few weirdos who were originally running away wanted to stop and wait and see, but when they saw this scene, they ran away desperately again. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not be faster than Lin Shui after her strength improved. In just a few seconds, all the strange lives that were causing trouble were harvested, without a single one left. This also includes Chen Tong, who helped Chao Xian get the key. He was still hoping for luck, thinking that he would not be affected, but he did not expect that Chao Xian would be the first to attack him because he was close to him. After doing all this, Chao Xian sat back in his seat with a calm expression. The weird people in the hall were silent as a cicada, not daring to make a sound. Just when the weirdos were worried that Chao Xian would continue to attack them, Chao Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a small ball of jelly-like substance appeared out of thin air in front of the monsters. This is... The strange people were full of doubts and were secretly speculating when Chao Xian said, "Here's tonight's food." Chao Xian was well aware of the principle of combining kindness with severity, and he knew that after a blow, he would give someone something sweet in return. After all, these weirdos are good tenants who pay his rent, and he can't kill them all. The weird creatures looked at each other with surprise in their eyes, and then looked at the thing in front of them cautiously. Before, they had been eating the pig food made by Zhang Li, but the crystal-clear thing in front of them, which exuded an attractive fragrance, made them a little hesitant to eat it easily. Could this be the final meal before execution? After eating it, Chao Xian will take their lives? At this moment, He Fei suddenly stood up, grabbed the thing in front of him, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Chao Xian took special care of He Fei, and the ball of food he gave him was much larger than the other strange ones, so He Fei took several bites before swallowing it. When the weirdos saw He Fei taking the lead in eating, they immediately turned their eyes to him. The moment He Fei finished eating, his aura began to rise rapidly. Chapter 117 New Rules. This food can actually significantly increase my strength. He Fei's face was full of surprise, and his voice was trembling. Then he quickly reacted. That stingy Zhongli only gives us pig-like food that barely sustains us. Lord Chao Xian, I have accepted your appointment as the apartment manager. This is my rent for this month. As soon as he finished speaking, He Fei threw over a heavy purse without hesitation, with 20 star soul coins neatly stacked inside, which was exactly 1 month's rent. Chao Xian looked at He Fei, who was cooperating actively, nodded slightly, and winked at him subtly to express his gratitude. Then, Chao Xian took out half of the star soul coin from his purse, threw it back to He Fei, and announced loudly, "No matter how much rent Zhongli charged you in the past, from today on, I only want 10 star soul coins a month." As soon as Chao Xian said this, the originally quiet hall suddenly became noisy. The weird people were whispering to each other and talking. Really? Only 10 star soul coins for a month's rent? A short, strange figure asked with a look of disbelief on his face. That's half the rent. Over the course of a year, I can save 60 star soul coins. A bloated and weird figure was counting on his fingers and muttering to himself. The weirdos, who had been worried, gradually relaxed their minds at this moment, and there was a bit more recognition in their eyes when they looked at Chao Xian. However, Chao Xian had not yet given all the sweet treats. He cleared his throat and continued. Do you know why the food we ate last night was ugly in shape and had almost no effect on improving our strength? The weirdos looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Because those foods were made by diluting the phantom dew in front of you dozens of times, and the undiluted pure phantom dew was all gobbled up by Zhongli alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in anger. Anger spread rapidly among the weirdos like a raging fire. You are so greedy and selfish, Zhongli. You dare to take all the good things for yourself. No wonder my cultivation has been stagnant. It turns out that guy is behind this. Chao Xian looked at the excited weirdos, nodded with satisfaction, and then raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. When the noise in the hall gradually died down, he said, Everyone, rest assured. From today on, I, Chao Xian, will not treat you unfairly. As long as you cooperate well and follow me, you will naturally receive benefits. At this time, a tall, stern-looking man came forward, bowed slightly, and asked respectfully, Master Chao Xian, we trust you. We just don't know what the new rules of this apartment are. We'd like to learn about them in advance so we have a clear idea of what to do. Chao Xian smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of majesty. The first rule is that I won't be in the apartment often from now on. No one is allowed to enter the rooftop or the management office without permission. I will arrange for He-Fei to guard them. Rule 2. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the apartment. If you have any conflicts or disputes, you can come to me to resolve them. If you are caught fighting in private, you will be severely punished. Third, you must pay your rent on time and not default on it. If you really have difficulties, please let me know in advance and I will handle it as appropriate. Fourth, you can go out and find other ways to earn Star Soul coins. I may also need your help occasionally, and I will give you a certain amount of compensation. However, opening a casino or lending money in the apartment is strictly prohibited. Chao Xian explained all the rules in an orderly manner, his eyes scanning every strange thing in the hall. Will the weirdos have any objections? Of course not. Not only did they have no objections, but they all nodded in agreement. Who would want to fight and kill all day long when they can live a peaceful and stable life? These rules of Chao Xian were exactly what they wanted. They would also be happy to see gambling, lending, and fighting banned. They didn't dare to default on paying the rent on time, especially since Chao Xian had already lowered the rent so much. Afterwards, all the weirdos lined up and came up one by one to pay the new rent. After everyone returned to their seats, Chao Xian pressed his hand, signaling for silence, and then announced loudly, "Now, we can start eating." The monsters had long been attracted by the fragrance of Yoshing-du and could not contain themselves. After hearing what Chao Xian said, they immediately lowered their heads and started eating with big mouthfuls, their faces full of satisfaction. Chao Xian looked at the tenants eating with satisfaction and nodded with a smile, then turned to look at Ouyang Shui and the others and said, "I still have quite a bit of this phantom dew. After you finish eating it, I'll pack some for you to take back." After learning that Chao Xian had a full 200 liters of Yoshing-du, they no longer refused. Lin Hong directly put her arm around Chao Xian's shoulders and said with a generous smile, "Good brother, from now on I am yours. I will do whatever you ask me to do." The Zhang brothers also looked serious and said in unison, "Brother Chao Xian, as long as you ask, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." Chao Xian responded to them with a smile, but did not dine with them. Instead, he stood up and left the table, preparing to go to the management office and lobby of the apartment to check. The furnishings in the management room are very simple, with only an iron bed. Chao Xian turned on the reminder device, and after a careful search, he found that there was nothing valuable in the room. However, the key to the iron gate leading to the highway behind the apartment and the key to the corridor terrace were lying quietly in the drawer. Chao Xian took out the key and put it away, then took Lin Shui and forced open the door of room 101. In the drawer of this room, Chao Xian found more than 100 Star Soul coins. Including what he had obtained before, his Star Soul coin balance has exceeded 1,000. Although the number of these Star Soul coins was not large, Chao Xian also found a strange stone in the drawer, which Lin Shui said was of very good purity. Chao Xian secretly guessed that Zhang Li probably used his Star Soul coin to exchange for this strange stone. Chao Xian did not plan to give this strange stone to Lin Shui, but wanted to keep it for himself. Because according to Lin Shui, occasional contact with strange stones can enhance resistance to strange influences. He thought that whenever he had nothing to do, he would take it out and play with it. Maybe slowly he would be able to have a more intimate contact with Lin Shui. When Chao Xian thought of Lin Shui's cool body and her lips that felt so good to bite, he felt a little excited. Unfortunately, this is not possible at the moment. Chao Xian was thinking about this in his mind and put the strange stone into his pocket. Then, he walked towards the open space behind the apartment building. Stepping through the weeds, there is a large iron gate that looks very old. Chao Xian took out a bunch of keys he had taken from Zhang Li's room, found the corresponding one, and opened the iron door. After passing through the iron gate and walking a few steps forward, there is a dark and gloomy road. There was a sign lying upside down on the side of the road. Happy Apartment. Recruiting Tenants. Chapter 118, The First Tenant. This should be the sign for recruiting tenants, right? Chao Xian muttered to himself. His eyes fell on the sign that had fallen to the ground, and then he lifted it up steadily. There are 8 eye-catching large characters on the top of the sign, and the basic conditions of the room and rental information are marked below. Only the rental part was covered by mud, making it look a little blurry. Chao Xian raised his hand and wiped it gently, revealing the word 20. This sign was closely tied to his role as the apartment manager, so he instantly changed the number to 10 Star Soul coins per month. Furthermore, this sign was unique in that only spooks could see it, eliminating the need for humans to stray into the apartment. Chao Xian put up the sign again and released 2 alienated patients and a doctor to work as security guards and cleaners. If this sign falls to the ground for some reason, at least there will be someone to help it up. In addition, the weeds here also need to be cleaned up. How can such a dirty and messy environment be called a happy apartment? Just as Chao Xian was directing 2 mutant patients to weed with shovels, a strand of hair quietly emerged from his shadow and gently poked him. What's wrong? Chao Xian was slightly stunned and asked softly. Lin Shui pointed behind Chao Xian with her hair. Chao Xian looked in the direction indicated, and after a while he saw a black dot the size of a fist slowly approaching on the road. The distance was too far, and he didn't notice it at first, but Lin Shui caught it keenly. So Chao Xian stood on the side of the road and waited quietly next to the sign of Xingfu apartment. Could we welcome our first new tenant today? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Soon, the figure was getting closer and closer. As the distance shortened, Chao Xian noticed something strange about the person. It was a male ghost who looked quite young. He had obvious signs of serious injuries on his body. He walked with a limp and blood was still flowing down. He looked like a relatively young male ghost, but he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Chao Xian waited expectantly for the male ghost to stop, but no one would have thought that this seriously injured male ghost was carrying a thin girl on his back. He walked hurriedly past Chao Xian and the sign that read, Happy Apartment, without any intention of stopping. Zhang He, stop! Chao Xian shouted hurriedly. Through the hints, he found that the male ghost in front of him completely met his high standards for tenants. In terms of strength alone, Zhang He's various stats are slightly better than the previous Lu Sai. Moreover, looking at his clothes that are half covered in red, does it mean that he possesses extremely powerful talents? After all, someone as strange as Lin Shui, who was dressed in crimson, was a rare sight. In this apartment, Chao Xian had seen very few strange creatures with red on their bodies, and it was even rarer to see one with half red on his body like Zhang He. How do you know my name? Zhang He stopped in his tracks when he heard Chao Xian calling out his name. His body subconsciously tensed up, and he turned his head warily, looking at Chao Xian with a look full of vigilance. Could it be that this man is also an accomplice of the humans who attacked him? How do you know my name? Zhang He's voice was hoarse. If Chao Xian did anything wrong, he would attack immediately. On his back was his only sister, his only true love in this world. In a previous life, they had been trapped in a fire and tragically burned to death. In this life, he would do everything in his power to protect his sister, no matter what. Chao Xian coughed lightly and said in a calm tone, How I know your name isn't the point. What's important is that, given your current state, you probably won't be able to get very far, right? The vigilance in Zhang He's eyes did not decrease at all because of these words. Instead, he became more aware of the creepy aura coming from Chao Xian. This aura did not seem to come from humans, but rather it seemed like Chao Xian himself was hiding some powerful and strange power. He knew in his heart that if Chao Xian insisted on keeping him, there would be no chance of escape for him. Chao Xian still maintained a gentle smile, acting like an apartment manager. I'm Chao Xian, and I'm also the manager of this happy apartment dedicated to weird services. You can live in an apartment for just 10-star soul coins a month. Given your current state, it would be best if you could find a place to recuperate, right? No matter what happened to you, it's not wise to continue running for your life with this little sister behind you. Zhang He's doubts were still there. If he trusted others so easily, he would not be able to escape alive. What's more, it seems weird no matter how you look at it for a human to be the owner of a strange apartment. But Chao Xian's words also hit his soft spot. If he continued to flee with his sister like this, it was very likely that he would be caught up by the enemy or his injuries would flare up. By then, his sister would be left alone and helpless. Zhang He gritted his teeth, his face full of struggle, and finally said, I'll live here temporarily. Okay. Chao Xian showed a happy expression and quickly took out an agreement he found in the management office from the storage space and handed it to Zhang He. According to the rules, the deposit is 1 month and the rent is 3 months. The minimum lease period is 3 months. After you sign this agreement, I will arrange a room for you immediately. However, Zhang He frowned. The reason was simple. He was escaping in such a hurry that he didn't have any star soul coins on him. Chao Xian looked at Zhang He's expression and guessed his predicament. You don't have any money on you, do you? Chao Xian pretended to be shocked and asked. Then he touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. This is a bit troublesome. My apartment is a small business and we never do business on credit. Chao Xian deliberately showed a hesitant look on his face. What he is thinking about now is not only developing Zhang He into his tenant, but also wanting to make him his own person like He Fei. Just now, Lin Shui told him in her mind that He Fei's talent was 1 in 1,000. As long as he is given enough Yoxing Lu, not only will his injuries recover quickly, but his strength will also increase rapidly. Just when Chao Xian was about to ask to waive the rent for Jiang He and his sister, Jiang He suddenly put an object in his hand. Although I don't have Star Soul coins, I can use this as rent. Chapter 119 New Golden Components. Jiang He extended his hand, and in the palm of his hand was a golden gear. Against the backdrop of the night, it emitted a dazzling light, like a small sun. Chao Xian's eyes were instantly attracted. He quickly took the gear and looked at it closely. His guess was confirmed. This is actually another golden component. Just like the Thunder Fury he has on him now, this component can also be equipped directly on a person. This golden component, called Gravity Magnetic Field, is also extremely powerful. Once activated, it can generate a powerful gravitational magnetic field within the specified range. The gravity exerted on the target within the magnetic field can be controlled by the user at will. The larger the range of the generated magnetic field, the faster the energy is consumed. Judging from the functional effects alone, the power of this component is self-evident. Chao Xian's fingers gently stroked the surface of the gear, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Originally, he had made up his mind that no matter what Jiang he came up with, he would not hesitate to provide a house and shelter for the brothers and sisters. But now it seems that I have gained a great advantage. Just considering the value of this golden component, it is probably more than enough to buy a building. Are you sure you want to use this to pay the rent? Chao Xian asked with a hint of surprise in his tone. The premise is that you are willing to accept it. Jiang he gently touched his sister's head beside him, and an elusive look flashed in his eyes. He looked at Chao Xian again and said slowly, "This thing is of no use to me. It's just a burden to carry with me. However, I must remind you that I took this from the group that was chasing us. If you accept it, you will have to bear their wrath. If you are afraid, forget it. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have offered to take you in." Chao Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. In fact, from the moment he decided to take in Jiang He and his sister, he had already prepared to confront the pursuing forces. Whether he accepted this component or not, it would not change this fact. Then could you tell me who the group that's chasing you is? That way I'll have an idea of who they are, and if I really run into them, I can be prepared. Chao Xian's eyes were burning. They are the Valemont family of Frankton. Their current matron is named Eleanor Valemont. Frankton, City of Hope? That's right. Jiang He nodded, while also observing Chao Xian's expression. Chao Xian muttered to himself, repeating the names several times. It seems that if I go to the City of Hope, it would be best not to use this golden component in public there. At least, not before finding out the details of the Valemont family. Chao Xian didn't say anything more, but took Jiang He and his sister to see the house. However, he did not realize that the moment he heard the name Valemont family, his shadow suddenly trembled violently, as if it contained endless anger. Jiang He was relieved to see that Chao Xian's expression did not change. He was worried that Chao Xian would know the name of the Willemon family and would not dare to continue to take them in. The two followed Chao Xian into the apartment. Standing in front of the apartment lobby, Chao Xian thought for a moment, then picked out the key to room 209 from a bunch of keys. You two can live in this room. There's a widow living next door. Her child is about the same age as your sister. They might become good playmates in the future. Jiang He was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Chao Xian had considered these details so carefully. A warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He hurriedly pulled his sister over and said seriously, "Quick, thank Brother Chao." Sister Jiang Yu timidly raised her head, her big watery eyes filled with gratitude, and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Brother Chao, you are so kind." Jiang He also bowed solemnly to Chao Xian and said earnestly, "Mr. Chao, I, Jiang He, will always remember your great kindness today. If you need my help in the future, I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Now that we live in this happy apartment, we are a family." Chao Xian patted Jiang He's shoulder with a friendly smile. In his view, Jiang He's favorability has climbed to 70 points, which is a very high number. Seeing this, Chao Xian decided to strike while the iron was hot and handed over a bowl full of crystal-clear Yoshing-dew. Jiang He looked at the bowl of substance emitting mysterious light that Chao Xian handed over. His eyes froze instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. "Is this Yuxinglu?" Jiang He asked in disbelief. "You actually know it?" Chao Xian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect Jiang He to recognize this precious Yoshing-dew at a glance. It seems that Jiang He does have extraordinary knowledge, which is much better than the ordinary weirdness. I just heard about it by chance. Jiang He stared at the Yuxinglu in Chao Xian's hand. With this thing, his injuries would heal quickly. However, he still looked away with difficulty. The reason was simple. He felt that he had already caused too much trouble for Chao Xian. If he accepted this precious Yoshing-dew, he would feel uneasy. Seeing that Jiang He had no intention of reaching out to take it, Chao Xian simply stuffed the bowl into Jiang He's hands. In my happy apartment, this is not a rare thing. Chao Xian briefly introduced the rules of happy apartment to Jiang He, which included the dinner every night, where each ghost could get a certain amount of Phantom Star due. Finally, Chao Xian said earnestly, "You just said that if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. However, with your current condition, even if I asked for your help, you wouldn't be able to do it." The touch in Jiang He's eyes grew more intense. He understood that Chao Xian was cleverly giving him a way out. Over the years, he and his sister have been struggling in the cruel world and have already developed a keen eye for judging people. At the beginning, people from the Tantai family came to him and entrusted him with a task, but as soon as he entered the door, he keenly noticed the unfriendly eyes of those people. So, without saying a word, he grabbed his sister and ran away desperately. If he had been a second late, he and his sister would have been unable to escape from that dangerous situation. And in Chao Xian's eyes, he could not see the slightest hint of calculation, only full of sincerity and kindness. "Thank you very much. I'll take it." At this moment, Jiang He already regarded Chao Xian as the most important person besides his sister. In his heart, Chao Xian's safety was even more important than his own life. Even if Chao Xian asked him to do something that would surely lead to his death, Jiang He would not hesitate at all. The only thing that worried him was his sister, but he believed that even if something happened to him, Chao Xian would definitely take good care of his sister. Jiang He and his sister began to clean up the house, while Chao Xian walked to the balcony, opened the chat box with Shen Ting, and tapped the screen quickly. "Ting Ting, let Aisha answer the phone. I have something to talk to her about." Chapter 120 Jiang He is wanted. On the other side, Aisha, Shen Ting, and others were leisurely soaking in the steaming hot spring pool, with misty water vapor filling the air. By the pool, scented candles are burning, emitting a light lavender aroma. Elsa's long golden hair was casually tied up, and a few strands of hair fell on her fair shoulders, adding a bit of laziness and charm. She opened her red lips and spoke freely. "I thought this city of hope was such a prosperous and grand metropolis, but I didn't expect it to be filled with country bumpkins who haven't seen the world." As she spoke, she shook the goblet in her hand, a glint of pride flashing in her eyes. "Sister, I just casually took out a little gadget that was lying around in the warehouse, gathering dust, and easily sold it for over 100 Star Soul coins." Just as Elsa was shaking her goblet and boasting excitedly, Shen Ting suddenly poked her shoulder lightly. "Sister Aisha, Brother Chao Xian is looking for you." Elsa frowned slightly when she was interrupted, but when she heard it was Chao Xian, she immediately perked up and hurried over. In the picture, two eye-catching beauties, one big and one small, one Chinese and one Western, wearing swimsuits are squeezed together. Aisha raised her eyebrows and asked, "It's Chao Xian, why did you suddenly think of looking for me?" Chao Xian looked at the extremely pleasing scene on the screen, and his old face flushed. He quickly recited a few words in his mind. "Don't look at what is indecent. Don't look at what is indecent." In fact, if it was just Shen Ting and Aisha, the main thing was that they seemed to be in a public hot spring now, and there were several young ladies behind him who were dressed coolly and laughing and playing, which made him quite embarrassed. Chao Xian quickly turned his eyes away and asked with a slightly embarrassed look, "Director Aisha, I heard that you recently successfully invented a device that can achieve space jumps?" Elsa raised her chin slightly, a smug gleam in her eyes. She gently shook the goblet in her hand, and the liquid inside rippled gently. "Yes, there is such a thing. Why are you interested in it?" Chao Xian chuckled and said without disguising, "To be honest, I really need it." After much thought, he decided that if he went to the City of Hope, it would be better not to bring Lin Shui with him. And Lin Shui didn't seem to want to follow him to the City of Hope. He had asked Lin Shui before, but she refused without hesitation. Moreover, even if Lin Shui possessed his shadow, the powerful aura could not be hidden at all. It was too eye-catching. Moreover, he actually hoped that Lin Shui could stay in the happy apartment. Now he has long regarded this place as his home base. As long as it develops steadily, he can steadily improve his strength. So, if I could have a space-jumping device, I would carry one with me and leave the other in the apartment. In this way, if there is an emergency and Lin Shui needs help, she can come at any time through the device, which is much more convenient and faster than driving navigation. When Aisha saw that Chao Xian actually wanted to ask her for help, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, but she quickly hid it. "This device has cost me a lot of effort, and the materials used are extremely precious. I've only made a few so far." Chao Xian immediately lowered his posture and said with a smile, "Good sister, our relationship is so strong. I understand. I just want to." I'll go to your lab some other day, and you can draw my blood as much as you want. Chao Xian knew clearly what Elsa wanted. Anyway, he had super self-healing abilities. As long as Elsa didn't drain all his blood at once, he could quickly replenish it by eating more. Good. Elsa laughed and agreed immediately, then gently touched the bracelet on her slender wrist, and two plate-like objects suddenly appeared in her hands. This is the space jump device I carefully researched. It's very simple to use. As long as you can provide it with sufficient energy, you can achieve space jump. Oh, and the lightning generated by your Thunder Fury can be used as its energy source. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian nodded with satisfaction. This makes it more convenient to use the device. After all, it is really difficult to find a suitable place in the apartment to power the space jumping device. At this time, Shin Ting took the watch again and wanted to chat a few more words, but Chao Xian found that the young ladies behind them seemed to have noticed this side and were pointing at him and whispering to each other. Chao Xian scratched his head awkwardly, muttering to himself, "Is it because I am too handsome that I have attracted so much attention?" He chatted briefly with Shin Ting, agreed to visit them the next morning, and then hung up the phone. After Chao Xian hung up the phone, Shin Ting, Shin Bing, Aisha and Lena continued to leisurely soak in the hot spring. Elsa was generous and spent dozens of Star Soul coins to book a card for a week. After they finished soaking in the hot springs, they planned to have a nice spa treatment and then go back to their room for a comfortable sleep. Before the time travel, this was almost a regular activity that Shin Ting and Shin Bing had to do every week. They didn't expect that they could enjoy it again after such a long time. The two girls were very happy. But at this moment, two women with oriental faces behind them quietly gathered together and talked in a low voice. Both of them are from Japan and are also survivors who have traveled through time. "Shiweji, did you see the man in the projection just now?" one of the women asked softly. "I see, he's quite handsome indeed." "Why, Sakurako, do you want to meet him?" "But it looks like this handsome guy has a girlfriend." At this time, the woman called Sakurako narrowed her triangular eyes, and a sinister look appeared in her pupils. "Do you remember the wanted poster we saw when we first entered the city today? It showed a strange person named Jiang He." Sato Sakurako lowered her voice and continued. "He accepted the commission from the Vailmon family, but did not fulfill his promise and even ran away with the reward. Now the Vailmon family has offered a huge reward for his capture, and anyone who can provide clues about him will receive a huge reward." Chapter 121. What is the reason for the strange formation? Inside the happy apartment, the morning sun shines on the floor. Chao Xian slept until 9 o'clock. After waking up slowly, he stretched, then got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he walked out of the room leisurely. As soon as he stepped into the lobby on the first floor, a tall tenant who was several heads taller than him immediately appeared in front of him. The tenant looked a little anxious and asked, "Apartment manager, I heard you're leaving today?" Chao Xian was slightly startled. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he asked doubtfully, "How did you know that?" The tall tenant scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner and explained, "I saw your other two human friends packing their things, so I asked casually." As he spoke, he suddenly broke off one of his fingers. A look of pain flashed across his face for a moment, but it soon relaxed. "Apartment manager, consider this a farewell gift for you. This finger can be used once every 24 hours. If you use it on someone with a lower mental level than you, you can hypnotize them for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, they will obey your orders." As the male ghost spoke, he pointed his finger at Chao Xian. He had rented a house in other places, but this was the first time he had met an apartment manager like Chao Xian. At least before Chao Xian became the apartment manager, he had never even seen such a precious item as Yuxing Lu. The tenants had all heard that the place where human survivors like Chao Xian were about to go would definitely be full of dangers. Therefore, many guests wanted to give Chao Xian a gift before he left. After all, if something unexpected happens to Chao Xian, the next apartment manager may not treat everyone as kindly as he does. Chao Xian originally wanted to refuse this gift, but when I heard the male ghost talk about the effect of this finger, it can actually hypnotize others. Although it may not sound serious, it is indeed a bug-level skill. After a little thought, Chao Xian decided to accept it. After all, when we go to the City of Hope, the road ahead is uncertain and good or bad luck is hard to predict. It is always beneficial to be more prepared. "Thank you. I'll accept it." Chao Xian took the finger and said sincerely. After accepting the gift, Chao Xian discovered that the tall tenant's body had blocked several residents behind him who were queuing up to give gifts. Looking at this scene, Chao Xian felt a warm current in his heart. He really didn't expect that these guests would be so enthusiastic towards him. Among the remaining gifts were lucky dice given by gamblers. Among them was the gambler's lucky dice. Since Chao Xian forbade gambling in the apartment, The housekeeping items were given to Chao Xian. The use of this dice is very simple. Just throw it. If the number is greater than 3, you will get a gain effect. If the number of points is less than 3, it will bring negative effects. There are also strange eyeballs that can be used as flashlights and magical leaves that are said to make people sleepless. Chao Xian accepted these gifts one by one, feeling deeply moved. The last guest to arrive was Shen Lin. Chao Xian originally thought that he would give him the arm that could only open locks. This arm is extremely practical and can be of great use at many critical moments. However, Shen Lin just scratched his head with an embarrassed smile on his face. Apartment manager, I'm here to say goodbye to you today. This arm is my livelihood, so I really can't give it to you right now. However, if you need it in the future, you can always come and pick it up. It's no problem to lend it to you for a few days. Chao Xian was not angry. Instead, he patted his shoulder and said earnestly, That's fine, but don't get involved in gambling again. Under the gaze of the tenants, Chao Xian, Chen Yin, Ouyang Shui, and others boarded their respective vehicles. Chao Xian originally planned to go to the City of Hope with Ouyang Shui and the others, but unfortunately, Ouyang Shui and her group had another mission. They had discovered a new station which was supposedly very fruitful, of moderate difficulty, and quite attractive. Ouyang Shui also kindly invited Chao Xian to go with her, but after thinking it over again and again, Chao Xian politely declined. He and Chen Yin were really worried about the safety of Shin Ting, UCC, and the others, and just wanted to rush to Frankton as soon as possible to check on their situation. Ouyang Shui heard this. A trace of regret appeared on her face, and she said, Then we'll come find you once we complete our mission on this platform. Before leaving, Chao Xian suggested a farewell hug. Lin Hong had a generous personality. She walked up to Chao Xian and gave him a tight bear hug, letting Chao Xian experience the feeling of facial cleanser. Good brother. See you in a few days, Lin Hong said with a smile. After Lin Hong hugged, it was Ouyang Shui's turn. She bit her lips slightly. A hint of barely perceptible shyness flashed in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and gave Chao Xian a light hug. Lin Hong, who was standing by, looked at her best friend's slightly shy look and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Ouyang Shui was so angry that she pulled Lin Hong's arm and got into the car. Chao Xian finally turned his gaze to Lin Shui, stretched out his hand, gently stroked her soft long hair, and said softly, Be good and wait for me to come back. Be sure to take good care of yourself. Lin Shui remained silent and just watched Chao Xian leave quietly. After Chao Xian and Chen Yin got in the car, they drove onto the highway. Chao Xian immediately took out the navigation card. Lock on the City of Hope, Frankton. The car sped along the road like an arrow, and the dust kicked up by the wheels flew behind the car and gradually dissipated in the wind. The 1-hour drive passed in a flash, but Chao Xian and Chen Yin felt increasingly depressed. Just now, they tried to contact Shin Ting, Shun Bing, and UCC respectively. However, no one answered the phone and no response was received. Chao Xian felt a vague sense of unease. So he stepped on the accelerator and drove the car almost to the limit. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Continue for 15 kilometers and you will arrive at the station, Frankton, the City of Hope. Frankton, the birthplace of the strange. The City of Hope offers you a chance for rebirth, but at the cost of your soul. Only the heart knows the price. Frankton was once an ancient and mysterious city. It is said that long ago, the ruler of Frankton was obsessed with dark witchcraft and attempted to gain the power of immortality through human sacrifice. Countless innocent lives were cruelly sacrificed on the altar, their blood seeped into the soil, and resentment lingered in the air for a long time. Due to the extreme pain and strong resentment at the time of death, their souls cannot dissipate peacefully like those who die normally. The evil power formed by dark witchcraft is like an invisible net, trapping these souls tightly in the cursed land of Frankton. This is the reason why the strangeness occurs. Note, weirdness is like the complexity of human nature, with good and evil intertwined, which is difficult to generalize. Humans have different attitudes towards them. Therefore, as time went by, many unique professional systems were derived, such as the Exorcist, the Trickster, the Mechanic, the Trickster Alliance. These forces check and balance each other and cooperate with each other to maintain the delicate balance of Frankton under the shadow of mystery. Chapter 122 Chao Xian is also wanted. Chao Xian's gaze was fixed on the prompt in front of him, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that Frankton was the place where the weirdness was born? In an instant, he seemed to have thought of something crucial, and muttered to himself. So, isn't it possible that Lin Shui was once from Frankton? So she doesn't want to come with me. Is she afraid of getting me into trouble? A warm feeling surged in Chao Xian's heart. He silently decided in his heart that if he had the chance during this trip to Frankton, he would definitely investigate the group of people who had deceived Lin Shui. According to the clues in Lin Shui's story at the time, the woman who deceived Lin Shui was most likely a member of one of Frankton's ghost hunting families. Furthermore, since they were able to trap Lin Shui in her prime, their strength was self-evident. Therefore, even if many years have passed, it should be relatively easy to find out which one it is. After all, there are only a few powerful ghost-killing families. Soon, they arrived at the City of Hope station. The parking lot in front of me is like a huge square, densely packed with all kinds of vehicles. The crowd was bustling, and the survivors gathered together with excitement on their faces, as if they were full of expectations for the city. Chao Xian finally found a parking space. After parking the car, he got out with Chun Yin and then followed the instructions to walk towards the entrance of the City of Hope. As soon as he walked out of the parking lot, Chao Xian saw many survivors lined up in two long lines. He noticed a young man in a black t-shirt in the team next to him, so he waved and called out to him. "Hey bro, why are there so many people queuing up right now?" The young man, who was waiting bored, was slightly startled when he heard the voice. He then turned around and explained to Chao Xian enthusiastically. "I heard that a very dangerous suspect recently escaped from the city, and now everyone entering and leaving the city has to go through strict registration and inspection for fear that he might have escaped or sneaked back in. I don't know what kind of crime that suspect committed, but it caused such a big scene, and ordinary survivors like us suffered as well, waiting in line for ages." Generally speaking, survivors who are unfamiliar with each other are always wary of each other. However, next to where they lined up there was a prominent sign that read, "No fighting allowed, severe punishment." With the deterrent effect of this sign, the atmosphere in the square is relatively peaceful. So at this moment, the young man began to chat with Chao Xian in a casual manner. The efficiency of the two teams together was quite high. After waiting in line for more than half an hour, Chao Xian finally got to the front of the line and ended his conversation with the man in black. After chatting just now, Chao Xian learned that the man had returned to the storage table in the car to get something. This was his second time entering the city, so he knew a lot of useful information. For example, in Frankton, Star Soul Coin is the universal currency. As long as you have enough Star Soul Coins, almost anything that you could do on the Blue Star before crossing over can be achieved here. Even because the laws here are different from those on Blue Star, many things that are considered illegal on Blue Star are legal industries here. For example, the man recommended to Chao Xian a place called Heaven on Earth in the north of the city. At this moment, Chun Yin suddenly poked Chao Xian's waist from behind and asked with a suspicious look on her face, "You're not really planning on going there, are you?" Chao Xian quickly waved his hand solemnly and said with a serious face, "I have you by my side. Why would I need to go to that kind of place? The old man just mentioned that there are private hot springs there. I was thinking of taking you, Ting Ting, Cici, and the others there to relax tonight. Anyway, we are not short of Star Soul Coins now." Chao Xian said this while joking with Chun Yin. However, when he mentioned Shin Ting and Yu Cici, their movements suddenly stopped. Because until now, they still cannot contact Shin Bing and others. Chao Xian had no idea what kind of situation they were in. This immediately cast a thick layer of worry over his and Chun Yan's faces. Soon, it was their turn. Chun Yin was in the front of the line, and a female staff member first gave her a simple body search. Immediately afterwards, the guard in charge of registration recorded Chun Yan's name, and she passed the inspection smoothly. The Tang sword she was carrying on her back was simply pulled out and inspected before being returned to its owner. Although fighting is prohibited in the City of Hope, carrying weapons is not prohibited. It was for this reason that he did not let Chun Yin put the knife into her bracelet in advance. "Come here and register your name. When you passed the door just now, the camera has already captured your image. You will be issued a pass in a moment. With this pass, you can move freely in the city." The guard instructed Chao Xian. Chao Xian followed the guard's instructions and stepped forward. This time, the person who searched him was a male staff member. It seemed that the female staff member just now was only responsible for checking women. The staff member simply touched his pocket and nodded to indicate that he passed the inspection. The silver bracelet on his hand did not arouse the staff's suspicion. I have to say that Aisha did an excellent job in keeping secrets. At first glance, anyone would think that the bracelet is just an ordinary decoration. At this time, the guard took a pen and prepared to register his name. Chao Xian did not hesitate at all and blurted out, "Chao Xian." The moment Chao Xian said the name, the guard's hand, which was about to write it down, paused visibly. But then he immediately pretended nothing had happened. Chao Xian instantly caught the guard's strange look, and alarm bells immediately rang in his heart. Before he could think deeply about the reason, he saw the guard's hand move slightly under the table. Chao Xian instantly realized that the situation was not good, so he immediately urged, "Where's my pass? The person in front of me just registered and got it right away. Why do I have to wait?" The guard's expression was slightly unnatural. He took out a card and said, "Here it is, but you have to wait a moment." As he spoke, the guard secretly glanced behind him and saw that there were already more than a dozen guards in the same blue uniforms quietly surrounding them. A glimmer of triumph flashed across his eyes, and he suddenly grabbed Chao Xian's wrist and shouted, "He's Chao Xian, the suspect listed just yesterday. I've got him under control. Come over and help." "Fuck you." The guard was still excitedly imagining that he would live a carefree life in heaven on earth after getting a promotion and a raise, when he was kicked away by Chao Xian. Chapter 123 Escape. The guard just now only had the strength of an ordinary person. It was simply a daydream for him to want to control himself with just one hand. Chao Xian was quick-witted and snatched the pass away. However, in a flash, several electric batons fell directly on him. "Turn down the current. The higher-ups want him alive. We have to pry Jiang He's location out of him." Seeing this, the captain of the guard in the rear was extremely anxious and shouted loudly. These guards were all new recruits. They were brave and fearless in fighting, but they had no idea of the severity of the situation. The captain was afraid that they would accidentally electrocute Chao Xian to death. But Chao Xian looked at the electric baton falling on his body, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was equipped with the Thunder Fury, but these people still tried to subdue him with electric batons. What's the difference between this and trying to drown a fish with water? He grabbed the electric baton that fell on his body with his backhand, and then swung it with great force. In an instant, the large group of guards were all blown away like fallen leaves swept by the wind. Chao Xian didn't delay at all. He quickly grabbed Qinyan's hand and ran away. After successfully passing the checkpoint, the city was crowded with people, and the two of them quickly blended into the bustling crowd. "Hurry! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase them!" The captain of the guard roared loudly as he looked at the recruits lying on the ground. The recruits woke up as if from a dream and immediately got up and chased after him. The captain of the guard took out his intercom and ordered with gritted teeth, "Attention all teams, the suspect has escaped and is currently fleeing into the city. The target is a man and a woman. The man is named Chao Xian and the woman is holding a tang sword. Immediately block the surrounding streets and set up roadblocks. Make sure they are stopped. I repeat, make sure they are stopped." After arranging all this, the captain of the guard squatted down and picked up an electric baton that had fallen to the ground next to the place where the recruit had just fallen. He muttered to himself in confusion. "Strange, the electric baton should be fully charged before going on duty every day, right?" He naturally assumed that Chao Xian was safe and sound after being hit by the electric baton because the baton was out of battery. So, he turned on the electric baton without hesitation and put the other end on his arm. In an instant, a strong electric current spread throughout his body along the electric baton. The captain of the guard's body suddenly straightened up, his eyes widened like bells, and after shaking violently for a few times, he fell straight down. Anxious calls kept coming from the other end of the intercom. "Captain Allen, there seems to be a sound over there. Are you okay?" Unfortunately, the young Captain Allen was unable to respond. The electric baton was sucking his arm tightly, and he could only make a few indistinct groans. As for Chao Xian, he was rushing through the crowd in a panic. The streets here are extremely wide and lined with all kinds of stalls. Survivors and indigenous people are shoulder to shoulder, making it extremely lively. On the street, a rich second generation dressed in gorgeous clothes was followed by a pale, weak, and strange man. He was proudly showing off to the beautiful woman beside him. "Xiaoran, this is a new monster my dad caught for me. Its spirit value is as high as 15 points. It only took me 2 weeks to successfully tame it. This is the limit of my current ability to control it." Just when this rich second generation was about to sneakily touch the white and tender hand of the petite beauty next to him, a tall figure passed by him and knocked him away in an instant. "Sorry, brother." Chao Xian glanced back slightly with a hint of apology, then decisively threw down a star soul coin and continued to pull Chun Yin and run desperately. "You are blind." Li Yong sat up from the ground in embarrassment, brushed off the dust on his body, looked at Chao Xian's receding back, and roared in frustration. Then, with a hint of expectation, he wanted Lana Ran, who was standing next to him, to pull him up, but the girl dodged cleverly without leaving a trace. Lonnie Ran looked down on this childhood sweetheart, who grew up with her from the bottom of her heart. She hated people who relied on their families for everything and had no abilities of their own. What she longed for in her heart was a true genius. Just as Li Yang's arm was hanging awkwardly in the air, suddenly a silver star, soul, coin hit him directly on the forehead. He subconsciously reached out and touched the place where he was hit, his eyes filled with burning anger. "You bastard! How dare you hit me and humiliate me like this?" Li Yong was so angry that his face turned red and the veins on his neck bulged. He recalled how Lan Iran had dodged his pleading hand without leaving a trace. The awkwardness and embarrassment of that moment made him even angrier. He was so angry that he took out all his resentment on Chao Xian. "Chase them. You must bring those two back to me," Li Yong shouted at the pale and strange figure beside him at the top of his lungs. After receiving the order, Guy immediately floated above the crowd and chased towards Chao Xian and Chun Yin at an extremely fast speed. Because Chun Yin was holding him, Chao Xian's speed was restricted and he couldn't run at full speed. If he were alone, if he activated the Wrath of Thunder, he could escape the pursuit of these guards in an instant. While desperately running away, Chao Xian quickly recalled in his mind why he was wanted like Jiang He. Could it be the phone call from that night? Chao Xian was suddenly startled and immediately recalled the only moment when he could be exposed. At that time, the two young ladies were not discussing his handsomeness, but happened to see Jiang He next to him. Chao Xian secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. It seems that now that I can't contact Shin Bing and the others, it is very likely that they have been implicated by me and have been detained by the people of City of Hope. Just at this moment, the strange object that Li Yong had just controlled had flown above their heads. Chao Xian immediately felt the threat coming from above his head and raised his head abruptly. When he saw something strange, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. What is this? But soon, he realized that this was most likely the weirdness controlled by the profession of the trickster mentioned in the hint. At this moment, the strange figure looked down from above, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and opened his arms to pounce viciously at Chao Xian and Chun Yin. At the critical moment, Chao Xian instantly condensed an electric spear. Without even looking up, the spear flashing with dazzling electric light, drew a blue straight line and flew out. With a sharp and piercing scream, the monster was hit in the chest by the electric spear. Its face immediately became hideous and distorted, and after its body remained suspended in the air for a few seconds, it slowly dissipated into the air like smoke. At this time, Chao Xian and the other two had already run to the end of the street, and the crowd here began to thin out. If they continue running on the streets, they will become very conspicuous. At this moment, Chao Xian glanced around and saw a small alley nearby. He decisively pulled Chun Yin into it and disappeared into the dark alley. Chapter 124 Panic Li Yong. After Chao Xian and Chun Yin slipped into the alley, more than a dozen guards quickly rushed to where they had just stood. The leading guard glanced around sharply and shouted, "Where did they go?" The other guards also looked around nervously. "Report to the commander. I saw them go into that alley with my own eyes." In the crowd, a thin human survivor hurriedly stood up and pointed in the direction of the alley, indicating the route Chao Xian took to escape. Hearing the man's identification, the guards rushed towards the alley without any doubt. At this moment, the man who pointed out the identity of the person showed an anxious expression on his face and shouted, "Sir, I heard there's a reward for information leading to a wanted criminal." The last guard paused, turned around, and glared at him impatiently. "We'll take you there when we get back, so stop nagging." The man and his female teammate instantly showed excitement on their faces and waited there with full anticipation. After all, the bounties for wanted criminals posted at the city gate are very tempting, with the lowest being several hundred star soul coins. Shortly after the guards left, two figures quickly arrived here. The people who came were Li Yong and Lan Iran, who were accidentally bumped into by Chao Xian before. Li Yang's face was full of surprise. As members of the Ghost Control Master lineage, they used special props to sign a contract with the ghost. As long as the ghost and the contract survived, their breath could be sensed no matter how far away they were. However, at this moment, he tried his best, but still could not catch the strange aura of his new contract. That was a contract that his father had spent a huge amount of money on, and he even specially invited a famous ghost master to help him successfully. Is my weird really dead? Li Yong felt a sharp pain in his heart, and what made him even more afraid was that if he went back empty-handed, he would be beaten to death by his father. At this moment, he saw the survivors, a man and a woman, who were waiting for the guard to come back by the roadside, and immediately stepped forward. "Did you see a man being chased by the guards? Which direction did he go?" The man and woman looked at each other. A hint of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They were worried that Li Yong would steal the credit from them, so they turned their heads away at the same time and pretended not to hear. Li Yong suddenly became angry and kicked the man fiercely, shouting, "I am from the Yugueli family. If I find out that you are keeping this secret, I will find them and you will be in big trouble." The man was kicked and staggered, almost falling to the ground. A look of horror instantly appeared on his face. Only then did he realize that the man in front of him was not an ordinary survivor, but a descendant of the Frankton family. After realizing that the other party was not here to steal the credit, the man quickly pointed to the alleyway and stammered. That man and woman, along with a dozen guards, all ran in there. Hearing this, Li Yong rushed into the alley without hesitation. These survivors who had just entered the city were as timid as mice, so I don't think this man would have the courage to lie to them. Moreover, these days, these survivors are always shocked by some trivial things and make a fuss. He really doesn't understand why the city lord took the initiative to invite them into the city. After Li Yong rushed into the alley, Lonnie Rand followed closely, blinking her bright big eyes with curiosity in her eyes. Judging from their clothes, the man and woman just now should also be human survivors from outside the city. As soon as these two people entered the city, they knocked over the second young master of the Li family, and they just threw a star soul coin as an apology. This made Lana Rand very interested. What's more, she noticed the panic on Li Yang's face just now, and combined with the strangeness that had not appeared, Lonnie Rand boldly guessed that he might have been dealt with by Chao Xian. You know, even among those young geniuses in the evil lineage, few can kill a monster with 15 spirit points in such a short time. At this moment, deep in the alley, Chao Xian and Chun Yin stopped in front of a wall. They were not familiar with the terrain here and accidentally walked into a dead end. Chun Yin looked up at the 3-meter-high wall in front of her and suggested, "How about you step on me and then pull me up?" Chao Xian shook his head slightly and said, "Just step on me to get up." "That's fine." Chun Yin was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly realized something was wrong with Chao Xian's words and asked, "Wait, aren't you planning to climb over the wall together?" "No, I absolutely disagree. If we have to fight them, I want to join you." Chun Yin thought Chao Xian was planning to stay behind to cover their retreat and sacrifice himself. A strong resistance surged in her heart. How could she agree? Even if she died, she would rather die with Chao Xian than escape alone. When Chao Xian saw the determination in Chun Yan's eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart. He shook his head again and explained, "I'm not staying here to die. Think about it. Cece and the others have probably been captured by the people from City of Hope. Even if we escape now, there's no way we can find them. Only if we allow ourselves to be caught by them will we have a chance to get close to Cece and the others. Moreover, I have a space jumping device that Elsa gave me attached to me, so I can teleport back to the apartment anytime I want. What's more, they're only looking for me right now." Just then, dense footsteps were heard from the alley outside, coming from far away. Seeing that Chun Yin was still hesitating and thinking, Chao Xian quickly hugged her thighs and said anxiously, "It's too late. If you hesitate any longer, they will find us." Finally, Chun Yin gritted her teeth and nodded reluctantly. "Then you must be careful. If you encounter danger, use the space jump device to leave immediately." "Okay, I promise you," Chao Xian said firmly. Seeing that Chao Xian agreed, Chun Yin raised her head reluctantly, then suddenly exerted force and stepped on Chao Xian's palm. Chao Xian raised his hand, and Chun Yin quickly jumped onto the 3-meter-high wall like a light swallow. "There he is. We've reached a dead end. Where else can we run? Come on, brothers, subdue him, and we can go to heaven and earth tonight and have a good time." Several guards shouted loudly, but after shouting, they all stood where they were, and no one dared to actually step forward. "Didn't we agree on a raise and promotion, and that you could have a leisurely stay in paradise on earth? Why don't you dare go there?" A guard couldn't help but mutter. "What do you know? Even if we hit him with an electric baton, it's useless. If we go up to him, we'll just die in vain. Why don't we keep an eye on him first and wait for someone to be sent over?" Another guard responded unhappily. The scene fell into an awkward silence for a moment. At this time, Chao Xian's mouth corners rose slightly, and he slowly walked towards the guards. "Stop! Don't move." A dozen armed guards looked at Chao Xian, who was slowly approaching. Cold sweat broke out on their faces. Their legs couldn't help but tremble slightly, and they involuntarily retreated. Chapter 125, Taking the Initiative to be Arrested. "With so many of you, are you afraid of me? Don't worry, I'll go back with you guys. I didn't do anything wrong. It's really unfair that I'm wanted. I hope the superiors can clear my name." A group of guards looked at each other nervously, and then the leader threw a pair of silver-white handcuffs from a distance. "Take it with you, and we'll take you back to the police station. If you're truly wronged, we'll investigate and clear your name." Chao Xian obediently picked up the handcuffs on the ground and put them on his hands with a click. He felt the material of the bracelet. It was made of some kind of metal and felt heavy when he put it on, and it seemed to have other special functions. In short, after putting it on, he felt that his strength had decreased a lot. Fortunately, Thunder Fury can still be used normally, and will not affect his ability to take things from the space bracelet. When the guards saw Chao Xian handcuffed, they immediately felt relieved. This bracelet was developed by the Harmon family, who inherited the mechanic profession in the city. It has a limiting effect on the power of monsters and humans. Several guards surrounded Chao Xian to prevent him from escaping, while the leader stayed behind, urging Chao Xian on. As expected, they did not pursue Qin Yan, who had just escaped with Chao Xian. The higher-ups had only issued a wanted notice for Chao Xian. Catching Qin Yan would be a waste of time and effort and would not be beneficial. It was better to have less trouble than more. They quickly walked out of the alley and ran into Li Yang and Lonnie Ran, who were chasing them. "Stop, asshole. What did you do to the weirdness I just contracted? Why can't I feel his presence at all now?" Chao Xian was stunned and stood there thinking for a while. "You mean the one chasing me just now? He was about to attack me, but I dealt with him." After Chao Xian finished speaking, he continued to move forward, surrounded by the guards. When Li Yang heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red, and his face was full of anger and disbelief. He rushed forward, grabbed Chao Xian's shoulders, and turned him around suddenly. "You're talking nonsense. How could a country bumpkin like you from outside possibly solve my mysteries? You must be lying. Tell me, what method did you use to make my weirdness disappear?" Chao Xian stood there helplessly and spread his hands to the guard next to him, indicating that it was not that he didn't want to leave, but that this unreasonable second generation was stopping him. Seeing this, the leader immediately pulled Li Yang away and said sternly, "Young Master Li, we are performing our duties. Please do not act unreasonably. If you hinder us from catching the criminal, even your father won't be able to bear the consequences." He had been a guard in Frankton for so many years, working his way up to this position, so naturally he knew most of the people from various families in the city. The Li Yang in front of him belongs to the Li family, which is not a top family. What's more, the man in front of him is not the eldest lady's son, so he is not afraid of offending Li Yang. After Li Yang was pulled away, he still refused to give in. He struggled to rush forward again, but was held back by Lonnie Ran next to him. Lonnie Ran looked at Li Yang, who was throwing a tantrum like a child, with deep disappointment on her face. Her father had been saved by Li Yang's elders before, so he wanted to marry her to Li Yang. At that time, she didn't have anyone she liked. She thought that since she would get married sooner or later, it would be fine to follow her father's arrangements. She even almost agreed. But looking at the situation today, she has to go back and discuss her future with her father. Their Lon family is a top mechanic family in the city, on par with the Harmon family. Their future husband must be an outstanding man. Lonnie Ran said in a delicate voice, "He just bumped into you accidentally, and he's already apologized to you. Why are you still chasing him? Regardless of whether he killed you or not, you're not in the right. And don't forget, this is a critical moment for your Li family to be promoted to a first-class family. If you cause trouble, your father will not forgive you. The most powerful family in Frankton is the top, followed by the first, second, and the Li family is a family that controls monsters. The way to get promoted is for someone in the family to successfully control a monster with a spirit value of more than 30. In addition to this hard condition, it must also be recognized by the majority of families and residents. Therefore, most families will work hard to win people's hearts at the critical moment of promotion to avoid causing trouble." After listening to Lonnie Ran's words, Li Yang's body stiffened and the anger on his face subsided a little. He gritted his teeth, glared at Chao Xian fiercely, and whispered, "You're lucky." Lonnie Ran was relieved to see Li Yang calm down temporarily. She looked at Chao Xian and the guards and said, "Everyone please continue. We will not stop you." The guards nodded and took Chao Xian to the police station. Li Yang and Lonnie Ran stood there, watching their backs as they left. Chao Xian was quickly taken to the police station and locked up in a small room. Bang! The bright light suddenly hit Chao Xian's face. A beautiful, tall policewoman crossed her arms, staring at Chao Xian with eagle-like eyes, and said coldly, "Chao Xian, stop pretending. We all know you have a special relationship with Jiang He. Tell me, where is he hiding now?" Chao Xian looked at the policewoman innocently and shrugged. "Sir, I really don't understand what you were talking about. I don't even know what rivers are. I've always been a well-behaved person, but I was inexplicably wanted, and I'm still full of confusion." The policewoman named Ji Yu slammed the table so hard that the documents on it shook. Her eyebrows raised and she shouted loudly, "Stop playing dumb. Someone saw you sneaking around with Jiang He, and you're still trying to deny it? You'd better tell the truth, or you'll be in trouble." Chao Xian's face remained calm and composed as he spoke slowly. "My beautiful police officer, I just arrived in the City of Hope today. Normally, I have no chance to come into contact with the rivers you mentioned. The only way you might have misunderstood me was probably because I had a phone call with a friend last night. Could it be that one of my friends who was with me at the time looked somewhat similar to the wanted criminal you mentioned? If you would like to confirm this, sir, if you are willing to let me go, I can bring all the friends who were with me at the time for you to identify. I can't contact my other friends now. I guess they've been arrested by you. If possible, please let me meet with them to confirm their safety. Chao Xian was not at all panicked, because there was a tenant in the apartment who had the ability to change his appearance. At most, he could ask him to help Jiang he adjust his appearance slightly. At this time, a look of doubt appeared on the policewoman's face. Is Chao Xian really innocent? She had just connected Chao Xian to a polygraph, but until now, the polygraph had not produced any movement. At the same time, in a luxurious cell in the police station, Xin Bing, Xin Ting, UCC, Lena, and Aisha sat at a table. Aisha rested her long legs on the table, shaking a glass of red wine in her hand, without a trace of panic on her face. Chapter 126 Humble Lorenzo. Sister Aisha, do you think the Harmon family will really come to rescue us? There was a hint of worry in Shun Ting's big eyes. Upon hearing this, Aisha raised her wrist and elegantly wiped away the remaining red wine from the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of calmness. Although the technological level of this city is quite good in the eyes of ordinary people, in my opinion, it is not worth mentioning at all. The little gadget I casually sold a few days ago has now been secretly acquired by the Harmon family. They even plan to use it as the core technology for the latest generation of armor. The fact that we were able to be transferred from that simple prison cell to this luxurious ward was the result of the manipulation of the people and power of the Heyman family. He has solemnly promised me that he will immediately go to the highest person in charge of the Public Security Bureau to discuss this matter. Those two Japanese women are trying to frame us based on some unfounded evidence. It's simply wishful thinking. Aisha's voice was filled with disdain. Xin Ting recalled her previous experience and stamped her feet in anger. That's right, they're just like dogs that can't change their bad habits. They only know how to use these despicable means. At this moment, the cell door creaked open, and a uniformed guard walked in respectfully behind an old man. Although this old man is old, he is in good spirits and exudes a majestic aura. He is the current head of the Harmon family, the top mechanic family in the City of Hope, and also a top mechanic, Harmon Lorenzo. Mr. Lorenzo, these ladies are all safe and sound. We have arranged the best rooms for them as you instructed. The guard reported cautiously. Lorenzo snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure, without a trace of good temper. Although mechanics do not have an advantage in battles with other professions, many of the buildings and core technologies of the City of Hope are from their Harmon family. Any official agency has to give Lorenzo some face. As soon as Lorenzo stepped into the cell, he eagerly searched for Aisha among the crowd. When his eyes fell on Aisha, the expression on his face instantly changed from cold to warm, a 180-degree change. He walked quickly towards Aisha, his face full of smiles, his eyes filled with respect and flattery. Ms. Aisha, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. I'm late. Aisha nodded slightly, opened her red lips, and responded elegantly. Excuse me, Lorenzo. May we leave now? Okay. I've already severely reprimanded that old fellow Hawk. I really don't know how he became the director of the police station. He actually did something like this that confuses right and wrong. The two women who framed you have now been arrested. They dared to frame an important guest of my Heyman family. They deserve to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Lorenzo's words were fierce and full of indignation. Aisha nodded slightly, then called on the women beside her to leave together. Xin Bing, Shun Ting, and others were not surprised by Lorenzo's respect for Aisha. After all, not long ago, when Lorenzo came to their cell, he was so respectful. It's even worse than that, almost to the point of fawning and licking. This, in turn, filled them with shock and curiosity about Aisha. It turns out that this female scientist who seems unserious and has a unique style of doing things on a daily basis actually has such powerful strength. At this moment, the guard standing at the door was stunned. He had just witnessed with his own eyes Lorenzo pointing at the police chief's nose and scolding him harshly, and the chief didn't even dare to say a word in rebuttal. But now, Lorenzo was so servile and respectful to the woman in front of him. This made him secretly speculate in his heart. Could it be that this woman's status is more noble than their director's? Lorenzo led the way, followed closely by Aisha and the other five. Ms. Aisha, I guess you are still staying in the hotel in the city? The environment there is really too bad. Would you like to stay at my Heyman family's house for a few days? I will definitely arrange the most comfortable and luxurious rooms for you. Lorenzo asked cautiously, his face full of anticipation. Aisha turned to look at the people behind her, seeking their advice. Xin Bing and Lena looked at each other, nodded slightly, and tacitly agreed. After all, judging by the current situation, Lorenzo really does respect Aisha. Furthermore, Lorenzo desperately needs Aisha's skills, so it shouldn't be disadvantageous to them in the short term. In this way, they can wait for Chao Xian to come to them with more peace of mind. Seeing several people nodding in agreement, Aisha stopped refusing. Then I'll trouble you. However, I like quietness and don't want to be disturbed by outsiders. Please arrange a quiet place for me. Of course, of course. Please rest assured, Miss Aisha. Lorenzo assured quickly. Just as everyone was about to walk out of the cell area and step into the hall, Shun Ting suddenly stopped. Ting Ting, what's wrong with you? Aisha asked in confusion when she saw this. Shun Ting stared at the watch on her wrist, her body trembling slightly, and her voice was filled with excitement and surprise. Chao, brother Chao Xian is here too. Following Shun Ting's gaze, I saw several flashing red dots on the screen of her watch. One of the red dots was right next to her. That was her sister Shin Bing, and the other red dot was flashing not far away. At the same time, inside the interrogation room, Chao Xian leaned back slightly in his chair, looking very relaxed. Standing in front of him was the beautiful policewoman Ji Yu, and at this moment, there was also a man with a Western face. Xiaoya, how can you believe he is innocent? How can you trust the words of a wanted criminal? The Western-looking man had a look of disdain on his face and a hint of blame in his tone. Ji Yu frowned slightly, her eyes full of doubts. But when I was questioning him, there wasn't any fluctuation on the polygraph. The man snorted coldly, his eyes revealing contempt. Ji Yu, you are still too naive. People can deceive polygraphs, especially those who have received special training and can skillfully control their physiological reactions so that the polygraph cannot detect any abnormalities. This Chao Xian is a wanted criminal. His methods must be extraordinary. You must not take it lightly. As he spoke, the man turned and walked to the side, taking out a rubber stick. This rubber stick will cause pain when hit on a person, but will not leave any obvious marks. For him, he will never show mercy to criminals who are stubborn and refuse to confess. In fact, he had already developed some feelings for his junior sister Ji and had been admiring her for a long time. At this moment, he just wanted to perform well in front of Ji Yu and show off his superb interrogation skills. Chao Xian looked at the man walking towards him with a rubber stick, and a cold look flashed across his face. Are you planning to force a confession? So what? The man sneered a few times, walked to the camera, and reached out to turn off the recording button. He likes to encounter this kind of stubborn criminals the most. In his opinion, even if the person in front of him really wasn't Chao Xian, what did it matter? As long as he can be forced to confess his crime and successfully pry open the mouth of this stubborn criminal, the credit will naturally go to him. Great. I never thought that the dignified Public Security Bureau of the City of Hope would resort to such shameful and insidious tactics. Chao Xian's face remained calm, as if he didn't care about the threat before him. Behind his back, where no one could see, he quietly took out a sharp dagger from his space bracelet. He rubbed the dagger against the handcuffs on his hands. Without making any sound, the chain connecting the handcuffs was cut off. Jiyue. Chapter 127, The Art of Kidnapping. Bang! The Western man swung the rubber stick, but before it landed, Chao Xian kicked him out. The Western man was kicked away instantly, groaning in pain. Senior brother you? Ji Yu wanted to stop her senior brother from abusing private punishment, but before she could react, her senior brother had already fallen to the ground in a mess. The next moment, Chao Xian calmly sat up from the chair. Under the shocked gazes of the two men, he lightly threw off the handcuffs with a clean and neat movement. Chao Xian curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, strode up to the Western man, and lifted his collar easily, as if he was picking up a chicken. The Western man was terrified and struggled desperately. However, his body, which was a lot bigger than Chao Xian's, was unable to break free from Chao Xian's iron-like wrist. What? What are you going to do? The Western man's voice trembled and was full of fear. I wanted to solve it properly, but you guys forced me to do it. Chao Xian's eyes were cold and his tone was fierce. At this point, it is impossible to resolve the situation peacefully. The most urgent task is to deal with these two sheriffs, and then find Xin Bing and the others as soon as possible. With the help of Elsa's invention and the ability to go back and bring Lin Shui back at any time, escaping from Frankton is certain. Chao Xian clenched his fists and punched the male sheriff in the face again and again. In just a moment, the sheriff was beaten beyond recognition, with blood splattering from his nose, and collapsed to the ground. Ji Yu, who was standing by, watched Chao Xian unilaterally beat up his senior brother. She originally thought that her senior brother's behavior was inappropriate and hoped that Chao Xian could teach him a lesson, but the current situation seemed a bit too much. She hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Chao Xian, don't be impulsive. I believe you're innocent. But if you attack the sheriff and then try to escape, even if you're innocent, the consequences will be very serious. Chao Xian turned a deaf ear to Ji Yu's dissuasion and did not pause at all in his movements. At this moment, the brother who was pinned down was already dying, and he shouted incoherently, "Quick! Go call for help." Ji Yu understood that in Chao Xian's current state, she would be unable to stop him. Her heart tightened, and she hurried towards the door, trying to seek support. Chao Xian suddenly dropped the man in his hand and looked at Ji Yu sharply, his cold eyes like those of a ferocious beast. Because he was closer to the door, he instantly stood in front of Ji Yu, blocking the exit of the interrogation room. Ji Yu looked at his unconscious senior brother, and a bitter smile welled up in his heart. Although her senior brother brought this upon himself, she was also to blame. If she had not been able to stop it in time, the situation would not have developed to this point. At this time, Chao Xian spoke in a low voice. "Just sit on the chair, and I won't make things difficult for you." In his opinion, this female police officer was pretty good. During the interrogation just now, she was just doing her job and did not deliberately make things difficult for him or frame him. Therefore, Chao Xian did not want to treat her the same way he treated the male sheriff. Ji Yu hesitated for a few seconds, but finally listened to Chao Xian's words and sat down on the chair obediently. At this moment, Ji Yu watched Chao Xian strip off her senior brother's clothes and then quickly tear them into strips. She was shocked and couldn't help wondering what Chao Xian was going to do. Chao Xian grabbed the torn strips of cloth and fell into a brief moment of thought. "I have to find a way to tie Ji Yu up that is difficult to break free from, to prevent her from breaking free and running out to inform the authorities after I leave." After much deliberation, Chao Xian decided to use a binding method he had seen in a movie. A few minutes later, Ji Yu raised her legs, her face flushed, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She felt ashamed and annoyed. She had just thought that Chao Xian was a good man who was wrongly accused, but now it seemed that even if he was wronged, his behavior before her was enough to prove that Chao Xian was definitely a pervert. Unfortunately, she could only secretly complain in her heart, because before Chao Xian tied her up, he had taken off her black socks and stuffed them into her mouth, making her only able to make whimpering sounds. Chao Xian looked at the tortoise-shell binding he had completed for the first time, as if he was admiring a work of art, and an inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. "I didn't expect that he could restore it so well on the first try. Could it be that he has talent in this area?" At this moment, he was preparing to tie the final bow on Ji Yu's chest. Once it was completed, Ji Yu would have no chance of breaking free by her own strength. At this moment, the iron door of the interrogation room was suddenly knocked urgently. "Oh no!" Chao Xian's heart tightened. Could it be that other sheriffs have come? Ji Yu's delicate body also began to twist violently. A whimpering sound came from her mouth, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Could it be that I could finally be saved and free from this shameful posture? However, the more Chao Xian listened to the voice, the more he felt something was wrong. Listening carefully, it sounded like Shen Ting and the others were calling his name. The interrogation room had excellent soundproofing. If Chao Xian had not had a significant increase in his mental strength and sharp hearing, he would not have been able to hear this subtle sound at all. He quickly opened his watch. Sure enough, the two red dots were very close to him. Chao Xian became even more nervous. He glanced at Ji Yu, who had a look of shame and anger on her face and a pair of stockings in her mouth, and thought, if Shen Ting and the others saw this scene, they would definitely have a huge misunderstanding. So he hurriedly took out a knife and quickly cut open the cloth on Ji Yu's body. Because of his hasty movements, he accidentally cut Ji Yu's clothes, and a large area of snow-white skin was instantly exposed. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly took out one of his coats from his bracelet and threw it to Ji Yu to put on. Finally, he quickly collected all the strips of cloth that fell on the ground into his bracelet. Chao Xian took one last look around and breathed a sigh of relief after making sure there were no obvious flaws. He looked at Ji Yu fiercely and warned her, "Don't tell anyone about how I kidnapped you." Ji Yu felt ashamed and wronged. It was Chao Xian who had done this to her, but now he was threatening her not to tell anyone. But she was also a person who cared about her reputation, and it would not be good for her if this matter got out, so she nodded hurriedly. Chapter 128 Misunderstanding. Chao Xian carefully wiped the blood off his hands before hurriedly walking to the door. He fumbled for a while and finally opened the iron door. Brother Chao Xian. As soon as the iron gate opened, Chao Xian and Shen Ting looked into each other's eyes. The next moment, Shen Ting's eyes turned red, tears burst out, and she threw herself into his arms. Wow, they just said you were being interrogated. I thought something happened to you. Chao Xian hugged the soft body in his arms tightly and patted her back gently to comfort her. I'm fine. But why are you here? Shin Ting cried so hard that she couldn't speak, so Shin Bing explained on her behalf. Shin Bing leaned close to Chao Xian's ear and told him everything that happened after they entered the city. After Shin Bing finished speaking, Chao Xian took her into his arms. Shin Bing was a little shy. She struggled symbolically for a few times and then stopped resisting. Chao Xian noticed that Shin Bing's eyes were also full of worry, but she was not good at expressing it. He always treated them equally. At this time, he looked at Lena, who was standing behind Elsa, opened his arms slightly, and motioned her to come over. Lena glared at Chao Xian with some embarrassment and annoyance. In private, she might have gone over without hesitation. But now her old friend Elsa was right next to her, and it would be too embarrassing for her to run over and compete for favor with two little girls. What's more, Aisha doesn't know about their relationship with Chao Xian, so Lena feels that she has to find an opportunity to confess to Aisha first. After all, many years ago they had sworn together that men were unreliable and they would never look for a man in their lives. Although she broke her oath by mistake and had a different relationship with Chao Xian. If Elsa knew this, she would definitely be angry. Lena shook her head frantically, and Chao Xian had to give up when he saw this. Ucc wanted to squeeze in but couldn't. Jiyu, who was standing behind, saw the whole scene. She became more convinced of her stereotype of Chao Xian. He is indeed a playboy and pervert. He was having ambiguous relationships with 3 women at the same time. According to Frankton's laws, a man could marry several women, but except for those from large families, most ordinary people practiced monogamy. Jiyu came from an ordinary family, so naturally she couldn't accept this idea. Chao Xian's hug between the 2 women successfully diverted everyone's attention. Only the guard who brought them here noticed something unusual. Why did Jiyu change her uniform into a man's coat? Also, I remember she was wearing black stockings on her legs this morning. Why are they gone now? Hiss. The guard gasped, feeling as if he had discovered some incredible secret. He secretly complained in his heart, what a damn evil capital. Jiyu is the civilian goddess in the hearts of all the male sheriffs in the police station. She is gentle and peaceful, motivated and beautiful, especially her long legs. He always takes a few glances at her inadvertently. Such a good woman was actually given to Chao Xian. At this moment, he still thought that Chao Xian and his group were from a big family. Otherwise, why would the person in charge of the Heyman family keep trying to curry favor with him? Suddenly, he thought of another person, Jiyu's senior brother, Olin. Olin once publicly expressed his desire to pursue Jiyu. Although everyone thought he was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, they still wished him success on the surface. After all, his uncle is a captain in the police station. He remembered that Olin should have interrogated Chao Xian together with Jiyu. If Jiyu and Chao Xian were in the room just now. So where is Orin? The guard began to search the room, and soon saw Orin with a bruised face and torn skin. Catch him for me. Lying on the ground in a miserable state, Olin couldn't help shedding tears of grievance when he saw that someone finally noticed him. He spoke incoherently, demanding that Chao Xian, who had attacked the sheriff, be thrown into jail. The guard vaguely recalled what had just happened. Did she beat Olin into a pig's head and then make out with him? He had only seen such perverted behavior in certain movies, which made him more convinced of the identity of the Chao Xian family. He didn't dare to offend these powerful second generations, so he had to look at Jiyu. Officer Ji, what exactly happened just now? Jiyu looked at the guard's strange eyes and vaguely felt that he might have misunderstood something. But the guard didn't explain clearly, and she couldn't take the initiative to explain. After hesitating for a moment, she said frankly, Chao Xian just denied the crimes he was previously accused of, and we don't have any solid evidence. I'm going to report this to my superiors and request a re-examination. But my senior brother insisted on interrogating Chao Xian with me. He wanted to use a rubber stick to interrogate Chao Xian. I was a step too slow to stop him, and then, hearing Jiyu's words, Olin felt as if his heart was stabbed again. He originally thought that Jiyu would help cover up for him because they were fellow students and colleagues. After all, lynching is a serious violation of regulations. It might be okay if it happens once in a while, but if it gets out of hand, he will definitely be punished. After hearing Jiyu's words, Aisha and others were very angry. This group of people actually wanted to lynch Chao Xian? Although they were arrested because of Chao Xian, the women never blamed Chao Xian. Seeing Chao Xian was also at the police station, they were deeply moved. Because they knew that Chao Xian must have been captured so easily in order to save them. Aisha frowned and said angrily, Lorenzo, my friend was treated so unfairly in the police station. You must give an explanation. Hearing Aisha's words, Lena and Ucc stepped aside, and Lorenzo appeared in front of everyone. This old man with a dignified face and pale hair caught Jiyu's attention at first sight. He turned out to be the head of the Harmon family, Arinzo, who was famous throughout Frankton. In fact, Jiyu's childhood dream was to become a mechanic, but later he found that he had no talent in that area, so he chose the path of a sheriff. Now that Arinzo appears here, does it mean that he knows Chao Xian and is here to support Chao Xian? As expected, Arinzo spoke angrily. Go call that hawk over here. I want him to see what kind of people he has under his command. The guard naturally dared not disobey and immediately took out his intercom to contact him. Chao Xian stared at Arinzo's face, frowning deeply. Chapter 129 Good Police Officer Jiyu. The reason why Chao Xian stared at Arinzo was simply because his favorability towards him was too low. Even if it's not too high, a few dozen points should be normal. But Arinzo's favorability towards him is only -10 points. It's even a negative number. Of course, Chao Xian did not show any dissatisfaction. He was just a little confused at the moment. Maybe she just admires Elsa and naturally doesn't like these little brats who always cause trouble when they meet. However, Chao Xian also kept a secret in his heart. After all, he had just treated Jiyu like that, and he still had a 10-point favorability rating from her, while Arinzo had a negative rating from the start. Soon, the director of the public security station hurried over. Sweat beads appeared on Hawk's face. He was obviously different in size from the sheriffs under his command. A fat face, a round belly under the uniform, a pair of small eyes that reveal shrewdness and shrewdness. It was obvious that he hadn't done such intense exercise for a long time, and he was a little out of breath. At this time, a middle-aged man next to him spoke. Isn't this my nephew? Oh no, Officer Oren. Who made him like this? He had a sharp eye and saw his nephew staring at Chao Xian. You a fool did this? You're resisting law enforcement and obstructing public service. Don't you know that? It's enough to send you to prison for life. Hawk just asked him to follow along, but he didn't have time to tell them what happened. Now seeing this scene, he subconsciously thought that his nephew was being bullied, and the director called him to come and support his nephew. After all, Hawk usually admired his nephew very much and promised to promote him in the future. Hawk, who was still gasping for breath, regretted not explaining the situation earlier the moment he opened his mouth. It was obvious that his nephew was beaten because he abused his power and he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. I asked him to come along so that he could educate this useless nephew. He has no sense at all. I really don't know why I promoted this idiot to be the director. After finally catching his breath, Hawk slapped the balding director on the head with his fist without hesitation, blowing even his glasses off. The director's glasses flew off due to the sudden slap. He was completely dazed. He covered his face and looked at Hawk in disbelief. Director, what are you doing? The director covered his cheek and looked at Hawk angrily. Hawk's face flushed with anger. He glared at the director and said through gritted teeth, You idiot. Do you know who is right and who is wrong? Your nephew was the one who committed lynching first, and the other person beat him up in self-defense, and you're talking nonsense without any basis for truth. The director covered his face, wanting to say that his nephew was the one who was injured. Moreover, people should be handcuffed when being interrogated in the interrogation room, but Chao Xian's handcuffs had broken into several pieces and fell to the ground. Regardless of whether it was his nephew who attacked first or not, Chao Xian was at fault. But obviously there is no benefit in telling the truth at this time. The director wanted to argue, but Hawk didn't want to listen to him anymore. His eyes were cold, and he said loudly, As the director, you only favor your nephew. From now on, your position as director will be revoked and demoted to an ordinary sheriff. You must reflect on your actions. When the director heard this, he immediately became anxious, with a panicked expression on his face, and said quickly, Director, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, and I will definitely correct it in the future. Hawk was unmoved. He turned to look at Oren, his eyes full of disgust. Oren, you've abused lynching and severely violated the rules of the police station. I'll put you in solitary confinement for a month. After your confinement, I'll strip you of your status as a peace officer, and you're not allowed to set foot in the police station again. When Oren heard this punishment, a look of despair appeared on his face. Depriving him of his status as a sheriff would be like asking for his life. It wasn't easy to become a sheriff just by having a good uncle. His family had to pay a lot of wealth. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he returned home. After hearing Hawk's decision, the angry expression on Arinzo's face subsided slightly. Chao Xian looked at the bulging veins on Arinzo's face, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether his anger was real or fake. Arinzo regained his composure, turned to look at Chao Xian, and asked with a forced smile, My dear Chao Xian, are you satisfied with this result? Although Chao Xian had his doubts, facing Arinzo's half-smile, how could he dare to express dissatisfaction? He quickly responded, Of course I'm satisfied. Thank you for troubling Mr. Arinzo and Director Hawk. Chao Xian thanked them one by one. At this time, Hawk's eyes fell on Jiyu behind Chao Xian and said, Jiyu, you interrogated Olin together but did not stop his behavior. You should be punished together. As Hawk spoke, he was thinking about how to punish Jiyu to satisfy Chao Xian. While Jiyu had an anxious expression on her face. She is different from Olin, the guy who got in through the back door. Jiyu was admitted to the police station by her own ability. She had put in countless efforts for this job, but now she was going to lose her position because of Hawk's words? Jiyu was not good at these twists and turns, and for a moment, she didn't know how to explain it. At this time, Chao Xian said, Officer Jiyu is a good and responsible officer. She tried to stop Officer Oluin just now, but I knocked her down before she could do anything. Hawk naturally ignored the part where Chao Xian admitted to attacking the sheriff, and a kind expression appeared on his face. He didn't look at Jiyu just now, but now he noticed some clues. If the guard just now could easily see some of the things, how could he, a chief of public security, not see them? It seems that Jiyu is already Chao Xian's woman. Just now, Chao Xian praised Jiyu as a good police officer. Isn't this obviously asking her to reward her? It just so happened that Uncle Oluin had just been dismissed from his position as director of the operations department, so it would be better to give this vacancy to Jiyu. This would not only do Chao Xian a favor, but also show his magnanimity. So, Hawk coughed softly a few times, and then spoke in a deep voice. Jiyu, I didn't expect you to be so aware. You've been in our police station for quite some time, but you've always been just a clerk. Jiyu nodded in a daze. Jiyu was slightly touched when she heard Chao Xian explain it for her. But it was just a little bit, and it still couldn't change her view that Chao Xian was a pervert. Now, hearing Hawk suddenly say such inexplicable words, Jiyu had no idea what he meant and could only nod continuously. Chapter 130 Mechanical Immortality? Since the position of Director of Operations is now vacant, why don't you take it from now on? Oh. Jiyu nodded in agreement subconsciously, but as soon as she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. Wait, let me be the director? Hawk had a meaningful smile on his face. In the entire police station, you are the only one who has this qualification. Jiyu widened her eyes and was speechless for a moment. She has only been working there for 2 years, and judging by her achievements and qualifications, this position should not be hers. However, at this moment, just because of Chao Xian's words, she inexplicably sat on this position that everyone dreamed of. There was no joy in Jiyu's heart, only an indescribable emotion, as if at this moment, she had glimpsed the true face of how society worked. Outside the interrogation room, Chao Xian took Shinting and Shinbing and prepared to leave. Although Olin's uncle was full of resentment, he could not ignore his nephew, so he could only hurriedly take his people away. Only Hawk and Jiyu were left at the scene. Hawk looked at Jiyu with a flicker of resentment in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Once, he also coveted Jiyu's figure and beauty and wanted to transfer her to his side as a secretary, but was rejected. Now that time has passed, and things have changed, he looked at Jiyu deeply and said coldly, You found a good backer, so do your job well. After saying that, he turned and left. In the end, Jiyu was left standing there coldly, staring down at Chao Xian's coat on her body in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. When they reached the street, Lorenzo touched the ground lightly with his cane and then stood there waiting. Chao Xian looked at Lorenzo's actions with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, Shinting beside him leaned over to his ear and whispered in his ear. Brother Chao Xian, Mr. Lorenzo is calling for his driverless car. This is a basic way to get around Frankton. Sister Aisha also rented one when we first arrived. It's quite convenient. Mr. Lorenzo just invited us to stay at his estate. The Harmon family is one of the top families in Frankton, so we'll definitely be safe there. Chao Xian nodded silently as he listened, but his brows suddenly tightened when he heard Shinting's last sentence. He glanced at Lorenzo, who was hunched over and talking to Elsa with a smile on his face, and his status column showed, excited, forbearing. After thinking about it, Chao Xian stepped forward and interrupted their conversation. Thank you for your help today, Mr. Lorenzo, but I won't bother staying at your place for a while. I have a friend who has already found accommodation for us, so I won't bother you. The smile on Lorenzo's face froze slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his amiable look. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Chao Xian, and said in a gentle tone, My dear Chao Xian, I meant well, but your refusal is truly embarrassing. Not everyone has the opportunity to live in our Harmon family's manner. You rejected me so bluntly. Do you not trust me? Chao Xian still maintained a polite smile and said respectfully, Senior Lorenzo, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't trust you, but I just feel bad about bothering you. Besides, my friend has already arranged everything for us. If I go to your manor, I will be letting my friend down. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against me, a junior. The atmosphere was extremely tense in an instant, especially for the two little girls, Shinting and Ucc, who were even a little scared when they saw Lorenzo's suddenly distorted expression. He looked like such a kind old man just now. Why did he change so drastically when they said they didn't want to live with him? But Ucc quickly realized that the friend Chao Xian was talking about was her Aunt Chen Yin. So Ucc also spoke up. I also think it's better for us not to disturb Mr. Lorenzo. I haven't seen my aunt for a long time. Hearing that another person supported Chao Xian, Lorenzo's face became even gloomier, and then he looked at Aisha. Elsa has already promised herself. As long as Elsa doesn't change her mind, maybe this group of foreign survivors can still live in her manor. But Elsa didn't care where to live. Seeing that Chao Xian had made other arrangements, she simply rejected Lorenzo. I'm sorry, Mr. Lorenzo, but if you want to discuss our deal with me in the future, you can always invite me. Elsa had said so much, and Lorenzo had nothing else to say. He insisted on letting Elsa and her group live in his manor. Of course, it was not just to make it easier to communicate with Elsa. He naturally had a bigger plan. At this time, the driverless car he had just called had stopped in front of him. The automatic door opened, and a bodyguard in a black suit got out of the car. The bodyguard got out of the car and helped Lorenzo get in. Before leaving, Lorenzo turned back and looked at Elsa deeply. Miss Elsa, do you think that the ultimate goal of machines is to allow humans to achieve immortality in the form of machines? Elsa was slightly stunned when she heard Lorenzo's question. Then she scoffed and responded. Senor Lorenzo, I think you've asked me a similar question before. As I said before, machines are at most just tools that can assist humans, but to allow humans to achieve immortality in the form of machines is just an unrealistic fantasy. Although machinery is sophisticated, it still lacks the essence of life, consciousness, and emotion. Consciousness is not a simple algorithm or program. It is complex and full of changes, and human emotions cannot be simulated by machines. Moreover, even if human consciousness can be uploaded to a mechanical carrier, it is not true immortality, but just a copy of data. What is the meaning of this so-called immortality if it lacks the real experience of life in the real world, the emotional connection with others, and the perception of the world? After listening to Elsa's words, Lorenzo was silent for a moment, with a thoughtful look on his face. He sighed slightly and said, Perhaps you are right, Miss Aisha. It seems that I am too persistent. The car door slowly closed. Lorenzo took out the communicator and called a man named Herman. A moment later, the call was connected. Lorenzo, you rejected my plan so decisively last time. Why are you suddenly willing to contact me? Lorenzo's calm voice rang out in the car. I changed my mind. You should be in the office now, right? I'll go over to discuss it with you. Chapter 131 Heaven and Earth. Elsa blinked and looked at Chao Xian with some curiosity. Chao Xian, why do you insist on living outside? Actually, Lorenzo wouldn't object if you brought your friend along, right? Chao Xian frowned slightly and told everyone the information he learned through the prompts. After Chao Xian finished speaking, everyone's faces showed shock. Are you saying that Lorenzo has evil intentions towards us? Chao Xian shook his head upon hearing this. I can't be sure, but I can be sure that he is not as honest as he appears. In this place, it's always better to be cautious. Listening to Chao Xian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, Xin Bing raised his hand and gently stroked the air, and a silver-gray driverless car slid silently in front of everyone. In Frankton, these suspended vehicles can be seen everywhere. They can not only speed on the ground, but also shuttle through the air like moving steel birds. It's very convenient to ride here. Just choose your destination and pay with Star Soul coins when you get off the bus, Shinbing explained. But don't try to evade the fare. If you fail to pay within the time limit, the doors will automatically lock and the police will come to your door soon. As she spoke, Ucc had just finished a call with Chun Yin. My aunt has already booked a place to stay. I asked her to book a few more rooms. In fact, just now, Chun Yin hesitated for some reason and seemed reluctant to agree, but she finally nodded. After getting on the car, everyone found their seats and designated the destination as the location sent by Chen Yin. Then the car whooshed away. At this time, Shin Ting asked Chao Xian, Brother Chao Xian, please check your watch to see if you have received any missions from the City of Hope. Mission? What mission? Chao Xian was stunned when he heard Shin Ting's words. When Shin Ting heard that Chao Xian didn't know, she hurried to explain. Didn't I tell you last time we talked on the phone that this was an invitation from City of Hope to all survivors? After entering the City of Hope, we received a random mission. Only by completing at least 3 missions every week can we be qualified to continue staying in the City of Hope. There are many different types of missions. each with varying degrees of difficulty. For example, some require you to infiltrate dangerous areas to collect supplies, some require you to assist the police in apprehending wanted criminals, and some even require you to battle against the out-of-control monsters in the city. Of course, there are also simple ones, like the task I just received, which was to help a little girl rescue a kitten trapped in a tree. Different rewards will be given out depending on the difficulty of the task. I completed the task of rescuing a kitten yesterday, and the reward was only 2-star soul coins. But I heard that someone completed a difficult monster-catching mission these days and was directly rewarded with a very useful and precious purple component. If you help the little girl's pet cat save the tree, you will get 2-star soul coins. This is much easier than struggling to get it at other stations before, and it sounds quite tempting. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian immediately turned on his watch and checked, and sure enough, he had received a message. The message was signed by Herman, the Lord of the City of Hope. Chao Xian stared at the holographic projection on his watch. The task details column clearly read, assisting the sheriff's office in arresting Class B criminal Night Owl, a mechanic with a modified mechanical prosthetic left hand. Skilled in using neurotoxins and electronic jammers, and skilled in disguise, he has now caused casualties among 3 sheriff's officers. Quest reward, random blue component, 1 point of Hope City reputation. Refreshable, there is 1 task refresh opportunity per day. So this is what they call a mission. The Lord of Hope City is called Herman? Did he invite us here just to complete a mission? At this time, Chao Xian saw his mission. It turned out to be helping the police station capture a Class B criminal. Although it was only B level, this Night Owl was able to injure 3 sheriffs, and the information said that he was proficient in disguise, so it must not be an easy task to accomplish. To be honest, the reward for a blue component is not that generous. But Chao Xian did not intend to refresh. One reason is that the next task is not guaranteed to be easier than the current one. It wouldn't hurt to test the waters with this first. And most importantly, Chao Xian also found a reputation ranking list at the bottom of the taskbar. The reputation of the first place is already 11 points. Chao Xian asked Shin Ting, "What's the point of this reputation ranking?" Shin Ting scratched her breasts and replied half-heartedly, "I don't know yet, but someone in the chat channel revealed that the higher the reputation, the better, and the rewards will be incomparably generous." So, now everyone is working hard to complete the task. Chao Xian no longer hesitated, tapped his fingers, and accepted the task. Ding! Capture the Class B criminal Night Owl. Mission has been successfully accepted. Please go to the Public Security Bureau as soon as possible and find Operations Director GU for details. Looking at the task instructions that just appeared, Chao Xian widened his eyes again. Is he looking for GU to hand over the task? Fate is really wonderful. This is too much of a coincidence. I thought I would never see GU again. Chao Xian felt a headache when he thought about how he had just tied GU to a chair in the interrogation room and that they were about to meet again. But there was no way to refuse the task now. Thinking that he had helped her get a promotion and a raise, GU would have to thank him, so Chao Xian felt much more relieved. Soon, the driverless car they drove stopped in front of their destination. After Shin Ting swiped her watch on the door, the car door opened immediately. "Brother Chao Xian, my talent can be used here. It only cost 3-star soul coins after the discount." Shin Ting straightened her waist and said proudly. Chao Xian put his hand on Shin Ting's head encouragingly and smiled. "But this driverless car is really expensive. It cost 3-star soul coins to travel such a short distance. No wonder so many survivors on the road are running wildly on the streets." At this time, Chao Xian turned around, but found that all the women were standing blankly on the side of the road. "What's going on?" Chao Xian asked subconsciously, but when he looked up, he was also stunned. There were 4 big words written on the building in front of everyone. "Heaven on Earth." UCC covered her eyes shyly and said doubtfully, "Aunt, we will book a place like this. Isn't this paradise on Earth something like that?" Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become awkward, Chao Xian quickly spoke up to explain for Chun Yen. "Maybe Sister Chun Yen misunderstood. When we first entered the city and lined up, we heard some survivors say there were hot springs here and the best massage service in the city. I think Sister Chun Yen might have booked a hotel here because she wanted to relax." Chapter 132 Conflict. After Chao Xian's explanation, several people believed her. In addition to some less formal services, this paradise also provides many formal services and special suites for couples. Chun Yen looks like such a serious and dignified older sister, but she booked the hotel here. I think she must have been unaware of the situation. Seeing that he had preserved Chun Yan's image in everyone's heart, Chao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Even he didn't expect that Chun Yan actually booked a hotel here. Everyone walked to the door of Heaven on Earth, and the waiter in Cheongsam reached out and pushed open the gilded carved door. Warm fragrance accompanied by faint music hits you, and the crystal chandelier illuminates the lobby with brilliant light. The receptionist, wearing a slit cheongsam, looked at everyone with her eyes. How many of you are the VIP guests that Miss Chen has reserved? The rooms have been arranged for you. Please follow me. When entering the city, everyone's information had already been entered into the City of Hope system, so it was not surprising that they were recognized. When entering the city, everyone's information had already been entered into the City of Hope system, so it was not surprising that several people were recognized. Led by the receptionist, Chao Xian and his companions walked towards the elevator. Most of the customers here are bosses with big bellies, and there are also many professionals like ghost masters and mechanics who are on the verge of death and take time out to relax here. As for the exorcists, they are similar to Taoists, cultivating their bodies and minds, so naturally they would not come to such places. Many people craned their necks to look in Chao Xian's direction. It was simply because the women around him were too dazzling. Shen Bing, Shen Ting, UCC, Aisha, and Lena, each of them stunningly beautiful and with voluptuous bodies. Compared to the women around Chao Xian, the heavenly women held in the arms of those men were like maids doing laundry beside a noble lady, instantly eclipsed. Seeing the 5 women surrounding Chao Xian, all the men present were jealous. Just as the group walked through the lobby and reached the corner of the elevator, the downward elevator door opened. A drunken, flushed mechanic staggered out of the elevator in his leather shoes, a scantily clad woman half hanging in his arms. Almost at first sight, he noticed Chao Xian and his group in front of him. Especially the hot and heroic Lena on the far left completely attracted all his attention. He tilted his body to look at Shen Bing and others. His Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed his saliva and pointed his finger at Lena. My dear, what's the point of following this pretty boy? My grandfather is Elder, a guest mechanic for the top-notch Love family in Frankton. Follow me. I guarantee it will be 100 times better than following this guy. I'll give you 10 times the money. Hearing Elder's words, the woman in his arms quickly grabbed his arm. Brother, you are drunk. They are guests here. If you haven't had enough fun, I will accompany you back to the room. Before she could finish her words, the woman was pushed to the ground by Elder. Get out. Who do you think you are to let me come to you a second time? As he said that, he grabbed Lena. Sister Lena, be careful. Lena had already reacted without being reminded. But before she could make a move, Chao Xian took the first step. He put away the smile he had just shown when chatting and laughing with the women, and replaced it with endless gloom and murderous intent. This man is a mechanic. His left eye and both legs are mechanical prosthetics, so he is also called Three-Eyed Iron Foot. His prosthetic eye is connected to his brain, and he can analyze the opponent's attack trajectory and make predictions within 1 second. A pair of legs made of alloy, with the help of a booster device, can instantly unleash several tons of impact force. The man was drunk and obviously didn't take Chao Xian and the others seriously. Click! With a crisp sound, one of Elder's arms was broken by Chao Xian. Ah! Elder clutched his broken arm and screamed, the alcohol instantly dissipating. His arm drooped limply. Seeing this bloody scene, the receptionist and the girl screamed in fear. After a brief trance, Elder attacked Chao Xian again. For most people, the injury on the arm would be so painful that they could not move. But the nickname of Three-Eyed Iron Foot was not bought. It was earned by him with every kick. Elder roared, raised one of his iron legs, and rushed towards Chao Xian like a cannonball. Looking at the oncoming kick, Chao Xian's pupils shrank slightly. If this kick hit him, he would be turned into meat paste on the spot. Even with super self-healing ability, he might not be able to recover in a while. However, Chao Xian did not intend to take it head-on. He first switched to the gravity magnetic field in an instant. The human body cannot be equipped with 2 components at the same time, but it can switch seamlessly. 10 times gravity. With a low shout from Chao Xian, 10 times the gravity took effect instantly. Elder's body suddenly stagnated, and his originally swift attack was as if forcibly grabbed by an invisible giant hand. His raised iron leg seemed to be filled with lead and fell to the ground in an instant, so heavy that it was difficult to lift. The short few seconds of 10 times gravity consumed 2 points of energy. Chao Xian just wanted to use this opportunity to test how fast the energy was consumed. He felt it and found that the limit of gravity he could release was 50 times, so he opened it to the maximum without hesitation. Under 50 times the gravity, Elder crashed into the marble slab in the blink of an eye, creating a hole. His legs were incredibly heavy in themselves, and under 50 times the gravity, they weighed nearly 5 tons. The alloy mechanical legs seemed to be nailed to the ground. The marble floor around the legs could not bear the weight and began to show dense cracks. Elder struggled desperately, but couldn't even lift his legs. His proud iron feet became a burden. Even more terrifying, the immense gravity made it difficult for his organs and bones to bear, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Chao Xian stared closely at the energy bar of the gravitational magnetic field. Under 50 times the gravity, the energy was rapidly depleting at a rate of 2 or 3 points per second, even faster than thunderous fury. This might be related to his lack of proficiency and the fact that he had opened the range too wide. Chao Xian retracted the gravity magnetic field and instantly switched back to thunderous fury. Just as Elder felt his body relax, he saw a spear of purple light piercing his eyes. Amid the crackling sound of electricity, sparks appeared in Elder's eyes. He completely lost the vision in his left eye, and the wandering electric current burned along the nerves, causing excruciating pain. Soon, he heard the crisp sound of gears breaking from his right leg, and black smoke came out from the gaps. Chao Xian was worried that the explosion of mechanical parts would injure the women around him, so he immediately switched the lightning spear into a lightning sword. A lightning blade with tens of thousands of volts fell, and the extreme high temperature instantly cut through the metal. With 2 decisive blows, the 3 proud parts of the three-eyed iron foot were all destroyed. Chapter 133, No Free Upgrade. Chao Xian stared at the mechanical parts on the ground with a hint of interest in his eyes. Although he easily defeated Elder, this does not mean that the mechanic profession is not powerful. On the contrary, if it weren't for his own components restraining the other party, he would probably be in great danger today. At this time, the security guards of heaven and earth rushed over. What happened here? Several security guards looked at Elder, who was unconscious on the ground, with confused expressions. In fact, it's not their fault for being late. It only took 2 minutes from the time Chao Xian took action to the time he crippled Elder's legs. The receptionist, who witnessed the whole process, quickly stepped forward to appease the man. Sir, I'm sorry to have frightened you. All your meals at Paradise today are free of charge, and the manager will also give you tickets to tonight's rooftop show as compensation. You can go to your room and rest, and we will handle the rest. If anyone causes trouble in heaven and earth, no matter who they are, we will investigate them to the end. The receptionist put away his previous warm smile, and his eyes turned cold. Chao Xian nodded in thanks. Originally, he was worried that he would encounter a melodramatic plot and be wrongly regarded as an outsider with no background by Tianchong Rinjian. But on second thought, how could the power behind such a paradise place operating in a prime location in the City of Hope be simple? If you offend customers in order to protect the powerful, wouldn't that be damaging your own reputation? Chao Xian took the ticket made of pure gold, his heart full of curiosity. Performance? I've never heard of it before. Could it be some restricted project? There was no indication on the ticket, and the receptionist seemed to assume he knew the details. Without further explanation, he dragged Elder away with the security guard. I'll ask later. Chao Xian thought to himself. The group soon arrived at the 9th floor of Paradise. Floors 2 through 5 were entertainment venues. The first floor was a restaurant, and only floors 6 and above were accommodations. The elevator door slowly opened, and a woman in a tight black leather jacket appeared in front of everyone. Aunt, Cici was stunned at first, then her eyes filled with tears, and she threw herself into Chun Yan's arms. Be good, Cici. Let's go back to the room and talk. Chun Yan caressed Cici's head lovingly, while casting a grateful look at Chao Xian. Cici and her group had lost contact before, and Chun Yan had been worried. It was thanks to Chao Xian that they were found so quickly. Okay, let's go back to the room first, and ask them to bring some food. Chao Xian said with a smile. Cici reluctantly left Chun Yan's arms. It's so comfortable in my aunt's arms. I don't know which man will be lucky enough to marry her in the future. She was still secretly wondering why Chun Yan and her mother were sisters, but she and her mother did not inherit the pair of superb long legs and proud figures, but instead had a child's figure. Ever since entering junior high school, Cici has never experienced what it's like to grow up. Chun Yan brought a few people to the end of the corridor and finally stopped in front of a room called Huanming Pavilion. Is this the room you booked? Chao Xian stared blankly at the extremely luxurious door in front of him, which was inlaid with gold patterns and gold edges, and asked Chun Yan. Earlier, when he was queuing at the city gate, he heard other survivors bragging that the most luxurious room in heaven and earth would cost tens or even hundreds of star soul coins per night. In addition to enjoying their special services for free, you can also become their VIP customer. Walking along the way, this room is already the most luxurious one Chao Xian has ever seen. Regardless of the price of other rooms, at least the doors are of the same standard, and this door inlaid with gold patterns is enough to show the luxury of this room. No. Chun Yan took out a room card and went forward to open the door. Someone just came to the room I booked, and said that the manager upgraded us to a deluxe room for free for 188 star soul coins per night. I almost thought she was joking at the time, but I didn't expect her to actually give me the room card. Chunyin pushed open the door, and everyone was instantly stunned by the luxurious spectacle inside. The floor was covered in deep purple velvet, and a three-tiered crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. A full-length window directly opposite the door offered a panoramic view of the dazzling nightscape of the City of Hope. The bedroom is furnished with a large soft bed that can sleep 4 or 5 people. In addition, there is an indoor swimming pool and hot spring pool. Chao Xian picked up the phone at the door and ordered food from the front desk. Several girls were excitedly choosing rooms. By the time he finished ordering, the rooms had already been assigned. My sister and I live in this room. Cici and Sister Chunyin live in the middle. Sister Lena and Sister Aisha live in the innermost room. Listening to the women's arrangements, Chao Xian nodded and suddenly realized, what about my room? Shen Ting playfully stuck out her tongue. Of course, I'll share a room with my sister and me. Isn't it like this before? As Shen Ting finished speaking, Chun Yin and Lena unconsciously glanced at the Shun Bing sisters, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Chao Xian responded and acquiesced. Soon, they had dinner in the room. The food in heaven and earth is also very delicious. It can be said that it is the best meal I have had since I traveled through time. The same went for Lena and Aisha. After eating tasteless energy meals for a long time, they enjoyed this meal to their heart's content. As a result, everyone at the last table was still not satisfied after they had finished eating, so Chao Xian had to add a few more dishes. Just as Chao Xian was about to pay, the attendant bent down and said respectfully, "Dear guest, our manager has already instructed that all your purchases at Paradise today will be free of charge." After the guards left, Shen Ting said excitedly, "I see a lot of beauty treatments downstairs. Since they're all free, why not try them all?" Shen Ting's words were unanimously agreed by all the women. Finally, Aisha asked, "Chao Xian, do you want to come with us?" Chao Xian shook his head and refused. He has no interest in getting beauty treatments with a bunch of women. If it was him personally giving them an essential oil massage while they were soaking in the hot springs in the room, Chao Xian would still be interested. Then he said, "Then go play. I'm just going to finish today's task." Shen Bing, Chun Yin, and Lena were all a little worried about Chao Xian and suggested going with him, but Chao Xian refused. "Just have fun. This mission will probably be done with the people from the Public Security Bureau, so there won't be any danger." After hearing this, the women left the room with peace of mind. Chao Xian also took the elevator back downstairs and, imitating Shen Bing's previous actions, waved his hand to summon an unmanned vehicle. Destination, Frankton Police Station. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. Chao Xian raised his watch, paid, and got off the car. This time, without Shen Ting's 10% discount, I spent 3.4 star soul coins along the way. "Chao Xian, why are you back again?" As soon as Chao Xian got off the car, he heard someone calling his name in the distance. When I looked up, I was met with the pretty face of the policewoman Hua Jiyue. Chapter 134, A Difficult Case to Solve. Looking at Jiyu's frown, Chao Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Why, you don't want to see me?" Jiyu looked at Chao Xian's arrogant face and couldn't help but hug her chest, and took a few steps back. She still remembered what Hawk said yesterday. If it weren't for Chao Xian, she would never have become the director. Jiyu's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm. Could it be that Chao Xian had just used his privileges to get himself promoted in the morning, and then turned around and took advantage of him in the afternoon? It's over, it's over. She's been a sheriff for several years, and has seen too many examples like this. If Chao Xian were to force his way in, he would definitely be in Chao Xian's clutches unless he died. Jiyu couldn't help but clenched his fists and shouted, "Chao Xian, you're dreaming. Even if I don't become the director, I won't let you off easily." This sound immediately attracted the other security guards on duty at the door, and Chao Xian hurried forward to cover Jiyu's mouth. Woo-woo. Chao Xian's face suddenly changed, and he hurried forward to cover Jiyu's mouth. Jiyu was held by him, and her eyes instantly turned red. She thought that Chao Xian was angry and embarrassed, and was about to go wild in public. In a panic, she bit Chao Xian's hand. Tear. Chao Xian gasped when he was bitten. He was also angry at this time. There was a very deep tooth mark on his hand. Bang! Chao Xian slapped him without hesitation as a punishment. "You stupid, brainless woman. Why are you going crazy for no reason? I came here because I accepted the mission to arrest Night Owl, and the prompt told me to come to the police station first. What kind of nonsense are you imagining?" Jiyu was suddenly slapped on the butt. Just when she was about to get angry, she suddenly heard that Chao Xian was here to complete a mission, and she froze. The anger on the policewoman's face gradually turned into shame. She gritted her teeth and said with shame and anger, Why didn't you say so earlier? Chao Xian threw his hands helplessly. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. Ji Yu stomped her feet vigorously and pulled Chao Xian towards the police station. Come in and talk. The two guards on duty at the door looked at the two men entering the police station with envy. I'm so envious. Me too. I hate rich people. They just met this morning, and they started flirting in public. Ah, you envy Chao Xian? I envy Ji Yu. If I could become the director, I wouldn't mind sacrificing myself. Ji Yu took Chao Xian around the police station. Along the way, other sheriffs nodded and greeted her, but she just nodded slightly in response. After getting the promotion, she immediately heard a lot of gossip in the bathroom at noon. Some say that she is actually Hawk's illegitimate daughter, or that she has been kept by some second-generation rich man and has to take a car to sleep with him every night after get off work. At first, she was very angry and wanted to rush out of the cubicle to argue. But she soon realized that no matter how she got this position, as long as she was competent for the job and achieved results, she could slap these people in the face. Walking into the office, Ji Yu found a teacup and poured a cup of tea for Chao Xian. This tea is good. Chao Xian took a sip and sat directly on Ji Yu's chair. Ji Yu didn't care. Her only thought was to solve the case as soon as possible. This case came into her hands 2 weeks ago. At that time, Hawk had ill intentions and deliberately assigned her the case that had caused trouble for 3 sheriffs, hoping to force her to surrender. But Ji Yu refused to give up. He spent a whole week finding many clues that had been overlooked before, and even almost caught Night Owl once. Her abilities should not be underestimated, but Night Owl is too cunning. Ji Yu bent down and took out a stack of documents from the drawer. When she looked up, she found Chao Xian staring at her collar. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Ji Yu slapped the document on Chao Xian's face in embarrassment. Chao Xian touched his nose awkwardly and took the document away from his face. Can I blame myself for this? It's all because someone turned on his aimbot. Chao Xian put the document on the table and began to look through it carefully. The document seemed to contain Ji Yu's findings after a whole week of surveillance, and it recorded in detail some of the possible movements of the Night Owl. Seeing Chao Xian looking at it seriously, Ji Yu sat on the desk, bent over and approached him, pointing and explaining. Night Owl can disguise himself and block surveillance cameras, which is why the previous sheriff couldn't catch him and was even killed by him. I speculated on these locations based on the locations where surveillance cameras suddenly failed throughout the city and the locations where he committed the crimes. She pointed her slender fingers at a few eye-catching red circles on the map. He's probably hiding in these places, but he's so disguised that he can even imitate his height, voice, and habits. It's impossible to tell him apart. Chao Xian crossed his legs, looking nonchalant. You must have put a lot of effort into coming to these conclusions, right? Ji Yu looked at his nonchalant appearance and wondered in her heart, can this man really help her catch the Night Owl? This is her first case since taking office. If she fails, the stigma of being kept will never be cleared away. For the entire week, I was either squatting or watching the surveillance footage. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian couldn't help but admire Ji Yu's perseverance and sense of responsibility. He stood up and patted his chest to assure. Leave this case to me. Tell me where he's most likely to appear, and we'll go right there. So what if Night Owl's disguise skills are superb? Chao Xian's mission prompts can directly display his true identity. No matter how well the Night Owl disguises itself, it cannot escape his eyes. At this time, Ji Yu's face was flushed and the documents in her hand had been clenched into a ball. This Chao Xian, he didn't even know where to look after he stood up. Just now, her lips almost rubbed against Chao Xian's. That was her first kiss. But Chao Xian seemed not to have noticed it yet. I don't know if he really didn't notice it or was just pretending. Ji Yu kept comforting herself in her heart. Never mind, just think of it as a bite from a dog. Let's listen to him first and see what he's capable of. If you dare to lie to me, I will pay you back no matter what. The two walked out of the office one after the other. Chao Xian suddenly stopped. Chapter 135 Military Order. Ji Yu stood at the door of the office, concentrating on thinking about the clues of the case, and did not notice that Chao Xian suddenly stopped in front of him. So, she crashed straight into his broad back. Feeling the close physical contact with Chao Xian, Ji Yu's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. Before the day was over, Chao Xian had already taken advantage of him several times. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy did it on purpose. However, looking at the colleagues coming and going around, Ji Yu suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and could only grit his teeth and whisper, "What's wrong with you?" Chao Xian turned around and smiled. Where's the bathroom? I drank too much tea just now." Ji Yu's forehead suddenly showed several black lines. He held his forehead helplessly and said unhappily, "Turn left ahead, and you'll see it when you look up." Chao Xian responded and walked quickly towards the toilet. When I opened the toilet door, I saw 3 urinals, 2 of which were already occupied, leaving only the middle one. In order to avoid making the 2 young sheriffs feel inferior, Chao Xian simply opened the door of the compartment, unbuckled the belt around his waist, and started to relieve himself. At this moment, the 2 sheriffs outside the door did not leave after using the toilet. Instead, they sneaked into the cubicle and started smoking. Originally, this had nothing to do with Chao Xian, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard 2 people mention his name. Tell me, Director G, are you doing something with Chao Xian in the office right now? It's broad daylight, right? Is that even a question? Director G? She's just a woman who got to the top through shady means. And that Chao Xian, he's also a good-looking guy with no real skills. Just before I came in, I saw him and Ji-yu coming out of the office. Ji-yu's face was flushed. I didn't expect Chao Xian to last only 20 minutes. Compared to me, it's far worse. Hearing these unfounded slanders, Chao Xian was immediately furious. He pushed open the compartment door and kicked the door next door hard. Come out. The door of the cubicle was kicked with a loud noise, and the 2 sheriffs who were smoking secretly were so scared that their hands shook and their cigarettes almost fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked at each other, trying to see who was so bold as to kick the toilet door. However, when the 2 opened the door and saw that the person coming was Chao Xian, the anger on their faces froze instantly and was replaced by fear. Originally, their biggest worry was being caught by the leader who came to the restroom, but now, I met someone who was even more difficult to deal with than my boss. Chao Xian is now a legend in the public security station. With just one word, he can make Ji-yu the director's position, and naturally, he also has the ability to make them lose their jobs. The 2 men looked at each other, the arrogance in their eyes disappeared, and they hurriedly began to beg for mercy. Chao Xian. No, Master Chao, we just spoke without restraint. Please be magnanimous and just treat it as a fart. Don't take it seriously. Chao Xian sneered. It doesn't matter if they slander me. I won't have much interaction with these people in the future anyway. But even these 2 small sheriffs can talk about Ji-yu behind her back. One can imagine how much rumors and gossip Ji-yu has to endure on a daily basis, and how much pressure she must be under. Chao Xian stared at the 2 of them with cold eyes, his tone filled with chill. You're hiding here smoking during work hours and spouting foul language? Maliciously slandering superiors and defaming colleagues. Is this the professionalism you should demonstrate as a peace officer? Director Ji worked day and night on Yi Zhao's case, pulling countless all-nighters. What qualifications do you have to talk behind her back? Saying she got to her position through shady means? Open your eyes and take a good look. Every clue she has is based on her own hard work. Come on, follow me out to see your chief, Ji. The 2 sheriffs were so frightened that their legs went weak and Chao Xian dragged them out of the toilet by their arms. Seeing this, colleagues walking in the corridor stopped and looked over with curious eyes. Ji-yu had just come out of the office. When he saw this scene, his brows immediately furrowed and he walked forward quickly. Chao Xian, what's going on? Ji-yu's tone was full of confusion. Chao Xian pushed the 2 men forward and told them in a cold voice everything he had just heard. Ji-yu's face turned pale in an instant, and a look of hurt flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by anger. She looked at the 2 trembling sheriffs and asked in a low voice, Is this true? The 2 men fell to their knees on the ground, and one of them cried out in tears. Director Ji, we know we were wrong. We were just confused for a moment. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. We have elderly parents and young children at home. If we lose this job. Ji-yu took a deep breath and looked down at the 2 of them. If you don't perform your duties during working hours, I'll fine you half a month's salary. Is that okay with you? Ji-yu did not pursue the matter of them slandering him, but only punished them for smoking in the toilet. When the 2 heard that it was only a fine of half a month's salary, if it were Uncle Oluin in the past, he would definitely exaggerate and fire them. So they hurriedly thanked Ji-yu loudly. Thank you, Director Ji. We will never dare to do that again. Then, Ji-yu turned to the other sheriffs who were watching and said loudly, I know you all have your own thoughts about me suddenly becoming the head of the operations department. Today, I, Ji-yu, only want to say one thing. I am fully capable of this position. I am definitely not the incompetent vase that you all claim I am. We have been investigating the Night Owl case for a month, but there has been no progress. I'm making this clear today. If I don't catch Night Owl within 3 days, I'll go to Director Hawk and resign from my current position. If I had done it. If I hear you talking about your boss behind his back again, don't blame me for not honoring our past friendship. After saying that, she pulled Chao Xian straight out of the police station. At the door, Chao Xian gave Ji-yu a thumbs up and praised. At first I thought your punishment for them was too lenient. I didn't expect you to use the strategy of winning people over with virtue. Stop talking nonsense. Ji rolled her eyes at Chao Xian. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly cheered up. She has now issued a military order to catch the night owl in 3 days, which is really stressful. Let's go. Let's catch the night owl. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian warmly put his arm around Ji Yu's shoulders and encouraged her. Cheer up. You look so beautiful when you smile. Ji Yu felt the warmth coming from Chao Xian's arm. Perhaps because she was hurt by the malicious slander of her colleague just now, she didn't want him to leave at this moment. However, Chao Xian only hugged Ji Yu symbolically and soon let go. How do we get there? Chao Xian asked. The police station has assigned me a car. I'll drive it. Ji Yu replied. The two of them came to the driver's seat of the car at the same time. Ji Yu was about to sit in when Chao Xian grabbed her arm. She cast a puzzled look at Chao Xian. Chao Xian raised his eyebrows and said, How about letting me give it a try? Can you do it? Ji Yu couldn't help but cast a doubtful look at him. You don't need a driver's license to drive in Frankton, but she was worried that Chao Xian wouldn't be able to handle the police station's car. Because it is specially modified to facilitate the arrest of criminals, its speed is much faster than other cars. I can't. The car I usually drive is much bigger than this. Just sit in the passenger seat. Chapter 136. Speeding, Squatting. Chao Xian only discovered after he sat in the driver's seat that this thing actually had a similar structure to the vehicles on Blue Star. The only difference was the layout of the brake and accelerator, but with his outstanding talent, he quickly became familiar with the location of each control component. After fastening his seatbelt, he turned to Ji Yu in the passenger seat and raised his eyebrows, saying, I'll drive. You lead the way. Okay. Ji Yu fastened her seatbelt neatly, her fingertips tapping unconsciously on her thigh. Before he finished speaking, Chao Xian had already stepped on the accelerator. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, emitting a sharp hiss, and the car body shot out like an arrow from a bow. Ji Yu was caught off guard, and her back hit the back of the chair hard. She subconsciously grabbed the car door handle tightly, and her face turned pale as paper in an instant. Just as she was about to speak up to remind them to slow down, she caught a glimpse of the arc at the corner of Chao Xian's mouth. He was driving at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour with ease. If she wasn't sitting in the passenger seat, Ji Yu would have thought Chao Xian was playing an AR racing game. Instead, she, a seasoned policewoman, looked as embarrassed as a novice who had never driven a car. Ji Yu suppressed the surging discomfort, tried to straighten his back, deliberately slowed down his breathing, and tried to maintain his composure on the surface. However, the rapid rise and fall of her chest revealed her inner panic. After passing 3 intersections in a row, Chao Xian's smooth operation completely dispelled Ji Yu's concerns. She pointed to a button on the center console that glowed blue and said, Press this to switch to airplane mode. Before, she was a little skeptical about Chao Xian's driving skills, so for safety reasons she didn't dare tell him this. Having a car accident in the sky is much more dangerous than on the ground. But now that he had seen Chao Xian's superb driving skills, Ji Yu decided to take a gamble and think that he could go even faster by taking the empty road. Chao Xian also showed an excited expression when he heard this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? As the button was pressed, the car body emitted a low hum and a faint blue energy halo appeared on the chassis. In an instant, a strange feeling of weightlessness came over me. The vehicle hovered steadily off the ground, and the gravity balance indicator light on the dashboard flashed wildly. The next second, the vehicle took off from the ground like an eagle, soaring into the sky more than 10 meters high. Chao Xian flexibly drew 2 smooth arcs in the air and quickly mastered the key points of flying. After adapting to the new driving mode, he confidently flew straight towards his destination without Ji Yu's guidance. After landing, Chao Xian was still immersed in the afterglow of the flight, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, his eyes full of unsatisfied excitement. Wouldn't it be awesome if I could apply this magical levitation technology to my own truck? Thinking of this, Chao Xian immediately looked at Ji Yu. If I help you catch Night Owl, how about you give me a power device that can make cars float? But thinking that Ji Yu was just an employee, Chao Xian added, I can give you Star Soul coins. You mean you want that big thing to fly? Ji Yu frowned slightly. You want a heavy truck to fly? As far as I know, there's never been such a precedent in Frankton. Conventional power plants simply can't handle that level of weight. Chao Xian shook his head and said, Just give me a set of equipment. I have my own way. The car's modification system can automatically integrate other devices into the car and change it into the most suitable style. Therefore, there is no need to worry about whether it will be universal or not. After hearing what Chao Xian said, Ji Yu naturally would not refuse anymore. As long as you can help me catch Night Owl, I will definitely get you a power device. However, Star Soul coins are not necessary. Chao Xian helped her become the director. If he also helped her catch the Night Owl, He could be considered her great benefactor. How could she possibly accept Chao Xian's Star Soul coins? She silently calculated in her mind that the savings she had accumulated over the years should be enough to buy a power device. The two did not rush to get out of the car, but sat in the car and looked at a coffee shop called Good Times on the side of the road. The store was particularly deserted on a weekday afternoon. A woman in a floral dress was sitting on a rattan chair at the door of the store. The woman has a gentle appearance and is not particularly beautiful, but at first glance, she looks like the type that would be a good wife. When Chao Xian was looking through the files, he was impressed by this name, Manhwa. The suspicious person that Jiyu highlighted is very likely to have a secret connection with Yishao. At this time, a guest came. "Boss, give me a hot latte and take it away." Hearing that a customer was coming, Manhwa immediately sat up, fumbled around the chair to pick up something that looked like a guide stick, and went back to the counter to start making coffee. Seeing this scene, Chao Xian asked with some confusion, "Is she blind?" Jiyu also nodded solemnly. Manhwa and Yishao both grew up in an orphanage in the City of Hope, but they took completely different paths. She paused and continued. Manhwa opened this coffee shop after graduating from university. Every month, she donates most of her income to the orphanage, leaving only enough for basic living expenses. As for Night Owl, Jiyu called up a holographic file, and a photo of a young scholar appeared on the projection. Yizhao's original name was Chen Feng. He was originally a good student with excellent academic performance and a popular genius. After graduating from university, I was recommended by my teacher to enter the best mechanical research institute in Frankton. A few months ago, he was assigned as the person in charge of an important project and led other researchers to conduct research and development. But at the last critical moment of the project, he deleted all the data so far, killed other people involved in the experiment, and fled the laboratory with the only backup. I still can't figure it out. Jiyu rubbed his temples. The higher-ups have assigned him a B-level wanted list, which means the information isn't top secret. What could possibly have motivated him to commit such a series of murders? Chao Xian stroked his chin in thought. Perhaps this information has special meaning to him. Having said that, he was also full of doubts, but he didn't think about it any further. As long as we catch Chen Feng, we will get the truth from him sooner or later. At this moment, Chao Xian's gaze turned to the coffee shop again, just as the city clock sounded at 6 o'clock. This is Frankton's 6-hourly report. It is now exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, indicating that the rush hour is about to arrive. Sure enough, the flow of people on the street gradually became denser. Logically speaking, the time to get off work means that she will have more customers. As a coffee shop owner, she should be happy. But at this moment, in Chao Xian's eyes, Manhwa's status column clearly showed nervous, worried. Why is Manhwa nervous? Did she and Chen Feng have an agreement that Chen Feng would come to see her at this time? Chao Xian licked his lips. He had a premonition that he would see Chen Feng soon. Chapter 137 Confrontation. Jiyu looked a little nervous. She had no hope of picking out the disguised Chen Feng from a group of guests who seemed to have no connection with building number 4. She was more inclined to persuade Manhwa to help her catch this cruel murderer, but she had failed several times before. She didn't understand why Manhwa wanted to protect Chen Feng. According to the data she summarized, Chen Feng came to Manhwa's coffee shop more often than he went to supermarkets, convenience stores, and other places to purchase supplies. This is enough to show that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. She told Manhwa about Chen Feng's bad behavior more than once, but Manhwa still turned a deaf ear and insisted that she and Chen Feng had no contact for a long time. This gave Jiyu a headache. At this time, Chao Xian stared at the crowd queuing in front of the coffee shop, and his expression suddenly became excited. At the front of the line was a man in a slightly worn suit and shirt. His face, covered in sparse hair, was filled with fatigue. He looked like an ordinary office worker who had just finished a long day at work. But in Chao Xian's eyes, the name, Night Owl, Chen Feng, was clearly written above his head. He quickly stretched out a hand and patted Jiyu in the passenger seat. "Where are you shooting?" Jiyu moved her hand away from her thigh covered with black stockings in embarrassment, and when she looked up, she saw Chao Xian with a serious expression. So she quickly half stood up and moved to the driver's window. Chao Xian exhaled hotly and whispered in Jiyu's ear, "Do you see that bald guy second in line?" Jiyu's ears felt hot at the ambiguous distance. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and looked in the direction he pointed. "I'm just an ordinary office worker. What's so special about that?" Jiyu couldn't see any clues. "He is Chen Feng." "Oh." Jiyu nodded subconsciously, but was soon stunned and exclaimed in shock. "What? He is Chen Feng?" Jiyu looked at the man again, with tired eyes and wrinkled suit. The haggard middle-aged man in front of him was completely different from the elegant and high-spirited young researcher in the information. Is Chao Xian lying to himself? Chao Xian looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but admire him sincerely. His disguise skills are simply superb. No wonder you've been waiting for so long, but haven't caught him once. At this moment, Ji Yu immediately took out the computer he was carrying and checked the nearby surveillance. Sure enough, when replaying the man's trajectory, it was found that he seemed to be frozen in the picture and then suddenly appeared on the street at a certain moment. This also confirms Chao Xian's inference that Chen Feng can interfere with the surveillance to prevent the police from finding his hiding place. Her eyes blazed with a fiery light. The Public Security Bureau paid the price of the lives of 3 colleagues for this, and now, the time has finally come to bring this nefarious threat to justice. Thanks to Chao Xian, otherwise I don't know when we can catch Night Owl. Ji Yu thought to herself, then subconsciously turned her head to look at Chao Xian. At this moment, Chao Xian also looked back, and their lips touched without warning. What was even more shocking was that Chao Xian couldn't help but take a light bite, as if possessed by some mysterious force. Ji Yu's face suddenly turned red, and she twisted the soft flesh around his waist in anger. Chao Xian pushed Ji Yu away. It was not because of anything else, but because he saw Chen Feng's state suddenly changed from calm, expectant, to nervous, surprised. Chen Feng discovered us? Get out of the car. Ji Yu almost instinctively opened the car door and ran towards the coffee shop. After a brief moment of daze, she hurriedly wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth and followed closely behind Chao Xian. In the coffee shop, it was Chen Feng's turn to order. He looked up at Manhwa, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Boss, give me a cup of osmanthus latte. This sentence, which contains a hidden meaning, is their unique code for contact. When the two were in an orphanage as children. At that time, the dean taught Manhwa all the coffee-making skills he had learned throughout his life so that she could support herself in the future. Manhwa was gifted and soon surpassed her teacher, especially in making osmanthus latte. It happened that there was an osmanthus tree planted in the orphanage at that time. At that time, she picked fresh osmanthus flowers every day and made osmanthus latte for Chen Feng. Later, when they opened a coffee shop, this coffee was not added to the menu. Instead, it was only brewed for Chen Feng when he came. Chen Feng was looking forward to his osmanthus latte. In addition to the latte, Manhwa would always attach a note to the bag. This was their way of communicating. However, at this moment, when Manhwa heard the familiar voice, instead of feeling the joy she had in the past, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly uttered a silent warning. Run! Chen Feng was stunned for half a second and then reacted immediately. He took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call. What? You want me to work overtime again tonight? Okay, I'll go back right away, but I can't lose any of my overtime pay. Although Chen Feng spoke calmly, his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He was confident that this comprehensive disguise was flawless, as he had passed by the sheriff many times in the past without being noticed. But the moment he turned around and met Chao Xian's eyes as he got off the car, he knew. I was discovered. Chen Feng's heart was pounding, and he no longer cared about disguising himself and wanted to escape immediately. But Chao Xian was already blocking the door, and Chen Feng's first thought was to rush out. But when he thought that Chao Xian could see through his disguise at a glance, Chen Feng suddenly hesitated. He felt that Chao Xian was different from those good-for-nothings in the police station before. In an instant, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, exerted force with his left hand, and tore off the disguised skin, revealing his original handsome face. The metal prosthetic limb, wrapped in a fierce momentum, slammed heavily onto the bar, and the wooden countertop cracked. He grabbed Manhwa's neck with his right hand, pointed his left hand at Chao Xian, and glared at him fiercely. Don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll strangle her to death. Chao Xian stood there, staring at Chen Feng. At this moment, Ji Yu rushed over, flashed his sheriff's ID, and said in a loud voice, Everyone, get out of the way. I'm from the police station. The originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down, and they consciously made way for Ji Yu. She stepped forward quickly, her eyes firm. Chen Feng, you have already committed a serious sin. Don't be stubborn and refuse to repent. You and Manhwa have a deep friendship. I don't believe you would really hurt her. Let her go and follow me back to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. I will do my best to seek leniency for you. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, as if to prove that he would not be merciful, and his right hand had already pinched Manhwa's neck, leaving a red mark. But there was no fear or sadness on Manhwa's face. Instead, she looked a little happy. As long as these two sheriffs take him into consideration, Chen Feng still has a chance to escape. Chapter 138, Capturing Chen Feng. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and observed the situation in front of him with a serious expression. As long as he could switch to the gravity magnetic field instantly and apply the effect to Chen Feng, he would be able to put the opponent into a desperate situation just like he defeated Elder before. Chen Feng's prosthetic limb was already extremely heavy, and he definitely could not bear the influence of gravity and magnetic field. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly shouted loudly, "Let go of Manhwa and let me be your hostage." When Chen Feng heard this, a cold smile appeared on his lips, his eyes full of mockery. The sheriff of the police station volunteered to be a hostage? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who's so easy to fool? After saying this, the strength in his hands suddenly increased a bit. Moonwan suddenly let out a painful whimper. Her little face turned red, and she was about to suffocate. Ji Yu was extremely anxious when she saw this scene. For sheriffs, catching criminals is important, but protecting citizens is their unshirkable responsibility. If Moonwan met with an accident because of her while she was carrying out her mission, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Ji Yu knew there was no other way, so she promised again firmly, "I swear on my honor as a sheriff, as long as you let Moonwan go, I promise to be your hostage and will never resist." As she said this, she threw the pistol in her hand to the ground far away without hesitation to show her determination. Seeing this, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with hesitation. He looked at Moonwan, whose cheeks were flushed red, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. "Okay, then raise your hands and walk over here slowly," Chen Feng ordered. Ji Yu didn't hesitate at all. She immediately raised her hands and slowly moved towards Chen Feng. When she was about to get close, she turned around decisively and faced away from Chen Feng. Chen Feng pushed Moonwan away without hesitation and grabbed Ji Yu's neck. Ji Yu's breathing was stagnant due to being pinched, and a look of pain flashed across her face, but she still endured it, looking at Chao Xian with a different expression, blinking her eyes continuously, signaling Chao Xian not to worry about her and to quickly take action to deal with Chen Feng. Chao Xian steadily caught Moonwan, who was pushed down, and the hostage exchange was completed. He raised his eyes and looked in Ji Yu's direction. How could he not understand what Ji Yu was thinking? However, it was impossible for him to sacrifice this usually tsundere and cute policewoman in order to complete the mission. Don't play tricks. Chen Feng noticed the eye contact between Ji Yu and Chao Xian and immediately increased the strength of his hands. Ji Yu struggled for a moment, kicking his legs wildly. Chen Feng raised a mechanical arm, from which a launcher-like device slowly extended. He pointed it steadily at Chao Xian and said viciously, "Let me go. Once I'm in a safe area, I'll let go of your little girlfriend." Chen Feng saw the interaction between Ji Yu and Chao Xian and assumed that they were a couple. If it were any other sheriff, he would have attacked me without caring about anything. Chao Xian did not explain, and Chen Feng's misunderstanding actually worked in his favor. This will make Chen Feng feel that the hostage in his hand is more important, and he will not be cruel to Ji Yu easily. After all, the person in front of him is a wanted criminal who has been on the run for months. He is like a bomb that may explode at any time and is extremely crazy. Chao Xian has been waiting for a perfect opportunity. Only when Chen Feng gets close to him will it be the best time for him to take action. When facing Chen Feng up close, Chao Xian discovered that he was far more than the Class B wanted criminal described in the mission. Judging from the various values alone, he far surpassed the mechanic elder we met before. Moreover, the neurotoxin that Chen Feng possesses is extremely tricky and can be released indiscriminately within a certain range in an instant. This means that unless Chao Xian can kill Chen Feng instantly, otherwise, not only would Ji Yu's life be in danger, but he himself would also be very likely to be affected. Chen Feng held Ji Yu hostage and slowly moved towards the door step by step. Just when he was about to be parallel to Chao Xian took decisive action and instantly switched the gravity magnetic field. "Don't move, anyone inside. Put down your weapons, release the hostages. We are the Special Affairs Bureau." At this moment, several men in black uniforms and holding laser weapons suddenly rushed in from outside. These people didn't care that Ji Yu was still in Chen Feng's hands. Without saying anything, they rushed towards Chen Feng with great momentum. The blazing laser sword flashed dangerously and was about to cut Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng didn't care about Ji Yu in his hand. He pushed her away and turned around to deal with the uninvited guests who suddenly appeared in front of him and claimed to be from the Special Affairs Bureau. "Idiot, you don't know whether to live or die." Chao Xian looked at the men in black, who rushed forward rashly and couldn't help but sneer. He originally planned to take advantage of the moment when Ji Yu was released to attack Chen Feng. But after seeing the actions of these men in black, he changed his mind and decided to let Chen Feng teach them a lesson first. He didn't know what this Special Affairs Bureau that suddenly appeared was. But what is certain is that it must also be one of Frankton's official institutions. Although also an official organization, the way these people act is completely different from GU's. The difference is a world of difference. At this moment, Chen Feng was forced to take a half-step back by the laser sword. A spiderweb-like defense matrix popped out from the surface of his mechanical arm, deflecting all the incoming sword beams. 3 of these men in black are also mechanics who have undergone body modification, and their strength is probably comparable to elders. Several people looked at each other, understood each other, and attacked Chen Feng aggressively again. Chen Feng let out a low roar from his throat, and with his other hand he quickly threw out 3 neurotoxin bombs that flashed with a faint blue light. The moment the poison bomb exploded on the ground, the 2 men in black immediately fell to their knees with their heads in their hands, and white foam flowed uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. Although they are mechanics, they are powerless to resist this mental toxin. All of you die. Chen Feng's eyes widened with anger, and he waved his mechanical left arm. A mechanic in black hurriedly raised his energy shield to resist, and dazzling electric sparks instantly appeared on the surface of the shield. However, he was ultimately unable to withstand Chen Feng's strength and was blown away, directly smashing the glass door behind him. Finally, only an ordinary man in black was left. He watched in horror as his companions fell one after another. His face turned pale in an instant. He threw down his weapon without hesitation, turned around, and fled for his life. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt a huge pressure like a tidal wave coming at him. He instantly fell to the ground uncontrollably, spitting out blood uncontrollably. Before he could react, a lightning blade instantly pierced Chen Feng's chest from behind. Chen Feng's eyes instantly became dim, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. In order to prevent Chen Feng from using mental toxins, Chao Xian slashed at his mechanical left arm again, cutting it off at the root. Often, hearing the sound of someone falling to the ground, Moon Wan's eyes suddenly flashed with panic, and her heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. She used her hands and feet to desperately crawl towards Chen Feng, and finally found her way to Chen Feng. Moon Wan grabbed his intact arm with trembling hands, but it was ice cold. Chen Feng used up his last bit of strength to push Moon Wan's hand away, a trace of guilt and reluctance flashing in his eyes. The blood that continued to flow from his chest was about to flow to Moon Wan's feet. A wanted criminal like himself was not worthy of Moon Wan's sadness. Moon Wan did not continue to hug Chen Feng, but slowly knelt in front of Chao Xian and Ji Yu, begging with tears streaming down her face. 2 sheriffs, I know you are all good people. Can you please save Offing? Although he never wanted to talk to me about his past, I knew that everything he did before must have had its reasons. Chapter 139 Disappearance. Ji Yu helped Moon Wan, who was kneeling on the ground, up and sighed. Whatever his reasons, what he has done is irreversible. However, I have already called the hospital. If Chen Feng can be saved, he must also pay the price for his actions. Upon hearing this, Moon Wan's face immediately showed surprise, and she thanked Chao Xian and Ji Yu repeatedly. Then Moon Wan continued to hold Chen Feng in her arms. Seeing that Chen Feng seemed to have lost his threat, Chao Xian took out a bandage he bought from the vending machine and wrapped Chen Feng's wound. Originally, Moon Wan tried to cover the wound with her bare hands, but how could it work? After Chao Xian helped bandage the wound, Moon Wan knelt in front of Chao Xian and expressed her gratitude. Chao Xian helped Moon Wan up and sighed like Ji Yu just now. He could naturally see that the 2 of them were deeply in love. Unfortunately, Chen Feng took the wrong path. Even if a doctor came to save him soon, endless prison was waiting for him. Moon Wan placed Chen Feng on a bed made of 2 chairs, then returned to the bar and started to get busy. After a moment, she handed Chao Xian and the other man a cup of coffee each. Officers, this is my signature osmanthus latte. It's not on the menu, and I only made it for offing before. Try it, you 2. Chao Xian and the other man were also thirsty at this time. He took the coffee, took a look at it, and drank it without thinking too much. The rich and mellow coffee aroma instantly spreads in your mouth. Accompanied by the subtle sweet scent of osmanthus, the 2 blend perfectly. This is the best coffee I have ever tasted, Chao Xian commented. Ji Yu also lowered her head and took a few sips. No wonder some of my colleagues who love coffee often travel a long way to buy it here. It's much better than the ones near our police station. At this moment, the sounds of sirens and ambulances sounded at the door almost at the same time. Several people in white coats immediately got out of the ambulance. Where is the patient? Doctor here. Ji Yu quickly responded loudly. Medical staff quickly surrounded him and began simple first aid for Chen Feng, who was lying on a makeshift bed. During this time, Moon Wan only held Chen Feng's remaining hand, and Chen Feng responded to him with his last bit of strength. Soon, Chen Feng was carried onto a stretcher, and Moon Wan also got into the ambulance. Two young male sheriffs got out of the police station's car. Just now, Ji Yu not only called the hospital, but also notified the Public Security Bureau. The two young male sheriffs looked admiring. Director Ji, you are truly as capable as any man. You solved a major case that took months to complete in our office with just one move. Another young sheriff echoed. Yes, Sister Ji. I heard that the higher-ups almost sealed this case and classified it as an unsolved case. Ji Yu chuckled. Thanks to Chao Xian's help, otherwise I would never have been able to catch Night Owl by myself. Upon hearing this, the two looked at Chao Xian with a hint of shock. They also knew the rumors circulating in the bureau about Ji Yu and Chao Xian. They had always thought that Chao Xian was just an uneducated second-generation person, but they didn't expect that he actually had real skills. Chao Xian waved his hand quietly and looked at Ji Yu. Now that you've proven yourself, you don't have to resign. Shouldn't I show some appreciation? Chao Xian raised his eyebrows as he spoke. Ji Yu gently hit Chao Xian, then said seriously, Don't worry, the power unit you requested is yours. By the way, I'll treat you to a meal later, but I don't have the money to take you to a fancy restaurant. How about eating at my house? Chao Xian naturally agreed immediately because he could taste Ji Yu's cooking skills for another day. At this time, the two young sheriffs also left. They were going to follow the ambulance to the hospital. Ji Yu and Chao Xian also returned to the car. Ji Yu wanted to take Chao Xian to a nearby supermarket to buy groceries first. Then she went back to her house to cook. This time it was Ji Yu's turn to drive. As soon as she turned on the ignition, Chao Xian scratched his ear. Did you hear anything? Didn't hear anything? Chao Xian believed his ears. He had indeed heard some sound coming from outside the car. So he turned back. As a result, a beam of fire shot up into the sky and appeared in his sight. The source of the fire was the ambulance that had just left. The two of them felt a tightness in their hearts, and Ji Yu didn't even bother to fasten his seatbelt and quickly turned the car around. Damn it! Why did the ambulance suddenly catch fire? Ji Yu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Chao Xian frowned. Someone blew up the ambulance. The sound I just heard was the explosion. The car quickly stopped next to the burning ambulance, and the two men got out quickly. The two men ran towards the ambulance at high speed, only to see that the ambulance had been engulfed in flames. The flames were licking the body of the car madly. Thick smoke was rising into the sky, and the pungent smell of burning filled the air. The crowd around them fled in panic, screaming and shouting. What to do? Moon Wan and Chen Feng are still inside. As Ji Yu said this, she was about to rush into the car to save people. Chao Xian quickly grabbed Ji Yu. With such a big fire, if Ji Yu went in, it would be disfigured at the very least. If there was another explosion, her life would be in danger. I'll go. Chao Xian spoke. He has super self-healing ability, and even if he is burned, he can recover quickly. After Chao Xian finished speaking, he took a deep breath and plunged into the blazing sea of fire. The flames instantly engulfed him, and the scorching heat made his skin sting. But he gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and groped towards Moon Wan and Chen Feng on the stretcher. The interior of the ambulance was filled with thick smoke due to the fire, and visibility was extremely poor. Chao Xian first saw several doctors lying on the ground, all covered in blood and with black smoke on their faces. Chao Xian squatted down and felt around, but found that the person had stopped breathing. He looked at the stretcher again, but there was no one on it. Chao Xian was startled and continued to lie down and check the carriage. What shocked him was that not only was there no sign of Chen Feng, but even Moon Wan had disappeared. Chapter 140 Clues. Chao Xian was shocked. The fire was getting more and more fierce, and the ambulance could explode at any time. Just as Chao Xian was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the young sheriff in the innermost part of the carriage seemed to still be breathing. Chao Xian acted decisively and hurriedly bent down to drag him out of the carriage. Just as he was about to run to safety with the young sheriff in his arms, there was a sudden deafening explosion from the ambulance behind him, and it instantly turned into a ball of burning scrap metal. Chao Xian put the sheriff down, his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees. Chao Xian, I'll take you to the hospital. Ji Yu rushed to his side immediately. Looking at the dense burn marks on Chao Xian's body, she was anxious and tears welled up in her eyes. According to common sense, as a sheriff, she should first find out the truth about the explosion. But Ji Yu was so concerned about Chao Xian's safety that she didn't even care about her colleagues and insisted on sending Chao Xian to the hospital. I'm fine. Chao Xian gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and then took out a cup of Yuxinglu and drank it all. Phantom Dew and his super self-healing ability complement each other and take effect quickly. The hideous wounds on Chao Xian's body caused by fire began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally charred skin gradually fell off, and new pink flesh grew back. Before long, there were almost no signs of injury on his body, and his skin was even several shades whiter than before. Seeing this, Ji-yu couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face full of surprise. Seeing Ji-yu's tearful face, Chao Xian couldn't help but smile. He subconsciously raised his hand to wipe her tears, but forgot that his hands were covered with black smoke. This wipe left a black mark on Ji-yu's fair cheek. Chao Xian couldn't help laughing out loud, but Ji-yu thought Chao Xian was laughing at her for crying, and her face immediately turned red to her ears. It's already this late, and you're still laughing. Ji-yu hit Chao Xian lightly, and then suddenly remembered her colleague. Wang Hao, Wang Hao. Ji-yu quickly squatted down and shouted anxiously. How are you? Hold on a little longer, the doctor will be here soon. The young sheriff named Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand with difficulty, grabbed Ji-yu's arm, and said with trembling lips. Ji, Sister Ji, it was a group of people in black uniforms. Who did it? I saw 3 mechanics and 2 trick masters. They're very powerful. Be careful. Before he could finish his words, Wang Hao's hands dropped weakly and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Chao Xian hurriedly took out another cup of yuxinglu and poured it into Wang Hao's mouth. However, Wang Hao was already completely dead, and even Yu Xinglu was powerless to save him. Chao Xian's face was solemn, and his mind was filled with doubts. Could those people in black uniforms be the ones who suddenly broke into the cafe earlier and claimed to be from the Special Affairs Bureau? What department are they from? Ji-yu bit her lips tightly, her eyes burning with anger, and said, They are the operational department directly under Frankton Mayor Herman, and their rank and authority are 1 level higher than our police station. Moreover, this department has always been highly confidential, and ordinary people have no access to it. I only learned about its existence after I became the director. This department only recruits elite talents from a few major families and provides them with special training. Mechanics, exterminators, and anti-evil masters. These professions, which were originally almost impossible to exist in the same faction at the same time, are all concentrated in this department. Chao Xian looked thoughtful and murmured. A department with such high authority actually detonated an ambulance in the street over a level B incident like Night Owl. They obviously want to destroy the body. Is there something else going on with the Night Owl incident? Although his tone was uncertain, Chao Xian was already very sure in his heart that the Night Owl case was not as simple as it seemed. As for the initial classification of it as a Class B case, it was most likely done to conceal the truth. It is estimated that the Special Affairs Bureau was keeping an eye on them the moment the two left the police station. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the men in black arrived as soon as something happened in the cafe? Now they've taken away Moon Wan and Chen Feng, the only ones who know the truth. Where should we go to find the truth? Ji-yu felt a tightness in his chest, rubbing his temples and muttering to himself. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Chao Xian looked up at the same time and said in unison, Back to the coffee shop. The two rushed back to the coffee shop. At this time, the scene had been cordoned off by other colleagues from the Public Security Bureau, and many onlookers were pointing and talking around. Ji-yu and Chao Xian leaned over and crossed the cordon. Sister Ji, you're here. Immediately, several uniformed sheriffs came forward to greet them. Ji-yu nodded, pointed at the corpse on the ground, and ordered, You must quickly send these bodies in the ambulance on the street back to the police station for an autopsy. If the body isn't liberated for more than 3 hours, there's a risk it will transform into something strange. If we delay, you'll be held responsible. A male sheriff asked, Sister Ji, is there anything else in the store that needs to be checked? Ji waved her hand. The coffee shop is temporarily sealed. There's nothing much to investigate for a Class B case. The most important thing right now is to properly handle the corpse and prevent any unexpected changes. Yes. The male sheriff saluted and hurriedly began to move the body. The coffee shop was already in a mess after the previous incident, and now it looked even more dilapidated. After everyone in the store was sent away, the two began to carefully observe the situation inside the store. Moon Wan is blind, and they don't have many opportunities to communicate. How do they transmit information? Ji asked in confusion. It's nothing more than a note. This is the safest way. Although Moon Wan can't see, she can use Braille. Chao Xian rubbed his nose and guessed. Chao Xian, you're right. Ji-yu's eyes flashed with excitement. According to Chen Feng's previous information, he has sponsored many blind children and is very proficient in Braille. They were probably secretly passing information when they bought their coffee. Then let's look for it, Chao Xian said, walking into a room inside. This is a warmly decorated small bedroom where Moon One usually lives. To Moonwan, Chen Feng means a lot to her. Then, the information exchange between the two was likely preserved by her. Based on his knowledge of criminal investigation, Jiyu began to search in places that were often used to hide things, such as the deep end of the wardrobe and the grid of the bedside table. There are also the compartments for photo albums and notebooks on the bookshelf. From the perspective of criminal investigation and psychology, these places are more likely to be places where things are hidden. Unfortunately, no relevant objects were found in these places. Jiyu was a little disappointed and turned to continue searching elsewhere. Chao Xian stood still and slowly activated his talent. Chapter 141, Osmanthus Tree. A lot of information emerged in Chao Xian's sight, and finally his gaze fixed on the bookshelf. At this time, Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, intending to search under the bed. Seeing Chao Xian standing in front of the bookshelf, Jiyu reminded him, "I've already checked the bookshelf. It shouldn't be there." Chao Xian smiled slightly. "Maybe I'll look for it more carefully." Jiyu shook her head helplessly, then put her upper body under the bed. Without any hesitation, Chao Xian quickly cleared the top row of books, and then groped for a secret compartment on the back of the bookshelf. When Jiyu was searching just now, he only searched in the place opposite to Moonwan's arm, which was easier to reach. Although the direction was correct, Moonwan obviously intended to avoid being found easily, so Jiyu got nothing. Chao Xian fumbled in the secret compartment for a while, and suddenly felt a cold touch on his fingertips. It is a small metal box. A hint of joy flashed in Chao Xian's eyes. After taking out the small box, he turned around and shook it behind him. "I found it." However, after several seconds, there was no movement behind him. Chao Xian turned around in confusion, only to see Jiyu struggling under the bed with her body bent over. He asked tentatively, "What are you doing?" Jiyu's blushing voice came from under the bed. "I'm stuck. Come and help me." A few minutes later, Chao Xian finally pulled Jiyu out from under the bed. At this moment, her face was flushed red and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. Chao Xian scratched his head, feeling that the scene before him was familiar. It seems that Lin Hong was once stuck under the bed like this. Don't they have any idea how good their bodies are? Chao Xian secretly complained in his heart. Jiyu recovered and asked anxiously, "What did you find? Show me." Chao Xian placed the small iron box in his hand between the two of them and slowly opened it. Inside was a thick stack of paper covered with densely packed small dots. "It's Braille," Jiyu said in surprise. She immediately took out her cell phone, took photos of everything on the paper, and then imported it into a certain software. Then, all the information on the card was translated. The big pile in front is all records of correspondence between Moonwan and Chen Feng during their school days. The two of them glanced through it, and then skipped it. It wasn't until they turned over a card from February that their eyes lit up instantly. "Moonwan, I passed all the assessments at the Research Institute today. The dean told me that I am the only student in Frankton's history to have received full marks. I will definitely be able to research a way to cure disabilities in the future so that you and the other people in the orphanage can become normal people." Chen Feng, January 3rd, 2009. Today is my first month in the Research Institute. The dean and the city lord personally met with me and entrusted me with an important task. If this task can be accomplished, it may really help all disabled people regain their normal lives. I may have to stay in the Research Institute for a long time, but I will complete the research and development as soon as possible. Chen Feng, February 3rd, 2009. The next card came several months later and was brought to Moonwan by a colleague from Chunfengtua's Research Institute. "Moonwan, the workload at the Research Institute is very heavy, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to achieve my goals in the short term. If it's convenient, could you please find a chance to come back and visit the Osmanthus tree in our orphanage? The director is already having difficulty moving, and if no one takes care of it, the Osmanthus tree might die, right?" Later on, the cards the two used to communicate changed from the original exquisite cardboard to casually torn notebook paper. From the changes in the paper, it can also be seen that Chen Feng began his escape. "Moonwan, something unexpected happened to me, and I might have to do something bad. But please believe me, one day, everyone will understand everything I have done." The notes that followed were mostly about Chen Feng reporting to Moonwan that he was safe, and he patiently explained why he could not tell Moonwan the truth. Although I haven't seen Moonwan's reply to Chen Feng, it is not difficult to guess that Moonwan must have asked anxiously more than once what had happened. Chao Xian gently put the card back into the box. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with solemnity. Chao Xian was the first to break the silence and asked, "Do you know what kind of research and development work the mayor asked Chen Feng to do?" Jiyu slowly shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "I even suspect that even the director of the Public Security Bureau knows nothing about this matter." This is going to be a very tricky situation, Chao Xian muttered to himself, with a hint of worry in his tone. Since Chen Feng is unwilling to tell Moon Wan, is it possible that he has hidden the relevant information in his hiding place? Chao Xian tried to put forward his own guess. Ji Yu shook her head without hesitation, obviously disagreeing with this view. Chen Feng is a man of great thoughtfulness and prudence. He may have foreseen that he would be arrested one day. His hiding place will be discovered sooner or later. Given his cautiousness, it is impossible for him to leave such important information in an unsafe place. The two's analysis once again reached a deadlock. Where is the safest place where you will never be discovered? I'm afraid it's only his brain, right? But if this is true, if something unexpected happens to him, the truth of the matter will be buried forever in the dust of history. But Chen Feng had clearly mentioned in the letter, one day the world will understand what he did. In other words, Chen Feng must have left some crucial information somewhere. Where exactly could it be? Ji Yu only felt his head was dizzy, as if shrouded in a fog, and his face was full of worry. I see. At the critical moment when he was at a loss, Chao Xian suddenly stood up excitedly. He opened the box again and carefully pulled out the last letter written on an exquisite card. If it's convenient, could you please find a chance to come back and visit the osmanthus tree in our orphanage? The director is already having difficulty moving, and if no one takes care of it, the osmanthus tree might die, right? Chao Xian read the last sentence of the letter carefully again. Then he said excitedly, don't you think it's particularly abrupt for Chen Feng to suddenly mention the osmanthus tree in the orphanage here? It's really strange. Moon Wan returns to the orphanage almost every week. It's impossible for Chen Feng not to know about this. Why on earth did he emphasize the osmanthus tree in the orphanage? And he suddenly used such a polite word like, please. It was really too abrupt. The two of them suddenly realized. Almost at the same time, they blurted out. Chen Feng may have hidden the information under the osmanthus tree in the orphanage. Chapter 142 Ascension to God. So are we going to the orphanage now? Ji Yu couldn't hide her excitement and asked anxiously. I don't think there's any need to rush. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xian said slowly. Since they disguised Night Owl as a Class B wanted criminal, they obviously don't want you to know the details of the matter. If we show up at the orphanage now, it will definitely arouse their suspicion. You mean? Go back to the police station first. We'll start the operation at midnight. Chao Xian replied in an orderly manner. Ji Yu heard this and thought it made a lot of sense, so she nodded and said, good. Chao Xian put the card with the key information into his bracelet, then returned to the bookshelf and put the iron box back to its original hiding place. After putting it away, he began to put the books on the bookshelf back in their places one by one. Chao Xian. At this moment, Ji Yu behind him suddenly called out to Chao Xian in a soft murmur. Chao Xian didn't turn around at first. He asked while arranging the books. What's wrong? Ji Yu did not respond. After a few seconds, Chao Xian felt that something was wrong with Ji Yu. Just as all the books were put away, he quickly turned around. Ji Yu was in a very bad condition, half squatting on the ground, trying to stand up with difficulty. After finally standing up straight, her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight to the ground with a thud. Chao Xian's heart sank suddenly, and he rushed to Ji Yu. At this time, Ji Yu's face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were tightly closed. Chao Xian hurriedly checked the status bar above her head, only to see that it clearly showed the status of poisoned, weak. Poisoned? How could Ji Yu be poisoned? Chao Xian's face was filled with shock. At this moment, Ji Yu slowly opened her eyes. Chao Xian, what's wrong with me? Chao Xian gently held Ji Yu in his arms and said with a frown, you've been poisoned. Ji Yu didn't seem too shocked when she heard this. She just murmured to herself. No wonder I felt something was wrong with my body just now. How could I suddenly be poisoned? Chao Xian had a flash of inspiration in his mind and seemed to have guessed the reason. It's that cup of coffee. Then, he slapped his head in frustration. I only checked my own cup of coffee at the time, but Moonwan only poisoned yours. Why did Moonwan poison me? Could it be? She thinks I harmed Chen Feng. Ji Yu looked a little gloomy, muttering absent-mindedly. Maybe, Chao Xian said as he hurriedly fed Ji Yu a cup of Yuxinglu. After drinking the phantom dew, Ji Yu's condition instantly improved a lot. With the improvement of her spirit value, she was able to stand up, and the weakness on her head disappeared. It seems that there is no other impact except the poisoned state. This left Chao Xian confused for a moment. After thinking for a while, he felt that it would be more appropriate to take Ji Yu to the hospital for a checkup. So he closed the bedroom door gently, carefully removed all traces left by the two, and then drove hurriedly to the hospital. Almost immediately after the two left, a group of men in black uniforms quietly appeared at the door of the coffee shop. The leader was a young man who glanced at the Public Security Bureau seal on the rolling door with disdain. Then he raised his chin towards the large man behind him, whose entire body was made of metal except for his head, and ordered, "Roy, you get it out of the way." The big guy called Roy responded when he heard this, and then walked to the door. He slowly raised his robotic arm and squeezed it hard. The rolling door was easily crushed into a ball like a piece of paper. The door was opened smoothly, and several people walked in one after another. The young man glanced at the messy scene and nodded slightly to another mechanic. A man wearing an artificial eye immediately stood up and tapped his temple lightly. In an instant, red light shot out of Yi's eyes. He looked around the room and then slowly shook his head at the man in the lead. Then, another man in black stood at the bedroom door and said loudly, "Boss, there's another room here." The leading man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately led everyone into the bedroom. The man in black wearing the artificial eye turned on the red light again and scanned the room. This time, it only took a few seconds for him to notice something unusual behind the bookcase. He raised a mechanical arm and punched the bookshelf hard, penetrating it directly, and then took out the iron box hidden behind it. The leading man excitedly took the iron box and muttered, "Night Owl, oh Night Owl, so you hid this thing here." He couldn't wait to open the box, only to find it was full of cards and notes covered with black spots that he couldn't understand at all. The man frowned and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Someone behind him immediately noticed something and said, "Boss, this looks like Braille." Just like GU had done before, the few of them quickly came up with the translation results. After reading it, the leading man's face instantly became filled with rage, and he crushed all the cards. Who has the time to watch them being affectionate with each other here? They're even writing this crap in Braille. The man roared angrily. After a long while, his anger subsided a little, and then he asked, "Is Chun Fong awake now?" Someone quickly responded, "He's awake, but he won't say a word." The leading man sneered, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Isn't his blind lover also in our hands? Tell him that if he doesn't reveal the secret of ascension to godhood within 3 days, don't blame us for being rude. By then, it won't just be as simple as blinding his lover." Chapter 143, Good Wife and Mother. Inside the hospital, Chao Xian spent dozens of Star Soul coins and specially made an appointment with an authoritative expert in the poisoning department. After the doctor conducted a comprehensive and detailed examination of GU, he looked at the test results sheet in his hand and quickly came to a diagnosis. The sheriff's daughter was poisoned by a neurotoxin, the doctor said. Neurotoxins are extremely rare, and few people know how to use them. Where did this sheriff get poisoned? Hearing the doctor's question, Chao Xian looked helpless and said, "Doctor, let's not worry about the location of the poisoning for now. Can you help her detoxify as soon as possible?" The expert slowly stood up and paced around his desk twice. Then, he smiled a slightly awkward smile, gently pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and pointed at the test report and explained, "Mr. Chao, the reason neurotoxins are so rare is not only because the raw materials are extremely difficult to obtain, but also because their molecular structure is highly adaptable. In short, given my current abilities, it is indeed difficult to provide effective help. However, I do know a fellow student who has extensive research in the field of neurotoxins. It's a pity that he went astray and is now wanted by the police." Hearing the doctor's words, Chao Xian's heart moved and he immediately reacted. "Could your junior fellow apprentice be Chun Fong?" The expert's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Mr. Chao also knows my junior brother? Alas, it is really a pity. With his talent, he should not have gone astray. If you can still contact him, please persuade him to admit his mistakes as soon as possible. It's such a shame for such a capable person like him to spend his whole life as a desperado." Chao Xian nodded silently, thinking that he might be able to get some useful information from Chun Feng's senior brother, so he asked, "Chun Feng and I do have a good relationship, but it's a pity that I can't contact him now. So, we are destined to meet each other, as we both know Chun Feng. By the way, the doctor, I heard that he seemed to kill someone for a research result. Do you know what he is researching that is worth such a big risk?" The doctor did not suspect anything, thinking Chao Xian was simply curious, and responded casually, "It seems to be called something like God Ascension Project. It's probably about research on increasing human lifespan." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the doctor realized that he had said too much. He looked at the closed door of the clinic warily, then lowered his voice and said to Chao Xian, "Please don't tell anyone else. I just overheard it when I passed by the teacher's office that day. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Chao Xian was secretly delighted, but remained calm on the surface and quickly assured, "Of course, I was just asking out of curiosity. The toxin in GU's body. At present, the toxin has not caused any obvious impact on Miss G's body, and it is difficult for me to prescribe the right medicine. You two might consider having her hospitalized for observation for a period of time, the doctor suggested. Chao Xian turned around and asked Ji Yu for her opinion, only to see Ji Yu shaking her head desperately. Chao Xian didn't want to waste time on this. This doctor really didn't seem to have any clues. Instead of staying here and observing, it's better to take Ji Yu to find Aisha. With Aisha's abilities, there might be a solution. So Chao Xian declined politely. I'm so sorry, doctor, we have other plans. Let's put it this way. If her condition worsens, we'll come back to you. The expert nodded in understanding. After all, even if Ji Yu stayed, he could only take some conventional treatments. Then next time you two come, you don't need to register. Just come directly to my clinic and see me. After leaving the hospital, the two returned to the car. A trace of sadness flashed in Ji Yu's eyes, and she whispered, Chao Xian, do you think I'm about to die? Chao Xian frowned and said seriously, don't talk nonsense. Didn't the doctor just say that the toxin has no effect on your body at the moment? Don't worry, I'll take you to see a friend of mine later. She's definitely a genius on par with Chin Feng, and she might be able to cure the toxin in your body. Ji Yu thought Chao Xian was just comforting herself. Even Frankton's best doctor was powerless, so what could Chao Xian's friends do? Didn't I promise to take you home for dinner? Come on, let's go buy some groceries now, said Ji Yu. Chao Xian looked at Ji Yu's condition and finally decided to follow her idea. I thought it wouldn't delay anything for a while, and it wouldn't be too late to take her to see Aisha before going to the orphanage. Okay, then I'll drive to the supermarket, Chao Xian said. The two soon arrived at the supermarket, and Ji Yu skillfully selected vegetables and meat for cooking in the evening. There was a wide variety of them. When preparing to pay the bill, Ji Yu stopped in front of the counter where the alcohol was placed. Chao Xian asked doubtfully, are you planning on drinking? If you get drunk, it won't be conducive to your actions at night. Ji Yu picked up a bottle of wine with a determined look and said, I used to worry about getting drunk and missing work, so I never drank. I'm afraid I won't have the chance again. Chao Xian said helplessly, okay, whatever you want. If Ji Yu is drunk, it would be better not to take her with me. I can go to the orphanage alone, so that I can be less conspicuous. We drove all the way to where Ji Yu lived, a slightly shabby small apartment located in a more remote part of the city. Ji Yu was not afraid of Chao Xian's ridicule, so she said frankly, actually, I'm an orphan too. I bought this house with the money I saved after working. Chao Xian was shocked to hear that Ji Yu was also an orphan. After entering the door, the small corridor was crowded even for the two of them to stand. Actually, I quite like this warm feeling. Chao Xian looked at it and said. Ji Yu smiled embarrassedly, then walked straight into the kitchen and started chopping vegetables. Chao Xian wanted to go forward to help, but was gently pushed away by Ji Yu. Just sit there and watch TV for a while. I don't like being disturbed when I'm cooking, Ji Yu said with a serious face. Seeing Ji Yu so serious, Chao Xian had no choice but to leave. The TV in Ji Yu's house is an old-fashioned one. It looks quite old, probably older than Ji Yu herself. It was probably left by the previous owner. Chao Xian pressed the power button, but the screen was full of snow. He slapped the top of the machine hard, but there was still no response. Chao Xian turned off the TV helplessly and started walking around the house. Ji Yu's house is not big, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room, and one of the rooms is cluttered with a lot of miscellaneous items. Chao Xian walked into Ji Yu's bedroom, looked around, and picked up a photo on the bedside table. The photo was taken when Ji Yu was a child in front of an orphanage. Ji Yu pouted, with a cold look on her face. Chao Xian couldn't help laughing. It turns out that Ji Yu has always liked to have a sour face since she was a child. As the steam from cooking in the kitchen spread into every room, Chao Xian felt a little stuffy and wanted to go to the balcony to get some fresh air. As a result, as soon as he opened the balcony door, the door hit a piece of clothing hanging on the ceiling, and a piece of pink cloth with a cat pattern printed on it happened to fall on Chao Xian's face. After Chao Xian saw what it was, his face flushed, and he was also a little surprised. Ji Yu actually likes to wear this cute style? He looked up and saw other clothes of different colors with anime patterns printed on them. Chao Xian was afraid that Ji Yu would think he was a pervert, so he quickly hung the clothes that had just hit his face back to their original place and pretended nothing had happened as he walked to the kitchen door. At this time, the kitchen counter was already filled with several dishes, and the last dish was entering the final stage. Ji Yu was stir-frying it skillfully. Looking at Ji Yu's profile and her graceful curves that could not be completely covered by the apron, Chao Xian couldn't help but be dazed. At this time, Ji Yu had just finished cooking and turned around to see Chao Xian staring at her. She couldn't help but blush slightly and asked softly, "What are you looking at?" Chao Xian blurted out subconsciously, "I suddenly feel that you have the temperament of a good wife and mother." Chapter 144 Pink Kitten. When Ji Yu heard Chao Xian's words, her heart suddenly started beating violently. What exactly does he mean by this? Saying that I am like a good wife and mother. Is I hinting at something to myself? Ji Yu didn't know why, but she suddenly became panicked at this moment. She suddenly realized that she had never been in love in her life. Looking back at the time when she was in the police academy, many of her classmates had expressed their affection for her. But at that time, she didn't take the matter of falling in love seriously at all. In order to discourage those suitors, she set a condition. She would agree to be his girlfriend if anyone could beat her in both shooting and fighting. As a result, until graduation, there were only a few big guys with strong bodies who relied on their size advantage to beat her in combat events a few times. However, there is no one who can defeat her in both aspects. After this, Ji Yu's thoughts on love became less and less, and she completely gave up the idea. But now, the poison is like a sword hanging high in the air, and no one knows when it will fall. When Ji Yu thought about dying as an old cook, she suddenly felt unwilling. Ji Yu was in a daze and didn't notice that the spatula in his other hand was already close to the flame of the stove. In an instant, the heat quickly transferred along the iron handle, and she was caught off guard and her hand was burned painfully. Why are you so careless? Chao Xian took a few steps forward, gently held Ji Yu's scalded hand, blew on it, and asked, "Do you have any burn medicine at home? Otherwise, it will blister soon." Ji Yu's heartbeat became more rapid as Chao Xian held her hand. She pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted and said in a panic, "Please help me pack the food. I'll go find some medicine." Chao Xian didn't think much about it and agreed happily. Seeing this, Ji Yu hurriedly escaped from Chao Xian's sight and hurried back to the bedroom to find medicine. Chao Xian turned around and turned off the fire on the stove, then bent down to find a plate from the cupboard and poured the food in the pot into the plate. Ji Yu made a total of 5 dishes, 4 vegetables and 1 soup, 2 of which were meat dishes. Although there were only 2 of them dining, the meal was exceptionally sumptuous. After Chao Xian put the food on the plate, he looked at the delicious food in front of him and couldn't help himself. He turned around, took a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs he had been craving for a long time, and put it into his mouth. Wow, Ji Yu's cooking skills are no less than those of a professional chef. At the same time, Ji Yu on the balcony walked to the cabinet at the end of the balcony, slowly squatted down, and began to search in a counter inside, which was specially used to store medicines. Her eyes quickly wandered among the various bottles and jars, and after a moment, Ji Yu finally found the burn medicine. She squeezed out a bean-sized amount of ointment and gently applied it to the area that had just been burned. After applying the medicine, Ji Yu prepared to get up and leave. The moment she turned around, she looked up inadvertently and saw the clothes that were hung on the balcony yesterday. Why does it feel like the location isn't right? Ji Yu was startled, and the keen intuition cultivated in the police academy allowed her to instantly detect something unusual. She reached out to take the thing down, held it in her hand, and examined it carefully, discovering that the shape of the wrinkles on the clothes was indeed different from the natural appearance after drying, and the hanging position was also slightly different from yesterday. She remembered that the balcony door was closed when she first entered. For ventilation, she would usually leave a gap during the day and only close the balcony door completely when she went to bed. It's Chao Xian. Ji Yu grabbed the pink clothing with the cartoon cat pattern and stomped her feet in embarrassment and annoyance. Besides himself, there was only Chao Xian in the room. Who else could it be but him? She pretended to be calm, hung the clothes back where they belonged, and then opened the balcony door. At this time, Chao Xian had already filled the table with dishes, prepared the bowls and chopsticks, and even served the rice for Ji Yu. Seeing Ji Yu coming out, Chao Xian brought another small stool. Seeing Chao Xian's thoughtfulness, Ji Yu swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth and hurried forward to take the stool, saying embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry to have you. A guest so busy. What's the big deal? We are not strangers." Chao Xian responded casually and started to eat heartily. Ji Yu stared at Chao Xian, who was concentrating on eating. She did not pick up her chopsticks immediately, but fell into deep thought. It turns out that in Chao Xian's heart, he was no longer an outsider, so he would touch that thing? Ji Yu felt her cheeks getting hot. To hide it, she quickly took out the wine she had bought earlier and poured a small glass for herself and Chao Xian. Before Chao Xian took the wine glass, Ji Yu raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a burning sensation rose in her throat like a flame. Seeing that Ji Yu was in high spirits, Chao Xian clinked glasses with her. As soon as he took a sip of the wine, Chao Xian realized that the alcohol content was not low, at least 50 or 60 degrees. This is Ji Yu's first time drinking alcohol. Is it really okay if the alcohol content is so high? Chao Xian couldn't help but look at Ji Yu worriedly. Sure enough, after drinking a glass of wine, Ji Yu's face turned red and she began to stagger in her chair. Seeing this, Chao Xian quickly reached out and snatched the wine glass from her hand, saying, "You still have toxins in your body. You can't drink anymore." But Ji Yu pouted like a child, her face full of unhappiness. "No, let me have another sip." Hearing Ji Yu's sudden coquettish voice, Chao Xian was so shocked that goosebumps appeared all over his body. It felt as if his good brother of many years suddenly turned into a cute girl and appeared in front of him, making him wonder if he was dreaming. Seeing that Chao Xian refused to return the wine glass to her, Ji Yu reached out to grab it. No, Chao Xian still refused firmly. The drunk Ji Yu fought with Chao Xian in a disorderly manner, and without noticing, she fell directly on Chao Xian. Chao Xian only felt his face sinking into two soft lumps, and hurriedly pushed Ji Yu away. Ji Yu suddenly felt deeply insulted. From childhood to adulthood, every man had always been attentive to her, yet why did Chao Xian seem so afraid of her? So, she lay on Chao Xian, her eyes a little blurry and fiery, and said, "Chao Xian, I've never been in love in my life." Chao Xian responded in a panic. "Oh, there will definitely be one in the future." Under the dual effects of toxins and alcohol, Ji Yu hugged Chao Xian tightly and muttered, "Chao Xian, I know you just touched my pink kitten secretly." Chao Xian's eyes were full of confusion. Kitten? What pink kitten? Chapter 145, Is he a man? Ji Yu believed that Chao Xian had deliberately touched her pink kitten clothes on the balcony. Seeing that Chao Xian seemed to be pretending to be stupid, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. She suddenly grabbed Chao Xian and rushed straight to the bedroom without saying a word. "Aren't you pretending not to know what a pink kitten is? Then I'll show you a pink kitten." Chao Xian still held the chopsticks tightly in his hand and shouted helplessly, "Alas, I haven't eaten enough." Seeing that Ji Yu was still stubborn and showed no sign of compromise, Chao Xian had no choice but to compromise. "Then please let me finish this bite." At this time, Chao Xian still had a piece of meat firmly held on his chopsticks. Ji Yu pouted angrily and said, "Then I'll wait for you in the room." Okay. Chao Xian agreed hurriedly. After hurriedly finishing the last bite of meat, Chao Xian stood up in confusion. He really couldn't figure out what Ji Yu was up to, but he would find out after going in and taking a look. Now Chao Xian still couldn't connect Ji Yu's words with the scene on the balcony just now. When he arrived at the bedroom door, Chao Xian found it was closed. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate at all, stretched out his hand, and pushed the door open. The next second, Chao Xian's eyes widened. "I just felt a surge of hot blood rushing from my lower body straight to my head." "Ji Yu, what are you doing?" During the day, in order to make it easier to stake out, Ji Yu changed into his usual casual clothes before leaving the police station. But at this moment, Ji Yu had changed into the police station uniform again without anyone noticing, and it looked like the style was from several years ago. The reason Chao Xian thought so was because the uniform on Ji Yu was obviously one size too small. The top few buttons could not be buttoned at all. Therefore, a large area of snow-white skin appeared in front of him, and a deep, looming line made Chao Xian blush instantly. As for her lower body, Ji Yu wore an absurdly short black skirt that matched the color of her upper body uniform. As Ji Yu's two slender legs twisted gently, Chao Xian felt dizzy and his nose suddenly felt hot. At this moment, he finally understood what the pink kitten Ji Yu was talking about was. Chao Xian subconsciously reached out and wiped the blood from his nostrils. Fortunately, thanks to his super self-healing ability, the nosebleed stopped quickly. However, Chao Xian's shock was not diminished at all. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that Ji Yu had been possessed by some succubus. In fact, it was just as Chao Xian expected. Ji Yu specially picked out a piece of clothing that she wore when she first entered the police academy. She was only 18 years old at the time, and the dress fit her perfectly. However, her figure did not stop growing as she became an adult, but became even fuller. So much so that now the dress looks extremely tight on her, a whole size too small. However, this is exactly what Ji Yu wants at the moment. Previously, Ji Yu heard her female colleagues at the police station say that their husbands often asked them to change into work clothes at night, and said that men were fond of this look. At that time, Ji Yu was very confused about this. She really couldn't understand what was so special about work clothes that men were so fascinated by them. Seeing this, her married colleagues all laughed and joked with her, saying that she would understand after she got married. Ji Yu refuted them at the time, saying that she didn't believe that anyone would like the way women look in work clothes. This time, with a try-it attitude, she followed the experience shared by her colleagues and not only put on the old uniform, but also matched it with a short skirt that she had bought a few years ago but had never had the courage to wear out. At this moment, Looking at his own reflection in the mirror in the corner, and catching a glimpse of Chao Xian's sudden nosebleed, Ji Yu suddenly realized. It turns out that men really fall for this. It seems that I really blamed my colleagues wrongly. Seeing this, Chao Xian hurriedly covered his eyes and clung to the wall. Ji Yu, you must be drunk. Where did you find this set of children's clothes? Ji Yu was already embarrassed by her bold move. She was almost a 27-year-old woman. She finally mustered up the courage to take the initiative, but Chao Xian was so unromantic that she immediately said angrily, "What are you looking at me with? What are you wearing like a child? Don't you men all like this? It's called a uniform." Uniform temptation? Ji Yu tried to recall the word for a long time, but couldn't remember it, but Chao Xian blurted it out subconsciously. Yes. Ji Yu's eyes lit up, then she narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you are not a man?" Hearing such a great humiliation, Chao Xian, who wanted to slip away quickly, suddenly stopped. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Ji Yu laughed and said disdainfully, "I might die tomorrow, so I'm not afraid of anything now." She then asked, "Don't you dare?" Chao Xian seemed to be lost in thought. It turns out that Ji Yu didn't become like this because she was possessed by a succubus, but because of the toxins in her body. "What if I can really help you remove the poison?" Ji Yu said stubbornly. "Little brother, are you a man? Even if I am released, I will not stick with you." Hearing Ji Yu provoking him again, Chao Xian sneered and slowly walked forward. "I'm afraid that when the time comes, you won't be able to bear it and beg for mercy." Ji Yu, still a virgin, suddenly felt a little scared when she saw Chao Xian slowly approaching her, but she still said with a brave face, "It must be you who begged for mercy first." Hearing this, Chao Xian no longer hesitated. He pushed Ji Yu onto the bed and then turned off the only light source in the room on the bedside table. An hour later, Ji Yu fell asleep in Chao Xian's arms. Chao Xian looked at Ji Yu, who was curled up in his arms, looking a little dazed, like a kitten that had not been loved for a long time. Everything that just happened really felt like a dream. While Chao Xian was reminiscing about the past, he was also worried that he would wake up suddenly. Just then, a hurried knock on the door interrupted Chao Xian's thoughts. Chao Xian hurriedly put on his clothes and carefully covered Ji Yu with the quilt before walking towards the door. "Who is it?" The door of Ji Yu's house is old-fashioned and doesn't even have a peephole. "I'm from 301 downstairs." A woman's voice came from outside the door. "Downstairs? Could it be that he wants to talk to Ji Yu about something?" Chao Xian originally wanted to open the door and use the excuse that Ji Yu was sick to get away with it. But when he opened the door, an aunt who looked to be in her 40s appeared in front of him. "Are you Ji Yu's man?" The aunt was slightly stunned when she saw Chao Xian's handsome face, but her anger did not subside. "It's not that you're unreasonable, auntie. You also know that our old neighborhood has poor sound insulation. I understand that young people are hot-tempered, but you should be more careful." As she spoke, the aunt suddenly noticed that Chao Xian had not buttoned his shirt, revealing several knife-cut abdominal muscles, and her voice suddenly stopped. She couldn't help swallowing and continued. "Anyway, you guys are making too much noise and disturbing the neighbors. Ji Yu is a sheriff, thank goodness. I'm going to report you to the police station. Handsome guy, if you don't want Ji Yu to lose her job, just come inside and apologize to your aunt, and she won't pursue the matter." Chao Xian's face instantly turned cold when he heard this. "I can apologize to you, but there's no need to come into the house. As for Ji Yu, she will move out of here soon and will definitely not bother you again." Chapter 146, Reunion. After Chao Xian sincerely apologized to the woman in front of him, he closed the door. At the same time, he also began to think about changing Ji Yu's residence. Ji Yu's current residential area is a long way from the police station. Therefore, it takes Ji Yu a long time to commute to work. Therefore, Chao Xian planned to help Ji Yu move to a new house directly. But these are not urgent now. The most important thing right now is to solve the problem of toxins in Ji Yu's body. So Chao Xian turned on his watch and called Shen Ting. The next second, Shen Ting appeared in the screen with only her head showing. After a few pleasantries, Chao Xian asked her to hand the picture to Elsa. Shen Ting turned the screen to the women behind her without any scruples. "Sister Aisha, brother Chao Xian is looking for you." Hearing Shen Ting's voice, the girls saw Chao Xian in the projection. They screamed and quickly shrank under the water. They had just returned to their hotel room and were now taking a hot spring bath in the room. "Since we are all girls, there is nothing on us that would get in the way." When Aisha heard Chao Xian looking for her, she took a towel to cover herself without any concern and then took the watch. A moment later, "What do you want from me?" Aisha leaned against the platform on the shore and said lazily, "Don't take a bath yet. I need your help with something. I'll send you the coordinates, and you can take a taxi here as soon as possible. By the way, it would be best to call Lena, Sister Qingyan, and Sister Bingbing. When they heard Chao Xian mention their names on the phone, Lena and the other two hurried forward. What happened? The three asked in unison. Chao Xian seems to have something urgent to do. Let's go over now. Aisha replied. The three women looked at each other, and without hesitation, they immediately stood up from the shore, put on their clothes, and said in unison. Then let's go now. They moved quickly and changed their clothes in no time. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Cici and Shin Ting not to run around and stay in the room, and then left without stopping. In the hot spring, Cici huddled under the water, her hands tightly clasped to her chest. She looked at Shin Ting with a flushed face and said angrily, You big bear monster, did you do that on purpose just now? Shin Ting glanced at Cici's flat chest with disdain and sneered. You're overthinking it. With your small, flat figure, if you stood in front of Brother Chao Xian, he probably wouldn't even give you a second glance. Cici was furious when she heard this and shouted, Shin Ting, I'm going to fight you. As she spoke, she used her head as a headbutt and slammed it into Shin Ting's chest. Shin Ting was caught off guard and was knocked into the water. Fortunately, both of them can swim, and the next second, they started playing in the water. As for Chao Xian, after hanging up the phone, he carefully carried the sleeping Jiyu to the side. Then he found a new set of sheets in the closet and changed them. After doing all this, he returned to the living room. The table full of dishes that Jiyu had prepared had hardly been touched. As time passed, they had become completely cold. Chao Xian didn't care at all. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started to eat like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Having just consumed a lot of physical strength, he urgently needed to replenish his energy. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Chao Xian opened the door, and sure enough, it was Xin Bing, Chen Yan, Aisha, and Lena. Come in quickly. Chao Xian welcomed the four women into the house. Chao Xian, what happened? Why did you call us here in such a hurry? Several women asked in unison. After everyone sat down on the sofa, Chao Xian briefly told them what happened during today's mission. This included speculation about the night owl incident, Jiyu's poisoning, and the plan to go to the orphanage tonight, all of which were told to the girls without reservation. While the girls stared with their eyes wide open, trying to digest this information, Chao Xian called Aisha aside. Sister Aisha, you should be able to guess why I'm looking for you, right? Aisha smiled slightly and nodded. You asked Lena and the others to come with you, probably because you wanted them to go to the orphanage with you. I have no fighting ability, so you want me to save the sheriff, right? As expected of Sister Aisha, Chao Xian flattered her at the right moment. I took Jiyu to the hospital in Frankton and made an appointment with the most authoritative specialist, but that expert was helpless against her poison and said that only his genius junior brother had done in-depth research on neurotoxins. The first person I thought of was Sister Aisha. With you here, why would I need a junior brother? You're the most powerful genius in the world. Aisha laughed out loud at the compliment, looking very happy. She said, Genius. Indeed, many people have said that about me before. However, I only have a passing understanding of neurotoxins, and my research is not in depth. Please take me to check on her condition first. Chao Xian gently pushed open the bedroom door and walked in with Aisha. Elsa came to Jiyu's side, first gently lifted the quilt on her body, then gently pressed Jiyu's body, and then turned over Jiyu's eyelids and mouth to check. After a careful inspection, Aisha looked at Chao Xian doubtfully and asked, Are you sure she was poisoned by a neurotoxin and not drunk and asleep? Chao Xian actually had similar doubts in his mind, but at this moment, the poison status sign was clearly visible above Jiyu's head. He answered with certainty, Jiyu was indeed poisoned. During the hospital examination, the doctor also said that no obvious harm to her body has been found so far. Hearing this, Aisha looked thoughtful. Then she took out a device that was more than half a person's height from the bracelet, and then gently placed the electrode on Jiyu's skin. After a moment, Aisha turned around and said, Jiyu was indeed poisoned by the neurotoxin. When Chao Xian heard this, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. He knew Aisha could definitely help. At that time, Shenfeng's senior brother couldn't even determine whether Jiyu was poisoned. If he hadn't happened to know that neurotoxins were difficult to detect, I'm afraid any other doctor would have kicked them out as troublemakers. Sister Aisha, do you have a way to detoxify? Chao Xian asked impatiently. Aisha glanced at Jiyu, who was lying on the bed with a hint of redness still on her face. She did not immediately answer Chao Xian's question, but changed the subject and asked, Did you just? When Chao Xian heard Aisha say those two words so bluntly, he was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on his face. How did Elsa know? She had already changed the sheets. Could it be that she saw the lingering smell? Looking at Chao Xian's expression, Aisha immediately realized that she had guessed correctly. Then she continued, I've roughly guessed what kind of neurotoxin she was infected with. This toxin won't cause any negative harm to her body. But if she's with you because of the poison in her body, if the poison is gone, aren't you worried that she'll leave you? Chapter 147 Distribution. Chao Xian was slightly stunned, but only for half a second. Then he looked determined and said without hesitation, Sister Aisha, just go ahead and detoxify her. I believe Jiyu is not that kind of person. Even if she really chooses to stay away from me after detoxification, I will respect her decision. Aisha nodded slowly, then pushed Chao Xian towards the door. Okay, then I'm going to start the treatment. It's not convenient for a grown man like you to stay here. Chao Xian looked at the heavily closed door and couldn't help but wonder. Since I've already had sex with Jiyu, it seems okay to just watch from the side, right? But then he thought, if he interfered with Elsa's treatment, it would be a big trouble and not worth it. Standing outside the door, Chao Xian's thoughts involuntarily drifted to what Aisha had just said. Could it be that Jiyu's temperament suddenly changed because of this neurotoxin? Could it be that this neurotoxin, while not causing substantial harm to the human body, can influence people's emotions? The more Chao Xian thought about it, the more confused he became. He really didn't understand why Moon Wan poisoned Jiyu. While he was thinking, he had unknowingly walked into the living room. Chao Xian, how is Officer Ji doing? At this time, Shin Bing stood up and asked with concern. It's not a big deal. Sister Aisha already has a plan for dealing with it. As Chao Xian spoke, he slowly took out several components of different colors. While Jiyu was moving around in the room, Chao Xian was also thinking over and over again about his actions that evening. After much thought, he still felt that it was not safe to go alone. If the information hidden in the orphanage is really top-secret experimental information, as speculated, then the Special Affairs Bureau will definitely use any means to pry relevant information out of Chen Feng. Chao Xian was convinced that with Chun Feng's determination, he would not give in easily. However, there is one key factor that must be considered. That means Moon Wan and Chen Feng also fell into the hands of the Special Affairs Bureau. Chao Xian had personally experienced the methods used by the Special Affairs Bureau. In the eyes of these crazy people, the lives of civilians are worthless and they don't care at all. If they threatened Moon Wan's life, Chao Xian felt that it would be difficult for Chen Feng to stick to his bottom line and refuse to speak. In this case, it seems difficult to avoid running into people from the Special Affairs Bureau in the orphanage tonight. Sister Bingbing, take this unlimited firepower and strike. As Chao Xian spoke, he handed the corresponding components to Shin Bing. Sister Chunyan, I'll leave all these talismans to you. We've been together in the Devil's Apartment and the City of Monsters. You know how to use the talismans to cause the greatest damage to the monsters. Chao Xian turned and said to Chunyan. When Chao Xian looked at the last one, Lena, he handed a golden gear to her. This is the golden component I obtained in the Devil's Apartment, Gravity Magnetic Field. Shin Bing's talent complements the unlimited firepower, which can maximize the powerful power of thermal weapons. Gloves equipped with Powerful Strike can effectively make up for Shin Bing's shortcomings in close combat. Chun Yin is good at close combat, and equipped with talismans that need to be kept close to the body to be effective. She can handle it with ease even if she encounters a master who controls strange ghosts. As for Lena, her own fighting ability is terrifying. If it is paired with the golden component Gravity Magnetic Field, it is simply a fighting machine that kills anyone who stands in its way. With this arrangement, no matter what kind of personnel the Special Affairs Bureau sends, they will have corresponding countermeasures. In the heart of Frankton, on the top floor of a building, a handsome young man sat leisurely in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, shaking it gently, and the dark red liquid rippled in the glass. In front of him stood a woman dressed extremely sexy and with a sexy body. Lu Yan, wait for me to dig out some information from Chen Feng, and lend me the 10 people from your second team. The young man spoke. The sexy woman Lu Yan smiled lightly, with a slightly teasing tone. The second young master of the dignified Valorman family actually wants something from a little girl like me? Hearing this, the young man named Colin immediately clenched the glass in his hand tightly, and anger surged in his heart. This woman, knowing full well that her position in the Valorman family was awkward, still deliberately brought up irrelevant issues. But, as long as he can successfully retrieve the information about ascending to the gods, his position in the Williman family will be unshakable. The Special Affairs Bureau has 3 teams. Among them, Team 3, where Colin is located, has the weakest foundation and relatively the weakest strength because it was established not long ago. This time, he finally got the chance to complete this mission, and he must succeed, not fail. If he messed up, Lu Yin and his brother in Team 1 would be waiting to laugh at him. Colin suppressed his anger and said to Lu Yin, Let me pick 10 people from your team for a week, and I'll trade them for the strange stone I have. Hearing this, a hint of greed that was hard to conceal flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. When all the younger generations come of age, the Valemont family will allow them to go to the storeroom and choose an item. Is the strange stone you mentioned the one you picked out, the one whose owner caused a Class A disaster in Frankton? Lu Yan asked. A hint of reluctance flashed in Colin's eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded in confirmation. That's right. Oh, Master Colin, you should have said so earlier. Lu Yan was so excited that she could hardly control herself. She bent down slightly, exposing the deep ravine on her chest to Colin without reservation. She raised her glass to Colin. Come over here later and pick 10 people of your choice. If you don't mind, I can go with you. Colin responded calmly. However, he knew very well in his heart that he definitely could not choose Lu Yan. With her as the legitimate captain, how could those people possibly listen to her orders? Boss, at this moment, a big mechanic hurried over to the two of them. Just as you expected, we just cut off Moon Wan's arm and slashed her face with a blade. Chun Feng finally gave in. The big guy reported. Bang! The glass in Colin's hand shattered in his excitement. He stood up suddenly and asked anxiously, Where is it? The welfare home for disabled orphans in the suburbs, the big guy replied quickly. Chapter 148 The Truth of Ascension. After Chao Xian distributed things to the women, Lena took out several sets of Black Knight clothes from her bracelet. Chun Yin didn't need to change, as she was already wearing a smart black leather jacket. Chao Xian and Xin Bing went to the small room where Ji Yu kept her belongings to change clothes. Lena stayed in the classroom to change her clothes. After changing clothes, Chao Xian took a few people and left Ji Yu's house. This time, they did not choose to take a taxi or other means of transportation, but chose to walk. Because the orphanage where Chun Feng and Moon Wan grew up together happened to be in a very remote location in Frankton. Therefore, it is only a dozen minutes away from Ji Yu's community. Several people walked through the narrow alleys of the slums and soon stopped in front of a dilapidated building. The rusty iron fence was entangled with dead vines and creaked when it shook. The exterior walls of the three-story red brick main building were covered in grayish-gray mold and peeling paint. A window on the second floor that was missing glass was nailed with plywood. In front of everyone, there was a stainless steel sign standing at the door. Frankton Special Orphanage. Xin Bing slowly read out the words on the sign. Yes, that's it. Chao Xian said excitedly. Let's follow the wall to find the osmanthus tree. Now that he was about to get closer to the truth, Chao Xian was naturally very excited. Several people walked along the alley towards the side of the orphanage. Not long after, a slightly old osmanthus tree came into view. Its branches extend out of the wall and appear to be 6 or 7 meters high. In the dim moonlight, the trees cast mottled shadows. It must be him. Chao Xian exchanged glances with a few people, then looked towards the courtyard wall that was over 2 meters high. Several people took a few steps back in tacit understanding, and then, with the help of the power to accelerate, they pushed the ground hard. The next second, the 4 of them flew over the wall like light birds and landed steadily under the osmanthus tree. Several people gathered around the osmanthus tree and observed it carefully. This osmanthus tree is obviously well cared for, with a trunk diameter of about 30 to 40 centimeters. Standing under the tree, you can smell the rich fragrance of osmanthus, which is refreshing. Lena turned over the fallen leaves under the tree and soon found the traces. There seemed to be signs of being turned over here. The soil is fresher than other places. Lena squatted down, gently turned over the fallen leaves piled under the tree, and soon made a discovery. There seems to be signs of being disturbed here. The soil here is newer than other places. She pointed to an area of soil that was slightly darker than the rest. Let's dig it up and see. Chao Xian made a prompt decision and quickly took out the digging tools from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. Soon, a small pit of neither deep nor shallow appeared in the flower bed where the osmanthus tree was planted. Found it. As soon as the shovel in Xin Bing's hand fell, there was a click sound, as if it hit a hard object. I hope it's not a stone. Xin Bing couldn't help but pray in a low voice. Soon, Chao Xian dug out the hard object with a shovel. It was not a stone, but a rectangular iron box. This should be it. Chao Xian excitedly held the iron box in his hands and prepared to open it carefully. The women behind him were also closely watching Chao Xian's movements and turned on their lighting equipment to illuminate him. Chao Xian took a deep breath and slowly opened the iron box. Inside the box were neatly stacked yellowed brown paper bags, with a numbered index card on top and a prominent bright red top secret seal printed in the lower right corner. This is an experimental record. Chao Xian saw the prominent words, Ascend to the Gods, in the title. The plan to become a god. On February 7th, subject number 17 of the Ascension project was connected to the mechanical circulation system. Chao Xian read aloud while whispering. The nerve connection success rate is 98.7%, and the muscle fibers fit perfectly with the titanium alloy skeleton. Is this so-called God Ascension plan just about replacing human organs with machines? Isn't this similar to a mechanic? Chao Xian instantly thought of the mechanics he had seen before, whose eyes, arms, and other parts were replaced by machines. However, compared to the experiment in front of him, the prosthetic parts on the mechanics he had seen before were not vital organs of the human body. In the first few pages of this record, the parts of the body involved in the experiments are all important organs related to life, such as the heart, blood vessels, and lungs. The reason why the human body ages and dies is largely because the body's organs are unable to maintain normal functions permanently. The God Ascension plan is an attempt to completely replace fragile human tissues with mechanical organs, prolong life with the help of a sophisticated mechanical circulatory system, and even hopes that humans can break through the limits of the physical body and achieve an immortal form of existence that is almost like a god. Seeing that the experiment was progressing well and seemed to be about to achieve a record of this achievement, Chao Xian's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Because he recalled that before, at the gate of the police station, the patriarch of the Heyman family had asked Aisha a question. Is it possible to achieve the immortality of life through mechanical means? This question coincides with the content of the experiment in front of us, which is to replace the body with machines. At that time, Aisha gave an absolutely impossible answer. With Aisha's ability and knowledge, Chao Xian believed that her judgment would not be wrong. So he patiently continued reading. The data from this experiment still shows a positive trend. Even in the last few pages, Chen Feng boldly predicted in his records that the experiment would soon be completed. But Chao Xian felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, even if Chen Feng is not as good as Elsa, he is still a genius among millions. As a scientist who is not proficient in the field of mechanics, Elsa knows that machines cannot fully carry human consciousness. As a professional specializing in this field, how could Chen Feng not understand the logic behind it? Chao Xian always felt that his repeated writing of imminent success in the experimental records was more like brainwashing. Brainwash those who see this record and instill in them the idea that the experiment will definitely succeed. Who would be interested in daily experimental records? Of course it's Mayor Herman. Chao Xian remembered that in the correspondence between Chen Feng and Moon Wan, it was mentioned that it was the mayor who specifically asked the fledgling Chen Feng to be in charge of this project. Chao Xian turned directly to the last page. This page does not contain any experimental data, but only a line of crooked handwriting. The mechanical bearing of consciousness is ultimately nothing but a fantasy, and the pursuit of immortality by humans is like a beautiful and persistent dream. Even if a path to eternal life is ruthlessly cut off, mankind's desire for eternal life will be like a raging fire. Not only will it not be extinguished, but it will drive people to explore other ways more fanatically. When the conventional path is blocked, this eager pursuit will often go astray, which will also be the beginning of the destruction of human civilization. Chapter 149, Breaking into the Orphanage. Chao Xian stared at the crooked handwriting on the test record, and a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could it be that Chen Feng chose to flee after destroying all the information not because he wanted to keep the secret to himself? But he knew that once Herman knew that this immortality experiment could not be completed, he would go completely crazy and pursue the dream of immortality by any means necessary? This way, Chen Feng's unconventional behavior had a reasonable explanation, and it was no wonder that he was being pursued relentlessly by the Special Affairs Bureau. Just then, there was a sudden burst of noise from the front yard. Chao Xian and the others felt a tightness in their hearts and exchanged glances quickly with each other. Let's hide first, Chao Xian whispered, not intending to leave immediately. If someone from the Special Affairs Bureau came, they must be coming for the experimental data under the tree. If they found out that I had taken the information first, given their crazy temperament, there's no guarantee they wouldn't vent their anger on everyone in the orphanage. Chao Xian had no doubt that those heartless guys in the Special Affairs Bureau were capable of doing such a thing. In the front yard of the orphanage, a group of people in black uniforms stood at the door. The leader was none other than the captain of the third team of the Special Affairs Bureau, Clint Willers. Behind him were more than a dozen team members, 5 of whom were from his own team, and the other 10 were borrowed from the captain of the second team, Lu Yan. The 3 teams have their own unique personnel composition. The third team column belongs to has the weakest foundation. Most of the team members are mechanics who were strong in the early days. Although there are ghost removers and ghost control masters in the team, Their strength is at a medium level. As for Liu Yan's second team, it is mainly composed of ghost control masters. Most of the strange events that broke out in the city were handled by the ghost-controlling masters of Liu Yan's second team, who subdued the ghosts and used them for official purposes. Team 1 is undoubtedly the strongest team. 90% of the team members are ghost hunters. All of them are arrogant and rarely take action. At Colin's signal, his men fired a cannon at the orphanage gate. Boom! With a deafening bang, the dilapidated door was instantly blown to pieces, and wood chips and dust flew all over the sky. At this time, the children in the orphanage were sleeping soundly, and the sudden loud noise instantly woke them up from their sleep. Woo woo woo, is there an earthquake? Grandma Dean, what happened? We are so scared. The fear spread quickly among the children like a virus. The cry of one child was like a fuse, causing other children to burst into tears. Even the deaf and mute children, sensing the tense and fearful atmosphere around them, began to sob uncontrollably. A white-haired old woman walked out from the inner room with a cane and a slightly unsteady step. With a kind and gentle face, she quickly walked to the children, opened her arms, hugged them tightly, and comforted them softly. Don't be afraid, kids. The director is here. Then, she turned around and warned. Stay in your room and don't go out. I'll go out and check the situation. Dahu, please help look after everyone. Grandma will be back soon. Dahu is the oldest child in the orphanage and is 12 years old. He had a congenital disability in one leg, and now has a mechanical prosthesis replaced with one, which was funded and installed by Chun Feng after he entered the institute. Don't worry, Dean, I will take good care of everyone. Dahu nodded sensibly. With Dahu watching over the children, the dean felt a little relieved and turned to walk towards the door. What are you guys going to do? They broke into our orphanage in the middle of the night and woke up all the sleeping children. Colin, the leader, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I heard you have an osmanthus tree here. Take me to see it. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Colin's words, the dean's heart suddenly tightened. One night a while ago, she tossed and turned in bed, so she got up and went out for a walk. As a result, she happened to run into a masked man in black burying something under a sweet-scented osmanthus tree. As soon as the man saw her, he turned and ran away. Although the man had his face covered, the dean recognized him as Chun Feng at a glance. After all, that was the child she raised. How could she not recognize him even if his face was covered? The dean then covered the place where Chun Feng had buried the things with soil again. She did not check what was hidden inside, but she knew that it must be extremely important to Chun Feng. Therefore, she had to help her child keep this secret no matter what. There are many families in this slum who grow osmanthus trees. Why did the officers come to me, an old woman, specifically? The dean pretended to be calm and said, Speaking of osmanthus trees, we do have several in our yard, but I really don't know which one you're talking about. Besides, it's already late, and if you rush in, you might disturb the children. Please leave now and come back tomorrow morning. I will open the door and welcome you all. Colin's face darkened instantly. He took a step forward, his tone as cold as ice. Old woman, don't play dumb with me. I don't have the patience to play around with you. I'll ask you one last time, where is that osmanthus tree? Don't force me to do it. The dean still stood straight and responded fearlessly. I really don't know what the osmanthus tree you are talking about is. Hearing this, Colin immediately lost his patience to continue arguing with the old woman. He waved his hand impatiently behind him and ordered, Go in and search. Upon seeing this, the dean hurriedly opened his arms, trying to stop the approaching team members, and shouted, You can't do this. This is an orphanage, not a place for you to do evil. You people, do you still have any humanity? The big guy in the lead snorted coldly and pushed the dean away with force. The dean was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. The people from Team 3 poured into the backyard like a tide. The children in the orphanage saw the director being pushed down through the window, and they were so anxious that tears came to their eyes. They were furious and wanted to rush out to fight these bad guys who suddenly broke into the orphanage, but were stopped by Dahu. You're not even as tall as the bad guy's legs. What's the point of rushing out? It will only make the director more worried. Dahu dissuaded loudly. I'm already an adult, and Brother Chun Feng even gave me a mechanical leg. Dahu clenched his fists and looked at the other child. Eru, please help keep an eye on everyone. I'm going to save the director's grandmother. Dahu gave the order like an adult who shouldered a heavy responsibility. A boy named Eru, who looked quite similar to him but was a head shorter than him, immediately took his place. Dahu quickly opened the door and rushed to the director's grandmother, helped her up from the ground, and asked distressedly, Grandma Director, who are these bad guys and why did they suddenly break into the orphanage? Dahu glared at the man in black, who was wreaking havoc in the yard. The dean sighed softly, his eyes filled with helplessness and worry. They are here to look for the things your brother Chin Feng left behind at the orphanage. Hearing this, Dahu suddenly became nervous and said anxiously, that must be something very precious to brother Chin Feng. I have to stop them. Just as Dahu was about to stand up, he was held tightly by the dean. The dean looked solemn and said earnestly, the things that brother Chin Feng left behind are certainly important, but if I can stop them at the cost of my life, I will do it. But look at the momentum of these people. They won't stop until they turn the orphanage upside down. If we try to stop them by force, we will just die in vain. I believe this is not what your brother Chin Feng wants to see. Dahu was filled with resentment, but he knew that what the dean said was right, so he could only nod slowly and whispered. If only brother Chin Feng were here, he would definitely not allow these people to do whatever they want. Chapter 150: The Temptation of Godhood. The orphanage was not large, and Colin's men quickly noticed the tallest osmanthus tree. Boss, the soil here has been turned over, and it looks quite fresh. The big guy pointed excitedly at the center of the flower bed, unable to contain his excitement. Colin's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, as if he saw a future of success and fame. He couldn't help but blurt out, is the God Ascension plan finally going to fall into my hands? If there really is a successful record of the God Ascension experiment hidden in here, then the contribution he made this time would be enough to make Team 3 famous, far surpassing Team 1, and gain endless rewards. Moreover, their 3 teams are mainly composed of mechanics. Once mechanical immortality becomes a reality, they will undoubtedly be the first beneficiaries. By that time, the Ghost Control Masters and Ghost Exorcists will age and their strength will decline as time goes by. But machinery can remain young forever by simply replacing worn parts. In this way, surpassing Team 1 and Team 2 is only a matter of time. Dig it all up. Colin couldn't wait to point at the flower bed and give orders. The remaining members of Team 3 immediately waved their shovels and started digging hard. However, the members of Team 2 who were invited by Colin to provide support looked at this scene with disdain. If it weren't for the Willers family, to which Colin belonged, and the orders from Captain Lu Yin, they would not have been willing to accompany a stranger in the middle of the night and do something as playful as digging, something only 3-year-olds could do. Among the members of the second team, there is a mechanic wearing a metal prosthetic eye. At this moment, the scene's images were being transmitted back to a room in the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters in real time through a special device in his artificial eye. In the room, sitting there were Lu Yin and the remaining 20 people from her second team who had not been selected. Their number is exactly twice that of the 3 previously fully organized teams. Looking at the 3 teams digging the soil nonstop in the picture, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Could it be that the long-lost plan to become a god will really be found by Colin? Thinking of the huge influence of the Ascension plan, Lu Yin couldn't help but have a lot of imagination. Whoever can retrieve it for the mayor will surely rise to the top. She seemed to see herself becoming the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, sitting in a spacious and bright office, ordering other captains around and lecturing them. Thinking of this, she subconsciously squeezed her legs together and a blush appeared on her face. If Colin really digs something up, grab it and send it to me. Lu Yin gave the order with greed in her eyes. The team member standing by looked astonished and couldn't help but remind him, Captain, didn't you promise Colin? Lu Yin sneered, greed in her eyes. Aren't there enough cases of us 3 teams stealing each other's credit? The strange stone he promised to give me is indeed precious, but compared with the contribution of the God Ascension plan, it is simply not worth mentioning. If I don't agree to him, he will definitely ask for help from the Willers family. If he finds the Ascension plan quietly, our second team will be in trouble. Under the osmanthus tree, within a few minutes, Colin's men had dug a large pit. But there was no trace of the information that Colin was thinking about. Colin was unwilling to give in and refused to believe it. He even picked up a shovel and joined the digging. Seeing Colin's face becoming increasingly gloomy, the prosthetic eye mechanic couldn't help but step forward and advise. Boss, I just scanned it. There should be nothing down there. Bang! Colin threw the shovel to the ground and shouted angrily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dig 3 feet deep to uncover the plan to ascend to godhood. With Colin's stubborn persistence, the team members dug several meters deeper, and finally, even the osmanthus tree was uprooted. However, there is still no trace of the plan to ascend to the gods. Colin was furious and believed that the dean was behind this. It must be that old woman. I felt something was wrong with her the moment I arrived. Bring her and that brat here to me. Soon, the dean and Dahu were roughly dragged over and thrown to the ground. Colin stared at the dean with his eyes wide open, showing no respect for the elderly or the young. Old woman, where did you hide the things? Stop playing dumb with me, or I'll make this orphanage disappear from the face of the earth. The dean was sore all over from the fall, but she remained calm. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're looking for. Seeing that this group of people got nothing, the dean was secretly happy. She had buried that thing with her own hands, and even though it suddenly disappeared, she was still full of doubts. But no matter where the things go, as long as they don't fall into the hands of these people, we should be thankful. But now, for the sake of the children in the orphanage, she has to pretend to know nothing. Dahu struggled to get up from the ground, and without hesitation stood in front of the dean, staring back at Colin angrily and shouting, "You are not allowed to hurt the dean's grandmother. What you are looking for is not here at all. Get out of here right now." Colin didn't believe it at all and insisted that the dean had hidden the things in advance. The soil just now was obviously dug not long ago. In the entire orphanage, the person with the greatest chance to do this is the director who lives here, right? Colin grabbed Dahu's neck, slowly lifted him up, and said sinisterly, "You have 3 seconds to tell me where the ascension plan is. Otherwise, this little devil and those little brats in the house will not survive." The dean was so angry that he was shaking all over. Seeing Dahu's face flushed red from being pinched, he felt heartbroken as if a knife was cutting him. But the terrible thing is, she really has no idea what the God Ascension plan Colin mentioned is. The tiger in Colin's hand gradually lost the strength to struggle. He threw him hard into the flower bed, then took out a pistol and pointed it at Dahu. 3. Colin began to count down grimly. The dean fell to his knees with a thud and reached out to grab Colin's arm, but he was powerless. Dahu slowly closed his eyes and prayed silently in his heart, "Brother Chinfeng, please come and save me and the dean." 2. 1. As the countdown ended, a blinding bright light and a deafening explosion rang out. Everyone present only saw a flash of white light before their eyes and subconsciously covered their eyes. At the same time, a shrill scream echoed in the yard of the orphanage. Chapter 151, Shaking People. What happened? This question arose in the minds of everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau at the same time. At this moment, the backyard where the osmanthus trees are planted is as bright as day. Apart from the scream, everything was obscured by the sudden bright light and explosion. Liu Yan, who was monitoring the situation in real time from the city center, couldn't help but stand up. His eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him, his expression tense. The ones who were most panicked were Colin's teammates. Others might not be able to hear it, but how could they not recognize the voice of their own boss? The scream just now definitely didn't come from that kid, but from their boss Colin. The light gradually dissipated, and after a brief period of adjustment, everyone's vision finally became clear again. What caught their eyes was Colin kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. Oh! Colin held his arms, which were broken at the shoulders, and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The voice was filled with pain and anger, as if it wanted to tear the darkness apart. Several team members were startled and rushed forward, quickly surrounding Colin. One of them extended a mechanical arm and sprayed dressing on Colin's broken arm, temporarily stopping the flow of blood. Colin stood up with difficulty, his eyes dazed, and looked around. At this moment, they still had no idea where the attack came from. The tiger in the pit slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Is it Brother Chinfeng?" At this time, Chao Xian was hiding on the eaves with several women. Just now, it was his fierce attack that was filled with energy that instantly cut off Colin's arms at the shoulders. In fact, in Chao Xian's eyes, Colin and the 5 people around him were not to be feared. What really made him alert were the 10 men in black in the distance. These 10 people were surrounded by dark shadows, and a gloomy aura permeated their bodies. Regardless of gender, all have ugly faces. As a ghost master, the stronger one is, the more terrifying his face is. This is because they have made contracts with many strange things. But it is not an easy journey to be with the weirdness. The greater the difference in mental value between the weirdness master and the weirdness, the greater the influence of the weirdness on them. The chills that Chao Xian had experienced before were only the mildest effects. Long-term coexistence with the weird has already caused profound damage to the body of the weird master. Therefore, most ghost masters not only have a short lifespan, but also have ugly appearances. However, Liu Yan is an exception. Among these 10 people, there are 9 ghost control masters and 1 mechanic. Among these 9 people, the spirit values of 3 of them are ridiculously high, all above 30 points. At this moment, they had not yet noticed the presence of Chao Xian and others. After all, Chao Xian had just launched a surprise attack, and these people were unable to capture his trace in the first place. Or perhaps, They had no intention of helping Colin resist Chao Xian at all. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, and first finding out Chao Xian's background, is the most advantageous option for their second team. Team 2, aren't you all tricksters? Colin roared. Use your tricksters now and find the guy who attacked me. However, after Colin had shouted for a long time, the people in Team 2 did not move at all. One of them stepped forward and said slowly, Captain Colin, we are here to assist you in carrying out your mission, not to obey your orders. What if we go to find someone, and he comes back to attack you? In my opinion, we should stay here to protect you, and let your team members go find it. Hearing these words, Colin's face first showed an expression of astonishment, and then, a raging fire of anger ignited in his eyes. These guys from the second team had no intention of cooperating with him from the beginning. Now we just asked them to help find the person who attacked us, but they are making excuses to shirk their responsibilities. Lu Yen, do you really think my strange stone is so easy to get? Colin cursed under his breath, gnashing his teeth. He secretly swore in his heart that after he successfully submitted his plan to become a god and climbed up step by step, he would definitely take revenge on that bitch Lu Yen. But right now, he couldn't completely break off relations with the people from Team 2. In desperation, Colin lowered his head in humiliation and said, Don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. The whereabouts of the Ascension Plan are unknown now. What if it is in the hands of the person who just attacked me? If you let him escape, you can't bear the responsibility. A look of hesitation suddenly appeared on the man's face. At this time, Lu Yen, who was far away at the headquarters, ordered into the microphone. Listen to him first. If you discover the plan to ascend to the gods, don't make it public and hand it over to me immediately. Hearing this, the man immediately looked at the 9 people behind him and made a gesture. Let's go. In an instant, black fog surged, and 13 strange creatures separated from the bodies of these people. These contracted monsters, like their masters, have extremely ugly faces. Some have faces covered with twisted compound eyes, others are covered with barbs. Among them, the most terrifying was the strange aura behind the 3 men with the ugliest faces. Chao Xian was hiding in the distance, and when he saw these dozen weird people, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. More importantly, this is not all the strange things that these people have contracted. Through the hint, Chao Xian knew that half of these people had contracted with more than 2 monsters. Especially the man in the lead, he contracted 3 of them. The man turned to look at a short, fat trick master and said, Haidu, your weirdness is best at searching, you come and find them. The fat ghost master received the order and immediately ordered the ghost he had contracted to fly into the sky. His weirdness is just like him. He looks like a ball. It flew up into the sky strangely, and immediately a strong stench spread out, and the stench visible to the naked eye spread with the wind. A strange panel appeared in Chao Xian's eyes. Voyeurism. Strength, 21 agility, 15 constitution, 22 spirit, 25. The voyeur has lurked in the dark corners of the women's restroom many times, desecrating other people's privacy with his disgusting eyes. Finally, his evil deeds ignited the anger of the people. He was captured on the spot by a group of angry people and thrown into a septic tank. After becoming a spook, you can cover an area of several kilometers with your stench. Once you are contaminated by the stench, you will be marked by it. Not only will your whereabouts be exposed, but you will also suffer increased damage from peeping spooks. Fuck, this ghost is too disgusting. Chao Xian almost cursed when he saw the stench that was visible to the naked eye. Let's change places and don't let ourselves be contaminated by this stench. Hearing this, the women behind him immediately began to disperse along the roof. They found that the black stench would only drift with the wind, and as long as they hid in a position opposite to the wind direction, they would not be discovered for the time being. But hiding like this is not a solution. Chao Xian finally decided. Call someone. You guys hide well. I'll go back to the apartment and call Lin Shui over. Chapter 152 Lucky Bracelet Zhongyu is also a female ghost. It seems that as long as it is provided with enough energy, it can achieve the jump. At this moment, they were on the rooftop, surrounded by silence. Obviously, conventional energy sources such as power supply can no longer be relied upon. However, Chao Xian suddenly remembered that Aisha once said that his thunderous fury seemed to be able to serve as an energy source. Thinking of this, he raised his hand without hesitation and released lightning. The electric current was like a silver snake, winding along his arm. Then, a lot of people rushed into the space-jumping device in his hand. As lightning power continued to pour into it, the red and blue lights on the device suddenly flashed wildly. Chao Xian only felt a strong vibration in his arm, and then a huge suction force surged from his arm. The next second, Under the astonished gaze of the three women, his figure instantly disappeared. Devil's apartment. Chao Xian suddenly sat up from the bed. Another space jump device was placed on the bed in the apartment management office. At this moment, Shun Bing and the others were still anxiously waiting for him on the roof of the orphanage, not wanting to waste any time. Chao Xian quickly stood up and pushed open the door. Apartment manager. You're back. Apartment manager. Are you here to collect the rent? We have already paid this month's rent to Miss Lin Shui in advance. As soon as Chao Xian opened the door, he saw several residents surrounding him. Chao Xian didn't have time to greet the guests and asked directly, "Where's Lin Shui now?" Several residents shook their heads, and one of them said, "Maybe in her room? We're not sure." Just as Chao Xian was about to go to the fourth floor and knock on Lin Shui's door, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Master, we are in the backyard." Chao Xian immediately recognized that this was Lin Shui's voice. He had just returned to the apartment, but Lin Shui had already sensed his presence instantly. It seemed that her strength had improved a lot during this period of time. Chao Xian didn't hesitate at all and immediately ran towards the backyard. When he stepped into the backyard of the apartment for the second time, the scene was completely new. The previously alienated doctors and patients had long since changed out of their white coats and hospital gowns and were now wearing black security uniforms. They have completely taken on the cleaning and housekeeping duties of the apartment. The backyard, which was once overgrown with weeds, has now been paved with a layer of concrete, and the weeds that once grew rampantly have been cleared away. Two of the crooked trees were also cut down, leaving only two relatively straight ones standing in their original place. The original small and ugly rental sign has been replaced with a billboard that is several times larger, making it particularly eye-catching. In addition, there is a blue platform sign with Happiness Apartment Station clearly written on it. I didn't expect that the apartment would undergo such a dramatic change after just a few days of absence. Seeing his apartment getting better and better, Chao Xian couldn't help but reveal a sincere smile on his face and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." At this time, in the backyard, there were not only Lin Shui, He Fei, and Jiang He, but also Jiang He's sister Jiang Yu. Owner, brother Chao Xian. Apartment manager, my benefactor brother. For voices sounded almost simultaneously, and everyone looked at Chao Xian with excitement in their eyes. Especially Lin Shui, whose eyes were so hot that they seemed to be drawing wires. He looked as if he wanted to pull Chao Xian back to his room immediately. The little girl Jiang Yu ran over happily, hugged Chao Xian's legs, and said with her little face raised, "To thank you, Yi especially made a bracelet for you." Chao Xian looked down and saw Jiang Yu holding a red, braided rope bracelet in her small hand. The style was quite simple. He thought it was just a little handmade toy made by the little girl, so he put it in his pocket. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu held him back and said softly, "My benefactor, please put it on your hand. This bracelet will bring you good luck." Chao Xian was slightly stunned and subconsciously opened his talent to check. Bracelet woven by Jiang Yu. It contains the blessing of the young red-robed ghost girl and can bring a small amount of good luck to the wearer. A flash of shock suddenly appeared in Chao Xian's eyes. Not only because the tip said that this bracelet could actually bring good luck, but also because it actually said that the bracelet contained the blessing of the young female ghost in red. Only then did Chao Xian notice that Jiang Yu was wearing a bright red dress. I remember the first time, the little girl was dripping with blood. At that time, he thought the color on her clothes was blood. Now it seems that he was mistaken. Maybe, this little girl will grow up to be as powerful and weird as Lin Shui in the future. Seeing this, Jiang He walked forward, pulled his sister away from Chao Xian's lap, and said apologetically, "The apartment manager has something urgent to do. Please let him go." Then, he looked at Chao Xian and said seriously, "Apartment manager, this bracelet is made of a rope stained with her blood. You'd better wear it. It really will bring good luck. This is my sister's gift." "No problem, I'll put it on now." Chao Xian smiled and patted the little girl's head. "Thank you, Xiao Jiangyue." The little girl laughed happily. A few people were about to ask Chao Xian why he suddenly returned to the apartment, but Chao Xian didn't have time to continue chatting. He continued, "I need help urgently. Lin Shui, please get into my shadow quickly." After saying this, he prepared to say goodbye to everyone and leave. At this moment, Jiang He's firm voice came from behind. "Apartment manager, if you are in trouble, I can go with you. Now, my strength has mostly recovered." As soon as Jiang He said this, He Fei also said loudly, "Brother Chao Xian, if you run into trouble, you must take me with you. I've been drinking a lot of Phantom Dew lately, and I feel like I can beat 5 people by myself now." When Chao Xian heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "If you can bring other monsters with you, the more people the better." Chao Xian immediately asked Lin Shui in his mind, Only you can possess my shadow. What about Jiang He and the others? Lin Shui responded. They can come in, but master, you can only withstand 3 weirdos at most. Chao Xian immediately looked at Jiang He and the other man and said, He Fei, get into my shadow. But when his eyes fell on Jiang he hesitated. As long as they cover their faces tonight, their identities will not be revealed. But once Jiang He shows up, I'm afraid it will be easy for people to associate him with him. Jiang He seemed to see his concerns and calmly took out a mask that looked like human skin and said, This is what I asked the tenant to do. It won't reveal my identity. That's great. Chao Xian completely dispelled his worries and let Jiang He and He Fei attach themselves to him at the same time. Chapter 153 Shooting Colin. Shen Bing and the other 2 were still lying on the roof. At this moment, they were in the downwind direction and watched the stench gradually spread and was about to envelope them. The members of Lu Yan's second team had not yet figured out Chao Xian's strength and did not dare to launch an attack rashly. After all, Chao Xian's previous attack still frightened them. Lightning has a natural inhibitory effect on weirdness, and they are afraid that a rash attack will result in heavy casualties. This actually gave Shen Bing and the other 2 an opportunity to wait. Chao Xian hasn't come back yet. What should we do? Shen Bing looked worried and asked anxiously. Lena pondered for a moment and said slowly, If it really doesn't work, you guys should leave first. I have the space jump device that Elsa gave me, and I have enough energy on me, so I can leave at any time. I can hold them back for a while with my gravitational magnetic field. Just when the few of them had not yet waited for Chao Xian and were about to act according to Lena's plan, the air suddenly began to fluctuate strangely, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterwards, Chao Xian appeared in front of the 3 of them. This time, Chao Xian, like the other ghost masters below, was emitting a faint black aura. Moreover, the oppressive feeling he exuded was even stronger than those of the ghost masters. It was like an invisible mountain, making people feel a little breathless. When the women saw Chao Xian, joy instantly filled their eyes. Chao Xian saw the black gas that was about to spread and immediately summoned 3 tenants. Come out, Lin Shui, Jiang He Fei. As his words fell, the black fog surged and rolled. The shadow under Chao Xian's feet began to twist wildly like a living thing. Shen Bing and the other 2 were startled and subconsciously took a step back. The next second, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Chao Xian. Lin Shui was dressed in a bright red dress, and she exuded a unique temperament that was both charming and cold, like a rose with thorns, beautiful, but making people dare not approach easily. Jiang He has a tall and slender figure. Judging from his figure alone, it is easy to think that he must be a handsome man. However, at this moment, he had an extremely mediocre face, which was inconsistent with his outstanding temperament. He held a pair of brass knuckles tightly in his hands, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. As for He Fei, after a low roar, his whole body instantly expanded several times, like a small mountain. Brother Chao Xian, where are the enemies? He Fei said, bumping his fists. Shen Bing and the other 2 looked at the 3 strange creatures with strong auras, and they immediately felt at ease, as if they had taken a reassurance pill. The movement here naturally did not escape the perception of Haida's peeping ghost. Even without the spread of the black gas, the peeping ghost instantly noticed the situation here and reported it to its owner immediately. Kuratsuchi was surprised and delighted, and hurriedly shouted, They're on the roof. In fact, even if Haida didn't remind them, others had already noticed the location of Chao Xian and others. Humph, you actually dare to expose yourself. You're simply courting death. The leading man in black sneered with disdain. At this time, Lin Shui also noticed the filthy black air in the air. Looking towards the source of the black air, he found that it was the fat man in the sky. Lin Shui's eyes instantly fixed, and the next moment, her slender hair shot out like lines of lively blood. The hair pierced into the peeping ghost's body in an instant with lightning speed. Haida's expression suddenly changed. As an experienced ghost master, he immediately judged Lin Shui's powerful strength. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly used his strange power to defend himself. The peeping man let out a strange cry, and a layer of faint green light appeared around him. However, it only lasted half a second before the layer of dark green light was ruthlessly pierced by Lin Shui's hair. A look of fear flashed in the peeping eyes. Immediately afterwards, it was tightly wrapped up by Lin Shui's hair. Lin Shui's hair was getting tighter and tighter. When the distance was only 1 meter, the peeping ghost turned into a ball of black mist and exploded in the air with a bang. Only a black stone fell from the sky. Lin Shui used her hair to roll the strange stone to her side, but with a look of disgust on her face, she didn't even glance at it, and threw it directly to He-Fei beside her. "Here you go." He-Fei chuckled and said carelessly. "Thank you very much, old He. I'm not so particular. I'll accept it without hesitation." The people from the Special Affairs Bureau below saw clearly how Lin Shui killed the peeping ghost in an instant. As everyone was in shock, they suddenly felt a heavy pressure descending upon them. It was as if the gravity in this area changed drastically in an instant. However, this feeling only lasted for half a second before disappearing. Everyone looked up subconsciously and saw the black stench above their heads pressing towards them at an extremely fast speed. "Hido, what the hell are you doing? Stop your weirdness now." The man in black looked panicked and shouted angrily. They all knew how powerful this black energy was. In addition to being able to mark the target person, this thing has little lethality, but the pungent and unpleasant smell can make people feel nauseous to the point of collapse. Kuratsuchi was also panicked at this moment and stammered. "No, it's not me. My peeping ghost was just killed. I can't control it at all." The black smoke descended at an extremely fast speed and hit them in the blink of an eye. Cough, cough, cough. Vomit. In an instant, almost everyone covered their stomachs and couldn't help but retching violently. The scene was in chaos. Chao Xian seized this perfect opportunity, raised his hand, and slowly condensed a lightning longbow, emitting dazzling lightning. In fact, with that last strike, Chao Xian had originally aimed at Colin's head, but the distance was too far, causing the arrow to deviate slightly and ultimately only cut off Colin's arm. Whoosh! The lightning arrow, shining with dazzling light, pierced the air like a meteor and shot straight towards Colin at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Boom! The lightning arrow instantly penetrated Colin's body and then exploded on the ground, creating a large hole. Before Colin could even react, he lost all his life. "He's a ghost remover." Someone from Lu Yan's second team immediately exclaimed loudly. After all, using lightning as a means of attack is a common method used by exorcists. At this moment, they saw 7 figures standing on the roof. Among them, 3 men and 1 woman covered their faces tightly with black cloth. The remaining 3 figures were not human, but monsters emitting a strange aura. Not only do they have a ghost removal master, they also have a ghost control master. Even Lu Yan, who was on the other side of the camera, couldn't help but stand up suddenly when she saw this scene and cursed angrily. Damn it! What kind of force dares to openly oppose the Special Affairs Bureau? The arrow that Chao Xian just shot, as well as Lin Shui in red and Jiang He in half red, all proved that the 4 people on the screen were by no means ordinary people. At this moment, a figure in pure white Taoist robes appeared silently behind Lu Yan. "Hey, what on earth could have surprised Captain Lu so much?" The man looked at Lu Yan's chest, which was heaving violently with excitement and seemed to be about to jump out, but there was no desire in his eyes, but full of doubts instead. Lu Yan glared at him unkindly and said unhappily, "He Wu Dao, if you dare to use the wall-penetrating talisman to break into my territory without saying hello again, I will make your captain put you in solitary confinement for a month." However, she did not pursue the matter too much. These guys in Team 1 were all like robots without emotions or desires. They only focused on practicing and drawing talismans and would not actively compete with her for credit. At this moment, she herself was also full of doubts and couldn't help asking, "He Wu Dao, have you ever seen a method that can transform lightning into a bow and arrow to launch a long-range attack?" Chapter 154 Fierce Battle. The young ghost exorcist He Wu Dao shook his head without hesitation and then said decisively, "Captain Lu, there's no way something like what you're saying could happen." Seeing Lu Yan's obvious disbelief, He Wu Dao had no choice but to patiently explain. "Captain Lu, the power of thunder and lightning is inherently violent and unpredictable, making it difficult to tame. If we, the exorcists, want to use talismans or spells to attract heavenly thunder, we must possess extremely high attainments. Just like you just described, you can use lightning to condense into the form of a bow and arrow, and you can also use your hands to pull the lightning longbow to attack. From the perspective of a ghost exorcist, this is simply a fantasy. Captain Lu, have you watched too many movies? In my opinion, even our captain might not be capable of this." After hearing what He Wu Dao said, Lu Yan did not refute him, but just silently rewound the image on the screen for a few minutes. "Take a look for yourself," Lu Yan said as she pressed the remote control, and the paused picture started playing immediately. He Wu Dao cast a puzzled look at the screen. On the screen, a tall and slender man in black clothes and wearing a mask came into view. The man's left hand was holding a dazzling blue-purple object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a longbow made entirely of lightning. The masked man in black slowly raised his left hand, loosely grasped the bowstring with his right hand, and then slowly pulled it. In an instant, a dazzling blue-purple lightning tore through the darkness, instantly piercing through the air and shooting straight towards the bewildered Colin. After the video ended, Wu Dao was stunned for 3 full seconds before he asked in disbelief, "Captain Liu, are you sure this isn't a scene from a movie?" Liu Yin responded solemnly, "This was the live broadcast from 10 minutes ago." The room fell into deathly silence again. Then, Wu Dao turned around and left without saying anything, still muttering, "I have to tell the captain right away that there are people who can control lightning even more precisely than him. It's truly rare in the world." Only Liu Yin was left there, staring intently at the next scene on the screen, lost in deep thought. The captain of Team 1 has always valued talent and would most likely want to recruit this masked man in black to join Team 1. However, the higher-ups would definitely not agree. After all, this man not only killed a team leader of the Bureau, but also openly opposed the Bureau. If the director has a conflict with the captain of the first team because of this matter, then Liu Yin will be able to reap the benefits. In the orphanage, Shen Bing was holding a Barrett. Thanks to the unlimited firepower, the time for reloading is completely saved, and her attacks are as continuous as a storm. At such a close distance, even a mechanic with special skills could not withstand 2 shots. Not long after, 2 of the remaining mechanics from Team 3 fell under Shen Bing's gun and went to meet their Captain Colin. Shen Bing stayed on the roof to continue suppressing the fire, while Chao Xian, Chen Yin, Lina, and 3 weirdos jumped downstairs together. Seeing this, the leading man in black dissuaded them. "Do you know who you're fighting against? If the Ascension plan is truly in your hands, hand it over obediently. I can petition the higher-ups to absolve you of all your sins, and even grant you special permission to join the Special Affairs Bureau. Otherwise, you are openly making enemies of the entire Frankton." However, the only response he received was a ruthless blow from Chao Xian. Boom! With a loud bang, Chao Xian's full-strength sword fell on the wall, and the 2-meter-high wall was instantly cut off. The Ghost Master suddenly retreated backwards and appeared several meters away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, his face looked blurry, as if there were 2 faces constantly switching between them. This is exactly the fighting method of the Demon Master. A strange fusion of oneself and the contract. In this way, one can gain strange abilities in a short period of time and greatly improve various body values. However, this method can cause irreversible and serious harm to the body, so generally speaking, no Ghost Control Master would easily choose to use it unless they are in a desperate situation. When Chao Xian saw that the man in black could actually dodge his full-strength attack, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, it was impossible that all the people in the Special Affairs Bureau were as mediocre as the man he had just shot with a bow and arrow. Seeing Chao Xian being so ungrateful, the man in black instantly became furious. "From now on, even if the King of Hell comes, he can't save you." As the words fell, the other face on the man's face became clearer and clearer, gradually transforming into a strange figure with a green face and fangs. Each of his limbs also began to rapidly transform into the strange form he had contracted. Man-eating monster. This is the strange posthumous death of a serial killer with a heinous cannibalistic habit. When a man completely merges with the man-eating ghost, he will possess extremely powerful devouring abilities. He can also enter a state of emptiness in a short period of time by consuming the blood and energy in his body, while greatly enhancing his body functions. What's even more terrifying is that once he locks onto a target, he can interfere with the opponent's mind and plunge him into an endless abyss of fear. Chapter 155 Destroyed. The man in black locked his target on Chao Xian without hesitation. In an instant, Chao Xian's movements suddenly slowed down, and he felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. At the critical moment, the man's sharp claws were only a hair's breadth away from piercing Chao Xian's heart. In the moment of life and death, Chao Xian relied on his willpower to break free from the suppression of fear. At this moment, a hideous bloody scar suddenly appeared on his arm. However, due to its super self-healing ability, the wound was healing at an extremely fast speed visible to the naked eye, and Chao Xian's face was covered with cold sweat. Seeing this, the man in black smiled cruelly. He had used this trick time and time again, and it always worked. Countless ghost masters who thought they could control him died here. In his eyes, this ignorant and immature ghost master was just another lamb to be slaughtered. He was certain that he could take his life within 3 moves. The man raised his fist high again, intending to pursue the victory and kill Chao Xian in one fell swoop. At the critical moment, a huge pressure suddenly fell on the man. Because his physique was greatly strengthened after his fusion with the weirdness, even when facing gravity that is dozens of times stronger than normal, it generally cannot cause direct fatal harm to his organs. But this sudden strong pressure still slowed the man's movements dozens of times slower in an instant. Chao Xian saw the right opportunity, and without hesitation raised the long sword made of lightning in his hand and slashed it towards the man's chest. The blade cleanly cut through the scaly defense beneath the man's clothes. Then it embedded deeply into the chest, leaving a shocking scar. The man couldn't dodge in time and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in the state of fusion with the weirdness, he could not feel the pain for the time being, and soon he forced himself to stabilize his body and adjust his state. At this moment, the murderous intent in his heart was completely ignited, and the attack became more violent and fierce than before. The rate at which the gravity magnetic field is consumed is even more terrifying than the wrath of thunder. Lena was also fighting a fierce battle with a ghost master who had merged with a weirdo. She almost got hit when she took the time to help Chao Xian share the pressure. At this moment, several blood-red threads suddenly appeared between Chao Xian and the man in black. The man in black was confused. Before he could react, the hair wrapped around his body at lightning speed, and then suddenly exerted force, dragging him back more than 10 meters. It was Lin Shui who took action and dragged the man to her side. At this moment, Lin Shui began to fight alone against two ghost masters whose strength was comparable to hers. Lin Shui exuded a violent and fierce aura, and her attacks were continuous and uninterrupted like a storm. Even when facing two powerful enemies, she fought them to a standstill. This is the pure and strange power of the red dress. While the man in black was fending off Lin Shui's violent attacks, he was secretly thinking greedily, if I could capture Lin Shui alive and successfully contract her to become my own, then I will definitely become the most powerful ghost master in Frankton. Just when he was immersed in his reverie, Lin Shui's hair appeared silently beside him, passing by without any hindrance. With a snap, one of his arms was cut off cleanly. The man's eyes widened in horror, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. Although he felt no pain in the fused state, a deep fear still welled up in his heart as he watched his arms severed at the shoulder. It has been so long since he last felt fear since he contracted the man-eating monster. Seeing that Lin Shui was fighting 1 against 2 without losing the upper hand, Chao Xian immediately turned around to help Chun Yin on the other side. Chun Yin did not use any components to strengthen herself, but relied entirely on the talismans and combat skills in her hands to deal with the people from the Special Affairs Bureau. With Chao Xian's joining, the two worked closely together and quickly killed a medium-level ghost control master. Chao Xian turned his gaze towards Jiang He and He Fei. They were also outnumbered. Jiang He's attacks were incredibly fast, like ghosts, and he would even let the opponent's attacks fall on himself. But in the next second, his attack speed would double, which put the two ghost masters facing him in a dilemma. It was not right to attack, and it was not right not to attack. In comparison, He Fei's battle seemed a bit difficult, and he was attacked by the enemy from time to time. Fortunately, he has thick skin and strong flesh, and can barely hold on thanks to his strong ability to withstand blows. With the tacit cooperation of Chao Xian, Chun Yin, and Shen Bing, another enemy was successfully eliminated. At this time, Chao Xian took the time to turn his head and look at the battle situation of others. But he was surprised to find that Lin Shui and Jiang He were gradually showing signs of retreat. As for He Fei, if Lin Shui hadn't used a few strands of hair to help him, he might have been killed. How could it change so quickly? Chao Xian was shocked and took a closer look, only to find that the people from the Special Affairs Bureau had something that looked like a jade talisman in their hands. Evil suppressing jade. A one-time item. After use, it will continuously suppress the strangeness within a certain range around the user for 3 minutes, causing continuous purification damage. After the time is up, the jade pendant will shatter. As seasoned and experienced veterans of the Special Affairs Bureau, they are naturally fully prepared for all kinds of situations, especially when dealing with strange situations, and they have a variety of methods to use. Once they merge with the weirdness, the influence of this item that only works on the weirdness will be greatly weakened. Therefore, they often use similar props when performing pranks. At this moment, neither Lin Shui nor Jiang He were in their prime, and they were suppressed by the evil suppressing jade that was specifically designed to restrain weirdness. It was already very difficult for them to barely avoid defeat. Chao Xian, I only have 20% of my energy left. Lena looked solemn, standing back to back with Chao Xian. Chao Xian quickly glanced at his energy reserves, which were also running low. The situation was critical, so he made a quick decision. Let's go. Chao Xian asked Chun Yin and Shen Bing to evacuate first, while he and a few others stayed behind to cover their retreat. However, he still had one thing to do before leaving. Chao Xian took out the information about the ascension plan from the space bracelet and held it high in front of everyone. He deliberately raised his head and said loudly, "Is this the thing you worked so hard to find?" Upon hearing Chao Xian's voice, all the people in the Special Affairs Bureau froze in their tracks and subconsciously looked in Chao Xian's direction. When they saw the document printed with red top-secret font in Chao Xian's hand, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated sharply, and their eyes burst into extreme greed and desire. Even Lu Yan, who was in the monitoring room, couldn't help but stand up again the moment she saw this scene, her face full of anxiety. The plan to become a god. The reason why the third team of the Special Affairs Bureau was wiped out was because of this crucial red top-secret document. Chao Xian looked at the undisguised greed in their eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, a dazzling flash of lightning slowly moved along his arm towards his palm. Lu Yan in the monitoring room was stunned for half a second, and suddenly seemed to realize something. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted into the microphone, "He's going to ruin the plan to ascend to godhood. Quick, stop him immediately." Chapter 156 End. The members of Lu Yan's second team heard Lu Yan's desperate warning, but it was too late to save the situation. The ascension plan, in Chao Xian's hands, was instantly burned to ashes by the swirling lightning. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. That was the plan to become a god that they had spent countless efforts on and had been pursuing for many long months. Yet it was destroyed so easily by Chao Xian. Chao Xian gently shook off the ashes in his hand. Without hesitation, he immediately made Lin Shui, Jiang He, and He Fei hide in his shadow once again. Then, he quickly put his arm around Lena's waist, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Lena used up her last bit of energy, first reducing the gravity on the two of them, then applying a powerful high-gravity magnetic field to the Special Affairs Bureau. At the same time, Chao Xian channeled the surging power of thunder and lightning into his legs, leaping with all his might. Using this power, he vanished from everyone's sight like a bolt of black lightning, carrying Lena with him. It was not until the heavy pressure on everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau suddenly dissipated that they woke up from their dream. Someone shouted, "Go after him. Maybe he has made a backup." Everyone came to their senses, but it was too late. Chao Xian had already disappeared without a trace. Dahu struggled to get up from the pit and quickly helped the director, who was standing beside him, to his feet. Seeing that the men in black had left, the children in the orphanage cautiously ran out of the room and gathered around them. "Dahu, Dean, who were those brothers and sisters with their faces covered just now?" a child asked curiously. Dahu was also confused. At first, he thought it was Chen Feng who saved him, but later when he saw the figures of Chao Xian and several other women, he knew it was definitely not Chen Feng. The dean smiled and took the children's hands, walked into the house, and said gently, "No matter who they are our great benefactors. If you see them in the future, you must repay them well." The children responded obediently. "Got it, Dean Grandma." In the Special Affairs Bureau, Lu Yan was extremely angry. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "How dare he destroy such important information?" Seeing Lu Yan's fury, the surrounding team members were terrified and silent. No one dared to step forward and say a word. Their captain's strength was as unfathomable as her elusive appearance. It took a long time for Lu Yan's anger to subside. Actually, on reflection, this might not be entirely a bad thing. Now that Team 3 had been completely annihilated, the director would undoubtedly be furious, and the cases and criminals previously assigned to Team 3 would naturally fall into her hands. Lu Yan was extremely disdainful of hearing that Colin had previously used an invisible girl as a threat to force the information out of her. She had contracted 3 spooky creatures herself, one of which had a special ability that was perfect for interrogation, allowing people to reveal the truth without even realizing it. She gently pulled at her collar, which had just slipped down due to anger, and slowly turned around, facing everyone, and said calmly, "Come on, follow me to interrogate Chen Feng." At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was slammed open, and an ordinary staff member from the Special Affairs Bureau rushed in. He was panting, his face full of panic, and he stammered, "Lu, Captain Lu, it's bad." Lu Yan frowned, glaring impatiently at the person who had barged in so hastily, and said sternly, "Why are you so flustered? What happened?" The ordinary staff member took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his rapid breathing. He finally spoke in a halting manner, "Lu, Captain Lu, I don't know what means Chen Feng used to get the guards to remove the handcuffs that suppressed his abilities. Now the door lock of the room where he is being held has been broken. Chen Feng and Moon Wan are nowhere to be found." Chao Xian and Lina ran at full speed, and in less than 2 minutes, they had covered several thousand meters and arrived at GU's old campus. They hurried upstairs and entered the house, only to find Shin Bing and Chun Yin already waiting inside. At this time, Chao Xian found that GU's door was still closed, and Aisha was heating up the leftover food of him and Lina on the table. There was a faint warm atmosphere in the house, which formed a sharp contrast with the fierce battle scene outside the orphanage just now. Chao Xian quickly poured a glass of water into his mouth, then sat next to Aisha and asked, "How is GU? Has the poison been eliminated?" "Of course it's lifted," Aisha replied with confidence. The next moment, Chao Xian was about to get up and go to GU's room, but he felt his body pause and Aisha pulled his clothes from behind. Chao Xian showed a puzzled expression on his face, and Aisha explained slowly. "GU has woken up, but she said she doesn't want to see you for the time being. She needs time to calm down." Upon hearing this, Chao Xian could only sit back on the sofa helplessly. All right. The aroma of GU's cooking wafted into Chao Xian's nose again, and he couldn't help but go to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks. Looking at Shin Bing and the other two who were also hungry, Chao Xian brought them bowls and chopsticks and said, "Let's eat together." After dinner, Chao Xian sent Lin Shui, Jiang He, and He Fei back to the apartment. Afterwards, he went straight to the Yoxingdu pool on the roof to check the remaining amount of Yoxingdu and found that the pool was still full. Bringing Lin Shui and the 3 ghosts to help this time made Chao Xian realize the importance of the tenant's strength. The tenant's strength is, to a certain extent, equivalent to your own strength. Although his body can only carry 3 ghosts at a time, he can use the vehicle's navigation system to return to the apartment at any time. In other words, as long as he is willing to spend more time, he can take all the tenants to other platforms and dominate. Chao Xian walked around the apartment and made a detailed list of tenants with a favorability level above 70. He also instructed Lin Shui and others that the amount of Yuxinglu distributed to these tenants could be appropriately increased in the future. As for those tenants who drank a lot of Phantom Dew, but whose favorability is still only a few dozen points, the supply of Phantom Dew will naturally be reduced. In this way, the strength of loyal tenants can be quickly improved. Chapter 157 Mission Changes. When Chao Xian left the apartment and returned to GU's room, the clock had already pointed to past midnight. Since GU was not ready to meet him yet, Chao Xian decided to respect her decision. After all, he had said long ago that he would not interfere with GU's choice. In this way, Chao Xian planned to return to heaven and earth with Shun Bing and others. Shen Ting and Ucc are still staying there, as they are worried about him being away for too long. 20 minutes later, the 5 people arrived in front of the building of Heaven on Earth. As soon as I got out of the car, several people in sheriff's uniforms and holding pistols came over quickly. One of them shouted loudly, "Don't move, stand still, and be examined." Chao Xian and the others looked at each other, then raised their hands obediently. The sheriff first asked them to show their passes. After carefully checking to confirm that they were correct, he took out 2 strange-looking instruments and scanned them back and forth. From the prompt sound emitted by the instrument, Chao Xian knew that it was a device used to detect whether someone was a ghost control master or a ghost exorcist. Special energy fluctuations are generated in the bodies of ghost control masters and ghost exorcists, and this instrument can easily distinguish them from ordinary people. It seems the people from the Special Affairs Bureau mistook us for ghost control masters and ghost exorcists. Chao Xian pondered to himself. He releases lightning purely by relying on components, and has not signed a contract with any weird. Lin Shui and others are only temporarily living in his shadow, and there is an essential difference between them and Frankton's group of ghost masters. Therefore, Chao Xian was not worried at all about being detected. As for Shin Bing and the others, they also passed the test without any suspense. Just as the young sheriff was about to turn and leave, Chao Xian stopped him and asked in a friendly manner, "Mr. Sheriff, why are you suddenly conducting an inspection at this late hour? Is there something going on in the city?" Hearing Chao Xian's question, the young sheriff seemed to have found an outlet to vent his resentment. "I had just done foreplay with my girlfriend in the middle of the night and was ready to have sex. As a result, I suddenly received a call from my boss and was asked to work overtime from home, which made my girlfriend very resentful. He himself was also full of complaints. Who knows? I heard something happened in the slums in the east of the city, and the higher-ups have asked us to put a citywide search on the hunt for ghost control masters and ghost exorcists of unknown origin. Humph, there are so many ghost control masters and ghost exorcists in the city. Apart from anything else, there are many things of unknown origin hidden in this heaven and earth. Why is there a wanted notice when there's not even a specific description of him?" As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that the mission assigned by his superiors mentioned that the suspected targets were 1 man and 3 women. He carefully counted Chao Xian and his group and found that there was indeed only 1 male, Chao Xian, but there were 4 females. In this way, he was completely relieved. In his impression, each of the tricksters he had seen was more disgusting than the last, and the Chao Xian in front of him looked very normal. There were also several outstanding-looking women around him, who were 10,000 times prettier than his girlfriend. He doesn't look like a ghost master at all. The sheriff casually asked, "By the way, where are you from?" Chao Xian smiled and responded, "I happen to be in the east of the city, visiting a friend." Before leaving, the sheriff kindly reminded, "You'd better not go to the east of the city recently. It's not peaceful there. Your friend, it's best to stay out of the house as much as possible. Those wanted criminals are ruthless and will kill without blinking an eye." Chao Xian warmly saw the sheriff off. He obtained a lot of key information from the sheriff's words. At least it is certain that the Special Affairs Bureau knows almost nothing about their identity information, and even the search direction is extremely wrong. This immediately made Chao Xian give up the idea of escaping from Frankton overnight. However, from now on, you must not use Thunder Fury in public anymore. At this moment, Chao Xian suddenly remembered his mission to capture Chen Feng, and it seemed that he had never had time to check. So he walked towards the elevator while opening the task interface. Mission: capture the criminal Night Owl, completed. Reward: random blue component, 1 point of Hope City reputation. Seeing that the mission was not deemed a failure because Chen Feng was captured and then escaped, Chao Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, you can only use the refresh opportunity to change tasks. He tapped the receive button next to the reward, but the next moment, the screen seemed to freeze. Then, the font on the task information began to change. Mission: capture Frankton's most wanted criminal, Chen Feng, completed. Reward: random blue component, 1 point of Hope City reputation. Additional reward: 1 set of exoskeleton power arms, 20 points of City of Hope reputation. This time, not only was he given the blue component reward he originally deserved, but he also got an extra set of exoskeleton power arms. For various reasons, many mechanics are unwilling to completely transform their limbs into machines, so this exoskeleton armor becomes their choice. This Frankton mission system is quite smart. Chao Xian really didn't expect that the system could keenly identify changes in task information and adjust rewards in a timely manner. At this moment, he looked at the reputation rankings and found that his ranking instantly jumped to first place. The second place has a reputation value of only 14 points, and the number of tasks is shown to be as many as 9. In other words, the other party worked hard to complete 9 tasks, but the reputation he gained was not as much as Chao Xian's just 1 task. Chao Xian thought that as long as he did not slack off in the future, even if he only completed a few tasks occasionally, he would surely be able to sit firmly in the first place. At this moment, Chao Xian suddenly noticed that the second place's name looked familiar. Jiang Daowu. Jiang Daowu. Isn't this the president of the Mutual Aid Association that Ouyang Shui belongs to? Chao Xian felt secretly happy when he thought about how Jiang Daowu had targeted him several times, and how he had worked so hard to get to the first place, but was easily overtaken by him with just 1 task. However, just taking away his first place is far from enough. Sooner or later, he will have to settle the account with Jiang Daowu face to face. Before they knew it, they arrived at the elevator. Coincidentally, an elevator that was about to go up was about to close. A lady in the elevator saw Chao Xian and the others coming, so she reached out and pressed the door open again. "Thank you very much." Chao Xian looked at the lady and saw that she was wearing a black uniform and black stockings, and had a graceful figure. However, in this building, beautiful women can be seen everywhere, so Chao Xian simply said thank you and didn't pay any more attention to her. The elevator arrived at their floor, and Xin Bing and others walked out of the elevator one after another. Just as Chao Xian was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind and called him. "Mr. Chao Xian, may I have a chat with you?" Chao Xian's steps, which were about to leave, suddenly stopped. He turned around, his eyes fell on the woman's charming face, and asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed, her plump chest trembling. "Not only do I know him, I also know that Mr. Chao Xian did something really remarkable tonight." Chapter 158: The Scent of a Strange Woman. The woman pressed herself against Chao Xian's body, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Mr. Chao Xian, may I have a chat with you?" Chao Xian's heart was suddenly shocked, but his face remained calm, and he responded calmly, "Ma'am, I don't quite understand what you mean." The charming woman raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, as if she had anticipated Chao Xian's reaction. She stretched out a slender, white arm and placed it on Chao Xian's shoulder. She moved closer and whispered in his ear again. Mr. Chao Xian, I gave you a few tickets during the day. If you don't come, I'll be very disappointed. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly backed away and stood in the corner of the elevator. At this moment, Chen Yin turned back and asked in confusion, Chao Xian, why haven't you left yet? Come on, I was just thinking about something. Chao Xian made up a reason. At this moment, the woman's fragrance and warmth seemed to still linger on his arm. Recalling what the woman had just said, she mentioned the tickets. Could she be the manager whom I had never met during the day? In fact, before meeting the woman, Chao Xian had a good impression of the manager. After all, he felt that she handled the elder incident very fairly. But now, he was a little unsure. The woman's confident tone just now clearly showed that she knew everything he had done. She most likely witnessed him using thunder, fury, and gravity to discipline Elder. If she also learned about what happened at the orphanage, it would be easy to connect the two. But if she wanted to gain some benefits from this, she could just report herself to the Special Affairs Bureau. Why did she say this to him alone in the elevator? Moreover, she spoke into his ear, obviously not to take advantage of him, but to avoid the surveillance camera at the top of the elevator. Is she trying to use this to blackmail me? Chao Xian secretly decided that he must meet this woman later. Did that woman call you just now? Chen Yin asked as she walked side by side with him. That's right. Chao Xian did not hide anything from Chen Yin and told her everything that had just happened. I'm going to see her later. Chao Xian hesitated for a moment, then said truthfully, I don't think she has any ill will towards us, otherwise she would have reported us long ago. Through the system prompt, he saw that the woman's favorability was 40 points. This value is not high, but for a stranger who has never met, it is already relatively high. This also shows to a certain extent that the woman has no ill will towards him for the time being. However, the reason why it is temporary is that the favorability will change at any time as the situation changes. If he chooses to sleep in his room tonight and not go to the date, the woman's favorability will probably drop to negative immediately. Chen Yin refused without hesitation. No, this is too dangerous. At this time, the two caught up with Lina, Shun Bing, and Aisha. Seeing that Chao Xian and Chen Yin seemed to be arguing, the three of them asked the reason and expressed the same opinion as Chen Yin. Chen Yin is right. If she really knew that what happened tonight was our doing, we should leave Frankton now. Chao Xian felt that the situation was not serious enough. After thinking for a moment, he proposed a compromise. Shin Bing, you, Chen Yin, and you Cece drive back to the devil's apartment first. Lina, Aisha, and I all have space jumping devices in our hands, so we can leave whenever we want, and they can't stop us. And my shadow can carry up to 3 weird things at a time. If I need help from the tenants in the apartment, you can just drive and transport them. Shin Bing and the others looked at each other, knowing that once Chao Xian made a decision, it would be difficult to change it, so they had no choice but to compromise. Then I'll do as you say. When I returned to the room, Shin Ting and Yu Cece immediately came to greet me. Shin Ting jumped directly onto Chao Xian and said coquettishly, Brother Chao Xian, I missed you so much. Chao Xian quickly stretched out his arms, firmly supported the girl's soft body, and patted her lovingly. However, Shin Ting suddenly put her nose close to Chao Xian, sniffed hard, and said with a wrinkled nose, Brother Chao Xian, you smell like a strange woman. Ah, Chao Xian was stunned. He really didn't expect that Shin Ting's nose was so sensitive that she could even smell the fragrance of a strange woman. My arm was just sandwiched between the female manager of Tianshang Renjian, and it is very likely that I was contaminated by her fragrance. Of course, it could also be Ji-Yu's, or maybe it was the smell of the two mixed together. Seeing this, Shun Bing hurried over to help Chao Xian out. Ting Ting, stop it. Chao Xian and Officer Ji have been on duty. It's normal to smell like her. So that's how it is. Shin Ting stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Brother Chao Xian, I misunderstood you. It's okay, it's okay. Chao Xian looked at Shin Bing gratefully. Afterwards, Chao Xian sat down on the sofa with everyone else and told them what they had just decided. Brother Chao Xian, are we going to be separated again? Shin Ting's face was full of reluctance. Chao Xian said solemnly, something big might happen in Frankton soon. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to leave later. You guys should start packing your things now. Seeing Chao Xian's serious face, everyone did not dare to delay and started to clean up immediately. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. Shin Ting and Yu Cece had never left the room, and their clothes were rather casual, so they each took a set of clothes and changed into them. Shin Bing and the others just threw everything they needed into the bracelet, and there was nothing else to do. So, just 10 minutes later, they packed up and prepared to go out. Chao Xian hugged Shin Ting, Shin Bing, Chen Yan, and UCC in turn and said goodbye. Be safe and let me know when you leave Frankton. Several women nodded in agreement. After seeing off Shin Bing and the others, Lena turned to look at Chao Xian and asked, "Are you going to the rooftop next? How about I go with you?" Chao Xian refused without hesitation. "She is only looking for me. If you go, it will be counterproductive." He hugged Lena's shoulders and comforted her. "Don't worry, with Aisha's space jump device here, no one can stop me." Chapter 159, The Gold Swilling Cave. Elsa, who was standing by, saw it all. Seeing Chao Xian put his hands on his best friend Lena's shoulders, and Lena didn't seem to resist at all, Aisha couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She pondered in her heart. Could it be that these two people have done something unspeakable behind my back? Under Aisha's gaze, Chao Xian noticed something was wrong and quickly removed his hand from Lena's shoulder and said, "That's settled. If anything unexpected happens, I will contact you both immediately." Then, he looked at Aisha and asked, "Sister Aisha, you should have something that can communicate in real time, right? When I contacted Lena and Aisha before, I would first inform Shinting and the others through my watch. But now Shinting and others have left, and Lena and Aisha don't have watches." Aisha rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, I do. But both of you, tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me?" Hearing Aisha's question, Lena instantly became nervous. Only then did she realize that she had forgotten that Elsa was still there, and her actions with Chao Xian just now were indeed a bit ambiguous. "Why don't I understand what you were saying? Chao Xian and I saw nothing happened." Lena was obviously not good at lying, especially in matters like this, and her panic was evident. Seeing Lena's embarrassment, Chao Xian spoke up to help her out. "Sister Aisha, you really misunderstood. I was excited just now and acted a little rashly." "Oh, so that's how it is." Aisha stroked her chin and nodded slightly, then took out a walkie-talkie from her bracelet and said, "Here's yours. As long as you're in Frankton, you can use it to contact me immediately, no matter how far away you are." "Okay." A hint of joy flashed in Chao Xian's eyes as he took the walkie-talkie handed to him by Aisha. Then, Lena also removed the gravity magnetic field and handed it to Chao Xian. "Take this with you too. Your Thunder Fury isn't fully charged yet. If you encounter danger, you can use it interchangeably." "Okay." Chao Xian took over the gravity magnetic field, and at the moment their fingers touched, he quietly squeezed Lena's hand. Lena's face suddenly turned red. Chao Xian smiled slightly and said goodbye to the two of them. "Then I'll be leaving first." Walking out of the room, Chao Xian took out the ticket printed with pure gold from his bracelet. "That manager, it's not as simple as just inviting me to watch a show, right?" In the room, after Aisha and Lena sent Chao Xian away, the room fell into a brief silence. Aisha rolled her eyes cunningly and suddenly pulled Lena towards the bathroom. Lena looked stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" Aisha explained with a smile, "I worked up a sweat while treating that young policewoman. You and Chao Xian must be dirty from your time out, so it's a good opportunity for us to take a bath together." Lena and Elsa have known each other for so many years, and this is not the first time they have taken a bath together. The simple-minded Lena hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Seeing Lena agreed, Aisha secretly smiled triumphantly. Taking a bath is just a pretext. Her real purpose is, of course, I have to carefully check my best friend's body to see if she has been secretly harmed by Chao Xian. Chao Xian took the elevator all the way to the top floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and as he took a step forward, two security guards wearing black sunglasses immediately reached out to stop him. "Sir, please show us your ticket." Chao Xian immediately took out the pure gold ticket and was about to hand it to the two of them. At this moment, a female voice interrupted his action. "No need to check." A woman in a cheongsam trotted over. She had a graceful figure and was very pretty, and she could score at least 6 points. The woman said, "This is Mr. Chao Xian, Manager Mo's distinguished guest. Manager Mo has been waiting for you in the private room for a long time. Please follow me." At first, the two security guards looked displeased when they heard the maid say there was no need to check. But upon hearing the name, Manager Mo, their attitudes suddenly changed 180 degrees, and they bowed respectfully to Chao Xian. "I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for any offense I caused you. Please come in." After saying that, the two of them quickly made way and respectfully invited Chao Xian in. Chao Xian nodded slightly, then followed the maid. The rooftop of paradise no longer looks like a hotel, but rather more like a paradise garden floating in the sky. Walking along the corridor decorated with sparkling crystal chandeliers, the air of luxury hits you in the face. As the maid walked, she introduced Chao Xian. "Mr. Chao Xian, The top floor of Heaven on Earth is arguably the biggest den of indulging in money in all of Frankton. In the huge coliseum in the center, dozens of black boxing matches are held every day. There were duels between mechanics, battles between humans, and even fights between weird and weird. Many people, either for fame or for profit, threw themselves into this. Those sitting outside in the stands, unable to restrain their animal desires, are all small-time people. And the guests in the box, you will never imagine how much power they have in Frankton. The amount of Star Soul coins these bigwigs bet here in one night is so huge that it's enough to cover the monthly revenue of other projects in Heaven and Earth. While listening to the maid's introduction, Chao Xian observed the scene in the hall. I saw that the people sitting in the hall, as they got closer to the front, were more likely to be dressed in suits and ties, and their every move and gesture showed their dignity. Those in the back row were mostly desperate criminals with injuries on their bodies. They hugged their female companions and released their animal desires in public without any scruples. As for the private box, it was covered with black glass. They could see everything outside from inside, but nothing could be seen from the outside. There is no roof on the top floor, and you can see the night view of Frankton just by looking up. Chao Xian couldn't help but ask the maid what to do if it rained. The maid said proudly, "All clouds will be dispersed before they get close to Heaven and Earth. A few mere dark clouds are not worthy of disturbing the pleasure of these great men." The maid stopped in front of a room in the center and put away the proud look on her face. "Mr. Chao Xian, the manager is waiting for you inside. Just go in by yourself." Chao Xian nodded silently and looked towards the stairs leading to the private room with a hint of shock in his eyes. This private room is not only located in the center, making it the C position for the best viewing, but it is also the highest private room. There is no doubt that the higher and closer the seat is to the center, the better the viewing experience will be. It also means that the status of the people in the box is more respected. And this young manager named Mo can occupy such a prestigious private room simply by virtue of his position as the manager of Paradise? Or is it that her identity is more than just an ordinary manager? Chapter 160, A Huge Conspiracy. Knock, knock, knock. Chao Xian raised his hand and knocked on the door of the box. "Come in." A pleasant voice came from the box, and Chao Xian pushed the door open without hesitation. Manager Mo was the only one in the room. She was barefoot, with a pair of long, white legs slanted on the sofa. At first glance, this posture seemed as if he was deliberately inviting Chao Xian. Just from her appearance, anyone would think that she was a woman with loose behavior, and considering her position, this possibility is quite high. However, Chao Xian knew in his heart that this woman was just pretending. He saw that the woman's panel clearly showed that the number of charging times was 0. It can be seen that she has come to this point today not by relying on her own body and beauty. This alone is enough to prove that this woman is no ordinary person. Chao Xian looked calm as he walked straight up to the woman and said bluntly, "Manager Mo, let's not beat around the bush. You definitely didn't ask me to come here just to watch these desperados fight, right?" Manager Mo looked at Chao Xian's calm expression and felt a little surprised. She did not continue with Chao Xian's words, but asked curiously, "How did you know my last name is Mo?" "The maid who brought me here said so." Chao Xian answered truthfully. "Oh, then do you know my name?" Chao Xian glanced at the message displayed above the woman's head and immediately responded, "Mo Qingyu." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he reacted instantly and asked, "Are you from the Mo family?" Having lived in Frankton for so long, Chao Xian had some understanding of the power distribution of the big families in the city. The Mo family is the top family of ghost control masters. Considering Mo Qingyu's seemingly unusual identity, Chao Xian immediately realized that she was most likely from the Mo family. A flash of shock flashed across Mo Qingyu's eyes, but she immediately returned to normal and said, "Mr. Chao guessed correctly, I am indeed from the Mo family." The reason why Mo Qingyu tried so hard to invite Chao Xian to come and deliberately put on such a seductive attitude after meeting him was indeed to test Chao Xian. Only in this way can she feel at ease to tell everything. "In that case, I won't hide it anymore." Mo Qingyu's expression became serious. "I came to you because I really have something to ask of you, or rather, I want to cooperate with you." As she spoke, she looked at Chao Xian with burning eyes. "I've watched the entire video footage of the orphanage. In front of the Special Affairs Bureau, you burned the God Ascension plan they had been searching for months to ashes. You must have read its contents, haven't you?" Mo Qingyu's words undoubtedly made it clear that she knew the masked man in the orphanage was Chao Xian. Chao Xian no longer denied it, and said helplessly, "That's right, there is always a loophole. I forgot that I had used the components in the hotel." He originally thought that Mo Qingyu was also obsessed with the fantasy of eternal life, and then said, The plan to ascend to godhood is simply a complete fantasy. Are you like those people in the Special Affairs Bureau, thinking that you can achieve immortality by relying on mechanical data? Mo Qingyu shook her head lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Of course I won't be fooled by such vague fantasies like those idiots in the Special Affairs Bureau. But the guys in Frankton's upper class have completely indulged in the dream of eternal life and cannot extricate themselves. In their view, the plan to ascend to godhood was already a sure win, and the reason why Chen Feng escaped was that he tried to achieve immortality alone with the help of the power of machinery. Do you know what they will do once they find out that the ascension plan is just a scam? Chao Xian blurted out almost without thinking. Burn the boats. Shock flashed in Mo Qingyu's eyes again. In the few minutes since Chao Xian walked in, she had no idea how many times she had been shocked. First, Chao Xian blurted out her name. You know, she was born unable to contract strange things. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Mo family, she was not favored by the family. Therefore, she went out on her own, hiding her identity as a member of the Mo family and using the pseudonym Mo Qingyu. Later, Chao Xian spoke out what the group had done. However, when Mo Qingyu thought of the red figure in the orphanage video, the shock in her heart seemed to be alleviated a little in an instant. It's definitely not easy to make Lin Shui submit willingly. It seems that my previous little test was unnecessary. When Lin Shui was at her peak, Mo Qingyu was still a little girl. She will never forget the terrifying figure of the exorcist, the Willemon family, who set up a large formation to encircle and suppress Lin Shui with their entire clan. That peerless and powerful figure that was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Mo Qingyu collected her thoughts and put on a serious expression on her face. They will really go all out. You can't imagine the extent to which they will go. There is also an alternative plan for the Ascension Plan, called the Deification Plan. City Lord Herman invited our Mo family, as well as several other top families including the Harmon family, to participate in this plan. As the name suggests, the Apotheosis Project attempts to rely on the power of machinery to ascend to the throne of God and achieve immortality. The God Transformation Plan, on the other hand, involves abandoning the physical body and achieving immortality in a bizarre way. My Mo family is a family that controls ghosts. Although I have never been able to sign a contract with ghosts since I was a child, I have read a lot of books related to ghosts. As far as I know, the formation of weirdness is not inevitable. According to statistics from the past few decades, in areas outside Frankton, if a person is not properly handled after death, the probability of turning into a weirdness is less than 1%. In Frankton, the probability increases to about 10%. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to transform into a red-clothed monster with extremely high potential. This process requires the blood sacrifice of a large number of lives to complete. The citizens of Frankton have been under the influence of a curse since the moment they were born, so the probability of turning into something strange is exceptionally high. But because of this, the effect of using them for blood sacrifice will be greatly reduced. So, now you understand why I want to cooperate with you. Abandoning the physical body and transforming into something strange? Moreover, a huge amount of lives would be required as blood sacrifices to achieve this. Chao Xian could no longer suppress the shock on his face. Although he had a premonition that they might do something extreme after the failure of their plan to ascend to the gods, he never expected that they would be so crazy. The residents of Frankton have been cursed since birth, something he learned through system prompts before setting foot in Frankton. Chao Xian suddenly had an idea and understood it instantly. No wonder the mayor of Frankton suddenly invited all the survivors to go to Frankton. They were not native to Frankton and did not carry a curse. In addition, there are many people, and their strength is generally not strong. These survivors are simply perfect targets for blood sacrifice. It turned out that the city Lord Herman had already made plans for what to do if his plan to ascend to God had failed. His invitation to the survivors into the city was a conspiracy that had been planned long ago. Chapter 161 New Mission. After Chao Xian digested this long piece of information, he slowly turned his head to look at Mo Qingyu and asked solemnly, "So how can we stop Herman's madness?" He believed that since Mo Qingyu took the initiative to mention cooperation, he must have a corresponding plan. Actually, the method is quite simple. Mo Qingyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly, her eyes falling on the watch worn on Chao Xian's left hand, which was the standard equipment for all survivors. "The answer is in this watch of yours." She paused for a moment and continued. "The missions you received from Frankton were randomly assigned by an intelligent system called Hope. In the process of completing the mission, you should have accumulated a certain amount of reputation points, right?" Hearing Mo Qingyu mention reputation points, Chao Xian's heart moved. and he immediately opened the task system to check. At the same time, Mo Qingyu continued to narrate in an orderly manner. Tomorrow night is the deadline for the reputation ranking. The top-ranked person on the leaderboard will have the chance to choose an item from the Frankton treasure house. From what I understand, the items they need for the blood sacrifice are in the treasure house. Moreover, like the Hope system, even the city lord, Herman, has no right to directly control the treasury. Currently, he has reached a cooperation agreement with the human survivor ranked first on the reputation list. Therefore, you must surpass the current number 1 before tomorrow night. Time is running out, and there is no time to lose. Please quickly check what the current task is. I will do my best to help you catch up. Halfway through her words, her eyes suddenly fixed on the image projected by Chao Xian's watch, and she was stunned for a moment. First place, Chao Xian reputation, 20 points. Second place, Jiang Daowu's reputation, 16 points. Wait, you are the first place. Mo Qingyu was so shocked that she couldn't even maintain a serious expression on her face. She leaned forward involuntarily, her face almost touching the screen projected by Chao Xian's watch. At this moment, Chao Xian could clearly smell the rich fragrance coming from Mo Qingyu's body. The fragrance was like the fragrance of some delicate flowers, mixed with a bit of sweetness. The fragrance was so strong that it was no wonder that Shen Ting smelled it immediately after she was pinched by Mo Qingyu in the elevator for a few seconds. How on earth did you do that? Mo Qingyu's eyes were full of curiosity, and she couldn't help but blurt out the question. The surprises Chao Xian brought her tonight were so many that she was overwhelmed. Chao Xian then took on the task of capturing the night owl. But during the execution, he discovered that the so-called night owl was Chen Feng and told Mo Qingyu everything. After listening to this, Mo Qingyu nodded thoughtfully and analyzed. No wonder, they tried to deceive everyone with illusions, but after the truth was revealed, the Hope system automatically revised the mission. However, this situation is extremely rare, and the system didn't know how to give you an appropriate reward, so it simply gave you the highest standard reward. Chao Xian suddenly realized why a task would inexplicably give him 20 reputation points. Look at the next task. Mo Qingyu urged anxiously. As long as you can get the items they need before anyone else, their plot to sacrifice survivors and transform into something strange will be thwarted. Chao Xian raised his hand and looked at the task list again, only to see that a new task had been refreshed in the taskbar. S-level mission. The underground boxing ring on the top floor of Tianshang Renjian, seemingly prosperous under the shadow of neon lights, is actually hiding rotten flesh and blood. City Lord Herman colluded with a group of powerful people to secretly manipulate underground black boxing events. Over the years, countless captured fugitives were not sent to prison, but were trained by them into mindless fighting puppets. The underground boxing ring has become a hotbed for power and money transactions. Frankton's high-ranking officials gather here to gamble recklessly, and even use taxpayers' hard-earned money to bet on the life and death of boxers. They wantonly manipulated the results of the matches, laundered the illegal profits from the boxing ring into funds for urban construction, causing the civilian areas that truly needed support to gradually fall into ruins. Mission objective: destroy the Tianshang Renjian Sky Boxing Arena, collect irrefutable evidence of officials' involvement in gambling and money laundering, and make it public, bringing these corrupt officials to justice. Mission reward: 20 Frankton reputation points, one of 5 golden components. Looking at the task information on his watch, Chao Xian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The first mission he received seemed ordinary, but its actual difficulty was far beyond B level. And this second mission doesn't even require any acting, it's directly S level. Mo Qingyu naturally also saw the content of the task. As the manager, she knew all the goings-on at Heaven and Earth very well. There are 3 major shareholders behind Tianshang Renjian, one of whom is her father. Over the years, she has assisted her father in running Tianshang Renjian, and with her own abilities, she has successfully allowed the Mo family to have the most say among the 3 major shareholders. In fact, she has always been quite disgusted with these dark activities in her heart. But she also understands that even if she does not participate, these ugly phenomena will still exist. However, when she saw the mission reward, in addition to the golden components, the crucial 20 points of reputation, she immediately made a decision in her heart. If Chao Xian fails to get the first place, the blood sacrifice will probably use more than just survivors. Although the Frankton Aboriginals are slightly less effective as blood sacrifice materials, those people are already crazy enough to try to become weird. They only pursue absolute safety, so how could they care about the results? Thinking of this, Mo Qingyu gritted her teeth and looked at Chao Xian with a firm gaze. It's just about collecting evidence of officials' involvement, she said resolutely. I'm here to help you. Chapter 162, Anxious Herman. At the same time, in the heart of Frankton City, in a building that exudes luxury. In a room inside the building, there is a round wooden table. A group of people sat around the wooden table. They were wearing clothes of different styles and exuded very different auras. Sitting at the head of the table was a man whose entire body had been replaced by machines. Except for key organs such as the brain and heart, the rest of the body is made of cold instruments. This person is the current mayor of Frankton, Herman. Just from that mechanical body, it is difficult to tell his actual age. But when your eyes meet his cloudy eyes, you can deeply feel the traces of time left on him. He is clearly not getting any younger. Among the people sitting in front of Herman, there were many familiar faces. Among them was Lorenzo, the head of the Harmon family who had been very respectful in front of Elsa before. There is also Jiang Daowu, the president of the Human Survivor Mutual Aid Association, as well as several other family patriarchs who were willing to join Herman's project. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open again. Mo Hong, the current patriarch of the Mo family, hurried in with an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry I'm late. After saying that, he slowly walked to the last empty seat and sat down calmly. No problem. Herman's deep voice echoed in the room. He looked around and found that everyone was present, so he raised his hand slightly and signaled the servant beside him to leave the room. Herman's eyes swept across the crowd coldly, and he said solemnly, Everyone, our long-awaited plan to ascend to the godhood finally began to show results. But at the last critical moment, it was disrupted by a few ignorant little brats. Now, regardless of whether the ascension plan ultimately succeeds or fails, we no longer have time to wait. Among the people present, except Jiang Daowu and Mo Hong, most of the others were elderly people who were already in their twilight years. Especially Herman himself, the degree of aging of his body cannot be easily improved by replacing mechanical hardware. Just a few days ago, his personal doctor told him helplessly that if he could not find an effective way to delay the decline of his body, he would only have a few months to live. This is the fundamental reason why Herman can't wait to implement the backup plan. I have already prepared everything needed for the God Transformation Project. Herman's eyes were sharp as a torch, and he said slowly, We have almost prepared the materials needed for the blood sacrifice. There are plenty of survivors coming from the outside world. They are all outsiders with no roots in Frankton, so even if they disappear, it won't cause much trouble. Lorenzo of the Harmon family frowned slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he expressed his concerns. My lord city lord, although the number of survivors is still considerable, the requirements for blood sacrifice materials for the God Transformation Plan are extremely demanding. I am really worried that relying solely on these. Harmon also has not much time left, and his eagerness to survive is no less than Herman's. Herman waved his hand and interrupted him. I understand your concerns, Lorenzo, but you must not forget, we still have the citizens of Frankton. Although the effect of using them for blood sacrifice may be reduced, fortunately, they are numerous. If there is really no other way, just use them to make up the numbers. Mo Hong, who was sitting in the corner, listened quietly to the conversation between the few people and couldn't help but reveal the shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. As early as a few months ago, his daughter Mo Qingyu had solemnly told him that Herman was planning an extremely crazy plan. At that time, he was skeptical. Seeing this, Mo Qingyu just told him to be more careful and not to refuse if Herman invited him to participate. Although Mo Qingyu is born unable to sign a contract with the strange, she is the only bloodline left by Mo Hong's deceased wife. Therefore, Mo Hong usually pays special attention to this daughter, and even transfers the most profitable industry in the family. Everything in heaven and earth was safely left to Mo Qingyu to take care of. Mo Hong raised his hand slightly and seemingly casually adjusted his slightly crooked collar. But just as his hand fell, it just happened to scratch the brooch on his chest. In an instant, the brooch flashed an extremely secret black light. Then, the camera disguised as a brooch quietly began to work. Herman's speech continued. Now we only lack the last item. As long as we can get it, we can immediately start the God Transformation Plan. This item is stored in the most authoritative treasury in Frankton. Even I, with the authority of the city lord, cannot forcibly obtain it. So, while inviting those foreign survivors into the city, I activated the mission function of the Hope system. Mr. Jiang Daowu on my right is the survivor who is willing to cooperate with us. Our current goal is to mobilize all the resources of the major families to help Jiang Daowu quickly ascend to the top of the reputation list, so that he can take that key item from the treasure house. Heaven on earth. Chao Xian and Mo Qingyu left the room together. The two walked down the stairs. The maid who had just come to pick up Chao Xian was standing guard at the door. Xiaoqi, call our people over here. I have something to tell you. The maid named Xiaoqi immediately nodded respectfully and agreed, then turned and left. Mo Qingyu has been running Tianshang Renjian for so many years, so naturally, she has a group of subordinates who are completely loyal to her. However, these people are now scattered in various private rooms or other floors, and it will take some time for them to gather together. Taking advantage of this time, Mo Qingyu pointed at the two monsters fighting on the fighting stage. Mo Qingyu pointed over there with interest and asked casually, "Which side do you think will win?" Chao Xian turned his head and saw that the two strange creatures were very huge, and their spirits were around 20 points, so they were evenly matched. At this moment, the two monsters were fighting fiercely, and every collision would cause a lot of shouting. Chao Xian looked at the specific information of the two and found that although the strange one on the left looked slightly disadvantaged, he was wearing a jade pendant that was shining with a crystal red light. Can you absorb a small amount of the opponent's strange energy during each attack to restore yourself and make up for your injuries? Is this how the powerful manipulate the game? With the help of the prompt, Chao Xian saw the cheat on him at a glance. So he whispered to Mo Qingyu without hesitation, "The weird one on the left will definitely win." Mo Qingyu exclaimed in surprise when she saw Chao Xian's confidence. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that the odds of the right side winning were greater. Although they may manipulate the results of matches internally, they do not do so in every game. Therefore, Mo Qingyu didn't know whether this situation was manipulated or not, so she said to Chao Xian, "If you guess right, I will give you something good." Okay. Chao Xian agreed immediately. As a result, the situation on the field suddenly took a turn for the worse. The next moment, Chao Xian finished speaking. The weirdo on the right, who originally had the upper hand, suddenly lost his pace for some reason. The weirdo on the left seized the opportunity, suddenly pounced forward, and clamped the opponent with both hands like iron clamps. The monster on the right struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Then, the monster on the left opened its mouth wide and bit the neck of the monster on the right hard. Then, the monster on the left opened its mouth wide and bit the monster on the right's neck fiercely. Chao Xian raised an eyebrow at Mo Qingyu and said with a smile, "What good things are you planning to give me?" Mo Qingyu pouted slightly in anger, looking a little cute. "I'll give it to you tomorrow after everything is over. If my plan fails, we'll both die, so there's no point giving it to you now." Chao Xian nodded in agreement. At this time, the men Mo Qingyu summoned came to her side one after another. "Manager Mo, what instructions do you have for us?" Mo Qingyu smiled faintly and said, "I want you to enter the room under the guise of serving and secretly record all the scenes of officials squandering the people's money and living a life of drunkenness and debauchery in heaven and earth." Chapter 163 Kill. Xiaoqi quickly took out the surveillance equipment that had been prepared long ago and distributed it to everyone one by one. All of these maids were born into commoner families and were promoted step by step from the bottom by Mo Qingyu. Therefore, even though this mission might cost them their lives, no one showed any sign of refusal. Everyone silently took over and put on the monitoring devices disguised as brooches, and then dispersed. Next, they will replace the waiters in the private rooms of high-ranking officials and record everything in the rooms under the guise of serving tea and water or even providing special services. After the maids left, Chao Xian and Mo Qingyu returned to the box again. Now there's a tricky problem. Our mission requires us to make the hard evidence we've collected public. Mo Qingyu frowned slightly and said solemnly, "But the control of Frankton's broadcasts and the screen projections are completely controlled by the city Lord Herman's people. Even with my ability, it would be difficult to intervene." Hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Chao Xian's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "Maybe I have a way to deal with this." To get the scandals of these high-ranking officials out to the public quickly and effectively, the use of radio and the large screens throughout Frankton was undoubtedly the best option. The first person that came to his mind was Elsa. For an all-round super genius like Elsa, Chao Xian felt that it should not be difficult for her to hack into the radio and screens of an entire city. "Are you sure?" Mo Qingyu asked with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "I have a friend who might be able to give it a try. If she can do it, I'll get back to you." After spending some time together, Mo Qingyu no longer had any doubts about Chao Xian's words, and she happily nodded in agreement. At this moment, the communication device on Mo Qingyu's waist suddenly beeped. She opened it and checked. However, just half a second later, Mo Qingyu's originally calm expression froze instantly, and then an expression of surprise flooded her face. "Chao Xian, come and look at this." Chao Xian hurried over and saw a video clip displayed on the screen. In the center of the picture is a man who is almost wrapped in machinery. Mo Qingyu pointed at the man in the picture and said, "He is the city Lord Herman." Immediately afterwards, Chao Xian saw his old acquaintance Lorenzo on the screen again. No wonder Lorenzo asked Elsa that question before. It seems that he has been in cahoots with Herman for a long time. Chao Xian suddenly realized. There are some people in the picture that Chao Xian doesn't recognize. But from the conversation between several people, his eyes were fixed on a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with an expressionless face and gloomy eyes. He is Jiang Daowu. Hearing the people in the picture discussing mobilizing all the family's strength to help Jiang Daowu complete the task, Chao Xian curled his lips into a sneer. Jiang Daowu has been struggling for so many days, but his reputation value is only 16 points. No matter how simple the task issued by the system is, the time required to complete the task and the time spent on the way must be calculated. As long as he completes this S-level task, his reputation value will reach 41 points in one fell swoop. Even if Jiang Daowu had the help of those big families, it would be almost impossible for him to gain 25 reputation points in one day. This not only tests the speed of completing tasks, but luck also plays a crucial role. Actually, I have another question. Chao Xian suddenly turned and looked at Mo Qingyu. Oh, Mo Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "What's the question?" I've always been confused. Since the Hope system belongs to Frankton, why would it proactively issue a mission that is disadvantageous to City Lord Herman? If I really complete my mission and expose the crimes of officials and families headed by Herman to the public, it will be a devastating blow to the credibility of Frankton officials. Mo Qingyu smiled softly and explained. You're right. The Hope system's duty was to maintain Frankton's superficial order and stability, but Herman and other officials and families have long been corrupt. Their actions are like termites, gradually eroding the city from within. This system was created by the previous generation of City Lord. To a certain extent, its authority is even higher than that of the City Lord. Perhaps the system sensed this potential crisis. If the conflict escalated completely, the entire Frankton would be plunged into irreversible chaos, so it attempted to correct it in this way. Chao Xian secretly marveled. He now realized that the fact that he received 2 difficult tasks in a row was probably not because he was too unlucky. It was more likely that he was selected by the system as soon as he entered the city and became a chess piece for it to correct the normal operation of Frankton. However, Chao Xian did not reject the idea of being a chess piece. After all, it was a win-win situation for him and the system. The two watched another fight in the box. At this time, the maids who were wearing brooches to collect evidence returned one after another. They carefully removed the camera hidden on the brooch and handed it to Mo Qingyu. Just as a row of maids stood neatly in front of the two of them, Xiao Qi frowned as she counted the number of people. There are still 2 people missing. Manager Mo, I'll go find them. Xiao Qi asked. Mo Qingyu nodded slightly in agreement. However, just as Xiao Qi was about to leave, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Oh no, Manager Mo, Sister Xiao Qi. A maid rushed in crying, with a red slap mark clearly printed on one cheek. Yuju was raped by a guest in her room, and when she was undressing, the camera on her clothes was discovered. Now they want you, Manager Mo, to come over and give an explanation. Mo Qingyu's face turned ashen in an instant. She stood up suddenly, with flames of anger burning in her eyes. Take me there. Chao Xian also hurriedly stood up and followed Mo Qingyu closely, asking as he walked. What should we do? Mo Qingyu narrowed her eyes. A fierce murderous intent burst out of them, and she uttered a word coldly. Kill. Chapter 164, When Did You Know? The group hurried to the door of a private room in the corner. Before he even entered the door, the noisy sound clearly reached Chao Xian's ears. Mo Qingyu raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, then lifted her long, beautiful legs from under her split skirt and kicked the door without hesitation. Bang! The door flew open. The luxurious decoration in the room was in a mess. The maid named Yuju huddled in the corner, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her body was covered with footprints. Her face was filled with fear, and tears were still welling up in her eyes. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men in luxurious clothes and with unfriendly eyes suddenly stood up on the sofa. One of them saw Mo Qingyu barging in and immediately rushed forward aggressively, loudly scolding. Manager Mo, what do you mean by this? She's just a maid, but there's a camera hidden in her clothes. Don't you know who we are? If these things get out. Before the man could finish his words, Mo Qingyu suddenly raised one arm. A cold light flashed from his sleeve, and a sharp blade popped out instantly. Before the man could react, a cold light flashed, and the sharp blade slashed across his neck like lightning. In an instant, blood spurted out like a fountain. The man's eyes widened in horror, his hands subconsciously covering his neck. He wanted to speak, but because his trachea was cut, he could only make a vague sound, and then collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Mo, what are you doing? Seeing this, the other man became furious when he saw his companion being killed, and rushed towards Mo Qingyu with great momentum. However, when he met Mo Qingyu's eyes full of murderous intent, his heart trembled suddenly, and his original fierce momentum weakened a little in an instant. If this is just the maid's personal behavior, get rid of her and I won't pursue the rest. The man looked fierce but was actually weak, and his tone unconsciously carried a hint of submission. But how could Mo Qingyu let him go so easily? A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and swung another knife. The knife was incredibly precise, slitting the man's throat in an instant. The man covered his neck with his hands, an expression of disbelief on his face, and slowly fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, he became motionless. Mo Qingyu turned around and looked at the other people sitting on the sofa, only to see that they were already dead. Just as she was about to attack the official in front of her, Chao Xian had already taken quick action and cleanly dealt with the remaining few people. Mo Qingyu made a prompt decision and immediately ordered, "Find someone to clean up this box and continue betting on fighting matches in the name of this box. After all the games are over, arrange for everyone to change into the same clothes and leave heaven on earth." Her arrangements were meticulous and thoughtful, delaying the spread of the news of the two officials' deaths to the greatest extent possible. Chao Xian also secretly admired him and could not find any fault with him. Seeing Shao Qi and the others accepting orders and leaving the room to deal with subsequent matters, Mo Qingyu turned around and said to Chao Xian, "There shouldn't be anything else tonight. Go back to your room and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow." Chao Xian opened his arms and couldn't help yawning. After all this trouble, he was really exhausted and in urgent need of a good rest, so he said to Mo Qingyu, "I'll still be relying on you tomorrow, so don't overwork yourself. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Mo Qingyu nodded in agreement, then handed Chao Xian a small and exquisite communication device so that they could contact each other at any time. Chao Xian took the device, turned and left the room, walking towards the elevator. Soon, Chao Xian came to their room and knocked on the door. Soon, the door slowly opened a crack, and Chao Xian pushed it open and walked in. He saw Alina standing in the room, her graceful body barely wrapped in a bathrobe. The collar of the bathrobe was slightly open, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, exuding an indescribable temptation. The strong fragrance on Mo Qingyu's body before was like a pair of invisible seductive hands, which had been teasing Chao Xian's heart. At this moment, facing such an alluring Lina, Chao Xian could no longer suppress his inner impulse. What's more, he had just experienced many changes and received a lot of information. He was in a state of high tension and just wanted to relax at this moment. "Chao Xian, don't." Lina symbolically resisted for a few seconds, with a hint of coquettishness and powerlessness in her voice, and then she gradually fell under Chao Xian's fierce attack. After an unknown amount of time, Chao Xian gently helped up the slightly dazed Lina and slowly stood up from the carpet at the door. Pa pa pa. Suddenly, a burst of crisp applause came from the corner of the living room. Chao Xian's heart tightened, and he turned around to look, only to see Elsa walking towards him slowly with elegant steps. "Sister Aisha? Sister Lina, and I just..." Chao Xian looked at Elsa, who suddenly appeared, and began to explain at a loss. He had originally seen that all the lights in the rooms except the living room were off, and he thought that Elsa had gone to bed, but then, unexpectedly, Elsa seemed to be standing next to me. Chao Xian's old face suddenly turned red. Lina interrupted Chao Xian with a blushing face. "Elsa already knows." Aisha hugged her chest with one hand and touched her chin with the other, and opened her red lips. As expected, the instinct of reproduction is the most primitive and powerful driving force of human beings. I have done many similar experiments in the past, and could only use mice as a substitute. If there is a chance in the future, you too can. There was no gossip in Aisha's eyes, only a love for experiments. Chao Xian quickly interrupted Aisha's increasingly outrageous words. He first looked at Lina, in confusion. "I just told you that Sister Aisha already knows." "When did she?" Lina blushed and didn't want to answer. Just now, Elsie used the excuse of rubbing her back, but ended up insisting on examining her body. At this time, Aisha stood up again. "Of course, I found out after you left." Chao Xian nodded awkwardly. He never expected Elsa to be so fierce. At this moment, he remembered about making the evidence public. His expression became serious, and he asked hurriedly, "Sister Aisha, can you hack into Frankton's radio and big screen without anyone noticing and make them play a video at the same time?" Elsa thought for only a few seconds before raising her eyebrows, and a glint of confidence flashed in her eyes. Hacking Frankton's PA and big screen systems? That's easy for me. However, to do it without anyone noticing, it will take some time to prepare. As she spoke, she walked to the desk in the room, took out a small but peculiarly shaped computer from her bracelet, connected it to the communication port in the room, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. The two of them watched Aisha's operation quietly from behind. However, after Lena realized that Elsa seemed to need some time, she turned around and returned to her room. After all, she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, so it would be better for her to change into clothes first. Soon, Lena changed her clothes and came out. At this time, Elsa yawned and waved her hand to signal Chao Xian to help make coffee. Of course, Chao Xian would not refuse. He quickly walked to the coffee machine in the room and operated it skillfully. Soon, dozens of minutes passed. Chao Xian and Lena couldn't help feeling sleepy because of the intense exercise just now, and because they were standing behind Elsa and watching her type some completely incomprehensible characters. They almost fell asleep while standing. But under the influence of caffeine, Elsa became more and more excited, and even the sound of her typing on the keyboard became more and more passionate. Chapter 165, Genius Aisha. Chao Xian and Lena were huddled together, their eyelids drooping, and they were about to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, Elsa, who was sitting in front of the computer, suddenly slammed the table and shouted excitedly. Solved. Chao Xian and Lena were startled and woke up instantly. Chao Xian quickly bent down and looked at the screen impatiently. However, the screen still showed a long string of dense, confusing codes. At this time, Elsa opened a page with countless small pictures on it. Those images were all screens in every corner of Frankton, as well as real-time images from the broadcast. Then, Aisha clicked on another page and pointed at it, and said, "These are the private televisions and computers of all the citizens of Frankton, and I can control them all at the push of a button." That's awesome. Chao Xian couldn't help but give Aisha a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Aisha raised her head slightly, revealing a confident smile, and explained, "I discovered that Frankton's network has been heavily protected by a system called Hope. I tried many methods, but couldn't directly break through it. In the end, I had to find another way to circumvent it." Chao Xian nodded in understanding. "I've heard Mo Qingyu say before that the Hope system is the result of the accumulation and improvement of many scientists in Frankton over several generations. It would be impossible for Elsa to break through it easily in just a few hours. The screen problem has been solved perfectly, and I have no worries at all." Chao Xian first sent a message to Mo Qingyu to tell her the good news. Then, he looked at Aisha and Lena and said, "It's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early." The two of them yawned, stretched, and nodded in agreement. Then, Aisha turned and went back to their room. Lena wanted to go back with Elsa, but Chao Xian gently pulled the corner of her clothes. She was slightly startled, her face flushed instantly, and she had no choice but to follow Chao Xian into the room with a red face. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock set by Chao Xian rang on time. He opened his eyes drowsily, first opened the task list, then glanced at the reputation rankings. Jiang Daowu, who was originally ranked second, had his reputation value climbed to 22 points. In just one night, 6 reputation points were gained. It can be seen that Jiang Daowu and the people from those big families must have not slept a wink that night. They were all busy helping Jiang Daowu complete the task against the clock. In the short moment when he stared at the screen and thought, Jiang Daowu's reputation value rose a little bit again, reaching 23 points, successfully surpassing him and temporarily occupying the first place. However, Chao Xian was not worried about this. At this rate, Jiang Daowu would never be able to reach 41 points before evening. What he was really worried about now was the crazy counterattack by the big families headed by Herman and Lorenzo at night if their plan failed. Once the key props for them to implement the God transformation plan are obtained by me, there is no doubt that this group of people will completely turn against me and retaliate by any means necessary. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xian decided to return to the devil's apartment immediately after breakfast. Those tenants of mine might be of great use today. At breakfast time, the three of them simply ate some food provided by the hotel. But just as they were eating, a shrill siren suddenly sounded downstairs. Chao Xian was startled and quickly opened the window and looked downstairs. I saw that the entrance of Tianjin Grenjian had been tightly blocked by several vehicles from the public security station. Many hotel guests who wanted to go out were stopped at the door and not allowed to leave. In the crowd, Chao Xian saw a figure wearing a red slit skirt and a pair of long, white beautiful legs. No need to guess, it must be Mo Qingyu. At this moment, Mo Qingyu was surrounded by several sheriffs and seemed to be being questioned. But no one knew what Mo Qingyu said, but soon two sheriffs reached out and tried to grab her wrists forcibly. The next second, the security guards of Tianqing Renjian rushed forward and wrestled with the sheriffs. Seeing this, Chao Xian immediately closed the window, gave Lena a brief explanation, and then rushed downstairs. When Chao Xian rushed downstairs, the situation had become even more tense. The sheriffs had already pulled out their pistols, with the black muzzles pointed directly at Mo Qingyu and the security guards. Behave yourself. A middle-aged sheriff's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He pointed his gun at Mo Qingyu and the security guard and shouted sternly, "This woman is suspected of a serious crime. We are taking her back to assist in the investigation. Anyone who dares to stop us will be considered obstructing public service and will be arrested." Chao Xian hurried forward, stood in front of Mo Qingyu, and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Qingyu showed a nonchalant smile on her face and said in a low voice, "What else could it be? What happened last night has been discovered." The sheriff was furious when he saw the two men whispering in front of him. He loudly asked, "Who are you? Are you also her accomplice?" Then, he fiercely ordered, "Put your hands up and come back with me to the police station for questioning." Chao Xian ignored the sheriff, but continued to whisper in Mo Qingyu's ear, "What are you going to do? What else can I do? I've already deleted all the surveillance footage from last night. Without evidence, they can't arrest me by force." Mo Qingyu responded softly, "After tonight, no one will care if a corrupt official dies." Seeing the two of them huddled together, talking as if no one was around, the sheriff's face turned red with anger. He was so angry that he raised his pistol and was about to pull the trigger at the two men. Bang! At this critical moment, a black figure suddenly appeared beside the middle-aged sheriff and kicked the gun out of his hand. "Director Ji, these two people are arrogant and refuse to cooperate with official duties. What are you doing?" Chapter 166. The city gate closes. Ji was wearing a sheriff's neat black uniform, with her long black hair tied up high in a neat ponytail, showing her capable and beautiful appearance. There was an indescribable complexity in her eyes as she looked at Chao Xian. As soon as she woke up from her sleep this morning, she rushed to the hospital for a checkup. It turned out that the poison in her body, which she thought she had no way to deal with, had disappeared. But last night, she got drunk and had such a crazy thing with Chao Xian. She didn't blame Chao Xian in her heart. She even recalled the fierce battle last night and felt a little nostalgic. After living for more than 20 years, Chao Xian was the first man who could conquer her in all aspects. For Ji, who has always admired the strong, Chao Xian has left an indelible mark on her heart and body. Originally, she planned to give herself some time to calm down before going to Chao Xian to explain things clearly, but she didn't expect that she would receive an urgent task just after finishing the examination at the hospital. After a fierce battle with Chao Xian yesterday, she still felt tearing pain in her legs from time to time, so she sat in the car to rest. As the director of the public security station, no one dares to say anything if he slacks off occasionally. Just now, she accidentally looked out the window and saw Chao Xian being pointed at by a gun. Coming back to her senses, Ji frowned. Her eyes instantly became sharp, and she sternly rebuked, "Zhao Gang, you are considered an old man in the police station. How can you be so reckless? Without solid evidence, who gave you the authority to pull out your gun at will? I now order you to return to the police station immediately and await punishment." Zhao Gang was shocked. He couldn't understand why Ji wanted to punish him when the man and woman didn't take him, the sheriff, seriously at all. But how could he dare to talk back to Ji? He didn't know what connections Ji had made recently, and even the director had to be polite in front of her. He could only glare at Chao Xian fiercely, then turned away with an unwilling look on his face. Ji then ordered other sheriffs to guard the hotel entrance, and then signaled Chao Xian with her eyes to follow her into the hotel. "Tell me what happened," Ji asked. Chao Xian scratched his head and asked with a hint of doubt, "Are you talking about last night or now?" Ji's face flushed instantly, and she glared at Chao Xian in anger. "Of course now." Then, her tone became serious. "This morning I received an urgent mission saying that a senior official from Frankton has gone missing and was last seen at Heaven on Earth. How did you get involved with this case?" As she spoke, her eyes fell on Mo Qingyu, who was standing next to Chao Xian. "TSK, this woman is dressed so revealingly, and the strong fragrance on her body can be smelled from a long distance away. It is obvious that she is not a decent woman. How could Chao Xian get involved with a woman like this?" Chao Xian pulled Ji over and told her everything that happened last night. After hearing this, Ji's eyes were filled with shock. She had never expected that Chen Feng's case would involve such a huge case. Mo Qingyu's eyes were shifting between Chao Xian and Ji at this moment. Although she has never had any practical experience and has never charged a single time, as the manager of Tianshang Renjian, she has seen a lot of things between men and women over the years. She immediately noticed something from Ji walking posture, and couldn't help but secretly give Chao Xian a thumbs up in her heart. I didn't expect that Chao Xian could even win over the female police officer at the public security station, and it seems that her position is not low. If Chao Xian hadn't come, it would have been a lot of trouble for her to deal with these sheriffs. Ji looked at the residents outside who were arguing with the security officer blocking the door, sighed helplessly, and said, I can hold off on investigating further. But the hotel must be sealed off publicly. If I suppress this matter, it will attract the attention of higher-ups. That's enough. Chao Xian replied happily. Mo Qingyu also nodded in agreement without any objection. Ji asked again with concern, Is there anything else I can help with? The difficulty and resistance behind this matter were far beyond imagination. If she was not careful, she might be doomed. She wanted to do her best to help Chao Xian. Chao Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment, and he really thought of something. What's the situation at the city gate now? Chao Xian thought, since tonight is the time Herman and his team have decided to execute the God transformation plan, there will most likely be corresponding actions at the city gate, such as blocking the city gate. These survivors are all perfect sacrifices in Herman's eyes, and he will not let them leave easily no matter what. Ji responded immediately. This morning, my colleagues received an order to seal the city gates tightly and prohibit anyone from leaving. As for entering the city, it is also extremely difficult. Not only does it require strict inspection, but it also requires a pass. Then, she looked at Chao Xian puzzledly. Why? Do you want to leave? No, go into town. Chao Xian answered without hesitation. If the transformation plan fails, they will definitely resort to any means necessary. I've called some helpers over. In a moment, he would return to the apartment through the teleportation device, select the tenants, let them get into the car, and then Shun Bing would drive them to Frankton. This is a hidden and powerful force that will definitely surprise Herman and those big families. Ji nodded silently. If you want to leave the city, it's indeed difficult. But if you want to enter the city, I should be able to help. Give me a morning, and I'll see if I can get a pass. Okay. Chao Xian nodded gratefully. At this moment, the sky outside heaven on earth suddenly became gloomy. In an instant, the wind blew up and heavy rain poured down, as if foreshadowing that something bad was about to happen. Now, many guests who had been clamoring to leave returned to the hotel. Ji greeted Chao Xian and turned around to maintain order. Mo Qingyu looked at Chao Xian and asked curiously, Who are the helpers you called? Are they reliable? In fact, Mo Qingyu herself was also making corresponding preparations. Now she has successfully joined forces with her father and persuaded several first-class families. But relying solely on these forces, it is still a little weak to confront those big families. It would be great if Chao Xian could really call for help. As a descendant of the Yugui family, you should be very familiar with the helpers I called. As he spoke, Chao Xian gently placed a small metal disc on Mo Qingyu's palm. This is... Mo Qingyu looked puzzled and took the disc in front of her eyes to observe it carefully. I'll go get some help, you hold this. As he spoke, Chao Xian stretched out a finger and placed it on the disc, then injected electric current. The next moment, Chao Xian's figure disappeared instantly. Only Mo Qingyu was left with a confused look on her face, staring blankly at the small disc in her hand. Devil's apartment. Chao Xian sat up from the soft bed and immediately sent a message to Shun Bing and Shin Ting. Chao Xian, I'm in the management office on the first floor. Where are you? Shin Bing, Ting Ting, and I are in our previous room. We'll go downstairs to find you now. After receiving the replies from the two, Chao Xian turned off his watch, then got up and went to the hall. There were a few scattered tenants in the hall. After seeing Chao Xian, the tenants came forward to greet him. Brother Chao Xian. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from behind. Chapter 167 Tenants come in handy. Chao Xian heard the voice and turned around, only to see the big guy He Fei. He Fei was dozing off on a chair at the front desk when he suddenly heard someone calling Chao Xian's name. He woke up instantly with a start. When Chao Xian is not in the apartment, many matters need to be taken care of by someone. Lin Shui has never been interested in these trivial matters, and Zhang He is busy recovering from his injuries and has no time to spare. As a result, among the three people Chao Xian trusts most, only He Fei is left to take on the responsibility of managing the apartment. When Chao Xian saw He Fei, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly ordered, Go gather all the weird tenants in the apartment here. I have something important to announce. He Fei heard it and agreed without hesitation. Then he turned around, glanced around the hall, and then shouted in a voice as loud as a bell. Attention, all tenants of Happiness Apartment. Gather in the lobby immediately. The apartment manager has something important to tell you. The sound echoed throughout the hall and then went straight into the corridor. Soon, a burst of dense footsteps coming down the stairs came from the corridor. I saw strange creatures of various shapes queuing up and going downstairs in an orderly manner. If it were in the past, when encountering such a situation, these monsters would definitely crowd together in disorder, and the gods would fight each other to compete for the first place, and scenes of heads being knocked off would often occur. However, since Chao Xian became the head of the apartment and established a series of rules, the relationship between the neighbors in the apartment has become much more harmonious. At least, there have been no more incidents of life-threatening incidents caused by fights between neighbors. The nightmare apartments that were once feared by many are now showing a positive trend of transforming into truly happy apartments. A group of weird people crowded into the empty space in the hall, although they all had terrifying and weird faces. But in Chao Xian's eyes, these tenants seemed particularly amiable. He stepped forward and began to count the number of people. After a while, he came to Chao Xian and reported, "Apartment manager, except for those tenants who have temporarily left the apartment to work elsewhere, all the other ghosts are here." Chao Xian nodded slightly, moved his feet, wandered in a circle, then turned around and looked at the tenants. "Hello tenants, I have a question for you all. What do you think? How have I, Chao, treated you tenants since I became the apartment manager?" When the tenants heard this, they looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why Chao Xian suddenly asked this. But soon, a cunning man named Lao Wang in the crowd shouted loudly, "Apartment manager, you are the most kind apartment manager I, Lao Wang, have ever met in all these years. Happy Apartment is also the most peaceful place I've ever lived. Unlike other apartments, you either have to be constantly on guard against neighbors coming to eat you up, or you'll be eaten up by the apartment manager if you can't pay the rent." As soon as Lao Wang said this, many weird people echoed him. They had encountered this situation before. Ever since the reputation of Happy Apartment spread, many weirdos who originally lived in other places came here to visit. However, at this time, Happy Apartment was no longer a place that anyone could join casually. Tenants of Happy Apartments can even be proud of living in Happy Apartments and use it as bragging rights. In addition to the conditions set by Chao Xian at the beginning, there are now requirements for the strength of the tenants. Naturally, the higher the spirit value, the higher the priority. According to He-Fei, there are already more than 40 weird people who want to live in the Happy Apartment. But He-Fei didn't have Chao Xian's magic hint plug in, so it was difficult to determine whether these weirdos were qualified to become tenants. So he simply asked each of those weirdos to submit a resume like a job interview, and waited for Chao Xian to deal with it when he was free. Chao Xian had already made plans. As soon as the Frankton matter was dealt with, he would immediately start recruiting another group of tenants. As long as the number of tenants in Happy Apartment exceeds 100, he will be able to gain another special ability. Seeing that most of the tenants expressed their approval of him and the apartment, Chao Xian showed a sincere smile on his face. Then, his expression straightened up and he began to talk about business. "If I tell you that I urgently need your help and that this may be dangerous, what would you think?" As soon as Chao Xian finished speaking, He-Fei was the first to stand up, patted his chest vigorously, and said loudly, "Apartment manager, your business is my business. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will never hesitate." Jiang He also stood up from the crowd and said sincerely, "Thank you, apartment manager, for taking me in. You gave me this life, Jiang He. I'm always at your service." Even Jiang Yu jumped up to the front and said in a crisp voice, "Yaya can help too." As for Lin Shui, there was no need to say more. She stuck closely behind Chao Xian and demonstrated her position with practical actions. Soon, tenants responded one after another. "Apartment manager, we drank so much of your Phantom Star Dew, but it wasn't for nothing. We are willing to serve you loyally." "Me too." Among the 84 tenants present, only a few stood there strangely, with hesitant expressions on their faces. Chao Xian ignored them and raised his voice, saying, "Anyone who wants to come with me, please stand on the right side of the hall. You will each receive a bowl of Phantom Star Dew in a moment. After the task is completed, I will have other good things as a reward." The other items Chao Xian mentioned were naturally those props in Mo Qingyu's family that were specifically useful against weirdness. The Mo Qingyu family has already achieved industrialized mass production in this regard, but these props have never been leaked outside the family. But since Mo Qingyu learned that Chao Xian had the Yoxing Du, she offered to exchange it with Chao Xian at a high price. Hearing Chao Xian's words, many tenants instantly showed excitement on their faces, and some tenants hurriedly told Chao Xian not to spend so much money. Those tenants who did not stand over were now filled with regret. Chao Xian has always been generous to those who are loyal to him, but he has no good temper towards those who enjoy the benefits he gives but are unwilling to help at critical moments. At this time, there were only 7 weird people standing there, and each of them looked sneaky and cunning. Chao Xian's face darkened, and he said coldly, "He Fei, write down their 7 names. Once this month's lease is up, have them find another place to live." Chapter 168, Everything is Ready. Hearing Chao Xian's unquestionable words, the 7 weird faces looked as if they had eaten shit and instantly became extremely ugly, with expressions full of regret. "Apartment manager, please give me one more chance. I promise to go through fire and water for you in the future." No hesitation. One of them pleaded in a strange, crying voice. "Yes, apartment manager, I was really scared just now. Please be magnanimous and give me another chance." Another strange creature also joined in the mourning. However, Chao Xian had made up his mind and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. If you continue making noise, don't blame me for kicking you out of the apartment right now." After hearing this strange thing, these people were suddenly silent, not daring to say another word. They could only turn around dejectedly and walk back to their room with heavy steps. They must find a home as soon as possible. This strange world has always been extremely cruel. If they are left on the streets at night, it will be a real-life version of the big fish eating the small fish. As promised, Chao Xian distributed the Yuxinglu to the ghosts one by one and told them to go back and prepare well. Afterwards, he found Xin Bing and discussed an action plan with her. As long as Xin Bing successfully enters the city, he will immediately start broadcasting evidence of officials' crimes to the outside world to complete the task. After everything was arranged, Chao Xian breathed a sigh of relief and once again said goodbye solemnly to Xin Bing, Xin Ting, Lin Shui, and others. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Chao Xian muttered to himself and then activated the space jump device. Thump. Chao Xian only felt dizzy for a while, and then his whole body instantly sank into a pool of warm liquid. He hurriedly opened his eyes, and there was mist in front of his eyes. In the dim light, he saw a white scene. "You rascal! Someone come quickly!" Mo Qingyu, who was taking a bath in the hot spring and fell asleep unknowingly, was suddenly awakened by the water splashing on her face and screamed subconsciously. Chao Xian was startled when he heard Mo Qingyu's voice. He quickly sat up from the hot spring, quickly reached out to cover Mo Qingyu's mouth, and said in a low voice, "Look carefully, it's me." Mo Qingyu stared with her big watery eyes. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes at first, and when she saw that it was Chao Xian, an embarrassed look suddenly appeared on her face. At this moment, a concerned voice came from the door. "Manager Mo? What happened?" It sounded like Xiaoqi's voice. Due to the distance, she didn't hear clearly what Mo Qingyu shouted. "It's okay. Just stand guard outside." Mo Qingyu responded with forced calmness. After sending Xiaoqi away, Mo Qingyu blushed and looked at Chao Xian evasively, stammering, "How could you?" Halfway through her words, she suddenly remembered the little gadget that Chao Xian had used to make himself disappear suddenly. At that time, because she didn't know when Chao Xian would come back, she put him aside while taking a bath. Unexpectedly, the bath was too comfortable and she fell asleep unknowingly. Chao Xian looked at Mo Qingyu, who was so shy that her ears turned red, and his originally tense mood instantly relaxed. The Mo Qingyu I had seen before was always a sexy, charming, and decisive woman. This was the first time I had seen her act so shyly like a little girl. I almost forgot that Mo Qingyu is also an experienced cook. Chao Xian thought to himself, just like Jiyu before, both of them have reached the age to get married, but are still blank in some aspects. Isn't this just like the old cook? Chao Xian's mouth corners slightly raised. I didn't expect that the usually majestic manager Mo would also have such a girlish side. It's really rare. When Mo Qingyu heard what Chao Xian said, she became furious like a cat whose tail was stepped on. But she hadn't realized that Chao Xian had already discovered her identity as the old cook. She suppressed her shame and slowly let go of her hand that was covering her chest. She pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing. I was just scared by your sudden appearance just now." After a pause, she said with a hint of unnaturalness, "Well, do you want to soak in the bath together for a while?" Chao Xian found it extremely amusing to see Mo Qingyu, who was obviously extremely shy but still trying to act experienced. So he took off his shirt neatly, sat back in the hot spring, and responded with a smile. "Okay, I just want to relax." When Mo Qingyu saw Chao Xian revealing his muscular chest, her face instantly turned even redder, as if steam was about to come out of her head from embarrassment. However, the mist that was already in the hot spring helped to cover it up just right. Chao Xian stopped teasing Mo Qingyu and opened the chat channel. Now that Frankton has closed the city gates and prohibits people from leaving or entering, the chat channel must have been noisy. Why did the city gates suddenly close? What happened? Does anyone know anything? Could something serious have happened? I had a feeling these indigenous people wouldn't have any good intentions towards us survivors. Fuck, I just arrived in the city yesterday, and you guys are making me panic. As Chao Xian expected, the chat channel was already in an uproar, with the entire screen filled with discussions about the closing of the city gates. Just then, a comment suddenly caught Chao Xian's attention. Jiang Daowu. Fellow countrymen, don't panic. I am Jiang Daowu, the president of the Mutual Aid Association. As soon as I entered the city, I was in contact with the Frankton authorities. The city gates were closed because they were trying to capture an extremely dangerous fugitive. The authorities urgently closed the city gates to prevent the fugitives from escaping. Don't worry, everyone. Once the fugitive is captured, the city gates will open naturally. There's no need to panic. Seeing Jiang Daowu keeping all the survivors in the dark and pretending to find excuses to appease everyone, Chao Xian couldn't help but sneer. Humph! When he broadcast the conversation between Jiang Daowu, Herman, and others on screens all over the city, all the truth will be revealed. Chao Xian leaned his head back on the hot spring platform and slowly closed his eyes. As the sun gradually sets, night begins to fall, and the lights in the streets and alleys light up one by one. Various advertisements and promotional content began to play on screens of different sizes. At this time, on a street, masters from several major families followed Jiang Daowu and had just completed a task of helping a mechanic destroy an out-of-control machine. Jiang Daowu sat tiredly on a bench on the street, breathing heavily. He glanced at his own reputation value, which was as high as 35 points, far exceeding Chao Xian, who was ranked second by 14 points. This is the result of his non-stop work all day long, running around to various places. He turned his head, looked at the people behind him, and said, I'm now firmly in first place, so why don't we just stop here for today's mission? Before traveling through time, he had been in a high position and lived a life of luxury, and had almost never worked so hard. Although I have experienced many thrilling adventures since crossing, this is the first time I have experienced such a huge consumption of physical strength. Chapter 169 successfully entered the city. The masters from the major families looked at each other, and without hesitation, one of them stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Daowu, and said in a tough tone, No, he continued sternly. You must persist until the rewards are calculated before you can stop. Only in this way can you ensure that nothing goes wrong. They kept a close eye on Jiang Daowu throughout the mission, and many times they even had to help him personally. Before they even complained of being tired, Jiang Daowu was the first to back out. Humph, he is indeed a loser from outside. He can't even handle such a small matter. They were already full of resentment about being assigned to such a tough job. So how could they be nice to Jiang Daowu, let alone respect the elderly and love the young? One of them even kicked Jiang Daowu on the butt impatiently, and Jiang Daowu's face instantly became extremely ugly. Why? You still have a problem with me kicking you? Several people immediately pointed at Jiang Daowu, who had an ugly expression on his face, and started laughing. No, I wouldn't dare. Without the help of any props, his physical stats are not at all top among many survivors. Most of his current strength comes from the equipment he wears, which is full of purple components, plus a set of exoskeleton armor specially provided to him by the Frankton officials. Therefore, Jiang Daowu didn't dare to fall out with this group of people. He himself has been in a high position for more than 10 years and knows how to read people's expressions. Naturally, he can see that these people who are nominally his partners do not regard him as an equal at all. He had been working nonstop on tasks all day, and for a man in his 50s, he felt like his waist was about to break from exhaustion. However, faced with the tough attitude of the masters from various families, Jiang Daowu was eventually forcibly lifted up. Quick, continue the mission. At the same time, at the city gate, Shen Bing sat in the driver's seat, Chen Yin sat in the passenger seat, and Shen Ting and UCC were left in the apartment to look after the house. Chen Yin looked at the survivors ahead who were constantly being denied entry into the city and had no choice but to reverse and leave. She couldn't help but frown slightly and asked worriedly, Do you think we can get through this smoothly? Shen Bing also frowned, feeling a little unsure. Since Chao Xian said he can let us in, we can only choose to trust him. Just as he finished speaking, a guard came to the huge truck. Seeing such a huge vehicle, the guard was really shocked. He quickly knocked on the driver's window with his gun and shouted, I just shouted, no outside vehicles are allowed to enter today, didn't you hear me? When the guard saw Shen Bing's beautiful face in the driver's seat, he was stunned and surprised for several seconds, but he quickly regained his composure. He won't let his guard down just because the driver is a beautiful woman. If something goes wrong, he'll lose his head. At this moment, Shun Bing hurriedly took out the certificate Chao Xian gave her from her bracelet and said sincerely, "Sir, this is a special pass. Excuse me, can we go in now?" "Special pass? What is this?" The young guard looked surprised. He took the document from Shin Bing and was stunned the moment he examined it. It bore the seals and signatures of their superiors and the head of the Public Security Bureau, Hawk. Although the higher-ups didn't inform us of this kind of thing in advance, judging from the content, it should be true. Frankton official seals all have special anti-counterfeiting marks that only insiders know how to identify. But the question is, how could such a thing fall into the hands of an outsider? However, the young guard had no time to think about it. After all, Director Hawk was his boss's boss, and he dared not disobey orders. "Open the door. Let them in. They have a pass," the guard ordered loudly. With a series of dull click sounds, the heavy city gate made of pure metal slowly opened. Seeing this scene, several cars that had just been driven away turned back. The door of one of the vans was suddenly opened, and an extremely fat woman got out of the car. Her height is about the same as Yucici and Shinting, and her weight is also about the same as their height. The woman yelled in a shrill voice, "Why did you let them in but not me? Is it because she is prettier than me? When I get to the city, I will report you to your superiors. You are discriminating against me. They have credentials to enter the city. Do you have one?" The guard responded coldly. But the woman still refused to give in. "I don't care. I'm going into the city, otherwise you'll be in trouble." Bang! A crisp gunshot was heard, and the woman's fat body fell straight to the ground, with a bloody hole on her forehead. The guard pointed his gun at the thin man left in the car with disgust on his face and said viciously, "Hurry up and drag her away, or I'll beat you to death too." Shin Bing drove into the city safely. She quickly turned to look at Chun Yan and said anxiously, "Hurry up and send a message to Chao Xian." Chen Yan's face was also filled with joy, and she quickly turned on her watch to send a message. However, just as she finished editing the message and was about to press the send button, someone knocked on the car door again. A sheriff with a big belly and a fat body glanced at the two people in the car, and a look of undisguised greed instantly appeared on his face. "You two, get out of the car and submit to inspection." Shin Bing and Chun Yan looked at each other. "Get out of the car and let the man check you?" "Absolutely not. Let's not talk about what this pot-bellied sheriff is thinking. If he really opens the back compartment, all the strange tenants packed into the car will be exposed." Just as the two were about to step on the accelerator and rush out, a figure in black uniform arrived in time. Ji-yu stood in front of the big truck and looked coldly at the fat sheriff. The fat sheriff is called Wang Kai, who is also the director of the police station. He had harassed Ji-yu a lot when she was just an ordinary sheriff. "Director Ji, I need to check this suspicious vehicle. What do you mean by blocking the way here?" "Wang Kai, don't think I don't know what you're up to." Ji-yu sneered and without hesitation pulled out a gun and pointed it at Wang Kai's forehead. "This car is the proof of cooperation I personally asked Director Hawk for. The back is full of important supplies. If you delay, do you think you can save your head?" Wang Kai looked at the gun pointed at his forehead. The fat on his face couldn't help but tremble, and a few lines of sweat slowly flowed down. After a long silence, Wang slowly moved away. "You guys, let's go." Chapter 170. The whole city watched the video. Drop. In heaven and earth, Chao Xian's watch suddenly rang. Chao Xian immediately opened it to check. Sister Bing Bing and the others are here. Chao Xian couldn't help but get excited when he looked at the information on his watch. In front of him, Imo Qingyu and Lina were sitting on the bed, and in front of the computer desk was Aisha, whose fingers were hovering above the keyboard, ready to synchronize the video at any time. When Imo Qingyu heard Chao Xian's words, she stood up excitedly, walked a few steps to the window, and looked at the Frankton government building outside the window. On the building, there is a large screen that is more than 10 square meters in size, facing directly towards the hotel. Elsa's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was so excited when she thought about letting the citizens of the city witness the disgusting darkness and corruption behind the rule they accepted on a daily basis. Imagining the embarrassing state of those high-ranking officials who were furious but helpless when they saw the unbearable scenes on the big screen, Elsa was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. "Then I'll press it," Aisha asked impatiently. According to Chao Xian and Mo Qingyu blurted out at the same time. When Elsa got a positive answer, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Then, she stretched out her slender and white fingers without hesitation and pressed on the keyboard. In an instant, it was as if the whole city of Frankton had been pressed the same switch. Including the eye-catching large screen on the government building, all the advertising screens in the city, as well as every household's television, mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices with video playback capabilities, all turned black in an instant. At the same time, in a certain citizen's home, a wife who had been busy all day finally had some free time. She sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. However, just after the theme song of a certain melodramatic TV series was played, the TV screen suddenly went black. "Dad, what's going on? Why did the TV suddenly go black? Wasn't this just bought last week?" The wife looked confused and raised her voice to shout towards the balcony. At this moment, the husband, who was leisurely smoking on the balcony, was also looking at the phone in his hand with a confused look on his face. "Hey, weird. My phone screen suddenly went black." On a busy street in the city center, a coffee shop owner was admiring the large advertising screen he had just rented at a high price. The Good Times coffee shop next door, owned by the blind girl, suddenly closed down for some reason. "This is a great opportunity for me to grab a piece of the market. As long as the commercial runs smoothly tonight, the coffee shop will be packed with customers tomorrow." The boss was just thinking about something good. As soon as the previous advertisement finished playing, his face, standing at the entrance of the coffee shop with a smug smile, popped up on the screen. But the next second, the advertising screen suddenly stopped without any warning, as if the power had gone out, leaving only darkness. "What the hell is going on here? I spent 50 Star Soul coins an hour to rent this billboard." The coffee shop owner widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and his voice changed with heartache. In the hotel, Chao Xian looked at the big screen opposite him, which suddenly went black, and couldn't help but frown. "Sister Aisha, what's going on? Is there any accident?" Aisha curled her red lips and chuckled. "Don't worry, I just connected my computer screen to all the electronic devices in Frankton. Now the fun begins." As she spoke, Aisha moved the mouse and clicked the triangular play button on the screen. Just as the citizens' doubts and uneasiness continued to rise, the image of Frankton's senior executives in the box of Heaven on Earth suddenly appeared on the black screen device. "Haha, that's a great punch. Let's raise the stakes. I bet the one on the left can knock down the one on the right." An excited voice sounded on the screen. "Wait, how come the Tiger King suddenly lost my Star Soul coins?" Another voice filled with annoyance and anger sounded immediately afterwards. In the picture, the lighting is dim and ambiguous, and the luxurious decorations are looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. I saw a high-ranking official with a serious face, who citizens could only see on TV on weekdays, holding a woman in his arms who was wearing extremely revealing clothes and heavy makeup. The table was filled with an extremely luxurious dinner and expensive red wine, but the senior official started swearing in the direction of the boxing ring, completely losing his image. In the couple just now, the wife was grabbing her husband's ear, ready to scold him for choosing a poor quality TV that broke down after just a few days of use. At this moment, the screen lit up again without warning. Hey, honey, look, the TV is on again," the husband quickly reminded. The wife quickly let go of her husband's ear, which had been pulled red. The smile that had just appeared on her face was instantly froze by the scene on the screen. She asked in confusion, "What the hell is this? Is it a new TV series?" On the street, many pedestrians who were rushing home from work subconsciously stopped when they saw the sudden change in style on the screen. One of them suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at the man on the screen, and said in surprise, "I've seen this guy on TV. He's Director Miles. I heard he's the one leading our slum renovation project." Soon someone recognized the background in the video. "Isn't this the top floor of paradise on Earth? My uncle from a big company once took me there to see the world, and my salary for several years wasn't enough to cover the minimum bed amount there. But some people have raised doubts. I remember Director Miles was reported in the news before as a good official. Could this video be Photoshopped?" Someone immediately retorted, "Don't you know that videos can't be Photoshopped?" Someone else said indignantly, "Good officials? Look at the slum renovation plan. It's been on hold for years. When has it ever started? My home is right there, and I haven't seen any improvement in the past 2 years. Instead, it's getting worse." At this time, this video was finished, and just when people thought it was over, the next video automatically started on the screen. This time, the video also features a face that is very familiar to the citizens. In the government building facing Heaven on Earth, Mayor Herman and several patriarchs of large families were staring at the screen in front of them with serious expressions. The screen shows a real-time picture of Jiang Daowu being surrounded by masters from various families while completing a mission, as well as his reputation point ranking. The God transformation plan concerns the future of all of them. It is a grand blueprint that they have carefully planned and are determined to achieve, so it must not be lost. But just as the group of old men were concentrating on watching Jiang Daowu's reputation value rise steadily bit by bit, the picture suddenly stopped and then went completely black. Herman's face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. What's going on? Go find someone to fix it. Before he finished speaking, his men rushed out in a hurry to find repairmen. But at this moment, the screen suddenly started playing a picture, but the figure that appeared on the screen was not Jiang Daowu. Chapter 171 Mission Successful, New Golden Component. What on earth is going on? Herman looked at the content on the computer screen. His face instantly turned pale, and he roared angrily. Why would something like this suddenly pop up in the computer? Listen carefully. You have half an hour to get to the bottom of this matter. When Herman saw that the protagonist in the video was his confidant Miles, his anger exploded like a lit powder keg. He was deeply impressed by Miles. This kid is very sensible. He would visit his home every now and then, and he would never come empty-handed. He would always bring various rare gifts. Because of this, Miles' current status can be said to be the result of Herman's promotion. However, what made Herman furious at the moment was not the kind of places Miles went to, but such an unbearable scene was secretly filmed and played on his computer in an open and provocative manner. This was a blatant trampling of his authority. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Have you found out who did it? Herman asked gloomily, squinting his eyes. No. The subordinate was frightened by Herman's angry eyes and almost dared not say anything further. Just got the news that not only is this video being played on all electronic devices in official buildings, but also on screens on rooftops, billboards on the streets, and even on all citizens' cell phones and televisions. Now, the downstairs has been surrounded by citizens, who are very excited and strongly demand that we give a reasonable explanation and severely punish the officials in the video. This bunch of lowly civilians. Herman was furious to the extreme. He slammed his metal arm on the table. The hard mahogany table instantly shattered into pieces, and wood chips flew everywhere. In the series of videos just played, at least a dozen high-ranking officials in Frankton appeared, and most of them were loyal to him. If he really punished these people according to the people's demands, wouldn't Herman be left alone in an instant, with no one to use? Herman knew very well that Frankton's political power had always been firmly controlled by the aristocratic families, and it was impossible for it to make concessions to the common people. Immediately have the police station send people to disperse these untouchables. Tell them that these videos are all fake and are forged using synthetic technology. If anyone dares to cause trouble, arrest them immediately, Herman ordered through gritted teeth. The other family patriarchs present remained expressionless on the surface, but they were secretly delighted in their hearts. Although they are in a temporary cooperative relationship with Herman, if Herman falls, it may not be a bad thing for them. Maybe the next mayor will fall on one of them. However, continuing to remain in this stalemate is not a solution. Tonight is a critical moment in the God transformation plan. If it is affected by this incident, it will be a real loss. At this moment, a clan leader slowly stood up and said thoughtfully, "The background in the video looks familiar to me. It seems to be the paradise on earth in front of our building." In fact, he didn't recognize it simply based on his background. After all, in these kinds of entertainment places, the decoration styles of the private rooms are mostly similar. It was just that he happened to be very familiar with the woman in the arms of a certain official in the video, just now, and the two of them were kindred spirits in this regard. Hearing this, Herman immediately became alert, quickly turned on the intercom, and said sternly, "Have the Special Affairs Bureau dispatched immediately to investigate heaven and earth. Eliminate the person behind this conspiracy at all costs." There was a lazy response from the other end of the intercom, and then the room fell silent again. Not long after, a patriarch from a first-rate trickmaster family stood up, looked at Mo Hong with a sinister look, and said, "If I remember correctly, heaven and earth should be jointly controlled by the Mo family, the Chin family, and the Willers family, right? Now that something like this has happened in heaven and earth, Patriarch Mo and Madame Willers, don't you have anything to say?" Of the three families that jointly control heaven and earth, two of their leaders are present today. Ms. Vallerman is an elegant and dignified woman. Although she is over 50, she looks like she is in her early 30s. This youthful appearance is rare in women who have given birth. She smiled gently and said slowly, "More than a decade ago, my son became strange, and I'm sure everyone has heard about it. Since then, I have no interest in managing family affairs and other businesses, especially those outside businesses, which are basically just a figurehead. Now that this has happened, the person who should be explained is probably Mo Hong, right?" Eleanor Vilmont looked at Mo Hong with eyes full of undisguised hatred. Once, her son lost control and broke into a school in Frankton, wreaking havoc and swallowing many students. At that time, the ghost hunters of the Special Affairs Bureau were afraid of the power of the Vilmon family and did not dare to act rashly. As a result, Imo Hong happened to pass by and directly summoned the weirdness, almost beating her son to death. Eleanor has always held a grudge against this incident. Now that she finally got the chance to take revenge, she naturally did not hesitate to direct the blame towards Imo Hong. Imo Hong calmly stood up after hearing this, and said as he swept his eyes over the crowd calmly. Although heaven and earth is jointly controlled by our three families, even though Madame Wiles has not been interested in management over the years, she has never stopped making small moves in secret. Everyone knows this. This video incident was clearly someone deliberately targeting us, trying to disrupt the situation in Frankton at a critical moment in the God transformation plan. Madam, you are so eager to point the finger at me now, don't you think it's a bit too deliberate? However, Imo Hong changed the subject and continued. But my Imo family is indeed the family primarily responsible for the God transformation project, and I am willing to take primary responsibility for this matter. How about this? I will personally lead my family to heaven and earth and find out the murderer who is causing trouble behind the scenes. You will continue to stay here and monitor the progress of the God transformation project. Once there is any news, we will keep in touch. What do you think? Herman nodded. He never suspected that Imo Hong would betray them. Under the gaze of everyone, Imo Hong slowly left the room with steady steps. The room fell into silence again. Herman looked up at the clock above his head. There was only half an hour left before the deadline for the reputation point ranking. He thought to himself, there shouldn't be any accidents with the key props needed for the God transformation plan, right? Ding, you have successfully exposed the darkness of the Frankton officials. The rewards will now be distributed. You have gained 20 reputation points. You have obtained the golden component, Earth Vein Power. When used, it consumes energy, and golden rock patterns cover the entire body, granting the ability to temporarily change the terrain and control the earth element. As soon as he finished speaking, a gear emitting soft golden light appeared out of thin air in Chao Xian's palm. Chao Xian looked at the golden component in his hand, and an irrepressible ecstasy instantly appeared in his eyes. This golden component related to the earth element came just in time. He did not forget that the last team of the Special Affairs Bureau, and also the most powerful one, was the lineage of the Ghost Control Masters. This lineage is good at controlling the power of thunder and lightning. Even if the opponent is not strange, its lethality is still astonishing. He who possesses the wrath of thunder has a deep understanding of this. Chapter 172, Imo Hong. Chao Xian put away the components and glanced at the current task rankings. His own name was firmly at the top of the list, and his reputation value had reached 41 points. He once again returned to the top of the reputation list without any suspense. A smile appeared on Chao Xian's lips, and the image of Herman, Jiang Daowu, and others being furious after hearing the news instantly appeared in his mind. At this moment, Imo Qingyu, who was originally sitting on the bed, suddenly stood up. Chao Xian, my father will be here soon. Your father is coming? Chao Xian was stunned. Imo Qingyu had previously introduced him in detail to Imo Hong, the influential leader of the Imo family. Imo Qingyu had previously introduced him to Imo Hong, the head of the Imo family. In fact, they were able to get real-time news and videos from Herman thanks to Imo Hong. Their original plan was to wait for Imo Hong to escape from the building opposite, and then they would directly play the message recorded in the conference room. Otherwise, the perspective in the video is so obvious that Herman and others would know at a glance that it was a video secretly recorded by Imo Hong, and Imo Hong would be in danger. But Chao Xian didn't expect Imo Hong to come here directly. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. At the same time, a voice came from Imo Qingyu's communicator. She immediately picked it up and took a look, then said, "My father is here. I'll go open the door." Chao Xian nodded and watched Imo Qingyu leave. Half a minute later, Imo Qingyu led a middle-aged man into the house. The man was tall and straight, with a restrained aura, and his every move naturally exuded the unique majesty of a superior. It was unknown what method Imo Hong used. He was similar to Liu Yan, and the strange erosion also did not leave any signs on his face. However, Chao Xian soon noticed that there seemed to be several hideous and ugly scars spreading from Imo Hong's collar. At this moment, while Chao Xian was secretly observing Imo Hong was also observing him with great interest. When his eyes fell on Chao Xian's young face, Imo Hong couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise that was hard to conceal. I've long heard whispers say she's found a capable and trustworthy helper, but I never expected him to be so young. To possess such extraordinary courage and skill at such a young age is truly formidable, truly remarkable. Imo Hong shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of emotion. When I was your age, my father locked me up in my room, putting me through rigorous training day and night. Now it seems like each generation truly is stronger than the last. Chao Xian heard Imo Hong's praise and smiled modestly. Patriarch Imo, you are too kind. I just happened to do what I could, but I am far inferior to you. Looking at the humble Chao Xian, Imo Hong's smile widened. Modest yet reserved, in Imo Hong's eyes, these qualities of Chao Xian are undoubtedly extremely rare. In an instant, Imo Hong even had the idea of taking Chao Xian as his son-in-law. Although Imo Qingyu does not have the talent to control ghosts, she means much more to Imo Hong than any other children. If he intends to pass the Imo family to Imo Qingyu in the future, there are only two possible paths. One is to help Imo Qingyu solve the problem of being unable to break the strange contract, and the other is to find a husband for her who can help her manage the Imo family. Over the years, in order to realize the first possibility, Imo Hong has put in countless efforts and tried countless methods, but he still has no clue. Now he has almost given up this plan. As for the second type, over the years, he has noticed many candidates for Imo Qingyu, but either their abilities do not meet his standards, or they have more or less some problems in their character. As for Chao Xian in front of him, he glanced inconspicuously at Elsa, who was sitting in front of the computer desk, and Lena, who was sitting on the bed. It seems that they should be Chao Xian's confidants. However, as a man, Imo Hong doesn't really care about lust. After all, he has married more than a dozen wives. All he cared about was that Imo Qingyu would not be bullied by other women in the future. And he was also very confident that he could give Imo Qingyu sufficient confidence and protection in this regard. He had no doubt about his daughter's charm. After all, Imo Qingyu's mother had bewitched him back then. Imo Qingyu also inherited her mother's beauty and figure. But this is not the time to think about such things. Everything has to wait until tonight passes safely. He pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, Herman has realized that the video was transmitted from heaven and earth. He has now dispatched a team from the Special Affairs Bureau here. I just met with the team leader, and they have already sealed off the top floor of heaven and earth. I found an excuse to get away temporarily and slipped over here, but they will soon search this place too. At this point, he paused slightly and said, How about you all come with me to the Imo family to hide for a while? These big families each occupied an area in Frankton and built their family territory like a city. Therefore, if they retreat temporarily, even if they face a joint siege from several major families, they will have enough strength to hold out for quite some time. After all, the title of top family is not in vain. They all have a deep foundation, especially in protecting the family territory. As long as he can successfully delay time and then make the video he recorded in the conference room public, then Herman and his team will have to face more than just the anger and pressure from the citizens. They will also suffer the impact of tens of thousands of foreign survivors who poured into the city in the past few days. In this way, Herman's original decision to invite survivors into the city will undoubtedly be a self-defeating decision. Chapter 173, A Tense Situation. There's no time to lose. There's a secret passage in heaven and earth that leads directly to the Imo family. It only takes 10 minutes to get there. Let's go from there. Imo Qingyu made a prompt decision, stood up without hesitation, and quickly led the way. Chao Xian and others immediately followed. Before leaving, Aisha decisively clicked to play the last two videos on the computer. How is it? Any news? Inside the official building, Herman lowered his eyes, his expression uncertain. Lord Imo Yun has already led his men to tightly blockade the Heaven on Earth building, and is currently using tracking talismans to search for the murderer. The subordinates reported respectfully. Herman nodded slightly. He was very confident in the strength of the team. I thought it wouldn't take long to bring this troublemaker to justice. Then he casually asked, Where's Imo Hong? Is he with Imo Yun and the others? The subordinate was slightly stunned, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied. Imo Hong briefly met with Captain Imo Yun on the top floor, then left, claiming he had something else to do. Herman frowned slightly. He didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but when he thought about it carefully, a feeling of uneasiness quietly surged in his heart. His heart tightened, and he quickly took out his communicator and quickly dialed Imo Hong's number. Drip, drip, drip. The communicator rang monotonously, and then was hung up. Not good. Herman's uneasiness grew stronger. Just at this moment, the screen at the front of the conference room suddenly flashed, and a new image emerged. In the picture, my figure is clearly shown. Herman was stunned, and the patriarchs of the major families were also shocked. This angle of view, it's clearly shot from the person sitting between them, facing Herman. There's a traitor among them. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the clan leaders sitting next to them, secretly wondering who the traitor was. Immediately have the police station send people to disperse these untouchables. Tell them that these videos are all fake and are made using synthetic technology. If anyone dares to cause trouble, arrest them immediately. Herman's angry expression was clearly visible on the screen. Not only was it being played on the screen in the conference room, but the streets and alleys of Frankton and the televisions and mobile phones in every household were all playing this scene at the same time. Nearly 100 citizens had gathered in front of the official building, who said videos can't be photoshopped. The sheriff just delivered Mayor Herman's exact words. That footage was a composite. Someone must be up to no good and trying to disrupt order in Frankton. Humph, do you believe everything Herman says? He actually ordered the arrest of the citizens who were causing trouble. Let's go. Commoners like us can't fight those big families. Oh, yes, let's go. We have to go to work tomorrow. At this moment, the screen on top of the official building lit up again. The citizens subconsciously stopped and looked back. They all watched the latest video, in which Herman actually called them untouchables. Are people from big families naturally superior? From the very beginning, ordinary people like them have to work countless times harder than the children of big families, and they may not even be able to reach their starting line. The anger that had been accumulating for a long time finally erupted at this moment. The anger of the citizens was instantly rekindled like a raging fire, and the crowd exploded in an instant. Look, this is our mayor. He appears to be so righteous on weekdays, but he is actually so arrogant and domineering behind the scenes. What kind of composite video? This is clearly his true face. We can't let this go. That's right, we can't let him off so easily. What right does he have to arrest us at will and treat us like ants? Angry voices rose and fell in the crowd, and more citizens rushed from their homes or other places to join the protest. Many survivors who came from other times loved to watch the excitement, and at this moment they are standing on the side of the road to watch. I never thought Mayor Herman would be so unbearable. I think he invited us here, right? But this kind of thing happens everywhere. Anyway, we'll be leaving in a few days, so it doesn't have much to do with us. Just as several survivors on the roadside were having a heated discussion, a new round of images suddenly played on the screen. This time, it was the segment that Mo Hong had recorded at the beginning. In the screen, the figures of Jiang Daowu and Herman appeared clearly. The two were discussing the details of the God transformation plan. Among them, Herman mentioned that he should let Jiang Daowu gather the survivors in the city in the name of a mutual aid association, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. The exposure of this video was like a bombshell dropped into the crowd, instantly causing an uproar. The survivors who had just come to watch the fun had their expressions frozen in an instant, replaced by endless anger and fear. Herman invited the survivors into the city with premeditated plans and with evil intentions. At this moment, someone suddenly woke up and realized, now that the gates of Frankton are closed, aren't we in extreme danger? Jiang Daowu is such a despicable fellow. He even holds the title of president of the Mutual Aid Association, yet he openly betrays humanity. Where is Jiang Daowu? Let's go find him and ask for an explanation. There were tens of thousands of survivors in the city, and soon someone shared Jiang Daowu's location. He's doing a quest in front of a shop on the west side of the city. Let's go stop him. Many survivors immediately formed a group and went to find Jiang Daowu to settle the score. Many people also chose to join the citizens of Frankton and continue to protest in front of the official building. At this moment, in the underground pipes of Frankton, Chao Xian, Mo Qingyu, Mo Hong, Aisha and Lena were struggling to make their way through the sewer pipe. Chao Xian really didn't expect that the secret passage Mo Qingyu mentioned was actually the sewer. Fortunately, the Mo family's territory was not too far from here. After about 10 minutes walk, Mo Qingyu stopped in front of an iron ladder. It's here, let's go up. Mo Hong stepped forward first. The manhole cover that seemed to weigh hundreds of pounds was as light as a feather in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Mo Qingyu, Aisha, and Lena climbed up one after another. But just as Chao Xian was about to climb up, something like a black barrier suddenly blocked the sewer entrance. Chao Xian was wondering what this thing was when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Stop. Surrender now. Chapter 174 shocked Mo Yun. A gentle but flat voice sounded slowly behind Chao Xian. Chao Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped off the iron ladder in an instant, then quickly turned around and looked behind him. A figure in a white Taoist robe appeared behind him. He had an elegant appearance, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and exuded an extraordinary temperament. Chao Xian's eyes were full of shock. This Taoist priest wearing glasses suddenly appeared behind him without him noticing. Mo Yun reached out to adjust the frame of his glasses, gently shook a black talisman in his hand, with a look of complacency on his face. This is a 9 netherworld wall talisman that took me 3 full hours to refine. It's impossible to break it unless you use the ultimate power of thunder. Don't waste your energy. As Frankton's top fighter and also the best ghost remover, Mo Yun has always been very proud. Of course, he does have reason to be proud. Chao Xian knew Mo Yun's name through the information displayed above his head. Considering Mo Yun's almost strange behavior just now, Chao Xian had already roughly guessed his identity. Such a powerful ghost hunter must be the captain of the Special Affairs Bureau's team, without a doubt. While checking Mo Yun's message, Chao Xian was secretly pondering what he had just said. This black barrier can only be broken by the ultimate power of thunder. Chao Xian made a prompt decision and used the strongest move he could at the moment without hesitation. I saw a little purple dragon formed by lightning jumping out from his palm. The little dragon was lifelike, and every dragon scale was flashing with the light of thunder. It slammed into the black barrier with tremendous power. The talisman that Mo Yun just mentioned was so powerful that Chao Xian was worried that if he failed to strike it once, he would not have a second chance, so he put all his strength into this attack. Fortunately, the result was as expected. Bang! After a crisp sound, the black barrier instantly shattered into pieces like fragile glass, turning into countless black fragments that dissipated into the air. Chao Xian, what was that black thing just now? Come up quickly. Above the wellhead, the anxious faces of Lena and others were revealed. Chao Xian took one last look at Mo Yun and saw that his eyes were wide open and he didn't even notice that his glasses were crooked. Immediately afterwards, Chao Xian jumped onto the ground without hesitation. He quickly switched the component to the new golden component he had just obtained. In an instant, a strong earth elemental force surged through his body like a raging torrent. His first feeling was that his whole body seemed to become as hard as a rock in an instant. Chao Xian didn't have time to feel this wonderful change, but hurriedly stretched out his hand towards the wellhead. At this moment, he seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the surrounding concrete stones, feeling that they could all change shape according to his wishes. Boom, boom, boom. He moved his mind slightly, and the stones instantly squeezed and collided with each other, and then the wellhead was blocked tightly. In the sewer, Mo Yun was still standing there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the passage that was completely blocked by rocks. He reached out to adjust his crooked glasses, his face full of disbelief. This is not an ordinary thunder method. He stumbled half a step and held onto the rock wall, cold sweat dripping down his chin onto his dusty collar. It is possible to forge the ultimate thunder into a lifelike dragon form, and every dragon scale is bursting with the aura of destruction. How could he control thunder so precisely and so powerfully? Even I, who was praised by my master as the best ghost master in 1,000 years, can't achieve this level. The best I can do is a crude form like a lightning blade or a hammer. Mo Yun was filled with resentment and confusion. Where on earth did this young man come from? At this moment, he suddenly remembered what his teammate, He Wudao, said that day. Captain, guess what I saw today? Chapter 175, Before the War. I saw a masked man in black who controlled lightning even more precisely than you. He could condense lightning into a bow and arrow and shoot it out of thin air. Why don't you just recruit this guy? He's better at controlling lightning than you are. You might as well just give him the captaincy. He had thought He Wudao was joking. After all, He Wudao was often unruly and loved to make irrelevant jokes. But now, Mo Yun guessed in an instant that the Chao Xian he had just tracked was the man in black that He Wudao mentioned that day. Mo Yun's eyes flickered several times, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Then he turned around silently and returned along the same path. Chao Xian, what happened just now? Even with my full strength, I couldn't break that black barrier at all. On the ground, Mo Hong's eyes flashed with shock, and there was still a faint black aura around him, which was the trace left by the attack on the black barrier just now. Just now, he had strangely merged with the contract and attacked the black barrier with all his might, but the barrier didn't even move, not to mention breaking. A man named Mo Yun chased after me. He seemed to have used something called the 9 Netherworld Wall Scroll. That black barrier can only be broken with the ultimate power of thunder. Chao Xian quickly explained to Mo Hong. When Mo Hong heard the name, a solemn look immediately appeared in his eyes. He's the Special Affairs Bureau's top ghost hunter and the captain of the strongest of the 3 teams. He's hailed as a rare, once-in-a-millennium genius, and his ghost hunter talent is unparalleled in all of Frankton. Mo Hong slowly told him what he knew about Mo Yun. But soon his heart was shocked. Mo Yun was so powerful and terrifying that even he thought he was no match for him. So how did Chao Xian escape from Mo Yun? Mo Hong's gaze slowly shifted to Chao Xian, and he secretly marveled in his heart. This young man is becoming more and more extraordinary. Mo Qingyu called a few of his men and seriously instructed them to continue guarding this secret passage to prevent Mo Yun from bringing his men back. Then he brought Chao Xian and the others to the high wall of the Mo family. Standing on the high wall, you can look back and see the rows of buildings in the Mo family's territory. The buildings are simple in style and well-arranged, showing the profound heritage and accumulation of the Mo family. Outside the high wall, waves of noise came like a tide, and the sirens of the public security vehicles were endless. Frankton is in complete chaos at this moment. The rioting citizens surged everywhere, and the survivors who were unwilling to sit and wait for death also joined in, and the whole city fell into chaos. From here, you can see the official buildings. For some reason, black smoke is rising and hovering over the city. Mo Hong put his hands behind his back, looked at the chaotic scene, and sighed deeply. He-Man is ruthless, and his pursuit of immortality has bordered on paranoia. These citizens may cause him some trouble, but they can't stop him. I guess he'll soon find out that you've got the key to the blood sacrifice. We need to be prepared for defense. The atmosphere in the meeting room of the official building was solemn. As Aisha ended her control over Frankton's electronic devices, the screen in the conference room returned to its original image. As Aisha ended her control over Frankton's electronic devices, the conference room screen finally returned to its original image. The camera in the picture was shaking constantly. Jiang Daowu and several masters from various families were in the middle of the picture. They were covered in blood. There were several corpses lying next to Jiang Daowu. The scene looked extremely chaotic. Seeing this, Herman's brows knitted into a frown. He quickly picked up the intercom and asked, "Jiang Daowu, what's going on?" Jiang Daowu, who was on the other side of the city, heard Herman's voice suddenly coming from the intercom on his waist and quickly picked up the intercom. "Mayor Herman, several survivors suddenly surrounded me and asked me to give them an explanation. These experts nearby have helped me to deal with them. But from what they said just now, it seemed like they already knew our plan." "Mayor Herman, what's going on?" Herman was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "There was a mole in the family we were working with, and there was a small problem during the execution of the plan. But don't worry, just focus on completing your mission." Herman discovered that Jiang Daowu didn't seem to notice that Frankton's screen had been hacked, so he concealed it. In his eyes, these foreign survivors were like ants, just like the big families looked at the civilians in Frankton. In his eyes, the survivors were even worse than the civilians. It would be a humiliation to let these people, whom he despised so deeply, know that Frankton's electronic equipment had been inexplicably hacked, and they were helpless to do anything about it. Jiang Daowu was respectful on the surface, but he was about to explode with anger inside. He even wanted to scold his subordinates harshly in the same tone he used to scold them. "Are all of you pigheads? What's the point of important plans being leaked so easily?" You know, in order to help Herman, he even sacrificed his reputation. Just now, several members and senior executives of the Mutual Aid Association came over to question him about what was going on. But now that things have come to this, he can only go down this path to the end. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mayor Herman, don't worry, I will definitely win first place. However, the leak of the news has already caused me huge losses. I want to double the reward you promised me." Herman tightened his grip on the intercom, secretly cursing Jiang Daowu, the old fox, for taking the opportunity to ask for such a huge price. "But the plan has reached a critical moment, and we really cannot offend this foreign aid. Okay, as long as you deliver the props to me smoothly, the reward will be doubled. But you also have to understand that if you mess this up, you won't have a foothold in Frankton, or even in any other area that is friendly with Frankton." Herman agreed, but he had already made up his mind that as soon as he got the props, he would get rid of Jiang Daowu. When Jiang Daowu heard Herman's agreement, he was secretly happy. Herman had promised him before, in addition to the opportunity to participate in the God Transformation Project, there were also enough resources to train a first-class weirdo. If it doubles again, he will be able to cultivate to the top level very quickly after becoming a weird person. By then, with his identity as a survivor, he will become a unique, powerful, and weird survivor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing out loud. After laughing, he prepared to take another look at the current internet rankings to confirm his own ranking. But when he saw this, Jiang Daowu was stunned for a moment. First place, Chao Xian, 41 points. Second place, Jiang Daowu, 36 points. Chao Xian. Jiang Daowu's eyes widened. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to his forehead. When did he get to 41? He now only has 36 reputation points, and there is no way he can get 7 reputation points in the remaining half hour. If he didn't get first place and couldn't help Herman get the props, then all his efforts would be in vain and his reputation would be completely ruined. Herman saw Jiang Daowu on the screen suddenly freeze there and was about to urge him. At this moment, the patriarch of a large family suddenly stood up, pointed at the ranking screen at the top of the screen, and said in a trembling voice, "Mayor Herman, look, someone named Chao Xian has surpassed Jiang Daowu." As soon as these words were spoken, the other clan leaders stood up to check. This, wasn't Jiang Daowu still leading by over 10 points when I looked just now? How come after only half an hour, Chao Xian suddenly had a 20-point lead? Could he have cheated? Maybe he's in cahoots with the people who hacked into all the city's electronic devices and tampered with the system data? The clan leaders were discussing the matter heatedly, one after another, and their expressions were extremely flustered. After all, the God transformation plan concerns whether they can continue to survive in this world. The more they have, the more greedy they are for everything in this world, and no one wants to leave easily. Herman listened to the noisy voices in the room and shouted angrily, "Everyone, be quiet. You're a bunch of people who are thousands of years old, and yet you're still so panicked." Herman calmed down despite his anger. He knew in his heart that it was almost impossible for Jiang Daowu to surpass the survivor named Chao Xian in the last few minutes. But perhaps he could bribe Chao Xian just like he bribed Jiang Daowu? At that time, in order to find suitable foreign aid, he asked several survivors, and finally chose the most famous Jiang Daowu, and naturally the reward he offered was very generous. If it was Chao Xian who replaced him, perhaps some resources could be saved. "Mayor, I seem to know this Chao Xian." At this time, Lorenzo, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly spoke. "Oh, do you know this Chao Xian?" Herman's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, thinking that his idea might really come true, and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now? Can you contact him?" Lorenzo stroked his beard, recalled for a moment, and said, "If I remember correctly, he should be in heaven on earth." At the beginning, he helped Aisha and others rescue Chao Xian, and he and Aisha exchanged contact information. At that time, he felt that Elsa was a rare genius in a century, and her scientific achievements surpassed all the researchers under him, so he thought about asking her for advice in the future. But at this moment, Lorenzo's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he suddenly understood something. Frankton has a number of people who are proficient in network technology, and the Hope system has been protecting the city network. If anyone could hack into all of Frankton's electronic devices and make them play a single image simultaneously, it would most likely be Aisha. Coincidentally, Elsa happens to live in heaven on earth. Lorenzo said with a trembling voice, "I think I know who hacked into all of Frankton's electronic equipment and who's been working against us." "Who is it?" Herman was a little confused as to why Lorenzo didn't answer his question, but the question also aroused his interest. "If I'm not mistaken, it's this Chao Xian." After Lorenzo expressed his point of view, he slowly began to explain the analysis process. This Chao Xian has a friend named Aisha, who is also an outsider. It is no exaggeration to say that her talent in science surpasses all the so-called geniuses in Frankton, including Chen Feng. If anyone could simultaneously hack into every piece of electronics in Frankton and leave our technicians helpless, it's her. She had a very good relationship with Chao Xian and was probably one of his confidants. Herman listened to Lorenzo's analysis with a gloomy face. In his heart, he didn't quite believe that there was an outsider who could surpass all the geniuses in Frankton in terms of technology. But Lorenzo spoke so confidently, and since the Harmon family was the top mechanic family in the city, it was difficult for him to refute it directly. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Herman subconsciously turned his head and saw a figure in a white Taoist robe. Mo Yun. Herman's eyes lit up with joy and he asked quickly, "How is it going over there?" Herman was still very relieved about Mo Yun. Although Mo Yun often refused to carry out his tasks on the grounds of cultivation, the results every time he took action made him very satisfied. Mo Yun said with a dejected look on his face, "I failed. I met a man whose Taoism might be even stronger than mine." Then he briefly described Chao Xian's appearance. After hearing this, Herman was so angry that he didn't know what to say. First, a genius emerged whose technological talent surpassed Chen Feng, and then Chao Xian appeared whose Taoism was even more powerful than Mo Yun. At this rate, will there be another spooky creature that's stronger than all the spooky masters under his command? After listening to Mo Yun's description, Lorenzo suddenly stepped forward excitedly. "Captain Mo Yun, please describe in detail the appearance of the man you just fought with." Upon hearing this, Mo Yun repeated it in detail. Lorenzo said excitedly, "Yes, it's him. The one who defeated Captain Mo Yun is Chao Xian." Herman narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "That is to say, Chao Xian is now in the Mo family." He immediately ordered, "Gather everyone and follow me to the Mo family immediately." Yes. The subordinate beside him took the order and turned back after taking a few steps to ask, "What about Jiang Daowu's people?" Herman's face turned cold. "Recall them all. As for Jiang Daowu, this waste, there's no need to keep him." "Chief, someone outside just sent word that Heman sent his tricksters to kill all the citizens and survivors blocking the entrance to the government building. Now they are coming towards us with a large force." The people from the Mo family came to Chao Xian and the others and brought them the latest news. Hearing this, Mo Hong sneered. That's Herman's style indeed. He used countless bloody tactics to become mayor. He's trying to put all the blame on the weird riot. This isn't the first time he's used this tactic. Then he immediately ordered, "Open the sky curtain, and then summon all members of the Mo family to the main gate to resist the foreign enemies." The so-called sky curtain is a defensive barrier developed by the ancestors of the Mo family with countless resources and efforts. It is centered on the Mo family's territory and uses the strange stones embedded in the four corners of the territory as energy hubs. Once activated, it can form a transparent barrier that flashes dark red above the Mo family. Once opened, although it would be impossible to completely block the attack, if Herman and his men wanted to break through the sky curtain, they could only concentrate their forces to attack one place. Once a gap in the sky is breached, they only need to defend this one move. This will make defense easier. Chapter 176: The Shocked Mo Family. Mo Hong didn't think about being able to defeat Herman. His plan was just one word: delay. The resources accumulated by their Mo family are enough to last for a long time. As for Herman, although he is very powerful, his rash attack on the Mo family will definitely cause dissatisfaction and suspicion from other families, and the pressure from the citizens will also increase. Although the big families looked down on the common people, Frankton's main operations depended on them. So, Herman can't afford to delay. When Chao Xian heard what Mo Hong said, he immediately asked what the sky curtain was. Mo Hong explained to Chao Xian quite complacently. The Mo family has been passed down for hundreds of years and has countless heritages, and this sky curtain is one of them. Mo Hong saw the surprised expression on Chao Xian's face and smiled while stroking his stubble. Chao Xian knew how powerful his Mo family was, so maybe he would take the initiative to become Mo Hong's son-in-law. After hearing Mo Hong's explanation, Chao Xian quickly asked, "Can we open it later? I have a few friends who are on the street with some helpers. Can you let them in first?" Oh, Mo Hong didn't think the helpers Chao Xian called would be that powerful, but he had to satisfy his future son-in-law's requirements. He immediately shouted, "Wait a minute to activate the sky curtain." Then he looked at Chao Xian and said, "Son-in-law." "Oh no, Chao Xian. Get your friends here as soon as possible. Herman's men will be here in 10 minutes at most. We must open the sky curtain before they arrive." Chao Xian was busy using his watch to contact Shin Bing and didn't hear what Mo Hong just said. But Mo Qingyu, who was standing on Mo Hong's left, heard it clearly. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Mo Qingyu blushed and whispered in Mo Hong's ear. Mo Hong just laughed. "My dear daughter, I will pass on the Mo family to you sooner or later. You can't control your brothers and sisters by yourself. Chao Xian is a brave and resourceful boy with some skills. If he can become the son-in-law of our Mo family and support the Mo family together with you in the future, I will be relieved." "Dad, if you say that again, I will ignore you." Mo Qingyu's face turned red for a rare time, but her eyes secretly fell on Chao Xian. Chao Xian has already finished his phone call with Shin Bing. Just when he arrived at the Mo family's territory, he notified Shin Bing to come here, and now they have driven to the door of the Mo family. When Chao Xian looked up, he happened to see the conversation between the Mo family father and daughter. He glanced at Mo Qingyu's red face with some doubt, and then said to Mo Hong, "Chief Mo, my friends are outside the gate right now. Please let them drive in." Chao Xian looked at Mo Qingyu's red face with some doubt. Then, he said to Mo Hong, "Chief Mo, my friends are outside the gate now. Please let them drive in." Hearing what Chao Xian said, Mo Hong immediately led the way without saying a word and hurried downstairs with everyone and rushed towards the gate. As the heavy door of the Mo family slowly opened, a silver truck slowly drove into everyone's sight and stopped steadily in the middle of the road. Chao Xian quickly stretched out his arms and waved vigorously to greet the people in the car. Chun Yin and Shin Bing noticed him instantly. Chun Yin poked her head out from the passenger seat and waved in response. Seeing Chun Yin and Shin Bing's outstanding figures and looks, Mo Hong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He was extremely surprised. Where did this kid Chao Xian get to know so many beautiful women with good figures? If Chao Xian was only surrounded by those two girls with Western faces, Imo Hong didn't think it would pose much of a threat to his daughter. After all, there was a significant difference in the charm of Eastern and Western women. But Chun Yin and Shun Bing in front of him really made him worry about his daughter. Could it be that Chao Xian looked down on his own daughter? After Shun Bing parked the car steadily, the two got out. Chao Xian quickly pulled them together and introduced them to Imo Hong. Chief Imo, these two are Chun Yin and Shun Bing, both human survivors. Then he turned to Chun Yin and Shun Bing and said, Sister Chun Yin, Sister Bing Bing, this is the patriarch of the Mo family. I am able to seek refuge in the Mo family this time thanks to the help of the patriarch. Chun Yin and Shun Bing hurriedly greeted Imo Hong respectfully, and Imo Hong smiled and nodded in response. At this moment, the gates slowly closed, and a strong energy fluctuation instantly surged throughout the entire Mo family territory. Chao Xian only felt a sudden shock under his feet, and a layer of dark red translucent barrier quickly covered the entire Mo family like a huge dome. Imo Hong was about to point at the barrier and explain the sky curtain to Chao Xian in detail when a sharp and piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Beep, 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 beep. In an instant, the alarm sounded across the sky, and the entire Mo family fell into panic. Oh no, an external enemy has sneaked into the Mo family's territory at some point. Once the sky curtain is opened, it cannot be closed in a short time. We must quickly find the enemies hiding in the Mo family and must not let them cooperate with the outside world. Chao Xian felt nervous when he heard Imo Hong's words. Could it be that the previous secret passage was not completely sealed, allowing Hawk's people to sneak in without anyone noticing? Just as Chao Xian was about to follow the tribesmen gathered by Imo Hong to search, Shin Bing suddenly tugged at the corner of his clothes. What's wrong, Sister Bing Bing? Chao Xian asked puzzledly. Shin Bing's expression was a little strange. He pointed at the truck's compartment and whispered, Could the external enemies that Patriarch Imo Hong mentioned be the tenants in this apartment? Chao Xian was stunned for half a second, thought for a moment, and felt that what Shin Bing said was very likely. After all, they had just brought the tenant in and the alarm started going off like crazy. The timing was too coincidental. Chao Xian hurriedly called out to Imo Hong. Hearing the shout, Imo Hong stopped and looked at Chao Xian anxiously. Chao Xian, what else? The situation is urgent now. I must find the enemy as soon as possible. Chao Xian looked a little embarrassed, scratched his head, walked quickly to the back of the car, and opened the door with a clatter. Hey, we finally got there. This carriage is too small. It's almost squeezing me to death. Hey, the door's open. It's the apartment manager. We're finally here. Don't squeeze me, get off now. As the car door opened, a burst of noisy complaints suddenly came from the car. There were more than 80 tall tenants, almost filling the carriage like a pile of people. Near the carriage door, Lin Shui occupied a small space alone. Although the neighborhood relations in the apartment are quite harmonious nowadays, Lin Shui is always an exception. Everyone knows that Lin Shui is only close to the apartment manager Chao Xian. Apart from Chao Xian, only He Fei, Jiang He, and her daughter Gue Jiang you can talk to her. The weird creatures, who were squeezed uncomfortably, now rushed down from the carriage like a tide. Strange weird. Several members of the Mo family who were nearby were so frightened that their faces turned pale. If I'm not weird, what else could I be? Look at you. You're such a naive bear. He Fei widened his eyes and glared fiercely at a young member of the Mo family, scaring the other person so much that he took several steps back. Chief, where do these people come from? They actually brought a whole cart full of weird things. The young tribesman leaned close to Imo Hong's ear and said in shock. How would I know? Not only was the young member of the Mo family shocked, even Imo Hong, the patriarch of the top ghost-controlling family, was so shocked that he was speechless at this moment. What did I see? A pure red-clothed monster. Next to it, there's also a half-red-clothed monster. That big guy just now also had a small red spot on his body. There are actually several people like him among this group of weirdos. In this strange world, the red color on the body undoubtedly represents talent and strength. When it comes to the level of pure red clothes, it is no longer something that can be simply explained by talent. The birth of every pure red-clothed monster can be said to be the result of the right time and place, and the probability of its appearance can be said to be 1 in a billion. Otherwise, it will be accompanied by a bloody disaster. Take the God transformation plan, for example. If it only wanted to transform humans into ordinary monsters, there would be no need to consume so many lives. The problem is that Hawk's gang of lunatics are not satisfied with ordinary weirdness at all. What they desire is at least half of the body in red clothes, or even the weirdness of pure red clothes. The tenants quickly formed a square in front of Chao Xian. Although they were noisy, they were all waiting for Chao Xian's instructions. When everyone in the Mo family saw this scene, they were once again stunned. How on earth could Chao Xian command so many strange things at once? What's more, there was a pure red-clothed weirdo beside him. You know, even their clan leader Mo Hong only contracted a half-bodied red-clothed monster. What is even more amazing is that there is no sign of any strange erosion on Chao Xian's body. Their clan leader, Mo Hong, had hideous scars eroded beneath his clothes, so he always wore long-sleeved, long-collared clothes to cover them up. Looking at Chao Xian again, he was not only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but his body was also clean, with no signs of erosion at all. Mo Hong tried hard to calm down and pretended to be calm as he walked in front of Chao Xian. Chao Xian, are these all the weirdness of your contract? Young people should not be too ambitious. Perhaps their erosion will not be obvious in the short term, but it may suddenly erupt at some point in time. The ancestors of the Mo family have experienced such a tragic precedent. Hearing Mo Hong's words, Chao Xian was stunned at first, then smiled and said, Chief Mo, I am not a ghost control master, and I don't have a contractual relationship with them. The relationship between them and me, to be precise, is that of a tenant and a landlord. Mo Hong was stunned for several seconds after hearing this, as if trying to understand the meaning of Chao Xian's words. But this kind of relationship doesn't seem to be able to restrain them, right? Chao Xian smiled slightly and explained. There are many different kinds of weird personalities, and many of them actually yearn for a stable life. I provided them with a peaceful environment and sufficient compensation, so they naturally obeyed my command willingly. Chapter 177, A New Idea. Mo Hong originally had some doubts about Chao Xian's remarks, but when he was thinking about these words over and over in his mind, a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead. In an instant, he seemed to be struck by a flash of inspiration and had an instant enlightenment. For a long time, the criteria used by ghost masters to select ghosts have been to target those with fierce natures and strong strength. After forcibly taming them through violent means, they are forced to sign a contract through a special agreement. After signing the agreement, the ghost master and the ghost became a master and servant. Make sure that as long as the master of ghosts is still alive, the ghost will have to submit to him at all times and will not take the initiative to cause harm to him. But the weird ones also desire freedom, so how could they be willing to be inferior to humans forever? Therefore, when they live in the human body, they will not suppress the strange energy that overflows from them at all. In this way, he would not violate the agreement signed with the Master of Tricks, and he would be able to kill the Master of Tricks as soon as possible and regain his freedom. This is the root cause of the generally short lifespan of the Masters of controlling ghosts. But if we follow Chao Xian's idea, we specifically look for monsters with gentle personalities and give up the means of forced taming. In this way, we will not face the risk of being eroded at all. In fact, this method has not been tried by anyone, but most of them ended in failure. If we trace the root cause, it is that people are different, and it is difficult for both parties to fully trust each other. Even though the master who tried this method gave his weirdness a certain degree of freedom on the surface, but secretly, the precautions against weirdness are even stricter, and they are even under surveillance at all times. However, Chao Xian's success gave Mo Hong a glimmer of hope again. Once this crisis is resolved, he might really try this new method. Just as Mo Hong was immersed in these excited thoughts, a member of the Mo family hurried over to report. Chief, Herman has led his men to the outside of the sky tent and is requesting you to come and meet him. Mo Hong's expression suddenly changed. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Let's go and see what tricks Herman is up to. After saying that, the group followed Mo Hong and came to the gate of the Mo family. A blood-red light curtain clearly separated the Mo family members from Herman's men. Mo Hong. Herman saw Mo Hong appear with Chao Xian and others at a glance, and extreme anger flashed in his eyes. As expected, their judgment was absolutely correct. Mo Hong had already betrayed them, and Chao Xian was indeed hiding in the Mo family's territory. He roared in anger. Mo Hong, you are so bold. How dare you openly protect Chao Xian, the culprit who destroyed my plan? Don't you know that you are making an enemy of the entire Frankton and all the families that support the God Transformation Project? Mo Hong's face was calm. He snorted coldly and responded without any fear. Herman, stop confusing right and wrong here. The deification project is clearly a cruel atrocity that you carried out to satisfy your own selfish desires. I don't know how many innocent lives will be lost as a result. You are the real enemy of Frankton. Chao Xian is just trying to stop you from doing evil. Herman was so angry that his face turned pale. He pointed at Chao Xian and shouted, Mo Hong, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over Chao Xian immediately, disband the Mo family's defenses, and surrender to me. As long as you do as I say, I will forgive you for what happened and protect your Mo family's position in Frankton. Otherwise, I will break through this sky curtain, flatten the Mo family, and make sure you die without a burial place. Hearing Herman's harsh words, Chen Yin and Shen Bing couldn't help but look at Mo Hong nervously. He wouldn't really back down and hand Chao Xian over, right? Before Mo Hong could speak, Mo Qingyu had already taken a step forward. Chapter 178 changes the trajectory of lightning, shocking everyone. Her eyebrows were raised, her beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent, and she shouted domineeringly, Old Herman, stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. My Mo family will fight you to the end. It's absolutely impossible for us to hand over Chao Xian. My Mo family is not like you who would cross the river and destroy the bridge and betray our trust. Looking at Herman's exasperated expression, Mo Hong couldn't help but chuckle and echoed, My daughter is right. Old Herman, stop daydreaming. If you want to fight, then fight with all your might. My Mo family has plenty of ways to deal with it. Herman was so angry at Mo Qingyu's blunt insult that veins popped out of his forehead. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he roared, Little girl, you're courting death. Today, I'll make sure you know that the consequences of offending me are something your Mo family can't endure. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head, looked at his men behind him, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Attack with all your might, and make sure to blast open this sky curtain. As Herman finished speaking, countless bullets and shells rained down on the crystals of the sky. The battle between the master of controlling evil and the master of exterminating evil cannot last long, so they will not easily waste their energy on time-consuming and laborious tasks such as shattering the sky curtain. Therefore, professions such as mechanics who can replenish consumption at any time were sent to take the lead. Although their attack speed is relatively slow, they can retain enough strength for the subsequent decisive battle. For a moment, the roar was deafening, and the dark red sky trembled violently under the intensive attack. The light flickered, as if it would shatter at any time. Seeing this, Mo Hong just smiled slightly, turned slowly, and said to Chao Xian, This canopy can hold out for at least 3 hours. If I'm not mistaken, your red-robed creature and half-red-robed creature both seem to have sustained serious injuries. They haven't fully recovered yet, right? In my Mo family's warehouse, there are some materials specifically for this type of injury. During this time, they can heal their wounds and regain some strength. Chao Xian was delighted and looked at Mo Hong gratefully. Chief Mo, it's true that Lin Shui and Jiang He were both seriously injured. I used a lot of Phantom Star Dew on them, but relying solely on this one material is still extremely limited. It would be great if I could use the Mo family's resources to recover from my injuries. Mo Hong nodded, looked at a member of the Mo family beside him, and instructed, You, take Chao Xian's 2 friends to the warehouse immediately. If they see any suitable materials, they can use them at will. As soon as Mo Hong finished speaking, a member of the Mo family quickly stepped forward. Chao Xian turned around, walked over to Lin Shui and Jiang He and said, You guys can go and take a look. You're welcome. Feel free to use it if you need it. When the time comes, I will exchange a batch of Phantom Star Dew with the Mo family and won't let them suffer any loss. After listening to Chao Xian's words, Jiang He nodded. They are not the kind of weird people who have no sense of proportion. If they follow them to the Mo family warehouse to select items, they will be caught in a dilemma if they see something that is useful to them, but extremely precious. Should they take it or not? If they did, they would inevitably have to worry about whether it would give Mo Hong a bad impression of Chao Xian. As weird people, they naturally know how precious the Phantom Star Dew is. Although Yuxinglu seems to be as common as cabbage in the happy apartment, in the outside world, it is absolutely a top-notch precious item, especially for a family like the Mo family that needs to spend a lot of resources to cultivate strange masters. Its significance is even more extraordinary. Therefore, if Chao Xian exchanges Yuxinglu with the Mo family will not suffer any loss. The two nodded in unison, then followed the young members of the Mo family towards the warehouse to select the materials they needed. At this time, outside the Mo family's gate, there was still continuous artillery fire and the earth was shaking. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Chao Xian's ears. Ding! The first reputation point ranking is over. Congratulations to survivor Chao Xian for winning first place. He will have the opportunity to choose any item from Frankton's highest level treasure chest. Second place winner, Li Yun will receive a random purple component or star soul coins of equal value as a reward. Third place winner, Wang Qiyun, will will receive 2 random blue components or star soul coins of equal value as a reward. Chao Xian was not surprised to see that he won first place. However, when he saw the name of the second place, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where is Zhang Daowu? Chao Xian looked confused. Now the second place has only a dozen reputation points, which is more than 20 points lower than Zhang Daowu's previous results. Where's Zhang Daowu? Where did he go? Unless Zhang Daowu is already dead. Otherwise, he won't disappear from the rankings. Chao Xian didn't have any friends with Zhang Daowu, so he couldn't tell whether he was dead by looking at his profile picture. But he felt that there might be relevant information in the chat channel. Thinking of this, Chao Xian immediately opened the chat channel. Are there any survivors in Frankton right now? I'm a member of a mutual aid group, and I just noticed that our president, Zhang Daowu's profile picture, has suddenly gone dark. Does anyone know what's going on? Zhang Daowu's profile picture turned black? Generally speaking, only profile pictures of people who die will turn black. Is that so? Haha, you guessed right. Zhang Daowu is indeed dead. His body is now in an alley in Frankton. Although his face is completely disfigured, his clothes are unmistakable. Image. Oh my god, it really is Zhang Daowu. He deserves a good death. My teammates just went with a group of people to seek justice from Zhang Daowu, but they were beaten to death by his men. Now he's dead for no apparent reason. He deserves it. Zhang Daowu deserves this. He actually betrayed all the survivors in Frankton for personal gain. He truly deserves death. For a time, all the survivors in Frankton began to criticize Zhang Daowu, and then the war spread directly to the members of the Mutual Aid Association who spoke in the chat channel. Now, the Mutual Aid Association has become the target of public criticism because of Zhang Daowu's behavior. The survivors from the Mutual Aid Society who asked about Zhang Daowu's situation were scolded so much that they dared not show their faces again. After Chao Xian browsed the messages in the chat channel, he roughly understood the whole story. Someone in the chat channel posted a photo of a bloody corpse that was casually dumped in an alley. Chao Xian recognized it at a glance. It was undoubtedly Zhang Daowu. Considering that he surpassed Zhang Daowu and forced him to come in second at best, it was easy to guess what happened. It was simply that Herman's men saw that it was impossible for Zhang Daowu to take first place, so they became angry and humiliated and killed him directly to vent their anger. After all, the reward for second place is not even a little bit different from that for first place. A random purple component, of no use to Herman. After Chao Xian closed the comment section, he found an additional entrance on the panel. He flipped through the book and saw a wide variety of props displayed inside. He even saw Yuxing Lu at the bottom of the first page. It seems that these props are arranged according to their preciousness, because in the second place, Chao Xian actually saw a golden component. The first one is a blood-red stone called Red Soul Crystal. Although it is not clear what its purpose is, the fact that it ranks before the golden component means its value is definitely not simple. There is also a search-like button on the page, which makes it easy for him to find the items he needs. This should be the way to withdraw the reward, right? Chao Xian thought to himself. Then he turned to look at Mo Hong beside him. What exactly is the key item for their blood sacrifice? I can claim the reward now. Mo Hong's eyes suddenly flashed with joy, and then he said seriously. That item is called the Soul-Eroding Secret Crystal. It's a legendary ancient evil object, and it's also the key item that can serve as the centerpiece of the blood sacrifice formation. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian immediately began to flip through the pages. Without much effort, Chao Xian saw this thing. Because the Soul-Eroding Secret Crystal is ranked 4th item, Chao Xian did not hesitate and chose to exchange directly. Although Herman lost this opportunity, if he did not exchange the Soul-Eroding Secret Crystal this time, there would be no guarantee that someone would not want to use this method to perform a blood sacrifice in the future. Although it may not be used, it can eliminate future troubles. The moment Chao Xian focused his mind on the soul-eroding secret crystal, a black stone appeared out of thin air in his hand. It looked ordinary, but when he held it in his hand, Chao Xian felt a strong palpitation. He quickly threw the stone into the space bracelet, and the feeling disappeared. For the rest of the time, he and the Mo family sat down behind the gate to rest. As time passed, a member of the Mo family hurried forward to report. Report to the clan leader, the sky is getting darker and darker. It is estimated that in 10 minutes at most, they will open a gap. Mo Hong sneered. I can't wait any longer. He turned and looked at the Mo family members sitting cross-legged on the ground. All Mo family members, follow me to fight. Yes, Chief. At Mo Hong's command, all the Mo family members stood up, quickly assembled into teams, and shouted in unison. Fight! 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 The huge noise was so loud that Herman and his group outside could hear it clearly. Beside Herman, Mo Yun stood quietly. Though he remained silent, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner restlessness. He gazed at the shaky, crumbling sky. Unable to contain himself, he said, "I'll shatter it." Herman did not dissuade him. One attack would not consume much of Mo Yun's strength, and he was also eager to see the scene of destroying the Mo family. After saying that, Mo Yun directly took out an ancient peachwood sword engraved with runes from his arms. He stepped into the 7-star steps and muttered something. As he chanted, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker, as black as ink, rolling and surging, as if an ancient giant beast was roaring in it. Mo Yun suddenly pointed the peachwood sword at the sky and shouted, "Borrow the power of heaven and earth, and the thunder will descend upon the world." I saw a thick purple thunder coming down from the sky and hitting the sky directly. With the fall of this last straw, the sky could no longer bear the weight, and with a pop, a huge gap suddenly appeared. Captain Mo Yun is awesome. Captain Mo is mighty. The Herman camp immediately started cheering for Mo Yun. His attack instantly boosted the momentum of the camp, which had been somewhat depressed due to the long-term attack. On the other hand, everyone in the Mo family was shocked by Mo Yun's attack. Originally, the biggest enemy of the master of controlling evils was the master of eliminating evils, especially thunder, who had a natural restraint on the weird. The lightning that just fell from the sky made many of the Mo family members feel something strange in their bodies and felt fear. They had long heard that Mo Yun, the captain of the Special Affairs Bureau's team, was a genius ghost hunter who appeared once in 1,000 years. But when they saw him today, they found that Mo Yun was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Seeing this, Chao Xian knew it was time for him to take action. Now the morale of the Mo family has been completely suppressed by Herman's side. From a professional point of view, the Mo family has no upper hand. If the morale continues to decline, they will almost certainly lose. The thunder summoned by Mo Yun did not end with one strike. After the first thunder, another, even stronger thunder began to brew. A moment later, the lightning struck straight down, targeting the Mo family's gate. Just as the thunder was about to hit the Mo family's gate, Chao Xian suddenly jumped down from the city wall. Mo Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. He really didn't understand what Chao Xian was going to do. Withstand the thunder he summoned? He absolutely did not believe that Chao Xian could do it with just his flesh and blood. In fact, Chao Xian could indeed withstand this attack. The thunderous fury had made him immune to all lightning damage. No matter how powerful the lightning summoned by Mo Yun was, it could not hurt him at all. But Chao Xian obviously didn't intend to do so. He could withstand the thunder, but the clothes on his body could not. He didn't want to run away in public. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes. As the thick lightning bolt got closer and closer, he could clearly sense its trajectory. This is the absolute perception of thunder and lightning that the thunder fury gives him. But what Chao Xian wants to do is far more than that. Thunderous fury can rely on energy to create lightning out of thin air, and naturally, it can also control lightning that is not generated by itself. As Chao Xian slowly raised his right hand, the speed of the lightning in the air suddenly slowed down. Upon seeing this, Herman's camp exploded instantly. He can actually slow down the speed of lightning. How is this possible? Could he be a god? He can actually slow down the thunder. Many people present were exorcists who had some exposure to thunder magic. Because of this, they knew how contrary to common sense this was, and they even felt like their worldview had collapsed. The most shocked person was Mo Yun. Among all the people present, he was the most proficient in lightning magic. Because of this, Mo Yun saw more clues. He stared at the lightning in the air that was getting slower and slower, and even began to twist slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He wants to do more than just stop this lightning. He's changing its trajectory. As if to confirm Mo Yun's idea, the moment his thought came to mind, the lightning suddenly changed direction in midair and struck straight towards Mo Yun. Chapter 179. Lin Shui in her prime. My godfathers, I've been losing a lot of money lately, leaving me with only a few dozen yuan a day. I can't afford to eat anymore, so I've started a new book called Survival in the Dormitory, Sexy Roommates. Click on my avatar to read it. I beg you to add it to your bookshelf. This book won't be discontinued, and I'll continue to write at least a few 100,000 words. At this moment, even Mo Yun couldn't help but feel a little fear. He quickly raised the peachwood sword and muttered a spell silently. As expected of a genius who only appears once in 1,000 years, the trajectory of the lightning shifted thanks to his efforts. However, he obviously could not change the direction of the lightning directly like Chao Xian did. He could only prevent it from hitting him. A moment later, he was sweating profusely and turned back to shout, "Scatter!" Although he slightly changed the trajectory of the lightning, the blow still landed among the people in Herman's camp. Although Mo Yin turned back to remind him, it was obviously too late. Thunder and lightning rushed into Heman's camp in an instant like an angry dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, lightning exploded in the crowd. The powerful electric current spread instantly, and screams came one after another. Many ghost masters and mechanics were struck by lightning and turned into charcoal in an instant. The originally neat camp was now blown to pieces and in chaos. As for the Mo family members, all of them had expressions of joy on their faces. Brother Chao Xian is awesome. What a once-in-a-millennium genius, Frankton's #1 trick master. I think he's not even a hair behind Brother Chao Xian. Ha ha ha, you're right. I think we should give this title to Brother Chao Xian. Mo Yun's eyes became more and more solemn. The ridicule from the Mo family members just now not only did not have any effect on him, but after a brief adjustment of his mentality, it ignited a raging fighting spirit in his heart. After so many years, he had grown tired of being in an invincible position. Many years ago, his master warned him that if he couldn't find an opponent of equal strength, it would be difficult for him to make a qualitative breakthrough in his strength. And the experience of these years has just confirmed this point. Although Mo Yin studied more and more Taoist methods, he was still unable to achieve that crucial qualitative leap. At this moment, a strong premonition arose in his heart. Chao Xian was the enemy who was capable of fighting him to the death. At the same time, Herman could no longer suppress his anxiety. He glanced at his men, who were already showing fear, and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, attack with all your might. Anyone who dares to flinch will be punished by military law." Frankton's military orders have always been extremely strict. Those who retreat in battle will face severe punishment of life imprisonment at the very least, and will be executed directly at the worst. Their family's future employment will also be affected. Therefore, when Herman gave this order, even though his men were filled with fear, they had no choice but to bravely charge towards the Mo family under the threat of military law. In an instant, the shouting and screaming made people's eardrums hurt, as if the whole world was shaking. Chao Xian was just about to strike again and deal a head-on blow to the enemy, but Mo Yun came straight at him like a ghost. "Chao Xian, your opponent is me." Mo Yun stared at Chao Xian with burning eyes. "Your most proud skill should be thunder magic, right? Today, we will simply compete with thunder magic to see who is the true strongest." Chao Xian smiled faintly upon hearing this. "I originally thought that Captain Mo Yun was really as indifferent to fame and fortune as the rumors said, but now it seems that is not the case." Mo Yun was stunned. He didn't understand why he suddenly cared so much about winning or losing. But soon he was troubled by not being at home, and defeating Chao Xian was his way. He doesn't care about winning or losing, but about the Tao. Mo Yun snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense and take it." After saying that, he swung the peachwood sword in his hand violently, and the dark clouds in the sky that had begun to dissipate gathered again in an instant. And this time, it was even thicker than before, like a huge black curtain, covering the sky completely. Chao Xian could also feel the terrifying thunder above the dark clouds. If all these thunders were approved, it would not be a big deal for him, but the people of the Mo family and his tenants would definitely not be happy. Since Mo Yun can summon thunder, can he directly disperse this dark cloud? Chao Xian tried to use the unique control of thunder and lightning with the wrath of thunder to reverse the process, cut off the connection between the black cloud and the dark cloud, and then disperse the dark cloud containing the terrifying power of thunder. He soon discovered that it was too difficult. If we try to forcibly move such a large thundercloud away, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it even if we drain all the energy of thunder's wrath. Soon, Chao Xian suddenly had an idea. Since it is impossible to disperse this dark cloud, is it possible to directly detonate the thundercloud in the sky and make it explode in the air? Soon he felt that he could do it. The thunderclouds were already extremely violent, and Chao Xian only needed to slightly stimulate them to cause them to explode directly in the air. The dark clouds were still gathering momentum, and the energy fluctuations in the dark clouds were becoming stronger and stronger. Thick bolts of lightning were raging wildly in the clouds. He wanted to let Chao Xian see what the ultimate thunder was. At this time, Chao Xian successfully found the key node that caused the thundercloud explosion. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. With a loud boom, it seemed as if the sky and the earth were torn apart. The entire thundercloud exploded in an instant, and dazzling light bloomed in the sky. The whole Frankton instantly became daytime. Mo Yun was concentrating on guiding the thunder, trying to give Chao Xian a fatal blow. He never expected that Chao Xian would be the first to detonate the thundercloud. The sudden explosion left him no time to make a more effective defense, and he was directly hit by the powerful backlash. Mo Yun was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the ground dozens of meters away, splashing up a cloud of dust. His peachwood sword also flew out of his hand and stuck deeply into the soil beside him, the sword body still trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Shouldn't normal thunder techniques allow one to summon thunderclouds? How could Chao Xian detonate his thunderclouds? It's like a key that opens a lock, but Chao Xian turns out to be a master key. He even destroyed the lock core. Seeing Mo Yun injured, Chao Xian's eyes lit up with joy. He had no intention of showing any martial ethics. Mo Yun's stats were simply outrageous. If he hadn't insisted on competing with him in thunder magic, standing there for a long time to gather his strength, Chao Xian would have had to use all his strength to barely be his opponent. And if he wasn't careful, he would have been defeated. At this time, Chao Xian directly switched off Thunderous Fury. Mo Yun's physical stats are about twice as high as his. If it is a close combat, he can only have a chance to fight Mo Yun by switching to the power of the earth veins. As Chao Xian switched the components of his equipment to the power of the earth veins, golden rock lines appeared on his skin. Chao Xian moved his mind, and a rock cage immediately appeared on the ground, imprisoning Mo Yun tightly. While Mo Yun was still wondering what kind of Taoist magic Chao Xian was using, Chao Xian had already attached a layer of diamond boxing gloves to his right hand. Now his right hand is the size of a volleyball. Taking advantage of his weakness to kill him, Chao Xian did not hesitate to smash Mo Yun's fairly handsome face with his volleyball-sized fist. Mo Yun was trapped in the rock cage at this time and had no way to dodge. He could only watch the fist getting closer and closer. Bang! As Chao Xian raised his fist, Mo Yun's handsome and fair face was covered with blood and dust. Chao Xian did not stop, but continued to throw punch after punch. Bang! 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 Herman saw the scene of Chao Xian unilaterally beating Mo Yun. Mo Yun is the most important general under his command, and he can't bear to let Mo Yun die. He Wu Dao, go save your captain. He Wu Dao then noticed the situation over there, and his eyes widened in shock. What? Someone actually managed to pin their captain to the ground and beat him up. He Wu Dao wouldn't even dare to dream of such a scene. He reacted and quickly moved over there. Captain, I'm coming to rescue you. Before He Wu Dao could finish his words, he suddenly flew backwards and hit the ground with a large dent. He Wu Dao only felt a huge truck pressing on his chest and heard the sound of bones breaking. A moment later, a blonde figure in black leather appeared in his sight and raised a finger at him. Chao Xian still did not stop attacking. At this time, Mo Yun's white Taoist robe was soaked with blood, and there were several scattered teeth on the ground beside him. The more Chao Xian fought, the more shocked he became. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times after being beaten so badly. However, Mo Yun under him still had 30% of his health. This is too much. Just as Chao Xian was about to throw another punch, he suddenly felt a resistance, and his fist could not go down at all. Chao Xian was stunned, and his pupils shrank sharply when his eyes fell on his right hand. I saw that Mo Yun had broken free from his left hand at some point. Just now, it was Mo Yun who raised his left hand to catch Chao Xian's fist. Crack! Mo Yun exerted force suddenly, and the rock that imprisoned him broke completely. Even Chao Xian was knocked back by this gust of air. Mo Yun stood up, his hair crown spread out, his long black hair fluttered. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. Are you done beating me? Now it's my turn. If it weren't for Mo Yun's somewhat revealing words and the fact that he had lost several teeth when he opened his mouth, he would have been very handsome with this look. But at this moment, there is always an indescribable sense of funniness. Mo Yun was furious at this moment. From childhood to adulthood, Chao Xian was the first person who forced him into this state. Chao Xian looked at Mo Yun's status column, which showed extreme anger, and an ominous premonition gradually surged in his heart. Mo Qingyu had been watching the battle situation on the wall, and she looked at Chao Xian every few seconds. Seeing that Mo Yun had reversed the situation in an instant, a look of anxiety suddenly appeared on her face. Dad, Chao Xian is in danger. Go save him. Mo Hong was extremely anxious when he heard his daughter's cry. Don't panic, my dear son-in-law. I'll be right over. After saying that, Mo Hong's body immediately merged strangely. After Mo Hong's body merged strangely, his aura suddenly rose, and a chilling and eerie atmosphere spread out. His body instantly grew taller, his muscles bulged, and his ordinary clothes were torn to pieces, replaced by a layer of black scales. His figure was so fast that it formed an afterimage as he attacked directly towards Mo Yun. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck directly towards Mo Hong. Mo Yun had summoned a black thundercloud again to cover the Mo family at some point. This time, he didn't even need any power or spells to summon thunderclouds and trigger lightning. This time, the thundercloud was several times larger than the previous one. Chao Xian didn't dare to detonate it directly like he did just now. Otherwise, the power of the explosion would probably spread directly to everyone on the ground. Moreover, considering that there are many ghost control masters and ghosts on their side, that means they will lose 1,000 of their own if they kill 500 enemies. Chao Xian was shocked. Did Mo Yun make a new breakthrough at this critical moment of the battle? Only then did he truly realize how terrifying Mo Yun, the #1 genius, was. You have to know that he relies on components to create lightning out of thin air, while Mo Yun relies entirely on himself. No matter how fast Mo Hong is, he can't be faster than lightning. The lightning struck Mo Hong instantly. The powerful electric current raged on his black scales, making crackling sounds, and a pungent, burnt smell filled the air. The terrifying thunder even forced him to break away from the form that was fused with the weirdness. Mo Yun was not in a hurry to continue dealing with Chao Xian. It was thanks to Chao Xian that he was able to gain a breakthrough in the battle. Now, he had to get rid of Mo Hong, who was disturbing his fight with Chao Xian. Mo Yun's eyes were cold as he walked towards Mo Hong step by step. At this time, Mo Hong fell to the ground, spitting blood. Being forced into contact with the strangely fused form caused him to suffer severe backlash. Watching Mo Yun walking towards him slowly, Mo Hong suddenly felt a sense of despair. Is it possible that Mo Hong will die here today? It's just a pity that I haven't seen my lovely daughter get married yet. Mo Hong sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Just as Chao Xian clenched his fists and quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind, he suddenly felt a familiar feeling. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Lin Shui. Almost at the moment Chao Xian finished speaking, a huge curtain of black hair covered everyone's heads. In the huge screen formed by the black hair, Lin Shui, dressed in bright red clothes, slowly fell like a blood-red rose blooming in the darkness. That enchanting face was breathtakingly beautiful, with a pair of narrow and charming phoenix eyes, but at this moment, it revealed a cold chill. Everyone was attracted by this scene and looked up. Herman's men were originally attacking the Mo family, but at this moment they involuntarily stopped what they were doing and stared at Lin Shui blankly. They had seen many powerful beings, but they had never seen such a mysterious and oppressive creature in red. The black hair all over the sky exuded a strange aura, as if it could devour everything. Many people felt a strong fear in their hearts, and their legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Herman couldn't help but take several steps back, his lips trembling as he said, "Purely weird red clothes? Where did the Mo family find them from? Ever since that incident decades ago, there hasn't been a red-clothed ghost in Frankton again." Chapter 180: The Monster Created by Lin Shui's Origin. At this time, the more Herman looked at Lin Shui, the more he felt that she looked familiar. It was as if a string in his mind was gently plucked, but for a moment he could not remember where he had seen her. Suddenly, a red figure in memory suddenly merged with the figure in front of him. To confirm his guess, he immediately turned around and looked at Lady Villemont, who was in the same camp as him. At this moment, Mrs. Villemont's eyes were wide open and her face was pale. Her lips trembled uncontrollably as she murmured to herself, How is this possible? She can't be alive. Absolutely impossible. Her origin was destroyed back then, so she definitely couldn't be this powerful." Seeing Mrs. Villemont so distraught, Herman understood the current situation. The red-clothed ghost in front of him was none other than the strange Lin Shui in red, who had been carefully planned for many years by the Willemens family in order to rescue Mrs. Willemens' son and had set up a killing array to trap him to death. When Lin Shui escaped, it caused quite a stir in Frankton. Anyone who has lived in Frankton for a long time and has some status will almost be impressed by this incident. The Willemens family had been planning for more than 10 years, gaining Lin Shui's trust in advance, and joined forces with other ghost-killing families to set up a killing array in advance, which almost killed Lin Shui. If Lin Shui were to recover her winning form today, how would they win? Even Mo Yun couldn't help but raise his head in shock. The red dress is weird. Many years ago, his master was injured by a powerful red-clothed monster. That battle caused his master to suffer from sequelae and eventually passed away early. He didn't know who won or lost in the battle that year, but he felt that his master must have won. And now, my strength has surpassed my master's peak state back then. At this moment, looking at Lin Shui, Mo Yun's heart was burning with fighting spirit. If I were to fight against Lin Shui, who was also wearing a strange red dress, What were my chances of winning? Mo Yun took a decisive step forward, looked up at Lin Shui, and shouted, "Monster! I am Mo Yun, the 23rd generation descendant of the Mo family's most experienced exorcist in Frankton. Come down and die." After saying that, Mo Yun decisively threw away the peachwood sword in his hand, and his hands quickly made hand gestures like a phantom. As he muttered to himself, his body was instantly tightly wrapped by the aura of thunder and fire. In his pupils, red and purple lights shone together, as if containing endless power. Lightning and fire have always been the supreme weapons to restrain weirdness. What Mo Yun practiced was the most advanced thunder and fire techniques. He saw his fingertips precisely pinching into the thunder and fire seal, and suddenly burst out with a deafening roar. Thunder is the bone, fire is the soul, the heavenly gang and earthly fiends suppress the netherworld. Qian 3 connected, Kuan 6 broken, Sun wind rolled up thunder and burned the evil spirits. As the incantation sounded, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The thick dark clouds were torn apart, and 9 purple lightning bolts circled and danced in the air like dragons emerging from the sea. In the blink of an eye, they intertwined into an impenetrable lightning net. At the same time, a 10-foot-high wall of fire suddenly ignited on the ground. The raging flames, accompanied by furious lightning, shot up into the sky and exploded in midair. The dazzling lightning flashed instantly, and even the air made a sharp sound. Finally, the thunder and fire intertwined and condensed into a huge sphere, which slammed towards Lin Shui with the momentum of destroying the world. Such a shocking scene. Even Chao Xian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Shui. However, Lin Shui still floated leisurely in the air, ignoring Mo Yun's attack. Chao Xian knew that Lin Shui was different from other weird people. Back then in Lin Shui's room, he had exhausted all the energy of Thunder Fury, but he couldn't even leave a fatal scar or even just a mark on Lin Shui's body. At that time, Lin Shui's strength was not as good as Zhang Li, the head of the devil apartment. This is enough to show that Lin Shui is not as afraid of thunder and lightning as other monsters. But he didn't know whether this was a unique characteristic of Lin Shui or a trait possessed by all the red-clothed monsters. At this moment, Chao Xian looked nervous, staring closely at Lin Shui in the sky. She just glanced sideways, and when she saw the huge sphere formed by thunder and fire, her bright and juicy lips curled up slightly with a bit of disdain. Immediately afterwards, the hair in the sky surged wildly, and when the sphere was about to hit her, the hair suddenly became like a ball of black mist, tightly wrapping the sphere. Almost everyone's attention is focused on this. After all, both Lin Shui and Mo Yun are considered the strongest fighters in both camps. Whoever wins between the two of them will, to a large extent, determine which side will have the last laugh, the coalition of big families headed by Herman or the Mo family. The sphere wrapped in Lin Shui's hair could initially emit a dazzling light through the gaps in the hair. The light was struggling, and it seemed that it could break free from the constraints of the hair at any time. However, as time passed, the light inside became dimmer and dimmer, like a candle in the wind. Finally, accompanied by a faint muffled sound, the light completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Gone, gone. Everyone on Herman's side murmured in disbelief. Aren't lightning and fire the best at suppressing weirdness? How come they can't even touch this weird woman's clothes? He Wudao's face was filled with disbelief. This was definitely the captain's full-strength attack, but the noise wasn't even as loud as a fart. Puff! Mo Yun, who was standing on the ground, was struck by lightning and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his eyes were dazed. There was no trace of his high-spirited look just now. Although he had just gained insights and achieved a breakthrough during the battle, the injuries on his body still existed. At this moment, watching his all-out attack fail to cause any harm to Lin Shui, Mo Yun's Dao heart was instantly shattered. No wonder. When I was yelling at Lin Shui just now, she didn't even look at me. It turned out that in Lin Shui's eyes, his behavior was just like a child playing house with toys, and he was not taken seriously at all. When Mo Yun realized this, his eyes suddenly turned black, and he fell straight back. Lin Shui did not continue to pay attention to the situation here. Her gaze slowly turned to the location of Herman and others. Seeing Lin Shui looking over there, Mrs. Vallerman was immediately panicked. Her face turned pale as paper in an instant, her legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground with a plop. Lin Shui seemed to be teasing her on purpose, walking towards her slowly, step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on Mrs. Villamont's heart. Chao Xian seemed to realize something at this moment, and his heart was suddenly shocked. Could it be? She is the noble lady who deceived Lin Shui back then? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. At this time, Jiang He walked over and just heard Chao Xian talking to himself. Jiang He's eyes flickered, filled with cold hatred. When Jiang Yu and I fled, we fell into the trap set by the Willem family. They used all kinds of despicable means to cheat and lure the monsters into entering the special formation they had set up in advance. Then, they used the formation to extract the weird origin, but not to eliminate the weirdness, but to raise a monster that was neither human nor ghost. I just didn't expect that a powerful red-clothed monster like Miss Lin Shui would actually fall into their trap. There was a hint of doubt in Jiang He's tone. He fell into the trap of the Valemont family for money, but fortunately, he noticed it in time and escaped from Frankton with his sister. And with Lin Shui's strange strength in red clothes, not to mention whether she would be easily tricked into the formation. Even if she was tricked into entering, with her strength, it would be easy for her to escape. In other words, in order to capture Lin Shui, the Will Lemon family must have resorted to a more despicable and vicious scheme. So, he naturally left the opportunity for revenge to Lin Shui. Just when Lin Shui was about 3 to 5 meters away from Madame Villemot, the shadow under her feet suddenly began to twist wantonly. Then it became redder and redder, finally forming a pool of bright and juicy blood. The pool of blood quickly coagulated and ripples appeared on the surface. In a moment, a human figure made of blood appeared. It was surrounded by a thick, bloody mist, as if it was an evil ghost crawling out from the depths of hell, carrying a chilling breath. Every inch of this monster's skin was constantly flowing and reorganizing, and bright red blood was swirling on its surface. His facial features were blurred, with only 2 dots that looked like eyes staring at Mrs. Vallerman. "Son, you actually came out on your own initiative today." Unexpectedly, when Mrs. Villemont saw this strange monster, she was not afraid but extremely excited. After Mrs. Vallerman's excitement, a trace of worry appeared on her face, and she said anxiously, "Son, get out of here. I deceived Lin Shui's feelings and took away most of her essence. Now she's back to seek revenge on me. We are no match for her, and no one here can match her. Son, run away." No one knew better than her how terrifying Lin Shui was. In order to trap Lin Shui, the Will Lemon family set up more than one formation. They carefully set up more than a dozen layers of various strange killing and trapping formations several months in advance. In fact, with so many killing formations overlapping each other, there is no concealment at all. It's so weird that even if you're a few hundred meters away, you'd be scared and wouldn't dare get close. As for Lin Shui, as a red-dressed weirdo, her perception would only be more acute, but she still stepped in, which shows how much trust Lin Shui had in Mrs. Wheeler at that time. Lin Shui stopped and looked at the group of humanoid monsters with complicated eyes. She felt a familiar yet disgusting aura from this monster. That is her power. The family's original plan was to use her strange origin to transform Mrs. Vileman's dead son into this monster, but she later escaped, resulting in insufficient origin for the monster to absorb. As a last resort, the monster can only parasitize on Madame Vallerman's body. It must constantly absorb Madame Vallerman's vitality. Mrs. Vallerman needs to continue to draw on the strange origin to feed the monster they created while bearing this. Just when Lin Shui was about to kill this monster, she seemed to suddenly realize something and suddenly retracted her half-raised hand. Lin Shui raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth and just stood there watching quietly. At this moment, an unclear sound suddenly came out of the humanoid monster's body. "Mother, you forgot that our lives are bound together. If you die, I can't live." The unclear voice came from the humanoid monster's body, as if it came from the bottom of a deep valley, with a creepy feeling of emptiness. When Madame Vallermont heard this, the worry on her face became more intense, and her voice trembled. Yes, if I die you will die too. What should I do? What should I do now?" When the monster heard what Lady Valemont said, a sharp, piercing chuckle erupted from within its body. "Why don't you just let me eat you?" The giggling sounds coming from the monster's body became sharper and sharper. As the scarlet blood mist surged wildly, a distorted human face emerged on the surface of the blood clot. "Mother, look at this woman. If she kills you, I won't be able to survive. But if I swallow you, our lives will be completely integrated. By then, you will be me and I will be you. Those formations and those origins will become the most perfect nourishment for us mother and son. We no longer need to absorb those weak and strange essences. We will become truly powerful beings. The Valemont family will also be honored because of us and stand at the top of Frankton." Although the monster's voice was still unclear, it seemed to carry a kind of bewitching magic. It was like an invisible hand plucking at Mrs. Villemont's heartstrings. Mrs. Vallerman was stunned when she heard the monster's words, then nodded hesitantly, as if she was being drawn by the voice and had lost her will. Just as Mrs. Vallerman nodded, the monster's sticky, bloody hand suddenly grabbed Mrs. Vallerman's neck like lightning. Then, the laughter within it became increasingly shrill. Mrs. Vallerman only felt that the bloody hand was like a hot iron, burning her skin, making her breathing rapid and painful. Her hair suddenly turned pale, as if she had aged several decades, and her face was covered with wrinkles in an instant. It was as if time accelerated at this moment, instantly taking her life away. Sensing the changes in herself, Mrs. Vallerman seemed to suddenly wake up at the end of her life. Son, you. Mrs. Vallerman struggled to squeeze out a few words, her eyes full of horror and disbelief. Looking at the monster's increasingly ferocious and excited face, Mrs. Vallerman finally came to her senses. You are not my son at all. Mrs. Vilmont was filled with regret at this time. Her heart was filled with pain and regret. She didn't understand why she would treat such a monster that didn't even have a human form as her own son. Chapter 181 Blood Shadow. Recalling everything that happened over the years, many tribesmen had advised her countless times not to continue raising her so-called son, but she was like a possessed person and ignored all the advice. It seems that my mind has been affected by the monster for a long time. Coupled with her almost crazy love for her son, this led to the current situation. But it was too late to regret now. Just as Mrs. Vilmont closed her eyes and waited for death to come, she felt the force on her neck suddenly loosen. The monster had one of its arms cut off by Lin Shue's hair. Having lost its arm, the monster began to scream like crazy. Mrs. Vallerman fell to the ground. When she saw that it was Lin Shue who saved her, she felt a strong sense of guilt in her heart. She hurt Lin Shue so badly back then, yet she was still willing to save herself. At this time, Lin Shue forcibly pulled the monster away from this area. She certainly wouldn't watch the monster devour Lady Vallerman, but not to save her. The reason why this monster is so powerful is largely because it has her essence in it. As long as she can get it back, she will become even more powerful than she is now. Lady Vallerman's life is bound to the monster's. Once she is devoured by the monster, she will lose a fatal weakness. The current situation is that Lin Shue, who has just returned to her peak form, is facing herself who was also at her peak more than 10 years ago. Even she dare not be sure that she has a 100% chance of winning. If Lady Valmont is killed rashly, the essence she retains in the monster's body will immediately dissipate with the monster's death. Therefore, Lin Shue kept Madame Valmont for the time being, so that if he really couldn't defeat the monster, he could just end Madame Valmont's life, and the monster would die as well. Lin Shue's voice sounded directly in Chao Xian's mind, asking him to help keep an eye on Madame Vallerman. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian immediately moved and stood in front of Lady Vilmont. The once charming Lady Vilmont now resembled a shriveled mummy about to be buried, muttering to herself. I'm sorry, Lin Shue, it's my fault. Chao Xian heard her whispers and couldn't help but sneer. What's the point of realizing your mistakes now? The pain and harm she brought to Lin Shue could not be compensated by a simple apology. At this time, Lin Shue was forcibly pulling the monster away from this area, and her hair was tightly binding the monster. The monster that had lost an arm was struggling and screaming frantically, with scarlet blood mist swirling around it, as if it was going to corrode everything around it. This monster is now like an ignorant child who has just gained consciousness. Except for the extremely evil nature in his bones, he is no different from a newborn baby in other aspects. I don't know any fighting skills. In fact, there was no concept of dodging attacks at the beginning. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, it was almost completely controlled by Lin Shue. However, it wasn't long before the monster's natural fighting instincts began to take effect. The blood mist around it condensed rapidly and produced countless thin but tough blood threads, which rushed towards Lin Shue rapidly. Chao Xian was surprised to find that the monster's fighting style was exactly the same as Lin Shue's fighting style, using hair as weapons. The monster not only integrated most of Lin Shue's essence, but also inherited her fighting talent and abilities. Although the fusion was not complete at the beginning, this defect has been compensated after the Vilmont family continued to feed it with countless strange origins. At this moment, the monster's bloodshot showed a momentum that was even stronger than Lin Shue's hair. Mrs. Vallerman's dim eyes could barely see the fierce battle in the air. The son, whom she had always treated as a child, was now fighting with Lin Shue, and as time went by, he gradually gained the upper hand. The people on Hawk's side also raised their heads and watched the battle nervously. They were conflicted, not knowing which side to support. On the surface, the monster seemed to belong to their camp, but looking at its evil appearance, who could guarantee that it would not turn around and devour them as well? Everyone just witnessed with their own eyes that it almost swallowed Lady Vilmont, who raised it. And this is indeed the case. As the battle continued, injuries began to appear on the monsters. It rolled up blood and instantly rolled up several people in Hawk's camp. Immediately afterwards, the person entangled in blood threads instantly turned into a mummy-like corpse, and the speed was even faster than that of Mrs. Vilmont before. We can't go on like this, Lin Shui will lose. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the two people fighting fiercely in the air. Blood Shadow. Strength, 62, Agility, 71, Constitution, 66, Spirit, 83. This creature was created by the Valorman family in order to resurrect their lady's deceased son. They used an evil formation to extract numerous strange essences and fuse them with some of Lin Shui's essence. However, due to Lin Shui's escape, the fusion was incomplete. The family subsequently continued to feed its strange essences to make up for the deficiency. Blood thread control, able to condense countless blood threads from the blood mist around the body, and the blood threads have a powerful corrosive force. Blood web prison. With itself as the center, it releases a large amount of blood threads that interweave into a huge blood web, which can bind and attack enemies within the range. The blood web has strong toughness and stickiness, and it is extremely difficult to break free once entangled. Blood Shadow Assault. Instantly blend yourself into the surrounding blood mist or shadows to achieve rapid movement and assault. Blood Regeneration. As long as there is blood around, whether it is from oneself or from outside, it can be quickly absorbed and restored to one's own injuries and physical strength. Weakness. There is a hidden blood-derived weakness on the chest, which is briefly exposed before launching a powerful attack. If you can seize the opportunity to inflict sufficient damage to it, you can inflict heavy damage to the monster. So, this monster is called Blood Shadow. When Chao Xian saw the end, his eyes suddenly lit up. The monster's endurance is even greater than Lin Shui's because it constantly grabs living people and sucks their blood. Therefore, up to this moment, it was mostly Blood Shadow who took the initiative to attack, while Lin Shui was busy defending. This also gave Chao Xian the opportunity to carefully observe his attack method. At this moment, the monster let out a deafening roar, and the blood mist began to spin wildly around it. Chao Xian's heart suddenly tightened, and his intuition told him that the monster might be about to launch a powerful attack. Sure enough, a strange red light appeared faintly on the monster's chest. Although it only flashed by, Chao Xian still captured it keenly. It seems, only when it releases two attack methods at the same time will its blood core be exposed. Blood Shadow seemed to be aware of this weakness of his own, and whenever he released a single skill, he would protect the blood core tightly. But when it tried to use the skill of creating a blood net cage to trap Lin Shui, since this skill takes a long time to charge, in order to avoid being attacked by Lin Shui during the charging process, it would launch a Blood Shadow raid at the same time. In this way, although the charging time is shortened, there will be a gap of about 1 second, exposing the blood core in the chest. Chao Xian immediately told Lin Shui excitedly in his mind. Lin Shui, this monster is called Blood Shadow. It has a hidden blood-sourced weakness on its chest. This weakness is only exposed for about a second when you simultaneously cast Blood Net Prison and Blood Shadow Assault. Seize this opportunity to severely damage it. Lin Shui's expression remained unchanged when she heard Chao Xian's voice, but she had already begun to quietly look for an opportunity to take action. Although she was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Blood Shadow at the moment, it was still easy for her to force Blood Shadow to use two skills at the same time and thus expose his blood core. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Shuejiu seized the opportunity and successfully lured Blood Shadow to launch the Blood Net Prison and Blood Shadow raid at the same time. In an instant, the hidden blood source core in Blood Shadow's chest was exposed again. Lin Shui's eyes flashed, and a bright red light instantly appeared in her palm. Then, she stretched out her arm without hesitation and stabbed towards Blood Shadow's chest with lightning speed. This seemingly random attack actually condensed all the strength of Lin Shui. However, what was unexpected was that although Blood Shadow was hit by this full-strength attack, his body only shook violently. His entire body seemed to have suffered a huge impact and was almost falling apart, but in the end it condensed together again. Blood Shadow, who had just experienced a hit in his blood source core, instantly became alert. After that, even if it risked increasing the charging time of its skills, it was determined not to release two skills at the same time in the next few attacks. What's going on? Seeing this, Chao Xian widened his eyes in shock. He knew very well that Lin Shui's seemingly light attack just now was definitely a fatal blow that Lin Shui had used all his strength to deal. But why did such a powerful attack fail to cause fatal damage to Blood Shadow? Just when Chao Xian was full of doubts, Jiang He came to his side. Why don't I go too and lend a hand to Miss Lin Shui? Jiang He said. His red clothes were already glowing with a bright red light, and his eyes were burning with a raging fighting spirit. Ever since being rescued by Chao Xian, he has been grateful and longing for the opportunity to repay the favor. And now, like Lin Shui, he has recovered all his strength with the help of materials and props provided by the Mo family. Now is undoubtedly the perfect time for him to show his skills. Chao Xian turned and looked at Jiang He, nodding slightly. After getting Chao Xian's approval, Jiang He jumped up without hesitation, rushing into the air like a red meteor and joining the fierce battle between Lin Shui and Blood Shadow. You'll never be able to kill this freak with just your two weirdnesses. Only if you and I work together can we have a chance to kill it completely. At this moment, a sound that sounded like there was a leak suddenly came from behind Chao Xian. Mo Yun. Chao Xian noticed the movement behind him, turned around, and saw Mo Yun as expected. At some point, Mo Yun had regained consciousness, dragging his injured body and limping slowly towards him. Chao Xian did not respond, but just crossed his arms across his chest, waiting calmly for Mo Yun to speak, secretly guessing his intentions in his heart. Mo Yun was not angry at Chao Xian's indifference. After all, the two of them were already in a hostile position. He turned slightly and looked at the three people who were fighting fiercely in the sky, and his eyes instantly became solemn. This monster is very similar to an evil creature recorded in my sect's collection of books. Mo Yun spoke slowly. At that time, I vaguely remembered an evil creature called Blood Shadow from the records of the 10 great evil creatures in the world. Its creation requires 10 kinds of materials with extremely evil energy, the corpses of 10 extremely evil people, and 10 kinds of plants that grow in mass graves as the core of the formation, to construct the 3 evils formation. Finally, one must use the soul of a person who has been dead for no more than 1 day and is filled with extreme unwillingness as the main body in order to use the strange origin of the red clothes to create such an evil creature. This creature is evil by nature, greedy and bloodthirsty. Once it is stained with blood, it will slaughter everyone it sees without reason. I guess the weird person next to you wants to take back her origin, right? Chao Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. As a professional ghost hunter, Mo Yun might really know more key information. His expression was stern, and he asked in a deep voice. Lin Shui really needs to regain her origin. Since you know Blood Shadow's origins, is there any way you can help Lin Shui? Mo Yun coughed lightly twice, and a sickly blush appeared on his pale cheeks, but his back became straighter, and a hint of confidence shone in his eyes. A fully formed Blood Shadow is inherently difficult to kill, but fortunately, the one before us isn't a fully formed one. It has not completely absorbed the strange origin of the red robe, which makes it have 2 weaknesses. One is the Lady Valorman before us, and the other is on its chest. Hearing that what Mo Yun said was similar to what he already knew, Chao Xian couldn't help but feel disappointed and shook his head and said, Lin Shui had already attacked its chest, but for some reason, it didn't cause any serious damage. As for Lady Valormont, Chao Xian turned to look at the already old and frail Madame Vilmont and said helplessly, if we kill her directly, there will be no chance for Lin Shui to get the origin back. In fact, even if Madame Valormont was killed, it would only suffer heavy damage at most. Mo Yun said slowly with a serious expression, I just said that this evil creature is extremely difficult to deal with. It and Lin Shui are of the same origin, so it can't kill Lin Shui, and Lin Shui also finds it difficult to eliminate it. The man in half-red clothes next to Lin Shui could hardly pose a fatal threat to him. There is only one way, and that is to use the most masculine and powerful thunder, which is the most powerful in the world to restrain evil spirits, to destroy the Blood Shadow in one fell swoop. After saying that, Mo Yun looked at Chao Xian with burning eyes, his eyes full of anticipation. Your control over thunder is several times more precise than mine, but the thunder you condense has not yet reached the level of extreme masculinity and strength that I mentioned. And just after a breakthrough on the battlefield, I just touched the threshold of summoning it. Therefore, only if you and I work together can we have a chance to get rid of Blood Shadow. Chapter 182 Cooperate with Mo Yun, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Chao Xian frowned and fell into deep thought, quickly weighing the pros and cons of what Mo Yun said in his mind. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind the two of them. Mo Yun, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what our mission is this time? You are clearly helping our enemies. Chao Xian and Mo Yun turned around and saw Herman standing behind them, shouting loudly with an angry look on his face. Mo Yun's expression was calm, and he responded calmly. Mayor Herman, I'm saving Frankton. If Blood Shadow is allowed to act recklessly, the entire Frankton will be devastated, and no one will be spared. Herman sneered in anger. Frankton doesn't need saving. What's your business with the lives of those untouchables? Don't forget, I'm giving you, my disciples, the opportunity to go down the mountain and gain experience. This mission has only one goal, which is to eliminate the Mo family and take the stone back from Chao Xian. Mo Yun ignored Herman's shouting, turned to look at Chao Xian again, and asked anxiously, Time is running out. Have you thought about it? Chao Xian stroked his chin, thinking that things were becoming more and more interesting. It turns out that between Mo Yun and Herman, only Herman provided an opportunity for training? Could it be that Mo Yun still doesn't know about Herman's shameful deeds? Chao Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said slowly, If you kill Herman, I will believe you. When Herman heard Chao Xian's words, he was immediately shocked and started cursing. Chao Xian, you are courting death. He hurriedly turned around and called out to his men, but was surprised to find that there was no one behind him. Because Jiang he stepped forward to assist Lin Shui, Shuiying was injured more frequently. In order to save energy, Blood Shadow just took away dozens of Herman's men as materials to recover from their injuries. At this moment, there were dried corpses lying all over the ground, and a large circle of blood was floating around the Blood Shadow, ready for it to absorb and replenish at any time. The other family members who came with him were so scared that they hid far away to watch the battle. No matter how loudly Herman shouted, they didn't dare to get close. A look of fear instantly appeared on Herman's face. At this time, Mo Yun felt his own situation. Although he could easily take Herman's life, he still needed to retain his strength to deal with the Blood Shadow. Then, his expression turned stern, and he shouted loudly, He Wu Dao, kill Herman. He Wu Dao was stunned at first, then an unconcealable joy appeared on his face, and he quickly responded, Yes, big brother. As he walked towards Herman, he murmured to himself, I've long wanted to stop in this damn place. I don't understand why our master made the rule that all his disciples must come to Frankton for 10 years of training. There are more rules here than in the mountains. There's no salary at all. If I want to eat well, I have to find work myself. In the blink of an eye, He Wu Dao walked in front of Herman, drew out a dagger without hesitation, and stabbed it into Herman's heart. Although the metal shell on Herman's body is extremely hard, the short sword in He Wu Dao's hand, which was forged by his master, can cut through iron like mud. Herman's face was full of unwillingness, his eyes were full of despair and anger, and he finally fell slowly to the ground without a sound. He Wu Dao walked up to the two of them with a relaxed look, looked at Chao Xian, and said, You're the man in black at the orphanage that night, right? I told my senior about your performance, and he said he'd make you the deputy captain of the first team. But now it seems that there is no such opportunity. But with your ability, you should be more than qualified to be a disciple in our mountain. Mo Yin did not respond. He knew in his heart that Chao Xian would definitely not join their sect. After all, the first rule of the sect is abstinence, which means one is not allowed to get close to women for life. Chao Xian is surrounded by beautiful women, so they are destined to have no chance with him. Mo Yin said solemnly, He Wu Dao, you are here to protect us and never allow anyone to approach this place. Chao Xian, I will use all my remaining strength to summon the thunderclouds of the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Find a way to make Blood Shadow reveal its blood source core, and then guide the thunder to accurately hit it. The important task is now left to you and your weirdness. Chao Xian nodded seriously in agreement. Seeing this, Mo Yun immediately bit his tongue, and a stream of blood spurted out. He endured the pain and controlled his blood to condense into cinnabar-colored runes in the air, while muttering to himself. The 9 lights open the heavens, and the mighty energy returns to its place. The Thunder Department issues an order, and all laws are extinguished. In an instant, the sky gradually turned gray and dim, and a huge dark cloud, like the wings of a devil, almost covered the entire Frankton. In the black dark clouds, there were faintly visible several extremely violent 9 sky red gold thunder dragons tumbling and roaring in the sea of clouds, accumulating the power to destroy the world. Veins bulged beneath Mo Yun's skin. He used up his remaining strength to form a hand seal and shouted, The mighty spirit of the 9 heavens, the divine thunder descends upon the world. In an instant, the world seemed to fall into absolute silence. Everything was shocked by this powerful force, except for the deafening sound of thunder above the sky. At this moment, Mo Yun could no longer hold on and fell backwards. Fortunately, He Wu Dao was quick-witted and supported him in time. Chao Xian didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that there seemed to be a few more wrinkles on Mo Yun's face and a few strands of white hair in his hair, as if he had aged a few years in that instant. Chao Xian, the rest, I'll leave it to you. Mo Yun's breath was weak. After he finished speaking, his body softened and he slowly closed his eyes. He Wu Dao shouted anxiously. Chao Xian, senior brother has just exhausted all his blood, energy, and spiritual strength in order to summon the 9 heavens' divine thunder. This thundercloud can only last for half an instant stick at most, so you must hurry. Now I have to take my brother back to the sect. If I am late, even if he survives, his full power will be gone. Chao Xian didn't expect that Mo Yun would go to such lengths to summon this so-called extremely young and powerful divine thunder that he would even overdraw his own life. Chao Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in his heart and nodded slowly. Then go ahead. Upon hearing this, He Wu Dao immediately took out a yellow talisman from his arms. The talisman had runes drawn on it and was flashing with light. He then stuck the talisman on his leg, and the next moment, a red light burst out instantly. He left quickly like an arrow, carrying Mo Yun on his back. At this time, Mo Qingyu, Mo Hong, Shen Bing, Shen Yin, and the tenants in the apartment all gathered around. They had just heard the conversation between Chao Xian and Mo Yun, and now they all had worried looks on their faces. Chao Xian, do you need our help? Apartment manager, why don't we also help Lin Shui and Jiang He? Chao Xian decisively rejected their request. The thunder in the sky has a powerful restraining effect on blood shadows, and for these weird people, this restraint is even more deadly. If he wasn't paying attention for a moment and Lei Ting accidentally hit these tenants, they would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Chao Xian didn't want the tenant he had worked so hard to train to die so easily. Besides, the more people there are, the better. Lin Shui and Jiang He were enough to cause blood shadow to expose the core of his blood source. Finally, Chao Xian set his eyes on Lena. Sister Lena, I just need your help for a while. Chao Xian walked to Lena and expressed his thoughts in a low voice. Lena nodded seriously and agreed. Then, Lena slowly closed her eyes and activated the gravity magnetic field. In an instant, a powerful force acted on Chao Xian, and Chao Xian's figure instantly rose from the ground, flying to a height of more than 100 meters like a meteor. In the air, a biting cold wind whistled past, causing Chao Xian's hair and clothes to flutter. Above his head, there was a constant roar of thunder. The thunder seemed to be the roar from hell, releasing a terrifying power. Chao Xian could clearly feel the extremely violent thunder in the thunderclouds. If the degree of violence of the thunder generated in his body by the wrath of thunder was only 1, then the thunder above his head was at least 100. Chao Xian took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand. A golden bolt of lightning seemed to have sensed his call and immediately struck down straight down. Bang! The thunder pierced through Chao Xian's body like a sharp blade, and he immediately smelled a strong burning smell, which was the smell of his clothes being instantly ignited by the thunder. Chao Xian felt a sudden blackness before his eyes. Despite all his defenses, he still couldn't withstand the power of the thunder. Fortunately, he was in midair at the moment, and the people below looked like small black dots to him. He must have been unable to see him clearly either. Chao Xian secretly decided that he would have Aisha research a set of lightning-proof clothes for him. At worst, lightning-proof underwear would do. At this moment, Chao Xian subconsciously glanced at the remaining energy of thunderous fury, and a shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. I saw that at some point, the energy of thunder fury had reached 40%. Didn't I just remember that there were only 20 points left? Chao Xian's heart was full of doubts, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. Could it be that I was just struck by lightning? Thinking of this, he raised his arm again, feeling a little uneasy and a little expectant. Boom! An even thicker golden lightning bolt struck him straight down again, and with a deafening roar, the lightning penetrated his body unhindered. When the thunder reaches this level, it has actually begun to show some intelligence. After noticing that Chao Xian didn't feel any discomfort after being struck twice, and instead looked very comfortable, the 9 heavens' divine thunder seemed to have been provoked and suddenly became angry. Under the wrath of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, several 9 heavens' red gold thunder dragons that were originally tumbling in the clouds seemed to be enraged, twisting their bodies madly, and increasingly strong thunderbolts poured down towards Chao Xian like a rainstorm. Chao Xian only felt that he was surrounded by the power of thunder from all directions, and there was no escape. But at this moment Chao Xian already had a plan in his mind. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain of thunder piercing through his body, and stared at the energy display of thunder's wrath. The energy bar rose rapidly under the continuous bombardment of thunder, like a wildly growing seedling. Starting from 40%, it soared to 50%, 60%, until the last 100. At this time, the people on the ground were shocked when they saw this scene in the sky. Chao Xian has been struck by lightning in the sky? Is he really okay like this? Mo Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt that any lightning that fell from the sky would be enough to instantly shatter his weirdness into pieces. However, Chao Xian endured the thunder bombardment for 3 minutes. Mo Qingyu also shook her head blankly, then narrowed her eyes and said uncertainly, "Is Chao Xian's clothes gone?" The continuous thunders left many strange tenants stunned, with shock and awe in their hearts. As expected of the apartment manager, if it were me, I'm afraid any lightning bolt would turn me into ashes on the spot. At this time, Chao Xian was sitting steadily on a thunder dragon. He held tightly onto the dragon horns formed by lightning with both hands, and kept shuttling through the clouds. The thunder dragon was huge, with lightning flashing all over its body. Chao Xian rode on it, as if he was the master of heaven and earth. At this time, the thunder clouds summoned by Mo Yun were much thinner than before, and there was a tendency for them to gradually dissipate. Chao Xian's heart suddenly tightened, and he muttered to himself, "We must hurry." Fortunately, at this time, he was almost able to control the violent nine heavens divine thunder. He suddenly inserted his hand into the body of the sitting thunder dragon, and then successfully drew out a nine sky divine thunder as thick as his arm from its body. The reason why he was able to tame the thunder dragon under his, but was purely because the wrath of thunder gave him the ability to be fearless of thunder and lightning. However, controlling lightning that does not belong to the wrath of thunder requires a huge amount of energy. If he tries to fully control the thunder dragon under his butt, which is formed by the nine heavens divine thunder, all his energy will be drained in an instant. However, the lightning in his hand is more than enough. Chao Xian called out Lin Shui's name in his heart. "Lin Shui, you and Jiang He, find a way to make it reveal its weakness as soon as possible. Leave the final blow to me." "Good." Lin Shui responded decisively, and before she finished her words, her attack became more violent and fierce. This is the only chance, and there is no room for any mistakes. Jiang He also keenly noticed the change in Lin Shui's fighting style. He instantly realized that Chao Xian might be about to make a move. So, without hesitation, he immediately cooperated with Lin Shui to launch a pincer attack on Blood Shadow from both sides, making Blood Shadow overwhelmed and in a panic for a while. If Lin Shui's specialty is large-scale, indiscriminate powerful attacks, his attacks are like a torrential rain that covers the sky and covers the earth. Jiang He's best skill is his extreme point-to-point burst, hitting the vital points directly. Jiang He seized the opportunity and punched Shui Ying's head. In an instant, a hole appeared that went through the front and back of Blood Shadow's head. Blood Shadow was terrified and let out a sharp and piercing hiss. Then, it hurriedly absorbed the remaining blood mist around it to recover from its injuries. At this moment, the blood mist around it was about to disappear, and Blood Shadow suddenly panicked. Chapter 183 Lin Shui reclaims the origin. Now there was no one below their battle area. The people from those big families had already retreated far to the rear, fearing that they would be affected by this battle. So, Shui Ying turned his gaze to the Mo family members in front of the Mo family's gate. It pretended to retreat, but in fact it was slowly approaching the Mo family's territory. Jiang He and Lin Shui sneered in their hearts. After all, the Blood Shadow had only been intelligent for too short a time. In their eyes, such little tricks were as childish and ridiculous as a 3-year-old child playing house. The two pretended to be unaware and fought with the Blood Shadow while retreating. And right above the Mo family's territory, Chao Xian, riding on the Nine Sky Thunder Dragon, was on full alert. Lightning flashed all around him, and at this moment he was like a god descending from heaven. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jiang He and Lin Shui acted decisively, giving Shui Ying no chance to capture the Mo family members, and directly started a ferocious attack of exchanging injuries for injuries. Their attacks became more and more violent and fierce. They completely abandoned defense and had the momentum to die together. At first, the Blood Shadow could barely hold out for a while, but as the blood mist became thinner and thinner, it gradually lost its composure and became panicked. Its body twisted violently, and it was about to merge with the remaining blood mist and escape. However, it was worried that it would be caught if it just ran away, so it released dense blood threads at the same time. Those blood threads were like countless slender poisonous snakes, instantly forming a cage and flying towards Jiang He and Lin Shui. "Control it now?" Jiang He shouted softly, completely ignoring the blood piercing his body. The moment Blood Shadow's blood source core was exposed, he stepped forward without hesitation and firmly grasped Blood Shadow's arm. The same thing happened to Lin Shui. Her long hair, like a waterfall, suddenly burst out and tightly wrapped around Blood Shadow's body, making it difficult for Blood Shadow to break free. Under the full control of the two, the speed of retracting the Blood Shadow blood source core slowed down visibly. The exposure time, which was originally only 1 second, was successfully extended to 2 or 3 seconds thanks to the unremitting efforts of Jiang He and Lin Shui. Chao Xian had already prepared for the attack. At this moment, he had already jumped off the Thunder Dragon, holding the thunder tightly in his hand. He was falling freely in the air like a falling meteor, with the wind whistling in his ears. During the rapid descent, Chao Xian quickly freed his other hand and took out a pair of shorts to put on himself. At this moment, he happened to see Lin Shui and Jiang He exchanging injuries, successfully causing Blood Shadow to reveal the red light on his chest. Chao Xian's eyes focused instantly, and the lightning in his palm compressed and condensed instantly, as if endless power was gathered at one point, and then suddenly expanded and turned into a 3-foot-long lightning spear. The tip of the spear tore through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and the distance between him and the Blood Shadow was rapidly closing. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears, and the 3-foot-long spear formed by lightning flashed a dazzling light under the moonlight. Wherever the tip of the spear pointed, the air seemed to be torn apart by a sharp blade, making a sharp and piercing whistling sound. At this time, Blood Shadow was being entangled by Jiang He and Lin Shui with a desperate fighting style, and he could not move. Its exposed blood core flickered with a strange red light, like a beating heart. Chao Xian locked his sight on the blood source core, silently calculating the best time to strike. When he was only a dozen meters away from the two strange and bloody shadows, Chao Xian suddenly shouted and threw the spear in his hand with all his strength. Go! With a deafening roar, the lightning spear pierced through the Blood Shadow's chest accurately and passed through the blood source core that was flashing red light. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped, with only the dazzling lightning and the painful roar of the bloody shadow. Oh! Blood Shadow let out a roar of extreme pain, and his entire body seemed to be boiled in an instant, starting to swell and bubble wildly. Its body trembled violently, as if it was enduring the most cruel punishment in the world. Unfortunately, Jiang He and Lin Shui were affected by the lightning that Chao Xian had just thrown. Several charred marks suddenly appeared on their bodies, and they flew backwards uncontrollably like kites with broken strings. As Lin Shui was falling rapidly, she quickly stretched out a strand of hair and rolled Chao Xian into her arms. Chao Xian hugged Lin Shui tightly, and the two of them fell suddenly to the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust instantly rose from the ground. When the dust gradually dissipated, Chao Xian, who was only wearing shorts, and the cold and charming Lin Shui were revealed. Chao Xian hurriedly took out his shirt and put it on, while Lin Shui rushed towards the sky again after a brief recovery. At this time, Blood Shadow's body seemed to have expanded to its limit, and it looked as if it would explode at any time. At the same moment, Mrs. Vilmont, who was in front of everyone, collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Lin Shui in the sky did not hesitate to use her long, silky hair to tightly wrap the Blood Shadow that had expanded into a huge sphere. Then, Lin Shui controlled the hair to shrink slowly, and the volume of the huge sphere was compressed smaller and smaller, like a balloon being slowly flattened. Eventually, the sphere shrank to the size of a palm. Lin Shui slowly put away her hair and stretched out her slender hands. At this moment, floating in front of her was a red droplet-shaped object, with red light flowing and surging continuously. When Lin Shui stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched the droplet seemed to sense Lin Shui's familiar breath and began to spin happily around her. Immediately afterwards, the entire group of droplets, like a stream of red light, quickly penetrated into Lin Shui's body from her mouth. Lin Shui looked at the origin that she had not seen for a long time and saw it so active, and a beautiful smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth. That smile is like a flower blooming in winter, cold and moving. Unfortunately, this breathtakingly beautiful scene took place high in the sky, and no one was lucky enough to appreciate it. After Lin Shui absorbed the red droplets, a faint blood-red light instantly appeared around her body. At first, the light seemed soft. However, in a blink of an eye, it became dazzling at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shui above the sky looked like a blood-red star. Her hair danced automatically in the absence of wind. Her originally jet-black hair now had a faint blood-red luster. Lin Shui's eyes had undergone a surprising change. The pupils of the originally cold and beautiful eyes were now filled with blood, like two balls of burning blood-red flames. Her skin also became whiter and more crystal clear, as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat jade. But in this delicacy, there was a breathtaking charm. After a long time, Lin Shui finally completely absorbed the origin, and the dazzling light on her body gradually dissipated. Lin Shui slowly opened her eyes, and a fleeting red light flashed in her eyes. Then, she slightly opened her pretty lips, and at the bottom of her tongue, there was actually a drop of ruby-red liquid left. Lin Shui slowly landed in front of everyone, and at this time a hoarse voice came from the side. Lin Shui, I was confused before, I'm sorry. Now I want you to stay by my side and treat me like my own daughter. I hope you can give me this chance. Chao Xian turned around and found that Lady Vilmont was still breathing hard, with only one breath left. At this moment, her face was covered with tears, and her dry, wrinkled hands were clutching Lin Shui's red skirt. Chao Xian frowned as he looked at Mrs. Villemont's face full of remorse. Mrs. Villemont's words were like crocodile tears, hypocritical and artificial, making it hard to believe. Chao Xian turned to look at Lin Shui, waiting for her response. Lin Shui did not immediately pay attention to Madame Villemont, but slowly walked in front of Chao Xian. Master, would it be useful to you if I kept her? Chao Xian naturally shook his head. What use could an old woman who looked so old that she couldn't even walk be to him, not to mention that she was an enemy? Did Lin Shui ask this because she finally decided to keep Madame Villemont? Chao Xian pondered in his heart. Chao Xian respected Lin Shui's idea, but still reminded her. She has done many evil things. She did that to you before, and now she seems to be repenting, but she may not be sincere. Of course, no matter what you choose, I will support your decision. Hearing Chao Xian's words, Lady Villemont lowered her head on the ground, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She made up her mind that when she restored her relationship with Lin Shui in the future, she would make Lin Shui kill Chao Xian as soon as possible. She hadn't expected that Lin Shui had become so powerful now. If she could become her daughter again, wouldn't the Willemon family be able to walk around Frankton with impunity from now on? But then she immediately put away her previous expression, replaced it with a sincere and pitiful look, and tried to put on a kind smile. But this smile is like a mask painted on the face, hypocritical and stiff. She also thought that Lin Shui's question to Chao Xian had shaken her spirits, so she cried out, Lin Shui, how could I not be sincere? I know that I have committed heinous crimes, and the mistakes I made against you in the past deserve no punishment other than being cut into pieces. But now I have repented and sincerely hope to make up for my past mistakes. I am now in my twilight years and my time is running out. I only hope that I can live well in my last days. Before Mrs. Vallerman finished her words, the expression on her face froze. There was confusion and unwillingness in her cloudy eyes, and after she realized what was happening, there was deep resentment. Unfortunately, she could no longer utter a word, because Lin Shui's hair had pierced her heart, instantly ending her sinful life. As Madame Villemont fell, a hint of relief flashed in Lin Shui's eyes. She slowly turned around and came in front of Chao Xian again. Chao Xian was surprised to realize that Lin Shui had just asked him whether it was useful to keep Madame Villemont, because she was thinking about him. If his answer was useful, Lin Shui would rather give up revenge and keep Madame Villemont. Chao Xian smiled. So that's what you meant when you asked me just now. I thought you were just thinking about our old relationship. Before Chao Xian could finish his words, his lips were suddenly blocked. Lin Shui stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips against Chao Xian's. Then, she passed the remaining drop of essence at the bottom of her tongue into Chao Xian's mouth. While Chao Xian was still in a daze, he felt Lin Shuibing's cool tongue sliding into his mouth. Then, a hot object exploded in his mouth and slid into his stomach. Ice and fire. This is how Chao Xian feels now. The fiery origin burned in his body like a flame, while Lin Shui's cold touch brought him a hint of coolness like a glacier. Two extreme feelings intertwined and collided in his body. Chao Xian felt severe pain in his abdomen. He couldn't help but wanted to bend down, but was hugged by Lin Shui. This is Lin Shui's origin. Thanks to Madame Willemon, the origin left behind by Blood Shadow after his death is extremely pure. In other words, it can be absorbed by Lin Shui and can also be taken by Chao Xian. It was just such a big ball. If Chao Xian ate it all, he would probably explode on the spot. Therefore, Lin Shui left this small drop for Chao Xian. However, even if there was only a small drop, Chao Xian would feel uncomfortable, and at this time Lin Shui was reluctant to let go, using her power to help Chao Xian absorb it. I don't know how long it took, but gradually, with Lin Shui's efforts, the fiery power began to show some signs of being tamed. As time went by, That drop of original power gradually merged with Chao Xian's body. Chao Xian only felt an unprecedented powerful force slowly flowing in his body. He slowly opened his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chao Xian opened his panel and took a look. Strength, 14, Agility, 13, Constitution, 12, Spirit, 27. It can be seen that without using components to strengthen the body, the values of the first 3 items have also increased by several points. In this way, once the components are equipped, a greater improvement will be achieved. The biggest improvement is the final spirit value. At this moment, everyone looked at the intimacy between Chao Xian and Lin Shui with shocked expressions on their faces and couldn't help but secretly give Chao Xian a thumbs up. Brother Chao Xian, you are such a ruthless person. Mo Hongtong was also shocked. He never thought that he could have such close contact with the weird. He was a man of temperament and had married several wives, all of whom had different styles and characteristics. But even so, he never thought that he could be with a strange woman. At this moment, he couldn't even care about worrying about his daughter. Suddenly, the ghost in his contract appeared in his mind. There happened to be a pretty good-looking female ghost. I've never experienced such a cool touch before. How about tonight? Mo Hong muttered to himself in his heart. At this time, Chao Xian and Lin Shui finally separated. Chao Xian clenched his fists tightly, carefully feeling his current strength. The drop of origin that Lin Shui just gave him was a significant improvement in almost all aspects for him. All these days have passed, and his strength has never increased so significantly. Chapter 184 Meeting. He really missed the refreshing feeling brought by the instantaneous increase in numerical values. Chao Xian tried hard to calm down his excitement, then quickly walked up to Mo Hong. Chief Mo, what should we do next? Hearing Chao Xian's question about the next plan, Mo Hong quickly put away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, his eyes fixed, and said seriously. Next, of course, we'll have to find and settle accounts with the families involved in the Hawk project one by one. Then, expose their evil deeds to the public. Mo Hong casually called over one of his men and instructed. Go and get Chief Hawk from the sheriff's department. Just tell him I have something to inform him. At this moment, the entire city of Frankton was in chaos. Many citizens were so frightened by the fierce battle in front of the Mo family's door that they hid in their homes and dared not step out of the door. In this situation, Mo Hong urgently needs to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. The people in the public security station usually have the most contact with ordinary people, so it is most appropriate to let them handle this matter. In addition, he also needs to find a suitable candidate as soon as possible to replace Mayor Hawk. Of course, Frankton's long-standing structure of relying mainly on major families to maintain its operations is indeed difficult to change in the short term. So, Mo Hong asked his men to send invitations to the patriarchs of the major families, telling them that they would discuss important matters together in the Mo family territory in an hour. After doing all this, Mo Hong turned his gaze to Chao Xian, and after pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. Chao Xian, now that Hawk is dead, Frankton is leaderless and urgently needs a new mayor to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Everyone in those big families only cares about their own interests. If we promote mayors from officials of common origin, they will have no foundation, and over time, they may not be able to handle the position. This time, you deserve the primary credit for successfully ending Hawk's conspiracy. In my opinion, you are the perfect choice to be the new mayor of Frankton. If you don't mind, I'm willing to betroth my daughter Mo Qingyu to you, and the Mo family will always be your strongest support. When Mo Qingyu heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked at her father helplessly, but did not refuse. Instead, she looked at Chao Xian with some expectation. Chao Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Mo Hong's words. He really didn't expect Mo Hong to actually ask him to be the new mayor of Frankton, and he also wanted to betroth Mo Qingyu to him. Chao Xian refused without hesitation. Uncle Mo, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't take on the position of mayor of Frankton. What's more, I'm a survivor from outside. Although I may have the opportunity to come back in the future, I won't stay here forever. I'm truly not qualified for the position of mayor. Then, he changed the subject and said, Uncle Mo, in my opinion, you are the most suitable person for this position. Frankton has long relied on the major families to maintain its operations. As the head of the Mo family, you are far more familiar with the affairs of the city than I am. There is really no one more suitable than you. When Mo Hong heard Chao Xian's answer, he couldn't help but be stunned. He also didn't expect Chao Xian to refuse directly. You know, the position of mayor is what many people dream of. In this autonomous city, the mayor holds great power and can make laws and establish departments, just like an ancient emperor. For example, The rule that Frankton men can marry multiple wives was a law made by the previous mayor after he took office because he had many mistresses around him and wanted to balance the relationships between them. However, since Chao Xian was unwilling to serve as mayor, Mo Hong could not force him. After all, everyone had their own ambitions, and Chao Xian should not be confined to the small town of Frankton. However, there is still one thing Chao Xian has not responded to. Mo Hong looked at Chao Xian expectantly and asked, "What about marrying Qingyu? Even if you don't want to be the mayor, I still hope to marry Qingyu to you." After thinking for a few seconds, Chao Xian still shook his head and refused. Although he did have some feelings for Mo Qingyu, to be honest, the two had only known each other for a little over a day. Moreover, in this survival world where life and death are uncertain, he cannot even guarantee whether he can survive to the end, so he does not intend to consider things like marriage for the time being. Chao Xian carefully explained his idea to Mo Hong. After listening to it, Mo Hong kept shaking his head, his face full of regret. When Mo Qingyu heard Chao Xian's refusal, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her smile and walked forward and said, "Father, I'll go to the conference room and get ready. Besides, we've achieved such a significant victory today, we really need to celebrate. Why don't we hold a celebration banquet?" After hearing this, Mo Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. "Great! A celebration banquet, that's a great idea, we should have one." He put aside the melancholy he felt after being rejected by Chao Xian, and after a moment's silence, he said, "We have to make some careful preparations. I have several jars of Drunken Immortal's wine hidden in my cellar. They are fine wines that I have treasured for many years and have never been willing to take out. I originally planned to take it out when Qingyu got married, but on such a happy day today, I think it's time to put it to good use." Mo Qingyu nodded in agreement and immediately turned around and left to prepare for the celebration banquet. Chao Xian was led by the Mo family members to a room to rest. As soon as he entered the room, Chao Xian fell directly onto the soft big bed. Shen Bing, who was standing behind him, poked his butt and said, "Go take a shower before you lie down. You're covered in dust now." Mo Hong arranged this row of corridors for their group to rest, and even arranged a separate room for each strange tenant, which shows that he respects them very much. When Chao Xian was carried to the ground by Lin Shui, he was indeed covered in dust, and when he lay down, some marks were left on the white bed sheets. Chao Xian stood up and chuckled. "I forgot. It's time to take a bath, together." Shen Bing and Chun Yin looked at each other shyly, then nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, in the hot spring pool in Chao Xian's room, Shen Bing, Chen Yin, Lina, Aisha, and Lin Shui were all sitting in the water. They were all wearing clothes, of course, a thin swimsuit. Since Chao Xian's room was the first and largest room, and only his room had a hot spring bath, the girls wanted to soak in the water and relax, so they had to come to his room. This was a feast for Chao Xian's eyes. He had regretted missing several scenes of girls sunbathing in swimsuits, and now he had made up for his regret. Chao Xian sat next to Lin Shui, comfortably accepting the fruits she fed him while admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. The grape juice exploded in his mouth, and the sweet juice remained on Lin Shui's cold fingertips and was then licked off by Chao Xian. Chao Xian said, "Sister Bingbing, can you massage my temples for me?" Okay, then come over here." Shen Bing heard Chao Xian acting like a child and said helplessly but lovingly. She knew that Chao Xian must be exhausted today, so she couldn't bear to refuse any of his requests. Shen Bing let Chao Xian lean on her soft arms, then stretched out her slender fingers like white jade, gently placed them on Chao Xian's temple, and began to massage slowly. Shen Bing's technique was gentle and skillful, with just the right amount of strength. After a while, Chao Xian felt like falling asleep in her arms. Just then, there was a knock on the bathroom door, and when the door opened, a maid from the Mo family appeared. The maid said softly, "Mr. Chao Xian, Patriarch Mo asked me to inform you that his meeting with the patriarchs of the major families is about to begin." Hearing this, Chao Xian slowly opened his eyes and said, "Okay, I'll be there soon." Then he stood up from the water and said, "You guys continue to rest for a while. I will call you again when it's time for the celebration banquet." After thinking for a moment, Chao Xian lowered his head and said, "Lin Shui, come with me." Lin Shui nodded silently and stood up from the water. She was wearing a white bikini-style swimsuit, which was naturally conjured up by her using her strange energy. She roughly conjured up a shape based on the swimsuit Elsa was wearing, but the details were not well handled. For example, she only noticed the 3 pieces of fabric, but the small string straps were completely ignored. Lin Shui didn't care too much about these things. After all, the clothes she conjured up with the strange energy seemed to be tightly attached to her body and would not fall off at all. At this moment, She waved her hand, and a red dress appeared on her body. The maid beside her was stunned when she saw this scene. When she saw her blood-red dress and charming face, the maid was shocked. She immediately realized that she was the beautiful creature in red who was killing everyone and turning the tide of the battle as mentioned by other members of the Mo family today. At this moment, the maid's eyes looking at Chao Xian were completely different, full of respect. No wonder before she came, Chief Mo specifically told her to treat Chao Xian as the chief himself. It turned out that Chao Xian was so powerful. What's even more shocking is that Chao Xian looks a few years younger than their eldest daughter. But it was such a young man who just let the red-clothed female ghost in front of him feed him fruits obediently. She was as docile as a little maid. No wonder she was so shocked after seeing Lin Shui's transformation. Coming back to her senses, the maid looked at Chao Xian who had stood up and quickly took a towel from the side. "Mr. Chao Xian, let me help you change your clothes." Chao Xian noticed the maid's sudden look of respect and felt a little surprised, but he still waved his hand and rejected the maid's kindness. "Just wait for me outside. I'm used to doing it myself." The maid nodded with a hint of regret, then turned and walked out of the bathroom. Chao Xian dried his body with a towel, changed into new clothes, and then let Lin Shui blend into his shadow. As Lin Shui's strength increased, his control over his aura became more precise. For example, when they were taking a bath just now, Chao Xian and the other women were very close to Lin Shui, but they did not show any symptoms of discomfort. Moreover, after Lin Shui merged into his shadow, he no longer exuded the extremely strong aura like before, and others could tell at a glance that something was wrong with him. Chao Xian tidied his clothes and left the room with Lin Shui. Led by the maid, they walked along the corridor towards the meeting room. The maid stopped and bent down and said, "Mr. Chao Xian, Patriarch Mo and the clan leaders are waiting for you inside. I will send you here." After saying this, she retreated respectfully. Chao Xian took a deep breath, raised his hand, and gently pushed open the heavy door. The door slowly opened with a slight creaking sound, and everyone in the conference room instantly focused their attention on him. Mo Hong, who was sitting in the main seat, saw Chao Xian and immediately showed a relieved smile on his face. He waved for him to come over and pointed to the empty seat next to him and said, "Chao Xian, come and sit down." Chao Xian smiled and nodded, then walked to the empty seat and sat down. Seeing Mo Hong's respectful and enthusiastic attitude towards Chao Xian, all the clan leaders were suspicious and had different expressions on their faces. The older clan leaders were already dissatisfied with the long wait. Seeing that the person who had made them wait for more than 10 minutes was actually a young boy, they couldn't help but frown, snort, cross their arms in front of their chest, and their face was full of displeasure. As for the clan leaders who had secretly colluded with Hawk and joined Hawk's army in the battle today, they were like frightened birds. They subconsciously lowered their heads, avoided his gaze, and did not dare to look Chao Xian in the eye. They knew Chao Xian's strength very well, and they knew how terrifyingly powerful this seemingly gentle young man actually was. They were afraid that they would accidentally attract Chao Xian's attention and bring disaster upon themselves. Seeing that everyone was already there, Mo Hong didn't waste any more time. He sat up straight, cleared his throat, and said in a steady voice, "Everyone, I've gathered everyone here at the Mo family today. I'm sure you all know why, right?" After Chao Xian sat down, he subconsciously observed the people from the Mo family. His gaze inadvertently fell on the last two positions in the right row, and in an instant, a hint of surprise flashed in Chao Xian's eyes. There he saw two familiar figures. One was Hawk, the director of the Public Security Bureau, and the one sitting in the corner was Ji Yu, whom he had not seen for a day. "I didn't expect that Ji Yu would be here too." Chao Xian was somewhat surprised, and then began to wonder whether Mo Hong would invite all the participants to the celebration banquet. If not, he planned to invite Ji Yu alone. A dozen people away, Chao Xian raised his eyebrows at Ji Yu. Ji Yu had naturally noticed Chao Xian, who entered the venue last. Seeing him acting so frivolously in front of so many important figures, she quickly glanced at Chao Xian as if warning or acting coquettishly, then turned around and sat upright. Chapter 185. Someone is looking for trouble. Chao Xian takes action. At this time, Hawk, the director of the Public Security Bureau, who was sitting next to Ji Yu, saw Ji Yu and Chao Xian flirting with each other, and said earnestly, "Your recent performance has been unanimously praised by your colleagues. I intend to give you the position of deputy director next time. As you can see, everyone here today is a big shot. I know you have a good relationship with Chao Xian, but look at him today. He was so late today, leaving so many of us waiting. He really doesn't know the rules. Don't be as tactless as him in the future. You must learn to judge the situation." Director Hawk acted like an experienced person and talked to Ji Yu with ease. Ji looked helpless and could only nod perfunctorily. At the same time, after hearing Imo Hong's words, an ugly old man among the many clan leaders present immediately spoke up. What Hawk did was truly unkind. He deserves what he has today. But now that the mayoral position is vacant, we must elect a new mayor as soon as possible to stabilize the chaotic situation in Frankton. After saying that, the old man slowly scanned the people present, and finally his gaze fell on Imo Hong. He bowed and said respectfully, "In my opinion, among all of us here, only Chief Imo has both the qualifications to sit on the mayor's seat." The person who spoke was Zhang Sanha, the patriarch of the Zhang family, a second-rate ghost control family in Frankton. As both are a family of ghost control masters, the Zhang family relies on the Imo family in many matters and can be considered an affiliated force of the Imo family to some extent. So he immediately spoke up to support the Imo family. As soon as Zhang Sanha finished speaking, several clan leaders immediately echoed him. Hawk is so audacious this time that he dares to use the whole of Frankton as a stepping stone to realize his dream. If it weren't for Chief Mo's efforts to turn the tide, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have the chance to sit here and hold a meeting. That's right, thanks to Chief Mo. I also support what Zhang Sanha said. The new mayor must be Chief Mo. Upon hearing that nearly half of the families supported Imo Hong, Li Batian, the head of the Li family who was sitting in the first seat on the right, instantly became as gloomy as ink. He snorted coldly, stood up suddenly, glanced at everyone provocatively, and said loudly, don't be so naive. Although Imo Hong made some contribution to this incident, does that alone mean he can take the position of mayor? Frankton is not a place where the Imo family can cover up everything. In my opinion, we should follow the old Frankton custom and have all citizens and families vote to elect a new mayor. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent for several seconds. The head of the Li family also comes from a family of ghost masters, but has always been hostile to the Imo family. On weekdays, the Li family often confronted the Imo family in terms of resources and business, and also attached themselves to the top mechanic family, the Harmon family, and the exorcist family, the Williman family, and was willing to act as their pawns. In the eyes of others, the Li family is almost like two dogs raised by the Harmon and Williman families. Imo Hong leaned slightly to the side, moved closer to Chao Xian, and whispered in his ear, "Li Batian is always the first to charge into battle for the Harmon and Williman families. But today, the Harmon and Valorman families are struggling to protect themselves, and he still dares to shout here. In fact, there are several family patriarchs present today who have colluded with Hawk. They were able to appear here at the cost of huge resources and business empire, and were able to survive temporarily under the threat of the Imo family. As for the Willemans, Imo Hong knew that Chao Xian had a grudge against them, so even if the Willemans promised to offer most of their family as a bargaining chip for peace, Imo Hong did not intend to let them go easily. As soon as Hawk died, Imo Hong took over the Special Affairs Bureau as quickly as possible. Lu Yin, the captain of the second team, is a shrewd woman. Imo Hong promised her that he would allocate more resources to the second team in the future. Moreover, both of them are ghost control masters, and Lu Yin also feels that Imo Hong is more suitable to be her boss. So, the two hit it off immediately, and Lu Yin immediately led the members of Team 2 and the remaining members of Team 1 and headed towards the Will Lemon family in a menacing manner. If nothing unexpected happens, the Will Lemon family will completely disappear from the city of Frankton by tomorrow morning. As for the Harmon family, it was purely because they had long been deeply involved in the deification project and had a complex relationship with Hawk. Imo Hong naturally would not leave such a hidden danger for himself, so the Harmon family was also listed on Imo Hong's kill list. It wasn't that Imo Hong didn't inform the two families about this meeting, but they were more eager to attend than anyone else because they felt that as long as there was room for negotiation, there would still be a chance of turning things around. However, Imo Hong didn't give them this opportunity at all. At this moment, many clan leaders were shocked to see that Li Batian dared to contradict Imo Hong in public. Especially those families who followed Hawk to fight today. Their eyes were full of gloating when they looked at Li Batian. Li Batian seemed unaware that his two backers were not present. He had always been loyal to the Harmon and Will Lemon families, but he didn't know that these two families had no intention of bringing the Li family with them when they participated in the deification plan. Therefore, Li Batian is still in the dark and has no idea that his two masters are in great trouble. Seeing that several clan leaders who had always stood together with him to protect their master were now keeping their heads down and remaining silent, Li Batian couldn't help but feel surprised. He keenly sensed that something was wrong and immediately scanned the entire conference room. Where's Patriarch Lorenzo and Lady Valemont? At this time, a clan leader sitting next to him could no longer bear to watch and warned. Don't you know yet? Madame Valemont has died in today's battle. As for Harmon Lorenzo, you'll have to ask Chief Mo what he plans to do with him. Li Batian looked at Mo Hong in astonishment. He only learned the news after hawks surrounded the Mo family today. At that time, he thought that the Mo family was doomed this time, and the Li family could also take this opportunity to ascend to the throne of the #1 ghost control family. Unexpectedly, news of Mayor Herman's death came not long after. As for the subsequent news, since the spies he sent out were sucked dry by Blood Shadow as nutrients, he has never been able to get the real-time intelligence. He had offended too many families because of his daily charges on behalf of the Harmon and Willemon families. So when other families were the first to exchange the latest information, the Li family was the only one left out. Mo Hong sneered and stood up with an angry look on his face. Li Batian, I'm afraid you are still in the dark. Harmon Lorenzo colluded with Hawk and participated in the entire evil plan to poison foreign survivors and Frankton citizens. As for the Villemont family, they used cruel and brutal means to create a monster, and who knows how many innocent lives they have killed today. These two families have committed serious sins and will completely disappear from Frankton within a day. As for you, Li Batian, you're still thinking about them at this time, so you must have been heavily involved. Come, capture Li Batian for me. Mo Hong appeared furious on the surface, but secretly delighted in his heart. He had long wanted to get rid of Li Batian, but if he acted rashly without the other party provoking him, it would inevitably make those families who had already shown weakness feel dissatisfied. At this moment, Li Batian took the initiative to jump out and cause trouble, which gave Mo Hong a perfect excuse. Moreover, killing the Li family would serve as a warning to others. In this way, if he further weakened the power of other families later, he would be more confident. As soon as Mo Hong finished speaking, several guards from the Mo family rushed towards Li Batian. Li Batian's face suddenly changed when he saw that Mo Hong actually attacked him directly. Are both the Villemont family and the Herman family in dire straits? If this is true, Frankton will be completely controlled by the Mo family in the future. If Mo Hong uses this as an excuse to directly destroy his Li family, no one will object. Li Batian's name sounds domineering, but he is quicker to adapt to the situation than anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have been a dog for two big families. He immediately fell to his knees in front of Mo Hong, crying, Chief Mo, I was also deceived by Heyman and the Wilmot family. They usually promised me many benefits and promised to help my Li family become the #1 family in Frankton. I was bewitched for a while and obeyed their words. Chief Mo, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. The Li family is willing to follow the Mo family's lead from now on and be at your disposal. I am willing to donate half of the Li family's resources to the Mo family. I only ask that you show mercy and spare my family members. At this moment, everyone present was stunned when they saw Li Batian's expression change in an instant. They had never seen such a shameless person in their lives. Mo Hong had also made up his mind and was determined to take this opportunity to get rid of the Li family. Several men of the Mo family received the order and instantly merged with their respective contracts strangely, rushing towards Li Batian, trying to subdue him by force. Seeing that Mo Hong was so heartless, Li Batian knew that he had no way to escape this time and was unwilling to sit and wait for death. So he gritted his teeth, and a thick black mist suddenly burst out from his body. The fog was as thick as ink, rolling and surging. At the same time, his face gradually overlapped with a hideous ghost face. Being eroded by the strange spirit for a long time, his original appearance had become extremely ugly, but now that it was merged with the ghost face, it did not seem too abrupt. What is particularly noticeable is that there is a palm-sized red mark on the right side of his cheek, indicating that the person he is contracted with is also the red-clothed monster. However, compared with Lin Shui's pure red dress weirdness, it can be said to be far behind. Probably, it is only slightly stronger than the weirdness that he Fei contracted. Li Batian's strength is slightly better than he Fei's, not because of his talent, but simply because he is already old and half of his body is buried in the ground, and the weird lifespan of his contract is also longer. After years of accumulation, the power will naturally become stronger. After Li Batian merged with the strangeness, one of his arms suddenly became as thick as a pillar. He just raised his hand and swept it lightly, and the several Mo family members who surrounded him were struck by lightning and were instantly knocked away. Their bodies drew several arcs in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing that Li Batian dared to resist stubbornly, several clan leaders immediately stood up. This Li Batian is really ungrateful. If he surrenders obediently, Perhaps Chief Mo will give him a quick death. Yes, brother, why don't you and I work together to take down Li Batian? He's such a small fry. Why would we need Chief Mo to personally take action? Who among those who can sit firmly on the position of clan leader is not a shrewd and scheming person? At this moment, they keenly realized that this was the perfect opportunity to show off in front of Mo Hong, and they were immediately ready to use all their skills to capture Li Batian together. However, one person's movements were even faster than theirs. At the moment when Li Batian merged with the strangeness, Chao Xian had already stood up and whispered in his mind, Lin Shui. In an instant, a blood-red silk shot out from Chao Xian's shadow, like a gorgeous and deadly stream of light, attacking Li Batian. When Li Batian saw the blood-colored silk coming towards him, his pupils suddenly shrank. This seemingly dull silk brought him incomparable pressure from the depths of his soul, making him feel as if he was in an invisible cage, and even moving a step was extremely difficult. This is the innate powerful suppressive power that the red-clothed monster has when facing ordinary monsters. The red clothes are weird, like an emperor in a weird world. Even though Lin Shui did not reveal any aura on her own initiative, when her murderous intent suddenly appeared, the trembling feeling from the depths of her soul was enough to scare many ordinary monsters. What's more, this monster is much stronger than her. At this moment, Lin Shui developed a new method of attack. Using the transformed clothes as a weapon, although the attack power may be slightly inferior to her blade-like hair, it can avoid dirtying her hair and is more than enough to deal with Li Batian in front of her. The blood-colored silk pierced through Li Batian's heart without any hindrance. Normally, in this strange fusion state, heart damage is not considered fatal. However, the monster he contracted with was so frightened that it forcibly broke the fusion state. The strange figure that had separated from Li Batian's body appeared. It was tall, with one of its arms being ridiculously thick, almost taking up half of its body. It looked extremely strange. Someone immediately recognized it and started whispering to each other. This is the bizarre transformation of a famous Frankton arm wrestling champion who died 15 years ago. Back then, he focused on training his right arm and fought in Frankton for several years without being defeated. Later, a young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere easily defeated him. From then on, he became obsessed with evil and took advantage of the young man's drunkenness to challenge him to a private fight and killed him with a knife. He then committed suicide. After his death, he transformed into a strange being and was subdued by Li Batian from the nearby Li family. It can be said that the foundation of the Li family was built step by Li Batian with this weird. The person who spoke was a patriarch who was familiar with the Li family and was about the same age as Li Batian. Chapter 186, 3 Iron Rules. His face was filled with amazement, and he murmured to himself, "This young man must also be a master of magic, right? His magic is so powerful that he can easily break Li Batian's magical fusion state with just a piece of silk. I used to think that he was Mo Hong's illegitimate son because he could sit next to him, but I didn't expect he actually had real skills." As soon as the words fell, a person next to him who was also from the Yugui family immediately analyzed and judged. The contract he made is definitely not ordinary and weird. The blood-colored silk just now should be his strange use of part of his clothes as a weapon. Just one piece of silk is red, so the strangeness of his contract must be at least half red. No, there are only a handful of people wearing red half-length clothing who have appeared in Frankton, and this one is not one of them. Another patriarch raised questions. No, she's not half-dressed in red. This young man is the owner of the strange pure red dress that appeared yesterday. Suddenly someone next to him exclaimed, "The more I look at Chao Xian, the more familiar he seems to me. It seems like this young man was the one who suddenly appeared from the sky and ended the monster raised by the Will Lemon family." When the battle was fierce before, everyone ran hundreds of meters away to avoid the blood shadow. Moreover, Chao Xian was at high altitude at that time, and his body was wrapped in lightning, so they did not recognize Chao Xian at first. At this time, a new doubt arose in the heart of a patriarch. Shouldn't Chao Xian be the master of eliminating evil? Everyone still remembers the scene where Chao Xian and Mo Yun from the Special Affairs Bureau used thunder magic to fight each other. When did he become a ghost control master? But one thing is certain, from now on you must never underestimate the young man in front of you. At this time, the strangeness in Li Batian's body tried to escape, and Lin Shui's silk once again entangled the strangeness that was leaving Li Batian. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and Li Batian's strange appearance instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. Bang! In the end, only the strange stone formed after Li Batian's mysterious death fell to the ground. Seeing that Lin Shui used only a piece of silk to kill the weirdo that Li Batian had relied on for many years, everyone became more certain that she was the weirdo in red from yesterday. The look he gave Chao Xian became increasingly filled with disbelief. At such a young age, he not only surpassed Mo Yun in the art of eliminating ghost masters, but also directly contracted with the red-clothed ghost in the art of controlling ghost masters. What's even more incredible is that Chao Xian is the first person they have ever seen who has the dual professions of a ghost control master and a ghost remover. In fact, before Chao Xian, there were many people in Frankton who had more energy than they needed and chose dual careers. But most of them are mechanics, plus ghost control masters or ghost removal masters. The reason for this choice is nothing more than the fact that the lifespan of a ghost master is extremely short. A ghost master like Mo Hong, who is nearly 50 years old, is already considered to be of high age. And to get rid of the evil master, it takes a lot of time to accumulate experience. In their opinion, it was simply impossible for Chao Xian to reach such a high level in both the professions of ghost control master and ghost removal master at the same time. Chao Xian walked forward slowly, picked up the strange stone on the ground, and sat back in his original position. Immediately, a white-bearded patriarch asked enthusiastically, "This young man is handsome and promising. I wonder what his relationship with Chief Mo is." Mo Hong was smiling when he saw Chao Xian deal with Li Batian so quickly and efficiently, but when he heard someone asking about Chao Xian, he immediately became alert. He knew exactly what these old foxes were planning. Mo Hong immediately put away his smile and said with a stern face, "Chao Xian is the son-in-law that my Mo family has chosen. From now on, the foundation of my Mo family will be his and my family's." Hearing Mo Hong's words, the clan leader said with regret, "That's such a pity. My Bai family happens to have a pair of children of the right age, twins, both beautiful and with plump figures. What a pity, what a pity." Cough, cough, cough. Mo Hong quickly interrupted the head of the Bai family. If he continued to say this, he felt that he was about to be moved, let alone Chao Xian, this young boy. He glanced at Chao Xian's expression, and when he saw that there was no ripple on his face, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then said seriously, "Now that Li Batian is dead, let's get on with discussing business." After hearing Mo Hong's words, Chao Xian immediately sat back in his original seat. Chao Xian was not at all moved by the enthusiastic head of the Bai family. They were just sisters. Chao Xian didn't believe they could be prettier than Shen Bing and Shen Ting. Moreover, he had already rejected Mo Qingyu, so he naturally wouldn't agree to a marriage proposal from the Bai family, which was not as good as the Mo family. After Mo Hong sat up straight, he cleared his throat, glanced around the room, and slowly spoke. "Everyone, we have gathered here today to discuss Frankton's future development plans. What happened to Herman today was a wake-up call for Frankton. For a long time, we big families have lived in comfort, blindly maintaining the status quo, sucking the blood of ordinary citizens to nourish ourselves, and even breeding delusions of immortality. This abnormal development has left Frankton riddled with holes." At this point, Mo Hong paused, his eyes sharp as an eagle. "So, I've decided to make a complete overhaul of Frankton. Regarding Frankton's future development, I intend to give more authority to the Hope system. In addition to this, I will establish 3 iron laws. First, each family must hand over 20% of their total family income to the Mo family each year, which will be allocated centrally by the Hope system. Secondly, each family must ensure that at least 2 young people of appropriate age among the core descendants of the family intergovernment departments for a term of no less than 5 years. Third, all major decisions, such as family business expansion and new contracts, must be reported to the Mo family in advance, and the Hope system will conduct risk assessment and approval." After hearing Mo Hong's words, several clan leaders immediately stood up in shock. "What? This? How is this any different from asking all our families to rely on the Mo family?" At first glance, Mo Hong's 3 regulations seemed to be asking these big families to cut their own flesh. In fact, the impact on these families is far greater. It is simply causing them to die slowly. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's just talk about the second one, which is that their core descendants must work in government departments. This is actually equivalent to taking their direct descendants as hostages. Moreover, if the direct descendants go to work in the government, who will be in charge of family affairs? This may also cause the family power to fall into the hands of the collateral line. Mo Hong placed his hands on his knees and said in a calm tone, "Strictly speaking, I wanted to prevent something like Herman from happening again. At that time, I will grant more permissions to the Hope system, allowing it to always act as a supervisor and protect Frankton. It will constantly monitor the actions of each of our families, restrain our greed, and prevent excessive concentration of power in the hands of one individual or family, which would lead to a recurrence of tragedy. However, if you want to understand that doing this means you are relying on our MO family, it's not impossible. What? Do you have any objections? Mo Hong immediately raised his eyebrows and looked at the clan leaders who had just questioned him with eyes as sharp as knives. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian also glanced over, with a hint of hostility in his eyes. I dare not. Just now, we just stood up and moved around. Everyone was intimidated by Mo Hong's aura, and looking at Li Beixian's body which was still not cold, how could they dare to disobey? They sat back in their original seats silently, tacitly agreeing to Mo Hong's arrangement. Mo Hong's arrangement will make them lose their voice step by step. In the past few decades, these big families have lived too comfortably and have long forgotten the crises and responsibilities. Mo Hong previously believed that Chao Xian would be able to lead Frankton to a better future, but now that Chao Xian refused, he could only find other ways. By temporarily concentrating all power in the Mo family, he could only guarantee that there would be no problems when he or Mo Qingyu was the head of the family. He did not dare to make any guarantees about what would happen next. Therefore, Mo Hong plans to upgrade the Hope system and give it higher powers to limit the unlimited amplification of human greed. Chao Xian nodded silently after hearing Mo Hong's suggestion. Although over-reliance on artificial intelligence has certain risks, at present, the successful solution to Herman's problem this time is thanks to the Hope system. If the system had not given him the task of capturing Qin Feng in the beginning, he would not have been exposed to the subsequent series of events. He was able to successfully deal with Herman thanks to the guidance of the Hope system. Otherwise, Herman would most likely be able to quietly initiate the blood sacrifice. By then, even if he had all his tricks up his sleeve, he could only escape Frankton with the people he knew, but the other survivors and citizens would suffer. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Mo Hong immediately dissolved the meeting. The clan leaders left sighing and looking worried. This time, many families were unaware of Herman's affairs, but they also suffered innocently. They didn't know how to explain to their ancestors when they returned. When Jiyu and Hawk finally reached the door, Chao Xian stopped them. At this time, Mo Hong was also standing next to him, and Chao Xian introduced him to him. This is my friend, Jiyu, the director of the Public Security Bureau. My tenants at Happy Apartment were able to enter the city smoothly this time, thanks to Jiyu and Director Hawk's entry permit. Upon hearing this, Mo Hong's face lit up with a warm smile. He took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with Jiyu and Hawk one by one. He said affectionately, "So it's Director Ji and Director Hua. I've heard a lot about you." Looking at Jiyu's appearance, Mo Hong fell into deep thought. This female police officer is so young and beautiful, and she is acquainted with Chao Xian. Moreover, Hawk looked so embarrassed that he didn't even dare to look at Chao Xian. It seemed that this policewoman could become the director at such a young age, and she must have Chao Xian's help behind the scenes. Chao Xian, this kid, has good vision. Each of his female confidants is more outstanding than the other. He is much better than I was back then. But why does he look down on my Qingyu? Mo Hong was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he decided, since that's the case, why not do Chao Xian a favor? Having made up his mind, he immediately said, "This time, we were able to successfully defend the Mo family and completely put an end to Herman's conspiracy, thanks in large part to Chao Xian's strange tenants. I didn't expect that Officer Jiyu and Chief Hawk also contributed to this." Hawk was stunned when he heard this. Proof of entry? What does that mean? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he remembered that when he returned to his room this morning, he seemed to find that the drawer had been opened. He always had a habit of putting a hair in the gap of the drawer so that he could detect if the drawer was moved. But this morning, he found that the hair in the gap of the drawer was missing. Hawk didn't think much of it at the time, thinking he had forgotten to put it away. After all, there wasn't any top secret information in the drawer, just a worthless item. My seal. Hawk instantly realized what Jiyu meant by the entry certificate. But at this critical moment, he naturally would not tell the truth. Instead, he immediately put on a smile and said respectfully, "For Chief Mo? Oh no, now I should call him Mayor Mo. Sharing his worries and contributing to the rise and fall of Frankton is my unshirkable responsibility as the chief of the public security station. Even if it means taking a small risk, I won't hesitate." After seeing Hawk secretly glance at him, Jiyu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he would be temporarily suspended from work again when he returned. She secretly misappropriated the director's seal. If she were to be investigated, she would be locked up directly. Mo Hong didn't care about what Hawk said. He just said a few polite words. He waved his hand, A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "Although Director Hoare is not young anymore, he is still able to take on this responsibility, which really surprises me." Today, the Minister of Logistics, Esti, participated in Herman's plan and unfortunately died at the hands of the monster created by the Vilmont family. Now that the position in the logistics department is vacant, and since Director Hoa is so loyal, I wonder if you would like to transfer him to the position of director of the logistics department and take charge of the distribution of supplies within the city? What do you think? When Hawk heard this, the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. The head of the logistics department is one level higher than the director of the public security station. It is not only a good position that can make a lot of money, but also twice as leisurely. He is now nearly 50 years old and has long wanted to apply for a transfer from the troublesome police station, but he has never had the chance. Unexpectedly, happiness came so suddenly. Hawk took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He patted his chest vigorously and said with confidence, "Chief Mo trusts me so much. Hawk will definitely be loyal to him. I will definitely manage every grain of food and every weapon in the logistics department in an orderly manner, without any leaks." Mo Hong chuckled, without much emotion in his heart. For him, the position of director of the public security station is much more important than the director of the logistics department. After he expands the authority of the Hope system, he still wants to use the position of head of logistics department to make money. It's simply wishful thinking. At this time, Mo Hong slowly turned his gaze towards Ji-yu and said, "Since Chief Hawk has been promoted, the position of chief of the public security station has become vacant. It just so happens that Officer Ji-yu has made a great contribution today. How about Officer Ji-yu becoming the new director? What do you think?" Chapter 187 Drunk. "Okay, thank you, Chief Mo. I will work harder in the future." Ji-yu suddenly came to his senses before he finished speaking. "Oh wait, I want to be the mayor." At this moment, Ji-yu's mind was full of the possible punishments he might face after returning, such as being asked to take a leave of absence to reflect on his actions, or even being put in solitary confinement. As a complete workaholic, prohibiting her from handling cases is worse than taking her life. She responded to Mo Hong subconsciously, only to realize that what he had just said was to let her be the director of the Public Security Bureau. Ji-yu froze in disbelief. She had simply snuck into the director's office and forged a city exit permit with a seal, and not only had she escaped punishment, but she had even been promoted directly from director to director. Her face was filled with astonishment, and she quickly turned her gaze to Chao Xian, who was standing next to Mo Hong with a smile on his face. Yes, she was just a small director, and a commoner at that. Even if she did something earth-shattering, the credit would not be attributed to her. With her status, if it weren't for Chao Xian's introduction, she would not be worthy of Mo Hong's attention. At this moment, the smile on Hawk's lips froze. "It turns out that I was able to become the Minister of Logistics, just to make room for Ji-yu." He said how could such a great thing happen to him, for no reason. Hawk's eyes were filled with bitterness. He had secretly investigated Chao Xian before. Later he discovered that Chao Xian actually had no extra relationship with Lorenzo, the patriarch of the Heyman family, because the two had no contact after leaving the police station. At that time, he felt that he had been cheated, and he even mocked Ji-yu in his heart, thinking that she had been deceived by Chao Xian's big talk. But from now on, he swore that he would never offend anyone but Chao Xian, and even Ji-yu would have to be worshipped as an ancestor. Maybe Ji-yu will have a good plan for him at night, and casually mention it to Chao Xian beside his pillow, so that he can move up again. Seeing Ji-yu still in a daze, he quickly reminded her, "Ji-yu, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and thank Mayor Mo and Mr. Chao Xian." Ji-yu reacted and quickly thanked Mo Hong. "Thank you, Mayor Mo, for your cultivation. I will work hard in the future." When she turned to look at Chao Xian, Ji-yu was suddenly speechless. Although Chao Xian was the biggest reason for her becoming the director, it was very difficult for her to express her gratitude to Chao Xian now. Because as soon as she saw Chao Xian, she would remember what happened that night. She had no habit of blacking out after getting drunk, and since it was her first time, the impression was particularly deep. Therefore, recently, whenever she has some free time, she would recall the scene at that time, and it would take a long time for her to get out of her mind, causing her to start doubting whether she was an unsatisfied woman. Seeing Ji-yu suddenly stunned, Chao Xian quickly spoke. Noticing Ji-yu's anomaly, Chao Xian took the initiative to break the deadlock. "There's no need to thank me. I believe that with your ability, you will not let Chief Mo down." Then, he extended an invitation. "The Mo family is planning to hold a celebration banquet soon. Why don't you stay and celebrate together?" Ji-yu was stunned and subconsciously looked at Hawk. After becoming the director, She gradually understood the ways of the world. After all, she came here with Hawk, who hadn't been officially transferred yet and was technically still her superior. Moreover, the work arranged for today has not been completed yet because I have to go to the city gate to pick up Shinbing. Hawk was in a panic. Big sister, why are you looking at me at this time? It was you who was invited, not me, he said quickly. Mr. Chao Xian has invited you sincerely, so please don't let him down. I'll hand over your current case to someone else. I'll give you a couple of days off to rest, and then come back to hand over the directorship. After saying that, he quickly found an excuse to slip away. I suddenly remembered that I have a case waiting to be handled. I have to leave first. Although he would most likely not be rejected if he took the initiative to ask to stay here, he could take the opportunity to get to know many members of the Mo family. Mo Hong rose to fame overnight, and the rest of the Mo family followed suit. It wouldn't hurt to make more friends with this kind of people. But it is obviously not worth it to leave a bad impression on Chao Xian because of this, so it is better to find an excuse to leave as soon as possible. It seems I can only look for another opportunity later. Hawk thought to himself and then walked forward. Chao Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, Director Hawk is still concerned about the case so late at night. He is really dedicated to his duty. Then we won't see you off. It's my job, my responsibility. Hawk bowed and smiled apologetically, then hurriedly closed the door and left. After Hawk left, Mo Hong extended his hand and invited. The celebration banquet will be held in the Mo family hall. I'll take you there. Ji Yu was somewhat flattered and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Mayor Mo, for your trouble. Mo Hong brought the two of them to the Mo family's hall, where they saw it was magnificent and luxurious, with pillars more than 10 meters high, some large enough to accommodate thousands of people. The table was already full of people, and the Mo family members sat down in order of age and seniority. Chao Xian glanced around and found that there was another table where his tenants were sitting, and the table was filled with food specially prepared for the weird. At this time, Mo Hong asked, Chao Xian, do you want to sit next to me or with your friends? Mo Hong pointed to the largest table, where there was only one main seat and one seat on the side. Apart from the Mo family, the only people sitting at this table were some high-ranking officials and citizens of Frankton. Mo Hong needed to take the opportunity to win them over. Chao Xian saw that Shen Bing and the others were all seated at a small table, so he said, I'll just sit with my friends. Mo Hong did not dissuade him and patted Chao Xian's shoulder generously. Then you must drink to your heart's content tonight. I'll provide you with plenty of my intoxicating nectar. Just treat this place like your own home. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the largest table. Chao Xian took Ji Yu to the small table made by Shen Bing and the others. Seeing Chao Xian coming over, Aisha hurriedly urged him, Chao Xian, you're finally here. This wine is so fragrant. And these dishes, each one smells more tempting than the other. If you hadn't come, Lena wouldn't let me eat. Hurry up and take a seat. I'm coming. Chao Xian sat down with a smile. Since there was no seat arranged for Ji Yu originally, Chao Xian asked someone to add another seat with bowls and chopsticks. Ji Yu sat down a little nervously and looked at the beautiful girls with different styles in front of him a little nervously. They are all so beautiful. Could these be my sisters? At this moment, Ji Yu couldn't help but think of the scene of herself, the women in front of her, and Chao Xian in bed together, and then her face couldn't help but blush. At this time, Chao Xian's eyes fell on the food in front of him. The first thing that catches your eye is a huge roasted whole lamb. The lamb is roasted to a golden and crispy texture, and finely chopped spices are evenly sprinkled on the lamb. Just by looking at it, you can imagine the wonderful taste of crispy outside, tender inside and meaty aroma when you bite it. Next to it was a plate of uniquely shaped lobster sashimi. The lobster was of astonishing size, and the shrimp meat had been carefully processed and neatly stacked on ice, like a blooming white jade flower. And there were many foods that Chao Xian couldn't even name. Such a lavish dinner is indeed worthy of the Mo family status as a top family. Chao Xian had been busy all day and was already hungry, so his appetite was instantly aroused. Then he took another look at the liquid in the glass and sniffed it gently. It's really a good wine. Chao Xian took a sip and exclaimed in amazement. Then he said, We're all family at this table, so don't be shy and start eating. As soon as Chao Xian finished speaking, Aisha couldn't wait to pick up a piece of roast lamb that she had been longing for. Chao Xian watched Aisha eating with a look of ecstasy on her face and followed suit by picking up a piece of lobster sashimi to taste. He found that the shrimp meat had a light seawater flavor, was of excellent quality, and was smooth and chewy when eaten. After eating several dishes in succession, Chao Xian no longer cared about his image and picked up the bowl to eat rice in big mouthfuls. During this time, he would clink glasses with Elsa, Shun Bing, and others from time to time, and take a sip of the intoxicating wine. At this time, Shun Bing noticed that Ji seemed to be sitting there still a little reserved, so he took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. Officer Ji, thanks to your timely arrival today, otherwise we might have had to force our way through the checkpoint. I toast you. Ji felt embarrassed to keep picking up food, so she just kept drinking. At this moment, her face was as red as a ripe apple. Seeing Shin Bing take the initiative to clink glasses with her, she hurriedly raised her glass in surprise. You're welcome, this is what I should do. After saying that, she drank the remaining half glass of wine in one gulp, and the blush on her face became more intense. Chao Xian knew that Ji had a poor alcohol tolerance. He recalled that night in her room when Ji passed out after just a few drinks. It looked like she couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly filled a bowl of food for Ji and said, Don't just drink. It's not like you don't know how much you can drink. Ji lowered her head after hearing what Chao Xian said, pouting her lips, and then started to eat the dishes Chao Xian picked up in small bites. Except when she is working, she is actually a little socially anxious, especially when facing her future sisters. At this time, Mo Hong walked to their table with a wine glass in hand, and was dressed up beside him, wearing a dignified and elegant red dress that showed off his figure. Chao Xian, Frankton's crisis was resolved thanks to you. Let me toast you. Mo Hong smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. Chao Xian quickly stood up, also raised his glass, and said, Patriarch Mo, you are too kind. I only did what I could. Frankton's ability to survive the crisis is the joint credit of everyone. As they spoke, Chao Xian and the other man raised their cups and drank the intoxicating liquor in them in one gulp. Mo Hong said goodbye with a smile and went to other tables to toast. Mo Qingyu opened her bright red lips and walked slowly towards her with elegant steps. Her eyes fell on the women beside Chao Xian, and she raised her chin slightly. Although they were all very beautiful today, they were all without makeup, while I was wearing a beautiful and sexy dress and had put on exquisite makeup. No matter how you looked at it, I was the most beautiful woman in the audience. Chao Xian must be regretting his rejection now. Mo Qingyu could only comfort herself in this way. She clinked glasses with Chao Xian and then slowly left, dragging her long skirt. After Mo Hong and Mo Qingyu left, the tenants of Happiness Apartment also came over to toast them. Although Chao Xian's abilities improved and his drinking capacity also increased, there were too many tenants in the apartment. Even if every tenant came up to toast him, Chao Xian only drank one glass, and in the end he was already drowsy and his body began to lose control. As soon as he sat down, Chao Xian couldn't help but lie on the table and muttered, I think I drank a little too much, I'll lie down for a while. Just after he finished speaking, within a few seconds, he began to make a soft snoring sound. At this time, Chao Xian was not the only one sleeping at the table. Ji Yu, who was standing next to him, had a low alcohol tolerance to begin with, and he drank a lot of wine without eating much at the beginning. Now he couldn't hold on any longer and fell on the table. Elsa was simply too drunk. It was the first time she drank such delicious wine, so she drank one glass after another and got drunk. Seeing this, Shin Bing suggested, why don't we help Chao Xian and the others into their room? They'll easily catch a cold if they sleep here. Chun Yen and Lena nodded in agreement. Just as the three of them helped Chao Xian up and were about to leave, several maids came forward. Mo Hong happened to be passing by after toasting at another table and hurried forward and said, You are all distinguished guests of the Mo family. Please stay here and continue to enjoy yourself. I will have the servants help Chao Xian and the two ladies back to their rooms. Shin Bing and the others looked at each other after hearing this. Seeing Mo Hong's enthusiasm, they couldn't refuse him, so they had to hand Chao Xian, Aisha, and Ji Yu to the maids beside them. Then I'll have to trouble Chief Mo. I'll trouble you to take care of Chao Xian and the others. Mo Hong smiled and waved his hand, signaling the maids to carefully help Chao Xian, Ji Yu, and Aisha up and walk towards the guest rooms. Shin Bing and the others were actually full, but since Mo Hong had been so enthusiastic just now, they couldn't refuse him, so they had to sit back at the table. At this time, in the corridor in front of the guest room, three maids were supporting Chao Xian and the other two and standing in front of the door. One of the maids hesitated and said, The blonde lady named Aisha's room is next door, but the brunette lady doesn't seem to have a room. Do we need to arrange another guest room? At this time, the maid who was supporting Chao Xian rolled her eyes at her and said, You are so stupid. Didn't you hear what the patriarch called them just now? These two are Mr. Chao Xian's wives. Why not just send them to the same room? Shin Bing and the others naturally heard Mo Hong's address just now, but they just felt that there was no need to refute it specifically. This caused the misunderstanding among the three maids to deepen, and one of them said happily, Yes. Sister Xiaolu, you are so smart. As the maids spoke, they helped Chao Xian, Jiyu and Aisha into the guest room where Chao Xian was staying. The bed in this room is the largest, enough to accommodate more than a dozen people lying on it at the same time. After putting the 3 people on the bed, a maid hesitated and asked, "Do you want me to help take off their clothes?" It was the maid who had just been called Little Green Sister who had a sudden inspiration and spoke first. Of course. What if Mr. Chao Xian wants that and gets drunk and can't untie his clothes? Wouldn't we be punished? Chapter 188 Absurd. After hearing Xiaolu's words, the other 2 maids agreed with her and couldn't help nodding. Then, the 3 of them quickly took off all the clothes of Chao Xian, Jiyu, and Aisha. Looking at Jiyu and Aisha's graceful and sexy figures, the 2 maids couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Mr. Chao Xian's second wife has such a great figure. No wonder Mr. Chao Xian liked her so much." That's right. She looks even more beautiful than the 13th lady the clan leader married just 2 years ago. Mr. Chao Xian has a pretty good figure. Just now when I was helping him take off his clothes. Seeing the 2 gradually revealing their infatuated appearance, Xiaolu was filled with dismay and quickly scolded them. "Don't be silly. The work isn't done yet." When the 2 girls heard this, they quickly withdrew their hands that were about to reach for Chao Xian's abdominal muscles. After covering the 3 people on the bed with quilts, the 3 maids left the room quietly. However, not long after the maids left, a red figure holding a key that had been obtained from somewhere quietly opened the door and slipped in. The person who came was Mo Qingyu. She held up the hem of her dress and walked in carefully. She slowly walked to Chao Xian's bed, reached out, and suddenly pulled open the quilt. A scene that made Mo Qingyu blush instantly came into view. After forcing herself to calm down, Mo Qingyu lowered her head again. Looking at the 3 people lying on the bed, Mo Qingyu couldn't help but secretly compare the figures of the 2 women beside Chao Xian with her own. After taking a look, she thought to herself, although Jiyu's skin looks whiter than his, her legs are not as slender and plump as his. As for Elsa, although her figure is more plump and exaggerated, she thinks her body proportions are perfect. At this moment, Mo Qingyu's eyes fell on Chao Xian's abdominal muscles that were as clear as a knife. She stretched out her hand as if possessed by a ghost. Anyway, he's completely drunk and unconscious. Who made him so irritating? I'll just touch him. It shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyu's hand gently fell on Chao Xian's abdominal muscles. However, before she could feel it carefully, a murderous intent so strong that it was almost tangible suddenly enveloped her. Mo Qingyu instantly broke out in a cold sweat and collapsed uncontrollably on Chao Xian. The shadow under Chao Xian twisted violently a few times. Just as Lin Shui was about to appear, Chao Xian, who was sleeping, suddenly reached out and hugged Mo Qingyu. Seeing Chao Xian's move, Lin Shui in the shadow was stunned. After her body froze for a moment, she slowly retreated to her original position. At this moment, Mo Qingyu was still in a state of shock. Although Lin Shui had put away her murderous intentions, she was just an ordinary woman, and she was suddenly locked in by the strange murderous intent of Lin Shui, a top-level red-dressed warrior. How could she recover easily? Mo Qingyu couldn't stop shaking, and Chao Xian didn't know what he was dreaming about. His hands began to move skillfully. As it turned out, the worries of the 3 maids were completely unnecessary. Even when drunk and unconscious, Chao Xian still appeared very skilled. Mo Qingyu covered her mouth and dared not make a sound. She knew that if the news of her sneaking into a guest's room and lifting the quilt as the eldest daughter of the Mo family got out, not only would she not be able to get married in the future, she would also lose face in living. 2 hours later, Mo Qingyu struggled to get up from Chao Xian's arms. She glanced at the expensive custom-made red dress, which was now in tatters. Fortunately, the Mo family's guest room was equipped with all kinds of clothes. Mo Qingyu walked to the closet, opened the door, and searched for a while, and soon found a piece of women's clothing. She put on her clothes, but when she stood up she found her legs were weak, and she could only limp to the bed. He first cleaned up the pieces of dress scattered on the bed, and then his eyes fell on the eye-catching bloodstain on the bedsheet, and fell into deep thought. What the hell is going on? Originally, she just passed by and saw 3 maids helping Chao Xian and 2 others into a room, so she wanted to secretly see if Chao Xian would do anything shameless in the Mo family's guest room. As a result, he ended up giving Chao Xian an advantage without knowing it. The pieces of clothing were cleaned up, but Mo Qingyu really didn't know what to do with the bloodstains on the bed sheets. Forget it. After leaving, she deleted all the surveillance in the corridor. After all, there was no way she would be suspected. At worst, she could just blame it on the 3 maids. She dragged her exhausted body and limped out of the room in a hurry. After Mo Qingyu left, Chao Xian had no one to rely on in his arms. He subconsciously groped in his sleep and hugged Jiyu. But at this moment, the quilt covering her body was pulled away, and Elsa felt a chill and couldn't help frowning. In a daze, she reached out and touched Chao Xian's hot body. Without thinking, she kicked Jiyu away without hesitation and then squeezed in herself. Jiyu's face was full of grievance in her sleep, but she did not wake up. She just hugged the quilt tightly and continued to sleep soundly. It was not until 8 o'clock in the morning that Chao Xian slowly woke up. As soon as he regained consciousness, he felt a soft and warm body in his arms. "Is it Sister Lena?" Chao Xian murmured and looked down subconsciously. The moment he saw the person in his arms clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank and his Adam's apple rolled up and down involuntarily. Elsa's cascading golden hair was scattered messily on the pillow, her long eyelashes trembled gently with her even breathing, and her fair skin was caressed by the morning light, with a soft luster like pearls. What shocked Chao Xian the most was that both of them were completely naked. "Sister Aisha, why are you in my room?" Chao Xian shouted in shock. Hearing Chao Xian's call, Aisha also opened her eyes in a daze. She first looked down at herself, then looked at Chao Xian, who was also exposed, her face full of confusion. "I just remember that I accidentally drank too much last night," Aisha murmured. Then she noticed the shocking pool of blood beneath her. Although Aisha had zero practical experience, she was not completely ignorant of that aspect. In order to prevent various desires from affecting her concentration during experiments, she usually uses other means to eliminate them in advance. Therefore, she immediately realized what happened last night based on her own feelings. Last night, Elsa looked at Chao Xian with a hint of doubt and disbelief. Chao Xian had a complicated expression and nodded slowly. That should be the case. He vaguely remembered that something erotic and sexy happened last night, but his consciousness was hazy at the time and he just thought it was a dream. Now it seems, everything that happened last night was not a dream, but a real thing. Looking at Elsa, Chao Xian wanted to say something several times, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to start. However, Elsa seemed quite open-minded, and even said with regret, "From a biological perspective, human reproduction is a topic of immense research value. It's a shame that I, as the person involved, was completely unaware of it." Aisha stood up with a look of pity on her face and started to put on her clothes, muttering, "If the opportunity arises, I hope to repeat it in my lab." Chapter 189 Unexpected Face. Seeing Elsa's reaction, Chao Xian even felt that he was the one who suffered more. At this time, Chao Xian discovered that besides Aisha, Jiyu was also lying beside him. At this time, Jiyu's cheeks were slightly red. Although she pretended to be calm, judging from the rise and fall of her chest, she had obviously woken up a long time ago. Jiyu knew she couldn't pretend any longer, so she blushed and said, "Close your eyes and let me put on my clothes first." Jiyu is much more thin-skinned than Elsa. She really can't do something like putting on clothes calmly in front of Chao Xian. Chao Xian had no choice but to cover his eyes helplessly. Just when Chao Xian was about to take a sneak peek through his fingers, he found that Jiyu had already entered the bathroom with clothes in her arms. So Chao Xian simply opened his eyes and leaned on the bed. He turned his head and saw a small piece of red debris under Jiyu's pillow. Chao Xian held it in his hand in confusion. His expression froze for a moment. Red pieces of clothing? When Jiyu came, she was wearing the uniform of the police station, and Aisha's clothes were not red. So, whose clothes is this scrap from? Chao Xian jumped out of bed in shock. At this moment, he also happened to see a pool of blood under his buttocks. Chao Xian's mind went blank again. Although there were indeed 2 people in his room last night, the problem was that Jiyu had already given herself to him for the first time in her rental house that day. Chao Xian really couldn't figure out what was going on, but he felt that someone would definitely know. Lin Shui, what happened last night? As his shadow fluctuated, Lin Shui's figure gradually emerged from the shadow. It's Mo Qingyu. Lin Shui spoke slowly, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Mo Qingyu. How could it be her? So, Lin Shui began to tell the story, starting with how he was drunk and was helped back to his room by a maid. Then, the maid misunderstood the relationship between the 3 of them, so she put all 3 of them on the bed in his room and even kindly helped them take off their clothes. Afterwards, Mo Qingyu got the key from somewhere and opened the door, and then everything he saw happened. Chao Xian was not surprised by this. As the eldest daughter of the Mo family, it was not difficult for her to get the key to the guest room as long as she asked. But he really didn't understand why Mo Qingyu would have a relationship with him for no apparent reason. After all, he drank too much and lost consciousness last night, but Mo Qingyu was able to use the key to open the door of her room, so she must have been awake at the time. Confused, Chao Xian had no choice but to ask, Then why didn't you stop her? Hearing this, the resentment on Lin Shue's face became even more intense. She had indeed intended to stop Mo Qingyu, but when she saw Chao Xian hugging Mo Qingyu on his own initiative, she was worried that if she interrupted him rashly, she would hurt Chao Xian, so she chose to stop. If she wasn't so strong now, and if she wasn't in too close contact with Chao Xian, she would hurt him. Otherwise, she would have gone into battle herself long ago. Why would she just stand by and watch? Chao Xian seemed to realize that he had asked a stupid question, so he scratched his head and stopped talking. At this time, the bathroom door was opened, and the moment Lin Shui heard the sound, she returned to Chao Xian's shadow. Ji Yu had already changed into the police station uniform, and her eyes were full of embarrassment as she looked at Chao Xian. But she was still secretly confused. Why didn't she feel any discomfort in her legs this time? Last time, she had trouble walking for a long time. In fact, Ji Yu and Chao Xian were the most innocent today. Chao Xian thought to himself, since he had already been misunderstood by Ji Yu. If nothing really happened, wouldn't the misunderstanding be in vain? Chao Xian pulled Ji Yu over. Ji Yu exclaimed, "Hey, I just got dressed." At noon, Chao Xian finally pulled Ji Yu out of the room. He used his watch to ask where Shen Bing and others were, but found that they were still lying on the bed in the room. Last night, Shen Bing, Chun Yin, and Lena stayed at the banquet for another half an hour before returning to their respective rooms. They did not go to Chao Xian and Aisha's room to check. After all, no one could have imagined that the three maids were so unreliable that they stripped Chao Xian and the other two and threw them into a room. After watching Ji Yu go home, Chao Xian happened to meet the maid of the Mo family on the way back to his room. The maid was wearing a green cheongsam. She was Xiaolu, who had been giving advice last night. Chao Xian didn't know that the maid in front of him was the culprit of last night. But seeing her standing in front of him, he asked, "What's the matter?" Xiaolu smiled and replied, "Mr. Chao Xian, our clan leader seems to have something important to do and is looking for you everywhere." Upon hearing this, Chao Xian immediately replied, "Chief Mo is looking for me? Then take me there now." Xiaolu immediately agreed with a smile, then quickly led the way. At the same time, she also glanced secretly at Chao Xian behind her. Chao Xian's steps were steady and powerful, without any sign of weakness. Xiaolu secretly exclaimed in his heart, as expected of Mr. Chao Xian. The last time the clan leader had two ladies help him to sleep, the next day he had dark circles under his eyes and his steps were unsteady. She decided that she would share her discovery with the other two maids when she met them. Now many female members of the Mo family, not just the maids, but even many young ladies of the Mo family admire Chao Xian. Even some young ladies who are of marriageable age have begun to hint to their mother Mo Hong to ask. Soon Xiaolu brought Chao Xian to Mo Hong's room and stopped at the door. "Mr. Chao Xian, the clan leader is waiting for you inside." Chao Xian nodded and walked forward and knocked on the door. "Come in." Mo Hong's steady and powerful voice came from inside the house. Chao Xian opened the door and saw Mo Hong sitting at the desk. Standing next to him was Mo Qingyu, who had changed into casual clothes. There was another woman next to Mo Qingyu. After Chao Xian saw it clearly, his eyes widened suddenly. "Sister Hong." Chapter 190 Ouyang Shui is in crisis? I saw that the person standing next to Mo Qingyu was Lin Hong, who was Ouyang Shui's teammate and whom I hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, Lin Hong looked in a terrible state. Her body was covered with several shocking bloodstains. She looked extremely weak, and her face was as pale as paper. The moment she saw Chao Xian, a glimmer of light finally flashed in her dim eyes. Lin Hong wanted to speak, but now she was so weak that even opening her mouth was extremely difficult. Mo Qingyu, who was standing by, was so stunned when she saw that the person coming was Chao Xian that she stood still for a moment. Then she stood aside with an extremely unnatural look on her face. Just now, Chao Xian was a little worried that Mo Hong called him over because what happened with Mo Qingyu last night was known. But judging from the current situation, it seems that Mo Hong didn't call him over because of this matter. Chao Xian immediately asked, "Sister Hong, why are you here?" "Oh, Ouyang." Lin Hong uttered two words with difficulty from her dry lips. Seeing this, Mo Qingyu hurriedly poured a glass of water for Lin Shui. Lin Shui drank the water, and her hoarse throat eased a little. She spoke again with a trembling voice. Chao Xian frowned tightly and quickly put his ear close to Lin Hong's mouth. Only then could he barely hear what she said. "Ouyang," Chao Xian asked doubtfully. "Are you talking about Ouyang Shui? What happened to her? You two are teammates, so why didn't Ouyang Shui come with you?" Chao Xian's heart suddenly tightened, realizing that they might have encountered some dangerous situation. Hearing Chao Xian clearly recognize that it was Ouyang Shui, Lin Hong nodded vigorously with excitement. But when she heard Chao Xian's next words, she wanted to answer eagerly. but she was too anxious and could not speak anymore. Her eyes turned red with anxiety. So, Chao Xian quickly reached out to hold the excited Lin Hong's shoulders and gently comforted her. Sister Hong, don't be so anxious. Take your time and talk slowly. If you really can't put it into words, just write it down on paper and tell me. Hearing Chao Xian's words, Lin Hong immediately stretched out her hand excitedly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Seeing this, Chao Xian immediately looked at Mo Hong and said, Chief Mo, can you lend me some paper and pen? Hold on. Mo Hong had actually been paying attention to the situation here. After hearing Chao Xian's request, he immediately turned around and took out a blank piece of paper and a black pen from the drawer. Lin Hong took the paper and pen, and without saying a word, she immediately laid down on the table next to her and began to write quickly. Mo Qingyu quickly reached out to support Lin Hong's shaky body, fearing that she would collapse at any time due to exhaustion. When Lin Hong came to see her at first, Mo Qingyu looked at her miserable appearance and thought that she was a good young woman who was provoked by Chao Xian outside, and then came to her house to ask for an explanation. But seeing the situation in front of her at this moment, she felt that Lin Hong seemed to have something important to tell Chao Xian, or was in urgent need of Chao Xian's help. At this time, Chao Xian finally made time and hurriedly looked at Mo Hong. His mind is now full of questions. What on earth happened to Lin Hong? Why did she suddenly become so weak? And how did she find Mo Hong? Seeing the anxious expression on Chao Xian's face, Mo Hong didn't delay any longer and said directly, She suddenly came to the Mo family half an hour ago. I was officially appointed mayor last night, and I also appointed you honorary mayor. According to Frankton tradition, all mayors have a large statue erected in the central square during their term of office. Last night, the craftsmen I hired worked tirelessly to create the statues of the two of us, and we're planning to display them in the square soon. As a result, as soon as your friend came in, he pointed at your statue, extremely excited, but too anxious to speak. The maids thought she was crazy and wanted to drive her away, but Qingyu happened to pass by and thought she might know you, so they brought her in. After hearing what Mo Hong said, Chao Xian became even more certain that Lin Hong and Ouyang Shui must have encountered some extremely urgent incident, otherwise they would not be so panicked. Because under normal circumstances, even if there was something she needed to find him for, even if Lin Hong didn't have his contact information, Ouyang Shui could send him a message directly through her watch. But now Ouyang Shui didn't even have the chance to send a message, and instead let Lin Hong come to her aimlessly. There was only one possibility. That is, the two of them must be deeply trapped in some special platform. The watch signal is blocked in this station, so naturally it is impossible to send messages to yourself through the watch. Fortunately, Chao Xian saw that Ouyang Shui's portrait on the watch was still in color, which made him feel a little relieved. At least it proved that she was still safe so far. At this moment, Lin Hong had quickly finished writing what she wanted to say. Mo Qingyu gently took the white paper from Lin Hong's hand and handed it to Chao Xian. After Lin Hong finished writing these, it seemed as if all her strength was completely exhausted. She closed her eyes and fell down. Chao Xian hurriedly took the paper and began to read it eagerly. Because Lin Hong's physical condition was so poor, her handwriting was crooked and very sloppy, but Chao Xian could still barely make out the content. At the very top of the paper, which is also the most conspicuous position, there are 4 big characters written in bold. Manhwa Hospital. A terrifying hospital ward? Could this be the name of the platform that trapped Ouyang Shui? It does look a bit like the horror ward that Chao Xian had entered before, but it was able to torment Lin Hong into this state and trap Ouyang Shui inside, unable to pass through. Its difficulty was definitely far greater than the horror ward. Chao Xian quickly put away his thoughts and continued reading. Chao Xian, Ouyang, and I did not choose to enter Frankton because of this platform. It is said that this platform contains key items that can improve physical qualities, but the dangers involved are definitely beyond imagination. The following is some key information we know about the haunted ward. I hope that if you have the ability, you will go and save Ouyang. Afterwards, I will be willing to work like a slave to repay you. When entering the fierce and spooky ward, survivors are required to take an internship assessment as hospital interns. The content of the assessment is to perform surgery on some extremely terrifying and weird creatures. If the results of the surgery do not satisfy Director Manhwa, then the assessment will be considered a failure. If the patient undergoing the surgery is not satisfied, it will also be considered a failure. The consequence of failure is death. In front of everyone, the director will use some unknown method to make them become extremely thin and weak in an instant. Then they will be dismembered. There were more than 30 of us entering the platform at the same time, but in the end, only 6 people made it through. There will be 2 or 3 more survivors added every day, but their pass rate is even lower than ours. Regarding the information after passing the assessment, I currently only know 2 points. One thing is that one of the fierce and treacherous directors of the fierce and treacherous ward is extremely greedy. If he can be given enough star soul coins, he is even willing to help cover up the failure of the assessment. Secondly, after passing the assessment, you will be assigned to different departments. During this process, you will be assigned surgery tasks continuously. If the surgery fails, you will be locked up in the confinement room. Everyone who enters the solitary confinement room ends up dead. Ouyang's surgery failed because of me. To save me, she bribed the director and let me into the solitary confinement room. She also gave me a tool that could force me to leave the platform. But Ouyang is not dead. Her profile picture is still lit. You must go save her. The handwriting at the back was so messy that it was almost illegible, but Chao Xian could roughly guess what Lin Hong wanted to express based on his speculation of the general meaning. It was nothing more than an earnest plea for him to save Ouyang Shui. However, even if Lin Hong hadn't emphasized it so much, Chao Xian had already made up his mind to make this trip. He didn't want Lin Hong to work like a slave for him, but Lin Hong mentioned that there was a prop in this strange hospital that could increase the limitations of the physical body. Before this, Chao Xian had already vaguely felt that the improvement of various numerical values of his body seemed to have reached a bottleneck. And after obtaining Lin Shui's origin yesterday, he directly raised his stats to the maximum, almost to the point where he couldn't raise them any further. If you want to improve further, you must find a way to break through this limit. If what Lin Hong said was true, then Chao Xian would have to embark on this dangerous journey sooner or later. What's more, Ouyang Shui is also deeply trapped in it at this time, and her life or death is uncertain. Through their previous interactions, Chao Xian felt that Ouyang Shui was a trustworthy teammate, completely different from the Mutual Aid Association president Jiang Daowu. If we can save Ouyang Shui, we might even have the chance to team up and challenge other, more dangerous dungeons together. It's a win-win situation no matter how you calculate it. Chao Xian immediately prepared to say goodbye to Mo Hong and the others, and planned to leave Frankton immediately and go to the Manhwa hospital. At this moment, Mo Hong stepped forward, stopped Chao Xian, and said with a serious expression, "Although I haven't been to Manhwa hospital in person, I've heard of it more or less. I hope you will listen to what I am about to say, and then consider it carefully. In this world, there are many hospitals that specialize in treating weird things, but Manhwa Hospital is different. The guests they receive are all wild and violent monsters, and when they treat these monsters, they do not charge any coins, but only ask them to leave a body part as payment for the medical expenses. Also, it's said that the hospital keeps an extremely terrifying ghost mother, who feeds on human vitality. Based on what your friend wrote on the paper, this rumor is undoubtedly true. Her symptoms are like her vital energy being sucked away." Mo Hong's face was solemn. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid of the Manhwa hospital. He continued to persuade. "Chao Xian, think about it. Even your friend who tried so hard to escape ended up like this, which shows how dangerous the Manhwa hospital is. Not to mention the extremely difficult tests inside, where even the slightest mistake could lead to death. The ghost mother alone is enough to terrify people. You are now the honorary mayor of Frankton and have a bright future. If you are willing, I can give you the position of mayor at any time. Why take such a huge risk for such a slim hope?" Mo Hong tried to persuade Chao Xian to give up the idea of going to the Manhwa hospital. In addition to giving Chao Xian the position of honorary mayor, he also planned to renovate other properties such as Frankton and the former territories of the Harmon and Willemon families and give them to Chao Xian. In this way, even if he cannot be tied down, he can still be attached to Frankton, and there will be a chance to match Chao Xian with his daughter in the future. But if Chao Xian insisted on going to the Manhwa hospital, he felt that it was totally not worth it to risk his life. But Chao Xian had already made up his mind. "Chief Mo, I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. This time, I will bring Lin Shui and Jiang He with me. Even if I can't save my friends, I won't be unable to escape." Alas, Mo Hong sighed deeply. He knew that once Chao Xian made a decision, it would be difficult for him to change it. "I had no choice but to say, your friend's energy and spirit have been mysteriously drained away. The best way to save him is actually in that hand. Phantom Star Dew can boost your spirit and nourish your soul. If you feel something is wrong, just drink a few more sips. If Miss Lin Shui and Mr. Jiang He follow, it will indeed be much safer. In that case, I will not try to dissuade you any further. Before I leave, I will tell you 2 things. One is the territory of the Harmon family and the Willemon family, which now belongs to the Mo family. I plan to renovate these 2 places. The other is a luxurious mansion located in the city center. The other is a manor on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by beautiful scenery and a quiet environment, perfect for recuperation. You can move into both properties at any time. I know that with your personality, you might not care about these material things, but this is also a small token of my appreciation. I hope you understand that you are always welcome in Frankton, and we have your back. A warm feeling welled up in Chao Xian's heart, and he looked at Mo Hong with gratitude. Chief Mo, I appreciate your kindness. So, what's the second thing? Mo Hong chuckled and deliberately kept the question a secret. This morning, besides your friend, 2 of your old friends came to see me. They originally wanted to meet with you today, saying that there were some misunderstandings with you that needed to be resolved. But looking at the current situation, I'm afraid you don't have time. I'll tell them we'll meet again when you come back. I hope you don't break your promise. Chao Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. I will definitely come back safely. As for Xin Bing and the others, I hope Chief Mo can help me find an excuse to prevaricate them. I don't want them to worry too much. Mo Hong readily agreed. It's a small problem. I'll find a suitable excuse. Finally, Chao Xian set his gaze on Mo Qingyu. Chapter 191, Honorary Mayor. Mo Qingyu's expression was a little unnatural, and her lips moved slightly. After a long silence, she whispered, "Be careful and come back safely." Chao Xian was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded in response. Good. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave Mo Hong's room. Standing outside the door, Chao Xian thought for a moment and decided to go to the guest room arranged for the weirdos first to meet Jiang He. Boom, boom, boom. After Chao Xian asked the maid for Jiang He's room number, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door was slowly opened, and the person who appeared at the door was He Fei. He Fei's entire face was almost covered with notes, which swayed slightly with his movements. Chao Xian couldn't help but turn his head to look inside the room, and saw that besides Jiang He, there were 2 other weird people in the room. The 2 strange faces were also covered with notes densely packed on them, just like He Fei's. Jiang He's face, however, was clean, forming a sharp contrast with theirs. Chao Xian's eyes fell on the table, and he saw a set of mahjong on it. He also plays mahjong? Chao Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. He thought to himself that these tenants really were treating their visit to Frankton like a holiday. Just when he passed by, he saw several tenants leisurely enjoying massages from maids. The maids were afraid of the strange aura emanating from the tenants, so they didn't dare to get too close. They could only stand far away and carefully poke the tenants with a mop, treating it as a massage. The tenants didn't care. As long as the maids put things on their bodies, they would show expressions of enjoyment. The scene was indescribably strange, yet it also revealed a sense of inexplicable harmony. Although Chao Xian was a little surprised, he was still very happy to see that the tenants were so comfortable. After all, during the battle yesterday, these tenants performed bravely and fearlessly. At this time, He Fei tore off the piece of paper covering his mouth and said, "Apartment manager, what do you want to talk to us about? How about playing a few games together? I won't participate." Chao Xian shook his head and refused without hesitation, then looked at Jiang He and said, "Jiang He, please come out for a moment. I need your help with something." Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately stood up and followed Chao Xian to the door of the room. Seeing the doubt in Jiang He's eyes, Chao Xian explained why he had to go to Manhwa Hospital and finally asked, "Will you come with me? This trip might be even more dangerous than what we experienced in Frankton." Jiang He said without hesitation, "Apartment manager, I'll go with you." As he spoke, Jiang He's eyes flickered slightly. In fact, he had heard of this hospital before. At that time, he was fleeing on the road with his sister on his back, and his initial destination was Manhwa Hospital. At that time, he had nothing but his own organs. In his mind, it would be worth it if he could use an organ to heal his injuries. If he had not been desperate at the time, he would definitely not have considered going to the Manhwa Hospital wing. Fortunately, he met Chao Xian later. If Chao Xian had just mentioned that he wanted to go to the Manhwa Hospital ward, Jiang He would definitely have tried his best to persuade Chao Xian to give up this idea. But Chao Xian just said that he must go, which means that Chao Xian must have a reason to go, so Jiang He agreed without hesitation. After all, he had already stated that his life would belong to Chao Xian from now on. Good. Seeing Jiang He agreed so readily, Chao Xian was deeply moved, and then let Jiang He temporarily stay in his shadow. Just as Chao Xian was about to leave, the door of Jiang He's room was suddenly pushed open again. He saw He Fei had hurriedly torn off all the notes on his face and rushed out in a hurry. He ran and shouted, "Apartment manager, I heard everything you and Brother Jiang He just said. It's just the Manhwa Hospital ward. Although it sounds dangerous, I, old He, am not a coward. I will go with you." When Chao Xian heard He Fei's words, he felt moved. However, given the dangerous nature of this trip to the Manhwa hospital ward, if He Fei rashly follows, not only will he be of no help, but he might even be put in danger. So Chao Xian refused with a serious face. Don't come and make trouble, He Fei. Putting aside other things, can you attach yourself to me without any breath? This operation requires absolute perfection. If we are not careful, our lives may be in danger. When He Fei heard Chao Xian's words, he froze in his tracks. He scratched his head, an embarrassed look on his face, and stammered, "What are you talking about? I really can't do this." Chao Xian couldn't help laughing when he saw He Fei's expression. He patted He Fei's shoulder and said, "I know you mean well, but this action is really not suitable for you. Keep it a secret for me. If Shen Bing and the others ask about my whereabouts, just say you don't know." He Fei patted his chest vigorously upon hearing this and said confidently, "Don't worry, apartment manager. Everyone knows that I, old He, keep my mouth shut. I won't let anyone get any information about you from me." After hearing He Fei's assurance, Chao Xian turned and left. Afterwards, Chao Xian came to the square in the center of the Mo family's territory, where his car was parked. Chao Xian got in the car and started it, slowly driving away from the Mo family territory. As the car was driving on the street, its windows were transparent and its shape and color were obviously different from those of local vehicles in Frankton, making it particularly eye-catching on the street. Many Frankton citizens stopped what they were doing, pointed at Chao Xian's car curiously, and exclaimed in amazement. Chao Xian was driving intently when he suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the surroundings. He looked in the direction the citizens pointed, puzzled, and saw two tall statues standing on one side of the street. One of the statues was carved based on him, standing side by side with Mo Hong's statue in the square. The carving craftsmanship is exquisite and lifelike. Even from a distance, Chao Xian could still clearly see every detail of the statue's face. The statue does not appear crude or simple at all because it was made overnight, and the craftsman's skill is evident everywhere. When Chao Xian stopped at the intersection and waited for the traffic light, several enthusiastic citizens surrounded him. Seeing the citizens so enthusiastic, Chao Xian had no choice but to roll down the window, and the citizens' excited voices instantly came into the car. "Hello, Mayor Chao Xian. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Frankton would have been in ruins. On behalf of all the citizens of Frankton, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. Mayor Chao Xian, would you like to come to my house for dinner? The abalone my wife cooks is incredible. You must try it." Although Chao Xian was only an honorary mayor without real power, the citizens' respect and gratitude for him at this moment were genuine and without any falsehood. At this moment, Chao Xian seemed to be experiencing the treatment that only popular stars had before he traveled through time. It was like a fan meeting surrounded by enthusiastic fans. In addition to the citizens of Frankton, there are also many survivors from Blue Star. One of them said, "Boss Chao Xian, someone recorded the entire battle between you and the Herman camp on the building next to the Mo family's territory yesterday. That move you made when you dropped from the sky was so cool. Boss Chao Xian, now that Jiang Daowu, that beast in human form, is dead, we survivors cannot be leaderless. Or you can form an organization, and we are willing to support you as the new president of the Mutual Aid Association." As soon as the survivor finished speaking, several voices of agreement were heard from the crowd. When Chao Xian heard what these survivors said, he was stunned, and then felt a little amused. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xian still refused. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have more important things to do right now. Moreover, the Mutual Aid Association is not leaderless now. Although Jiang Daowu has bad behavior, there are still trustworthy people in the Mutual Aid Association." When everyone heard this, they hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" After experiencing Jiang Daowu's betrayal, their trust in the Mutual Aid Association had long since disappeared. When these survivors heard Chao Xian say that there were still trustworthy people in the Mutual Aid Society, they were all stunned. Chao Xian said in a deep voice, "Ouyang Shui." Just at this moment, the green light came on. Chao Xian stopped talking to everyone, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. At the spot, the survivors whispered, "Ouyang Shui? Do you know this person? I have a friend who is an ordinary member of the Mutual Aid Association. He seemed to have mentioned the name Ouyang Shui to me. He is the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association. I heard that the first clearance intelligence for several high-difficulty stations of the Mutual Aid Association was provided by Ouyang Shui. Since she is someone Boss Chao Xian knows, if she is willing to continue leading the Mutual Aid Association, I am willing to trust her." A voice sounded among the crowd. Soon, Chao Xian drove to the gate of Frankton. Now, he can enter and exit the city gate without any inspection and can pass through by simply scanning his face. Moreover, when he left, all the guards at the city gate stopped what they were doing, saluted Chao Xian, and watched him leave. Although he was only an honorary mayor and did not have much real power, Chao Xian still got a taste of what it was like to be an official. A few minutes later, Chao Xian was driving on the road. It felt like it had been a long time since he had set foot on this endless road, and a sense of nostalgia suddenly welled up in Chao Xian's heart. After driving for a while, Chao Xian took out the navigation card and set the destination to Manhwa Hospital Station. There are only 2 more chances left to navigate. I hope nothing goes wrong, Chao Xian thought to himself, and then concentrated on driving. More than half an hour later, a prompt sound suddenly came to Chao Xian's ears. Beep. Continue driving for another 20 kilometers, and you'll reach the dangerous dinosaur park. Dinosaur Park is home to extinct prehistoric dinosaurs. Under a tree in a depression to the southeast, you'll find a dinosaur egg about to hatch. It will recognize the first person it sees as its owner. Hearing the prompt, Chao Xian's eyes twitched slightly. Alas, what you fear will come true. The platform that appeared in front of him looked quite attractive. Under normal circumstances, Chao Xian might choose to go and take a look. But at this moment, he only wanted to go to the Manhwa Hospital. Unexpectedly, the navigation which originally had a 60% chance of success actually failed. This was the first time Chao Xian encountered a navigation error. Now, his navigation card has only one last chance to be used. At this time, Chao Xian's shadow swayed slightly, and Jiang He's voice came from the shadow. Apartment manager, do you still remember the bracelet Jiang Yu gave you? Wear it. Maybe it will come in handy. Chao Xian was slightly stunned, and then immediately remembered the bonus effect of the bracelet Jiang Yu gave him. It increased the luck value to a certain extent. Before, Chao Xian had worn the bracelet on his hand several times, but later he was worried that it would be damaged or lost during the battle, which would be a waste of the girl's kindness, so he put the bracelet into his bracelet. Hearing Jiang He's reminder, Chao Xian hurriedly took out the red rope bracelet and put it on his left wrist. This is my last chance. I hope Jiang Yu's bracelet can bring me good luck. Chao Xian prayed silently in his heart, then drove past the dinosaur park he had just encountered without hesitation, and then decisively used the last chance of the navigation card. A prompt sound of successful use sounded, and as the number of times the navigation card was used returned to 0, the card instantly turned into a ball of light and disappeared before Chao Xian's eyes. Chao Xian continued driving forward with a hint of trepidation. Not long after, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Chao Xian's ears. Beep. Continue driving forward for 10 kilometers, and you will enter the dangerous area, the fierce and spooky sickness ward. Hidden tips. The ghost ward is actually the product of a secret agreement between Dean Hawkins and the ghost mother. The Dean built this special place for the ghost mother so that she could obtain strange limbs as food and human spirit as nourishment for herself. In exchange, the trickster will meet certain specific conditions of Hawkins. In the fierce and strange ward, as the stay time increases, the strange mother hidden in the underground morgue will gradually suck people's energy and spirit. Once the essence, energy, and spirit are sucked away, a person will become extremely weak, thinking will become increasingly slow, and even memory may gradually be lost. However, deep underground in the Manhwa Hospital, there is a long-sealed archive room, which records the weaknesses and origins of the Guemu. Also, although the director of the Manhwa ward is just an ordinary person, don't try to kill him. While driving, Chao Xian quickly read the instructions in front of him. Seeing the information given to him by his talent, Chao Xian couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect that as long as I stayed in the ward, my energy would be sucked away by the evil mother in the ward. No wonder Lin Hong was in such a bad condition even though she was not locked up in the solitary confinement room. And, according to Lin Hong's description, there cannot be any mistakes in the operation. But as the patient's stay in the ward gets longer and his condition deteriorates, it becomes almost impossible to complete the operation perfectly. A cold sweat ran down Chao Xian's face. This Dean was really too insidious. For an ordinary person, this was almost an impossible task. Chapter 192 Assessment. Even though Chao Xian had never performed surgery on anyone or any living thing before, he knew that. When performing surgery, no matter if the target is a human or a monster, one needs to ensure full concentration. Only in this way can we ensure that the operation is completed smoothly without any mistakes. After all, many doctors say that the operating table is like a battlefield and does not allow any distraction. But once the essence is sucked away by the weird mother goddess without anyone noticing, the condition will inevitably be greatly affected. In this way, the longer you stay in this strange ward, the less likely it is that the subsequent operations will go smoothly due to the accumulation of experience. Instead, you will fall into a terrible vicious cycle, and the more surgeries you have, the worse the condition will be. If the operation fails and they lose their usefulness, what awaits these interns is to be thrown into the so-called confinement room, where the evil mother will completely drain the last bit of life from them. Just thinking about that scene makes people shudder. Fortunately, Imo Hong mentioned before that Yuxing Lu can alleviate the symptoms of having one's essence sucked away by the ghost mother. At that time, as long as he felt something was wrong, he would gulp down a bowl of Yuxing Lu, which would at least help him feel better. This time when he went out, Chao Xian brought most of the Yuxing Du produced on the rooftop of the apartment with him. Even if he drank it as water, it would be enough to sustain him for a long time. This can be considered as a talisman that Chao Xian prepared for himself when entering the Manhwa hospital ward. What shocked Chao Xian even more was that the dean of the notorious Manhwa ward, whom he had originally thought would be the second biggest boss, was actually just an ordinary person. Not only that, Tianfu also specifically warned people not to try to kill him. According to common sense, how strong can an ordinary person be? The reason why Talent gave this warning was that killing him would lead to some unpredictable serious consequences. The more Chao Xian thought about it, the more doubts he had in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out for the time being. During the time Chao Xian was lost in thought, the scenery around the highway became increasingly desolate and dilapidated. Even the soil beside the road had turned into a dark gray color like a dead person's skin, as if shrouded in a thick layer of death. Through the car window, a bone-chilling chill reached Chao Xian. This place is indescribably weird and eerie from the inside out. Chao Xian sucked in a breath of cold air, couldn't help but let out a hiss, and stepped on the accelerator even deeper. In a few minutes, Chao Xian saw from afar the huge signboard of the platform where the Manhwa hospital was located, with 4 big blood-red characters, Manhwa Hospital, written on it. The font on the bus stop sign is so brightly colored that it looks like it was painted directly with freshly shed blood. Just looking at it makes people feel creepy. I guess most people would instantly back out the moment they see this bus stop sign, even if they had originally decided to go in. Chao Xian calmed himself down, slowly turned the car into the platform, and then found a parking space. The moment I pushed open the car door, a rotten and cold smell hit me in the face. Fortunately, Chao Xian's physical condition has improved in recent days. Otherwise, in this temperature, he might have been frozen to death. After getting off the car, Chao Xian walked straight towards the main entrance of the ward without any hesitation. At the exit of the parking lot, Chao Xian spotted a sign that read, "Recruiting interns." The blood-red handwriting on it was identical to the large bus stop sign he had just seen, as if they were written with the same paint. Chao Xian stood in front of the sign and read the content. Manhwa Ward. Due to staff shortages, our hospital is now recruiting interns. Once you pass the assessment, you can become an intern. The salary during the internship period is generous, and once you are successfully converted to a full-time doctor, the salary will be even more generous. The work is easy and pleasant. For more information, please visit the hospital to consult the director of the assessment department. Well, the content of this recruitment advertisement seems very normal at first glance. But even this normal content, coupled with the crooked red font, makes people feel creepy no matter how they look at it. Chao Xian looked up at the entrance of the ward and murmured softly, "Let me see if this test is really as difficult as Lin Hong said. I want to see what tricks this fierce and strange hospital can come up with." A moment later, boom, boom, boom. Chao Xian stood in front of the rusty door of the ward and knocked hard on the iron door that looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time and was completely rusted. The knock on the door seemed particularly abrupt in the silent environment. After dozens of seconds, there was still no movement behind the door, as if there was no one in the ward at all. Chao Xian simply increased his strength, knocked harder, and shouted loudly, "Hello? Is there anyone no Gui here? I saw the billboard outside and came here specifically for the intern interview." Chao Xian shouted loudly several times. After a long time, the ghost inside seemed to be impatient with the noise and slowly opened the door. The iron door slowly opened with a creak, and a foul smell several times stronger than before instantly hit me in the face. A strange figure with a hunched body and a face so distorted that it was almost unrecognizable as a human appeared at the door. Its eyes were cloudy, as if covered by a thick film. He was wearing a tattered white coat that was stained with various unknown stains, with black and red patches on it, which looked particularly creepy. Guy looked Chao Xian up and down with his cloudy eyes, and then let out a creepy laugh. "What are you arguing about? Don't you know this is a hospital? Hospitals need to be quiet. You are yelling like this, what a joke." Hu Su, director of the Human Resources Department of the Manhwa Ward. Strength, 27. Agility, 24. Weight, 31. Spirit, 38. Husu is a weirdo with a quarter of the strength of red clothes. He has the ability to amplify the negative emotions of the surrounding creatures, such as fear and anger. He can release a mental force field to make the target lose control of their emotions, fall into panic or rage, and interfere with their actions and thinking. As the director of the Human Resources Department, he obtained the promise of the dean that the more interviewees he could eliminate in the assessment, the more commission rewards he would receive. Therefore, during the assessment, he will do everything he can to find fault with you and use all means to prevent you from successfully passing the assessment. Seeing the prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chao Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart. What kind of interview is this? Instead of getting as many candidates as possible, they get commission based on eliminating candidates? No wonder Lin Hong said that the passing rate for dozens of people taking the test was only in the single digits. Putting aside other things, his ability to amplify negative emotions is enough to make 99% of people fail the assessment. With such a director obstructing the process, it would be strange if the pass rate was high. Those who can succeed are probably ranked at the back for the test, and only when Husu no longer has the energy to interfere will they have a chance of passing. After hearing what Chao Xian said, Husu was obviously stunned for a moment, and then looked Chao Xian up and down repeatedly. In Husu's sight, Chao Xian looked straight into his eyes without any fear in his eyes. Instead, he couldn't stop looking into the ward with a look of curiosity. What was even more strange was that the aura of Chao Xian gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through it, which made Husu feel a little hesitant. You know, in the past, survivors would arrive at the platform in groups of 20 or 30. Husu could clearly feel their weakness and cowardice like ants, which he could crush with just a pinch. But Chao Xian in front of him was the first one to come for an interview on his own initiative. This made Husu feel extremely strange, and he had no idea what the other party was doing. After a few seconds of silence, Husu said, "We are full here and will not be accepting any more interns. Please leave now." Husu sneered in his heart. Anyway, the dean's instruction to him was to eliminate as many people as possible during the assessment. In the past, whenever a group of people came at once, he would take them all with him to arrange the assessment. For a group of people who have never had surgery before, going on the operating table is already very scary, not to mention the strangeness of the patients being operated on. At that time, he will interfere a little, and in the end those people will basically fail the assessment, which will save him a lot of achievements. But this time Chao Xian is the only one there. If he really lets this human pass the assessment, even if he dies in the subsequent operation, the achievement will not be counted as his. Why should he waste his energy and time to accompany him to take the assessment? Husu was making a little calculation in his mind. After saying this, he immediately turned around and went back to the ward. When Chao Xian heard Husu's straightforward refusal, he was stunned. No, why is this different from what he imagined? Normally, this director shouldn't be trying every possible way to lure him into taking the assessment, then slowly setting traps for him during the assessment, making him fall into them step by step. But now, they don't even bother digging a hole, and just want him to leave. What kind of trick is this? Chao Xian was anxious and angry, and immediately raised his voice and said angrily, "Hey, how can your hospital be so disrespectful of the rules? There's a sign outside clearly saying they're recruiting interns. I came all the way here for an interview according to the procedures, and you just say you don't want me. How can you do things like that? Besides, I've already seen the sign that says the salary is generous and the work is easy. I don't care. You must let me in for the assessment today." As he spoke, Chao Xian moved forward, as if he was determined to make Husu change his mind. At this time, Husu also became angry. It was the first time he saw such a courageous human being. He actually dared to be so presumptuous in front of a weirdo like him. Could it be that he was seeking death? But the more Chao Xian acted like this, the more Husu felt something was wrong. So, Husu said unhappily, "The recent batches of interns have performed so poorly that they've made a mess of the hospital. We won't be recruiting any more interns for the time being. The sign outside just hasn't been taken down yet. If you had medical experience, I might consider keeping you. Unfortunately, judging by your condition, I don't think you have any." Having said that, he turned around and left again, not wanting to get entangled with Chao Xian anymore. But just as Husu turned around, Chao Xian called out to him again, "Director, wait a minute." Husu turned around angrily, looking at Chao Xian with eyes that were almost burning with anger. He thought to himself, how could this human being be so ungrateful? He had already rejected him so clearly, but he still kept pestering him. He was even considering whether to just eat Chao Xian directly, although doing so may have some impact on the hospital's reputation if it gets out. But fortunately, It is a well-known fact that the Manhwa hospital has no credibility at all. But what Husu didn't expect was that Chao Xian quickly took out a blue card from somewhere, which looked like some kind of ID card. What is this? Husu asked with a smile. Chao Xian coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "This is my ID. I'm actually the current director of the horror ward. This should be more than enough for me to be interviewing for a physician position here, right?" The moment Husu mentioned his medical experience, Chao Xian immediately thought of the director's ID card he had obtained in the horror ward. Although the card's function was only to ensure that the alienated doctors and patients in the horror ward obeyed his orders, it should be enough to show off in front of Husu at this moment. Husu was visibly taken aback when he saw the ID in Chao Xian's hand, then took it. The card had the words horror ward written on it, along with Chao Xian's portrait and the title column stating that Chao Xian was the dean. Husu was shocked when he saw this. The material of this ID card was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the director of the Manhwa ward. It didn't look like a forgery. It has to be said that the 4 words horror ward can still scare some weird people to some extent. Although Husu had never heard of it, he didn't dare to drive Chao Xian away directly like he did just now. But he really couldn't understand why Chao Xian gave up his job as the dean and came here to be a doctor. After a few seconds of silence, Husu finally said, "Then come with me for the test. But I must explain in advance that if you fail the internship assessment in our Manhwa ward, there will be severe penalties." When Husu mentioned the assessment, he finally regained his sense of place and revealed a hideous and terrifying smile, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears, revealing his sharp yellow teeth. Under the guidance of Husu, Chao Xian walked into the iron gate of the ward. Husu did not take him in through the main entrance, but instead led him in through a small door on the side of the ward building. After entering the side door, Husu took Chao Xian through the corridor of the ward. The corridors here are complicated and filled with a pungent and unpleasant smell of disinfectant, which makes people dizzy. Along the way, he didn't encounter any people or anything strange. Finally, Husu brought him to a door with operating room written on it. This operating room also looks very simple. A normal operating room should at least be sealed to ensure a sterile environment. But the operating room door used to be just a curtain, but now it looks more like the butcher's house that Chao Xian used to remember when he was a kid selling pork at the village entrance. Husu turned around and said, "Stand here and don't move. I'll go prepare the assessment surgery for you." "Okay." Chao Xian nodded obediently in response. Chapter 193 Surgery, Heart Replacement. As soon as Husu lifted the curtain and walked into the operating room, Chao Xian immediately looked around nervously at the door. Just now, Husu took him around in this ward. He originally wanted to try to remember the route, but in the end his mind was in a mess and he couldn't remember which road he had taken. Moreover, Chao Xian increasingly felt that the space inside the ward was much larger than it appeared from the outside. From the outside, the area of this terrifying ward seems to be less than half of the horror ward. But judging from the fact that he and you followed Husu and walked around for a long time before reaching this operating room, the actual scale of the Manhwa ward should be far larger than the horror ward. Chao Xian tried to walk back a little, and found that the corridor he had just walked through seemed completely different from the one when Husu took him there. He was startled and quickly asked Lin Shui and Jiang He in his mind, "Why do I feel like the corridors here are always changing?" After a moment, Lin Shui's clear voice first rang in his mind. It seems to be due to some special rules, most likely some powerful and strange ability, causing the corridor to constantly change. Only by finding a special way to walk can you get out, otherwise you will just keep wandering around in circles. After a short pause, she continued, "However, this rule only affects people with low mental strength. For me, it doesn't matter. It is obvious that Chao Xian is the kind of person whose mental power is not very high," as Lin Shui said. However, Chao Xian felt relieved when he heard Lin Shui say that she was not affected. At this moment, Jiang He's steady voice also sounded in his mind. Due to the rules of this corridor, if you can't figure out the rules, the time you spend on the road will increase significantly. According to my perception, the speed at which the essence is absorbed by the ghost mother varies in different locations in the ward. Husu probably did this to trap the interns in the hospital in the corridor so that he could take the opportunity to absorb their energy. If you are sensitive enough and walk in the direction where your energy is being absorbed the slowest, you can get out of this maze as quickly as possible. Chao Xian nodded silently. Although his mental strength could not be completely unaffected like Lin Shui's, after Jiang He's reminder, he also recalled that when he walked through different corridors just now, he did have a vaguely different feeling. Sister Hong didn't mention this in the message she gave me. Chao Xian thought to himself. Perhaps her memory has also been affected by this strange environment. Just as Chao Xian was thinking, Lin Shui suddenly reminded him hurriedly. Master, someone is coming. Hearing this, Chao Xian's heart suddenly tightened. He hurried back to the door of the operating room and straightened his body. Not long after, a series of chaotic footsteps were heard from the corner of the corridor. Listen carefully. Your task today is to perform surgery on at least 5 patients each. If you fail to do so, a sharp and sinister voice echoed from the corridor. You know the consequences. At the corner of the corridor, a strange creature with a big round belly appeared. It was wearing a white coat and had a bluish-gray skin, which looked particularly strange. Wang Kai, director of the surgery department of the Gue ward. Strength, 28, agility, 25, constitution, 27, spirit, 33. Money can make the world go round. Wang Kai Gue is, as his name suggests, extremely greedy for money. As long as you can give him enough star soul coins, he can agree to anything you can do. Ability, limb grafting. Wang Kai can directly graft other strange limbs onto himself and gain corresponding abilities. Extremely greedy for money. Chao Xian muttered to himself. This must be the director that Sister Hong mentioned who can help solve the problem as long as he pays. He glanced secretly at Wang Kai and found that Wang Kai's arms were obviously inconsistent with his body in terms of size and color. In other words, he has at least grafted on 2 strange limbs. Although Wang Kai's stats seem to be slightly weaker than Hu Su's, his actual combat power is likely to be far superior to Hu Su's. Chao Xian made a silent judgment in his heart. Yes, director. At this time, several weak voices came from behind Wang Kai's huge body. Chao Xian looked closely and saw 5 human survivors following behind him. They were all wearing blood-stained white coats, and without exception, they had dark circles under their eyes and their eyes were full of fatigue. It seemed as if just a few days in this ward had exhausted all their energy. Anyone who can survive in the survival game until now and dare to challenge the assessment here is definitely not an ordinary person. But even so, they were tortured into this state, which is enough to show the horror of the Manhwa hospital. At this time, Chao Xian's gaze rested on a man wearing half-broken gold-rimmed glasses. He knows this person. When he met Ouyang Shui in the Devil's apartment, this man was a member of the Mutual Aid Society. Because he had the talent of mind reading, Chao Xian was quite impressed by him. But his young female teammate was not among these 5 people, and she must have met with an accident. Chao Xian looked at him, but when the man saw Chao Xian, he looked away as if he didn't recognize him at all. When Chao Xian was full of doubts, Wang Kai suddenly came to him. Where did you come from? Why are you here alone? Wang Kai's voice was full of vigilance and questioning. Chao Xian quickly responded respectfully. I'm here today to apply for the intern position. Director Hu Su is preparing the assessment for me inside. Oh, doubtful wrinkles appeared on Wang Kai's gray face, and his cloudy eyes stared at Chao Xian. Hasn't a group of people already come here today? Are you the only one taking the test here? Yes. Chao Xian answered briefly. When Wang Kai heard that Chao Xian was the only one taking the test this time, he immediately lost interest like a deflated ball. His task is different from Hu Su's. Hu Su has to make more survivors fail in the assessment, and the commission he receives is calculated based on the number of operations performed by his interns who pass the assessment. The more surgeries a survivor completes, the more rewards and nourishment he will receive from the dean. Of course, this does not mean that he will cherish the lives of survivors. There is a constant supply of survivors anyway, with several new batches every day. In total, nearly 10 people pass the test every day. Therefore, he didn't care about the life and death of the survivors at all. He just wanted to exploit them as much as possible and replace them with another batch when they died. When the survivors behind Wang Kai heard that Chao Xian was also here to take the test, and alone, their faces finally showed some changes. Some people looked over here curiously, while others showed expressions of gloating. How dare you challenge the Manhwa hospital alone? You're such an ignorant fool. You know, these people were all ranked at the back in the assessment at that time. After spending so many days here and watching several waves of survivors come to take the test, they gradually came to a conclusion. No matter how capable the person taking the test seems, the probability of passing the test is extremely low. On the contrary, if you take the test after the second group of people within a day, the probability of passing will be much higher. They suspected that Hu Su had something to do with it, and that he must have been the one who did it secretly. So at this moment, in their minds, Chao Xian had been sentenced to death. At this moment, Wang Kai suddenly turned around and saw that these survivors still had the leisure to pay attention to others. He immediately sneered. You all look very energetic. Each of you can perform one more operation. The survivor who had just laughed at Chao Xian suddenly looked ashen. They are now like a taut string stretched to the limit. Not to mention arranging one more operation. Even a few more minutes may completely crush them. Wang Kai took the 5 survivors into the operating room next door. Almost at the same time, Husu lifted the curtain and walked out. Husu raised his hand to straighten his tattered white coat, and an elusive smile appeared on his face. Come with me. Your assessment surgery is to replace a strange patient's heart with a healthy one. If any accidents occur or the patient shows an expression of dissatisfaction, it will be considered a failure in the assessment. Chao Xian's face was as gloomy as water, and he silently followed Husu into the operating room. There was a strange creature wrapped in bandages lying on the operating table. Its eyes were red, and it exuded a sinister aura. Doctor Hu. Guy made a weak sound. I just have a slight cold. Why do I need a heart replacement surgery? Husu glanced at the strangeness on the operating table, and a very hypocritical smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't have an ordinary cold. You've been infected by an evil spirit that's working its way through your body's surface and into your heart. If you delay any longer, your heart will rot, and the evil spirit will use your body as its nest. Replacing the heart now is equivalent to eradicating the evil spirit completely, understand? Husu used this ridiculous reason to force an explanation, and when he looked at the strange heart area, a hint of greed that was hard to conceal flashed in his eyes. But what shocked Chao Xian was that this weirdo actually believed it and lay down obediently on the operating table waiting for surgery. Chao Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart. No, big brother, you can actually believe such an outrageous statement that a person needs a heart transplant just for a minor cold? At this moment, there was a hint of gloating in Husu's eyes when he looked at Chao Xian. Heart surgery is the most difficult of all surgeries, and this strange heart in front of him is the organ that is key to its ability. Removing a heart is not difficult, but replacing it with a new one is extremely difficult. In this way, the patient's heart can be destroyed and Chao Xian's operation can be made to fail, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Husu bent down, picked up a bag of tools from the ground, and threw it to Chao Xian. The normal internship assessment is for 3 people to perform a surgery simultaneously, but since you claim to have experience as a doctor, you should be able to handle it alone, right? Things have come to this point. Even if Chao Xian wanted to refuse, he had no way out. He could only go ahead with it. Chao Xian took the cloth bag handed to him by Husu. It was heavy, and he thought it should be a surgical bag. He continued, Director Husu, I have a habit when I'm doing surgery. I don't like to be disturbed by others. So, could you please wait outside for a moment? When Husu heard this, a hint of surprise first flashed across his face, and then his eyes rolled around in his sockets, as if he was wondering what tricks Chao Xian was trying to play. After a few seconds of silence, Husu slowly nodded. You only have half an hour. If you exceed the time limit, it will still be considered a failure. After saying that, Husu turned and left the operating room. As soon as Husu left, Chao Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. This old guy only gave me half an hour for the operation and had no intention of leaving me alive. However, fortunately, with the help of Lin Shui and Jiang He, there should still be a glimmer of hope if the operation is completed. He first asked Lin Shui and Jiang He in his mind, have you 2 ever performed surgery on Guy? Lin Shui was the first to say that she had never done it before, and Jiang He followed suit. I was desperate at the time and considered coming to the Manhwa ward, but I knew nothing about the surgery. But, from what I know, surgery on a strange creature is usually simple and rough, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing Jiang He's words, Chao Xian nodded silently, then opened the surgical kit in his hand. Inside the surgical kit, there were several rusty scalpels and forceps, and at the very bottom, there was even a chipped kitchen knife. The corners of Chao Xian's mouth twitched. If this thing were used for surgery on a human, bacterial infection and tetanus would occur in minutes. But Jiang He just said that performing surgery on monsters does not need to be as meticulous as performing surgery on humans. These knives, apart from being a little dull, don't have much of a problem, and this problem is easy to solve. Chao Xian immediately took out a sharp component and equipped it to one of the scalpels. He slowly approached the operating table, and his eyes fell on the patient. At the same time, the patient's information appeared clearly in front of Chao Xian. When Chao Xian noticed that the strange ability was to speed up recovery, and that the ability came from the heart, he finally understood why Husu insisted on arranging for him to undergo this heart replacement surgery. Poor guy. Chao Xian sighed silently in his heart, then took out a bowl of yuxinglu and drank it with his head tilted back. Suddenly, a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. He felt refreshed, his eyes became clearer, and his hand holding the knife became much steadier. At this moment, the strange patient lying on the bed like a mummy suddenly asked, Doctor, what are you drinking? It smells delicious. Hearing the patient's words, Chao Xian was stunned. Is this mummy greedy because of the smell of the Yuxinglu in his hand? It's no wonder. Yuxinglu has a huge attraction to weird things, especially the weird thing in front of him. It can come to Manhwa Hospital for surgery. It must be a poor guy among the weird things. It probably doesn't even know what Yuxinglu is. This is what Chao Xian thought. Husu just said that if the patient is not satisfied, it will be considered as a failure in the assessment. But he looked around and found nothing like anesthetic. Chapter 194 Cooperation. Chao Xian knew very well that Guy would definitely feel severe pain if he was cut by a knife. But now there is no such thing as anesthetic. How can we avoid this situation? Damn Husu. He wouldn't be targeting him again and taking away the key props. Chao Xian's eyes flickered, and he subconsciously looked down at the Yuxinglu in his hand, which was only at the bottom of the bowl. He looked up at the longing-filled mummy weird and said slowly, "This is called phantom stardew. It's a rare and tonic substance that has many benefits for the weird." As Chao Xian continued to speak, the mummy slowly sat up strangely, staring at the few drops of Yoshing dew in Chao Xian's bowl, his eyes full of desire. "Doctor, can I have a taste of these few remaining drops?" The mummy spoke strangely, saliva flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the trampoline. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chao Xian couldn't help but think that this mummy is quite polite. Then he said, "I can pour you another bowl, but, in exchange, you can't scream during the operation. What do you think? Really? You're so kind, doctor. I promise I won't scream during the surgery." The mummy's voice was trembling with strange excitement, and its originally empty eyes were now flashing with a fiery light as it stared at the Yuxinglu in Chao Xian's hand. Chao Xian smiled slightly, secretly delighted in his heart. It seemed that the Yuxinglu's strange attraction was indeed extraordinary. He took out another small bowl from his bracelet, poured another bowl of phantom dew, and handed it to the strange mummy. The mummy took the bowl strangely and impatiently, and drank up the Yuxinglu in a few gulps. After finishing, he licked the edge of the bowl with satisfaction. "Okay, let's start the operation." As Chao Xian spoke, he picked up the scalpel equipped with a sharp component, and his eyes instantly became focused. He first carefully began to cut the bandages that were strangely wrapped around the mummy's chest. As the bandages were cut bit by bit, a pungent smell of decay became stronger. Chao Xian endured the almost nauseating smell without stopping his hands. When all the bandages were cut open, through a layer of skin as thin as a cicada's wing, a bluish-black, slightly beating heart appeared before his eyes. The skin around the heart has a strange texture, as if countless tiny insects are slowly crawling under the skin, which makes people feel creepy. The knife in Chao Xian's hand gently scratched the skin, and the paper-thin skin was instantly split into two. At this moment, the expression on the mummy's weird face instantly twisted, and it bit its teeth hard, obviously feeling the piercing pain. Chao Xian's heart tightened, and he said hurriedly, "Don't forget what you promised me. After the operation is over, I will give you another half bowl of phantom dew." Hearing the words Yuxinglu, the mummy's strange, originally dim eyes suddenly brightened. It endured the pain, gritted its teeth, and squeezed out a few words from between its teeth. "Doctor, I can't help it." During the subsequent operation, the mummy strangely remained silent even though his eyeballs were bloodshot and red as if they were about to burst from the pain. Chao Xian also successfully removed the strange heart. Immediately afterwards, Chao Xian's gaze fell on a heart next to him that was still beating weakly. This heart was obviously much smaller, and it looked like it had just been removed. It looked more like the heart of some animal. If we put this heart in this weird body, can it really survive? Chao Xian couldn't help but think to himself. At this moment, the mummy raised its hand strangely and weakly, gently grasped Chao Xian's clothes, and said weakly, "Doctor, I don't think I'm going to die. Just like humans, animals will die if they lose their heart." Chao Xian quickly looked up and saw the mummy's strange body twitching, the bandages wrapped around it shaking, and its facial features severely distorted in pain. Chao Xian secretly cried out in alarm and hurriedly took out a bowl of Yoshing Lu and strangely fed it to the mummy. After drinking the phantom dew, the mummy's strange condition improved slightly, but its skin became somewhat transparent, as if it would disappear at any time. Chao Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly reached out and picked up the heart of the unknown animal next to him. There were needles and thread on the operating tray next to it. However, the suture needle, like the scalpel, looked so blunt that it had lost the ability to pierce the skin. In desperation, Chao Xian had to equip the sharp component to the suture needle again, and then began to try to sew the strange blood vessels and the blood vessels of the heart together. Meanwhile, outside the operating room, Husu's huge body moved back and forth restlessly in the corridor. He was surprised to hear that more than 10 minutes had passed in the operating room, but there was still no scream. Could it be that Chao Xian hasn't taken action yet? Husu couldn't suppress his curiosity and quietly lifted a corner of the curtain to take a look. Through the gap, he saw Chao Xian concentrating on sewing the blood vessels to the strange heart, and the mummy was strangely trying to remain quiet despite its painful expression. Husu frowned tightly, his eyes full of disbelief. He had clearly taken away the anesthetic specially made for weird, and the surgical tools provided were ones that the hospital had discarded several years ago. How did Chao Xian remove the heart, and even started to sew it up? He was certain that without anesthesia, Chao Xian would be in trouble during the operation. But the scene before him was beyond his expectations. Even if he performed the surgery himself, it would be difficult to get the patient to cooperate without anesthesia. You know, most of the weird patients are irritable and sensitive. Many human interns who came here were swallowed up by the angry monsters because they performed surgery before the anesthetic had fully taken effect. When Husu thought that Chao Xian might pass the test, he felt a strong surge of anger in his heart. No, we can't let him pass the test so easily. Chao Xian came to take the assessment alone. If he really passed, where would I, the director of the assessment department, put my face? A sinister glint flashed in Husu's eyes, and he decided to use his special ability. In fact, he has used his ability several times today. Unless the situation is special, he will not use it again easily. But now, it is obviously time to take action. He concentrated all his energy, and an invisible mental force field slowly spread out from his body. It sneaked into the operating room silently like a ghost and pounced towards Chao Xian. At this moment, Chao Xian was fully devoted to suturing blood vessels. Suddenly, an indescribable negative emotion swept over him like a surging tide. Emotions such as fear, anxiety, and self-doubt instantly filled his heart. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His once clear and orderly thoughts were now in disarray. He couldn't help but doubt whether he could complete the operation. If he failed, what terrible consequences would await him? Husu looked at Chao Xian's reaction, and a hideous grin slowly appeared on his ugly face. Chapter 195 Amplify Emotions. The operation is successful. Hiss. Just when Chao Xian was about to throw down the scalpel and give up this extremely difficult operation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind his buttocks. He quickly turned his head and saw a thin strand of hair sticking out from his own shadow. The moment his eyes swept over, he shrank back into the shadow like lightning. At the same time, Lin Shui's anxious voice suddenly rang in his mind. Master, Husu just used his ability to instantly amplify several negative emotions in your heart, including fear, inferiority, and suspicion. When Chao Xian came to his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that Husu's ability would be so mysterious and unnoticed. Even though he had known for a long time that its ability was to amplify negative emotions, he still fell into it without realizing it. Chao Xian even thought that those surging negative emotions were all internally generated. Chao Xian subconsciously looked down at the scalpel in his hand, only to see that the tip of the knife had landed right above the heart vessel that had just been sutured, less than 1 centimeter away from the vessel. If Lin Shui had not been able to wake him up from that terrible state in time, the knife would have fallen unconsciously driven by his loss and fear. Then, the newly sutured blood vessels were cut, causing the already weak mummy to die mysteriously on the spot. As a result, he will definitely fail the internship assessment. Although he would not necessarily die at the hands of Husu on the spot, he could no longer hide his strength and was forced to confront Manhwa Hospital head-on. Before he could find out any news about Ouyang Shui, Chao Xian felt that it would be better for him to just be a good doctor for the time being. This will make it easier to search for clues from multiple angles and find out the location of the basement. Thinking of this, Chao Xian forced himself to put away his chaotic thoughts and devoted himself to the final finishing operation. At this moment, Husu, who was standing at the door of the operating room, had a smug look on his face, and he relaxed a lot. For the next 10 minutes, there was no sound coming from the house, which made Husu even happier. In his opinion, this meant that the patient was dead, and a dead body naturally would not make any sound. He was certain that Chao Xian had been hiding inside and didn't dare to come out. He was just escaping and didn't dare to face the cruel reality of failing the assessment. He seemed to have seen Chao Xian's painful torment inside. He particularly enjoyed the feeling of watching his prey fall into fear and helplessness. At this moment, the door of the operating room next door slowly opened with a creak. Wang Kai's figure appeared first, followed closely by the 5 human survivors. The 5 men were covered in fresh blood, their faces filled with relief and fear. It turned out that just now, when they entered the operating room, they encountered an extremely terrifying and strange thing. The strange half-sleeve was blood red and extremely unstable. The moment they stepped in, it began to tremble violently, and then suddenly became furious as if disturbed. However, the crazy red-clothed monster did not attack them first, but instead directed its spearhead at several monsters that were closer to it and waiting for surgery. In the blink of an eye, those weirdos were killed. Afterwards, the strange man in red started a fierce battle with Wang Kai. Wang Kai took great pains, even losing a piece of his arm, before he managed to kill the mad monster. In this way, all the monsters that originally required their surgery were dead, so they naturally didn't need to perform surgery today. To them, being able to get a whole day of relief time in this horrible ward is as precious as an oasis in the desert. Husu was very curious when he saw Wang Kai coming out so early. His eyes accidentally swept over Wang Kai's empty right arm, and he couldn't help but pull out a strange smile. It seems that the thing that caused Director Wang to be injured like this is not simple. Wang Kai's face instantly turned as dark as ink. He tried his best to hide his injured arm, but Husu still discovered it. In his eyes, losing face in front of a colleague who was less capable than him was really annoying. Wang Kai said in a deep voice, "It's just a patient out of control, just an arm. I have plenty in my warehouse. As for you, how is the assessment of that human survivor going? Could it be that he has already been allowed to pass?" A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Husu's face. Although he knew that Wang Kai's true strength was above his own, he did not expect that the other party had collected so many strange limbs. The two were old rivals, and Husu felt very uncomfortable when he learned about this. However, he quickly regained his playful expression and sneered. How is that possible? He's all alone, and he still thinks he can pass this carefully designed test? It's simply a pipe dream. I think he's probably still in there right now, totally bewildered by the dead patient. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Xian lifted the curtain and walked out of the operating room calmly. Chao Xian slowly took off his mask and scanned everyone's faces, finally landing on Wang Kai, who was missing an arm. After a brief pause, his gaze finally settled on Husu. "Director Hu, I've successfully replaced the patient's heart. May I ask, have I passed the assessment?" Amidst the shocked or curious gazes of the survivors, Wang Kai's slightly gloating look, and Husu's extremely surprised eyes, Chao Xian slowly stretched out a hand. The white gloves firmly grasped the still beating gray heart. "This is that patient's heart." Husu took the heart in shock, but he quickly recovered and said firmly, "Just because you get the heart doesn't mean you've passed the test. The prerequisite for a successful operation is that the patient is not only safe, but also has to give your surgery a positive review." After saying that, he pulled open the door curtain in disbelief and rushed into the operating room. Seeing this, Chao Xian shrugged helplessly and showed an innocent expression to Wang Kai and the other survivors. Seeing Chao Xian so calm and composed, the other survivors were filled with fear. Could it be that Chao Xian had successfully passed the assessment alone? How did he resist Husu's hidden schemes? Although no one present had ever personally experienced the lucky situation of Husu amplifying negative emotions, they had all seen the miserable state of their teammates after being infected. At that time, those teammates were shaking uncontrollably, their eyes full of despair. The one in the most serious condition even raised a scalpel and stabbed it into his own heart. That is the tragic consequence caused by the despair in the hearts of mankind being magnified dozens of times. But Chao Xian in front of him actually had a relaxed smile on his face, and he exuded a sense of comfort after having completed the operation. He did not have the tired feeling that they always had after the operation. Chapter 196 Trap Rules. Could it be that Husu didn't tamper with Chao Xian's assessment at all? This is impossible. Based on what they have known about Husu these past few days, he would rather everyone fail the test. How could he suddenly be so kind? However, all of this is just speculation in everyone's mind. The real answer can only be revealed when Husu comes out of the operating room. At this moment, Wang Kai turned his gaze towards Chao Xian, a strange and meaningful smile appearing on his face. "Young man, you have a bright future. When you choose a department later, you might consider mine. My name is Wang Kai." Wang Kai is completely different from those survivors who made random guesses. He has a strange nose that is sewn together. With the special sense of smell of this nose, he instantly noticed that there was still a strange smell in the operating room. Although it was not strong, it was enough to prove that the patient was not dead. In other words, the operation performed by Chao Xian alone was successful. Chao Xian looked at Wang Kai, who had taken the initiative to recruit him. After thinking for half a second, he stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Director Wang. I will carefully consider it." Whether it was the hints received previously or the information provided by Lin Hong, It showed that director Wang Kai in front of him only cared about money and was indifferent to everything else. If Chao Xian had to choose between a group of unknown monsters that he didn't know how to get along with and the money-hungry Wang Kai in front of him, he would most likely choose Wang Kai. After all, this time, he brought a lot of money with him. Especially after Mo Hong learned about Wang Kai's information, he stuffed him with thousands of Star Soul coins. Together with what he originally had, the total amount of Star Soul coins was close to 3,000. In Chao Xian's opinion, anything that can be solved with Star Soul coins is not a big deal. He just didn't believe that so many Star Soul coins couldn't satisfy Wang Kai, this greedy guy. At this moment, Husu walked out of the operating room with a gloomy face. Wang Kai asked with interest, Husu, so, did he pass the assessment? In fact, Wang Kai already knew the answer from Husu's gloomy expression, but he deliberately asked Husu. This kind of hatred between colleagues is so simple and unpretentious. He passed. Husu practically gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words. As soon as he finished speaking, the mummy mysteriously and slowly walked out of the operating room. Although the mummy looked strangely weak, his face was filled with joy and happiness. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Dr. Chao Xian is simply the best surgeon I've ever seen. If I get sick again, I'll definitely come to the Manhwa ward to seek treatment from him. Watching the mummy dragging its weak body away in a strange way, the other survivors were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. There was an obvious incision on the bandage at the mummy's heart area. It was obvious that the operation was carried out around the heart. But this mummy was strangely able to walk right after surgery. It was obvious he didn't have any anesthesia. Normally, to prevent patients from giving negative reviews due to pain, they would increase the dosage of marijuana. After the operation, it will take at least a few hours for the patient to wake up. But the strange mummy in front of him broke the routine. He stood up and left the operating room right after the operation. This meant that Chao Xian definitely did not give him anesthesia. Everyone couldn't help but wonder why he kept praising Chao Xian. Could it be that Chao Xian had drugged him? In fact, everyone's guess was correct. For this kind of wild monster, Yuxinglu is indeed like a love potion. Husu walked behind Chao Xian with a gloomy expression and said coldly, This ward has 5 departments and 5 directors. I'll take you to choose the department you want to go to in a moment. Chao Xian turned to look at Husu and responded, Director Husu, I have already decided on the department I want to choose. Hearing Chao Xian's words, Husu was obviously stunned. He thought to himself, Chao Xian didn't even know the specific situation of the directors and departments, so how did he choose them? Originally, he planned to hint to Chao Xian to choose a subordinate of the director who was on good terms with him when introducing the department. In this case, Chao Xian would not survive for many days under his control. But now Chao Xian doesn't seem to intend to give him this opportunity. Chao Xian said bluntly, I choose Director Wang Kai in front of me. As soon as Chao Xian said this, Husu's face instantly became extremely ugly. He never expected that Chao Xian would so decisively choose the department of his old rival Wang Kai. Wang Kai, with a smug look on his face, looked at Husu and deliberately teased him. Hey, Husu, look at this kid. He has such a unique vision. He immediately took a fancy to me. Husu snorted coldly, secretly angry in his heart, but he didn't want to lose his temper on the spot. He suppressed his displeasure and said, Since you've made up your mind, then it's up to you. However, Chao Xian, don't think you can rest easy just because you've entered Wang Kai's department. This Manhwa hospital ward is not as simple as you think. Husu turned and left, while Chao Xian followed Wang Kai towards their accommodation. On the way, Wang Kai began to explain to Chao Xian the precautions to take in the Manhwa hospital ward. In the Manhwa ward, the surgery arrangements for all interns are the responsibility of the department director. It just so happens that the team of Ling Fei and Zhang Ji is short of one person. When you come, you can be the lead surgeon of their team. With just one sentence, Wang Kai wanted Chao Xian to directly serve as the lead surgeon. Chao Xian was actually a little hesitant. He had originally wanted to tell Wang Kai that he could work alone. That way, as long as no one else was in the operating room, he could have Lin Shui and Jiang He sneak out to help. However, when he saw the man with gold-rimmed glasses, he swallowed the words that were on his lips. Maybe this man with gold-rimmed glasses will know something about Ouyang Shui. The other person in his group was a pink-haired girl who was very delicate and beautiful and looked like a doll at first glance. At the same time, she is also the one in the best condition among the 5. But the girl had cold eyes and seemed to have no emotion at all. She should be the Ling Fei that Husu mentioned. While Chao Xian was thinking, Wang Kai's voice continued to echo in the corridor. Do you find this corridor unusually long? This corridor follows the hospital's special rules. As long as you turn in one direction, you can get out of the corridor in at most 10 minutes. Also, it's best to only let one person go at a time. Wait until the person in front disappears in the corridor before the next person sets out. Otherwise, the time people are trapped in the corridor will increase significantly. Today, I'll be leading you all, so we can get to the dormitory right away. If I'm not around in the future, you must never appear in the corridor as a group. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the hospital regulations. Those who violate the rules will be swallowed up by the corridor. At this moment, Chao Xian felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and they had come to the front of a dilapidated corridor. This should be where their dormitory is located. Chao Xian looked at the dilapidated environment and the crude iron bars that served as the door, and felt that this place was more like a prison than a dormitory. When talking about violating the rules, Wang Kai's eyes instantly became gloomy, and the lights in the corridor seemed to dim a little. He stretched out his only remaining hand and gently knocked on the wall of the corridor. The wall paint peeled off and fell to the ground, revealing several black lines like blood vessels inside. What the hell is this thing? Could it be that this ward is alive? Chao Xian was shocked as he looked at the black blood vessels that were constantly undulating. The voices of Lin Shui and Jiang he also rang in his mind. Lin Shui, I can feel that these blood vessels seem to be connected to an extremely powerful strangeness. Indeed, she and this ward seem to have merged with this strangeness. Jiang he also spoke. Ms. Lin Shui's perception is more sensitive than mine. Such a powerful weirdness can make Miss Lin Shui feel pressured. It can only be the legendary Ghost Mother. It seems that she is more difficult to deal with than we thought. She has become one with the sick wing, which means that we can only fight in her home turf, which is very disadvantageous to us. After hearing Jiang He's analysis, Chao Xian nodded silently. At this moment, he remembered Wang Kai's warning. Wang Kai just said that we need to walk in one direction in the corridor to leave, and we can't walk with more than one person? This seems to be different from our previous analysis. Jiang he thought for a moment and said, my judgment just now should be correct. Wang Kai's words must be a lie to us. If many people walk together, it will be difficult for the Ghost Mother to absorb her essence, so this rule is in place. As for the idea that many people walking in the same corridor will be eaten by the Haunted Mother, that's probably half true and half false. If too many people gather, they might attract the attention of the Ghost Mother and be eaten by her. But if there are only 2 or 3 of us, it shouldn't attract her attention. 2 people is the safest. As for the method he mentioned of leaving the corridor maze, while it is possible to leave, it is definitely not the fastest way. After listening to Jiang He's analysis, Chao Xian nodded silently. This fierce and strange hospital was really setting traps for them everywhere, and they would fall into the trap if they were not careful. Fortunately, I brought Jiang He and Lin Shui with me. At this moment, Wang Kai's voice with a hint of coldness came from behind Chao Xian. Also, apart from surgery, please do not run around in the ward or do anything else you shouldn't do. If you break the rules, you'll be put in solitary confinement. As for that little dark room, you can ask a few other colleagues. Believe me, you definitely don't want to go in there. After saying this, Wang Kai turned around and left the doctor's dormitory of the ward. As soon as Wang Kai left, the 3 interns who were assigned to the same group immediately looked relaxed, and without even looking at Chao Xian and the other 2, they went straight back to their dormitory. Today is a rare opportunity to rest, and they must take advantage of it to replenish their strength. As the 3 men left, Chao Xian also turned his gaze to the dormitories that looked like prisons. Afterwards, the girl named Ling Fei walked into a dormitory on the left without saying a word, then leaned on the bed and began to rest. At this time, Zhang Ji, the man with gold-rimmed glasses, came to Chao Xian and said, don't mind it. I was her assistant for a whole day, and I didn't hear her say a word. However, her surgical skills are very good. It's thanks to her that I have the opportunity to get to where I am today. If you are not sure about the operation, we can let her perform the surgery. This is the dorm for the 3 of us. Let's take a good rest today since we don't need surgery. Chao Xian followed Zhang Ji into the dormitory and sat on the bed, which had nothing on it except a wooden board. At the same time, he became even more confused. It seemed as if Zhang Ji really had completely forgotten him. Chao Xian immediately looked at Zhang Ji and asked solemnly, Zhang Ji, do you really have no impression of me at all? Zhang Ji was stunned for several seconds after hearing Chao Xian's words, as if trying to understand the meaning of his words, and then he said, isn't your name Chao Xian? Did I remember it wrong? Zhang Ji thought for a moment, thinking that he had called Chao Xian's name wrong, which was why he suddenly asked this question. Looking at Zhang Ji's bewildered expression, Chao Xian sighed helplessly, then asked, then, do you still remember the name Ouyang Shui? Chao Xian stared into Zhang Ji's eyes through his broken glasses. It's okay if Zhang Ji forgets himself, but if he even forgets Ouyang Shui, then the situation will be troublesome. If you want to find out more about Ouyang Shui, you can only start from other places. To Chao Xian's disappointment, Zhang Ji still looked confused when he heard Ouyang Shui's name, then slowly shook his head. I don't know her. Chao Xian sighed again. Now, he could only go to the next room to find out some news. Perhaps, I could try to find the location of the basement. After all, I happened to be on vacation when I first came here, and I might not have such a good opportunity again in the future. Just as Chao Xian was about to go to the next room to ask, Ling Fei, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly spoke up. The Ouyang Shui you were talking about is a girl with white hair and a cold look? Hearing Ling Fei's words, Chao Xian immediately turned around, a spark of hope in his eyes. Do you know her? Then do you know where she is now? Ling Fei slowly turned around, her face still expressionless, and said calmly, I remember her. Every 3 days, the intern who performs the best surgeries and receives the highest praise from each director will receive a potion that enhances their strength as a reward. Last night was the second time rewards were distributed. I'm Wang Kai's subordinate, and Ouyang Shui is the subordinate of another strange director named Shinrong. It's just that she publicly disobeyed the hospital rules yesterday and got into a fight with Shinrong, and was subsequently locked up in the solitary confinement room. He should be dead now. Chapter 197 Ling Fei also has golden components. Impossible. Chao Xian spoke in a decisive tone without hesitation. Why not? Ling Fei raised a mocking smile, as if she thought Chao Xian's idea was ridiculous. In the week that I've been here, a total of 56 people have been put in solitary confinement due to failed surgeries. Although they were nominally only locked up for 1 night, that confinement room was like a man-eating devil's den. No one who was locked up there ever came back alive. Moreover, the rest of the people will quickly forget their memories of these people shortly after their death, no matter how close their relationship was in the past. Chao Xian was a little stunned when he heard this. Then why do you still remember Ouyang Shui? Doesn't this suggest that she might still be alive, which is why you have a memory of her? Ling Fei's expression remained calm as she said, You think too much. I remember the names and appearances of everyone who was put in the solitary confinement room. That's because I have a device that strengthens my memory to the point where I can remember everything I see. I see. At this moment, a hint of shock flashed in Chao Xian's eyes. In order to enable people to achieve photographic memory, this component must act on the brain. The components that can directly strengthen the human body are undoubtedly the golden components. I didn't expect that the pink-haired girl in front of me was equipped with a golden component. Chao Xian turned his gaze towards the pink-haired girl, and her interface appeared clearly before his eyes. Ling Fei, Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Constitution, 9, Spirit, 18. Component, Overclocking Brain Gold. When used, it consumes energy, briefly overclocking the brain, significantly boosting reaction speed and computing power. When energy consumption reaches a critical point, a time lag field is activated, forcibly slowing down surrounding movement from the user's perspective. The longer this duration lasts, the higher the energy consumption. In addition, thoughts can be materialized into energy waves, causing mental shock to the target. Under normal circumstances, it can greatly enhance memory and improve thinking speed to a certain extent. Looking at the information in the prompt, Chao Xian's eyes showed a look of sudden enlightenment. He knew that as a golden component, its function must be more than just photographic memory. Photographic memory is just the most basic function of the golden component of the overclocked brain. However, looking at Ling Fei's arrogant and sarcastic look, Chao Xian couldn't help but want to dampen her spirit. Then, he raised a smile and said, Perhaps others have indeed left their lives in the solitary confinement room forever, but Ouyang Shui is definitely an exception. She must still be alive. Impossible. Ling Fei rejected it again without hesitation. She had witnessed the battle between Ouyang Shui and Director Shinrong with her own eyes, and Ouyang Shui was indeed very powerful. But her former teammates were also equipped with golden components, and in terms of strength, they were definitely stronger than Ouyang Shui. However, her teammate made a mistake in order to find a way to leave the ward and was put in solitary confinement. As a result, the next morning, everyone had forgotten about him and his profile picture turned dark gray. I admit that Ouyang Shui is quite capable. She actually found a way to leave the Manhwa hospital before me. But she had been locked up in the solitary confinement cell for a whole day and night, and there was absolutely no way she was still alive. Chao Xian also knew that this matter sounded incredible, and it would not be easy to make Ling Fei believe it. Fortunately, these survivors were all equipped with watches. He immediately opened his watch, found the page with Ouyang Shui in his friend list, and then showed it to Ling Fei. Ling Fei moved closer and saw that in the light screen projected by Chao Xian's watch, Ouyang Shue's avatar in the friend list was glowing faintly and in bright colors. This means that Ouyang Shue is still alive. Even though she was locked up in the solitary confinement room for a day and a night, she miraculously did not die. Ling Fei's pupils suddenly shrank, and the sneer on her face under her pink hair froze instantly, replaced by shock that was difficult to conceal. That's all I have to say. Chao Xian looked at Ling Fei's deflated expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Ling Fei, who has always been proud, was slapped in the face by reality, but she still insisted. Although Ouyang Shue is still alive, if you're still thinking about rescuing her, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. It's simply impossible. Having said that, Ling Fei's eyes when she looked at Chao Xian had quietly changed. Although she possesses a golden component, combat is not her forte. If you can find a trustworthy team member to work with, your chances of escaping from the haunted ward may be greatly increased. After her teammate passed away, she carefully observed many people, including Zhang Ji, people in the next dormitory, and even doctors under other directors. But without exception, they are either too weak or too selfish, and are not suitable to be teammates. Before this, she had even considered cooperating with Ouyang Shue and Lin Hong, but before she could get in touch with them, Ouyang Shue was put in solitary confinement. Lin Hong used the props found by Ouyang Shue to leave the Manhwa hospital, and she missed her partner again. But the Chao Xian in front of him, since he dared to break into the Manhwa hospital ward alone to rescue Ouyang Shue, it was enough to prove that Chao Xian was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. In that case, maybe we can cooperate with him. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Fei said, I'm currently trying to figure out how to leave the ward and have explored many places in it. But fighting is not what I am best at. My strength is really limited if I rely on my own strength. I wonder if you are willing to cooperate with me? Of course, if you find any clues about Ouyang Shue during this process, I will lend you a hand and help you rescue her, provided it does not affect the final outcome. Chao Xian was quite surprised to hear Ling Fei actually take the initiative to invite him. However, he originally planned to invite Ling Fei to join him, so he immediately nodded and agreed. In the following time, Ling Fei told Chao Xian in detail a lot of information she had learned. For example, the whole process of the Ouyang Shue incident yesterday. In fact, it was Lin Hong who was supposed to be put in the solitary confinement room, but Lin Shue bribed Wang Kai with Star Soul coins, and Wang Kai secretly replaced Lin Hong, who was supposed to enter the solitary confinement room, with Ouyang Shue. As a result, the replacement was discovered by Shen Rong, the director of Ouyang Shue and Lin Hong's department. Ouyang Shue was the best surgeon under her command, so Shenrong naturally didn't want Ouyang Shue to die like this. So, Shenrong forcibly grabbed Lin Hong and insisted on putting her in the solitary confinement room, while Wang Kai, who had been bribed by Ouyang Shue before, chose to stand by and watch. Ouyang Shue had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with Shenrong, while Lin Hong took advantage of the chaos to turn on invisibility and use props to escape from the Manhwa hospital. For example, she and her teammates have explored many places in the hospital building, including the wards, clinics, rooftops, and even the location of the director's office. But the gains were quite limited. They only got some potions and other items that could relieve their increasing fatigue. They still had no idea how to leave the Manhwa hospital directly. After an in-depth discussion, Chao Xian and Ling Fei hit it off and immediately decided to take advantage of this opportunity to explore the ward again. Chapter 198 Toilet Ventilation Duct. Before leaving this prison-like dormitory, Chao Xian turned his head to look at Zhang Ji, who was sitting on the bed, and asked, Do you want to come with me? Zhang Ji was still a little confused at this time. Originally, he was full of expectations, thinking that after Chao Xian came to his group, he would at least have someone to talk to. After all, it's already depressing enough in this damn place, and then staying with Ling Fei, that cold ice cube, without even someone to communicate with freely, is really torture. Perhaps it was unexpected that within a few minutes, Chao Xian and Ling Fei were actually together. Chao Xian's impression of Zhang Ji was that he was a very smart person, but now under the severe torture in this hospital ward, Zhang Ji looked a little dull and sluggish. Chao Xian asked this question symbolically, and as expected, Zhang Ji hurriedly shook his head. No, just go ahead. Okay. Chao Xian responded, turned around, and left the dormitory with Ling Fei quietly. Walking out of the dormitory area that looked like a prison, Chao Xian subconsciously looked at both sides of the dormitory corridor. The right side is the direction they came from. Without thinking too much, following this road should eventually lead to the operating room and various departments. But their destination was obviously not in these two places, so Chao Xian looked at Ling Fei and asked, Where should we go? Ling Fei replied calmly. Go to the stairwell first. There are only 2 ways to access the stairwell in the entire ward. One is through all the departments, but it's easy to run into ward staff that way, so it's ruled out. What about the other way? Another way is to go directly around the toilet ventilation duct to the stairwell. Restroom. Chao Xian was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, men's or women's? Ling Fei's face flushed slightly, and she said, the women's room, of course. Although the men's restroom can also lead to the stairwell, only my teammates know the correct route. If you don't want to get lost in there, it's best to follow me through the ventilation duct in the women's restroom. Chao Xian felt that with his magical hints, he would definitely be able to find the correct route in the men's restroom. But he and Ling Fei had only just met for a short time, and he didn't want to reveal his card so quickly. Anyway, we can get there safely by following Ling Fei, so there is no need to do this. So Chao Xian nodded immediately and said, okay, I'll go with you. The 2 men stuck close to the wall and carefully approached the next room, where lived 3 interns who were also Wang Kai's employees and were on vacation with them today. As the saying goes, one must always be on guard against others, especially in this strange and ferocious ward where even survival is extremely difficult. No one can tell whether they will immediately run to inform Wang Kai the next second. Ling Fei quietly took a look through the crack in the door and saw that everyone in the room was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Ling Fei lowered her voice and said, let's go, they're asleep. The 2 of them walked slowly and quickly towards the bathroom at the end of the corridor, making almost no sound. Arriving at the door of the women's restroom, Ling Fei carefully looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, she immediately signaled Chao Xian to follow her, and then slipped into the women's restroom. Walla walla. As soon as the 2 of them slipped into the bathroom and closed the door, they heard the sound of running water coming from the first cubicle of the bathroom. At the moment when the 2 were stunned, the sound of running water stopped abruptly, and then the door handle on the compartment began to turn slowly. There's someone else in the bathroom. The pupils of both of them contracted sharply in an instant. At this moment, Ling Fei suddenly remembered that when she observed the next room just now, the people inside were indeed sleeping, but it seemed that there were not 3 people. Because the beds were stacked, she couldn't see clearly whether everyone was in bed. But now, it was too late to regret. An electric current instantly surged in Chao Xian's palm, and he was about to kill the person in the toilet directly, but Ling Fei was quick-witted and suppressed his hand. No, all the people who disappeared in the ward are under the control of the ward. If someone disappears without a clear reason, we will definitely be discovered and punished by being thrown into solitary confinement. Being locked up in the solitary confinement room means facing the unknown horrors of the ward, and now is definitely not the time. Ling Fei's eyes flashed with anxiety as she stared at the half-open compartment door. Countless response plans flashed through her mind in an instant. At this moment, it was obviously too late to leave the closed toilet. If Chao Xian was pulled into another compartment, there would be a chance, but the noise caused by such a panic action would inevitably attract the attention of the woman inside. This is the only way. Ling Fei gritted her teeth, suddenly turned around, hugged Chao Xian tightly, and then bit him. Oh. The woman who was using the toilet in the cubicle was walking out while pulling up her pants. Suddenly, she saw 2 people standing at the door and kissing passionately. She was so scared that her pants, which had just been pulled up halfway, fell to the ground. But at this moment, Chao Xian had no time to look up at the old woman in front of him. Just now, Ling Fei suddenly pounced on him and hit him directly in the face. The corner of Chao Xian's mouth was instantly bitten by Ling Fei and began to bleed. The scarlet blood flowed from the corner of Chao Xian's mouth to the bottom of his tongue, and then along the contact of their lips, flowed into Ling Fei's mouth. When Ling Fei tasted the blood on her tongue, her face turned red. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ling Fei is now dressed like a little gangster with pink hair, a short skirt, and a jacket, and looks carefree. But when it comes to matters between men and women, she is as inexperienced as a blank sheet of paper. Chao Xian also realized Ling Fei's intention at this time. She wanted the 2 of them to pretend to be a couple who were secretly fighting in the bathroom. As a result, Ling Fei didn't know how to act, and she messed up and bit Chao Xian's tongue. Thinking of this, although the tip of his tongue was in great pain, Chao Xian almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Ling Fei's behavior just now didn't look like the intimacy between lovers. When she pounced on him, Chao Xian thought she was going to fight with him. At this moment, Ling Fei also realized how clumsy her performance was. So, she subconsciously wanted to retract her tongue. But at this critical moment, he was bitten by Chao Xian. It's not that easy to just leave after hurting yourself. Besides, the show is only halfway through, so we have to finish it. Chapter 199, medicine with serious side effects. So, Chao Xian took advantage of the situation and hugged Ling Fei's slender waist tightly, and the situation instantly changed from being dominated by Ling Fei to him controlling the rhythm. At this moment, the woman who came to the toilet next door finally came to her senses. Seeing these two people ignoring themselves and kissing passionately as if no one was around, she frowned immediately, hurriedly pulled up her pants, and angrily pointed at the two of them and cursed. "You two bastards, you're just starting this in broad daylight. How shameless are you? And you, Ling Fei, I thought you were so noble, but you're actually a cheap little slut. He's only been here for a few minutes, and you two are already hooking up." Lu Fang was so angry that her face turned red, and her eyes were full of undisguised disgust. In fact, she was so angry not only because she was disturbed by Chao Xian and the others when she went to the toilet. At first, she thought Chao Xian was just a foolish boy who didn't know the danger of his life since he came to take the test alone. However, Chao Xian won high praise from the mummy with a perfect operation, shocking everyone on the spot. From then on, Lu Fang began to think about currying favor with Chao Xian. After all, in a group of 3, the surgeon has the most power and can decide who will serve as an assistant. The lead surgeon in her group was a middle-aged man who had just been assigned to the group yesterday. The surgeries he had performed in the past 2 days were barely acceptable, and he almost received a bad review. If I continue to stay in the current team, I am afraid that within 2 days of examination, I will receive a bad review or the operation will fail. Lu Fang thought that a young man of Chao Xian's age must be very hot-tempered. Looking at Ling Fei, who was in the same group with him, she always looked cold and had no femininity at all. So she was certain that as long as she took the initiative to get close to him, Chao Xian would be easily attracted to her. But she never expected that before she could take any action, she ran into Chao Xian and Ling Fei hooking up. She was naturally very angry because the prey she was determined to get was snatched away like this. Chao Xian looked at the furious Lu Fang in front of him, completely immersed in his role, and smiled. "Auntie, we have no choice, we really can't help it. Think about it, you are doing all those surgeries in this ward every day. Your nerves are tense all day long. You have to find a chance to relax. There are other people in the dormitory, and there is really no other place, so we can only make out here." As Chao Xian spoke, he chuckled, one hand scratching Ling Fei's neck, deliberately pretending to be nonchalant, while the other hand slowly stretched out in front of Lu Fang. Lu Fang was about to continue to rage, but her eyes were suddenly attracted by the object in Chao Xian's outstretched hand. It was a small pile of round, metallic objects. It's Star Soul coin. These Star Soul coins emitted an alluring glow under the dim toilet light, as if possessing an invisible magic power that instantly stopped the curse that was about to hit Lu Fang's lips. She widened her eyes, staring at the Star Soul coins. It is well known that Wang Kai is greedy for money. In order to avoid being bullied by Wang Kai, they have already handed over all the Star Soul coins they can to Wang Kai. Now they are penniless. But if I don't have Star Soul coins, if I make a mistake in the future and can't bribe Wang Kai, I won't have any room for maneuver. The disgust in Lu Fang's eyes was gradually replaced by greed. She opened her mouth, and the original anger turned into a somewhat dry question. What do you mean? You want to get rid of me with just a few Star Soul coins?" Chao Xian still had that nonchalant smile on his face as he said slowly, "Auntie, please calm down. Consider these Star Soul coins as my apology to you." As he spoke, Chao Xian took out a few Star Soul coins from his pocket and tossed them in his hands. The Star Soul coins made a crisp sound when they collided, which tickled Lu Fang's heart. Now, there are a total of 15 Star Soul coins. Although it is just a drop in the bucket for Chao Xian, for Lu Fang, all her Star Soul coins before were only 30. Lu Fang grabbed the Star Soul coin from Chao Xian's hand and said, "You guys are smart. I can pretend I didn't see what happened today, but if I catch you doing something like this again, I won't be so easy." After Lu Fang left, Ling Fei realized that Chao Xian was still holding her hand. Her face turned red instantly, and she pushed Chao Xian away. But when Ling Fei thought about it carefully, she realized that it was her idea to pretend to be a couple, and she was the one who took the initiative. She raised her hand, wanting to punch Chao Xian, but eventually she slowly put it down. Time is running out. Leaving this place as soon as possible is the top priority. "Follow me." Ling Fei turned around and said unhappily. "Why?" Chao Xian responded quickly and hurried to follow. At this time, the tip of his tongue that had been bitten had recovered as well thanks to his super self-healing ability. The ventilation duct of the toilet is located directly above the cubicle at the end, and 2 people enter the cubicle one after the other. Ling Fei was familiar with the route and climbed up easily by stepping on the water pipe. Then she reached out and grabbed Chao Xian, who quickly followed. This was Chao Xian's second time climbing the ventilation duct. The last time, it seemed like I was crawling with Chun Yin in the horror ward. Chao Xian was thinking in his heart, and he raised his head inadvertently and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The pipes in front of him were completely different from those in the horror ward, and even different from all the pipes he had ever seen. Chao Xian's scalp tingled when he saw them. The pipes in front of him had no metallic luster, but instead had a light pink flesh color. They were of a strange shape, no longer the common square or round shape, but had an irregular twist. No matter how he looked at it, it looked more like the organs of some giant organism. Chao Xian stretched out his hand and pressed it. It felt soft, accompanied by an inexplicable tingling pain, as if his palm was being corroded. Ling Fei skillfully took out a small piece of wood from her pocket and said, "You must have noticed that blood vessels are hidden beneath the walls of this ward, and the ventilation ducts here are like its digestive tract. The entire ward seems alive." As she spoke, she placed wood chips under her knees and palms to alleviate the symptoms of corrosion. Chao Xian did as he was told, and after putting down some wood chips, the corrosion was gone. The two began to move through the pipe in a crawling posture. Ling Fei wrinkled her nose and led the way. Although she had been here many times, the pungent smell and the feeling as if it was traveling through her stomach still made her extremely nauseous. Chao Xian crawled behind Ling Fei, and at the same time, information about where the pipeline led to appeared in front of him. However, with Ling Fei's photographic memory, no matter how complicated the pipeline was, she would not make a mistake, so there was no need for Chao Xian to remind her. About 10 minutes later, Ling Fei finally stopped at an exit before a turn. Chao Xian was distracted for a moment and bumped into Ling Fei. "We're here, get ready to go down." Ling Fei freed one hand to cover her, and glared at Chao Xian unhappily. Chao Xian scratched his head awkwardly. He had just been distracted because he suddenly realized that as long as he stared at the wall of the pipe, the information about the ghost mother would appear on it. Except for the name, everything else is question marks. Chao Xian guessed that this was probably just a small part of the organs fused from the ghost mother and the sick building. It's like comparing the ghost mother to a large tree. This is just the smallest branch, so we need to look closer to the main trunk to get the full picture. After confirming that there was no one below, the two jumped down from the pipe one after the other. "Doctor, I had a fight with a ghost today, and it ate my right hand. Can it be cured?" "Yes, we have dozens of strange right hands here, and we guarantee that we can perfectly graft them onto yours. However, I'll have to pay for your entire left arm." "Oh, doctor, I'll think about it." "Okay, but if you delay for too long, your right hand will never recover." "Oh, doctor, I've thought it over. Please arrange surgery for me." Except for those who are desperate like Jiang He, many of the weird people who can come to Manhwa Hospital have lost their minds or lack intelligence, which gives Manhwa Hospital the opportunity to deceive them. For example, the conversation coming from the next clinic at this moment, just to graft a right hand of an unknown creature, actually required the entire left arm as the medical fee. What's even more outrageous is that the doctor coaxed this weirdo into agreeing with just a little bit of coaxing. As the stretcher's wheels rolled, Chao Xian and Ling Fei hurriedly held their breath and pressed themselves tightly against the shadow of the stairwell wall. The strange man who had just spoken was pushed into the elevator by a fat man with a mouth stretched from ear to ear and wearing a mask covered with mucus, and was prepared for surgery. As the elevator door slowly closed, Chao Xian and Ling Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The stairwell they were in now led to various departments. Fortunately, there is a dilapidated elevator in the ward, so the stairs are almost deserted, which provides these survivors with ample opportunities to explore. When the elevator completely disappeared from sight, Ling Fei patted her chest lightly and whispered to Chao Xian, "This place is too dangerous. We must be careful and leave here quickly." Ling Fei led Chao Xian up the stairs and introduced him in a low voice. The Manhwa ward has 5 floors in total, but only the first and second floors are currently in use. The first floor has the largest area, and the operating area, treatment area, and where we live are all on this floor. The second and third floors are wards, but almost no patients are admitted. Chao Xian nodded silently. Given the deceptive nature of the Manhwa hospital, no matter how serious the operation is, the patient will be sent away after it is completed, without caring about the patient's subsequent life or death. It is normal for the ward to be empty. At this time, Ling Fei continued. However, you can find a lot of items left behind by patients in the wards on the second floor. I found a lot of useful props there. The props that Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong had in their hands that could force them to leave the ward were most likely found inside. But this kind of item is purely based on luck, and there's a high probability that there won't be another one, so it's better for us to focus on exploring other floors. Soon, the two arrived at the 4th floor. According to Ling Fei's introduction, the third floor was the resting place and office of each director and doctor. There were many precious and useful props in the doctor's drawers. Ling Fei sighed silently at this point. It's a pity that it would be easy to be discovered if I took these. I took a look and left. As the three of them climbed higher, the floors became increasingly bizarre. If the first and second floors only had black blood vessels faintly visible under the wall, like the first veins in a living organism, then the scene on the third floor was simply creepy. A sticky green slime with a strong foul smell began to ooze out of the walls, like pus oozing from a living creature's wound. The mucus meandered along the wall and gathered into twisted puddles on the ground. Every time you stepped on them, a puffing sound would be heard, as if you were stepping on the internal organs of a living creature. As soon as he stepped onto the fourth floor, Chao Xian felt something soft under his feet, as if he was stepping on the tissue of some living creature. He could feel a slight elasticity and depression with every step. There were many tentacle-like objects hanging from the ceiling, swaying gently, with a layer of wet water shimmering on their surface. These tentacles twitched from time to time, as if they had their own consciousness. "Quick, drink this." Ling Fei's voice was filled with anxiety. She swayed and fell towards Chao Xian, barely holding on by holding Chao Xian's arm with one hand. This is the symptom of having your essence sucked away by the ghost mother. As they continued to go deeper upstairs, the speed at which their essence was sucked away was many times faster than on the first floor. Ling Fei paused for a moment, suppressing the discomfort, and quickly took out a bottle of liquid in a test tube from her pocket, pulled out the cork, and drank it all in one gulp. Then she handed Chao Xian another tube of the same liquid. Chao Xian took it and looked at it, and found that it was a medicine that could increase mental strength. The label showed that it was produced in the Manhwa ward. However, when he saw the last line of the introduction, he couldn't help but frown. It said that the drug had a fatal flaw. If used continuously beyond a certain number of times, it would cause serious side effects, which could very likely lead to mental disorder and even cause people to lose their self-awareness and become completely like the walking corpse. Chao Xian showed hesitation on his face. Seeing this, Ling Fei's eyes were full of helplessness. When I found this bottle of medicine, I knew it would have serious side effects. But in my opinion, you have to drink it at least 10 times before the side effects will start to occur. She paused, her eyes dimmed, and continued. But you must have noticed that as long as we are trapped in this ward, our vital energy will continue to be sucked away, and our bodies will become weaker and weaker. At present, it seems that only this kind of drug that can improve spirits can temporarily relieve the symptoms. Ling Fei smiled bitterly. I've had it 7 times now, and I have to rely on it almost every time I come here. Maybe after drinking 3 more times. Then, I can only count on you. She felt helpless, but if the side effects of the medicine had not been so severe, the hospital would not have abandoned it in the cabinet for her to pick up. But the current situation is that if I don't drink, I won't be able to resist the erosion of my vital energy, and I won't be able to find a way to leave the ward. I'm simply trapped in an inescapable vicious circle. Chao Xian did not speak, but silently immersed his consciousness into the bracelet. A moment later, Chao Xian flipped his hand, and a small ceramic bowl filled with liquid appeared in his hand. Chapter 200 Mission triggered. You should drink this instead. As Chao Xian spoke, he handed the bowl in his hand to Ling Fei, then took out a bowl for himself and drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, the feeling of weakness and dizziness caused by the absorption of essence and energy disappeared instantly. Ling Fei stared at the bowl of liquid in Chao Xian's hand. It was a crystal clear black color, with tiny sparkles on its surface, just like the starry sky you see when you look up at night. She didn't doubt that Chao Xian would put drugs in it to harm her, but the liquid in the bowl was obviously of high value. With the keen perception given by the overclocked brain of the golden component, Ling Fei could sense the tremendous energy contained in it even before she got it in her hands. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Fei took the bowl handed to her by Chao Xian, brought it close to her mouth, and took a few sips. Since it was the first time I drank this yuxinglu, the effect was immediate and extremely strong. In an instant, I felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and coolness. It spread from the depths of her soul to her whole body like an electric current, as if her soul was enjoying an ultimate full-body SBA. The pleasure from the inside out made her tremble slightly. After just a few sips, Ling Fei felt that the fatigue in her body, especially the mental fatigue, was instantly swept away. The effect is far more significant than the 7 tubes of medicine with side effects that I drank before combined. Seeing Ling Fei sipping it like a rare luxury, Chao Xian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, drink it. I have a pool of liquid left over from this bowl. Hearing this, Ling Fei's face was filled with shock, and the bowl in her hand almost slipped. Seeing this, Chao Xian reached out and took the bowl from her hand, gently pinching her face, which was a little chubby. Her round cheeks pout instantly, and Chao Xian took the opportunity to pour most of the remaining yuxinglu in the bowl into her mouth. Don't hesitate. Let's get down to business after we finish drinking. Ling Fei's ears turned red because of Chao Xian's actions. She was angry and glared at Chao Xian fiercely. When the refreshing feeling brought by the phantom star dew gradually faded, she spoke again. Have you noticed that the higher we go, the more this hospital looks like we're inside a giant creature? If you were trapped inside a giant organism like this, with no way out through the main entrance, how would you escape? Ling Fei paused for a moment, her eyes gradually becoming firmer. I think there is only one way, and that is to completely destroy it from the inside. Since this hospital building seems to have life, it must have a weak point. I suspect that in a room on the top floor, its body or core is hidden. If we can destroy it, we can completely disintegrate the sick building and escape from this terrible place. Chao Xian listened to Ling Fei's analysis and nodded secretly in his heart. He had to say that Ling Fei's judgment was very close to the truth. The ghost mother raised by the director of the fierce ghost ward is very likely hiding in a room on the upper floors, assimilating the ward bit by bit. However, Chao Xian suddenly remembered the hint he had seen before, which mentioned that there was an archive room hidden deep underground in the hospital building, which contained the key secrets to defeating the ghost mother. But now they found that the higher they went, the closer they might get to the ghost mother, and the direction of exploration was always upward, which was completely contrary to the basement. So Chao Xian asked, "You've been here for so long. Have you found any place like a basement or a basement?" Ling Fei thought for a moment, frowned slightly, and said slowly, "I've explored this ward, but I haven't noticed any entrance to the basement or underground level. But this hospital building is so strange. Maybe the entrance is very cleverly hidden, or it is covered by some kind of power." After saying that, she looked at Chao Xian sharply and asked, "Did you find any clues?" Ling Fei was so smart that she immediately realized that Chao Xian definitely didn't mention the basement for no reason. Chao Xian hesitated for a moment and simply put the blame on Lin Hong. "You must have guessed that my purpose in coming here this time was to save Ouyang Shui." He paused and continued, "Actually, it was Lin Hong who asked me to come here. She was in a terrible state after escaping, but she also revealed a lot of information to me." Chao Xian looked at Ling Fei seriously. "The basement is one of them. She mentioned that there are key clues there." "I see." Ling Fei's eyes flickered as she took note of this important information. "We've never paid attention to this aspect before, but maybe we can pay more attention to it in the future. We are already on the 4th floor, and it's probably too late to go downstairs to find information about the basement. The low-quality potions I found in the ward previously couldn't sustain my exploration of the 4th floor for too long. I only explored the few rooms closest to the first staircase. I think we can still try to explore the 4th floor in depth today." Chao Xian also nodded. He had the same idea. The two pinched their noses and began to move towards the corridor on the 4th floor. The corridor on the 4th floor has been completely assimilated by the ghost mother and turned into her organs. Sticky liquid constantly seeps out of the surface of the wall, and it keeps wriggling like cargo. If you stay here for even one more second, you will feel a strong sense of discomfort. But what puzzled Chao Xian was that he did not see the so-called door on the 4th floor. Just when Chao Xian was puzzled, Ling Fei pointed to the wriggling flesh wall and several intestinal slits. Chao Xian looked astonished. "Don't tell me we have to squeeze in from here? These cracks, like the walls, secrete mucus all the time. If you squeeze in through them, you will be covered in this extremely smelly mucus in an instant." This scene, Chao Xian felt creepy just thinking about it. Fortunately, Ling Fei shook her head at this time. "That's not necessary. These doors on the 4th floor will open automatically with just a strong stimulus." She gripped the dagger tightly, staring at the intestinal-like gap, looking for the best place to strike. Then, Ling Fei suddenly raised her hand and plunged the dagger fiercely into the junction between the flesh wall and the gap. Instantly, the flesh wall trembled violently as if enraged, and the sticky liquid that had been oozing out became even more turbulent. A nauseating fishy odor filled their noses, making Chao Xian and Ling Fei almost vomit. However, after this violent tremor, the cracks slowly opened, revealing a dark hole. The two looked at each other and finally managed to squeeze in before the gap shrank back to its original size. Bang! Chao Xian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared at his fingertips. The whole room was illuminated by this flash of lightning. When Ling Fei saw Chao Xian creating lightning out of nowhere, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. However, he soon saw a scene that shocked her even more. So many faces. Chao Xian also followed Ling Fei's gaze and saw that the constantly wriggling flesh-colored wall was covered with densely packed human faces. The faces of these people had varying expressions. Some had their eyes tightly shut, faces contorted in agony. Some seemed to still have a glimmer of consciousness, straining to open their eyes and screaming in terror. Still others were numb and dazed, as if they had given up struggling. The walls were covered with human faces, as if countless wronged souls were trapped in this small space. When they saw someone coming in, they seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately opened their mouths and started calling for help. Save us. Faint and chaotic cries for help came from the mouths of those faces, echoing continuously in this closed and narrow room, making the listeners' ears feel creepy and their headaches worse. A terrifying thought occurred to Chao Xian. Many of these faces appear to still have some consciousness. Could it be that Ouyang Shui is also like them, with only a face left piled on the wall? Ling Fei turned around and patted Chao Xian on the shoulder, comforting him. Not necessarily. There are many faces in this room that I recognize. They are all survivors who disappeared in the past 2 days. I suspect this has something to do with the time they were locked up in the small dark room. Since Ouyang Shui isn't in this room, there's a high probability she won't be in the other rooms either. When Ling Fei was mentioned, Chao Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Fei was the only one who could remember the disappeared survivors. She knew everyone in the room, and her judgment would most likely not be wrong. Ouyang Shui, I guess she didn't turn into one of those wailing faces on the wall. Chao Xian continued to raise his fingertips and use the lightning as a flashlight, while Ling Fei slowly approached one of the faces after confirming that these faces posed no other danger. This person's name is He-Wan. He's slightly stronger than me. We've explored other floors together twice. Unfortunately, during his last surgery yesterday, he was scheduled to perform a cesarean section on a pregnant woman. Originally, the operation was about to succeed. He had already taken the baby out of the ghost girl's belly, but at the last moment, the ghost baby suddenly bit He-Wan's hand. He couldn't dodge in time, and his finger was bitten off instantly, and the ghost baby was thrown to the ground. Ling Fei didn't say what happened next, but Chao Xian could guess it. The strange baby was thrown to the ground. Regardless of whether the operation was successful or not, at least it was impossible for the patient to give it a good review. This means he will be put in solitary confinement. At this time, Ling Fei had already stood in front of He-Wan's face. Because He-Wan was locked up in the small dark room just last night, and his strength was not weak, he seemed to still retain a trace of consciousness at this moment. He-Wan gave Chao Xian the feeling that he was not like the one who reflexively asked for help when seeing them before, but that he still had a trace of clarity. Ling Fei stood in front of He-Wan, looked into his eyes and asked, He-Wan, do you still remember how you got here from the confinement room? What happened after you were locked up in the small dark room? Why have others forgotten you? Ling Fei bent down and asked anxiously. After hearing Ling Fei's voice, He-Wan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened after a moment. The moment his eyes met Ling Fei, a glimmer of surprise immediately flashed in his eyes, as if he saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness. However, his eyes immediately swept across the densely packed faces on the surrounding walls, and the light of hope that had just ignited was instantly replaced by horror. At this moment, He-Wan suddenly realized that he seemed unable to turn his head. His neck seemed to be restrained by some invisible force, and he could only stare straight ahead. What was even more terrifying was that he could not feel the existence of his limbs at all, as if they no longer belonged to him. A deep fear arose from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that I will become a ghost like those faces on the wall? The fear in He-Wan's eyes became more and more intense. No matter how calm he was on weekdays, he was almost on the verge of collapse after witnessing such a horrifying scene. His lips trembled, and he spoke in a sobbing voice. Ling Fei, what's wrong with me? I can't move. Ling Fei felt a sharp pain in her heart, and said while suppressing her sadness. He-Wan, calm down first, we will get you out. Think about what happened in that little dark room. This is very important to us. He-Wan took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said slowly. After I was locked in the small dark room, there was total silence all around me. I couldn't see my hand in front of me. Then, I felt like I was tightly wrapped by a cold and sticky thing. That force seemed to be draining my life force bit by bit. My body became extremely weak, and my consciousness became increasingly heavy, as if I had fallen into an endless abyss. While I was unconscious, I felt like I was being dragged all the time. When I opened my eyes again, it was you who woke me up. He-Wan's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, and then he frowned. No, while I was unconscious, I seemed to hear a voice calling a name. Ling Fei and Chao Xian looked at each other, with a hint of surprise and nervousness in their eyes. Chao Xian hurriedly moved closer and asked, "What's your name?" After several seconds, Hewen spoke again. "It seems to be, Gui mother?" After saying this, Hewen seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His face was full of fatigue and confusion, and he closed his eyes uncontrollably. Ling Fei's eyes were also filled with confusion. "What is Guemu? Is there anyone with the surname Gui?" Chao Xian sighed and said calmly, "He's talking about the Ghost Mother, a powerful ghost raised by the dean of the Fierce Ghost Ward. We are becoming weaker and weaker all the time in the sick ward because the Ghost Mother is constantly sucking our energy. The people who disappeared in the confinement room must have been sucked clean by the Ghost Mother." Chao Xian's eyes were filled with disappointment. He had thought he could get some useful information from Hewen, but he didn't expect it to be just a name he already knew. So that's how it is. Ling Fei suddenly realized. Just as the two were about to leave, a prompt tone suddenly rang in Chao Xian's ears. No, to be more precise, Ling Fei also heard the prompt tone. Moreover, all the survivors in the ward could hear it.